in the esteemed Lingxiao Palace, a prominent figure within the realm of immortal cultivation, the sixth disciple of the sitting Forget Peak, Wangyou, is universally acknowledged as a bane upon the sect. At the tender age of 3, he pilfered bird eggs. By 5, he was peddling counterfeit medicine. At 10, he framed his senior sister by stealing her undergarment and casting aspersions upon his elder brother. At 15, he audaciously forged a love letter from his master. His misdeeds are numerous and egregious, inciting chaos within the sect and elevating the blood pressure of his fellow disciples. Everyone laments. How could the illustrious King Suzy, a paragon of virtue, have taken in such a tempestuous scoundrel? However, when the gates of the Nine Heavens Immortal Gate burst open, countless celestial beings descended upon this realm, filled with arrogance and greed, intent on transforming all living beings into mere servants and sustenance. It is at this moment that the carefree youth steps forth, his immortal sword pointing skyward, his previously jovial gaze now as piercing as ancient ice. I warned you not to provoke me, yet you chose to ignore my words. This realm is under my protection. Which blind celestial dares to act recklessly in this world? It is only at this juncture that all realize the true depth of the so-called incompetent wretch before them, whose actual prowess surpasses that of any cultivator in the past 10 millennia. Chapter 1. The Cry of an Infant on a Snowy Night. Lingxiao Palace, a titan within the realm of immortal cultivation, stands as one of its foremost sections. Among its illustrious ranks, sitting Forget Peak is renowned for its serene and untroubled nature. The peak's master, King Suzy, is a revered figure in the world of cultivation, said to be on the cusp of transcending into immortality, though perhaps that final step may take a few hundred more years. Sitting Forget Peak rises high, as if it could pluck the stars from the heavens to play with as marbles. Its summit is perpetually shrouded in mist, populated by flocks of celestial cranes, and suffused with rich spiritual energy. In contrast to the other peaks, which are bustling with activity, disciples soaring through the air, the sounds of their training, the explosive spells, and the whoosh of flying swords echoing from afar. Sitting Forget Peak is tranquil, akin to a painting, an ink wash with ample blank spaces, exuding an artistic ambience that, while profound, borders on desolation. King Suzy relishes this tranquility, believing it encapsulates the essence of immortal cultivation, a mind free from distractions, where one may forget the mundane world. On this particular day, he ventured out, not to engage in philosophical discussions with fellow elders, nor in pursuit of rare treasures, for at his level, material gains offer negligible enhancement. Instead, he sought to contemplate the Tao of heaven. In simpler terms, he sought a solitary place to observe the mountains, the waters, and the clouds, to daydream and ponder the truths of the universe and the meaning of life. It may sound mystical, yet at times it bears little difference from an old man taking a leisurely stroll in the park, basking in the sun, save for the fact that his stroll occurs at a higher altitude with more magnificent scenery. On his return journey, the sky darkened ominously. The gray clouds loomed low, heavy, and oppressive, as if one could pierce them with a mere hand, unleashing a deluge of snow. Sure enough, after walking a short distance, the biting cold wind surged forth, swirling and howling, lacerating his face like a barrage of tiny blades. Almost immediately, snowflakes as large as goose feathers began to descend in a flurry, and before long, the world transformed into a blank canvas of white, with nothing in sight but snow. King Suzy glided through the air, the snowflakes parting quietly 3 feet around him, leaving not a single trace. To him, this slight flurry was no different from the gentle touch of willow catkins in spring. He even found it somewhat poetic, with verses and lines occasionally flickering through his mind, such as the birds have vanished from the 1,000 mountains. The paths of men are lost in the vastness, feeling that his artistic sensibility had notably elevated. Yet it was rather too quiet. Apart from the howling wind, there was nothing to be heard. The earlier inspiration for poetry and prose quickly dissipated, and King Suzy smacked his lips, hastening his pace, yearning to return to his Zhuoang Peak for a pot of hot tea, which he deemed the epitome of comfort. As he soared onward, nearing the boundaries of Zhuoang Peak, he beheld a desolate valley below, so remote that not even a bird would deign to alight there. Typically, no one would venture into such a place. The spiritual energy was thin, and even a decent medicinal herb was scarce. Just as he was about to sweep past, a faint yet piercing sound pierced through the howling wind, reaching his ears. Wah! Wah! King Suzy paused mid-air, tilting his head in confusion to listen intently. The wind continued to howl, yet that intermittent kitten-like wail grew clearer. A baby's cry? Qing Shuzi frowned, finding it somewhat incredulous. In this icy wilderness devoid of any soul, where could a baby possibly come from? Could it be an illusion conjured by some spirit or creature, luring him down? Concentrating his senses, he detected no trace of demonic or sinister energy below. How peculiar. With a mindset of what if there truly is something amiss? Qing Shuzi descended from the clouds, gliding into the valley. The closer he got, the more distinct the cries became. It was indeed the sound of an infant's wail, weak but persistent, tugging at the heartstrings with each breath. The snow in the valley had already accumulated considerably. Following the sound, Qing Shuzi reached a stone wall that offered scant protection from the snow. There, he beheld the little one, a swaddled bundle, wrapped in a coarse cloth that appeared to be somewhat thick but had long since been drenched by the wind and snow. The swaddle was carelessly placed on the frigid ground, surrounded only by snowdrifts and a few stubborn stones. There was nothing to signify the child's identity. No letters, no jade pendants, not even a scrap of paper. The infant's small face was frozen to a shade of blue, eyes tightly shut, mouth agape, struggling to produce cries, each inhalation laden with icy chill. Qing Shuzi's heart softened instantly. What cruelty! What wretched parents could abandon a newborn in such bitter cold, leaving the child to perish from exposure? Even a tiger would not forsake its cub. He sighed, stepping forward to assess the baby's condition. After all, it was a life at stake. As he bent down for a closer look, the little one seemed to sense his presence, and the cries abruptly ceased. Then the baby opened its eyes. At that moment, Qing Shuzi's movements froze in place. What eyes they were! In stark contrast, as pure as the most pristine spring water that trickles down the mountainside, devoid of any impurities. Typically, an infant's eyes exude innocence. Yet this pair is particularly exceptional. They reveal no fear, no pain, and even lack the bewilderment and naivety one would expect from a newborn in a strange world. He gazes quietly at Qing Shuzi, his eyes radiating nothing but unadulterated curiosity, as if he were examining a fascinating new object rather than a being who might determine his fate. The wind and snow continue to rage, icy flakes settling upon the infant's long eyelashes, yet he remains unblinking, seemingly impervious to the cold. Qing Shuzi inwardly exclaimed in surprise. This remarkable resistance to the chill is indeed unusual. He couldn't help but scrutinize the infant once more. Aside from the striking brightness of his eyes and the slight bluish tinge of his skin due to the cold, he appeared to be an ordinary, healthy child. Tentatively, he extended a finger and touched the baby's cheek. It was cold to the touch, yet there was an indescribable warmth and resilience that emanated from the delicate form, as if immense vitality resided within this tiny body. Strange, exceedingly strange. Having lived for centuries, Qing Shuzi had encountered countless oddities, yet never had he come across an infant abandoned in the merciless wilderness, unafraid of the cold, with a gaze so eerily pure. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, pacing around the swaddled child, his mind abuzz with contemplation. This situation reeks of malevolence. Typically, when a child is abandoned, it is due to poverty, a preference for sons over daughters, or some unspoken circumstance. Yet, even in such dire straits, one would at least choose a more suitable location, perhaps at the doorstep of a wealthy family or near a temple, where the child might still have a chance at survival. To leave an infant in such a desolate place, devoid of any shelter or hope, is a clear indication of a grave animosity. What kind of enmity could inspire such an act? However, upon observing the child, who neither cried nor fussed, merely gazing at him, how could he appear to be the target of vengeance? Could it be that this child is not of ordinary descent? Perhaps a scheme devised by a sect of immortal cultivators or a rival faction. A child placed here, awaiting Qing Shuzi's arrival to collect him, only to serve as a pawn in a long-term plot? A flurry of conspiracy theories raced through Qing Shuzi's mind, yet upon further reflection, he found them implausible. Who would invest in such a remarkable child as a mere chess piece? Moreover, even if there were intentions to ensnare him, how could they have anticipated that he would impulsively wander into this forsaken valley to contemplate the Tao today? The likelihood of that was slimmer than being struck by a falling stone from the heavens. Having dismissed all impossibilities, the remaining explanation, however outlandish, must be the truth. Qing Shuzi looked again at the infant. The little one continued to gaze at him with his large, glistening eyes, even managing a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. A subtle sensation brushed against Qing Shuzi's heart. At his level of existence, he possessed a vague yet precise intuition regarding the principles of the Tao, karma, and destiny. He sensed that the infant before him was intertwined with an inexplicable connection, a bond that was deep, intricate, and shrouded in mystery, with neither a discernible origin nor an apparent conclusion. This is not merely a nuisance. It is, in fact, an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, oftentimes, these two notions are essentially synonymous. To pick it up or not? Should I take it back, knowing that tranquility at Zhuowang Peak may forever elude me? Look at this little creature, undeterred by the cold, with eyes that exude a calmness suggesting that, when grown, it will undoubtedly be a force to reckon with. What if it truly becomes a calamity? My reputation in this lifetime. Should I walk away? Simply turn around and pretend I have not seen it? Qing Shuzi questioned whether he could truly be so callous. After all, it is a life, and in this frigid weather, should he leave, the child would surely perish. To witness a death without offering assistance would betray his moral compass. The wind and snow seemed to intensify, accumulating yet another layer upon the infant. Nevertheless, the child continued to gaze at Qing Shuzi, its innocent eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the storm, reaching directly into the depths of one's heart. Upon meeting that gaze, Qing Shuzi felt a sudden sense of acceptance wash over him. To hell with tranquility and inaction. To hell with a lifetime of reputation. What is the essence of cultivating immortality? It is to follow one's heart. In this moment, if he were to disregard this matter, it would forever leave a blemish on his conscience. So be it, so be it. What is a blessing if not a misfortune? And what is a misfortune that can be evaded? He bent down, with the utmost gentleness, brushing the snow from the infant's body before cradling the cold swaddling entirely in his arms. It did not feel heavy, yet it carried the weight of profound karma. Once lifted, the infant seemed to sense warmth, nuzzling its little head against his arm, emitting a satisfied coo before shutting its eyes, as if ready to drift into slumber. Qing Shuzi looked upon the now tranquil little one in his embrace, feeling both amused and exasperated. He raised his gaze to the persistently dim sky, and the ceaseless snowflakes drifting like cotton, shaking his head in resignation with a soft sigh. The wind and snow are merciless, yet fate weaves its connections, he murmured, his voice dissolving into the wind. Little one, I cannot discern if bringing you back is a blessing or a curse. From this day forth, you shall accompany me back to Zhuowang Peak. With that, he tightened his hold on the swaddling, his spiritual energy shimmering as he transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the storm, heading directly towards the direction of Zhuowang Peak. Chapter 2. The Sixth Disciple of Zhuowang. When Qing Shuzi returned to Zhuowang Peak, cradling the swaddled infant, it was just in time for the evening lesson to conclude, with disciples dispersing to their respective quarters. Zhuowang Peak was not bustling with activity. Counting Qing Shuzi, the master of the peak, there were merely 6 individuals. With a couple of cats in the mix, the tranquility was indeed palpable, though at times it could feel rather desolate. The eldest disciple, Chu Tianqua, was the first to notice his master. Having just finished his sword practice, he was meticulously settling his breath when he lifted his gaze and beheld his master, a figure of ethereal grace, unexpectedly cradling a large, wriggling bundle. It resembled a scene of theft, as if he had pilfered the largest winter melon from a neighbor's garden, one with legs that could run. Chu Tianqua was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether his rigorous sword training had induced hallucinations. Was that truly a swaddling? Surely, he could not be mistaken. What lay within? A young spirit beast? He felt no trace of malevolence. He hastily approached, performing a respectful bow. Master, you have returned, he greeted, though his gaze could not help but dart toward the swaddled bundle. What is this? Qing Shuzi was pondering how to elucidate the outcomes of his recent enlightenment to his disciples when his eldest disciple's inquiry caught him off guard, causing him to clear his throat awkwardly. I've returned. Along the way, I stumbled upon something, he remarked nonchalantly, as if he had merely picked up a stone. Coincidentally, the third sister, Lu Xian, and the fifth sister, Zhao Minghua, passed by. Lu Xian, with her gentle disposition, acted as the warm-hearted caretaker of Zhuowang Peak, balancing a tray of freshly prepared spirit cakes intended for her junior brothers. Zhao Minghua, on the other hand, was as explosive as a firecracker, brandishing a branch she had broken off from somewhere, gesticulating as she contemplated a new sword technique. Upon hearing their master mention finding something, their curiosity piqued, and they hurried over to investigate. Lu Xian's eyes immediately locked onto the small, slumbering face nestled in the swaddling, nearly causing her to drop the tray she was holding. It's a little child. Her eyes sparkled with maternal warmth, and she drew closer to Qing Shuzi, lowering her voice in fear of disturbing the infant. Master, where did this child come from? In this freezing weather, where on earth did you find him? Oh dear, look how cold his little face is. Wait, it seems rather rosy. Although perplexed, her concern overpowered her confusion. Zhao Mingyue was less restrained. Tossing aside the branch, she squeezed in for a closer look, her eyes widening as she gazed at the baby in the swaddle. She reached out a finger, eager to poke. Good heavens, it's alive. Master, you really outdid yourself. Went out for a stroll and returned with a child? Which heartless parents would abandon their baby in this snow? If I find out, I won't hesitate to give them a piece of my mind. Let me touch him. Is he soft? Her finger, still warm from her recent practice, was poised to poke the infant's face. Qing Shuzi quickly sidestepped, casting her a disapproving glare. What a clumsy fool you are. Step aside. This reckless fifth disciple had no sense of restraint. Zhao Mingyue pouted, retracting her hand, though her gaze remained fixated on the baby, brimming with fascination. As the eldest disciple, Chu Tianqua exhibited greater composure. Though curiosity clawed at him, he first addressed the matter at hand. Master, do you know the origins of this child? Abandoned in such weather, it surely cannot be an ordinary circumstance. His concern lay with the possibility of a malicious plot. Qing Shuzi sighed, realizing he could not conceal the truth from his eldest disciple. He briefly recounted the situation in the valley, omitting the more mystical aspects of his perception, emphasizing instead the child's unfortunate plight. He noted that the infant appeared to possess a unique constitution, seemingly impervious to the cold, and reassured them that there were no suspicious individuals or traps nearby. We cannot simply stand by and let him freeze or starve, Qing Shuzi concluded, his tone resolute and imbued with a noble sense of compassion. Though Zhuang Peak is not affluent, we can certainly provide for one more mouth to feed. Lu Xian nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Master, you are right. This little one is too pitiful. He shall stay with us at Zhuang Peak. She had already mentally donned the mantle of a nurturing mother, contemplating how to craft tiny garments and prepare nourishing porridge for the child. Zhao Mingyue, with a resounding slap of her thigh, declared, Nurture him. We must. He shall be my little junior brother from now on. Let's see who dares to bully him. She had instinctively categorized the infant as one of her own and began envisioning a future where they would embark on heroic adventures together. Upon witnessing the resolute stance of his master and junior sisters, and after confirming that the infant was indeed free from any significant ailments, Chu Tianqua chose to set aside his concerns. Being a pragmatic individual, he understood that if they were to keep the child, practical arrangements must be made. In that case, we need to arrange for his care. The infant is frail and requires constant supervision. His diet and daily activities must be approached with utmost caution. As there are no women on the peak this matter, he turned to Lu Xian, the most attentive among them. Lu Xian immediately pounded her chest confidently, proclaiming, Leave it to me. Rest assured, senior brother, I will ensure he grows plump and healthy. Her gaze upon the infant was almost overflowing with affection. Observing this scene, Qing Shuzi felt his initial trepidation regarding future troubles somewhat softened by the warmth of the moment. Clearing his throat, he decided to formalize the matter. Ahem, since there are no objections from this day forth, this child shall be my sixth disciple, and a closed-door disciple at that. A closed-door disciple. This designation carried significant weight, marking this child as the last disciple to be accepted by the master, thus holding a unique and favored position. Chu Tianqua, Lu Xian, and Zhao Mingyue were momentarily taken aback, but soon their faces broke into smiles. A new junior brother, and a closed-door disciple at that, was indeed a joyous occasion. Zhuang Peak would be welcoming a new member, albeit one who required constant care and attention. Congratulations, master, the three exclaimed in unison. Qing Shuzi stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face. He looked down at the still sleeping child in his arms, who seemed to be dreaming of something delightful, occasionally smacking his tiny lips, an entirely endearing sight. Now that he has joined our fold, he must be given a name, Qing Shuzi pondered. Naming a child is an art, requiring a harmonious blend of beauty, meaning, and alignment with their path of cultivation. He reflected on the child's tumultuous beginnings, abandoned amidst the snow and wind, entering life in a state of hardship. The road to immortality is long, fraught with challenges, and it was certain that troubles would abound. Yet, having entered Zhuang Peak and taken him as a disciple, his hopes as a master were for the child's well-being. He wished for him to forget unnecessary burdens and to live freely and joyously. In a world rife with concerns and a lengthy path to immortality ahead, he desired only for peace and contentment. A name began to form in his mind. Gazing at the infant's serene visage, he spoke slowly, his tone imbued with rare warmth and expectation. In a world full of worries and a long road ahead, may you one day forget your troubles and live with ease. I shall name you Wangyou. Wangyou. Forgetting worries, indeed. This name was both a blessing and a hope. Wangyou? Lucian softly repeated, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Beautiful. Little Wangyou, you now have a name. Zhao Mingyue smiled broadly, exclaiming, Wangyou. What a powerful name. From now on, when you announce my title, I assure you shall be free from sorrow. After receiving a disapproving glance from Chu Tianque, he promptly retracted his head and fell silent. Chu Tianque nodded quietly, appreciating the profound meaning of the name, deeming it quite fitting for his young junior brother. Thus, on this ordinary snowy night, atop the Zhuang Peak, the notorious bane of Lingxiao Palace, one who would soon incite chaos throughout the sect, sending senior brothers and sisters into a frenzy, was bestowed with a remarkably beautiful name, Wangyou. Meanwhile, Wangyou, blissfully unaware of this development, slept even more soundly in the warmth of his embrace. Chapter 3. The initial awakening of spiritual energy time, at times, moves as slowly as a snail's crawl, while at other moments, it races forth like a wild hound unleashed. In the blink of an eye, the little one, Wangyou, who was brought back from the brink at Zhuang Peak, has become adept at darting about the mountains, his youthful voice creating a delightful ruckus across the entire peak. 3 years have swiftly passed in this manner. Throughout these 3 years, Wangyou has epitomized the essence of being the center of boundless affection. His elder brother, Chu Tianque, maintains a facade of solemnity and gravity, diligently supervising their cultivation and meticulously reviewing their studies. Yet, should Wangyou stumble and graze his skin, he is the first to rush over, flustered, in search of healing ointments. On rare occasions, when Wangyou causes a mishap, such as defacing his treasured sword manual with drawings of turtles, he merely sighs in silence, erasing the drawings, ever cautious of his 5th junior sister's laughter. As for the second elder brother, he remains unchanged, taciturn and shadow-like. However, unbeknownst to him, his workshop, filled with metallic shavings, has gradually accumulated an array of curious trinkets, a diminutive wooden sword, harmlessly blunt throwing darts, and even a small rattan cradle that rocks on its own. Should Wangyou exuberantly dash in, leaving chaos in his wake, he never scolds him, patiently awaiting the child's departure before quietly restoring order. The 5th elder sister, Zhao Mingyue, is a different story altogether. She treats Wangyou as if he were her own younger brother and favorite plaything. In moments of joy, she would carry him on her shoulders, claiming it as an exercise in bravery. In moments of displeasure, she might pinch his cheeks as an outlet for her frustrations. Fiercely protective, she would chase anyone for miles should they dare utter a word against him. Wangyou has learned from her with remarkable speed. While he may not have mastered many positive traits, his ability to make faces and climb trees has certainly flourished. Undoubtedly, the one who dotes on Wangyou the most is the 3rd elder sister, Lucian. She raises him as if he were her own child, attending to every aspect of his needs. His clothes are perpetually pristine, and his little face remains soft and fair. If Wangyou is picky with food, she creatively prepares an array of delectable spiritual snacks. If he struggles to sleep at night, she cradles him while humming soothing tunes and recounting well-worn tales from the realm of cultivation. Should he be reprimanded by their master or bullied by the 5th elder sister to tears, she is invariably the first to rush over to offer comfort, wiping away his tears. One could say that Wangyou has been nurtured in a veritable honeypot, cradled and pampered by a multitude of affectionate hands. This indulgence has fostered within him a fearless disposition, tinged with a hint of arrogance. Aside from a slight instinctual reverence for their master, Qing Shuzi, he possesses an air of dominance among his elder brothers and sisters. Qing Shuzi observes all of this with a mix of exasperation and bemusement, occasionally stroking his beard and muttering, "A doting mother spoils her child. A strict teacher yields exceptional students. None of my disciples are strict. How am I to manage this?" Yet, despite his concerns, the essential teachings must continue. The path of cultivation is built upon a solid foundation. Typically, children around 4 or 5 years old begin to develop their innate abilities to sense spiritual energy and attempt the most basic practice of drawing it into their bodies. However, given Li Wangyou's unique constitution, Qing Shuzi muses that at 3 years old, perhaps it is time to give it a try, even if he cannot sense it. It would serve as a playful initiation. On a sunlit afternoon, specifically after Li Wangyou had just chased a crane and was fetched back by Lu Xian to wash his disheveled hair, Qing Shuzi summoned him to a small bamboo grove outside his meditation chamber. "Yuer, come here," he beckoned as he sat cross-legged on a mat. Li Wangyou scampered over with unrestrained enthusiasm, eager to climb onto Qing Shuzi's lap. Master, is there a treat?" He believed that good behavior would yield rewards. Qing Shuzi pressed a finger against his forehead, grounding him in place. "Sit properly, stop being so unruly. Today, I shall teach you something enjoyable." The mention of amusement sparked Li Wangyou's interest, and he promptly mimicked his master, awkwardly settling into a cross-legged position on a nearby mat, resembling a small, unsteady weeble. "Close your eyes and relax your body," Qing Shuzi instructed, striving to soften his voice to guide rather than coerce. "Do not think of food, nor of play. Calm your mind and use your, senses to perceive your surroundings." Li Wangyou, somewhat bewildered but obedient, complied and shut his eyes. Qing Shuzi continued in a mystical tone, "Feel the sound of the wind brushing through the bamboo leaves. Sense the warmth of the sunlight upon your skin. Then, attempt to perceive the invisible, yet omnipresent, sparkling and warm specks of light in the air. That is spiritual energy." As he spoke, he gradually released a gentle stream of his own spiritual power, subtly stirring the ambient energy to create a vague perceptual anchor for Li Wangyou. He did not expect the child, merely 3 years old, to truly grasp it. If he could remain quiet without demanding sweets, that would be a success in itself. His thoughts wandered to what snacks might occupy the child later. However, in the very next moment, the gentle and harmonious flow of spiritual energy that surrounded them was abruptly disrupted, as if violently stirred by an unseen force, akin to sharks detecting blood in the water. Descending into a frenzy, centered around Li Wangyou, the spiritual energy within a 10-foot radius began to converge chaotically, rushing towards the still blind child, who appeared utterly bewildered. The scene resembled not a gentle guidance, but rather a desperate plea from the energy itself to enter his being. Qing Shuzi's previously composed demeanor instantaneously froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing him to tug at his beard in shock. What in the world is happening? Although he had witnessed the process of energy entering the body before and encountered numerous prodigies, he had never seen such an unrestrained influx. Typically, a talented individual would guide the energy cautiously, like a meandering stream, fearing the delicate meridians might shatter. This was akin to a colossal mouth wide open, voraciously consuming everything in its path. Even more astonishing was that despite the immense energy surging into the body of a mere 3-year-old, the anticipated scene of ruptured meridians and catastrophic demise did not unfold. Upon entering Li Wangyou's form, the once tumultuous energy transformed into a docile stream, obediently settling and merging with his limbs and bones. The process was so straightforward and brutal that it was almost incomprehensible, occurring in the span of merely 3 to 5 breaths. The wind ceased, and the bamboo leaves fell silent. The surrounding spiritual energy was entirely drained, creating a brief vacuum. While further afield, the spiritual essence slowly began to replenish. Li Wangyou's petite form quivered slightly, a faint, warm glow flickering across his skin before vanishing. Qing Shuzi could distinctly sense that in the blink of an eye, this little fellow had transcended from an ordinary child to firmly establish himself at the first level of the qi refinement stage. It was solidified, as if it were a natural progression, a state he was destined to attain. Qing Shuzi was utterly bewildered. In all his years, he had never encountered such an extraordinary occurrence. This was beyond mere talent. It was as though the heavens had flung open a secret door for him and casually lifted the roof in the process. His gaze fixed on Li Wangyou. His eyes a complex medley of shock, confusion, elation, and concern, as if a spice shop had been overturned. What kind of monstrous being was this child? This constitution was not merely special, it was downright uncanny. As Qing Shuzi's mind swirled in chaos, nearly overheating from the intensity of his thoughts, Li Wangyou fluttered his long eyelashes and opened his eyes. They remained clear and pure, yet upon closer inspection, they seemed even more vibrant and spirited than before. He was evidently unaware of the astonishing commotion he had just caused, merely feeling that the experience had been quite pleasant, warm, like soaking in tepid water. Every pore rejoicing, far more delightful than the milk pudding concocted by his third senior sister, and more comfortable than nestled in the rocking chair crafted by his second senior brother. He smacked his lips, gazing with innocent wonder at the still-dazed Qing Shuzi, batting his big, innocent eyes, and in a small, cherubic voice posed a profound question. Master, the spiritual energy bath was so delightful. Can I have a few more times? Qing Shuzi. A bath? You nearly frightened your master to death, and you dare to call that astonishing phenomenon, which would make those so-called geniuses outside feel shame, a bath? And you want more times? Qing Shuzi felt as if his very resolve was about to fracture under the weight of this statement. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. No, this matter was too significant. It was imperative that no one learned of it, at least until the situation was clarified and a means of concealment was found. Not a whisper must escape. Otherwise, if this news were to spread, it would not elicit envy, but rather endless covetousness and calamity. He forced a somewhat stiff smile onto his face, striving to sound normal. What nonsense. There's no such thing as a bath. Today ends here. Not feeling anything is quite normal. You are still young, and you can take your time. He paused, emphasizing his words with a grave tone. Remember, the sensation you just experienced. If it happens again, you must not speak of it to anyone, understand? Not to the first senior brother, third senior sister, or fifth senior sister. This is a secret game between you and your master. If it is revealed, it will no longer be fun. Nor will there be any treats. He invoked the dual charms of secret games and treats. Upon hearing that it was a game, and perhaps there would be no treats to savor, Wangyou immediately adopted a serious demeanor, nodding earnestly. His chubby little hand covered his mouth as he mumbled, I want to say a word. You are the best at keeping secrets. Let's make a pact. Observing the child's outstretched pinky finger, King Suzy felt a tumult of emotions as he reciprocated the gesture. The secret was preserved, yet the tumultuous waves in King Suzy's heart showed no signs of abating. Chapter 4. The mischievous child emerges. Ever since that incident involving the aura bath, Qing Shuzi's gaze towards Wangyou underwent a remarkable transformation. Previously, he regarded his disciple with a blend of affection and occasional exasperation. Now, however, he viewed him as a walking, unpredictable explosive talisman, one of celestial caliber. He sternly forbade Wangyou from engaging in any activities related to sensing aura, and began to secretly explore various methods and artifacts for concealing one's aura and suppressing cultivation, to the extent that a few strands of his hair turned gray from worry, although to outsiders, it remained imperceptible. As for Wangyou, he hardly paid any heed to that day's events. The forgetfulness of a 3-year-old is profound. The secret games of his master paled in comparison to the pressing question of what delectable treat would come next. He continued to indulge in his daily routine of eating, drinking, and playing, relishing a life of simple pleasures. Moreover, with the passage of time, the layer of aura energy that Qing Shuzi had so diligently guarded within him began to stir restlessly. Children with new toys are naturally inclined to show them off, often leading to a bit of mischief. Wangyou was no exception. Although he couldn't fully comprehend what this warm current within him truly was, he instinctively sensed it had some utility. Thus, a new chapter of chaos commenced at Ziwang Peak. The first victims of this unfolding saga were the plump spiritual fish that had thrived in the pond at the back mountain for countless years, nearly achieving sentience. These fish lived leisurely lives, occasionally managing to trick disciples into feeding them fragments of spiritual grains, thereby enjoying a life more comfortable than that of their human counterparts. Little did they anticipate that their impending doom would come from a small child who could barely walk steadily. That afternoon, after a hearty meal, Wangyou crept to the pond's edge to observe the fish. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, illuminating the vibrant, well-fed spiritual fish as they swished their tails and occasionally leaped from the water, sending splashes into the air as if to taunt him. Squatting by the shore, Wangyou was nearly drooling in excitement. The steamed fish prepared by his third senior sister was delectable, and grilled fish seemed appealing as well. His little mind began to concoct some rather mischievous thoughts. He extended his chubby fingers, attempting to manipulate the warm current swirling within him. Once, there was no response. Twice, the current shifted slightly. On the third attempt, he scrunched his face in determination, thinking, hit it. Strike that plump one. To his surprise, it worked. A faint stream of energy erupted from his fingertips, lifting a small stone from the shore, and, with a satisfying plop, it struck the forehead of a boastful red carp. The fish, lost in its dreams, was abruptly jolted awake by the blow, its eyes rolling back as it floated belly up, dazed. Wow! Wangyou exclaimed in delight, gazing at his fingers as if he had unearthed a treasure of unparalleled worth. This new toy was simply exhilarating. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Plop, plop, plop. The small stones flew in rapid succession, each strike remarkably accurate. Before long, the water's surface was dotted with 7 or 8 spiritual fish, all rolling their eyes. Varying in size and species, Wangyou was utterly elated, his excitement rendering him somewhat frantic as he sought a branch to extract the fish from the water, ready to perform an impromptu display akin to a 3-year-old child's survival skills in the wilderness, attempting to create fire to cook the spirit fish. Fortunately, a patrolling disciple happened upon the scene, nearly fainting in shock, and rushed over to rescue the precious spirit fish while whisking the little troublemaker away from the pond's edge. When the news reached Lingxiao Palace, the old man merely twitched his eyelid and waved his hand dismissively, muttering, "Oh well, just a few fish." As long as they weren't cooked. What else could he say? Surely, one could not chastise this potential progenitor of the sect's future over mere fish. He chose to endure. Just a couple of days after the pond incident settled, Wangyou discovered a new source of amusement, the celestial cranes. The Zhuangming Peak housed numerous celestial cranes, their forms elegant and their demeanor noble, serving as both vital transport and a symbol of the sect. Typically, they were rather haughty, indifferent to anyone but the disciples who regularly fed them. However, Wangyou paid no heed to their pride. He found the magnificent white birds captivating, their feathers smooth and splendid, and he imagined how impressive it would be to ride one. Thus, on a day that was neither particularly remarkable nor extraordinary, he set his sights on a crane that appeared to be dozing, seemingly possessing the most amiable temperament. The crane stood on one leg, its head nestled within its wings. Lost in slumber, Wangyou stealthily approached, then suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the crane's neck, and kicked off the ground, intending to ascend. Startled by this unexpected assault, the crane erupted in a flurry of feathers, emitting a piercing, terrified cry, instinctively trying to dislodge the little creature clinging to it. It flapped its wings vigorously and hopped about in a frenzy. Wangyou did not anticipate such a vigorous reaction from his steed and screamed in fright. Yet his grip tightened around the crane's neck. The two of them tumbled about on the ground, feathers flying in every direction. The surrounding celestial cranes were disturbed by the commotion, raising their necks and calling out, creating a cacophony of chaos. The crane, both alarmed and furious, struggled for what felt like an eternity, unable to rid itself of Wangyou. In a desperate bid for survival, it sprinted a few paces and, with a powerful flap of its enormous wings, took flight. Initially, it merely intended to soar high enough to scare off this little nuisance or find a way to shake him off. However, it forgot that a chubby little child was still clinging to its neck. Wangyou felt an exhilarating lightness as the wind rushed past his ears, the ground swiftly receding beneath him. At first, he found the experience thrilling, erupting in laughter, but as he ascended higher and closer to the mountain's edge, observing the diminishing trees and stones below, a dawning sense of fear took hold, and his laughter morphed into panicked cries. Whoa! Too high! Down! Down! The crane, too, became flustered. Flying with a burden was no easy feat. Compounded by the discomfort of Wangyou's grip around its neck and the cacophony of his screams making its head spin, its flight path became erratic, veering perilously close to the edge of a steep cliff. Should they fall, it would not only spell disaster for Wangyou, who had merely reached the Qi refinement stage, but even someone in the foundation establishment stage would meet a grim fate. Lingxiao was meditating when his consciousness swept over this unfolding scene, sending him into a state of alarm. He was about to rush out recklessly when he hesitated. Just as the crane wobbled precariously on the verge of plummeting off the cliff, a gray figure appeared at the edge. It was his second disciple, Shijian. He was uncertain from which corner he had emerged, his face devoid of expression, and his gaze calm and undisturbed. Just as the crane was on the verge of losing control, he swiftly reached out, grasping Wangyou by the back of his collar, effortlessly lifting him from the crane's neck as one might a disobedient kitten. Simultaneously, with a casual wave of his other hand, a gentle force cradled the startled crane, allowing it to descend gracefully back to the ground. As soon as the crane touched down, it scurried away in a frantic tumble, its eyes filled with fear, likely to bear a psychological scar for life. The second senior brother, holding the still squawking and flailing Wangyou, turned and walked back with a clean, decisive motion, barely casting a glance at the crane. Wangyou, shaken and suspended in midair, paled, taking several seconds to regain his composure. Upon looking up and seeing the usually taciturn second senior brother, his fear dissipated, replaced by exhilaration and curiosity of having survived. Second senior brother. We flew high up. The bird was disobedient. He flailed his arms, attempting to share the thrilling experience, utterly oblivious to the peril he had narrowly escaped. The second senior brother continued his stride, ignoring him, and proceeded directly towards Master Qingshu's courtyard. Master Qingshu had long since retracted his consciousness, resuming his seated position on the cushion, presenting an expression of serene composure, though his hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Soon, the courtyard door was pushed open. The second senior brother, without a word, placed the giggling, carefree little fellow before Master Qingshu, then offered a subtle nod before turning to leave, shrouded in humility, saying not a single word throughout the entire exchange. Master Qingshu regarded this little prize before him. Li Wangyou's small robe was smeared with dirt and grass, and his face bore several smudges, yet his eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness as he excitedly exclaimed, Master, Master, I just flew. I rode a big bird. So high, so high. It was a bit disobedient and almost dropped me, but thankfully, second senior brother is amazing. Listening to his incessant chatter about his daring exploits, and observing his disheveled yet exuberant demeanor, a profound sense of helplessness washed over Master Qingshu. He had merely reached the first level of qi refinement and was already capable of stunning spirit fish with pebbles, having nearly leapt off a cliff while riding a crane. What would happen if his cultivation advanced further? Would Ziwang Peak be enough to contain his antics? Would Lingxiao Palace withstand his mischief? He could almost envision a future filled with chaos and elevated blood pressure. Master Qingshu set down his teacup, lifted his hand, and rubbed his brow heavily. Alas, life indeed seems to be increasingly promising. Chapter 5. Laying the foundation thus. The days meandered away in the aftermath of Li Wangyou's relentless mischief and the tireless efforts of Qing Shuzi, slipping by for 2 years unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, the once tiny child, who needed to be cradled in arms, had grown into a 5-year-old. He had elongated somewhat, yet his cherubic face remained delightfully plump, with a pair of large, sparkling eyes that twinkled with mischief. Over these 2 years, Qing Shuzi had fretted incessantly. On one hand, he vigilantly guarded against any mention of cultivation, wishing fervently that Li Wangyou would entirely forget the warmth nestled within him. On the other, he racked his brain, desperately seeking methods to conceal the aura of this peculiar child. The results could not be deemed entirely fruitless, but rather akin to a drop in the ocean. Although Li Wangyou no longer formally practiced meditation or indulged in leisurely baths, his cultivation of qi had not languished. The little rascal, learning autonomously, had discovered numerous absurd applications for his minuscule reserves of spiritual power. For instance, using his energy to propel pebbles, causing spiritual fruits to rain from the trees, thus achieving a delightful abundance of fruit, or surreptitiously enhancing his jumps to reach previously unattainable bird nests, under the guise of concern for avian well-being, only to be chased by protective mother birds, leading to an amusing escapade across half a mountainside, and even, when pursued by the fifth senior sister, applying a swift escape, leaving behind mere afterimages, infuriating Zhao Mingyue to the point of existential questioning. Qing Shuzi observed all this with a tumult of emotions swirling within him, akin to a poorly concocted stew, encompassing every flavor from sour to sweet, bitter to salty. To scold him seemed futile, as the boy was remarkably resilient and would soon forget. To chastise him was unthinkable, and reasoning with him was pointless, for his little mind was filled with fluff, incapable of grasping any logic. Ultimately, Qing Shuzi could only console himself. Thankfully, it was merely the qi refining stage, and no significant turmoil could ensue. As long as he kept a close watch, ensuring Li Wangyou refrained from bathing, he could guide him slowly toward maturity. Perhaps, maybe, there was still hope. Just as he wrapped himself in this self-reassurance, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. It was an otherwise ordinary night, the moon shining faintly amidst a sparse starfield. After a day filled with exuberant play, and following a sumptuous late-night feast prepared by the third senior sister, Li Wangyou, utterly drained, climbed into his little bed, and in an instant, his head barely grazed the pillow before he succumbed to slumber. His breathing was steady, his small belly rising and falling in rhythm, sleeping soundly with a contented smile adorning his lips, likely dreaming of feasting or preparing for yet another culinary adventure. Qing Shuzi, as was his habit, swept his consciousness across the entirety of Ziwang Peak, focusing intently on Li Wangyou's courtyard. All appeared normal. The little one was in a deep sleep. He breathed a slight sigh of relief and prepared to settle into meditation. However, just as his mind began to anchor itself, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from Li Wangyou's courtyard. The surrounding spiritual essence in the air seemed to go mad, rushing frantically toward that small courtyard, especially toward the room where Li Wangyou slept. at a speed and concentration far surpassing that of 2 years prior, when he first drew energy into his body. Not only that, but above the courtyard, the previously clear night sky visibly coalesced into a shimmering haze. This was a sign of highly concentrated spiritual energy, nearly heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. Qing Shuzi abruptly opened his eyes, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. Foundation establishment. What in the heavens? This commotion. This is unmistakably the turbulence of Foundation establishment. What kind of farce is this in the Nine Heavens celestial realm? He is merely 5 years old. By all accounts, he has only been formally cultivating for 2 years, and even then, he is merely at the first layer of qi refinement. What of the ninth layer? Has he skipped over it? What of the bottleneck? The heart devil tribulation? Have they been devoured? Qing Shuzi's mind buzzed with confusion. His first instinct was that someone was ambushing Ziwang Peak, wreaking havoc with a spirit-gathering array. However, as he scanned with his divine sense, he pinpointed the source of the spiritual energy, and indeed, it was that drooling little rascal, soundly asleep. No longer able to remain seated, he vanished from his spot, reappearing in Li Wangyou's room in the blink of an eye. The sight before him left him utterly astounded. A vast torrent of spiritual energy whirled frantically around the small bed, pouring into Li Wangyou's body, as if it were without cost. The little one continued to sleep soundly, even smacking his lips and tossing about, kicking the covers aside, completely oblivious to the astonishing feat he was inadvertently performing. It was as if an unfathomable abyss resided within him, consuming every ounce of spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. Even more disconcerting for Qing Shuzi was the moment when the glimmer of spiritual energy above the room intensified, nearly breaking through the roof and drawing the attention of others. In his slumber, Li Wangyou unconsciously wrinkled his little nose, seemingly disturbed by the noise or perhaps the brightness affecting his sleep. Then, within him, the mysterious and colossal force that Qing Shuzi had been unable to fully ascertain pulsated autonomously, just once. In that instant, the gathered glimmer of spiritual energy outside the window vanished without a trace. The chaotic influx of energy within the room abruptly ceased, with the remaining energy gently merging into Li Wangyou's body, disappearing completely. Everything transpired swiftly, concluding even more swiftly. The room returned to tranquility, leaving only the rhythmic sound of Li Wangyou's breath and the harmonious waves of his foundational spiritual power. Qing Shuzi stood frozen in place, mouth agape, struggling to comprehend the scene. He felt as if centuries of cultivation wisdom had been ground into dust beneath the weight of this moment. 5 years. From the day he had been found until now, a mere 5 years, transforming from an ordinary infant into a practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage. This was no mere divine providence. It was as if the heavens had chewed the food, pried open his mouth, and force-fed him. Moreover, it seemed they had upgraded his digestive system as well. Trembling, he reached out a hand to carefully examine Li Wangyou's condition. His meridians were astonishingly wide and resilient, brimming with solidified spiritual energy, the foundation so stable it was almost outrageous. This was hardly the state of someone who had just established their foundation. It was more solid than that of many at the mid or even late stages of foundation establishment. A perfect foundation, effortlessly achieved, without a trace of side effects. Qing Shuzi gazed at the little one on the bed, seemingly gnawing on a chicken leg in his dreams, utterly dazed. Was he ecstatic? A tad. After all, this was his disciple, whose talent was astonishingly transcendent, bringing glory to his role as a master. Was he worried? Far too much. This talent was alarmingly excessive, so remarkable it could invite calamity. If this news were to spread, even Lingxiao Palace could not protect him. The entire cultivation realm would be thrown into chaos. No way. Absolutely not. Qing Shuzi regained his composure, his countenance unusually grave. With swift gestures, he cast intricate sealing runes that concealed and isolated the ambient energy, enveloping the entire courtyard. Particularly this room, in layered protections to ensure that the fleeting anomaly remained undisclosed and to deter any prying eyes. Having completed this task, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Approaching the bedside, he gazed at Li Wangyou, who remained deeply asleep. The little fellow appeared to be indulging in a delightful dream, a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding an innocent charm. Qing Shuzi observed him quietly for an extended period, ultimately transforming all his emotions into a prolonged sigh. He bent down, delicately tucking in the corners of the blanket that had been kicked aside, his movements tender. The flickering candlelight illuminated the ambiguity of his expression. He murmured softly, laden with infinite concern and a trace of bewilderment. 5 years of foundational training. Is this talent a blessing or a curse? The atmosphere was tranquil. with only the soft sound of Li Wangyu's gentle snores in response. Qing Shuzi straightened, his gaze resolute. It seemed imperative to teach him the art of discretion. Moreover, it must be done in the swiftest, most ruthless, and effective manner. He could no longer allow this prodigious talent to grow unchecked. Otherwise, the next time he sneezed, would he not ascend directly to the golden core stage? What would there be left to conceal? Qing Shuzi felt the onset of a migraine. Educating a prodigious disciple, particularly one who defies conventional norms, was indeed a taxing endeavor. Chapter 6. The nightmare of the crane. Since that fateful night when he established his foundation in a dream, Qing Shuzi had come to a profound realization about the nature of reality. Relying on Li Wanyu to settle down was as futile as expecting a crane to master the art of performance. In light of this painful epiphany, he resolved to take action, not to thwart Li Wanyu's cultivation, but rather to conceal the terrifying prowess he possessed, ensuring it remained hidden away. Thus began Qing Shuzi's grand endeavor of subterfuge. He rummaged through his belongings, unearthing an array of bizarre and fantastical concealment artifacts, including the breath-holding jade pendant and the spirit-hiding bracelet, which he hastily adorned upon Li Wanyu, compelling him to study the turtle-breathing technique, specifically designed for camouflage. He insisted that Li Wanyu maintain its operation at all times, disguising himself as nothing more than a fledgling cultivator of the first or second layer, at most a third. Li Wanyu found this demand perplexing and unwelcome. Adorned with such trinkets, he felt constrained, and the monotonous exercise of the technique was excruciatingly dull, far less exhilarating than chasing birds or pursuing rabbits. Yet, he feared his master. Qing Shuzi had adopted an unprecedented stern demeanor, his face set with determination, even resorting to the ultimate threat of withholding treats should Li Wanyu refuse to comply. Under the duress of this culinary ultimatum, Li Wanyu relented, pouting begrudgingly as he embarked on his masquerade. The outcome, however, was merely a modest success. Superficially, his spiritual energy fluctuations aligned well with his youthful appearance. Yet, the moment he engaged in any form of action, or, as had occurred during his previous foundation establishment, unleashed an unconscious burst of power, this fade crumbled like paper. Qing Shuzi was acutely aware that this was merely a stopgap solution. He continued to seek more reliable methods while anxiously monitoring Li Wanyu, praying that this little troublemaker would refrain from causing further disturbances. However, Qing Shuzi had grossly underestimated the vast chasm between foundation establishment and qi refining, even if Li Wanyu only unconsciously tapped into a fraction of his newfound power. After establishing his foundation, his body had undergone a thorough refinement by spiritual energy, rendering him agile and perceptive. These were merely the basics. Li Wanyu soon realized that he seemed to possess greater abilities. He could run faster, leap higher, and his vision had sharpened. Branches that had once eluded him were now easily reached. And spiritual rabbits he could never catch now found themselves questioning their very existence. This revelation opened a new world for him. His capacity for mischief and destruction soared exponentially. Qing Shuzi's migraines began to strike with increasing frequency. One splendid day, under a radiant sun and gentle breeze, Li Wanyu, adorned with the hideous breath-holding jade pendant around his neck and the weighty spirit-hiding bracelet on his wrist, aimlessly strolled atop the peak while mindlessly operating the tedious turtle-breathing technique. It was then that he laid eyes on a group of cranes, leisurely strutting about. Sunlight cascaded upon their immaculate white feathers, casting a soft glow. Particularly, their elegant tail plumes swayed gently with their movements, exuding an unparalleled grace. Li Wanyu's eyes sparkled with delight. How beautiful! Truly magnificent. Instantly, he recalled the small shuttlecock his third senior sister had crafted for him a few days prior. It was made from ordinary mountain chicken feathers, decent enough, but in stark contrast to the crane's plumes, it was akin to a humble hen encountering a phoenix, utterly incomparable. If only I could fashion a new shuttlecock from this exquisite white plumage, how exhilarating it would be to kick it. It would undoubtedly infuriate the fifth sister, who constantly snatches his shuttlecock. Without hesitation, he fixed his gaze upon a crane that had strayed a bit from the flock, engrossed in pecking at the moss. This crane's tail feathers were particularly long and lustrous, glimmering in the sunlight as if illuminated. Li Wanyu held his breath, crouching low and stealthily approaching through the cover of the grass. Although the spiritual energy within him, at the foundation building stage, was deliberately suppressed, his instincts propelled him forward with an astonishing grace, landing soundlessly. However, cranes possess remarkably keen senses. Just as Li Wanyu was about 7 or 8 steps away, the crane seemed to sense danger, abruptly raising its head and scanning the surroundings warily. Realizing he had been discovered, Li Wanyu abandoned his concealment, grinning mischievously as he surged forward. Whoosh! With a swift motion, his diminutive figure lunged towards the crane's rear, his small hands reaching for the most exquisite tail feathers. The crane let out a chilling scream, desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to flee. Yet, Li Wanyu was far too swift. It felt a sharp pain at its rear. A more sorrowful cry echoed across Zwolwang Peak. In Li Wanyu's hands, 3 or 4 long tail feathers now adorned his grasp, with traces of blood still clinging to the quills. The crane, forcibly deprived of its beauty, hopped about in pain. Its rear now bare, appearing both comical and pitiable. It gazed in terror at the little imp clutching its prized feathers, abandoning all semblance of grace as it fled towards the flock, wailing for help. This action stirred a hornet's nest. The flock erupted into chaos. All the cranes witnessed the plight of their companion and recognized the little rascal who had attempted to ride a crane and soar through the skies 2 years prior. Fear began to spread. Caw caw caw. Chirp chirp chirp. Squawk. The cacophony of alarmed cries filled the air. The cranes were thrown into utter disarray. Some attempted to take flight to evade danger. Others ran about in panic, while some gathered together, raising their necks and honking angrily in Li Wanyu's direction. In an instant, feathers flew and chaos ensued, the scene a tumultuous uproar. Li Wanyu, however, paid no heed to the turmoil. He triumphantly waved his spoils, reveling in the sight of the flustered birds, finding it all immensely entertaining. His playful spirit ignited, he began to employ his remarkably agile movements, far surpassing those of his peers, weaving through the flock in pursuit of the cranes with the most splendid tail feathers. Thus commenced a one-sided feather-plucking spree. A tiny figure darted like a gust of wind amidst the panicked cranes. With each pause, a crane would emit a mournful cry, losing a few feathers from its rear. The flock, thoroughly exasperated, could do nothing but flee in despair, wishing fervently that their parents had endowed them with fewer legs. Atop Zwolwang Peak, a farcical escapade of crane flight unfolded. Meanwhile, the instigator of this delightful chaos, young Li Wanyu, was entirely satisfied, clutching a bounty of various beautiful crane feathers, his face aglow with the joy of harvest. He glanced at the finest long feathers in his hand, then at the slightly shorter ones, a spark of inspiration igniting in his eyes as a new idea formed. Such exquisite feathers. To merely fashion a shuttlecock from them would be a dreadful waste. They ought to be utilized to their fullest potential. He stealthily approached the pavilion where his master, Qing Shuzi, often enjoyed a midday repose. Indeed, Qing Shuzi was reclining in a chair, eyes closed, breathing steadily. He appeared to be sound asleep. This past few days, he had been utterly exhausted from the efforts to conceal Li Wanyu's mischief, making this rare moment of rest all the more precious. With a mischievous grin, Li Wanyu extracted the shortest yet softest feather from a crane, dipped it in the tepid tea left on the stone table, and carefully approached Qing Shuzi. He began his artistic endeavor on his master's ethereal beard, painting 3 strokes on the left and 3 on the right. Ah, perfection! Observing the lifelike cat whiskers adorning his master's chin, Li Wanyu stifled a laugh, nearly bursting into giggles. He quickly slipped away to a secluded corner, dedicating himself to the creation of his super-luxurious crane feather shuttlecock. To his surprise, his craftsmanship was quite remarkable, and soon a pristine, fluffy, and exceptionally beautiful shuttlecock was completed. Ecstatic, Li Wanyu began to kick his new creation. His physical coordination and control, typical of the foundational stage, far surpassed that of ordinary folk. The shuttlecock soared and danced in the air like a white butterfly, a sight to behold. Lost in joy, his laughter echoed far and wide. At that moment, the 5th senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, happened to return from her sword practice and passed by the pavilion. She immediately spotted her master, Qing Shuzi, reclining in his chair, adorned with 6 comical black lines drawn upon his chin. Initially taken aback, she was soon engulfed by a wave of fury. How dare anyone be so audacious as to disturb the peace in such a manner? Drawing upon the master's face in mockery, this was nothing short of a tremendous affront to all at Zwolwang Peak, especially to her as a devoted disciple. Who could be responsible? Zhao Mingyue bellowed in rage. Startled awake by her outburst, Qing Shuzi blinked in confusion. What is all this noise? Zhao Mingyue, her face flushed with anger, pointed at his chin. Master, your face. Instinctively, Qing Shuzi touched his chin, noticing the ink stains on his fingertips. Upon seeing Zhao Mingyue's furious countenance, the realization dawned upon him. Who else could it be? In all of Zwolwang Peak, or even throughout the entire Lingxiao Palace, only that audacious little rascal would possess the gall, the motive, and the skill to execute such a prank. Li Wanyu. Fury coursed through Qing Shuzi, causing his beard to tremble in indignation, and he momentarily forgot his usual composed demeanor. Zhao Mingyue was even more infuriated. That little monkey. This has gone too far. I shall not rest until I teach him a lesson. With that, she rolled up her sleeves, determined to follow the sound of his laughter and confront him. Not far ahead, she stumbled upon the source of her ire. There was Li Wangyou, gleefully kicking a dazzling white shuttlecock, his face radiating joy and pride. The shuttlecock traced elegant arcs in the air, unmistakably a product of extraordinary craftsmanship. As Zhao Mingyue focused on the shimmering, ethereal feathers of the shuttlecock, her mind raced back to the haunting cries of the cranes from the peak and the feathers that had danced through the air. All the clues suddenly connected. Plucking crane feathers, making a shuttlecock, and painting on the master's beard. Old grudges and new resentments surged within Zhao Mingyue's heart. The fury in her eyes was almost palpable, and she let out a thunderous roar. Li Wangyou, your time is up. Chapter 7. The Blame Game. Zhao Mingyue's furious roar echoed like a lion's roar from the Buddhist temple. Li Wangyou was engrossed in a game of kicking a shuttlecock when he heard that unmistakable, menacing cry heralding imminent peril. Startled, he missed the shuttlecock, which fell to the ground with a soft thud. Without needing to turn around, the ominous footsteps and overwhelming aura of wrath told him that his fifth senior sister had come to settle the score. The offenses of plucking the crane feathers and mocking the master were sufficient to earn him a severe punishment. Flee. He had to run. Without hesitation, Li Wangyou bent down to retrieve his cherished crane feather shuttlecock, and with a burst of energy, he dashed away. His foundational physical prowess displayed to its fullest at that moment. Stop right there, you little rascal. I'll skin you alive. Zhao Mingyue's fury was palpable as she unsheathed the branch she had used for sword practice, propelling herself in relentless pursuit. An intense chase ensued upon the Ziwang Peak. Please spare me, fifth senior sister. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't my doing. Li Wangyou cried out in desperation, his voice a pitiful wail that would make anyone believe he had suffered a grave injustice. Nonsense. Who else could it be? That shuttlecock. Those crane feathers. Don't even think of denying it. Zhao Mingyue was not swayed by his pleas. Her speed intensified, the branch slicing through the air, nearly striking his backside on several occasions. Li Wangyou summoned every ounce of strength, abandoning the turtle-breathing technique taught by King Suzy, relying solely on his instinct for survival. He darted like a nimble eel, weaving through low shrubs and leaping over streams, deliberately choosing the most challenging paths. Although Zhao Mingyue's cultivation was superior, her agility could not match his, and for a moment, she struggled to keep up, her frustration manifesting in a cacophony of threats. If I catch you, you'll be deprived of third senior sister's pastries for a month. I'll hang you from a tree until you're sun-dried, like jerky. I'll toss you into second senior brother's alchemy furnace as firewood. Li Wangyou's face paled at the thought of a month without pastries. That would be worse than death. His mind raced. Merely running was not a solution. He needed a scapegoat. But whom to blame? First senior brother? No. He was too astute to deceive. Third senior sister? He couldn't bear to. Second senior brother? He was nowhere to be found. Master? The culprit was the very beard on his face, but that was not an option. Just as anxiety consumed him, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure leisurely strolling along a nearby path. The individual, clad in the standard disciple's garb, was tall and slender, with an expressionless face and a distant gaze, seemingly lost in his own world, oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. It was fourth senior brother, Chen Mo. Li Wangyou's eyes lit up in an instant. A savior? No, a scapegoat. Fourth senior brother Chen Mo, true to his name, was reticent and had a remarkably low presence. Often found daydreaming or absorbed in some obscure endeavor. His responses were always a beat behind, and sometimes, after a lengthy conversation, he would merely blink and utter a confused huh. Most importantly, he was easily persuaded. A thoroughly misguided plan took shape in Li Wangyou's mind. He immediately adjusted his course, howling as he sprinted towards his fourth senior brother, continuing his performance. I'm wronged. Fifth senior sister, you must believe me. It wasn't me. I am innocent. Zhao Mingyue, trailing behind, was breathless and utterly unconvinced by his fabrications. Believe you? Not a chance. Today, no one can intercede on your behalf. Even heaven cannot save you. Mark my words. As he was about to charge in front of his fourth senior brother, Li Wangyou's acting skills reached a crescendo. In a moment of panic, his foot snagged on a protruding stone, and with a yelp, he hurtled towards Chen Mo lost in thought, pondering a formation note. Chen Mo was oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, he felt a small projectile collide with him, and instinctively reached out to catch it. Fourth senior brother. Help. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wangyou clung to Chen Mo's waist, burying his little face in his robes, trembling dramatically. I'm so scared. Fifth senior sister is going to kill me. At that very moment, as their bodies made contact, obscuring Zhao Mingyue's line of sight, Li Wanyu deftly slipped the feathered shuttlecock he had been clutching into Chun Mo's outstretched hand. Chinemo? He was utterly bewildered, grappling with the sudden presence of a sobbing junior brother in his embrace, along with the strange, fuzzy object thrust into his palm. He instinctively glanced down at the roughly crafted, yet beautifully feathered shuttlecock, his expression one of utter confusion. Just then, Zhao Mingyue arrived, her fury igniting upon seeing Li Wanyu sheltered in Chun Mo's arms. Well, you dare to seek assistance. Step aside, fourth. Today, I must teach this wretched boy a lesson. Li Wanyu quickly lifted his tear-streaked face from Chun Mo's embrace, pointing at the shuttlecock in Chun Mo's hand, exclaiming in a mix of shock, grievance, and disbelief. Fifth senior sister, look, the shuttlecock. The feathered shuttlecock is in fourth senior brother's hand. I told you it wasn't me. It was fourth senior brother. He plucked the feathers to make the shuttlecock, and he framed me. This remarkable reversal of truth, a thief crying stop thief, flowed effortlessly from him, his face betraying no shame. Zhao Mingyue abruptly halted, her gaze fixated on the shuttlecock in Chun Mo's grasp. Indeed, those pristine, shimmering, ethereal feathers. Caught red-handed. Observing Chun Mo's utterly bewildered expression. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? Zhao Mingyue perceived it as a clear sign of guilt and confusion after being caught in the act. How shocking. Fourth, who usually remained silent like a closed book, had secretly engaged in such mischief. He dared to pluck the feathers from a celestial crane to create a shuttlecock, and the audacity to frame his junior brother for it. This was intolerable. All her wrath instantly found a new target. Zhao Mingyue swiftly redirected her ire, her brows furrowing as she pointed an accusatory finger at the still perplexed Chinemo. Chinemo, so it was you. How could you, fourth? Acting all innocent while secretly engaging in such wickedness. Plucking crane feathers to make a shuttlecock, and framing your junior brother. Do you have no shame? Chinemo was utterly bewildered by the sudden onslaught of reprimands. He glanced at the shuttlecock that had inexplicably appeared in his hand, then at his furious fifth junior sister, who looked as if she might swallow him whole, and finally at his mischievous junior brother hiding behind him, who was making faces and wearing a smirk that seemed to say he was finished. He opened his mouth, attempting to explain, it wasn't me. This, however, being inherently inarticulate, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, his face reddening in distress, managing only a few fragmented words. To Zhao Mingyue, the stammering, incoherent display was irrefutable evidence of guilt. A thief's heart bears a heavy conscience. It matters not what you claim. The shuttlecock is in your possession. You are caught red-handed. Do you still wish to quibble? Zhao Mingyue offered him no opportunity for defense, her anger intensifying, determined to address him today. Li Wanyu, concealed behind Chinemo, reveled in the fact that the fiery wrath of the fifth sister had completely shifted away, feeling elated while maintaining an expression of feigned fear and grievance. He even added fuel to the fire, whispering, exactly. Fourth senior brother, you are so wicked. You nearly got me beaten by the senior sister. Holding the feathered shuttlecock, Chun Mo found himself in front of his infuriated fifth junior sister, who seemed ready to strike at any moment. While feeling the unabashed glee of the little imp behind him, he felt as if he were an innocent tree stump, minding its own business on the path, suddenly struck by lightning. What on earth is happening? He was completely at a loss. Chapter 8. The Secret of the Golden Core in the Span of 5 years. A mere infant could grow into a handsome youth. At the age of 10, Li Wanyu indeed possessed an exquisite exterior. His features were as picturesque as a painting, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Most notably, his eyes sparkled with a liveliness that seemed to convey unspoken words. When he blinked, he appeared particularly innocent and sincere, though this was often his standard expression before he schemed to ensnare others. Regrettably, beneath this charming facade lay a soul that thrived on chaos. Increasingly adept and resourceful as he matured, the past 5 years had plunged Zhuang Peak and the entire Lingxiao Palace into a tumultuous state of unrest. The greatest regret of King Suzi's life was, without question, that fateful night in the snow when he took in a child out of misplaced concern. He had never regretted anything more. These years, he had accomplished little of substance, revolving solely around Li Wanyu. His primary responsibilities were twofold. First, like a protective hen, he flapped his metaphorical wings to desperately hide Li Wanyu, fearing that any sign of peculiarity would attract unwanted attention. Second, he acted as a firefighter, tirelessly rushing about to mitigate the fallout from Li Wanyu's antics. From compensating for spiritual fish and soothing startled cranes to apologizing to offended peers and addressing complaints from other peak masters and elders, He had become painfully adept at damage control. The concealment talismans he had bestowed upon Li Wanyu had escalated from simple jade pendants and bracelets to inner armor, hairpins, and even insoles. The turtle-breathing technique had become a relentless endeavor, nearly ingrained into his very being. The results, however, were rather lackluster. At least when Li Wanyu refrained from causing trouble, he appeared to be an ordinary, albeit mischievous, boy at the 3rd or 4th level of chi refinement. But the moment he let loose, oh dear, on the day of his 10th birthday, for reasons unknown, he had taken inferior dye from who knows where and transformed the grand jade statue of the sect's founder in the central square into a riotous spectrum of colors. He had even thoughtfully placed a small flag in the founder's hand, advertising the grand opening of the Lingxiao Palace's beauty and hair salon. When King Suzy arrived at the scene, he nearly choked upon witnessing the vibrant statue gleaming under the sun, feeling an overwhelming urge to ascend directly to the founder for an explanation. The process of atonement, cleansing, and confinement left him feeling as though he had aged a decade. Countless times, he had gritted his teeth, contemplating administering a good thrashing to the little rascal. Yet each time he beheld Li Wanyu's innocent expression of remorse, one that seemed to promise mischief anew, and sensed the boundless spiritual power pulsing within him. Any thoughts of punishment quickly evaporated. Unable to chastise or discipline him, he could only endure in silence, fervently praying to the heavens that this young lad would exhibit some restraint. At the very least, could he refrain from forming a golden core before reaching adulthood? Was that too much to ask? King Suzy felt his expectations had already sunk to the depths of humility. However, the heavens seemed disinclined to grant him peace. On this day, Li Wanyu had once again slipped away to frolic by the waterfall in the back mountain. This place is abundant in moisture, imbued with a more intense spiritual essence than elsewhere, and is rather secluded, seldom frequented by others. It serves as a favored retreat for him. Aside from the kitchen and the scene of calamity, it is whimsically dubbed a venue for contemplating life, but in truth, it is merely a sanctuary for idleness or a laboratory for his various fanciful ideas. He shed his outer robe, donning only his undergarments, and floundered like a fish in the pool beneath the waterfall. The colossal torrents crashed against him, producing a thunderous roar and sending sprays of water soaring into the air. After tiring of his playful splashing, he clambered onto a smooth, water-worn boulder by the pool's edge, sprawled out basking in the sun. The din of the water, deafening yet oddly soothing, created a peculiar white noise that lulled him into a drowsy state. The spiritual energy within him, long suppressed under layers of seals, yet still turbulent, seemed to flow more freely and joyfully in this relaxed state. Unconsciously, it followed some arcane path, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence, richer than elsewhere. The sun warmed him pleasantly, and the roar of the water was a comforting backdrop as Li Wanyu sighed contentedly, his eyelids growing heavier. Just as he drifted into a half-sleep, a sudden anomaly erupted within his dantian. Those normally subdued vast reserves of spiritual power, having finally amassed sufficient strength, ignited as if sparked by some unseen fuse, surging forth in a tumultuous roar, no longer a gentle flow, but a cataclysmic upheaval, akin to a tsunami. The exquisitely pure liquid spiritual energy converged frantically towards the center of his dantian, its speed and momentum far surpassing that of his previous foundation-building experience. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of the world outside erupted once more. With a ferocity tenfold, 100-fold stronger than during his foundation establishment, it rushed towards Li Wanyu with reckless abandon. Above the waterfall, the clouds churned, seemingly forming a colossal vortex of spiritual energy, with streaks of radiant light flickering and ethereal harmonies resonating faintly in the air. It was on the verge of manifesting a celestial phenomenon of astounding significance. The commotion was immense. Even in the depths of the back mountain, it would be impossible to conceal from the adept practitioners of the sect. Just at this critical juncture, a buzzing sound filled the air. The concealed artifacts painstakingly crafted by Qing Shuzi suddenly operated beyond their limits, bursting forth with their final brilliance, forcibly absorbing a portion of the anomalous energy. Concurrently, the mysterious and powerful consciousness within him activated autonomously once more. This time, instead of a mere ripple, it manifested as an invisible, colossal hand, unyieldingly powerful, clenching with great force. The impending, earth-shattering phenomenon of golden elixir formation was abruptly halted, forcibly suppressed back into his body. Meanwhile, the numerous hidden formations secretly laid down by Qing Shuzi years prior lit up simultaneously, enveloping the last remnants of the disturbance, ensnaring them without allowing a trace to escape. from the surge of spiritual energy to the manifestation of anomalies, and then to the forceful suppression. The entire sequence may have transpired in less than a breath. Li Wangyou, reclining on the stone, merely frowned in discomfort, turned over, smacked his lips, and did not even open his eyes. He felt as though something within him had suddenly contracted and then melted away, transforming into a warm, comforting sensation that was particularly grounding and soothing. Then, there was nothing more to it. He smacked his lips and sank into a deeper slumber. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, before he slowly awakened, stretching luxuriously and feeling invigorated, as if he could chase celestial cranes for 10 laps. Instinctively, he turned his attention inward to his dantian. There, the once vast pool of liquid spiritual energy had vanished, replaced by a round, resplendent golden elixir, adorned with intricate patterns, quietly suspended in the center and slowly rotating, emanating an overwhelming force. With each rotation, it seemed to resonate harmoniously with the blood and spiritual energy coursing through him. A golden elixir, and not just any, but a flawless, superior-grade golden elixir. A 10-year-old golden core cultivator. Such news would send shockwaves through the entire realm of cultivation. Li Wangyou gazed at the golden elixir, blinking without displaying any signs of shock or exuberance. Tilting his head in contemplation, he pouted slightly and muttered in a tone tinged with mild disappointment and boredom. After all that fuss, I ended up with just this egg? It doesn't seem all that difficult. He leaped down from the stone. Oh well, it was more interesting to seek out some amusement. As for the ruckus that nearly turned the heavens upside down and almost gave his master a heart attack, he felt nothing of it. At present, all he could think about was whether to sneak into the kitchen for some of his third sister's freshly made spirit cakes, to tease his fifth sister, or perhaps to discover what treasures his senior brother had hidden away this time. Ah, what a delightful dilemma. Chapter 9. The Delicacies of Beastmaster Peak. At the tender age of 10, the golden core cultivator Li Wangyou has recently developed a rather insatiable appetite. It is not that the culinary skills of his third senior sister have diminished. On the contrary, Lu Xian's prowess in preparing spiritual dishes has flourished, nearly rivaling that of a professional spiritual chef. However, the predicament lies in the fact that Li Wangyou's palate and stomach have been spoiled by his extraordinary cultivation. Ordinary food imbued with spiritual energy now tastes as mundane as mere sunflower seeds, serving only to alleviate boredom. He yearns for something far more potent, more nourishing, and rich in spiritual essence to satiate the primal hunger within him. This situation is akin to a person accustomed to a daily feast of exquisite delicacies suddenly being relegated to a diet of plain congee and simple vegetables. It is a most unsatisfactory state. Li Wangyou finds everything lacking in flavor, with the insatiable hunger in his belly growing increasingly bothersome. Consequently, he has turned his attention toward the renowned treasures of heaven and earth within his sect. While he dares not touch the precious spiritual herbs in the medicinal gardens of the various peaks just yet, there are certain items that, in his eyes, resemble supplements with long legs, or rather, long shells. The source of such tantalizing information? Naturally, it comes from the outer disciples whom he has charmed with snacks. The children, in their idle chatter, share everything, whose exploits have yielded treasures, which locations have produced rare finds, particularly the rumors regarding delectable treats, always find their way into Li Wangyou's eager ears. On one particular day, he heard a mouth-watering tale from a young disciple who had just returned from performing menial tasks. This disciple had assisted in cleaning the beast pens at Beastmaster Peak and boasted to his companions about having glimpsed one of the peak's guardian spirit beasts from afar, a majestic blood eagle with a trace of dragon lineage. How splendid and formidable it appeared, its wings stirring up a mighty wind. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The highlight of the tale was when the disciple, speaking in a hushed tone, said, "I overheard a senior brother from Beastmaster Peak mention that the blood eagle has recently laid an egg. A blood eagle egg. It is said to contain astonishing energy, an unparalleled tonic. A single bite could sustain a year of arduous cultivation. If it could be refined into a pill, it would be even more extraordinary." The speaker was oblivious to the fervent desires he ignited. He was merely boasting. However, for Li Wangyou, it was a different story, and the allure of the egg consumed his thoughts. An egg? An extraordinary tonic? Sustaining a year of bitter cultivation? These tantalizing keywords collided in his mind, conjuring an irresistibly enticing image. A golden, oil-laden fried egg? No, no, such a nourishing item would be wasted if fried. It must be gently simmered with the finest spiritual spring water, then delicately peeled open, revealing egg whites as pure as jade and yolk flowing like molten gold. One bite would unleash a torrent of spiritual energy, cascading down his throat and warming his entire being. He could not help but swallow hard. This was imperative. He must acquire it. What guardian spirit beast? What stringent defenses? Before the soul of a gourmand and the might of a golden core cultivator, they are but paper tigers. Recently, Qing Shuzi had not been keeping a close watch on him, primarily due to exhaustion and numbness, as long as he did not demolish the house. Li Wanyu could do as he pleased. This presented a golden opportunity for Li Wanyu. Under the cloak of darkness, with the wind howling, it was the perfect time for mischief, or rather, the pursuit of culinary delights. Li Wanyu stealthily slipped out of his little courtyard. He had not even bothered to change into night attire, deeming it unnecessary. With his concealed artifacts and the mastery of the tortoise-breathing technique, he could blend seamlessly into the shadows. Even an infant soul cultivator passing by would remain oblivious to his presence. Skillfully, he evaded the patrolling disciples and stealthily made his way toward Beastmaster Peak. As the name suggests, Beastmaster Peak is a designated area within Lingxiao Palace for the rearing of spirit beasts. The spiritual energy here is particularly conducive to the growth of such creatures. But it also entails greater dangers, with various peculiar and temperamental spirit beasts roaming freely. Among them, the dragon blood eagle stands out as a prime specimen, fiercely protected. Its nest is precariously perched on the steepest cliffs of Beastmaster Peak, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Not only are disciples on perpetual patrol, but a myriad of alarms and defensive formations have also been established to deter intruders and unwary spirit beasts from approaching. However, to the 10-year-old golden elixir cultivator Li Wanyu, these defenses were riddled with flaws. He had long since familiarized himself with the patrolling routes and shift changes from his previous forays to pilfer small spirit beasts. As for the alarm formations, he had perused his senior brother's notes on formations multiple times. Although the details eluded him, he was acutely aware of the slight perceptual blind spots created by certain combinations of formations. The defensive arrays were even simpler. By releasing a subtle trace of his golden elixir consciousness, he could identify the weakest points in the energy flow of the formation. And with a specially treated feather that temporarily interfered with spiritual energy, he could deftly prod it, effortlessly creating an opening wide enough for him to slip through without triggering any alarms. The entire process flowed with an elegance and expertise that belied his tender age, resembling that of a seasoned thief rather than a mere child. Once he infiltrated the core area, a formidable pressure and a faint metallic scent assailed him. Above the cliff, a massive nest constructed from sturdy spirit wood and hard golden stones loomed like a fortress. Within the nest, he could faintly hear the ominous sound of breathing, indicating that the adult dragon blood eagle was resting inside, safeguarding its precious treasure. Li Wanyu meticulously suppressed his aura as he cautiously climbed to the edge of the nest. Peeking inside, the interior was lined with plush spirit herbs and feathers. At the center lay a colossal egg, adorned with natural dragon scale patterns, quietly resting. In the dim light, he could see a gentle red glow emanating from the egg, radiating an abundance of life essence and spiritual energy that was irresistibly alluring. Just the scent of it sent a thrill through him, quickening the rhythm of his golden elixir, awakening the gluttonous creature within him. It was it, the dragon blood eagle egg, the ultimate nourishing treasure. Gazing at the enticing egg radiating warmth and a captivating hue, Li Wangyu's eyes sparkled with excitement and cunning. How could he possibly take it back? Carrying the entire target seemed far too ambitious. Perhaps he could crack it open and drink its essence on the spot? That seemed rather wasteful. Alternatively, he could devise a plan to lure that massive eagle away. His mind raced, concocting various culinary delights and escape routes, each more tantalizing than the last. Chapter 10. The turmoil of the dragon egg. Li Wanyu crouched at the edge of the eagle's nest, his mind racing with 18 methods for preparing the dragon blood eagle egg and 80 escape routes. Ultimately, his cautious nature, primarily driven by the fear of being hunted by the adult dragon blood eagle, prevailed over his impulsive desires. He needed to devise a plan that would allow him to seize the egg without awakening the formidable creature within the nest. His eyes darted as an idea sparked. He rummaged through his storage pouch, producing an assortment of miscellaneous items, several remnants of low-grade spirit stones, feathers of various colors, and a small pouch of fragrant spirit flower powder used by his third senior sister for confectionery. He began to arrange these fragments at the entrance of the nest. Though his technique was unrefined, his imaginative approach bore a semblance to the notes on formations left by his fourth senior brother. He aimed to create a simple distraction and a means to mask his presence, not to entirely deceive the dragon blood eagle, but to gain a precious few moments. After toiling for quite some time, he began to doubt the reliability of his contraption, but he decided to proceed, treating the endeavor as a last-ditch effort. Upon peering again, He confirmed that the adult dragon blood eagle remained in a deep slumber, its breathing steady. What a fortunate opportunity. Like a nimble raccoon, he silently slipped into the nest, landing without a sound. The overwhelming aura of the spirit beast was somewhat unsettling, yet it ignited a thrill within him. On tiptoe, he inched closer to the enormous egg radiating a tempting crimson hue. The nearer he approached, the more he could sense the immense energy contained within, causing his salivation to increase. He extended his hand and gently touched the eggshell. It was warm, pulsating with a unique vitality. What a treasure! There was no time to waste. He summoned his spiritual energy and carefully enveloped the egg, isolating its energy fluctuations and warmth, then struggled to lift it. How heavy it was! He nearly faltered. Fortunately, with his golden core physique, he managed to endure the weight. With great determination, he finally wedged the precious egg into his storage pouch, originally meant for pastries. Just as the egg vanished, the slumbering dragon blood eagle in the depths of the nest seemed to sense something amiss. Its massive body stirred, emitting a muffled growl, and it appeared ready to awaken. Wangyou felt a surge of panic and, without a moment's hesitation, turned to flee. His speed reached its zenith, even employing a short-distance escape technique he had not yet mastered. As he burst out of the nest, a furious and frantic eagle's cry echoed behind him, shaking the very cliffs. The adult dragon blood eagle had awakened and immediately noticed its missing offspring. Wangyou dared not look back, racing away with all his might. Where he had been cautious on his way in, he now fled like the wind. All notions of stealth and discretion vanished from his mind. Survival was paramount. The feeble distraction he had set up crumbled in the face of the enraged dragon blood eagle, failing to last even a heartbeat before disintegrating into dust. The eagle's sharp gaze locked onto the frantic little shadow darting away. However, it dared not stray too far from the nest in pursuit. Only able to unleash a more furious and mournful cry, its wings beating wildly, stirring up gusts of wind as if alerting the entire Beastmaster Peak. Caw, caw. At last, the heavens have been pierced. The piercing and wrathful cry of the dragon blood eagle reverberated through the tranquil night sky like a thunderclap, instantly rousing the entire Beastmaster Peak. What has transpired? It is the dragon blood eagle. Its call is amiss. Hurry and investigate. The patrolling disciples were the first to be startled, hastening towards the cliff's edge. Soon after, lights began to flicker on in various places, as awakened disciples and elders rushed out of their abodes. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of the dragon blood eagle, now in a state of half-madness, wailing incessantly alongside the empty nest, which bore only faint remnants of its former presence. Everyone stood in shock. The dragon blood eagle's egg has been stolen. The Peak Master of Beastmaster Peak, a burly elder known for his fiery temperament that surpasses his stature, surnamed Lei and nicknamed Thunder Tiger, was swiftly summoned. Upon witnessing the desolate eagle's nest and the distraught spirit beast, his fury ignited, causing his hair and beard to bristle, and the veins on his forehead to throb dangerously. Who has dared to commit this atrocity? Elder Lei's roar was more terrifying than the eagle's cry, rattling the ears of surrounding disciples. Which wretched thief dares to pilfer from my Beastmaster Peak? Stealing the dragon blood eagle's egg, I shall flay his skin, strip his tendons, and feed him to the venomous insects. This egg is of utmost value. It not only pertains to the future might of a formidable spirit beast, but also to the dignity of Beastmaster Peak. This is akin to disturbing the ground beneath Thunder Tiger's feet, while simultaneously relieving oneself upon it. Investigate. I command you to investigate. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the earth, I will unearth this thief. Elder Lei's eyes blazed crimson as he issued a fatal decree, sealing off Beastmaster Peak. All disciples were forbidden from entering or exiting at will. Search inch by inch. Leave no suspicious trace unexamined. The entire Beastmaster Peak was thrown into chaos, with hearts racing in trepidation. The disciples were divided into several teams, commencing a thorough search. Flames and torches illuminated the mountain as various detection spells and tracking spirit hounds were summoned. Before long, preliminary findings emerged. There were no signs of powerful formations being breached around the nest, indicating that the thief either possessed remarkable skills in formations or had an insider, or perhaps employed some special means. The residual aura at the scene was exceedingly faint and muddled, considerably dispersed by the dragon blood eagle's furious energy, making it difficult to discern. However, fortune smiled upon them, for a disciple skilled in tracking discovered a minuscule trace of unfamiliar essence, not belonging to anyone or any spirit beast from Beastmaster Peak, lingering on the descent path a short distance from the nest. It was exceedingly faint, nearly dissipated, yet it was still captured. The wind chaser hound. Quickly, Elder Lei seized upon this lead like a lifeline, immediately issuing orders. A keen-nosed spirit hound, resembling a slender wolf, was brought forth. It sniffed intently at the residual essence before lifting its head, emitting a low, confused growl, yet resolutely began to run in a specific direction. The crowd's spirits soared, and they promptly followed in pursuit. The wind chaser hound sniffed and paused along the way, its course unmistakably leading beyond Beastmaster Peak. It traversed pathways, crossed streams, and ultimately halted at a fork in the mountain trail leading to other main peaks. In this moment, the faint breath seemed to crystallize into clarity. The wind chaser hound emitted a resolute bark towards one particular direction. The disciples and elders from Beastmaster Peak, who had followed closely, exchanged peculiar glances as they turned their attention towards the direction indicated by the hound. To their astonishment, it led to the location of Sitting Forgetting Peak. The atmosphere grew eerily silent and strange. Sitting Forgetting Peak? The place known for its scant disciples and its elusive peak master, Qing Shuzi, who had long been in seclusion, yet had recently gained notoriety due to a certain young disciple? Elder Lei's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. He fixed his gaze on the direction of Sitting Forgetting Peak, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he waved his hand, his voice icy move. We shall proceed to Sitting Forgetting Peak. I intend to inquire how Qing Shuzi instructs his disciples. With the wind chaser leading the way, the group strode purposefully towards Sitting Forgetting Peak. As the mountain winds began to stir ominously. Chapter 11. The perfect scapegoat. Under the guidance of Elder Lei, the group from Beastmaster Peak, with the exuberant wind-chasing dog in tow, charged fiercely towards Sitting Forgetting Peak, their demeanor reminiscent of an impending raid. The disciples guarding Sitting Forgetting Peak, upon witnessing this formidable approach from afar, felt their legs weaken in fear and hastily scurried to report to Qing Shuzi. Qing Shuzi, attempting to calm his nerves with a cup of tea, had been troubled all night by inexplicable disturbances from the rear mountain. His heart raced at the news of Elder Lei's arrival with a large entourage, nearly causing him to spit out his tea in shock. His first thought was dreadfully alarming. Trouble had surely arisen again, and of a significant nature at that. With a heavy heart, he steeled himself and, accompanied by the curious Chu Tianhua, the anxious Lu Xian, and the impatient Zhao Mingyue, ventured forth to meet them. As they approached the front platform, they encountered the stern and menacing Elder Lei. Qing Shuzi, you have taught your disciples well. Elder Lei bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Qing Shuzi, inwardly lamenting, forced a smile. Elder Lei, what brings such fury? Surely we can discuss this matter amicably. As he spoke, his eyes darted among his three disciples, silently inquiring, who is responsible? What has happened? Chu Tianhua appeared bewildered, Lu Xian wore a worried expression, and Zhao Mingyue exuded an air of irritation. Questioning who had stirred up trouble this time. Discuss amicably? I have nothing to discuss with you. Elder Lei retorted fiercely. The dragon blood eagle egg from Beastmaster Peak was stolen last night. The wind-chasing dog has tracked the scent directly to your Sitting Forgetting Peak. Speak. Did one of your disciples commit this heinous act? The dragon blood eagle egg? Qing Shuzi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly losing his composure. This was a calamity of monumental proportions. Such a treasure could not be taken lightly. It was one of the lifelines of Beastmaster Peak. His heart ached with despair. Yet he feigned calmness. Elder Lei, you overstate the matter. There must be a misunderstanding. Though my disciples may lack skill, they would never stoop to such thievery. Perhaps the wind-chasing dog, perhaps it has misinterpreted the scent? Misinterpreted? Elder Lei scoffed, gesturing towards the wind-chasing dog, which was still eagerly sniffing the ground, ready to spring into action. My wind-chasing dog has never erred in its tracking. The scent leads directly to your Sitting Forgetting Peak. If you do not surrender the thief and the egg today, do not blame me for being ruthless. Tension crackled in the air like a drawn sword. Just then, a bright and curious voice interjected from the side. Oh, so many people. Master, Elder Lei, what game are you playing? Everyone turned to see Wangyou, who had unknowingly joined the fray, holding half of an unfinished spirit fruit. His innocent face, wide-eyed with curiosity, scanned the scene, embodying the quintessential bystander oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Seeing Li Wangyu's innocent demeanor, Qing Shuzi felt a mix of exasperation and relief. At least the boy did not appear to be the one who had pilfered the egg. Elder Lei shot a glare at the child, dismissing him, and continued to press Qing Shuzi. Qing Shuzi, you have heard. The wind-chasing dog does not err. You must provide an explanation to Beastmaster Peak today. The wind-chasing hound seemed irresistibly drawn by a certain scent, growing increasingly restless as it tugged at the leash. Lowly whimpering and barking in the direction of the inner peak of Sitting Forgetfulness, exhibiting an unusual excitement. The disciple holding its leash hurriedly reported, "Elder, the wind-chasing hound appears to have detected a more distinct scent. It's over there." All eyes followed the hound's indication, which seemed to point towards the courtyard where the disciples resided. A pang of anxiety gripped Qing Shuzi's heart. Could it truly be the work of Wangyou? Had he hidden the egg in his own quarters? That little rascal. What audacity! Elder Lei's spirit surged, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, he commanded, "Let us go. Follow it. Today, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must retrieve the egg." A throng of individuals followed the wind-chasing hound, rushing towards the disciples' courtyard. Qing Shuzi followed with a grim expression, while Chu Tianhua, Lu Xian, and Zhao Mingyue exchanged anxious glances, trailing behind. Li Wangyou, on the other hand, nonchalantly carried a spirit fruit, trailing at the back, reveling in the unfolding drama. The wind-chasing hound, with a clear objective, wound its way through the path and headed straight for the independent courtyard where the eldest disciple, Chu Tianhua, resided. Chu Tianhua was taken aback, his expression shifting. Surely not. Before he could comprehend the situation, the wind-chasing hound had dashed into his courtyard, halting before a corner doghouse and barking fervently. Inside the doghouse lay a large yellow dog, napping peacefully. This was Ah Huang, the spirit beast raised by Chu Tianhua for many years, with a name as unassuming as its demeanor. Ah Huang was gentle in nature but somewhat gluttonous, spending its days indulging in sleep and seeking food. At this moment, roused by the commotion outside, it lifted its head in confusion, gazing at the throng of unexpected visitors and the barking of its kind, its canine face betraying utter bewilderment. "Woof, woof, woof. What is going on? Can't a dog get some sleep?" Elder Lei swiftly approached, his gaze sweeping over the doghouse. Within the soft bedding of hay, aside from the plump Ah Huang and a few of its own shed fur, lay unmistakably scattered fragments of eggshell. Additionally, there were 2 or 3 distinctive tufts of fur. The color and texture of the fur bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a dragon blood eagle. The evidence was irrefutable. Indeed, it was here. Elder Lei roared, pointing at Ah Huang in the doghouse. "Aha, Chu Tianhua. So it was this beast of yours that committed such mischief. How dare it steal the egg of the dragon blood eagle? Ah Huang, I didn't do it. I swear. Don't make baseless accusations." It shivered in fright, whining in protest, trying to retreat into its nest. It had no idea where those items originated. Yesterday, it had simply been sleeping soundly in its bed. Chu Tianhua's face turned exceedingly awkward and grim. He stared at the glaring fragments of eggshell and fur in the doghouse, then at the wind-chasing hound barking at Ah Huang, utterly speechless. This was impossible. Although Ah Huang was gluttonous, it was timid and would never dare venture so far to steal the egg of the spirit beast from the guardian peak. Moreover, it lacked the capability to breach the guards and formations. Yet, the evidence before him was as solid as a mountain. There was no way to clear its name. "Uncle Lei, there must be a misunderstanding." Chu Tianhua hastily stepped forward to explain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ah Huang would never dare. He was met with a firm rebuttal. Elder Lei was utterly incredulous, his beard trembling with rage. As the evidence lay plainly before him, it was this gluttonous beast that was responsible. How could you, Chu Tianhua, appear so composed and honest, yet secretly indulge a spirit beast in its thievery? What punishment do you deserve? Qing Shuzi was equally astounded. He had never imagined that, in the end, the perpetrator would turn out to be Ah Huang. Could this foolish dog possess such capabilities? Lu Xian and Zhao Mingyue were equally dumbfounded, gazing at the howling Ah Huang, who was unable to defend itself, and then at the ashen-faced elder brother, uncertain of how to proceed. Only Li Wangyou remained hidden at the back of the crowd, nibbling on spiritual fruits, his large, expressive eyes sparkling with curiosity as he relished this drama he had orchestrated. Indeed, the fragments of eggshell and fluff were carelessly left behind by him, fortuitously discovered by the wind-chasing dog, which led them to Ah Huang's den. As for how they ended up there, for a golden core practitioner, it was trivial to make a small object appear unnoticed in the nest of a slumbering dog. Chu Tianhua, gazing at the damning evidence and the furious elder Lei, realized that any attempts at explanation would be futile. He could only swallow his grievances, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen, ultimately culminating in a resigned sigh. Bowing deeply to elder Lei, he spoke with a parched tone. "Elder Lei, please quell your anger. It is my inadequacy in discipline that has allowed this beast to commit such a grave mistake. I shall ensure strict supervision henceforth. As for the losses incurred by the Beast Master Peak, Ziwang Peak is willing to bear the full responsibility, compensating double." His words were laden with frustration, cursing Ah Huang 1,000 times in his heart, though he knew it might be innocent. For now, he could only concede and attempt to placate the other's wrath. Qing Shuzi, following suit, sought to mediate, mentally cursing the true miscreant 1,000 times. Elder Lei, please see this. Alas, I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight at Ziwang Peak. Compensation is certainly negotiable. I assure you we will satisfy the Beast Master Peak. Seeing the sincerity in their admissions of guilt and the promise of recompense, Elder Lei's fury subsided somewhat, though his countenance remained grim as he huffed heavily. Take better care of your spirit beasts. If this happens again, I shall personally skin it and prepare a stew. With that, he shot a fierce glare at the still whimpering Huang before storming off with his entourage. The precious eagle egg, it seemed, would not be recovered. It had likely found its way into the dog's belly, a thought that brought a pang of sorrow. Once the Beastmaster Peak's members departed, the atmosphere before Ziwang Peak turned palpably awkward and oppressive. Chu Tianque looked at the trembling, innocent-faced Huang, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness, ultimately resigning to a scowl as he took it away for confinement. Qing Shuzi rubbed his aching forehead, sensing something amiss but failing to grasp any tangible evidence. Meanwhile, the true instigator, Li Wangyou, finished the last bite of his spiritual fruit, clapped his hands, and skipped back to his courtyard, all the while wearing an innocent smile, concealing his accomplishments and fame. Chapter 12. The Master Brothers' troubles. The inhabitants of Beastmaster Peak have departed, leaving behind a chaotic scene at Sitting Forget Peak. Along with a substantial debt, Qing Shuzi patted Chu Tianque's shoulder and sighed deeply. Tianque, alas, this situation has caused you great distress. The compensation list will undoubtedly be sent from Beastmaster Peak shortly. The peak will cover a significant portion, but as you are aware, resources are scarce. And you must contribute something as well. His words, though delicately phrased, conveyed a clear message. You bear the burden. And you must also part with some of your own funds. What could Chu Tianque say? He stiffly nodded. Disciple understands. I have troubled my master. Internally, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. In the following days, the anticipated compensation list indeed arrived. The lengthy document enumerated various spirit stones, elixirs, and materials, causing Chu Tianque's eyelids to twitch and his heart to bleed. True to his word, Qing Shuzi allocated a significant sum from the already strained public account of Sitting Forget Peak. Yet the remaining portion that Chu Tianque was responsible for was substantial enough to deplete more than half of his modest savings. What troubled him further was that he had to personally deliver the compensation materials to Beastmaster Peak, where he would have to present a smiling face to Master Lei. However, Lei Laohu did not scowl at him again, as he had received tangible benefits, yet the unmistakable glint in his large, coppery eyes, which seemed to question whether Chu Tianque would dare to let his dog run rampant again in the future, left him feeling so embarrassed that he wished he could sink into the ground. With the dual burdens of financial loss and humiliation, Chu Tianque's expression had not brightened for days. Of course, he did not forget that the true instigator of this debacle, at least the one publicly acknowledged, was Huang. He confined the plump dog in a rudimentary cave on the back mountain, euphemistically termed as confinement. Huang's diet was drastically downgraded from lavish meals of spirit meat and bones to meager rations of coarse grains. Huang felt utterly wronged. It could not comprehend why it had suddenly transformed from the beloved pet of the esteemed master brother to a captive. Each time Chu Tianque came to deliver its meals, Huang pawed at the stone door, emitting soft whines, its eyes filled with confusion and sorrow as if asking, Master, what have I done wrong? Why can't I return home to sleep? Why is my food so unpalatable? Observing Huang's pitiful demeanor, Chu Tianque's anger dissipated significantly, replaced by a profound sense of bewilderment and an inexplicable discomfort. He knew Huang all too well. It was a lazy and gluttonous dog. Toss a piece of meat before it, and it would be elated for hours. But to expect it to hunt for food or steal an egg from the fierce dragon blood eagle at Beastmaster Peak, it would not dare, even with 1,000 lives at stake. The oppressive aura of the dragon blood eagle could send Huang, a low-tier spirit dog, trembling in fear and scurrying away with its tail tucked between its legs. How could it possibly muster the courage to approach the eagle's nest, accurately steal an egg, and escape unscathed? Such a scenario was utterly nonsensical. Moreover, there were the remnants of eggshells and down. The wind-chasing hound had traced a clear scent all the way to Sitting Forget Peak, so why did it ultimately lead to Huang's doghouse? The coincidence was too uncanny. The more Chu Tianque pondered, the more perplexed he became. He squatted at the entrance of the confinement cave, watching Huang listlessly lick at its coarse grain cakes, his brows knitting together in a tight knot. Could it be that someone had framed him? As soon as the thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. But who would engage in such an act? What could possibly be their motive? To pilfer an egg merely to frame a dog? What sort of dull-witted and malicious individual would stoop to such a deed? Moreover, to infiltrate the heavily guarded beast peak, stealthily snatching the egg from beneath the dragon blood eagle's watchful eye, while deftly evading all pursuit, and ultimately placing the incriminating evidence in a Huang's nest. Such cunning, such scheming, such capability. This hardly seemed the work of an ordinary person. The number of individuals on Zhuohuang Peak with such prowess could be counted on one hand. Master? Impossible. The second disciple? He spends all his time in the forging chamber, showing no interest in eggs. The third disciple? With a heart of gold, she could never commit such an act. The fourth disciple? Slow to react. He would likely struggle to even locate the dragon blood eagle's lair. The fifth disciple? Fiery-tempered, yet straightforward. She lacks the deviousness for such a plot. Thus, the remaining suspect. Chu Tianquo's mind involuntarily conjured the image of that perpetually smiling, seemingly harmless little junior disciple, renowned for his extraordinary knack for causing trouble. Li Wangyou? Could it be him? He certainly had a motive, a history, and perhaps some capability. Yet, as this notion crossed his mind, Chu Tianquo shook his head and let out a laugh, dismissing the idea as overly fanciful. A 10-year-old child sneaking into the heart of Beast Peak to steal a dragon blood eagle egg, successfully deceiving the wind-chasing hound. How preposterous! It was far more likely that a Huang, that foolish dog, stumbled upon some remnants of eggshell by sheer luck and unwittingly brought them back to its nest, only to be caught red-handed. Yes, it must be so. He could only resign himself to misfortune. He endeavored to convince himself, pushing down the absurd suspicion. Just then, he spotted Li Wangyou humming a whimsical tune, a piece of dogtail grass swaying in his hand as he skipped merrily along a nearby path. The little fellow appeared to be in high spirits, his cheeks flushed, a bright smile illuminating his face, exuding a carefree and innocent demeanor. Upon seeing Chu Tianquo, Li Wangyou paused, beaming with joy as he greeted. Hello, senior brother. Are you playing with Huang? Has it gotten into trouble again? Such an expression, such a tone, radiated pure innocence. Gazing at him, Chu Tianquo's last remaining doubts dissipated like mist. How could such a pure and adorable child possibly be the meticulous, skilled egg thief? He scolded himself for allowing anger to cloud his judgment, for even considering him a suspect. He managed a strained smile at Li Wangyou, tousling his hair. It's nothing. Senior brother is just handling a few matters. Go play, but don't wander too far. Understood. Li Wangyou replied obediently, continuing to hum his tune as he skipped away. The dogtail grass waving in his hand, a delightful embodiment of childhood innocence. Chu Tianquo watched his retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation, fully dispelling his doubts. Alas, he must have overthought the situation. This unfortunate incident was simply a matter of bad luck. He turned to glance at the still whimpering Huang in the cave, sighed, and retrieved a small piece of jerky he had secretly stashed away, offering it to the dog. Eat, eat. Next time, be more discerning and refrain from bringing all sorts of nonsense into the nest. Huang, whimper, I truly did not. Chapter 13. The principal patron of Xixiao Peak and the turmoil of the dragon blood eagle egg with the exorbitant compensation from Zhuohuang Peak and the silent sacrifice of the senior brother. The matter has gradually subsided. Huang continues to gnaw on the dry, unappetizing grain cakes in the cave of the back mountain, contemplating the essence of canine existence. Chu Tianquo gazes at his deflated storage bag, occasionally letting out a heart-wrenching sigh. Meanwhile, the true instigator, Li Wangyou, has been indulging in a life of leisure these past few days. Having successfully acquired a nourishing egg without any cost and expertly evaded responsibility, he has faded into the shadows, cloaked in anonymity. This thrilling yet safe experience has kept his spirits high, invigorating his stride. Plans of grand ambition are now taking shape in his mind. Previously, in order to bribe those external disciples as informants and conduct various scientific experiments, he had painstakingly saved his pocket money and spoils, mostly acquired through cunning from his fifth senior sister and several senior brothers. However, his resources have dwindled significantly. As the saying goes, a light purse breeds anxiety. For Li Wangyou, who is determined to achieve great things, this is utterly intolerable. He must amass wealth, and swiftly. An ingenious idea for generating income struck him while he was savoring the spirit cake specially supplied by his third senior sister. He recalled hearing a disciple lament just days prior about the particularly unpleasant taste of the fasting pills distributed by the sect this month, likening it to chewing on mud, and claiming their efficacy seemed diminished, leaving him perpetually hungry. Fasting pills? Li Wangyou's eyes sparkled with realization. These items are essential for low-ranking disciples during their excursions and meditation retreats. Although they hold little intrinsic value, their demand is substantial. They are a form of hard currency. Moreover, he observed that many disciples, after receiving their allocation of free fasting pills from the sect, found them insufficient or grew weary of the flavor, opting to purchase higher quality alternatives privately. If he could procure a large quantity of fasting pills and sell them at a slightly elevated price, he chuckled to himself. Without hesitation, he set about devising a plan for sourcing. Within the sect, the largest producer of elixirs is undoubtedly Lingxiao Palace, renowned for its alchemical prowess. Not only do they fulfill sect mandates, but they also privately concoct some pills for sale, supplementing the peak's resources. Target identified. Lingxiao Palace. On this particular day, Wangyou donned an exceptionally demure and endearing disciple's robe, washed his face until it glowed with a youthful radiance, and practiced his most brilliant smile in front of a basin several times. Then, with nearly all his possessions in tow, he boldly set forth towards Lingxiao Palace. Lingxiao Palace exudes an entirely different ambience compared to Wangyou Palace. The air is perennially infused with a subtle aroma of medicinal herbs, as disciples bustle about, most hurriedly attending to their tasks or circling the alchemical furnaces. The establishment responsible for the external sale of elixirs is known as the Baijiao Pavilion. As Wangyou trotted into the Baijiao Pavilion, he was promptly approached by a managing disciple. Upon noticing the unfamiliar youthful figure clad in the attire of Wangyou Palace, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he maintained a polite demeanor and inquired, "Little junior brother, how may I assist you?" Wangyou instantly brightened his practiced smile, a hint of shyness in his voice as he replied, "Greetings, senior brother. I am a disciple from Wangyou Palace, named Wangyou. It was our senior brother who sent me here." He invoked the esteemed name of Chu Tianqua to enhance his credibility. "Senior brother Chu?" The managing disciple's demeanor indeed grew more earnest. "May I inquire what instructions you have for us?" Wangyou blinked his large eyes, his expression particularly sincere. The senior brother mentioned that the disciples of Wangyou Palace are about to enter a collective seclusion for rigorous training. "We are concerned that the supply of fasting pills may be insufficient. Hence we wish to procure additional stock from you." Collective seclusion? With just a handful of cats and kittens at Wangyou Palace, they intend to engage in such a practice? The managing disciple found it somewhat peculiar. Yet he did not dwell on it, for after all, Master Qingshu of Wangyou Palace was known for his rather unconventional methods. Perhaps they were indeed whimsically deciding on a collective retreat? "Oh, I see. How many do you require?" the managing disciple inquired. Wangyou tilted his head. Feigning deep contemplation, the senior brother said, "He wants to secure this month's entire quota, and also a bit of the most effective healing medicine." Secure the entire quota? The managing disciple was taken aback. The low-tier fasting pills produced monthly by Lingxiao Palace were plentiful, although individually inexpensive. The totality amounted to a significant sum. When had Wangyou Palace become so affluent? And what on earth would they do with such a quantity of low-tier fasting pills? Consume them like food? He regarded Wangyou with a hint of skepticism. "Junior brother, are you certain? This is no trivial sum, the required spirit stones." "Absolutely. Absolutely." Wangyou hastily retrieved his small cloth pouch, spilling its contents onto the adjacent counter. The pouch held mostly low-grade spirit stones, a few mid-grade ones, interspersed with some insignificant ores and herbs, giving the impression that it was indeed all that could be scraped together from Wangyou Palace's accounts. A meager collection imbued with a resolute determination akin to burning one's boats. The senior brother assured me that the spirit stones are not an issue, as long as the pills are of good quality. Wangyou thumped his little chest, attempting to mimic his senior brother's usual tone, though it lacked convincing power and instead came off as somewhat amusing. The managing disciple surveyed the pile of spirit stones, then glanced at Wangyou's earnest expression, and his lingering doubts dissipated. Why not? Wangyou Palace was notoriously impoverished. To produce these spirit stones must indeed have required considerable sacrifice. Since they were intent on purchasing, he had no reason not to sell. What a lucrative deal this would be, with a substantial commission to boot. A warm smile instantly spread across his face. "Ah, I see. The disciples of Wangyou Palace are truly diligent. How admirable. No problem. Rest assured, I will provide you with only the finest newly produced fasting pills this month. I'll also select the most effective healing medicines for you." He swiftly began to tally the inventory, nearly clearing out all the low-tier fasting pills and a portion of the commonly used healing medicines from the apothecary, packing them into a large storage bag. "Junior brother, please verify. 300 bottles of fasting pills and 50 portions of healing medicine. Given senior brother Chu's standing, I shall offer you the lowest price, totaling 150 low-grade spirit stones." The managing disciple's grin was wide enough to reveal his teeth. Wangyou gazed at the pill mound, his heart elated, though he feigned an air of expertise, nodding seriously. Then with a flick of his hand, he pushed the spirit stones across the counter. "Thank you, senior brother. Here you go." The steward disciple meticulously counted the spirit stones, confirming their accuracy, and a radiant smile graced his face as he personally handed over the large storage bag filled with elixirs to Li Wanyu. Take it, junior brother. Should you require anything at Zhuowang Peak in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, senior brother. You are truly a wonderful person. Li Wanyu beamed, cradling the storage bag with a sweetness that was palpable. He made his way to the herb pavilion, the large bag in tow. Behind him, the steward disciple of Zhixiao Peak observed the substantial new entry in the accounting jade slip, delighting in the prospect of a more generous bonus this month. He remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly initiated a wave that would sweep through the low-tier elixir market of the sect. Meanwhile, the small figure clutching the elixirs shimmered with a cunning glint, brimming with the thrill of a scheme coming to fruition. With the capital secured, the next step was to commence operations. Chapter 14. Li Ji's small shop in the square. Li Wanyu returned to Zhuowang Peak and sought a secluded corner to conceal himself, then began to rub his hands in anticipation, ready to embark on a grand venture. Selling goods requires a harmonious blend of timing, location, and human connection. Timing. It was the end of the month, and the sect's disciples were facing a shortage of provisions. The free fasting pills distributed by the sect had nearly been consumed, making this the peak demand period. Location? The central square of the sect, of course. A bustling hub of activity, a veritable treasure trove for vendors. Human connection? Oh. With Li Wanyu's silver tongue and his deceptively innocent visage, he was more than equipped for the task. Without hesitation, the very next morning, Li Wanyu shouldered a large sack of wares and made his way to the central square, seeking a spot that was neither too conspicuous nor too hidden. Unlike other disciples who merely laid out a piece of cloth, he retrieved a low wooden table from his storage bag and even spread a clean blue cloth atop it. Exuding professionalism, he meticulously arranged dozens of fasting pills and several healing potions on the table. After completing this setup, he produced a small piece of paper from seemingly nowhere, upon which he had scrawled in a crooked hand, Li Ji's small shop, special efficacy elixirs, exclusive supply, hurry to purchase. He pressed the paper down with a small stone at the front of the table, then stepped back a couple of paces, crossing his arms and nodding in satisfaction. Yes, it looked quite impressive. Before long, the square began to fill with people. The passing disciples, intrigued by the sight of a young lad running such a formal stall, couldn't resist glancing over. Curiosity piqued. One asked, "Little junior brother, what are you selling? Fasting pills? Healing potions? Isn't this what the herb pavilion offers?" Li Wanyu had been eagerly awaiting such inquiries. Instantly, he flashed his signature innocent smile, raising his voice slightly to ensure he was heard by all around him. "Senior brother, you have a keen eye. Indeed, these are fasting pills and healing potions, but they cannot be compared to the ordinary wares offered by the herb pavilion." He picked up a bottle of fasting pills and held it aloft like a precious treasure, his expression serious and earnest. "This is our Zhuowang Peak's exclusive secret formula. An enhanced fasting pill, crafted from the finest spiritual grains and infused with the essence of 49 rare herbs. It has been meticulously refined through the secret methods of our sect." He nearly divulged too much, hastily attributing the credit to the non-existent secret methods of Zhuowang Peak. "The efficacy far surpasses that of ordinary fasting pills," he continued, launching into a fervent pitch. "One pill can sustain you for 3 days. Its texture is delicate, melting in your mouth with a subtle sweetness, unlike the waxy consistency of regular fasting pills. It even offers a slight nourishment of spiritual energy." He then brandished the healing potion, and this, a special efficacy wound ointment. It stops bleeding and promotes healing with astonishing speed. For minor scrapes and bruises during training, just a dab will do. His enthusiastic boasts attracted an even larger crowd. Everyone watched this serious little fellow with amusement and curiosity. "Is this for real, little junior brother? Boasting is not a good habit," a disciple jestingly remarked. "Of course it's true." Li Wanyu widened his eyes in an exaggerated manner, striving to adopt an expression of utmost sincerity. "We, disciples of the Forgetting Sitting Peak, have personally tested its efficacy. Otherwise, how could I possibly sell it? I assure you, it is utterly trustworthy. What is the price for a bottle?" At last, someone inquired about the cost. Li Wanyu extended 2 fingers, contemplated for a moment, then added another, proclaiming a price that caused the surrounding onlookers to gasp in astonishment. "The fasting elixir is 3 low-grade spirit stones per bottle. The healing potion is 5 low-grade spirit stones per portion." "What? 3 low-grade spirit stones? You're robbing us," exclaimed one. "The herb pavilion only charges half a spirit stone per bottle," echoed another. "Indeed, you're charging 6 times more than the herb pavilion. Little junior brother, isn't your conscience too dark?" The crowd erupted in uproar, voicing their disdain for such an outrageous price. For many low-ranking disciples, 3 low-grade spirit stones could sustain them for several days. Some who had shown a glimmer of interest immediately shook their heads and turned away upon hearing the price. Clearly, this was a scheme to exploit the unwary. As the onlookers began to disperse, threatening to thwart his first transaction, Wangyou felt a twinge of urgency. With a quick twist of his mind, he devised a plan and began to extol the virtues of his wares with even greater fervor, his tone imbued with sincerity, and his expression earnestly genuine. Esteemed brothers and sisters, there is a reason for the price. My elixir is truly exceptional. Consider this. Ordinary fasting elixirs leave a bitter taste with excessive consumption, while mine boasts a delightful sweetness. Regular potions merely satiate hunger, but mine also nourishes the body. If the effects are double, what is wrong with a slightly higher price? You get what you pay for. He even picked up a bottle of the fasting elixir, uncorked it, and with theatrical flair, waved his hand to disperse the faint aroma of the medicine. Smell this. This fragrance. This pure essence of the elixir. Can ordinary potions compare? Miss this opportunity, and you shall not find another. Supplies are limited, first come, first served. His exaggerated performance and exuberant calls indeed attracted the attention of many. Numerous disciples, drawn by the spectacle, gathered around to witness the supposed miraculous elixir and to see if there were any gullible souls willing to purchase it. The crowd thickened, pointing and discussing animatedly. In front of Li's little shop, it quickly became the liveliest corner of the square. Wangyou observed the crowd that had once again assembled, secretly bolstering his own morale. Excellent. The attention has been captured. The next step is to ensure the sale. Chapter 15. The establishment of the Children's Group. As the crowd swelled, the number of spectators grew, yet none were willing to part with their money. They merely gawked and chattered. Wangyou felt a surge of anxiety. His senior brothers and sisters were as cunning as monkeys, relying solely on their words, and it seemed that mere persuasion would not suffice. A change of strategy was imperative. His eyes darted around, surveying the throng. Suddenly, they landed on a few small disciples, short in stature, who were peering curiously from the periphery. They were young outer sect novices, tiptoeing with wide-eyed wonder at the spectacle before them. An idea sparked in Wangyou's mind. Adults are hard to deceive, but children are far more impressionable, aren't they? Moreover, deploying a gaggle of innocent little ones to sell wares would surely yield results far superior to his own shouting. Who would be on guard against a band of adorable, naive young disciples? Without hesitation, he maneuvered through the gathering and approached the little outer sect disciples. As they were engrossed in watching, they suddenly noticed the boisterous senior brother striding towards them, causing a flutter of nervousness. Instinctively, they began to retreat. Wait. Dear younger siblings, Wangyou exclaimed, donning what he believed to be his most amiable smile, softening his tone considerably. I've seen you all here for quite some time. Are you perhaps interested in my extraordinary elixir? The bravest among them, a timid little boy, shook his head shyly. No, we don't have any spirit stones. We're just watching. Oh, but watching is fine. Watching is fine. Wangyou responded, squatting down to their eye level to appear more approachable. This elixir of mine boasts exceptional efficacy. It's merely these adults who fail to recognize its worth. He pouted, adopting a look of feigned enlightenment, successfully eliciting empathy from the children. Young ones despise being deemed ignorant by adults. A little girl with pigtails piped up softly, Senior brother, is your elixir truly that delicious? Is it better than the sweet buns in the dining hall? To her, deliciousness was the utmost virtue. Why, of course, Wangyou replied, not batting an eyelash. He promptly retrieved a small paper pouch from his storage bag and opened it, revealing a few sweet-smelling elixirs he had previously concocted, infused with a touch of licorice powder for sweetness. Here, have a taste. It's on me. He generously distributed the elixirs, one to each of the little disciples. The children, initially skeptical, popped the candies into their mouths, and their eyes widened in delight. Sweet. It's really sweet. Much better than the ones from Baichao Pavilion. The sheer simplicity of a little sweetness elevated their trust in Wangyou to new heights. Observing their contented faces, Wangyou chuckled inwardly. The first step was accomplished. Rapport was successfully established. Seizing the moment, he lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. So, I haven't deceived you, have I? This is my ahem. Our exclusive recipe from Ziwang Peak. Not only is it delicious, but its effects are remarkable. One bite, and you won't feel hungry for 3 days. Plus you'll gain strength. He shook his slender little arms, making a vigorous gesture. The children nodded in agreement, now believing about 70 to 80% of what this generous and kind senior brother had said. However, the initial hesitance of one little boy lingered, as he expressed, but it's still quite expensive. We cannot afford it. Who said you had to buy it? Li Wanyu revealed his ulterior motives, exposing his true intentions. I wish to ask for your assistance, while also allowing you to earn a bit of pocket money and enjoy some sweets. Earning money? Sweets? These two phrases held immense allure for the children. The eyes of several little ones sparkled brighter than when they had first seen the sweet elixirs. Yes, Li Wanyu began to weave his enticing narrative. Look, as I am here selling, I can only cater to those passing by, which is rather slow. I would like to ask you to help me sell them, perhaps at the training grounds or the disciples' dormitories, where there are many more seniors in need of elixirs. He paused, observing the children's reactions, and seeing their earnest attention, he continued to entice them. You. Take these elixirs and tell your seniors that this is a special supply from Senior Brother Li, with extraordinary effects. Miss it and regret for a year. For every bottle of the elixir sold, I shall reward you with. He quickly calculated the cost in his mind. 1 low-grade spirit stone, plus 3 pieces of candy. 1 low-grade spirit stone. To these outer disciples, this was an astonishing sum. Their monthly allocation from the sect was minimal, most of which was used for their cultivation, and candy was an exceedingly rare treat. The immense temptation before them caused the little ones' faces to flush with excitement. Really? Is it true? The girl with horned braids timidly inquired, her eyes brimming with longing. Of course it is true. I, your senior brother, keep my word, Li Wanyu assured. The more you sell, the more you earn. When the time comes, you can buy any candy or fun toys you desire. The idyllic prospects he painted completely shattered the last vestiges of hesitation within the children. I'll do it. The little boy was the first to raise his hand. I'll do it too. And I. Soon, 5 outer disciples had been successfully recruited by Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu was overjoyed at this turn of events. He pulled the 5 little ones aside, away from the adults' gaze, and began their training. First and foremost, you must not say you are selling for me. Li Wanyu earnestly instructed. Just say, you are entrusted by a kind senior brother Li from Zhuowang Peak to promote the elixir for the benefit of your fellow disciples. Yes, that's it. Elevating themselves to the noble cause of benefiting fellow disciples made it sound much more credible. Secondly, be polite. Greet your seniors with a smile. You must look endearing. You are so adorable. I'm sure your seniors will love you. The little ones nodded, somewhat understanding, and strive to present their most charming smiles. Lastly, and most importantly, Li Wangyou's expression turned serious. If anyone inquires about the price, say the elixir is 3 low-grade spirit stones per bottle, and the healing medicine is 5 stones. Not a single coin less. Just say it's the price set by Senior Brother Li, and it's worth every bit. If they find it too expensive, Li Wangyou's eyes gleamed with mischief. You should tell them that this is a premium product infused with 49 varieties of exquisite herbs, renowned for its exceptional efficacy, and available in limited quantities. First come, first served. You can even let them savor the aroma of the medicine. He simplified his earlier pitch and imparted it to the children. Do you remember? We remember. The 5 little heads nodded in unison. Excellent. Li Wanyu proclaimed with a grand gesture, reminiscent of a general rallying his troops. Now, allow me to distribute the goods. He dashed back to the stall, swiftly portioning the majority of the elixirs into 5 bundles, wrapping them in cloth amid the curious gazes of the crowd. Upon returning, he distributed 1 bundle to each child. Hold on to these. They are your goods. Off you go. He also slipped a few candies into each child's hands as a preemptive reward. Do well. The children, cradling their bundles of elixirs and savoring the sweet candies, felt invigorated, their chests puffed out as they embraced what they perceived to be an immensely significant mission. We will ensure the task is completed. A little boy mimicked a phrase he had overheard, his voice filled with innocence. Go on. To the training grounds, to the dormitories. Wherever there are crowds. Li Wanyu directed them. The 5 diminutive figures, clutching their bundles, bounded away like joyous little birds, each darting off in different directions. Li Wanyu watched their retreating silhouettes, rubbing his hands together in satisfaction as he mentally calculated, earning 2.5 for each bottle, giving away 1, thus netting a profit of 1.5. If each of those little ones sold just 2 or 3 bottles, it would surely surpass his own efforts spent idly here. The key was that this sales avenue had just opened up. He leisurely returned to his stall, no longer in a hurry to call out, and settled back with an air of confidence, awaiting the good news. Indeed, before long, the once tranquil sect began to resonate with faint, yet gradually clearer sounds. In the training grounds, where disciples were drenched in sweat, a timid voice rang out. Senior brother. Would you like to purchase some elixirs? Exclusively from Brother Li, they are remarkably effective. In the corridors of the dormitory area, another little girl's voice chimed in with eagerness. Sister, buy a bottle of elixir. It's sweet and can stave off hunger for 3 days. Initially, the disciples who heard these voices were taken aback, then burst into laughter, dismissing it as mere childish antics. Yet, as they caught sight of the familiar packaging in the children's hands and recognized the well-rehearsed pitch about the 49 exquisite herbs, miss it and regret it for a year, their expressions morphed into something peculiar. Isn't that the deceptive elixir sold by that little rascal from Zhuang Peak? How did he manage to mobilize this gaggle of youngsters? Some disciples found amusement in the situation and teased the children. Little junior brother, this elixir is so expensive. Is it a scam? The child, adhering to Wangyou's teachings, replied with utmost seriousness, absolutely not. Brother Li is a good person. The elixir is genuine. You just don't recognize its value. The child's earnest defense of Wangyou caused some disciples to waver in their skepticism. Some female disciples, upon witnessing such a diminutive child engaged in commerce, felt a surge of compassion. Hearing the sweet descriptions, it was astonishing that some truly produced spirit stones to purchase a vial for a taste, while also affectionately ruffling the child's hair and praising their obedience. News of this quickly spread throughout the square. Have you heard? That lad from Zhuang Peak has hired a group of outer sect disciples to assist him in selling pills. Really? Such an audacious maneuver. Indeed, he spares no effort. However, to send such a young child to sell wares, Wangyou truly is something. The crowd in the square buzzed with varied opinions, casting complex glances toward Wangyou's stall, some filled with disdain, others with curiosity, and a hint of admiration for the boy's clever ideas. Wangyou, unfazed by the surrounding chatter, felt a sense of pride swell within him. This was precisely the effect he sought. Meanwhile, the 5 sales representatives had completely loosened up. After the initial shyness faded and they realized that people were indeed buying and even complimenting them, their confidence blossomed, and their shouts became increasingly fluent. The small figures darted through the throngs of disciples like industrious little bees. They ventured into the training grounds, weaved through the lodging areas, and even dared to intercept hurried senior brothers and sisters, exerting all their might to chant the slogans taught by Wangyou in their sweet, childish voices. Brother Li's exclusive elixirs, regret for a year if missed. Special detox pills, sweet and delicious. Come buy them. Limited quantities available. The innocent voices echoed throughout Lingxiao Palace, creating a stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere of cultivation, yet bizarrely blending into it, forming a peculiar yet charming spectacle. Sitting behind his modest stall in the square, Wangyou listened to the distant calls, a broad smile spreading across his face. Chapter 16. The Art of Persuasion in Physics. Wangyou reclined with his legs crossed atop a large stone, contentedly nibbling on a spirit fruit while observing his group of children buzzing into the crowd like diligent little bees. Remarkably, this tactic proved to be quite effective. Those formal disciples, faced with a brash inner sect junior, could easily mock and negotiate prices, yet when confronted by a cluster of wide-eyed children, timidly calling them brothers and sisters while clutching their precious elixirs, their demeanor softened considerably. A stern refusal? They could hardly bring themselves to do so. Patiently explaining that the elixirs were overpriced? Was it even worthwhile to reason with little ones? To dismiss them outright? With so many eyes upon them, the reputation of bullying children was hardly appealing. Consequently, most of the apprehended disciples found themselves in an amusing predicament, gently advising, little junior brother, little junior sister, this is too expensive. I can't afford it. Or be good, go play with someone else. I have matters to attend to. Although no actual purchases were made, at least no one was scolded or dismissed. The children remained undeterred. Upon rejection, they would bow and continue their quest for new targets, displaying remarkable dedication. Indeed, a few fortunate ones, perhaps from affluent backgrounds or genuinely intrigued by the enticing advertisement they had missed out on for a year, found the children irresistibly charming. With the intention of merely amusing them, they purchased a bottle of the elixir. Whenever a child successfully sold a bottle, their face would flush with excitement as they scampered back to Wangyou, proudly presenting their findings. Senior brother, I sold it, they would exclaim, eagerly offering the spirit stones. Wangyou would promptly fulfill his promise, smiling as he counted out 3 candied fruits and a gleaming low-grade spirit stone, solemnly placing them into the child's small hand. Well done. Keep up the good work. The rewarded child would immediately erupt in jubilant cheers, clutching the candied fruits tightly and admiring the spirit stone before carefully tucking it away, fueled with renewed vigor to dive back into the fray. The sight of their elation only served to inspire the other children, who gazed at them with envy, prompting them to redouble their efforts and sales. As Wangyou observed the growing pile of spirit stones in his hands, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. Indeed, employing child labor was advantageous, low cost, high enthusiasm, and remarkable results. Just as he envisioned a smooth sailing path to profits, trouble unexpectedly loomed on the horizon. Few individuals capable of entering Lingxiao Palace were truly naive. Li Wangyou's little scheme might deceive children and some affluent disciples, but astute observers would inevitably discern the ruse. Sure enough, a robust disciple clad in Tianshu peak attire furrowed his brow as he intercepted a small girl attempting to market elixirs to a female disciple. "Wait a moment," he said, taking the bottle of elixir from the girl's hands. He uncorked it, inhaled its contents, and examined a pill closely, his expression darkening at once. "Little junior sister, where did you acquire this elixir?" he inquired, striving to keep his tone gentle. The timid girl pointed shyly towards Li Wangyou's direction. It was senior brother Li Wangyou from Zhuowang Peak who gave it to us and told us to sell it. On that day, a disciple from Tianshu Peak raised his head, his gaze piercing through the throng, landing on Li Wangyou, who was seated on a stone, counting spirit stones. His eyes reflected a mixture of understanding and ire. He shoved the elixir back into the hands of a little girl and strode purposefully towards Li Wangyou. "Hey, you rascal from Zhuowang Peak." Before he even arrived, his gruff voice echoed through the air. Li Wangyou looked up, his heart sinking. Oh, this visitor does not come with good intentions, judging by his stature, demeanor, and the accusatory expression on his face. It was clear he had discerned the true nature of the elixir. A naive smile instantly adorned Li Wangyou's face. "Dear senior brother, what guidance do you seek? Are you interested in purchasing a spirit elixir? I assure you my dealings are fair." "Purchase? Nonsense." The disciple from Tianshu Peak approached him, unceremoniously slamming a bottle of fasting elixir onto the stone in front of Li Wangyou. "Isn't this just an ordinary fasting elixir? It's identical to what Bai Chao Pavilion sells. How dare you charge 3 low-grade spirit stones? Are you not ashamed? And using these naive outer sect kids as your pawns?" His voice was loud, instantly garnering the attention of several surrounding disciples, who began to whisper among themselves. "Indeed, it does look like a common one. What a scam. Even exploiting children, that's quite excessive." Internally cursing, Li Wangyou wore a pitiful expression on his face. "Senior brother, how can you tarnish my reputation without cause? This truly is our special version from Zhuowang Peak. The effects are different." "Nonsense." The Tianshu disciple grew even angrier. "Have I never seen a fasting elixir before? This is clearly the standard version refined by Zhuowang Peak. Speak. Did you acquire this through some deceitful means, only to resell it at a high price?" Li Wangyou blinked innocently. "Senior brother, you cannot speak so recklessly. Do you have evidence? Have you even tried it? How can you claim the effects are the same without tasting it? Knowledge comes from experience." "Experience, my foot." The disciple was infuriated by his obstinate attitude. "Stop with your antics. Return the spirit stones you swindled, and come with me to the law enforcement hall for clarification." "To the law enforcement hall? That's simply one to-do." Li Wangyou thought quickly, realizing this situation must not escalate. His eyes darted, formulating a plan. He feigned even greater distress, adopting a slightly fearful tone, murmuring, "Senior brother, if you insist on this, I cannot help it. There are many people here. Shall we discuss this in a quieter place over there?" He pointed towards a secluded path leading to a tranquil bamboo grove, embodying the demeanor of a coward wishing to resolve matters privately. Seeing his submissive demeanor, the Tianshu disciple's anger subsided somewhat. With a huff, he replied, "Umph. At least you know your place. Let us see what tricks you pull." He thought to himself, as a late-stage chi refinement cultivator. How could he possibly fear this seemingly mid-stage kid? Li Wangyou timidly jumped down from the stone, lowering his head, and followed the Tianshu disciple down the narrow path. The onlookers, realizing no fight would ensue, gradually dispersed, regarding the encounter as mere farce. Upon entering the bamboo grove, far removed from the clamor of the plaza, the disciple of Tianshu Peak had just halted his steps, preparing to continue his reprimand, when he beheld Li Wangyou, who moments ago had appeared utterly timid, suddenly lift his head, devoid of any trace of fear. A mischievous smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, causing an inexplicable flutter in the disciple's heart. "You little rascal." Before he could utter another word, Li Wangyou swiftly flicked his wrist, and with a speed so remarkable it was nearly imperceptible, he hurled something directly at the disciple's face. Cough! Cough! What is this? A sharp, pungent red powder surged forth, instantly infiltrating his eyes, nose, and mouth. It was a specially concocted chili powder, of the most potent variety. "Ah, my eyes!" Coughing violently, the disciple of Tianshu Peak cried out in anguish. Tears and mucus streaming down his face, his eyes ablaze with pain, rendering him unable to open them. His throat felt as if it were aflame, racked with a heart-wrenching cough, as he writhed on the ground. "Oh dear, brother, how careless of you. How could you choke on the wind while walking?" Li Wangyou stood aside, his tone faintly concerned, as he discreetly produced several yellow talismans adorned with peculiar symbols. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was preoccupied with rubbing his eyes and coughing, Li Wanyu deftly flicked his fingers, and several itching talismans accurately adhered to the disciple's armpits, waist, and the hollows of his legs. Ah, it itches. I can't stand it. Ha ha ha. Cough. It itches. The fiery pain was now compounded by an unbearable itch, creating a sensation that was both agonizing and maddeningly ticklish, a feeling that invited both tears and laughter, driving one to the brink of despair. The disciple of Tianshu Peak, caught in a frenzied fit of coughing, could not help but contort his body in wild laughter, his hands flailing uncontrollably, nearly tearing his clothes apart, utterly losing his composure. Li Wanyu was not yet satisfied, observing the disciple's erratic kicking. He stealthily extended his leg to trip him. Ouch! The disciple, caught in a whirlwind of coughing, laughter, and itching, was utterly unable to maintain his balance and fell spectacularly, landing in a most undignified manner. Only then did Li Wanyu leisurely approach, squatting beside him, gently poking his head with the empty elixir bottle in hand. His voice remained sweet and innocent, yet the content struck the fallen disciple like a chilling breeze. Brother, shall we engage in a friendly negotiation now? Regarding the price of my special fasting elixir, do you still find it unreasonable? At this moment, the disciple was devoid of any semblance of the earlier bravado. His eyes were swollen like peaches, tears brimming. His face smeared with a mix of mucus and dirt, and his body itched as if he wished to shed his skin, all the while aching from his fall. He finally comprehended that this young man was far from merely a mid-stage chi cultivator. His underhanded tactics were astonishingly devious. This was undoubtedly a case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Fair. Very fair. Whatever you say, junior brother, is what I shall accept, he cried, his voice tinged with desperation, fearing that a delayed response would invite further suffering. And what of my visit to the law enforcement hall? Not going. Not going. I was mistaken. Your elixir truly is extraordinary. Worth 3 spirit stones. Indeed. Then how about this compensation for mental distress? Li Wanyu weighed the empty bottle in his hand. I will pay. I will pay. The disciple, enduring an unbearable itch, rummaged through his storage pouch to produce several low-grade spirit stones, which he handed to Li Wanyu. Brother, I apologize. I was blind to your worth. You are magnanimous. Li Wanyu accepted the spirit stones with satisfaction, patting his shoulder. That's the spirit. Brother, do be cautious when walking. Do not let the wind catch you again. Oh, and by the way, the effect of this itching talisman will last for a couple of hours, so do enjoy it at your leisure. With that, he stood up, whistled cheerfully, and strolled back. Before he had exited the bamboo grove, he encountered 2 fellow disciples, who seemed equally intent on causing trouble. They were evidently accomplices from the earlier spectacle at the square, or had sensed something amiss. Halt! You! What have you done to Brother Wang? One of them barked. Li Wanyu instantly donned an expression of innocent fear, pointing towards the depths of the bamboo grove. Brothers, that fellow seems to have suddenly fallen ill. Laughing and crying, rolling about, it's quite terrifying. Yes, right in there. The 2, skeptical yet intrigued, leaned in to peer into the grove, only to behold their brother Wang, disheveled, his face swollen and streaked with tears, cackling maniacally while scratching at himself, writhing on the ground in a horrifying scene. They were instantly taken aback. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Li Wanyu seized the opportunity once more. Spices. Itching talisman. He deftly set a trap beneath their feet. With a seamless series of moves, he executed his plan with a proficiency that was almost painful to witness. Ah, my eyes. It itches terribly. Thud. Thud. Soon, the bamboo grove was filled with 2 more unfortunate souls, writhing on the ground, caught between fits of painful coughing and wild laughter. Li Wanyu, applying the same strategy, engaged in amicable negotiations, reaping a substantial bounty in compensation. A short while later, the 2, supporting each other, emerged from the bamboo grove in a disheveled state, fleeing without a backward glance, their speed suggesting they were being pursued by phantoms. From that day forth, no one dared to provoke the seemingly innocuous little demon of Ziwang Peak. Whispers circulated, suggesting that Li Wanyu of Ziwang Peak was a harbinger of misfortune. Those who sought to trouble him would inevitably face dire consequences. Yet, the specifics of such misfortune remained shrouded in mystery, as the few disciples involved were loath to divulge their experiences, leaving only bitter tears in their wake. Li Wanyu's humble establishment, Li's little shop, finally flourished, continuing its tradition of delightful mischief. Chapter 17. The elder Danxia's dilemma in the square. Li Wanyu stirred up a tempest, his youthful troupe launching their ventures far and wide. Coupled with his notorious reputation for bringing misfortune to those who dared to challenge him, The business of the Li's modest establishment continued to thrive, albeit in a lukewarm manner. While the majority of disciples deemed the prices outrageous, viewing them as a blatant act of folly, there remained a handful of exceptional cases. Some had just completed sect missions, their spirits buoyed by fruitful rewards. Upon witnessing the pitiable yet endearing sight of the children, they momentarily softened and chose to engage in an act of kindness. Others were genuinely in urgent need of elixirs, with the herb pavilion temporarily out of stock, forcing them to reluctantly pay the steep price for a vial to tide them over. Additionally, some were simply driven by curiosity, eager to discern whether the much-lauded special elixirs, which had purportedly caused a few senior brothers to suffer losses, possessed any remarkable qualities. Thus, with various purchases scattered about, the stock of elixirs in Li Wangyou's possession gradually dwindled, while his pouch of spirit stones swelled incrementally. As he collected his payments, he reveled in the thought of how much profit he could amass, contemplating how to negotiate better prices for his next procurement at Ningxiao Peak. Little did he know, however, that genuine trouble was silently encroaching from the source. At Ningxiao Peak, within the alchemy hall, an inner sect disciple hurriedly entered the storage room for low-tier elixirs, only to emerge shortly thereafter. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he sought out Zhao Ming, the disciple responsible for managing the distribution and sales of such elixirs. Brother Zhao, something is amiss. The Qingqi Bigo pills and Baiyu Xingji powder we refined this month have vanished. Just now, a junior from the Spirit Beast Garden came to collect their monthly allotment, and upon inspecting, I found the shelves nearly empty. Empty. Zhao Ming, engrossed in reconciling accounts, looked up, furrowing his brow. That can't be right. We still had a substantial stock when we last checked. That is not the case. I've searched high and low, and there are only a few bottles left in the corner. It's utterly insufficient for distribution, the disciple asserted emphatically. Zhao Ming set aside his ledger and personally entered the storage room. Indeed, the once bustling area filled with Bigo pills and healing elixirs now appeared sparse. The meager remaining quantity barely sufficient to meet the daily consumption of the Ningxiao Peak disciples, let alone fulfill the monthly distribution quotas. Zhao Ming was left speechless. While low-tier elixirs do see considerable consumption, it should not have run out so swiftly, especially not before the scheduled distribution. He quickly rushed to examine the recent inventory records. The logs revealed that a significant quantity had been withdrawn just a few days prior, with the purchaser being Li Wangyou, a disciple from the Sitting Forgetting Peak. The quantities were staggering. He had nearly wiped out the entire stock of newly refined Bigo pills and had procured a substantial portion of the healing elixirs as well, all at an astonishingly low bundled price. Zhao Ming's mind buzzed with disbelief. Li Wangyou, the notorious troublemaker from Sitting Forgetting Peak? What could he possibly want with such an enormous supply of the most basic Bigo pills and healing elixirs? Even if every disciple at Sitting Forgetting Peak were to be perpetually injured, they could hardly consume such quantities. Moreover, that price. It was unmistakably a guise for collective procurement from Sitting Forgetting Peak, treating public-priced elixirs as if they were wholesale goods. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhao Ming. He promptly dispatched someone to gather information. The disciple he sent returned shortly, wearing an odd expression, hesitating to speak. Did you find out? What on earth is happening? Zhao Ming inquired anxiously. The disciple, with a complex expression that hinted at both amusement and restraint, replied, Brother Zhao, I have news. That Li Wangyou has set up a stall in the central square and is reselling the elixirs he purchased from us at exorbitant prices. Reselling? Zhao Ming was taken aback. How much? The purging pill is selling for 3 low-grade spirit stones per vial, and the healing potion for 5. How much? Zhao Ming's voice rose incredulously, thinking he had misheard. 3 low-grade spirit stones. For a purging pill that is worth at most half a spirit stone from us. Absolutely true. Many of our junior brothers and sisters witnessed it. He even managed to persuade a group of outer disciples to help him promote it. The disciple nodded emphatically, adding, Moreover, I heard that a brother from the Tianshu Peak confronted him, but, somehow, those brothers returned with bruises, crying for their mothers, and dares not mention the incident again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming felt utterly petrified. A singular thought raced through his mind. Madness. This world has gone mad. That fellow from the Ziwang Peak has completely lost his wits. He practically emptied the inventory of low-tier elixirs from Ningxiao Peak at a near-internal procurement price, only to turn around and sell them publicly in the square at 6 or even 10 times the price. This was no longer mere speculation. It was a blatant affront to Ningxiao Peak. The most alarming part was that people were actually buying. Furthermore, he had somehow dealt with those who sought to confront him. This audacity, this boldness, this sheer impudence shattered Zhao Ming's understanding of limits. He dared not delay. This matter was beyond the jurisdiction of a mere managing disciple. He hurriedly gathered the account books and the information he had obtained, racing to report to Elder Danxiao, who oversaw the daily affairs of the elixir hall. Elder Danxiao was a stately middle-aged female cultivator, always amiable. At that moment, she was inspecting the heat of a new batch of elixirs in the alchemy room. Upon hearing Zhao Ming's indignant yet absurd report, she was momentarily taken aback, her expression morphing into one of bemusement, as if she were on the cusp of laughter, only to be overtaken by a profound sense of helplessness. You mean, the treasured disciple of Master Qingxiu Li Wanyu? Elder Danxiao set down her fan to confirm. Indeed. Elder, what do you make of this? It's utterly outrageous. What does he take Zhixiao Peak for? His personal supply warehouse. He is profiting off our name, selling at inflated prices. If this gets out, others will think Zhixiao Peak is unscrupulous. It tarnishes our reputation. Elder Danxiao rubbed her temples. She was certainly familiar with Li Wanyu's reputation, but she had not anticipated that he would escalate things to such an extent, even conducting business at the expense of Zhixiao Peak. Is there any issue with the elixirs he is selling? Are they substandard or counterfeit? The elder inquired. Not at all. Zhao Ming shook his head, having specifically inquired and discreetly arranged to procure a bottle, which indeed was the standard clear qi pill refined by our Zhixiao Peak. Without any discrepancy, this was rather puzzling. Elder Danxiao found the situation amusing. They utilized a genuine product yet sold it at an exorbitant price, leaving others hesitant to confront them. This little rascal was quite intriguing. Unlike Zhao Ming, who felt irate, she found the absurdity of the matter somewhat humorous. How could someone as solemn and serious as senior brother Qingxiu produce such a lively and mischievous disciple? Elder, what shall we do now? The storeroom is nearly empty, and the allocations for each peak are about to be distributed. If we cannot present the pills, then... Zhao Ming was anxious about the practicalities. Elder Danxiao pondered for a moment. Punishing Li Wanyu? It hardly seemed a grave offense. It was a mutual agreement, with no coercion involved. Merely a clever exploitation of procurement regulations. Furthermore, she had heard that senior brother Qingxiu cherished his disciple greatly, so confronting him over such a trivial matter seemed rather excessive. Nevertheless, this issue could not be overlooked. They could not simply stand by while the pills of Zhixiao Peak were mishandled. Although they were sold at a high price, the primary concern was the dwindling inventory, which affected the normal distribution. After some contemplation, she decided it best to summon that young man to inquire about the situation, to discern just how audacious he had become, and to witness firsthand how he managed to elevate those ordinary pills into extraordinary elixirs. Elder Danxiao exhaled softly and instructed Zhao Ming. All right, I am aware of the situation. Go, send someone to the central square to invite that fellow Li Wanyu from Zhuowang Peak to visit us at Zhixiao Peak. Inform him that I am quite interested in the miraculous elixirs he has sold and wish to have a word with him. She deliberately emphasized the words invite and miraculous elixirs, a smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming immediately bowed and replied, Understood. I will go at once. Internally, he mused, Young man, your time is up. With the elder personally intervening, let us see how you maintain your arrogance. Chapter 18. The sophistry of Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu reclined comfortably, savoring the spoils of his recent endeavors, weighing whether to indulge himself with a roasted chicken from the dining hall or to entice a few new members into his burgeoning children's group. At that moment, a disciple clad in the attire of Zhixiao Peak approached him, his expression devoid of emotion. Junior brother Li Wanyu? Li Wanyu lifted his gaze, a jolt of realization coursing through him. From Zhixiao Peak? Here so swiftly. Yet, his countenance transformed instantaneously into one of innocent charm. It's me. Is there something you need, senior brother? The disciple scrutinized the seemingly naive boy before him, recalling the myriad mischiefs he had perpetrated, and his lips twitched in irritation as he replied sternly, Elder Danxiao summons you. You are to proceed to the Dan Hall at Zhixiao Peak immediately. Ah, here it comes. The inquiry for accountability. Li Wanyu understood all too well. The matter of illicitly trading elixirs had finally come to light. However, rather than panic, he donned an expression of feigned surprise and bashfulness. Elder Danxiao wishes to see me? Really? Is the elder perhaps aware of my successful sales and wishes to commend me? The disciple nearly choked on his words, suppressing a desire to retort. With a frosty tone, he stated, You will find out upon your arrival. Please, follow me. Very well. Li Wanyu exclaimed joyfully, leaping down from his perch. He hastily stuffed his spirit stone pouch and blue cloth table into his storage bag before calling out to the children's group still peddling nearby. You all carry on without me. I shall return shortly. With that, he merrily trailed behind the disciple towards Zhixiao Peak, curiously glancing about and peppering his guide with questions, much to the latter's growing annoyance. Upon arriving at the Dan Hall of Zhixiao Peak, The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Disciple Zhao Ming stood stiffly to one side, his face stern, his eyes almost blazing with ire. Other disciples who had gathered nearby wore expressions of eager anticipation. The hall was suffused with a faint medicinal aroma, yet it was permeated by an invisible tension. Elder Danxia sat at the head, his expression inscrutable, holding a familiar small jade bottle, one of the very elixirs Li Wanyu had sold. Elder, Li Wanyu has arrived, the guiding disciple reported with a bow. Li Wanyu promptly stepped forward, performing a semblance of a formal greeting, his voice sweet and clear. Disciple of Zhuowang Peak, Li Wanyu, pays his respects to Elder Danxia. You summon me? Elder Danxia raised his eyelids, appraising the upright figure of the boy who wore an expression of innocence. Shaking the jade bottle in his hand, he asked bluntly, Li Wanyu, is this elixir what you have been selling in the square? Indeed, indeed. Li Wanyu nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling. Elder, you know about it? Isn't the effect remarkable? Elder Danxia nearly broke his composure at the boy's blatant inquiry, stifling a smile as he maintained his stern demeanor. Oh, remarkable, you say? Yet, I have heard that this is merely the most ordinary Qingqi Bigodan produced by Zixia Peak. Moreover, you sell it for 3 low-grade spirit stones per bottle? May the elder be discerning. Li Wanyu immediately protested, his expression one of utmost grievance. Indeed, the elixir was crafted at Zixia Peak, that much was true. But did it not yield exceptional results? Perhaps it was due to the infusion of my spiritual essence, or perhaps the sincerity of my sales endeavored to charm the elixir. Regardless, the brothers and sisters who purchased it all sang its praises. Beside him, Zhao Ming could no longer contain himself, and he interjected with a scolding voice. Li Wanyu, cease your nonsensical rambling. This is clearly the batch you bought from us at a low price just a few days ago. You turned around and sold it at a high price. What else could this be but fraud? Brother Zhao, how can you say such a thing? Li Wanyu immediately turned to Zhao Ming, his demeanor even more pitiful, his eyes reddening as though on the brink of tears, his acting rivaling that of a seasoned thespian. When have I ever committed fraud? I was merely assisting the brothers and sisters of Zhuowang Peak in their purchases. A collective procurement. Bulk orders should receive preferential pricing. Is this not reasonable, Elder? What say you? He tossed the question back to Elder Danxia. The elder merely hummed in acknowledgement. Withholding judgment. If it was indeed a collective purchase, then what became of the elixirs? How did they end up in your possession for sale at the square? And at such inflated prices? Ah, Elder, therein lies your misunderstanding. Li Wanyu puffed out his chest, launching into his meticulously prepared defense. While it was a collective buy, after receiving the elixirs, my brothers and sisters found they did not require so many at once, and feeling embarrassed to return them to Zixia Peak to trouble everyone. They entrusted me to resell them to others in need. His rhetoric was assertive, and his reasoning surprisingly coherent. As for the pricing, Li Wanyu rubbed his fingers together, adopting the shrewd demeanor of a small vendor. You see, this involves numerous additional costs. First, there is the storage and management fee. With so many elixirs in my possession, not only do they occupy space, but I must also ensure their careful preservation, guarding against moisture and breakage. Does this not incur costs? Secondly, there is the logistics and transportation fee. Moving them from Zhuowang Peak to the square is no small feat. I am but a child. Lastly, and most significantly, there is my service and errand fee. He counted on his fingers. I must set up my stall, call out to potential buyers, respond to various inquiries, and guard against anyone trying to bully this little child, casting a timid glance at Zhao Ming. Is not this mental and physical labor worth a few spirit stones? 3 low-grade spirit stones, and after deducting the cost of the elixirs and these expenses, my profit is hardly substantial, merely a hard-earned sum. His eloquent discourse rendered his inflated prices entirely justifiable, all while evoking sympathy for his plight. Zhao Ming was so enraged he trembled. You are twisting words. Where are the storage and transportation fees? How can you charge over 2 spirit stones for service? Why don't you just go rob someone? Li Wanyu widened his eyes and retorted, Brother Zhao, one cannot argue in such a manner. Which sect rule states that disciples cannot transfer items among themselves? And which rule forbids charging a reasonable fee for assistance in transactions? His inquiry left Zhao Ming momentarily speechless. While the Sect's regulations were stringent, they did not delve into the specifics of labor fees for private transactions among disciples. Li Wanyu observed the other party at a loss for words and, seizing the moment, turned to Elder Danxia with an expression that was even more innocent, tinged with a hint of pride. Elder, I have earned this modest profit through my own labor, honing my business acumen while simultaneously fostering the circulation and mutual complementarity of resources within our sect. Is this truly a fault? Does Lingxiao Palace not encourage its disciples to be industrious and self-reliant? What a bold assumption he made, placing himself on a moral pedestal of diligence and innovation. Elder Danxiao listened to his convoluted reasoning, watching his innocent yet slightly cunning face, and felt both exasperated and amused. She finally understood why her senior brother Qingshu always furrowed his brows when mentioning this disciple. This lad was remarkably quick-witted, astonishingly thick-skinned, an adept at articulating his arguments so convincingly that one felt the undeniable wrongness, yet found it challenging to pinpoint a compelling clause to reprimand him harshly. Could she accuse him of fraud? The elixirs were genuine, and he had not coerced anyone into purchasing them. Could she claim he was disrupting the market? Private transactions among disciples had always existed. Was he charging exorbitant prices? It was simply a matter of mutual consent, with no explicit regulations on price limits. The crux of the issue was that he had nearly depleted the inventory of low-tier elixirs, thus affecting their normal distribution. However, this too revealed a management oversight on the part of Zhixiao Peak, which he had cleverly exploited. Elder Danxiao rubbed her temples, feeling a slight headache. She realized that discussing reason with this young man often led her into his convoluted arguments. With a resigned wave of her hand, she interrupted Zhao Ming, who was eager to continue the debate, and turned her gaze back to Li Wangyou, ultimately saying with an amused exasperation, "Very well, young man, put away your arguments. Regardless of your storage fees or delivery charges, your near depletion of the inventory has indeed disrupted the normal affairs of the alchemy hall. I shall let this slide this time, but it shall not happen again." She paused, her tone becoming more serious. "Furthermore, you are to restore the prices of those elixirs to their original rates immediately. No more high pricing under the guise of special effects. Should I discover any further mischief from you, I will have no choice but to summon your master, the true immortal Qingshu, to personally address this matter. Do you understand?" Chapter 19. The first bucket of gold. Understood, Elder. Rest assured, I shall heed your counsel and rectify my actions immediately. I will restore the original price and remain honest, Li Wangyou declared, thumping his chest with fervor, nodding his head like a chick pecking at grain, his countenance radiating sincerity, embodying the quintessential model disciple who acknowledges his faults and is eager to learn. Elder Danxia, observing his demeanor, was acutely aware that he was likely performing. Yet, given the circumstances, it was not prudent to delve deeper. With a resigned wave of his hand, he signaled for him to take his leave. "Go on. Remember your words." "Thank you, Elder. Farewell." Li Wanyu executed a deep bow, then stepped away with an endearingly obedient gait, meticulously exiting the Dan Hall. As he crossed the threshold and escaped the gaze of several prominent figures from Zhixiao Peak, the mask of innocence vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by a sly and triumphant grin. "Rectify? Restore the original price? Huh. The elixirs are nearly sold out. What is there to amend?" He hummed a disjointed tune, his steps light and buoyant as he skipped down Zhixiao Peak towards the central square, his mind calculating the lucrative gains ahead. This endeavor would yield a handsome profit. Upon reaching the familiar large stone near the square, his youthful companions quickly gathered around him, their faces etched with concern and apprehension. They had witnessed him being summoned by the Zhixiao Peak elders. "Brotherly, are you all right? Did those seniors trouble you? What about our elixirs?" "All is well. What could possibly happen?" Li Wanyu waved his hand grandly, brimming with confidence. "The elders from Zhixiao Peak merely called me to commend my flourishing business and encourage me to persevere." Unaware of the underlying intricacies, the children readily accepted his words, visibly relieved, their faces lighting up with smiles once more. "Wonderful. Brotherly is truly impressive. All right. Today's sales conclude here," Li Wanyu announced. "Return all our merchandise. It is time to settle the accounts." The children obediently returned the remaining elixir vials they had yet to sell. After a brief count, Li Wanyu found only a meager 7 or 8 bottles of the fasting elixir and 3 or 4 portions of the healing medicine left. The sales rate was remarkably good. Now for the main event, distributing the earnings. Li Wanyu found a corner and began to tally each child's performance. Who sold how many bottles of fasting elixirs? How many portions of healing medicine? He noted it all meticulously. Xiao Duzi, 3 bottles of fasting elixirs, 1 portion of healing medicine. Here you go. This is yours. 9 candied fruits, plus 5 low-grade spirit stones. Li Wanyu counted the glimmering spirit stones and enticing candied fruits, placing them into the hands of a small, thin boy. Xiao Duzi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the 5 spirit stones, an amount he had never possessed before, his breath quickening, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Stumbling over his words, "Thank you, brotherly. And you, little miss, 2 bottles of fasting elixirs, 2 portions of healing medicine, 8 candied fruits, 6 spirit stones. Thank you, brother. Ironhead, for bottles of bidadan. Impressive. 12 pieces of candied fruits, 4 blocks of spirit stones. Each child received corresponding rewards based on their sales performance. Clutching their candied fruits and spirit stones, they leaped with excitement, feeling as though they had become the wealthiest children in the world. Their admiration for Li Wanyu surged like an unstoppable torrent. Li Wanyu himself couldn't contain his joy, grinning from ear to ear. He swept the remaining elixirs and the spirit stones collected that day into his storage bag. The bag felt heavy in his hand, providing a reassuring sense of solidity. He made a rough estimate. Purchasing a substantial quantity of elixirs from Xiao Peak at near wholesale prices had nearly depleted all his previous savings, mostly acquired through cunning deception. Selling Bidu Dan at 3 spirit stones per bottle and healing potions at 5 spirit stones each yielded astonishing profits. The compensation given to the Children-S group paled in comparison to his income, merely a drop in the ocean. The influx and outflux of funds resulted in a staggering profit. This was undoubtedly the first substantial fortune he had ever amassed since his reincarnation. Since the beginning of his life. Well, the money is all distributed. Thank you all for your hard work today. Li Wanyu addressed the children. Now go back. Remember to keep your wealth concealed, and hide your spirit stones well so they won't be stolen. Should such good fortune arise again, I shall call upon you. All right. The children chorused in unison, their voices resonating, before reluctantly dispersing, each glancing back 3 times, eagerly anticipating Li Shixiang's next opportunity. Once the children had departed, Li Wanyu plopped back onto his large rock, clutching his storage bag, grinning foolishly, resembling a simpleton. The elders of Xiao Peak had merely ordered him to revert to the original prices, yet they hadn't demanded he return the profits. This was the essence of having cooked rice. What he had earned was rightfully his, though there had been minor setbacks and he had been summoned for tea. The outcome was flawless. Elder Danxia didn't seem genuinely angry. It was likely just a matter of face, a gentle reprimand for himself. It appeared that the business of buying low and selling high needed a more discreet approach in the future. It couldn't be so overt. Or perhaps, he should develop new projects? He couldn't continually fleece Xiao Peak like a sheep. That would risk overexploitation. He weighed the storage bag in his arms, listening to the delightful chime of spirit stones colliding within, and his heart swelled with joy. The feeling of wealth was truly splendid. From now on, when dining in the canteen, he need no longer fixate on the cheapest rice. He could indulge in chicken legs at every meal. The little magical tools and new talisman paper he had been eyeing could also be within reach. He might even explore the Sect's market to see if there were any intriguing items. Once a person acquires wealth, their thoughts begin to flourish. He crossed his legs, chewing on a blade of grass, and began to devise his next lucrative scheme, or rather, his next target for exploitation. His gaze wandered aimlessly within the Sect, skimming past Danxia Peak, which he had just exploited, so he paused, glancing at Beastmaster Peak, rumored to be quite lucrative. But the temper of Old Thunder Tiger was daunting, and surveying Sword Peak, a gathering of impoverished sword practitioners, lacking any substantial profit. Ultimately, his gaze transcended several mountains, resting upon a distant range shrouded in mist, exuding an exceptionally serene and picturesque allure. That direction points towards the Jade Maiden Peak. It is said that the summit is inhabited solely by female disciples, each as beautiful as a flower, and moreover, they are reputed to be quite affluent. After all, female cultivators tend to possess distinct consumption preferences. The eyes of Li Wanyu gradually sparkled, and a familiar, mischievous smile crept upon his lips. Oh, the Jade Maiden Peak. It is rumored that the scenery is particularly enchanting, and the senior sisters are exceptionally gentle and kind. Indeed, it warrants an exploration of the market environment. He licked his lips, sensing that the next business opportunity may well lie therein. Chapter 20. The scenery of Jade Maiden Peak. With a bulging bag of spirit stones tucked away, Li Wanyu felt as though he were walking on air. Having acquired wealth, his mind naturally began to flourish with ideas. Those business plans he once dared only to dream of now seemed within reach. Jade Maiden Peak. It has been decided. He did not genuinely expect to engage in any grand enterprise at Jade Maiden Peak, as it was primarily inhabited by female disciples, and the market for selling healing elixirs and dietary pills seemed rather scarce. Rather, it was his curiosity, or perhaps the innate inquisitiveness and exploratory spirit of youth toward a gathering of the opposite sex, that compelled him. Without hesitation, he set forth. After orienting himself, he strode toward the territory of Jade Maiden Peak. Although there were boundaries between the various peaks of Lingxiao Palace, there were no prohibitions against disciples visiting one another, with certain special restricted areas being the exception. Due to its particular nature, male disciples typically refrained from venturing there to avoid any semblance of impropriety, unless there was a pressing matter. However, this certainly did not apply to Li Wanyu. for the notion of avoiding suspicion was non-existent in his lexicon. As he drew nearer to Jade Maiden Peak, the environment became increasingly serene. The flowers and grasses along the path appeared to have been meticulously pruned, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air, not the scent of blossoms, but rather akin to a fragrance commonly used by young women. Occasionally, he encountered a few female disciples from Jade Maiden Peak, who cast curious glances at the sight of a young boy approaching. Wangyou swiftly donned a harmless, somewhat bashful smile, greeting them. "Greetings, sisters." Seeing him so young and charmingly handsome, their guard lowered, and they responded with friendly smiles. "Hello, little junior brother. Which peak are you from? What brings you here to play?" "I am from Ziwang Peak, and my name is Wangyou. My master asked me to familiarize myself with the various peaks, and I ended up here while wandering," he replied earnestly, throwing in a compliment. "Sisters, your Jade Maiden Peak is truly beautiful." With wide eyes, he spoke with genuine admiration. And indeed, girls seldom resist flattery. The female disciples smiled even more warmly. "So it's little Wangyou. We've heard of you. The scenery here is indeed lovely. Make sure to enjoy yourself, but return early. Don't stray too far." "Understood. Thank you, sisters." Wangyou nodded obediently, internally chuckling. "They've heard of me? Surely. It cannot be anything good." Having successfully infiltrated the territory, Wangyou commenced his market research. Of course, this was not the market one might typically envision. He dared not delve too deeply into the core areas, instead opting to meander around the periphery where foot traffic was more abundant. The scenery of Jade Maiden Peak was indeed distinct from the other peaks, possessing fewer sharp angles and more gentle beauty. The pavilions and towers were exquisitely petite. Streams babbled softly, and flowers bloomed in vibrant clusters. As he wandered near a relatively spacious training ground, Wangyou's eyes sparkled with delight. Goodness! Now this is true beauty. Before him, approximately a dozen female disciples from Jade Maiden Peak were practicing their swordplay. Their forms were graceful, the glint of their swords shimmering as their garments fluttered, akin to butterflies flitting through flowers, an enchanting sight indeed. Accompanied by their light laughter and gentle shouts, a sheen of sweat adorned their brows, creating a stunning tableau. Wangyou found a thicket of short trees, neither too far nor too near, and nestled behind it, observing with rapt attention. He harbored no malicious thoughts. Rather, it was the youthful admiration for beauty that captivated him, far more enchanting than watching his rough elder brothers practice swordplay atop the Sitting Forget Peak. Oh, this senior sister exhibited remarkable agility, though her lower stance seemed a touch unstable. "Wow, that sword technique is strikingly fierce. TSK, the way her waist twists. Could she be practicing dance?" As he watched, he mentally critiqued her performance, his little head nodding as if conducting a professional evaluation. After a while, he found merely watching swordplay somewhat monotonous. Mischievous thoughts sprang forth like bamboo shoots after a rain, impossible to suppress. What could he do? Perhaps throw a small stone to startle her? Too juvenile, easily discovered. Run in and feign asking for directions? That seemed lackluster as well. Steal something? As this notion took root, it proliferated wildly, akin to rampant weeds. But what to steal? A sword? Too cumbersome, difficult to carry. A hairpin? Lacks interest. Steal? Ah yes, he had heard that girls often possessed intimate, personal trinkets. This idea sparked an inexplicable thrill within him, a rush of exhilaration from the prospect of mischief. Naturally bold, he felt emboldened by his golden core cultivation, rendering him fearless. He began to furtively scan his surroundings, seeking potential hiding places for such private items. He dared not approach the dormitory area of the female disciples, fearing an encounter that could lead to him being labeled a little rogue and subsequently punished. His gaze swept over the resting pavilion adjacent to the training ground, across the nearby stream, finally settling on a secluded patch of ground not far behind the training area, partly enveloped by natural stones and basking in sunlight. There, several thin ropes were strung up, adorned with a variety of garments. Among them were outer disciples' robes and skirts, alongside softer, more elegantly colored undergarments. Wangyou's eyes widened, and his heart inexplicably raced. That was the spot. Like a little leopard spotting its prey, he stealthily crept towards the drying area, using the thicket and terrain as cover. As he drew nearer, he could discern the garments more clearly. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the refreshing scent of soap pods mingled with the faint, unique fragrance of a young woman. His gaze flitted across the gently swaying clothing, most of which were ordinary belly wraps and undergarments. While they were indeed intimate items, they failed to ignite his grand sense of mischief. Just as he pondered whether to simply take one at random, his attention was suddenly captivated by a particular piece. It was a water-green silk belly wrap, The material evidently superior to the others, smooth and soft, glistening with a delicate sheen in the sunlight. Most strikingly, at the center of the wrap, a lotus blossom was intricately embroidered with silver and pale pink threads, vivid and lifelike, exuding elegance with a hint of charm. This belly wrap was beautiful, and it was clear that its owner was no ordinary disciple. Li Wangyou's heart inexplicably quickened its pace, a surge of mischievous excitement coursing through him. He moistened his somewhat parched lips as a recent piece of gossip flickered through his mind. The esteemed senior disciple Su Wan from the Jade Maiden Peak, a fervent admirer of lotus flowers, often adorned her intimate garments with this very motif. Could it be that this is the very undergarment belonging to the enchanting Su Wan, the dream lover of countless male disciples within the sect? This thought ignited within him like a spark falling into a cauldron of oil, instantly awakening all his desires for mischief. Chapter 21. The wind leaves no trace. Li Wangyou, harboring a secretive thought akin to a cat on the prowl, circled the periphery of Jade Maiden Peak several times. With an extraordinary awareness surpassing that of his peers, he meticulously surveyed the terrain, the intervals between patrolling disciples, and the concealed nodes of protective barriers. Engaging in mischief, especially of such a sophisticated nature, necessitates thorough preparation. This is Li Wangyou's guiding principle. At long last, as the night deepened and the crescent moon stealthily ascended to the treetops, draping Jade Maiden Peak in a veil of mist, most disciples had retreated to their respective caves or dormitories for meditation and rest. Only a few drowsy patrolling disciples ambled along their fixed routes. The moment had arrived. Li Wangyou donned a set of pre-prepared nocturnal attire, its origins a mystery even to him, hiding his diminutive form within the shadows, nearly merging with the darkness itself. The golden core within him stirred slightly, a refined yet restrained flow of spiritual energy circulating throughout his being. In the next instant, he silently slipped into the domain of Jade Maiden Peak. The protective barriers, which ordinary disciples had to navigate with caution or even a token, were rendered utterly ineffective before this golden core master. His consciousness far exceeded that of the barrier's creator, allowing him to sense the slightest fluctuations of spiritual energy in advance. With the finesse of a seer, he manipulated the spiritual power to temporarily create a narrow passage through the barrier, just wide enough for him to pass, which seamlessly closed behind him, leaving no trace. As for the patrolling disciples, they were oblivious, akin to the blind. The cultivation of the golden core was no trifling matter. Li Wangyou's movements were swift, and by deliberately suppressing his presence, he often eluded their notice. Just as one of the patrolling disciples felt a flicker at the corner of their eye and turned to investigate, Li Wangyou had already vanished into the distance. A specter without a trace. Drawing upon his recollections from the day and his probing consciousness, he located a secluded drying yard situated behind the disciples' dormitories. Enclosed by a bamboo fence, the yard featured several rows of clotheslines. The night breeze stirred the garments, which swayed gently and cast dappled shadows in the moonlight. Li Wangyou's gaze, as precise as a finely tuned probe, swiftly fixed upon his target, the water-green silk bodice adorned with intertwined lotuses, suspended in the middle of a line. The moonlight caressed the smooth silk, bestowing it with a soft, alluring glow, as if the lotuses were alive. Having confirmed that the surroundings were devoid of any presence, even the faintest chirp of a spirit insect was absent, Li Wangyou sprang into action. His figure glided into the yard without a whisper of sound. Approaching the bodice, he refrained from touching it directly, wary of leaving even a trace of sweat or breath that might betray him. Instead, he produced a specially crafted wooden clip from seemingly nowhere, deftly and swiftly securing the ties of the bodice. With his other hand, he retrieved a dainty jade knife, and with a gentle stroke, severed the hanging string. The entire process transpired with lightning speed, his fingers never once making direct contact with the bodice. Having succeeded, he cast not a glance back, swiftly stowing the bodice into a pristine storage bag he had prepared in advance. Then he slipped out of the small courtyard, concealing himself within the shadows. From the moment of infiltration to the successful acquisition and subsequent retreat, it took scarcely more than 3 breaths. Truly, it was as if the wind had passed without leaving a trace, like a wild goose flying silently away. Everything in the courtyard appeared unchanged, save for the absence of a water-green belly band from the clothesline, and the addition of a small severed head. Having accomplished this, Li Wangyou should have immediately fled thousands of miles away to his Zhuohuang Peak to relish in his spoils. Yet he did not. The mischievous flame within him not only remained unextinguished, but blazed even more fervently due to the thrill of success. Merely stealing the belly band seemed insufficiently exhilarating, lacking in amusement. He pinched his chin, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured softly, "How dull it is to simply steal away." Sister Su Wan must be quite anxious upon discovering her precious belly band is missing, right? If, at this moment, a kind-hearted soul were to assist her in finding it, or if some unfortunate soul were to accidentally stumble upon it, how much more entertaining would that scene be? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. He even excitedly rubbed his hands together, believing that this follow-up plan was the perfect finishing touch. Chapter 22. The Amulet of the Senior Brother clutching the fragrant belly band belonging to Sister Su Wan. Li Wanyu scurried back to the sitting forget peak like a little mouse that had found a treasure. He did not return to his own quarters, but instead sought out a thoroughly concealed corner to securely hide the storage bag containing incriminating evidence. With a sigh of relief, he began to ponder his next steps. Framing someone. This is an art that requires a suitable scapegoat. The target must meet several criteria. First, he must be male. Second, he should possess some degree of status. Ideally, someone who appears both earnest and morally upright, as the greater the contrast, the more explosive the outcome. Third, it would be best if there were some past grievances, allowing for a guilt-free betrayal. Fourth, he must own a distinctive personal item that can be easily recognized. As Li Wanyu counted off on his fingers, a mischievous smile spread across his face. Is there anyone more perfect than Senior Brother Chu Tianhua? Male? Indeed. Of status? He is the chief disciple of Sitting Forget Peak, a prominent figure in the sect. Earnest? Senior Brother is practically the embodiment of seriousness. Past grievances? The last incident with the eagle egg on Beastmaster Peak resulted in Senior Brother's spirit beast, Huang, taking the blame. He is likely still oblivious to the truth, making this a perfect grudge. Distinctive item? Yes. Senior Brother possesses a jade amulet of verdant hue that he never parts with. It is said to be a treasured heirloom, unique to the entire Lingxiao Palace. Perfect. It is you, my dear Senior Brother. Li Wanyu was well aware of his Senior Brother's habits. At this hour, he would undoubtedly be practicing his sword in the serene bamboo grove on the back mountain. Unwavering as always, he stealthily approached the periphery of the bamboo grove. Sure enough, even from a distance, he could hear the faint yet piercing sound of the sword cutting through the air, alongside the palpable sword intent. Hiding behind a large boulder, Li Wanyu peeked out, observing from afar. In the moonlit bamboo grove, Senior Brother Chu Tianhua, clad in a blue robe, moved with the grace of his sword, the glimmer of its blade reflecting his meticulous actions and focused expression. The verdant jade amulet dangled from his waist, swaying gently with his movements, glistening softly in the moonlight. The amulet is there. Splendid. How can I obtain it discreetly? Should I charge in and snatch it? That would be folly. Wait until Senior Brother has finished practicing and returned home to sleep? Too slow and fraught with peril. Li Wangyou's mind raced, his eyes darting about, soon locking onto a few low-level spirit rabbits nibbling on the dewy bamboo shoots at the edge of the grove. Eureka! He grinned, forming a simple incantation known as the beast scare technique. This spell bore little lethality, merely intended to startle the small creatures with undeveloped intellect. A faint ripple of spiritual energy, barely perceptible, precisely struck one of the plump rabbits. The rabbit, enjoying its meal, suddenly felt as if pricked by a needle. Its spirit jolted in fright, emitting a sharp squeal. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it launched itself like a white, fluffy cannonball, bolting frantically towards the center of the bamboo grove, directly in the direction of where Chu Tianhua practiced his sword. As Chu Tianhua was deeply engrossed in his swordplay, an abrupt sound jolted him, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a white figure hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. Instinctively, he suspected an ambush or a distraction, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a startled spirit rabbit. The Senior Brother, known for his integrity and benevolence, would never harm such an innocent creature. He swiftly retracted his sword stance, twisting his wrist to transform the thrust into a gentle deflection, using the broad blade to skillfully intercept the erratic rabbit, preventing it from crashing into the bamboo or meeting the edge of his sword. In that fleeting moment, when his previous momentum had waned and new strength had yet to manifest, Li Wanyu made his move. With a barely perceptible flick of his fingertip, an ethereal thread of spiritual energy, finer than a hair and nearly transparent, silently traversed the distance of several dozen feet, deftly ensnaring the cord that held the jade pendant at Chu Tianhua's waist. The cunning force exerted a delicate tug. Snap! The cord broke with a soft sound, and the emerald jade pendant slipped free, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing soundlessly in the dense underbrush, without a single rustle. At that precise moment, Chu Tianhua's sword gently tapped against the spirit rabbit, the soft impact causing it to roll twice on the ground, dazed yet unharmed. Relieved, he sheathed his sword, still puzzled as to why the rabbit had suddenly gone wild. Unbeknownst to him, the family heirloom jade pendant that had never left his side had now changed ownership. Concealed at a distance, Wangyou, the moment the pendant fell, had already cast a subtle spell to retrieve it from afar. An invisible force accurately locked onto the jade pendant hidden in the grass, and with a swift motion, it flew into his grasp. Holding the warm, smooth pendant that still bore the senior brother's warmth, Wangyou felt an immense satisfaction. The texture was exquisite, a testament to the years of care bestowed upon it by the senior brother. He chuckled to himself, akin to a fox that had stolen a chick. He then produced a slender thread he had brought from the peaks of the Jade Maiden, carefully wrapping it in small circles around the tassel of the pendant, tying an inconspicuous knot that made the differently colored thread appear as if it had been carelessly attached. Perfect. Wangyou snapped his fingers, confident that both the witness, perhaps non-existent, and the evidence were in his possession. Senior brother, you must sincerely thank me for retrieving your lost item this time. With that, he did not linger, tucking away his meticulously prepared gift, vanishing into the depths of the bamboo grove, leaving senior brother Chu Tianqua standing perplexed, casting a bewildered glance at the rabbit that had scampered off, entirely unaware of the calamity that had befallen him. Chapter 23. The dawn at Jade Maiden Peak. As dawn broke the following morning, the serene Jade Maiden Peak awakened from its nocturnal tranquility. The melodious chirping of birds filled the air, and dewdrops danced upon the leaves, rendering the scene peaceful and exquisite. Inside the abode of the core disciples, Sister Su Wan gradually opened her beautiful eyes after her meditation. Today, she was to attend a sermon delivered by the elders alongside several junior sisters, necessitating a bit of grooming. Approaching her wardrobe, she prepared to don a pristine undergarment. Habitually, her fingers reached for the compartment where she kept her intimate garments, searching for her beloved silk pouch adorned with embroidered lotus flowers in a delicate shade of green. It's not here? Frowning slightly, she searched meticulously once more. Still, it was absent. How peculiar. She distinctly remembered washing it and hanging it out to dry, and it should have been retrieved by last evening. Could it be that the maid misplaced it while tidying up? She summoned her personal maid to inquire. The maid, looking perplexed, asserted with certainty, "Miss, when I went to collect the laundry last evening, that pouch was not on the line. I thought you had taken it in early. I did not collect it." Su Wan's brows knitted tighter. A disconcerting premonition began to take shape. That pouch, crafted from fine material and exquisitely embroidered, was one she cherished dearly. How could it have vanished into thin air? Could the strong winds of the night have blown it away? Determined, she led the maid to the drying courtyard. All other garments hung neatly on the line, save for that singular green pouch. Upon inspecting the clothesline closely, she discovered a small, jagged tear in the middle, as if severed by a sharp blade. This was no mere gust of wind. It had been deliberately cut and stolen. Realizing this, Su Wan's fair complexion flushed crimson and then drained to a pallid hue. A mix of shame, anger, and a nauseating sense of violation surged within her. Who could be so despicable and shameless as to steal a woman's intimate apparel? She was both furious and anxious, her body trembling slightly. This was a matter of a young lady's reputation. If word got out, she would be utterly humiliated. The commotion soon attracted the attention of several close junior sisters. Observing Su Wan's distressed expression as she stood before the clothesline, they hurried over to inquire. "Sister Su, what's the matter? Why do you look so troubled? Have you lost something?" Feeling a mix of shame and indignation, Su Wan struggled to voice her concern, ultimately gritting her teeth and softly revealing the theft of her pouch. Her sisters were taken aback by the revelation, and their expressions quickly morphed into one of outrage. What? Such a thing has happened. Who could be so shameless? Stealing that kind of item? Absolutely intolerable. We must unmask this vile thief. United in their indignation, the young women immediately began to assist in the search. Though they suspected it was unlikely to be recovered, what if it had simply fallen nearby? They scoured the small courtyard, beyond the fence, and through the nearby grass, chattering animatedly, fueled by a mixture of anger and curiosity as they speculated about the identity of the perpetrator. Could it be some perverse junior brother harboring a secret crush on Sister Su? Or perhaps those uncouth outsiders who knew nothing of decorum? How utterly revolting. Just as everyone was about to concede defeat and give up, a keen-eyed junior sister suddenly pointed at a dense thicket beside the drying area and exclaimed, "Oh, there seems to be something glimmering in there." Upon hearing this, the group immediately rushed over. A bolder junior sister cautiously used a branch to part the underbrush. To their astonishment, nestled among the branches was a jade pendant of a vibrant green hue. The pendant exuded a warm, lustrous glow, unmistakably an exquisite piece, with a red tassel dangling from its base. One of the junior sisters delicately retrieved the pendant and handed it to Su Wan. Sister, look at this pendant. It doesn't seem to belong to any of us from the peak, does it? As Su Wan took the pendant in her hand, she felt its warm smoothness, evidently nurtured by its owner's prolonged wearing. Upon careful inspection, she noted the exceptional material and craftsmanship of the pendant, far beyond what an ordinary disciple could possess. Moreover, the design seemed somewhat familiar. Just then, another junior sister gasped, as if recalling something, and said, "This pendant. I think I've seen it worn by Brother Chu Tianqua from the Ziwang Peak. He returned a book borrowed from our master the day before yesterday, and I noticed from a distance that he had a striking green pendant hanging at his waist." Chu Tianqua? Su Wan was taken aback. The esteemed chief disciple of Ziwang Peak, known for his steadiness and integrity? Another junior sister chimed in. Yes. I remember now. It must belong to Brother Chu. It's said to be a family heirloom he never parts with. How could it have ended up here? All eyes were fixated on the pendant, then shifted to the severed clothesline, and finally to Su Wan's missing garment. In an instant, all the clues seemed to intertwine. A disingenuous, seemingly upright figure with peculiar inclinations rapidly formed in the minds of the female disciples. Witness, a junior sister had seen Chu Tianqua recently in the vicinity. Material evidence, his personal jade pendant had fallen near the scene of the theft. Motive, the sordid thoughts of men. This was irrefutable proof. Initially merely angered, Su Wan now felt a profound sense of disappointment and rage at being deceived. She had always believed Chu Tianqua to be one of the few gentlemen in the sect, only to discover his despicable nature in private. How could he engage in such lewd and shameless acts? Clutching the pendant, still faintly carrying the scent of an unfamiliar man, her delicate face turned frosty, and her beautiful eyes blazed with fury. She raised her gaze towards Ziwang Peak, her voice icy and laden with suppressed wrath as she enunciated each word. Chu Tianqua, I never imagined you to be such a hypocrite. Sisters, follow me to Ziwang Peak to seek an explanation. Chapter 24, The Confrontation at Ziwang Peak. With a commanding voice, Su Wan summoned her fellow disciples from Yunu Peak, who had long been filled with righteous indignation. A throng of graceful young women, typically gentle and demure, transformed into fierce warriors, their brows furrowed and eyes wide with determination. As they rallied behind their senior sister and charged toward Ziwang Peak, their passage stirred quite a commotion. Isn't that senior sister Su Wan from Yunu Peak? Where is she headed? Murmured onlookers, noting her troubled expression and the evident fury of her junior sisters. Is that direction Ziwang Peak? What could possibly have happened? Let us follow and see what is unfolding. Curiosity piqued. Many disciples from other peaks trailed behind, their numbers swelling like a rolling snowball. By the time they reached the entrance of Ziwang Peak, a sizable crowd had gathered. The usually tranquil entrance of Ziwang Peak was disrupted as two patrolling disciples engaged in idle chatter, stifling yawns and pondering their shift change. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps and animated voices approached, drawing their attention. To their astonishment, they beheld Su Wan leading a disciplined formation of 20 to 30 female disciples from Yunu Peak, their expressions frosty and gazes sharp, effectively blocking the mountain gate. Behind them trailed an eager assembly of onlookers from other peaks, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. The two guarding disciples were instantly taken aback, their weariness evaporating. What was happening? Had the sisters from Yunu Peak come to challenge them? They were unaware of any discord between the two peaks. One disciple, mustering his courage, stepped forward with a forced smile, cautiously inquiring, Su, senior sister? Esteemed sisters, your presence at Ziwang Peak is unexpected. May I ask, what brings you here? At this moment, Su Wan was consumed by anger and had little patience for pleasantries. Her face, as cold as ice, she coldly commanded, summon Chu Tianqua immediately. Another guarding disciple quickly approached, attempting to defuse the situation with a nervous smile. Are you looking for our senior brother, Su, senior sister? Might I inquire about the matter? He could be in the midst of meditation, perhaps you could. Enough with the pleasantries, interrupted an irate junior sister from Yunu Peak. Get him out here. Now, we demand an explanation for our senior sister. Yes, have him come forth, echoed the chorus of voices. Hypocritical charlatan. Does he dare to act without accountability? Today, we demand an explanation for Yunu Peak. The female disciples, fueled by righteous fervor, expressed their outrage in a harmonious yet daunting chorus, their voices bright and clear, resembling the song of larks, though the content was quite alarming. The two guarding disciples turned pale, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Senior brother? Hypocrite? Explanation? The weight of this revelation was overwhelming for their hearts. It seemed their senior brother must have committed some grievous offense, incurring the wrath of all disciples from Yunu Peak. Esteemed sisters, please calm down. We shall inform him at once, urged one disciple, Not daring to delay, he turned with urgency, racing into the mountain with cries of alarm. This is bad. Senior brother. Trouble has arisen. The voice calling out, the people from Yinu Peak have come knocking, resonated with remarkable vigor, swiftly spreading across a significant portion of Zhuowang Peak. In an instant, the atmosphere at Zhuowang Peak erupted in chaos. What? The people from Yinu Peak have arrived? What could be the reason? What has senior brother done to provoke them? Let us go see. Third sister Lu Xian, who was tending to the spiritual herbs, nearly dropped her watering can in shock upon hearing the news. Fifth sister Zhao Mingyue, engrossed in her sword practice, rushed out brandishing her sword at the mention of someone confronting senior brother. Second brother Shi Jian peered out from the artifact refining chamber, looking utterly bewildered. Fourth brother Chen Mo quietly reinforced the formation near the mountain gate. Even the meditating master Qing Shuzi was stirred, his consciousness extending outward. Naturally, the instigator, Li Wangyou, was also alerted to the commotion. He swiftly dashed out of his room, squeezing himself among the arriving brothers and sisters, standing on tiptoes with an innocent and curious expression, while internally reveling. The show is about to begin. The first to arrive at the mountain gate was, of course, the focal point of the incident. Senior brother Chu Tianhua, having been practicing his sword in the backyard, he was equally perplexed by the shouting and hurried over. He pushed through the crowd of younger disciples gathered at the mountain gate, stepping forward to behold the dark, dense crowd outside, led by the frost-faced Su Wan. He was utterly stunned. Sister Su? Fellow disciples? Chu Tianhua exclaimed, confusion etched on his face as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Habitually, he clasped his hands together, politely inquiring, what is the meaning of this? Why blockade the mountain gate of Zhuowang Peak? Is there some misunderstanding? Observing Su Wan's grim expression, he assumed that Yinu Peak must have encountered a significant issue requiring Zhuowang Peak's assistance, his tone laced with concern. However, Su Wan, infuriated by his feigned calmness and pretense of ignorance, stepped forward, suppressing her anger. Without wasting words, she raised the jade pendant tightly clenched in her hand, thrusting it before Chu Tianhua's eyes, her voice as frigid as ice shards. Misunderstanding? Chu Tianhua, this is your doing. This jade pendant belongs to you, doesn't it? The family heirloom that he had worn for over a decade, which he had inexplicably discovered missing that very morning, was now glaringly present in Su Wan's grasp. Chu Tianhua's eyes widened in disbelief, his earlier confusion transforming into sheer shock and incredulity as he stammered, This is indeed my jade pendant. I noticed it was missing this morning and have been searching everywhere. How could it possibly be in your possession, Sister Su? Chapter 25. The inescapable truth. The astonished exclamation from Chu Tianhua. How could it be with you? Set off a tumult at the peak of Yinu. Deception. How can you still pretend? The jade pendant is already in Sister Su's possession. How can you question its presence here? Chu Tianhua, I never expected you to be such a person. You dare to act, but not to bear the consequences. The female disciples voiced their accusations, their tones rife with disdain and fury. Su Wan was particularly incensed, her chest heaving with indignation. She struggled to suppress the impulse to hurl the jade pendant at his face and, in a stern voice, demanded, How did it come to be in my possession? You ought to ask yourself. Chu Tianhua, I ask you, did you visit the drying courtyard behind the disciples' dormitory of Yinu Peak yesterday evening? Caught off guard by the inquiry, Chu Tianhua instinctively replied, I did not. After practicing my swordplay yesterday, I remained in my room meditating and never left Zhuowang Peak, let alone visit Yinu Peak. Why does Sister Su inquire thus? Did not visit? Su Wan scoffed, raising the jade pendant in her hand. Then why does your personal jade pendant appear among the bushes beside my drying courtyard? And to top it all off, it was discovered after my personal item was stolen. As a woman, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at publicly mentioning the term undergarment. But the gravity of her words regarding personal belongings and theft was sufficient for everyone to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Upon hearing this, not just the disciples of Yinu Peak, but also those from other peaks and the fellow disciples of Zhuowang Peak who had gathered to watch, were thrown into an uproar. The implications were staggering. Chu Tianhua's jade pendant had fallen amidst the private garments of the female disciples at Yinu Peak, and it was discovered following the theft of Sister Su's personal item. The weight of this revelation was immense. Countless gazes gravitated toward Chu Tianhua, filled with shock, scrutiny, suspicion, and even a hint of, so this is the true nature of our senior brother. Even Chu Tianhua, despite his usual dullness, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. A tremendous accusation had been leveled against him. His complexion turned ashen, not from guilt, but from urgency and anger. Preposterous. Absurd. Sister Su, Chu Tianhua exclaimed, his voice rising an octave in desperation. This matter is not of my doing. I lost my jade pendant during sword practice yesterday. It must have been picked up by someone who deliberately placed it there to frame me. I, Chu Tianhua, conduct myself with integrity. How could I possibly engage in such sordid acts? He fervently defended himself, his tone impassioned, and his gaze earnest, appearing genuinely innocent. Yet the question remained, where was the evidence? Su Wan remained unconvinced. Pointing at the pale yellow thread on the pendant, she coldly remarked, "Frame you? Then what is this?" The color and material of this thread clearly belonged to the attire of Yunnu Peak disciples. Do you suggest someone meticulously entangled it to frame you? Who would go to such lengths? I. Chu Tianhua faltered, gazing at the slender thread in silence. He was utterly at a loss. He had no idea where that thread originated. It felt as though he had fallen into a meticulously woven trap. The more he struggled, the tighter it ensnared him. Moreover, a fellow disciple testified that she had witnessed him near Yunnu Peak just a few days prior. On that day, I was tasked by my master to return the scriptures. I merely lingered at the periphery and did not enter the lodging area. Chu Tianhua hastily explained. Yet, all his justifications appeared utterly feeble in the face of the irrefutable evidence presented by the jade pendant and the thread. The onlookers had already begun to murmur and point fingers. Alas, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. I never expected that senior brother Chu harbored such inclinations. Caught red-handed, what further excuses can he offer? Amidst the crowd of disciples from Zhuang Peak, Li Wangyou was suppressing laughter, feigning an expression of utmost shock and sympathy, whispering to his fellow disciple. Senior brother Chen Mo, though loud enough for those around to overhear, goodness. How could this be? Senior brother is not that kind of person. This must be a misunderstanding. Someone has surely framed him. While his words ostensibly defended senior brother, they inadvertently solidified the accusation of guilt, shifting the blame to a supposed conspiracy, which only piqued the curiosity of the crowd. Who would seek to frame senior brother? Listening to the discussions around him, Chu Tianhua met the distrustful and disdainful gazes of Su Wan and the disciples of Yunnu Peak, feeling utterly speechless. A profound sense of grievance and frustration welling up in his chest, causing his body to tremble, his face flushed with rage. I truly did not. Junior sister Su, please believe me, he uttered through clenched teeth, his eyes pleading. However, Su Wan, consumed by anger, was in no mood to listen. Instead, she perceived his demeanor as even more hypocritical. With the evidence so compelling, how could he still attempt to deny it? Chu Tianhua, I was mistaken in my judgment of you, Su Wan declared, her voice frosty with disappointment. At that moment, the tempestuous fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, could no longer contain her fury. Though she typically found senior brother's demeanor to be rather dull, she would never believe he could stoop to such ignoble acts. Witnessing senior brother cornered and humiliated by a group of women, her brows furrowed in indignation as she unsheathed her sword with a swift motion. Pointing it at the disciples of Yunnu Peak, you lot dare to speak such nonsense. My senior brother stands tall and unwavering. How could he steal your wretched garments? Do you think you can frame him with a mere jade pendant? Do you believe Zhuang Peak is easy to bully? Speak to me with your sword if you dare. Her draw of the sword ignited a palpable tension. The disciples of Yunnu Peak were equally unwilling to back down, brandishing their weapons in response. What? Do you Zhuang disciples wish to resort to violence after committing such disgrace? We fear you not. As a brawl seemed imminent, third senior sister Lu Xian turned pale with fright, desperately clinging to the impulsive Zhao Mingyue. Mingyue, do not act rashly. Put down your sword. Let us talk this out. The scene erupted into chaos, with voices raised in both mediation and confrontation, as spectators jostled together. Chu Tianhua stood amidst the turmoil, observing the uncontainable situation, feeling as though darkness encroached upon him. He was at a loss for words, knowing that even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse his name. Chapter 26. The mediation of King Suzy. The tumult and clamor at the mountain gate finally drew the attention of the true authority of Zhuang Peak. A gentle yet formidable aura swept across the scene like a refreshing breeze, instantly calming the restless spiritual energies and compelling the agitated crowd into silence. What is the cause of this uproar? A serene yet authoritative voice resonated. The onlookers turned to see the venerable King Suzy, who had appeared within the mountain gate unbeknownst to them, his expression tranquil as his gaze surveyed the chaotic scene, ultimately landing on the tense Zhao Mingyue and the frost-faced Su Wan. Master, revered teacher, Uncle King Suzy. The disciples, regardless of their respective peaks, bowed deeply in respect. With the elder in attendance, the younger generation dared not act recklessly. Zhao Mingyue, firmly restrained by her senior sister, reluctantly sheathed her sword, though her glare remained fixed upon the disciples of Yunnu Peak. Upon seeing King Suzy, Su Wan, although still seething with anger, dared not forsake her manners. She stepped forward, adjusted her attire, and bowed respectfully, her voice tinged with grievance and ire. Uncle King Suzy, your arrival is most timely. Please, uphold justice for us at Yunu Peak. King Suzy nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to his pale and speechless eldest disciple encircled in the commotion, before glancing at the conspicuous jade pendant in Su Wan's hand. Grasping the essence of the situation with keen insight. Just days prior, his precious little disciple, Wangyou, had stirred trouble at Lingxiao Peak, and now, barely 2 days of tranquility later, another uproar had ensued, ensnaring his earnest eldest disciple in the process. Truly, a wayward disciple. Though he perceived the situation clearly, he still needed to address the matter diplomatically. Su niece, do not be agitated. Please recount the events in detail. King Suzy spoke with a calming authority that naturally quelled tempers. Suppressing her indignation, Su Wan recounted the unfolding events, emphasizing that the jade pendant had been discovered near the site of her private belongings theft, along with the ironclad evidence of a junior sister having seen Chu Tianhua in the vicinity recently. Chu Tianhua, standing nearby, was visibly distressed, his forehead beaded with perspiration as he attempted to interject in his defense, only to be silenced by King Suzy's piercing gaze. After contemplating Su Wan's account, King Suzy pondered for a moment. The matter was indeed delicate. The evidence was gravely unfavorable for Tianhua, and the disciples of Yunu Peak were in a state of uproar. A resolution was imperative. Yet, he was acutely aware of Tianhua's character, convinced he would never commit such an act. It was highly probable that the mischievous Wangyou had orchestrated this scheme. However, without concrete evidence to directly accuse that slippery rascal, he found himself at an impasse. The foremost priority was to quell the discord and prevent further deterioration of relations between the two peaks. Sighing inwardly, King Suzy maintained a composed exterior, turning his attention to Chu Tianhua, his tone growing more serious. Tianhua, do you have any rebuttal to Su niece's claims? Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, Chu Tianhua hastily exclaimed, Master, please see. I am wronged. I lost the jade pendant yesterday and never set foot in Yunu Peak's drying courtyard. Nor have I engaged in any disgraceful conduct. This is undoubtedly a scheme against me. King Suzy nodded in acknowledgement but shifted his stance. However, the fact remains that your jade pendant was found in an inappropriate location. Regardless of the circumstances, it ultimately stems from your negligence in safeguarding it, leading to this misunderstanding and causing offense to the esteemed disciples of Yunu Peak. Do you recognize your fault? Chu Tianhua was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended his master's intention. The plan was to administer a measured punishment to quell the unrest. Although he felt a sense of indignation, he could only grit his teeth and acquiesce for the greater good. Disciple acknowledges his error. It was my carelessness that led to the loss of the jade pendant, which sparked this incident. I humbly request Master to impose a penalty. King Suzy then turned his gaze towards Su Wan, speaking in a gentler tone. Su niece, I am well aware of Tianhua's character. There may indeed be some intricacies at play, or perhaps a malevolent individual is involved. However, since this matter arose from his loss of the jade pendant, I assure you that Zhuang Peak will not shirk its responsibility. He paused, then continued, Therefore, let us proceed as follows. First, I shall temporarily safeguard this jade pendant pending further investigation. With a flick of his hand, the pendant flew from Su Wan's grasp into his sleeve. Second, the errant disciple Chu Tianhua, having exhibited a lack of discipline and propriety, shall be confined to contemplate his misdeeds at the cliff of reflection for half a month, to reflect on his transgressions. Lastly, King Suzy retrieved a shimmering, ethereal silver fabric from his sleeve, a piece of spiritual silk brocade crafted from the rare silk of the East Sea. It was light yet resilient, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, while subtly gathering spiritual energy, thus aiding one's cultivation, a treasure far exceeding the value of ordinary garments. This shall be offered as compensation to you, Su niece, as an apology from Zhuang Peak. I hope you will not let this misunderstanding mar the harmony between our two peaks. This resolution not only preserved the dignity of the Jade Maiden Peak, but also administered punishment to the individual involved, albeit indirectly, while offering substantial compensation that far surpassed the worth of the lost garment. The spiritual silk brocade. Such exquisite fabric was the envy of many female cultivators. The eyes of Su Wan's junior sisters widened in astonishment, as Su Wan gazed at the resplendent brocade and then at the stern expression of King Suzy. Her anger diminished considerably. Given the gravity of his words and the generosity of the compensation, to persist in her grievances would only portray the Jade Maiden Peak as petty. Although she still felt a lingering resentment, she had no choice but to acquiesce for the time being. Taking a deep breath, she accepted the brocade and bowed respectfully. Since Master Qing Shuzi has spoken thus, I shall no longer pursue this matter. I hope, as you say, it is merely a misunderstanding. I take my leave. With that, she cast a lingering glance at the pallid-faced Chu Tianqua, accompanied by her junior sisters, and turned to depart. The onlookers, sensing the spectacle had concluded, gradually dispersed. The turbulence seemed to have temporarily subsided. After bidding farewell to the Jade Maiden Peak's entourage, only the disciples of Ziwang Peak remained at the mountain gate. Qing Shuzi cast a profound glance over his disciples, particularly pausing on Li Wangyou, who was attempting to shrink away, wearing an expression that conveyed both pity for his elder brother and an impression of innocence. Feeling the weight of his master's gaze, Li Wangyou quickly lifted his head, blinking his wide, innocent eyes, striving to project the most aggrieved demeanor on behalf of his elder brother. Qing Shuzi expressionlessly withdrew his gaze, internally scoffing. You little rascal, you play your part convincingly. Just wait, I will deal with you later. He said no more, flicked his sleeves, and turned to return to the peak, leaving a group of disciples exchanging glances and an elder brother on the verge of indignation. Chapter 27. The Master's Confinement. The Cliff of Reflection, as its name implies, serves as the place where disciples of the Sitwang Peak meditate in solitude, contemplating their misdeeds. In essence, it is merely a secluded cave on the back mountain, furnished with nothing but a stone bed and a mat, shrouded in an atmosphere of desolation and loneliness. With a meager presence of spiritual energy, Chu Tianqua found himself cast into this desolate refuge by a mere utterance from his master, King Suzi. The stone door closed slowly behind him, sealing off the light and sounds of the outside world, leaving only a heavy silence and a faint mustiness within the cave. Chu Tianqua refrained from sitting on the cold stone bed or touching the unyielding mat. Instead, he stood rigidly in the center of the cave, fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly embedded themselves into his palms. Frustration, an overwhelming sense of indignation. He, Chu Tianqua, had always conducted himself with integrity, never having committed any wrongdoing throughout his life. Within the sect, who would not extol his virtues of steadiness, reliability, and moral rectitude? Yet now, accused of peering at female disciples as they hung their garments to dry, accused of pilfering the undergarment of junior sister Su Wan, and caught red-handed, the thought of his fellow disciples from Yunnu Peak regarding him with disdain and anger, their gazes akin to that of viewing refuse, and the image of junior sister Su Wan's cold disappointment, alongside the whispers and finger-pointing from others, ignited a surge of blood to his head, leaving him so mortified that he wished to burrow into the very earth. This unjust blame weighed heavily upon him, repugnant and infuriating. It was not his doing. Truly, it was not. He shouted at the frigid stone wall, his voice echoing in the confined space, yet it felt utterly powerless. Confinement for reflection? He cared not. Even if his master imposed a harsher punishment, he would accept it. But he could not acquiesce to this baseless slander. If word of this spread, how could he ever maintain his standing within the sect? How could he bear to face anyone again? He racked his brain, trying to recall what transpired yesterday. When had the jade pendant gone missing? He distinctly remembered that it had been with him during his sword practice yesterday afternoon. Before sitting down to meditate, he had habitually felt it. Wait, hadn't he noticed that the cord felt a bit loose at that moment? He had thought little of it. Then, upon awakening this morning, he discovered the pendant was gone. He searched both inside and outside his room, but found nothing, presuming it had slipped away in some corner or perhaps during his sword practice yesterday. But now, the pendant had inexplicably appeared on Yunnu Peak, and it was precisely when junior sister Su Wan had lost her personal belongings. What a coincidence! An absurdly improbable coincidence. Surely, someone must have orchestrated this. Absolutely. But who would go to such lengths to frame him? He pondered, having always been amicable within the sect, never having fostered any deep-seated enmity. Was it conceivable that someone would resort to such despicable means to tarnish his reputation? Irritated, he paced within the cave, his thoughts a chaotic jumble. Wait. During yesterday's sword practice, there had indeed been something unusual. He halted abruptly, furrowing his brow. The previous evening, while practicing in the bamboo grove on the back mountain, he had been wholly absorbed in his training. Suddenly, a spirit rabbit had dashed towards him in a frenzy. Yes, that had happened. The rabbit's unexpected appearance had startled him, prompting him to sheath his sword to avoid harming it. Now, upon closer reflection, the rabbit's behavior had indeed been rather peculiar. In the bamboo forest, the spirit rabbit is typically quite timid, having long since hidden away at the sound of the swords slicing through the air. How could it possibly choose to collide with the edge of the blade? Furthermore, at the very moment he diverted his attention to fend off that rabbit, he felt a faint, almost imperceptible sensation against his waist. At that time, his focus was entirely on the rabbit, and he thought little of it, assuming it was merely a bamboo leaf or a small stone kicked up by his movements. Now, connecting these fragments, the rabbit's unusual charge, his momentary distraction, the delicate, nearly undetectable touch at his waist. And then the jade pendant was lost, subsequently appearing at Jade Maiden Peak. If these events are linked, they cease to be mere coincidence. Chu Tianqua's breath quickened, a chill creeping up his spine. If his suspicions were correct, the individual who orchestrated this scheme possessed an astonishingly meticulous mind, cunning methods, and impeccable timing, truly fearsome. Moreover, this person evidently harbored intimate knowledge of his sword practice habits and the location itself. Could they even manipulate or guide the actions of the spirit rabbit? Such feats are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary disciple. Who could it be? Several potential rivals, or those with whom he had minor conflicts, flitted through his mind, yet he dismissed them one by one. Those individuals seemed devoid of the skill or motive to ensnare him in such a manner. Wait, familiar with his habits, cunning methods, capable of executing outlandish tricks. A diminutive figure, perpetually adorned with an innocuous yet mischievous grin, involuntarily leaped into his thoughts. Could it be? Chu Tianqua abruptly shook his head, casting aside this somewhat absurd notion. Surely not. While that rascal is known for his mischief, such a malicious prank, one that could tarnish a reputation, should be beyond him, or so he hoped. Yet, aside from him, who else on Sitting Forgetting Peak possessed such audacity and capability? The more Chu Tianqua pondered, the more he found the circumstances peculiar, and the rabbit's appearance alongside the loss of the jade pendant seemed increasingly sinister. He murmured to himself, his voice echoing distinctly within the empty stone cave. That rabbit. Its timing was too fortuitous. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Chapter 28. The apology of forgetting worries. The atmosphere atop Sitting Forget Peak was momentarily somber due to the confinement of the senior brother. Third senior sister, Lu Xian, felt a pang of sympathy for him and prepared some exquisite pastries, intending to deliver them personally, yet she hesitated, fearing it might rekindle his sorrow. Observing her dilemma, Li Wangyou promptly volunteered, thumping his small chest with a grave expression. Third senior sister, allow me to go. I share the closest bond with our senior brother. I shall offer him some comfort. It is certain to uplift his spirits. Lu Xian, gazing into the sincere eyes of her junior brother, softened within. Despite his usual mischief, he displayed a kind heart, revealing a genuine concern for their senior brother in this critical moment. Hence, she handed him the food box, gently advising, very well. Go and converse with him, encourage him to see things in a different light. But do refrain from mentioning the matter of Yuna Peak, understood? Understood, senior sister. I shall take care of it. Li Wangyou nodded vigorously, clutching the food box, and trudged towards the cliff of reflection on the back mountain. However, the moment he turned away, the weight on his face transformed into an irrepressible grin. Comforting the senior brother? Of course, he must go. It was an unmissable opportunity to sprinkle salt on a fresh wound. No, rather, to offer warmth in the midst of snow. Arriving at the stone cave outside the cliff of reflection, Li Wangyou adjusted his expression, donning a visage of feigned sorrow and grievance, before gently tapping on the stone door. Senior brother, it is I, Wangyou. I bring you some pastries. His voice was laden with melancholy, resonating with heartfelt sincerity. The stone door creaked open, revealing Chu Tianqua's face, which bore the marks of frustration, gloom, and confusion. Upon recognizing his junior brother, he managed a faint smile. Ah, it's you, junior brother. Please, come in. Li Wangyou entered, placing the delicacies one by one on the stone bed, then sat beside Chu Tianqua, resting his chin on his hands, gazing at him with his pure, innocent eyes while he sighed deeply. Senior brother, are you well? Please do not be too disheartened. He murmured softly, his tone infused with compassion. Chu Tianqua, engulfed in his own vexations, felt a flicker of warmth at the concern shown by his junior brother. He forced a bitter smile and shook his head. I am fine. It's just, sigh, the situation is truly. I understand. I understand. Li Wangyou immediately nodded fervently, embodying complete comprehension. Senior brother, who does not know your character on Sitting Forget Peak? How could you ever pilfer senior sister Su Wan's undergarment? This is indeed a tremendous injustice. His words struck a chord within Chu Tianqua, and he could not help but vent his frustrations. Indeed, junior brother, what on earth is happening? How could my jade pendant possibly end up at Yuna Peak? And it just so happens that Sister Su lost something? This is utterly preposterous. Exactly, Li Wangyou exclaimed with indignation, shaking his small fist. If you ask me, that jade pendant must have developed a mind of its own. It saw that senior sister Su was beautiful and sneaked over to get closer. Alas, it was caught and subsequently implicated you, senior brother. What a thoughtless piece of jade. Chu Tianhua. A jade pendant with a mind of its own. Approaching the junior sister, Su Wan, on his own? What nonsense is this? Chu Tianhua was momentarily taken aback by this absurd consolation, as the flicker of emotion he had felt evaporated, leaving him even more frustrated. What was this little junior here for? To offer comfort or to provoke? He opened his mouth to counter, but felt it beneath his dignity to argue with a child. So he could only suppress a sigh. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense. How could a jade pendant come to life? Why not? Li Wangyou exclaimed, his eyes widening as he began to spin an elaborate tale. Everything has a spirit. Master brother, your jade pendant has absorbed the essence of nature and your vitality for so long, it might have awakened. Although, perhaps it has developed an affection for girls. He paused, revealing an expression that implied understanding. Chu Tianhua's face darkened considerably. Vitality? Awakening? Developing a fondness for a girl's undergarment? This was becoming increasingly absurd. He felt his temples throbbing. Junior brother, tread carefully with your words. He had to summon the authority of the elder brother to reprimand him. Oh! Li Wangyou instantly lowered his head, pouting, wearing a pitiful look as if to say he had misspoken and hoping to placate his elder brother, muttering softly. I just wanted to help you analyze things. Otherwise, it truly makes no sense. Unless someone deliberately picked up the jade pendant to frame you. But who would be so wicked? You are such a good person. Though his words seemed to exonerate Chu Tianhua, they subtly re-invoked the notion of betrayal. While also hinting at Chu Tianhua, you're a good person. How could you be framed? Have you offended someone? Indeed. Chu Tianhua was led astray by this line of thinking, furrowing his brow as he began to ponder which esteemed figure he might have wronged. Seeing his elder brother's conflicted and vexed expression, Li Wangyou's heart was filled with delight, yet he maintained a facade of lamentation, offering a confectionery. Master brother, you should eat something to avoid harming your health. The truth shall out in time. Chu Tianhua gazed at the earnest face of his junior brother, accepting the treat, which tasted like sawdust. This consolation was becoming increasingly stifling. After a while, Li Wangyou felt he had offered enough comfort and feared he might laugh aloud if he stayed longer, so he rose to take his leave. Master brother, take care to rest and reflect. To recuperate. I shall return tomorrow. Chu Tianhua's mind was a whirlwind, and he had no inclination to detain him further, merely nodding. All right, go back and thank third senior sister for the treat on my behalf. Sure thing. Li Wangyou turned to leave with a brisk and decisive motion. Just as he was about to step through the stone door, he accidentally tripped over the threshold in the dim light of the cave, stumbling. Oh no! With a thud, a thin, flamboyantly covered book slipped from his embrace and fell to the ground. Li Wangyou hurriedly bent to retrieve the book, muttering, that startled me. Almost fell. Then, as though fearing his elder brother would notice, he quickly stuffed the book back into his bosom. However, Chu Tianhua, with his keen eyes, had already caught a glimpse of the book's cover. It depicted the portrait of a roguish young man, accompanied by bold, flamboyant characters that proclaimed the romantic chronicles of the flower-picking hero. Chu Tianhua's eyes widened in disbelief, his complexion shifting from dark to pale, and then to a deep purple. Li Wangyou, you come to visit your falsely accused senior brother, and yet you carry such a book. Are you here to provide comfort or to add to my frustrations? A surge of heated blood rushed to his head, nearly causing him to spew forth a mouthful of old blood. Meanwhile, Li Wangyou appeared utterly oblivious. After tucking the book away, he turned back to Chu Tianhua with an innocent smile and waved, saying, I'm off now, senior brother. Take care. With that, he swiftly vanished from sight. Left alone, Chu Tianhua stood there, his chest heaving violently, staring at the empty cave entrance, his mind replaying the cover of the romantic chronicles of the flower-picking hero, feeling as though his confinement was driving his blood pressure to the brink of explosion. Chapter 29. A new inspiration after a leisurely stroll back from the cliff of regret. Li Wangyou's mood was nothing short of radiant, as if the sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky. The stern visage of his senior brother was more appetizing than the finest dish, successfully framing another and making a flawless escape, while also taking a moment to pay a visit to the victim, sprinkling a dash of cumin on their wounds. This game was simply too delightful. Humming an off-key tune, he skipped around the sitting-forgetting peak, relishing the vivid moments he had just experienced. As he passed near the main hall, he happened to catch sight of his master, Hewing XZ, escorting a female cultivator out. Clad in a moon-white robe, the woman possessed a graceful figure and a strikingly serene beauty, exuding an air of noble detachment. She was none other than the esteemed leader of Jade Maiden Peak, Master JNY. It appeared she had come to discuss some matters with Hewing XZ and was now slightly bowing in farewell. Hewing XZ maintained his ethereal demeanor, embodying a tranquil and otherworldly essence. standing alongside Master JNY. One exuded a sense of transcendence, while the other radiated an icy elegance, creating a scene reminiscent of celestial companions. How absurd! Li Wanyu quickly shook off that thought. Yet, his mischievous eyes darted between the two peak masters, igniting a bold and reckless notion that sent shivers of excitement through him. While teasing fellow disciples was amusing, it felt somewhat lacking in depth. What if he could toy with these two revered leaders of the sect, who usually held themselves aloof, their mere gaze silencing their disciples? Wouldn't it be thrilling to show the stern and serious master and the cold, yet noble JNY what true surprise felt like? Just imagining such a scene sent tingles down his spine, certainly 1,000 times more entertaining than pranking his senior brother. Once this idea took root, it could not be quelled, like a wildfire consuming everything in its path, igniting his every desire for mischief. Master, Aunt JNY. Li Wanyu rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration, a grin stretching nearly from ear to ear. If this plan succeeded, he would undoubtedly etch his name into the annals of Lingxiao Palace's history, albeit infamously. As for the potential consequences of failure, well, that was not currently within his realm of consideration. As the saying goes, a fleeting thrill from mischief is worth the risk. Without further ado, Li Wanyu commenced his preparations for his scheme. To ensnare the two peak masters, a direct approach would surely lead to disaster. He needed strategy, clever stratagems. What kind of ruse? Sowing discord? Creating misunderstandings? Yes, it would be ideal to instigate a particularly amusing misunderstanding between them, resulting in an explosive effect. How to fabricate such a misunderstanding? By writing letters. Indeed, he would imitate his master's handwriting and compose something that could easily be misconstrued. His target was set: to replicate Master QXZ's penmanship and pen a special message for Aunt JNY. The first step was to procure a sample of his master's handwriting and masterfully replicate it to the point of indistinguishability. For Li Wanyu, endowed with the refined consciousness and formidable control of a golden core cultivator, this task was not overly challenging. He began to meander near his master's study, both intentionally and unintentionally. Qing Shuzi, in his usual routine of annotating his disciples' assignments, inscribing talismans, or recording insights, does not consciously avoid others. For no disciple dares to pry into the belongings of the sect leader, save for one audacious individual. Li Wanyu seizes the opportunity to deliver tea and inquire about various matters. Even though he often faces reprimands, or he might simply feign passing by, stealing glances at his master's calligraphy. Possessing an exceptional memory, he retains nearly every detail with remarkable acuity. The way his master holds the brush, the force behind each stroke, the structure of every character, the nuances of the brush's movement, and even certain distinctive quirks in his writing style are etched in his mind like an indelible imprint. Merely memorizing is insufficient. Practice is paramount. He sneaks back to his modest chamber, securely shuts the door, and rummages through his storage pouch to retrieve high-quality Xian paper, a selection of brushes, and ink sticks, likely borrowed from some unfortunate senior brother or the sect's storage. Thus begins his fervent practice of copying. He unfurls the Xian paper, concentrates deeply, recalling each detail of his master's writing, and then, with a flick of his wrist, he commences to write. Initially, his characters merely resemble the originals, lacking the profound grace and strength intrinsic to them. However, he adjusts rapidly, his formidable spiritual sense and control enabling him to replicate the variations in thickness and intensity of each stroke with precision. 1 sheet, 2 sheets, 10 sheets, dozens. The discarded attempts accumulate into a small pile beside him. He practices phrases and short sentences frequently penned by his master, such as "the great way is remarkably simple. Calm the mind and focus," and "sitting in oblivion." Gradually, the characters begin to mirror his master's style more closely, and the unique flavor belonging to Qing Shuzi starts to emerge. Feeling satisfied, he ventures to compose longer sentences, even attempting to emulate his master's tone and choice of words when annotating assignments. Here, the flow of spiritual energy is sluggish. Diligent practice is necessary. The intent of the sword appears somewhat restless. One must cultivate serenity. Achieving minor success should not lead to complacency. Finally, the most crucial step arrives, mimicking the signature, Qing Shuzi. These 3 characters, penned by his master most frequently, exhibit his distinct personal style. Li Wanyu expends the most paper on this endeavor, diligently practicing each stroke, every turn, and even the subtle variations in ink density, striving for indistinguishability from the original. Time slips away unnoticed until he finally sets down his brush. He picks up the latest sheet, allowing the ink to dry, and scrutinizes it meticulously. The characters appear steady and grand, with a restrained yet underlying strength in the brushwork. Both the spirit of each individual character and the overall composition resonate with the essence of Qing Shuzi's handwriting. Particularly, the signature bears an uncanny resemblance, capable of deceiving even the keenest eye, as Li Wangyou gazes at his masterpiece, comparing it with the authentic strokes of his master in his mind. A smile unfurls at the corners of his mouth, growing wider until it blossoms into a smug grin tinged with mischief. I did it. Forgive me, master, for borrowing your name to create something grand. Chapter 30. A masterpiece of love poetry with the skillful imitation of the signature of King Suzi complete. Li Wangyou gazed at the remarkably authentic inscription, his chest swelling with pride. He felt akin to a genius in the realm of forgery, or rather, a treasure of the artistic domain. With the hardware prepared, it was now time to focus on the software, content. It was imperative to compose heartfelt words for his esteemed master. Jinyu. But what to write? A mundane greeting? Too tedious. Discussing the Tao? Too solemn. That would contradict his intent of stirring the pot. If he was to write, it must be something explosive. It should be capable of melting the eternal glacier that was Master Jinyu's countenance, perhaps even provoking a volcanic eruption. What could be more explosive than a love letter? Especially one that was unabashedly sentimental, glaringly straightforward, and utterly contrary to the persona of King Suzi. Imagine the scene: a master, typically ethereal and austere, suddenly sending a fiery, tooth-achingly sweet love poem to the equally aloof and regal Jinyu. Just picturing it nearly made Li Wangyou burst into laughter. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with a wicked yet excited light, and began to delve into his creative process. To copy directly? It seemed that the world lacked particularly famous romantic verses. But fear not. Did he not possess memories from his past life? While many details were blurred, those unforgettable, syrupy lines were indelibly etched in the depths of his soul. It was time to showcase his true prowess, a grand fusion of cultures from another world. He unfurled a piece of the finest rice paper, prepared the ink, and, taking a deep breath, began his audacious and reckless creation. First, he needed a striking opening, direct, fervent, and capable of giving goosebumps. He inscribed, "To the esteemed Jinyu sister." Ah. The salutation was appropriate, quite formal, and in line with the master's character, but the subsequent content. Since our last parting, my mind has been wholly occupied by your enchanting visage, an image that refuses to fade, haunting my waking and dreaming thoughts. Next, he escalated the intensity. I recall the sight of you dancing with your sword beneath the moonlight, your graceful figure akin to a startled swan, as elegant as a drifting dragon, leaving my heart in tumult, unable to contain itself. Each thought of you is like sipping fine wine, intoxicating and mesmerizing. Merely flattering would not suffice. He needed to convey his yearning. It must be sentimental. One day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. Though the sect is vast, without your presence, all loses its luster. I often find myself at the peak of Zwang, drinking alone, gazing towards Yunu Peak, wishing that the gentle breeze might carry my longing to your window. Yet mere longing was insufficient. He had to bare his heart. It must be explicit. He needed to breach all boundaries. Though I may be several years your senior, my heart, fervently devoted, burns with sincere passion each time I behold your serene countenance. I wish. At this juncture, Li Wangyou deliberately paused, licked his lips, and with a mischievous grin, wrote something even more scandalous. I wish to gently smooth the slight furrow between your brows, to discover whether your silken tresses are as soft as they appear. Such thoughts may be intrusive, yet I cannot help myself. I hope you will not take offense. Lastly, he needed a concluding declaration that would elevate his sentiments. In the vastness of the mortal realm, where the path to immortality stretches endlessly, encountering my esteemed junior sister is indeed a stroke of fortune for this elder brother. I yearn to cast aside the superficial accolades of this fleeting world and, hand in hand with my junior sister, witness the ever-changing tapestry of clouds until the seas run dry and stones crumble to dust. The closing signature, of course, is that of the illustrious brother, Qing Shuzi, who bows in reverence. Upon completing the final stroke of ink, Li Wangyou set down his brush and exhaled deeply. He gazed at the heartfelt and candid love letter that filled the page, interspersed with a few ornate phrases, and could not help but shiver with anticipation. Good heavens! If this were to fall into the hands of my master, he instinctively recoiled, murmuring softly, if my master were to see this, mere confinement would be the least of my troubles. I might well find myself facing a complete expulsion, reduced to ashes. Yet, in the next moment, exhilaration surged within him as he carefully dried the ink and folded the letter. This was precisely the effect he desired. The greater the embarrassment, the more explosive the reaction. the more delightful the outcome. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the expression that would grace the icy visage of his Aunt Jinyu upon receiving this love letter. Chapter 31. The Wrath of the True Master Jinyu. At long last, Li Wanyu completed his undertaking, feeling akin to a child eager for the crack of a firecracker. Once again, the night was dark and tempestuous, a perfect setting for mischief. Li Wanyu donned his nocturnal attire, his diminutive figure blending seamlessly into the shadows as he stealthily approached Yunu Peak. Drawing upon his previous experience of pilfering a bellyband, he felt more confident this time. As the master of a peak, True Master Jinyu resided in the most pristine and heavily guarded core area of Yunu Peak. The protective formations here were evidently several tiers more advanced than those near the disciple dormitories, and the patrolling disciples exhibited elevated levels of cultivation and vigilance. Nevertheless, such defenses posed little challenge for the adept Li Wanyu. With his golden core stage consciousness fully engaged, he adeptly sensed and circumvented all potential hazards. His movements became increasingly ethereal as he flitted between shadows and architectural corridors, evading notice. Before long, he arrived at the tranquil abode where True Master Jinyu was in seclusion. The atmosphere here was particularly serene, imbued with a faint, cool fragrance reminiscent of the master herself. Subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from the dwelling, indicating that protective barriers were in place. Li Wanyu remained cautious, scrutinizing the area to discern that these barriers primarily served as warnings and defenses against overt assaults. In contrast, they exhibited certain vulnerabilities when it came to silent deliveries, such as the gap beneath the door. Like a gecko, he adhered closely to the exterior wall of the dwelling, inching his way to the threshold of the meditation chamber. Inside, all was still, save for the gentle and steady flow of spiritual energy, signaling that the occupant was deeply engrossed in meditation. Perfect. A surge of triumph welled within Li Wanyu as he retrieved the meticulously folded love letter from his pocket. With 2 fingers delicately grasping the note, he suppressed his aura to the utmost extent. Then, with painstaking slowness, he slipped the letter through the narrow crevice beneath the door. The entire operation was executed in utter silence, without triggering any of the protective barriers. The missive successfully nestled itself on the floor within the meditation chamber. Task accomplished. Li Wanyu stifled the urge to laugh heartily, retreating once more like the wind, leaving no trace behind. His heart raced, not from fear, but from overwhelming excitement and anticipation. He could already envision the ensuing chaos at Yunu Peak and Ziwang Peak the following day. The next morning, as dawn broke, True Master Jinyu gradually awoke from her profound meditation. As her enchanting eyes fluttered open, a glimmer of cool radiance flickered within. Habitually, she swept her consciousness across the meditation chamber, preparing to embark on a new day of cultivation. Suddenly, she noticed an unusual object at the bottom of the door, a folded letter. She furrowed her brow slightly. Who among the disciples had delivered a report so early? Or was it a message from another peak master? With a graceful motion of her hand, the letter floated silently into her grasp. The paper was unremarkable, devoid of any distinguishing marks. Curiosity piqued, she slowly unfolded it. As her gaze fell upon the letter, the first thing that caught her eye was the familiar handwriting, steady, restrained, imbued with unique character. Clearly the script of King Suzy from Ziwang Peak. A slight stir of recognition flickered in True Master Jinyu's heart. King Suzy, her senior brother? When will he convey messages in such a manner? Could it possibly pertain to matters of utmost secrecy? However, as she discerned the contents of the letter, the look of bewilderment on her face solidified in an instant. Dear junior sister Jinyu, since our last parting, your image has become an indelible presence in my mind, haunting my thoughts both day and night. What on earth is this? Her gaze darted downward, and the more she read, the more her complexion fluctuated. From initial astonishment to disbelief, and finally to a deep crimson flush. The words were rife with unabashed admiration, audacious fantasies, and even carried a hint of irreverent provocation. What nonsense is this about smoothing a furrowed brow or inquiring if one's tresses are silky? This is simply intolerable, utterly vulgar. Is this truly the composition of the usually austere and serious Qing Shuzi, who rarely smiles? The overwhelming absurdity and indignation surged within her like a volcano, erupting in her chest. She felt her cheeks burn, not from embarrassment, but from sheer fury. Qing, Su, Z. The name slipped through her clenched teeth, her voice as frigid as ancient ice, causing the temperature around her to plummet, even conjuring delicate frost within the meditation chamber. She could scarcely believe it. That man, who typically presented himself as a paragon of virtue, an ethereal sage, could harbor such base thoughts. How utterly disrespectful, to compose such lewd phrases directed at her. This was an affront of the highest order, a profound disrespect and desecration. How brazen of you, you hypocrite! She rose abruptly, an aura of cold fury emanating from her. No longer able to maintain her composure, her figure flickered and transformed into a streak of icy light, propelled by her wrath. She crashed through the door of the meditation room and sped towards Zhuohuang Peak with astonishing velocity. Today, she would demand an explanation from that sanctimonious hypocrite. Chapter 32. The confrontation at Zhuohuang Peak. In a fit of rage, the illustrious Zhenren Jinyu approached with extraordinary speed, her icy aura trailing behind her like a white frost in the air. She paid no heed to the formalities befitting the masters of the peaks and disregarded the astonished disciples guarding the entrance of Zhuohuang Peak, transforming into a streak of light as she rushed towards the main hall. King Suzy, come out. Even before her arrival, her chilling and furious voice resounded like thunder, shattering the tranquility of the morning at Zhuohuang Peak. Inside the main hall, King Suzy sat leisurely on a cushion, savoring spiritual tea while contemplating the day's lessons. The sudden outburst nearly caused him to spill his cup. What is happening? Is that voice my junior sister Jinyu? What brings her to Zhuohuang Peak with such fervor? King Suzy, bewildered, had just risen when he saw Zhenren Jinyu burst through the hall doors as if she were a goddess enveloped in a snowstorm. Gone was her usual composed and regal demeanor. Her beautiful face was frosted with anger, her eyes ablaze, her chest heaving with indignation. The chill emanating from her caused the temperature in the hall to plummet, and frost began to crystallize on the ground. Junior sister Jinyu, what brings you here? Before King Suzy could finish his inquiry, Jinyu raised her delicate hand, sending a crumpled piece of paper hurtling towards him with an intense gust of wind. Take a look for yourself, King Suzy. I never imagined you could be such a hypocritical, shameless scoundrel. Jinyu's voice trembled slightly with fury as she pointed an accusing finger at him. King Suzy instinctively caught the paper, utterly bewildered. Hypocritical? Shameless? Scoundrel? What had he done to provoke her ire to such an extent that she had come to confront him in person? Overwhelmed with confusion and a tinge of dissatisfaction, who wouldn't he feel discontented when being berated? He lowered his gaze to unfold the crumpled paper. The paper, of ordinary quality, was filled with densely packed handwriting. As he recognized the script, King Suzy's pupils dilated in shock. This resembled his own handwriting. He focused intently on the contents, and upon reading, a rush of blood surged to his head, turning his face crimson, and his hands trembled as he held the letter. Dear junior sister, since our last parting, your image has lingered in my mind, an indelible presence that I cannot shake, haunting my dreams. I recall the sight of you dancing with your sword beneath the moonlight, your figure graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a drifting dragon, causing my heart to flutter uncontrollably. I wish to smooth the slight furrow between your brows, to discover if your tresses are as soft as they appear. I long to forsake the fleeting vanity of this world and walk hand in hand with you, to witness the ebb and flow of clouds, until the seas run dry and rocks crumble. What is this? Cloying, indecent, flirtatious, shameless. King Suzy felt as though the world was spinning around him, his scalp tingling with embarrassment. So much so that he could almost dig his toes into the ground in utter mortification. He had never encountered such unabashed and brazen words in his life. Moreover, it was crafted in his voice, meticulously imitating his handwriting. Aghast, he spewed the tea that had just reached his lips, choking violently. His face flushed with embarrassment, whether from the choking or the humiliation, he could hardly tell. This was utterly preposterous. Absurd. How could such a thing exist? King Suzy was so enraged that his beard trembled, his words tumbling over one another as he nearly tore the letter to shreds. At last, he comprehended why the esteemed Jinyu was in such a furious rage. Who would not be incensed in such circumstances? The contents of this letter were a gross affront and insult to his esteemed junior sister, not to mention that it bore his name. He lifted his gaze to the frost-bitten visage of Jinyu, whose eyes seemed to blaze with murderous intent. Flustered, agitated, and mortified, his voice trembled. Junior sister Jinyu, allow me to explain. This is certainly not my writing. Someone has imitated my handwriting, deliberately framing me. I, King Suzy, swear to the heavens that I have never penned such despicable material. Chapter 33. The Masters of Social Death within the main hall. The atmosphere had plunged to a freezing point. King Suzy, drenched in sweat, clutched the scalding love letter as he desperately attempted to clarify. Junior sister Jinyu, please, remain calm. Think carefully. Would I, King Suzy, be the one to compose such a letter? This is clearly a scheme to ensnare me. While the handwriting may resemble mine, there must be flaws. Yes, flaws. However, Jinyu Zhenren was impervious to his pleas, her chilling laughter growing ever more menacing. Flaws. Humph. The strokes, the flow. The habitual transitions of your penmanship mirror your annotations on martial arts and talismans perfectly. If not you, then who could it be? Is there another Qing Shuzi residing at Ziwang Peak? Stammering, Qing Shuzi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He too had been misled by the uncanny resemblance of the writing. Yet, the content was so utterly, so disgraceful. How could I possibly have penned such a thing? Oh, Jinyu Jinren's beautiful eyes sparkled with derision. It is often said that one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who can fathom the sordid thoughts hidden beneath your austere exterior? Qing Shuzi. Perhaps you have long harbored feelings for me. Humph. You could no longer suppress them, and, upon being discovered, dared to feign innocence. Truly nauseating. I did not. Qing Shuzi retorted, anger surging within him. No one could endure such unfounded accusations. Did you not? The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to deny it? That evidence is fabricated. The two continued their heated exchange within the grand hall, one insisting the other was a hypocrite, while the latter staunchly claimed to be the victim of a plot. Their voices involuntarily rose, inevitably piercing through the hall's barriers, faintly reaching the outside. Coincidentally, several disciples, needing to attend to matters near the main hall, caught wind of what seemed to be an intense argument, recognizing the voices of their peak masters. They hesitated to approach, yet curiosity compelled them to eavesdrop. Fragmented phrases drifted out, brother's mind, filled only with the image of his junior sister. This was Qing Shuzi, in a fit of rage, reading aloud from the letter to underscore its absurdity. Intentions, the heavens bear witness. A defense from Qing Shuzi, longing, so difficult to suppress. Still from the letter, unable to sleep at night. Qing Shuzi trembled with rage while echoing the letter's words. Daring to act while feigning ignorance. A hypocrite. It is a scheme, a blatant scheme. The disciples stood in shock, exchanging incredulous glances, their eyes sparkling with astonishment and disbelief, soon igniting a fervent fire of gossip. Heavens above, what had they just overheard? Their master, Qing Shuzi, harbored feelings for Aunt Jinyu. Thoughts of her consumed his mind. Intentions, longing, sleepless nights. And then Aunt Jinyu accused their master of being a hypocrite, daring to act while feigning innocence. The weight of such revelations was explosive. Two figures, usually exalted and ethereal, instilling awe in their disciples, were found entangled in such emotional complexities? Or was it merely unrequited love on their master's part, who had penned a nauseating love letter, only to be discovered by their aunt and still refuse to admit it? This is undoubtedly the most sensational gossip of the year at Lingxiao Palace, without exception. A few disciples dared not even breathe, fearful of being discovered within, yet unwilling to depart, straining their ears to capture more details. It was as if they could already envision the lofty and radiant figures of the two peak masters, shattering and collapsing before their eyes. The quarrel within the hall continued unabated, and King Suzy felt on the brink of madness. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. It was utterly inexplicable, completely incomprehensible. Master Jinyu had entirely convinced himself that King Suzy was nothing but a hypocritical and lecherous old man. His head throbbed painfully as he gazed at the exceedingly nauseating letter in his hand, wishing to incinerate it to ashes immediately. Yet, at that moment, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Such exquisite handwriting mimics, such a diabolical and crafty method of entrapment, such an individual familiar with his writing habits, coupled with the recent, similarly perplexing incident involving the framing with a jade pendant. And that incorrigible little rascal, who excels at causing trouble, was unusually quiet today, absent from the spectacle. All clues instantaneously converged, pointing towards an unmistakably clear figure. The color of King Suzy's face shifted from red to pale, then to a deep shade of black, his teeth grinding audibly. A fury far greater than that faced when confronting Master Jinyu surged forth, reaching the very pinnacle of his being. From between clenched teeth, he enunciated 3 words with deliberate emphasis, his voice low, yet brimming with boundless rage. Li, Wangyou. Who else but that wretched disciple could commit such an unconscionable act of betraying his master and ancestors? Chapter 34. Clouds of suspicion. The words Li Wangyou squeezed out from Qing Shuzi's lips, like shards of ice, further diminished the temperature within the grand hall. At that moment, however, Master Jinyu was in a fit of rage, utterly incapable of heeding any explanations, especially those that shifted blame onto a mere disciple. She perceived Qing Shuzi's attempt to extricate himself as disgraceful, audaciously attempting to implicate a child. Li Wangyou? That 10-year-old boy? Master Jinyu found herself laughing in anger, her smile laced with frost. Qing Shuzi, in your desperation to evade culpability, you have resorted to the most ludicrous of excuses. How could he possibly mimic your handwriting? And why would he even wish to do so? Do you take me for a child of 3? Qing Shuzi found himself at a loss for words. Could he confess that his disciple was a prodigy of the golden course stage, adept at imitating handwriting with ease? Could he admit that the boy was a mischievous troublemaker, whose antics were driven purely by a desire for amusement? He could not. Such admissions would invite disbelief, and could even bring greater trouble to that wretched disciple, though he was currently tempted to strangle the boy himself. The two engaged in a fierce argument, akin to a cacophony of clashing birds, until at last, Master Jinyu, witnessing Qing Shuzi's obstinate refusal to acknowledge the truth, and his audacity to tarnish, in her eyes, the reputation of a child, felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and fury. With a parting statement that this matter was far from over, she left in a blaze of indignation. Once the tempestuous figure had been dismissed, or rather, driven away, Qing Shuzi felt as though he had emerged from a great battle, utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. He weakly waved his hand, shooing away the curious disciples peering in from outside, and then sat alone in the vast hall, gazing at the remnants of the letter, shattered by Master Jinyu's wrath. His countenance dark enough to produce rain. As silence enveloped him, he began to contemplate the events at hand. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became, and the more certain he grew. He replayed the series of absurd occurrences in his mind like scenes from a film. The theft of the dragon blood eagle egg from the Beastmaster Peak, with fragments of its shell inexplicably appearing in the lair of Tian Qua's spirit beast. He had sensed something amiss at the time. Ah Huang, while gluttonous, lacked both the audacity and the capability to pilfer the prized eagle egg that Lei Lao cherished. Now, he wondered, who could have stealthily infiltrated the Beastmaster Peak and precisely placed the incriminating evidence in Tian Qua's possession? Could an ordinary disciple achieve such a feat? Next, there was the incident of Tian Qua's jade pendant being found on the Jade Maiden Peak, coinciding with the unfortunate loss of Su Wan's personal belongings. He had complete faith in Tian Qua's character, and the loss of the pendant was indeed peculiar. He recalled Tian Qua mumbling something about a rabbit behaving oddly just before the pendant went missing during sword practice. Then there was today's letter, so masterfully crafted that it could easily deceive even him at first glance. What extraordinary observation and mimicry it required. Furthermore, the content was so exquisitely absurd and intimate. It seemed to precisely strike at the heart of his connection with Master Jinyu. This string of events, seemingly independent, subtly pointed towards a singular characteristic. The perpetrator possessed exceptional skills, intricate thoughts, yet exuded a whimsical, childlike malice. The motives appeared not to be for profit or genuine malice, but rather, for the sake of amusement. Do you revel in the pleasure of teasing others and witnessing their embarrassment? Gazing across the entirety of Lingxiao Palace, and even the vast realm of cultivation, who else but his precious disciple Li Wangyou possesses the audacity and capability to fulfill such a role? Establishing a foundation at the tender age of 5 and achieving the Golden Dan by 10, such astonishing prowess enables him to accomplish everything with utmost stealth. His mischievous nature, deriving joy from playing pranks, serves as the perfect motivation. The more King Suzi pondered, the chill ran down his spine. He had always known his little disciple was trouble, yet he never anticipated that he could stir such a monumental debacle, framing fellow sect members, tormenting his uncle, and now even daring to concoct schemes against his master and other peak leaders. If this were to leak out, or if that rascal were to elevate his cultivation even further, wouldn't he tear open the heavens itself? He forcefully suppressed the impulse to immediately haul that little rascal out and thrash him soundly, inhaling deeply to calm his turbulent thoughts. Mere speculation would yield nothing. That slippery child would never confess without irrefutable evidence. Closing his eyes, King Suzi unleashed his formidable spiritual sense, which flowed forth like mercury, precisely sweeping towards the courtyard where Li Wangyou resided. The scenes reflected back to him made King Suzi's lips twitch involuntarily. There was his incorrigible disciple, squatting beneath a grand tree in the courtyard, clutching a blade of grass, intently, teasing a swarm of ants. His small face wore a focused yet innocent expression, punctuated by occasional bursts of light laughter, embodying the visage of a harmless, carefree child. Continue the performance. King Suzi scoffed inwardly as he withdrew his spiritual sense. He resolved to remain discreet for the time being. A hasty move would only serve to alert that cunning child further. He intended to observe from the shadows, gather evidence, and await the opportune moment. He was eager to see what tricks this little troublemaker would conjure next. This time, he would ensure to catch him red-handed, leaving him no room for denial. Chapter 35. The new junior disciple Qing Shuzi had recently been plagued by headaches. His eldest disciple, Chu Tianqua, was still brooding on the cliff of reflection, and the situation with the renowned Wangyou from Jade Maiden Peak remained tense. The root cause of all this turmoil, that unruly little rascal, was right under his nose, feigning innocence and naivety. The more he pondered, the more irate he became. And the more irate, he felt the urge to discipline that lad. Direct reprimands? Likely futile, for the boy was quite resilient. Confinement? It would never contain his incessant desire for mischief. He needed a plan, a way to divert his attention, or perhaps find him a companion. Once this notion took root, Qing Shuzi felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Indeed, the reason that boy was constantly scheming against his seniors and masters was due to his excessive idleness, overflowing with energy. If he could provide him with a target to focus on, to care for someone else, perhaps it would calm him down a bit. Coincidentally, during his recent travels, he had come across a frail little orphan in a disaster-stricken mortal village. The child, with commendable potential but bereaved of parents, appeared timid and evoked a deep sense of compassion. Moved by impulse, Qing Shuzi had brought him back, though he had not yet devised a suitable arrangement for him. Now, inspiration struck. Thus, on a bright and sunny morning, Qing Shuzi summoned all the disciples of Ziwang Peak to the plaza before the main hall. Li Wanyu, stifling a yawn, mingled among his fellow disciples, still contemplating whether his next prank should target Elder Danxia's medicinal garden or the spirit bird sanctuary of Beastmaster Peak. Clearing his throat, Qing Shuzi scanned the assembly, his gaze lingering subtly on Li Wanyu before he spoke. I have gathered you today to make an important announcement. Recently, I brought back a child named Lingxiao, aged 3. He possesses considerable potential and a pitiable background. I have decided to take him as my disciple and welcome him into the fold of Ziwang Peak. At this declaration, the disciples fell momentarily silent. Another disciple? Hadn't he, the master, just proclaimed Li Wanyu as his sole apprentice? The second senior brother, Shi Jian, ever the honest one, scratched his slightly singed hair, often charred from his weapon refining, and voiced the question that lingered in their minds. Master, didn't you say the junior disciple was your closed-door disciple? He gestured towards Li Wanyu, who was absent-mindedly picking his nose. Qing Shuzi felt a flush of embarrassment at the inquiry, but quickly regained his composure, adopting the authoritative demeanor of a master. With a fierce glare, he declared, I am the master. When I say closed door, it is closed door. When I say open, it is open. Do you have any objections? Shi Jian, taken aback by the fierce gaze, instinctively shrank his neck and hastily shook his head, muttering to himself about the master's increasingly volatile temperament. The other disciples, witnessing this exchange, dared not question further. At that moment, Qing Shuzi brought forth a remarkably slender boy, dressed in clothing that was evidently oversized. The child appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, with dull yellow hair, a pale face, and wide eyes filled with trepidation and anxiety. He clutched tightly to the hem of Qing Shuzi's robe, half hidden behind him, trembling like a frightened quail. This was Lingxiao. Wow, so small. It seemed so pitiful. Such a young child, bereft of parents. The disciples began to murmur among themselves, particularly the female disciples, overwhelmed by maternal instincts. The third senior sister, Lu Xian, was the first to be unable to contain herself. She hurriedly approached, crouching down with a gentle smile gracing her face, her voice soft enough to melt hearts. Is your name Xiaoran? Do not be afraid, for this place shall be your home from now on. We are all your elder brothers and sisters, and we will take care of you. She reached out, attempting to gently pat Lin Xiaoran's head. Lin Xiaoran, frightened, instinctively shrank back, burying her entire head behind Qing Shuzi's leg, revealing only her wide, terrified eyes that peeked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian's heart nearly melted at the sight, and she felt an overwhelming sense of compassion, soothingly continuing, Do not be afraid. Your elder sister is not a bad person. Although the fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, was known for her fiery temperament, she found it hard to maintain her fierce demeanor in front of such a small child. With hands on her hips, she declared, If anyone bullies you, just call my name, Zhao Mingyue. Though this may have frightened the child even more. With the eldest brother absent, the second brother, Shi Jian, observed the frail child and pondered for a moment. He rummaged through his storage bag, eventually pulling out a small wooden horse, seemingly made from scraps, and awkwardly handed it over, saying, Here, for you to play with, attempting to convey goodwill. Lingxiao gazed at the oddly shaped wooden horse, then at Shi Jian's towering figure and expressionless face, causing her to shrink back even further. Qing Shuzi, watching the majority of his disciples exhibit warmth and kindness, nodded in satisfaction and formally announced, From this day forth, Lingxiao shall be your 7th junior brother. Wangyou, he specifically called out, as an elder brother. You must take good care of our new junior brother. Do you understand? He slightly emphasized the words take care, casting a significant glance at Li Wangyou. All the senior brothers and sisters subsequently turned their gazes towards Li Wangyou. Initially, Li Wangyou had been yawning, but upon hearing his master's call and seeing the timid child cowering behind him, looking as if even a loud voice might cause her to cry, his eyes instantly brightened. It was akin to a hungry wolf spotting a small rabbit or a weasel eyeing a tender chick. A mere little one, so timid, clearly easy to intimidate, and sent to him personally by the master. This was practically a toy delivered right to his doorstep. A broad, benevolent smile erupted on his face as he pounded his chest and boisterously assured, "Rest assured, master. Leave it to me. I will definitely take good care of our junior brother. I promise to ensure he feels the warmth of our Zhuo Peak family." His smile was radiant and sunny, his tone sincere and enthusiastic. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the other senior brothers and sisters, aside from the simple-minded second brother and the overly maternal third sister, felt an unshakable chill run down their spines, sensing something unsettling in the junior brother's smile. Meanwhile, Lingxiao Ran, hidden behind Qing Shuzi, seemed to perceive some inexplicable malice, trembling in fear and burying her small head even deeper. Qing Shuzi glanced at Li Wangyou's exuberant smile, his lips twitching slightly. Placing this little demon alongside the timid lamb. Is this decision right or wrong? Why do I suddenly feel an unsettling premonition? Chapter 36. The affection of the senior brother after announcing his intentions. Master Qingshu offered a few more words of encouragement about harmonious coexistence before taking Lin Xiaoran aside under the pretext of guiding him in foundational breathing techniques. It seemed he wanted the child to acclimatize to his new surroundings. Li Wangyou observed the small figure trailing behind his master, a restless excitement stirring within him. A new toy, fresh and thrilling, one that might tremble in fear. This was far more entertaining than toying with those senior brothers and sisters who were already wary of him. As evening approached, and estimating that his master's foundational teachings were drawing to a close, he darted toward the small room designated for Lin Xiaoran, much like a cat detecting a tantalizing scent. Indeed, his third senior sister, Lu Xian, had just finished tidying up the room and was soothing Lin Xiaoran with gentle words, preparing to depart. Upon seeing Li Wangyou rush over, Lu Xian felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that her junior brother was showing the initiative to care for the new disciple. Wangyou is here. Perfect timing. Xiaoran has just settled in and is still a bit shy. Please talk with him to help him feel more at ease. Lu Xian softly suggested. Rest assured, third senior sister. Leave it to me, Li Wangyou declared, thumping his chest with a confident grin that radiated innocence. Lu Xian, trusting him, nodded and left. In the room, only Li Wangyou and the frightened Lin Xiaoran, who was nervously clutching the hem of his clothes in the corner, remained. Li Wangyou promptly closed the door with a soft click, as if securing it. The slight sound startled Lin Xiaoran, causing him to shiver, his pale face reflecting sheer terror. As if he wished to meld into the wall, Li Wangyou turned around, his smile growing even more affable. He approached the bed, deliberately bending down to bring his face closer to Lin Xiaoran's, speaking in a gentle, almost coaxing tone as if comforting a child. Do not be afraid, little junior brother. I am your sixth senior brother, Li Wangyou. From now on, we are family. Lin Xiaoran, paralyzed by fear, could barely muster a response. Shrinking back as if he were a chick pecking at grains, nodding ever so slightly. Li Wangyou chuckled and casually sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to gently pull Lin Xiaoran from the corner, embracing him close. Come now, little junior brother, do not hide. Your senior brother merely wishes to grow closer to you. Li Wangyou wrapped his arm around Lin Xiaoran's slender shoulders, exerting just enough pressure to prevent the timid child from escaping. Lin Xiaoran's body stiffened like a piece of wood, trembling slightly, his face ghostly pale, breath held tight, sensing an aura from his senior brother that filled him with profound dread. My dear junior brother, Li Wangyou leaned closer, adopting a tone he believed to be endearing, yet came across as somewhat unsettling. How are you finding things? It can be quite dark on Zhuangwang Peak at night. Are you afraid of the dark? At the mention of darkness, fear welled up in Lin Xiaoran's eyes, his small mouth quivering, on the verge of tears. He feared the dark more than anything. Oh, afraid of the dark? Li Wangyou's eyes sparkled with a newfound interest. Then, are you afraid of ghosts too? I have heard that on the back mountain, at the cliff of contemplation, numerous disobedient disciples have met their demise. It is said that ghostly lights often drift about at night, accompanied by mournful cries. As he spoke, he deliberately adopted a sinister expression. Lin Xiaoran let out a small whimper, tears welling in his eyes as his petite frame trembled more violently. Furthermore, Li Wangyou grew increasingly animated, inquiring if he had ever been bullied. Tell your senior brother, and I shall avenge you." He exaggerated the word avenge, emphasizing it with deliberate intensity. Recalling the time when older children in the village had snatched his food and knocked him to the ground, Lin Xiaoran felt a surge of fear and indignation, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. Observing his little junior brother reduced to tears by mere words, Li Wangyou felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, a delightful thrill at having successfully played a prank. He stifled a laugh, adopting the demeanor of a dependable elder brother, patting Lin Xiaoran's back while reassuring him loudly. "Do not fear. Those are but past events. From now on, I shall protect you. I guarantee that no one shall dare bully you again. Should anyone provoke you, I will ensure they understand the meaning of regret." Though his words were delivered with bravado to Lin Xiaoran's ears, they sounded more like a terrifying proclamation that only he would be allowed to bully him in the future, especially with Li Wangyou's eyes gleaming with excitement. He appeared anything but benevolent. Terrified, Lin Xiaoran's instinct for survival propelled him to break free from Li Wangyou's grasp, scrambling off the bed and, with a trembling voice, stammered, "Thank you, senior brother. I wish to find third senior sister." With that, he bolted out the door like a frightened rabbit pursued by a ravenous wolf, disappearing in an instant, leaving the door of the room swaying gently behind him. Li Wangyou stared at the empty doorway, momentarily dazed, then smirked and muttered, "TSK, so timid and easily frightened. However, he runs quite fast. This is amusing." Rather than feeling defeated, he found the reaction of this new plaything even more entertaining. It seemed that life on Ziwang Peak would no longer be dull. Chapter 37. The midnight cries. The sight of Lin Xiaoran fleeing like a startled rabbit did not evoke the slightest sense of guilt in Li Wangyou. Rather, it stirred his mischievous spirit into a heightened state of agitation. This young junior brother was even more timid than anticipated, and his reactions were far more amusing. He was the perfect target for a prank. A mere fright was insufficient for Li Wangyou. Rubbing his hands together, he resolved to provide this newly arrived 7th junior brother with an unforgettable initiation ceremony, one that would fully convey the profound affection of his 6th senior brother. Nestled in his humble abode, Li Wangyou busied himself with glee. His first task was to gather tools to create the desired atmosphere. He rummaged through his collection of treasures, unearthing several sheets of yellow talisman paper and vermilion powder. With a focused mind, he began to draw, his consciousness in the golden core stage sharpening as his brush danced across the paper, deftly crafting a number of low-level talismans. Each talisman possessed unique functions. Some could conjure a chilling, eerie breeze, wind talisman. Others could emit a terrifying wail reminiscent of ghostly howls, ghost howling talisman. And yet others could project vague, distorted illusions capable of instilling fear in the hearts of the faint-hearted during the night, phantom talisman. Once the talismans were complete, Li Wangyou felt that mere sounds and shadows were insufficient. A more tangible ghostly figure was necessary. He procured a large piece of slightly yellowed white cloth and, using sticks and rope, fashioned a crooked cross. Draping the cloth over it, he created a rudimentary, ghostly silhouette. But that was still lacking. How could a ghost be without a flickering green flame? With a mischievous grin, Li Wangyou retrieved a small paper pouch containing white powder, a phosphorescent substance he had secretly scraped from a special mineral on the mountainside. This powder would emit a haunting green glow when slightly rubbed or heated, making it incredibly effective in the dark. He sprinkled some of the phosphorescent powder on the head and hands of the white cloth ghost. With all the tools at his disposal, Li Wangyou admired his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. With this ensemble of tricks, even a timid 3-year-old, let alone a slightly apprehensive adult, would likely be scared half to death. He awaited patiently, akin to a seasoned hunter, anticipating his prey to succumb to slumber. As the night deepened, shrouded in darkness and with the wind howling, it was the perfect moment to set his plan into motion. Estimating that Lin Xiaoran had likely fallen asleep, Li Wangyou hoisted his ghostly prop and tucked a handful of talismans into his pocket, quietly making his way to the small room where Lin Xiaoran was temporarily residing. Within the confines of the room, Lin Xiaoran had indeed settled down, though sleep eluded him. The frightful presence of the 6th senior brother lingered in his mind, and being alone in an unfamiliar room at night, with shadows dancing outside the window, felt as if countless demons were lurking nearby. He wrapped himself tightly in his quilt, exposing only his wide eyes, surveying the pitch-black room. Even the slightest rustle sent shivers down his spine. Just as his eyelids began to droop and he felt himself slipping into drowsiness, a chilling, piercing wail erupted outside his window. The sound seemed laden with endless resentment, drilling directly into his ears. Lin Xiaoran was so terrified that his soul nearly fled his body. All sleep vanished as he bolted upright in bed, his face as pale as a sheet. Following that, a loud crash. The window, which he had securely fastened before slumber, was unexpectedly flung open by a sudden, chilling gust of wind. The frigid air rushed into the room, causing the drapes to flutter wildly and the teacups on the table to clink ominously. Amidst this howling wind and the eerie wails that echoed like ghostly laments, an even more terrifying sight emerged. A vague, distorted figure, emanating a ghostly green luminescence, drifted in through the window. This specter bore no discernible features, only two hollow eye sockets and a gaping maw that stretched to the roots of its ears, emitting a chilling, rasping shriek that sent shivers down one's spine as it lunged towards the bed. The horrifying image, the piercing sound, and the icy wind combined in a trifecta of terror, instantly shattering Lingxiao's already fragile composure. His eyes widened, pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks from fear. His mouth agape yet unable to emit a sound, as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat. After what felt like an eternity of paralysis, he finally gasped for breath, releasing a heart-wrenching scream of terror. Ah, a ghost. Mother. The tremendous cry pierced the serene night sky of Zhuowang Peak. At that moment, the orchestrator of this fright, Wangyou, was concealed outside the window, clutching a voice-altering talisman that continued to emit ghostly howls. As he watched his terrified junior nearly faint from fright, he struggled to suppress his laughter, shaking with mirth, utterly delighted by the spectacle. Chapter 38. The flick of a finger and psychological shadows outside the window. Wangyou listened to the heart-wrenching cries of his younger disciple within the room, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction swell within him. The outcome surpassed his expectations. Merely frightening him was insufficient to convey the tender concern of an elder brother. A brilliantly mischievous thought crossed his mind. A mere psychological blow would not suffice. A touch of physical interaction was necessary to ensure his younger disciple would indelibly remember this enchanting evening. Suppressing his laughter, Wangyou maintained the eerie wails produced by the voice-altering talisman while channeling a slender thread of spiritual energy, quietly infusing it into the white, ghostly figure. Before long, the previously indistinct hands of the spectral figure began to coalesce, forming a semi-transparent, ghostly hand that emanated an unsettling chill. This ethereal hand slowly lifted, accompanied by an ominous cracking sound, an effect he had simulated with his spiritual energy, extending towards his younger disciple, who was now frozen in terror, curled up under the covers. Desperately shielding his head, Lingxiao, engulfed in a chaotic weeping fit, felt as though the entire world was teeming with monsters, wishing only to curl into a ball. Suddenly, he sensed an indescribable icy aura penetrating the fabric of his blanket, encroaching upon him. In a state of panic, he cautiously lifted a corner of the cover, only to behold the chilling, semi-transparent, ghostly hand leisurely reaching toward him. Gulp! The fright caused him to gasp, his little body stiffening as he watched the spectral hand, not grasping him, nor striking him, but rather curling its middle finger, aiming directly at the slightly protruding area of his pants, and gently flicking it. A wave of icy, intensely humiliating sensation surged through the thin fabric of his sleepwear, reaching Lingxiao's delicate form. Though it was not painful, the feeling was profoundly bizarre, terrifying, and utterly indescribable. If the previous wails and horrific illusions constituted a psychological assault, then this precise flick of a finger was a dual strike on both mind and body. Its damage minimal, yet its humiliation excruciatingly potent. Lingxiao's mind momentarily short-circuited. He stood frozen for 2 full seconds, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Then, an overwhelming tide of shame, fear, and grievance, tenfold stronger than before, crashed over him like a tsunami. Ah! His cries escalated to an octave higher, reaching a new peak so sharp it threatened to pierce eardrums. His little body stiffened, then collapsed as if all bones had been removed, his eyes rolling back as he struggled to breathe, nearly fainting from the overwhelming sensation. Reduced to instinctual wailing, he cried incoherently, "Ghost! There's a ghost! Flick my little bird! Woo! Mother, help me!" This earth-shattering cry and piercing lamentation successfully roused the entire Zhuowang Peak. What is happening? Who is crying? It's the voice of the younger disciple. The first to respond were the nearest, the third elder sister Lu Xian, and several senior brothers. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, rapidly approaching the small room. Just as the first footstep neared the courtyard gate, Wangyou outside the window reacted with remarkable swiftness. He withdrew all his spiritual energy support, causing the ghostly apparition to collapse with a soft thud, transforming into a mere pile of ordinary white cloth and wooden sticks. Grasping the props in one swift motion, he extinguished the voice-changing talisman, blending into the shadows like a cunning raccoon, darting away with remarkable speed, and stealthily slipping back into his own room after a few deft leaps. He quickly shed his outer garments, kicked off his shoes, dove into bed, closed his eyes, and even feigned a slight snore, as if he had been rudely awakened and was quite displeased, a performance worthy of an acclaimed actor. Xiaoran, what has happened to you? The third senior sister, Lu Xian, was the first to burst into the room. Upon seeing the wide-open window, the chilling wind, and the sight of Lin Xiaoran, who was sobbing uncontrollably, his little face turning a shade of blue and nearly losing consciousness, she was struck with fear and rushed over to embrace him. What is going on? Where did the ghost come from? Shortly thereafter, the fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, arrived with her sword drawn, cautiously scanning the darkened room, yet finding nothing amiss. The second brother, Shi Jian, and the fourth brother, Chen Mo, also rushed in, their expressions filled with confusion and concern upon witnessing the pitiful state of their junior brother. Ghost, a ghost, white, can fly. It flicked me, flicked my little bird. Lin Xiaoran clung desperately to Lu Xian's clothing, burying his face in her embrace. Sobbing so hard he could barely catch his breath, his small body trembling like a leaf in an autumn breeze. The others were left bewildered, grappling with the incoherent descriptions of both a ghost and the flicking of a little bird. Yet, seeing the child so terrified, it was evident that this was no mere fabrication. Before long, the startled Li Wangyou, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes, stumbled over, yawning as he inquired, "What is going on? Who is crying so pitifully in the middle of the night? Can't a person get any sleep?" His expression and tone were utterly innocent. However, when the shaken Lin Xiaoran, peering through tear-filled eyes, caught sight of Li Wangyou squeezed in the doorway, his concern evident. He let out an even more piercing scream, burying his head deeper into Lu Xian's embrace, pointing with his tiny hand towards Li Wangyou. Unable to articulate his terror, "It's him. It's him. The devil. Don't come any closer." From that moment onward, atop Ziwang Peak, there emerged a striking spectacle, regardless of how benevolent and harmless Li Wangyou appeared, adorned with a friendly smile. The instant he entered Lin Xiaoran's line of sight, even if it were merely a distant silhouette, this seventh junior brother would turn pale as a ghost, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, unleashing a terrified scream before fleeing at an astonishing speed. As though pursued by a fearsome beast from the primordial wilderness, Li Wangyou effectively became the greatest psychological shadow in Lin Xiaoran's life, without exception. Chapter 39. The care of the third senior sister. The room was in disarray. Lin Xiaoran wept inconsolably in the embrace of her third senior sister, Lu Xian. Her little face flushed crimson, struggling to catch her breath as she repeatedly murmured about a ghost, a little bird, and a white figure, clearly terrified to the core. Fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, wielding her sword, had searched both inside and outside the room several times, finding not a trace of any spectral presence. The only observations made were that the window had been blown open by the wind, and there appeared to be some peculiar white powder on the floor, though most of it had been scattered by the breeze, leaving its origin a mystery. The second senior brother, Shi Jian, and the fourth senior brother, Chen Mo, two grown men, were utterly at a loss in the face of such a childish dilemma, standing idly by in anxious silence. Meanwhile, Li Wangyou, who had just arrived, still clad in his night attire and rubbing his eyes as if awakened from slumber, unwittingly became the new target of Lin Xiaoran's terrified screams. "It's him. It's him. The devil. Don't come any closer." Lin Xiaoran buried her face deeply in Lu Xian's embrace, pointing in the direction of Li Wangyou with her little finger, her wails growing increasingly pitiful, as if Li Wangyou were far more terrifying than the earlier phantom that had frightened her. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Li Wangyou. Lu Xian gently patted Lin Xiaoran's back, soothing her with soft words, "Do not fear, little one. Senior sister is here, there are no devils." Yet, she raised her head, directing a stern gaze toward Li Wangyou, her previously gentle expression now imbued with scrutiny and doubt. "Wangyou." Lu Xian's voice carried an unusual severity. "What on earth is going on? How could our little junior brother be so frightened? Is this your doing?" Though lacking evidence, Lu Xian's instincts led her to believe that this matter was undoubtedly connected to this little mischief maker. Who else on Ziwang Peak could terrify a child to the point of incoherence, prompting them to cry out for a devil? Li Wangyou was internally elated, yet his face bore an expression of profound grievance, his eyes wide with disbelief as though he had been accused of the most unfathomable wrongdoing. "Third senior sister, you are unjustly accusing me," he protested, his voice imbued with heartfelt emotion, even taking a dramatic step back, appearing deeply wounded. "I was soundly asleep. I only rushed over upon hearing the cries of our junior brother, How could I have done anything? I do not even know what has transpired. As he spoke, he blinked earnestly, attempting to summon a few genuine tears of grievance. But alas, his acting skills had not quite reached that level, so he abandoned the endeavor. Yet his expression remained impeccably sincere. Is it truly not you? Lu Xian scrutinized him, hoping to uncover a flaw in his facade. However, Li Wangyu's ability to feign innocence was impeccable, and his expression of innocence and grievance was utterly flawless. Of course it is not me, Li Wangyu swore fervently, raising 3 fingers toward the ceiling. After all, the heavens would not strike him down just yet. I, Li Wangyou, swear to the heavens. If I have frightened our little junior brother tonight, may I lose all taste in sweets and never progress beyond the foundational stage in my cultivation. He uttered a meaningless vow that bore no consequence for him. Then he turned to the still trembling Lingxiao, wearing a concerned yet puzzled expression. Little junior brother, what exactly did you see? Did you have a nightmare? Dreams are but illusions. Do not fear, for your senior brother is here. He attempted to inch closer to offer comfort. However, as he drew near, Lingxiao reacted even more dramatically, retreating into the embrace of the 3rd senior sister, and cried out, "Stay away! Devil, go away!" Lu Xian quickly tightened her hold on Lingxiao, casting an indignant glare at Li Wanyu. "Keep your distance. Can't you see that the junior brother is frightened of you?" Li Wanyu, ever obedient, immediately stepped back, his expression one of heightened grievance and sorrow, muttering softly, "Why is the junior brother so terrified of me? I had even kindly comforted him earlier. Has he been so frightened by ghosts that he mistakes me for one?" His words, seemingly a soliloquy, were in fact an attempt to justify his earlier intimidating behavior, suggesting that Lingxiao was merely overwhelmed and delusional. Lu Xian gazed down at her trembling junior brother, who was on the verge of collapse from fear, then glanced at Li Wanyu, whose expression of feigned innocence could rival that of Dou's tragic plight. A wave of frustration washed over her, yet she felt utterly powerless. There was no evidence. Even if she was 99.9% certain that this little scoundrel was responsible, without catching him in the act, he had 1,000 ways to deny it and feign innocence. Hadn't all his previous pranks followed this same pattern? With a weary sigh, she felt an overwhelming fatigue settle in her heart. She shot Li Wanyu a fierce glare, warning him sternly, "It better not be you. If I find out you are behind this, just wait until I tell Master and have him confine you for a year." With that, she turned her attention back to the terrified junior brother, bending down to soothe him with the utmost tenderness, her voice as gentle as a soothing stream. "Xiaoran, darling, there's no need to be afraid anymore. The nightmare has ended. Your senior sister will stay with you tonight. No one dares to frighten you anymore." Li Wanyu observed this scene, realizing he had evaded trouble, and a smirk crept into his heart, though his face still bore the mask of an unjustly wronged individual. With his head hung low, he sighed dramatically as he followed the other bewildered senior brothers out of the room. Once outside, he could still hear the gentle reassurances of the 3rd senior sister and the gradually diminishing sobs of the junior brother. The warmth of the 3rd senior sister's embrace must be quite comforting, but alas, such fortune was beyond his reach. Hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely back, his heart light as a feather. Tonight's performance had been a resounding success. Chapter 40. The Master's Ruler at the break of dawn the following day. The esteemed Master Qingxiu was summoned from his meditation chamber by his 3rd disciple, Lu Xian. With red-rimmed eyes, her face a portrait of fatigue and indignation, she recounted the incident from the previous night, wherein their junior disciple, Lingxiao, had been thoroughly frightened by a ghost, leaving him trembling and feverish, even babbling incoherently. Although she possessed no direct evidence, her words strongly insinuated that Li Wanyu was the culprit behind this mischief. As Qingxiu listened to her account, his expression darkened increasingly, the weight of his anger palpable. To intimidate a newly initiated disciple? This reckless individual had truly gone too far. If it were merely a harmless prank, he might have overlooked it, for the boy was not inherently malicious, just mischievous and in need of guidance. However, this was far beyond the pale. Lingxiao was merely 3 years old, newly initiated, his heart and foundation unsteady. Such a fright could inscribe seeds of fear within him, potentially giving rise to inner demons, severely undermining his future resolve on the path of cultivation. This was tantamount to destroying a soul's journey, and such malice was unforgivable. The gravity of the situation ignited Qingxiu's fury. Old grievances and new transgressions surged forth in his mind. This boy was truly insufferable. If he did not administer discipline now, what would the future hold? With a grim countenance, he strode purposefully toward Li Wangyu's quarters, his silence as heavy as his resolve. Lu Xian hurried to follow. Upon reaching the small courtyard, Qingxiu had no inclination to knock. Instead, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, shattering the door latch with a resounding crack. He pushed the door open and entered. Inside, Li Wanyu lay sprawled across his bed, drooling in his slumber, occasionally smacking his lips as if lost in delightful dreams. He appeared utterly at ease, his conscience seemingly unburdened. "Get up, you scoundrel!" Qingxiu bellowed in anger. Startled, Li Wanyu jolted upright. Confusion etched across his face as he beheld his furious master and the disapproving expression of his third sister behind him. His heart sank. He thought, "Here it comes." Yet, he quickly shifted to an innocent demeanor, rubbing his eyes and yawning. "Master? Third sister? What is the matter so early in the morning? What has happened?" Feigning ignorance, Qingxiu's beard trembled with rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Speak. What did you do to your junior brother last night?" Li Wanyu was acutely aware of the truth, but would never admit it. Instantly adopting a posture of feigned innocence, his expression one of wrongful accusation, he protested, "Master, what have I done? I was asleep in my room all night. I only rushed over when I heard the junior brother crying. Third sister and the others can attest to that. Why would I pretend to be confused? What happened to the junior brother? Did he have a nightmare?" His rehearsed defense flowed effortlessly, his expressions timed perfectly. Under normal circumstances, Qingxiu might have engaged him in a verbal sparring match, but today, Qingxiu was consumed by anger and well aware of this boy's cunning. He had no desire to waste words. "Silence!" Qingxiu's sharp command interrupted him, his gaze icy. "Li Wanyu, do you truly believe your misdeeds are flawless? Do you think your master has become senile, oblivious to everything?" Li Wanyu felt a twinge of unease but maintained his bravado, insisting, "Master, what are you talking about? I do not understand." "Enough, enough." Master Qing Suzi uttered 3 words of praise, his anger transforming into a mocking smile. "You refuse to acknowledge it, do you? Very well. Today, I shall settle both old and new accounts with you." Before his words faded, Qing Suzi deftly flipped his wrist, and an ancient ruler materialized in his hand. The ruler appeared ordinary, yet it emanated a palpable aura of dread and searing heat, unmistakably a formidable disciplinary artifact known as the heart-settling ruler. When this ruler struck the palm, it inflicted not merely physical pain, but also inflicted torment upon the soul, ensuring the lesson was indelibly etched in memory. Upon witnessing his master draw the heart-settling ruler, Li Wangyu's expression shifted dramatically. "Is he serious? Extend your hand." Qing Suzi's voice was frigid and brooked no dissent. "Master, I am innocent. You cannot coerce a false confession." Li Wanyu attempted to resist, concealing his hand behind him. "Extend it." Qing Suzi ignored his protests, the overwhelming pressure locking onto Li Wanyu. Instantly, he felt as though an invisible mountain bore down upon him, rendering him immobile. He realized that his master was unequivocally serious this time. Further defiance would only lead to graver consequences. Reluctantly, he extended his left hand, albeit slowly. "Both hands," Qing Suzi commanded. With a pained expression, Li Wanyu reluctantly presented his right hand, palm facing upward. Without mercy, Qing Suzi raised the heart-settling ruler and struck down upon the soft, tender palm with great force. Crack! The sharp sound resonated, accompanied by a searing pain that pierced his mind. Li Wanyu grimaced, gasping in agony. This wretched ruler is truly painful. 1. Unfilial disciple, incorrigibly mischievous. Qing Suzi chastised as he struck. Crack! 2. Framing fellow disciples, devoid of camaraderie. Crack! 3. Forging signatures, betraying master and ancestors. Crack! 4. Terrifying younger brothers, jeopardizing the path. With each accusation, he delivered a punishing blow. The strikes not only left Li Wangyu's palms swollen and red, but the searing pain also directly assailed his spirit, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. 10 rigorous blows were delivered, without a single one spared. Once finished, Qing Suzi retracted the heart-settling ruler, gazing at his disciple's hands, now resembling swollen buns. His heart twinged slightly, yet his expression remained as frigid as ice. "Li Wanyu, do you comprehend your wrongdoing?" he inquired solemnly. Wincing in pain, Li Wangyu's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he remained obstinate, muttering with his head bowed. "Disciple, the disciple is unaware of the specifics of his transgressions, but if the master deems it wrong, then it must be so." This attitude of denial was tantamount to no acknowledgement at all. Qing Suzi, nearly compelled to strike again, restrained himself. He understood that mere punishment would not subdue this stubborn lad. "Very well. Since you do not recognize your fault, go to the reflection cliff and contemplate thoroughly. Only return once you have gained clarity." Qing Suzi declared coldly, imposing a 3-month confinement upon him. You shall transcribe the Heart Sutra and Tao Te Ching 10 times each daily. Failure to complete this will result in starvation. With that, he rolled up his sleeve, enveloping Wangyou in a surge of spiritual energy that allowed no resistance, whisking him away from the courtyard toward the reflection cliff in the back mountains. The cold stone door swung open once more, only to slam shut heavily behind him. Wangyou was cast into the desolate and cavernous stone cave of the Cliff of Reflection. He rubbed his palm, which was red, swollen, and still throbbing with pain, grimacing as he hissed through clenched teeth. Such brutality. That old coot, he muttered softly, shaking his aching hand. Confinement? Copying scriptures? Alas, it is the same old routine, truly lacking in novelty. Chapter 41. The penalty of transcribing scriptures and artistic creation within the cavern of the Cliff of Reflection. Tranquility reigned, interrupted only by the rhythmic drip of water seeping through the crevices, accompanied by the occasional sigh of an individual. Alas, oh dear. Wangyou gazed despondently at the substantial stack of rice paper before him, alongside the hefty volumes of the Heart Sutra and the Tao Te Ching, his furrowed brow and lamentations nearly driving away any mosquitoes that might have dared to linger. 3 months of confinement? Well, that was manageable, after all. He had endured such restrictions before. This place was serene and free from supervision, albeit rather dull. Prohibited from dining? Not a significant issue, as he had long established his foundation, and with the aid of a fasting elixir, starvation would not be a concern. Yet, the task of transcribing 10 copies each day for 3 consecutive months. This was nothing short of a brutal, inhumane form of torture. The Heart Sutra and the Tao Te Ching, they were among the most substantial, convoluted, and soporific texts within the sect. Merely glancing at them made his head spin, and his spirit, well, it was more a restless desire for slumber. His master was undoubtedly intentional in this punishment. Wangyou muttered quietly, convinced it was a personal vendetta. Was it so egregious to have penned a love letter in his handwriting? How petty. Complaints aside, he had to comply with the task. Otherwise, failing to submit his work would likely earn him a reprimand. The admonishing ruler truly stung, sending shivers through his very soul. Resigned, he picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and began to transcribe the scriptures. As a formidable figure in the Golden Core stage, the physicality of transcribing posed no challenge whatsoever. His wrist was as steady as a seasoned scribe's. The brush danced across the paper, forming neat and legible characters at a remarkable pace. Within the duration of a single incense stick, he completed 1 rendition of the Heart Sutra. Then came the second, and the third. By the time he reached the 3rd iteration, Wangyou felt his mind begin to numb, his gaze dull, and though his wrist bore no fatigue, an escalating irritation bubbled within him. The way that can be spoken is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Alas, mother, how tedious. The sage is serene, yet the heart is disturbed. The human heart is tranquil, yet desires tether it. Serenity, serenity. I too long for tranquility. But this is exceedingly dull. He cast the brush aside, agitatedly raking his fingers through his hair, and began to survey his surroundings. The cave was modest in size, filled only with stone, devoid of even a single ant, likely eradicated by predecessors who had succumbed to boredom during their own confinements. His gaze drifted over the freshly transcribed sheets of rice paper, the reverse side still blank. An audacious thought flitted through his ennui-laden mind. Indeed, while the front was reserved for scripture, the back could serve a different purpose. Such precious paper must not be squandered. What to create? A novel? Alas, he lacked the literary flair. Crafting talismans? What purpose would that serve for one who had reached the Golden Core? Eureka! He would draw. But what to depict? A mischievous grin spread across Wangyou's face as his eyes sparkled with mischief. He turned one of the transcribed pages to its reverse side and began to sketch. This time, his strokes transformed from neat calligraphy to lively and exaggerated flourishes. With just a few deft strokes, a chibi-like old man sprang to life upon the paper. The elderly figure, adorned with an ethereal aura and flowing beard, bore an expression of indignation, puffing out his cheeks in anger, with exaggerated steam emanating from his head. Beside him was a line of small text, "Wretched disciple, you shall be the death of me." The depiction captured the essence of Qing Su Zi, infuriated to the point of hopping in frustration. Chuckling softly, Wangyou could no longer contain his laughter. With the spark of inspiration ignited, he could not be restrained. The creative flow surged forth like the tumultuous waters of the Yellow River, relentless and powerful. He seized another sheet of paper, commencing a new illustration, a chibi version of Qing Su Zi, sipping tea, who suddenly spots a letter, eyes widening in shock. causing a spray of tea to erupt, accompanied by a comedic sound effect. In the next frame, the chibi Qing Su Zi is depicted fleeing in terror, pursued by chibi Jinyu, brandishing an ice sword. His expression one of sheer panic, with a speech bubble exclaiming, "Spare me, senior sister." Another illustration portrays Qing Su Zi with cat whiskers adorning his face and the character King inscribed on his forehead, blissfully asleep. Yet another shows him wielding a heart-calming ruler, grinning menacingly, though the chibi version's grin lacked intimidation, instead appearing rather endearing, closing in on a trembling chibi boy, none other than Li Wanyu himself. As he continued to draw, his enthusiasm soared, each stroke capturing not only the essence of the characters, but also indulging in exaggerated caricatures, with a particular focus on his master. The scenes were lively and engaging, weaving together a coherent narrative filled with his own misadventures and his master's blunders. Eventually, feeling that merely drawing the back of the pages was insufficient, he began to insert whimsical illustrations into the blank spaces of the copied scriptures. He sketched his master drooling in slumber beside quietude and non-action, and illustrated the master charred, yet tender from lightning strikes beside natural law, a figment of his imagination. He was entirely immersed in his artistic endeavor, chuckling foolishly as he sketched, having long since cast aside the punishment of transcribing scriptures. Who knew that confinement could be so delightful? Just as he was about to illustrate a pivotal scene depicting Chibi Qing Su Zi falling into a deep pit filled with papers inscribed with homework, while Chibi Li Wanyu gleefully filled the pit with dirt, titling the piece 100 Ways to Bury My Master, the barrier at the cave's entrance suddenly quivered. Chapter 42. The investigation of the fifth senior sister. Though Li Wanyu delighted in the newfound skill of comic creation, he soon found the activity somewhat monotonous. He pondered whether he should feign diligence in his studies to appease the master, who was unlikely to make an appearance. Just then, a subtle disturbance emanated from the barrier at the cave's entrance. The stone door creaked open slightly, and a head peeked in. It was none other than fifth senior sister Zhao Mingyue. She held a small food box in her hand. Zhao Mingyue had a fiery temperament, yet her heart was not unkind, especially towards those from her own Zwang peak. Despite her constant threats to chastise Li Wanyu, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy upon seeing her junior brother confined. Seizing the opportunity while their master was distracted, she had stealthily procured some delicacies from the dining hall, intending to check on whether he was behaving and perhaps offer him a small treat. She had imagined that her junior brother, imprisoned, would be wearing a woeful expression, sighing heavily, perhaps even in tears. She had prepared words of comfort or mockery in her mind. However, upon peering inside, the scene that greeted her nearly caused her eyes to bulge in disbelief. The pitiable junior brother she had envisioned was nowhere to be found. Instead, Li Wanyu was sprawled on the stone bed, surrounded by a plethora of rice paper. Wielding a brush with fervor, no, he was not merely writing, he was painting. His brush danced with lively strokes, a mischievous grin plastered across his face, punctuated with snickers of glee, completely absorbed in his own world, oblivious to her presence. Scattered across the stone bed and the floor were numerous completed sketches. Zhao Mingyue's keen eyes quickly caught sight of the drawing nearest to her, a hilariously exaggerated caricature of a little old man being chased and slashed at by a cartoonish beauty wielding a sword, the old man appearing utterly flustered and desperate. The likeness of the little old man bore an uncanny resemblance to their esteemed master, Qing Shuzi. Accompanying the image were the words, "Uncle Jinyu, spare me." Zhao Mingyue's mind short-circuited for a full 3 seconds. Wasn't he supposed to be reflecting on his misdeeds? Wasn't he meant to be diligently copying scriptures? What on earth was this absurdity? This rascal was drawing caricatures of their master while in confinement. And remarkably, so vividly. A surge of fury ignited atop Zhao Mingyue's head. This insufferable brat. How could he remain so incorrigible? Here she was, worrying he might be hungry. Li Wanyu, Zhao Mingyue roared, akin to a lioness, finally rousing Li Wanyu from his reverie. Startled by the sudden outburst, he nearly dropped his brush. Raising his head, he was met with the fierce countenance of fifth senior sister at the doorway, and within him arose a silent cry. This is bad. I'm doomed. Instinctively, he sought to hide his drawings, but Zhao Mingyue was quicker. In a flash, she lunged forward, disregarding the food box, which he tossed aside, and snatched several of his sketches from his grasp. Give those back. Fifth senior sister. Those are my artistic creations, Li Wanyu exclaimed, leaping up in a bid to reclaim his work. Zhao Mingyue would not allow him to prevail. She deftly evaded him and eagerly turned her gaze toward the pilfered sketches. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. The first illustration depicted master brewing tea. The second, Master in a fit of rage. The third, Master with a cat's face. The fourth, Master falling into a pit, a treatise on 100 ways to bury the master. Each one more absurd than the last. Each one more scathing. The expressions that flitted across Zhao Mingyue's face were nothing short of spectacular. First came an overwhelming fury. How dare this scoundrel so irreverently mock his mentor? Followed by astonishment. The likeness was surprisingly accurate. Then a struggle to suppress laughter. The image of Master scurrying with his hands over his head was simply too amusing. And finally, recalling her purpose of seeking retribution, she hastily stifled her mirth and assumed a stern demeanor, though the corners of her mouth betrayed her with an involuntary twitch. A tumult of emotions clashed upon her visage, rendering her expression remarkably contorted and peculiar. She took several deep breaths, barely managing to quell the urge to burst into laughter, trembling as she brandished the sketches in her hand, pointing an accusatory finger at Wangyou's nose. Her voice slightly pitched due to her struggle to contain her amusement. You rascal, truly incorrigible, hopelessly unrepentant. Even under confinement, you remain so unruly. How could you create such things? If Master were to see this. She envisioned the scene of Master encountering these illustrations and could not suppress a shiver. It would undoubtedly precipitate a tempestuous upheaval. Are you not afraid that Master would turn your dairy into confetti? Chapter 43. The coming storm. Elder sister Zhao Mingyue gazed at the astonishing sketches in her hands, her expression shifting like the wind, ultimately settling into a complex state of both amusement and exasperation. She had come to the realization that persuading this little demon king to reflect on his misdeeds and repent was a task more arduous than coaxing the sun to rise from the west. For him, confinement would merely serve as a change of scenery to continue his mischief. Oh, you! Zhao Mingyue sighed heavily, jabbing her fingers sharply at Wangyou's forehead. What shall I say to you? Master has assigned you the task of transcribing scriptures for meditation, yet here you are, indulging in such rebellious artistry. If Master discovers this, you might as well resign yourself to never escaping the cliffs of reflection for the rest of your life. Wangyou, cradling his forehead where she had poked him, chuckled foolishly in an attempt to charm his way out of trouble. Elder sister, I was merely feeling too bored with the scriptures and needed to stretch my wrists and unleash my creativity. What do you think? Do my drawings capture Master's essence? Like your head. Zhao Mingyue shot him a disdainful glance, feigning to tear the paper. These incriminating pieces should be incinerated. Please, don't. Wangyou quickly pleaded, fully aware that she would likely not go through with it, as these were indeed the fruits of his labor. Art. This is all art. Art my foot. Zhao Mingyue retorted, yet her hands halted their motion. She pondered for a moment. Although these drawings were quite rebellious, they were undeniably entertaining, especially the depictions of Master in his most embarrassing moments, rendered with remarkable fidelity. Perhaps they could be used to jest about Master later. Or rather, serve as a cautionary tale for the younger disciples. With this thought, the sketches suddenly appeared precious to her. She deliberately straightened her face, carefully folded the drawings, and tucked them into her bosom with a stern demeanor. I shall confiscate these incriminating pieces to prevent you from causing further trouble. If you dare to draw again, I shall certainly inform Master. Seeing the determination in elder sister's demeanor, Wangyou sensed that she did not genuinely intend to report him. Feeling reassured, he nodded vigorously. I won't draw again. Absolutely not. Rest assured, elder sister. Satisfied, Zhao Mingyue nodded in approval, bending down to retrieve the food box she had previously discarded, and placed it into Wangyou's arms with an air of irritation. Here, this is for you. Make it last. Who knows when I'll be able to bring you more. Upon holding the food box, Wangyou inhaled the enticing aroma of meat and the sweet scent of pastries wafting from within, his eyes brightening as he nearly drooled. Thank you, elder sister. You're the best. Even better than my own sister. Flattery flowed forth instantly. Spare me the flattery, Zhao Mingyue retorted, though the corners of her mouth could not help but lift slightly. She surveyed the desolate stone cave and then looked at her younger disciple, who, despite his punishment and confinement, remained lively and carefree. Inwardly, she felt a sense of relief. As long as he was unharmed and his spirit intact, that was what mattered most. After a moment of contemplation, she decided it was prudent to remind this wayward lad. Adjusting her expression, she said, by the way, I almost forgot the main point. You'd best keep a low profile in here and not truly provoke Master. The annual Sect competition is on the verge of commencing, and each peak is diligently preparing, eagerly rubbing their hands together. You mustn't wait until the last moment to emerge, for the prolonged confinement may render you rusty, and we would be embarrassed at Ziwang Peak. The annual competition? Wangyou was busy opening a food box, and upon discovering the fragrant sauce-infused pig trotter and sweet osmanthus cake inside, his eyes narrowed in bliss. He casually replied, "Isn't it still quite a while away?" "Not at all," Zhao Mingyue interrupted. "There are just over 3 months left. I've heard that this year's rewards are more substantial than ever, and the competition will undoubtedly be fierce. Our Ziwang Peak is already sparsely populated. You cannot afford to falter. If you perform poorly, just wait and see how Master will deal with you." Li Wangyou's hand, poised to grasp the sauce-infused pig trotter, froze mid-air. The playful smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by an intense glimmer of interest. In his bright, glistening eyes, it seemed as if stars had been ignited. The monotony of confinement and the tedium of copying scriptures were instantly cast aside. The competition? That is a grand event for the sect. A sea of people, arena battles, various treasures and elixirs as rewards, and the elite disciples from other peaks. Li Wangyou's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, growing ever brighter, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward, revealing a familiar, mischievous grin brimming with exhilaration. It sounded like a splendid opportunity to engage in some grand escapades while reaping benefits along the way. Hee, the sect competition, how intriguing. Observing the radiant expression and that familiar sly smile on the face of her junior brother, Zhao Mingyue felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Oh no. Why do I feel as though I've inadvertently reminded him of something significant? Should I have kept the details of the competition to myself? Chapter 44. The lifting of restrictions 3 months, a span that can neither be deemed excessively long nor too short. For the other disciples of Ziwang Peak, these 3 months have been remarkably tranquil, perhaps even excessively so. The stillness has become somewhat disconcerting, leaving an inexplicable void. For Qing Shuzi, however, this interval has provided a rare moment of serenity. Although his awareness occasionally drifts over to the thought reflection cliff, where that little rascal seems to be tinkering with something again, he chooses to remain untroubled as long as the boy doesn't emerge to cause trouble. As for Li Wangyou, confined within the thought reflection cliff, these 3 months have not been as arduous as one might expect. In the initial phase, he engaged in copying scriptures and painting. Albeit some of his works were confiscated by the 5th senior sister, he subsequently created even more, concealing them more cleverly. In the middle period, he devised trivial games such as racing droplets of water with his spiritual energy and playing rock-paper-scissors against the stone walls. In the latter phase, he focused primarily on strategizing for the upcoming sect competition 1 month hence. He has firmly etched the 5th senior sister's admonition about not disgracing Ziwang Peak into his mind, though his interpretation may diverge slightly from her original intent. To him, the pinnacle of not bringing shame is to leave a profound impression on everyone. As for the means to achieve this, well, he has his own ideas. At long last, on a glorious day bathed in sunlight and filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, the cold stone door of the thought reflection cliff creaked open from the outside. Blinding sunlight flooded into the cave, causing Li Wangyou, accustomed to the dimness, to instinctively squint. Standing at the entrance was his expressionless second senior brother, Shi Jian, who had been tasked by their master to release him. "Junior brother, the time has come. Step outside," Shi Jian intoned in his deep voice, maintaining his usual reticent demeanor. Li Wangyou adjusted to the light and inhaled a deep breath of the fresh, herb-scented air outside, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. "Thank you, second senior brother," he exclaimed, his voice ringing with enthusiasm as he stepped lightly out of the cave. Once outside, he stretched his arms wide, basking in the warm sunlight, indulging in a grand yawn that made his bones crackle pleasantly. Ah, how delightful! Nothing compares to the freshness of the outside air. The 3 months of confinement seemed to have left no shadow upon him. His skin appeared even fairer. He seemed to have grown a tad taller, and his large, sparkling eyes retained their lively mischief. In fact, after 3 months of seclusion, he now bore an inexplicable aura of feigned profundity. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the depths of his eyes sparkled with the excitement of newfound freedom and the prospect of resuming his antics. "After your release, you are to visit the master first," Shi Jian conveyed the instruction before departing without further words, as he still had matters to attend to in the forging furnace. Visit the master? There was no rush. Li Wangyou had far more pressing matters to attend to. The first thing on his mind upon emerging was not to seek out his master, nor to ask the 3rd senior sister for food, nor to inquire with the 5th senior sister about the details of the competition. Instead, the image that immediately sprang to mind was that of the slender, timid, yet remarkably quick-witted junior brother, Lingxiao. 3 months have elapsed, leaving one to ponder whether his psychological shadow has expanded or diminished. Has his courage grown even slightly? Does he still recall that intimate encounter of playing with the little birds on that fateful night? Merely thinking of it stirs anticipation. Thus, Li Wangyou, infused with a brotherly concern for his junior, commenced his search for Lin Xiaoran on the summit of sitting forgetting. Before long, he espied the familiar petite figure near the medicinal garden tended by the third senior sister. Under the meticulous care of senior sister Lu Xian and the restorative effects of spiritual herbs, Lin Xiaoran appeared considerably more vibrant and had gained a bit of flesh, no longer resembling a mere collection of bones. At that moment, he was carefully watering a spiritual herb, his movements clumsy yet earnest. Indeed, it seemed he was recovering well. Li Wangyou nodded in satisfaction. He composed his expression, striving to present what he believed to be the most amiable and harmless smile. Then, treading lightly, he approached slowly, his voice as gentle as if it could coax water from stone, calling out, "Junior brother, it has been 3 months. Have you missed your senior brother?" His voice, though soft, resonated distinctly in the tranquil garden. Engrossed in his task, Lin Xiaoran's small frame suddenly stiffened upon hearing the sound. The watering can slipped from his grasp with a clatter, spilling water at his feet. With an expression of sheer terror, he turned his head slowly. When his gaze met that familiar, benign smile, the very visage that had haunted his nightmares countless times. A scream, more piercing and desperate than 3 months prior, erupted from Lin Xiaoran's throat, as though he had glimpsed the most horrifying sight imaginable. Without a moment's hesitation, neglecting even to retrieve the fallen watering can, he spun around like a rabbit scorched by fire, darting away in a frenzied escape, vanishing without a trace. Lu Xian, tending to the herbs not far off, was startled by the sudden scream. Turning, she caught only a glimpse of Lin Xiaoran's frantic retreat and the utterly bewildered expression on Li Wangyou's face, who stood frozen in place, confusion etched upon his features. Li Wangyou touched his face, tilting his head in perplexity, muttering, Am I truly that frightening? This welcoming ceremony from junior brother. Quite unique, indeed. It appeared that, over the span of 3 months, junior brother's courage had not increased in the slightest. How amusing. Chapter 45. The Anticipation of Xiao by How Dull. He muttered softly, still timid as ever, showing no signs of improvement. It was a waste for senior sister San to have provided him with so many spirit medicines. He remained oblivious to the fact that he was the root cause of the psychological trauma inflicted upon her, instead believing that her lack of resilience had squandered his earnest affection. However, he did not intend to pursue the matter further. Bullying a little one who only knew how to scream and flee was amusing once or twice, but the monotony quickly rendered it uninteresting and devoid of challenge. Bored, he absent-mindedly kicked at the small stones beneath his feet, meandering about Ziwang Peak. After 3 months away, the peak appeared unchanged, lacking any novel developments. Just as he pondered whether to visit the dining hall for a delectable treat as a reward for himself or to report to his master to fulfill his duties, a faint murmur of commotion wafted through the mountain breeze. I heard that this time, the top prize for Xiao Bai is a Ning Jin Dan. That's a potent elixir for those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment seeking to break into golden core. Not to mention, there are also high-quality spirit tools and cultivation techniques as rewards. It seems every peak is determined to give their all. Indeed, look at the disciples from Tianshu Peak and Jian Peak. They've been practicing so fervently, they're almost obsessed. The sisters from Yunu Peak seem to be intensifying their training in combined sword formations as well. As for us at Ziwang Peak, the eldest brother's state remains uncertain. The second brother is solely interested in refining tools. The third sister is not adept in combat. The fourth brother is taciturn. The fifth sister, though formidable, is rather impatient, and the junior brother, well, he is still a baby, plus their S1 just released from confinement. Hush, lower your voices. Senior brotherly is coming. The chatter abruptly ceased as several outer disciples, caught in their idle conversation, noticed the approaching Li Wangyou. They immediately fell silent, bowing respectfully before hastily dispersing, their eyes betraying a hint of sympathy, or perhaps resignation at the prospect of Ziwang Peak finishing at the bottom once more this year. Li Wangyou, with sharp ears, had already grasped their discussion in its entirety. Ningjin Dan, high-quality spirit tools, rewards for cultivation techniques. It indeed sounded exceedingly generous. Moreover, every peak was fervently preparing. Tianshu Peak, Jian Peak, Yunu Peak. Those haughty elite disciples, usually so self-assured, must be eagerly anticipating their chance to seize victory and bask in glory, right? As this thought crossed his mind, Li Wangyou stroked his chin, unable to suppress a sly smile that crept across his face. The Sect's minor competition. Indeed a highly anticipated grand event. So many awaited the spectacle, eager for fame, vying for rewards. If he, Li Wangyou, did not join the fray and add a splash of color to this gathering, would he not be failing to meet the expectations of the sect? Would he not be doing an injustice to his own reputation as the notorious trickster of Ziwan Peak? Ah, the minor competition, he murmured to himself, his voice brimming with eager anticipation. It must not be too mundane. He needed to devise a more entertaining entrance, one that would surprise his fellow brothers and sisters. As he contemplated various awe-inspiring and mischievous entrance ideas, he strolled confidently toward the central square of the sect. The closer one approaches the square, the more vibrant the atmosphere becomes. Numerous disciples are already busily constructing a towering arena, setting up protective formations, and hanging banners that symbolize their respective peaks. The air is thick with a palpable sense of tension and excitement, reminiscent of an impending mountain storm. At the periphery of the square, many disciples from various peaks have gathered, engaging in exchanges of information, making bold assertions, or simply reveling in the spectacle. Each one exudes vitality, their eyes sharp and eager, as if ready to leap onto the arena at any moment for a grand contest. Li Wangyou mingles among the crowd, his round, glimmering eyes functioning like the most precise of scanners, methodically surveying the spirited faces from left to right. Oh, this disciple from the Tianshu Peak possesses a steady aura. He may prove to be quite formidable, perhaps a tickle charm would suffice. That one from the Sword Peak radiates a fierce sword energy, too ostentatious. A slick oil could be advantageous here. Oh, and there are the elder sisters from the Jade Maiden Peak. A more elegant approach is required for victory, perhaps a stinky bomb? Or flattering them on their beauty to distract them. Over there stands a disciple from the Beastmaster Peak, accompanied by a snarling spirit wolf. TSK. It may be wise to coax the spirit wolf into a state of disarray first. His gaze sweeps over those eager for action, as if envisioning himself ascending the podium, surrounded by elite disciples from various peaks. A mischievous grin widens on his lips, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. That look in his eyes resembles not that of a competitor sizing up rivals, but rather that of a seasoned butcher eyeing a group of plump, lively sheep? Yes, the kind that comes with rewards, sect bonuses, and exquisite loot. Li Wangyou licked his lips, feeling a tingle in his palms, not a desire for combat, but rather a yearning to outsmart others. He can already foresee that the sect's minor competition is destined to be anything but ordinary. A tempest of blood and chaos sweeping through the entire Lingxiao Palace, whether through physical wrestling or psychological breakdowns and humiliations, is poised to unfold grandly under his meticulous orchestration. Chapter 46. The opening of the minor competition. A month has swiftly passed amidst the fervent atmosphere of preparation within the sect. Today, the central square of Lingxiao Palace is alive with a cacophony of voices and fluttering banners. The enormous arena has been meticulously constructed, adorned with intricate protective formations that shimmer with a faint spiritual light. Surrounding the arena is a throng of disciples from various peaks, their numbers creating a dense, dark mass. The air is thick with the sounds of animated chatter, laughter, and spirited discussions, dispersing the morning mist in a fervent tide. Excitement, tension, anticipation, and a subtle hint of gunpowder fragrance permeate the atmosphere. The annual minor competition represents a significant opportunity for many outer and inner disciples to showcase their talents, earn recognition, and vie for resources. Even those elite disciples who have already gained some notoriety dare not show any signs of complacency. Each bears a serious expression, adjusting their breaths, striving to present their best selves in the forthcoming battles. Upon the elevated platform, the elders of the sect and the leaders of each peak have taken their seats. The expressionless King Suzy scans the crowd below, revealing no hint of his emotions. Beside him, the frosty Jinyu has not offered King Suzy a kind glance since a certain incident. The other peak leaders exhibit a range of demeanors, some meditating in silence, while others engage in hushed conversations with their companions. Ding! The clear and melodious chime of a bell resonates throughout the square, instantly silencing the clamor. An elder tasked with hosting the event leaps onto the central arena, his voice booming. Silence. The Lingxiao Palace's biennial minor competition is now commencing. Following a brief opening address, the customary procedures of introducing the rules and rewards ensue. Yet these fail to quell the restless hearts of the disciples. The disciples from each peak stand according to their designated areas. The disciples of Tianxiu Peak present a united front, exuding an aura of invincibility. The Sword Peak disciples stand poised with their swords, their sharpness palpable. The female disciples of Yinu Peak are striking in their elegance, creating a captivating sight. The beast-taming peak disciples are accompanied by various spirit beasts, softly growling by their sides. While the disciples of Hutu Peak remain steadfast and grounded, their presence substantial. In contrast, the area of Ziwang Peak appears somewhat out of place. The eldest senior brother, Chu Tianqua, stands at the forefront, his gaze resolute, striving to uphold the dignity of the chief disciple of Ziwang Peak. However, he occasionally casts a glance toward the direction of Yunu Peak, his expression revealing a mix of complexity and awkwardness. Behind him, the second senior brother, Shi Jian, wears a bewildered look, seemingly still grappling with the situation. The fourth senior brother, Chen Mo, remains as taciturn as ever, as if the surrounding excitement does not concern him. The fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, is eager and restless, appearing ready to leap into action, while the third senior sister, Lu Xian, nervously clutches her garments, casting worried glances at her fellow brothers and sisters. As for our protagonist, Li Wangyou, he stands at the very back of the line, the shortest and most inconspicuous among them, dressed in a slightly oversized disciple robe. His head bobs as he continuously yawns, and two drowsy tears escape the corners of his eyes, presenting the image of someone severely sleep-deprived, still not fully awake from the embrace of slumber. The tense atmosphere and fervent emotions surrounding him seem to have no effect whatsoever. He glanced to the left and to the right, his attention entirely diverted from the imminent competition, finding himself more intrigued by the snacks being sold at a nearby stall. He muttered under his breath, "Why hasn't he started yet? Standing is so tiring. I should have brought a stool." His languid demeanor stood in stark contrast to the other disciples around him, who were eagerly preparing for the match, drawing scornful or bemused glances from disciples of nearby peaks. "Look at that lad from Ziwang Peak. Is that him? I've heard he is quite unruly. Last time he even. With this attitude, he dares to participate in the competition? He'll likely be knocked out in the first round." Ziwang Peak seems to have no hope this year either. Unfazed by the whispers, Li Wangyou continued to drift in his thoughts, contemplating the possibility of sneaking out later to buy some candied hawthorns. Soon, the drawing ceremony commenced. The disciples approached one by one to draw their numbers, determining their opponents and the order of appearance. When it was Ziwang Peak's turn, Chu Tianqua stepped forward to draw. His expression grave, Zhao Mingyue snatched the signboard with keen eyes, while Shi Jian and Chen Mo drew casually. Finally, it was Li Wangyou's turn. Yawning, he sauntered over at a leisurely pace, carelessly extracting a jade sign from the drawing tube, barely bothering to look at it, intending merely to pocket it. The officiating disciple helplessly reminded him, "Junior, please show your number. It needs to be registered." "Oh, what a hassle," Li Wangyou grumbled, lazily raising the jade sign. The officiating disciple glanced at it and announced loudly, "Ziwang Peak, Li Wangyou, number B7. In the first round, facing Hutu Peak S. Zhang Dun." At the mention of this matchup, a wave of low laughter and murmurs erupted around. "Zhang Dun from Hutu Peak? That iron tortoise? Haha, this kid has such good luck. He faces him in the first round." Although Zhang Dun's attacks were not particularly strong, his defensive prowess was notoriously difficult to breach, capable of exhausting opponents to the brink of defeat. "It's over. I doubt that lad from Ziwang Peak can last even a single incense stick." Hutu Peak was renowned for its defenses, with Zhang Dun being a paragon among them. It was said that he had mastered earth-type techniques to an extraordinary degree, making it exceedingly difficult for disciples of the same rank to penetrate his defenses. Facing such an opponent often signified a tedious and prolonged war of attrition, a scenario many disciples would prefer to avoid. However, upon hearing the name and background of his opponent, the originally drowsy eyes of Li Wangyou slightly widened. On his languid face, there was no sign of discouragement or worry. Instead, the corners of his mouth subtly curled into a fleeting, barely perceptible smirk. This could be interesting. Chapter 47, The First Battle. A great comedy. The small competition commenced, and soon the arena was filled with the sounds of cheers, the clash of spiritual energy, and the applause of the audience. Li Wangyou's match was scheduled on a peripheral platform. As he leisurely ascended the stage, his opponent, Zhang Dun from Thick Earth Peak, stood majestically in the center like an iron tower. True to his name, Zhang Dun was robust and solidly built, his skin shimmering with a faint earthy hue. His mere presence exuded a sense of stability, as unyielding as a mountain. The look he cast upon Li Wangyou was tinged with disdain and impatience, as if he deemed it a waste of time and energy to contend with such a trifling, carefree youth. The elder referee glanced at both competitors, briefly reiterated the rules against deliberate harm, and then waved his hand to announce, "Begin." No sooner had the word "begin" escaped his lips than Zhang Dun let out a low growl. A flash of earthy spiritual light enveloped him, and a phantom armor, seemingly forged from stone, materialized around his body. This was the signature defensive technique of Thick Earth Peak, the rock armor technique. He could hardly be bothered to launch an attack, merely beckoning to Li Wanyu with a casual flick of his finger, his voice resonating with confidence. Come on, kid. Take your 3 shots first. I wouldn't want anyone to accuse me of bullying a child. The crowd erupted in light laughter, finding Zhang Dun's bravado amusing, yet somehow genuine. Li Wanyu blinked, feigning fear and hesitation, murmuring, "Huh, we really have to fight? Senior brother, your rocky shell makes my hand ache just looking at it." He shuffled forward a couple of steps and tentatively released a weak stream of spiritual energy, which merely slapped against Zhang Dun's armor, leaving no mark. Instead, he was jolted back half a step, grimacing and shaking his hand. Ouch. So hard. My hand hurts. The audience burst into even greater laughter. Even some elders on the high platform could not suppress their chuckles, deeming this lad from Sitting Forgetting Peak a source of entertainment. Zhang Dun scoffed, fully relaxing his guard. Is that all you've got? Not even enough to tickle me. I could send you flying with a single move. Feeling confident of victory, he decided to conclude this tiresome farce. With heavy steps, he charged at Li Wanyu like a human tank, intending to simply bulldoze this slippery little fly off the stage. However, at that very moment, Li Wanyu sprang into action. The previously timid figure transformed, suddenly agile. With a dramatic gasp, he feigned panic and began to dash around the edge of the stage. "Oh no, don't come near. It hurts to be hit," he shouted, his chaotic escape drawing peals of laughter from the audience. Yet, amidst this seemingly haphazard flight, several small pouches filled with a transparent, slippery substance discreetly slipped from his sleeves. Utilizing the momentum of his movements and the cover of his flailing garments, he deftly sprinkled the specially crafted super slippery oil across the 4 corners of the arena floor. This exceptionally slippery oil was specially crafted by him. It is colorless, odorless, and remarkably lubricious, with an extraordinary adhesive quality that prevents it from evaporating easily, specifically designed to undermine his opponent's footing. After executing this strategy, he narrowly evaded Zhang Dun's onslaught, sprinting to the center of the arena, clutching his chest. Breathless and visibly shaken, frustrated by 2 consecutive misses and feeling toyed with like a monkey, Zhang Dun's pride was wounded, and in a fit of indignation, he exclaimed, "You little brat, is running all you can do? Stand still if you dare." Li Wanyu, panting and feigning innocence, replied, "Senior brother, you are so robust. Who could withstand a collision with you? If you have the ability, refrain from using that stone shell. Humph. Without the rock armor technique, you could never defeat me." Zhang Dun, provoked, decided to hasten the conclusion of the battle by slightly retracting his protective aura, believing it unnecessary, and once more surged towards Li Wanyu with renewed vigor. This time, his speed was even greater, and his force more formidable. He anticipated Li Wanyu's evasive maneuvers, cutting off his escape routes to force him into a corner of the arena. Everything unfolded precisely as Li Wanyu had envisioned. His face displayed a mask of panic, as if compelled to retreat towards a corner slick with the treacherous oil. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Zhang Dun's eyes as he gathered momentum for the final blow. However, at the very moment his right foot landed heavily in that treacherous corner, the foot, infused with spiritual energy and meant to be as steady as a rock, suddenly lost all traction. It was as if he had stepped onto an invisible sheet of ice. With a sudden slip, a startling sound echoed. Zhang Dun felt his footing vanish, and in an instant, he lost his balance. All his forward momentum transformed into the very cause of his calamity. Oh no! Under the astonished gazes of the spectators, the aggressive Zhang Dun, in an exceedingly comical manner, split his legs forward, launching into the air, only to land squarely on his rear with a resounding thud. He even slid across the slick surface for a short distance due to inertia, colliding with the ropes of the arena's edge, bouncing slightly. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All laughter and chatter ceased abruptly. Every pair of eyes widened, mouths agape, in disbelief at the astonishing scene unfolding on stage. What had transpired? How had Zhang Dun fallen? And so dramatically at that? Zhang Dun himself was momentarily stunned. The pain radiating from his backside, coupled with a crushing sense of humiliation, rendered his mind blank. In a flurry, he attempted to rise. But as soon as he exerted any force, he discovered the ground offered no grip whatsoever. Slip. Thud. As his hand slipped, he fell face first once again. Slip. Ouch. His foot slipped, sending him sprawling on his back. He resembled a turtle overturned, struggling helplessly in that slick expanse, flailing, slipping, and then struggling once more. A sight of utter disarray. Meanwhile, Li Wanyu, completely taken aback, had retreated to a safe distance, covering his mouth, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he too were caught in this unexpected turn of events. At long last, after countless futile struggles, Zhang Dun, in a desperate attempt to grasp the railing rope, inadvertently lost his grip once more, causing him to completely lose his balance. With a resounding thud, he slipped out of the exceedingly slick area and landed unceremoniously on the bluestone ground beneath the ring. Out of bounds, the elder referee, evidently taken aback by such a peculiar method of victory, stood in stunned silence for several moments before regaining his composure. His expression a curious mix of bewilderment as he proclaimed loudly, "The victor, from Sitting Forgetting Peak, is Li Wangyou." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Is this truly how one wins? One of the strongest disciples of Thick Earth Peak, defeated by his own misstep? Following a brief silence, uproarious laughter erupted, tenfold more vigorous than before, filled with chatter and gasps of disbelief. Hilarious. Zhang Dun actually fell out on his own. What is this? A slip-and-fall defeat? Was there something on the ground? Why was it so slippery? Who knows? I didn't see clearly. Zhang Dun, sprawled on the ground, bruised and battered, felt as though his very pride had shattered. Listening to the surrounding cacophony of laughter and gossip, he was consumed by a mix of shame, anger, and a sense of indignation, nearly choking on his own frustration. He pointed an accusatory finger at the seemingly innocent Li Wangyou on the stage, trembling with rage as he shouted, "What? What kind of skill is this? Referee, he is cheating. There must be something on the ground." Chapter 48. The power of the itchy talisman. Li Wangyou achieved his first victory in an exceedingly absurd manner, leisurely descending from the arena amidst a cacophony of astonishment and laughter. As he passed by, fellow disciples cast various complex glances his way: curiosity, disdain, amusement, and a trace of wariness towards this peculiar individual. Zhang Dun from the Thick Earth Peak continued to bellow from the sidelines, accusing Li Wangyou of deceit and demanding a thorough investigation of the arena floor. However, after an inspection by the presiding elder, no clear evidence of any illicit formations or traps was discovered. The exceedingly slippery oil was colorless and odorless, and was swiftly dissipated by Li Wangyou's faint spiritual energy, leading to the conclusion that the result was valid. Zhang Dun, nearly rendered mute with rage, was assisted off the stage by his fellow disciples, casting a deeply resentful glare at Li Wangyou. Li Wangyou, unfazed by the commotion, happily slipped away to the resting area of the Sitting Forget Peak, where he was met with a dramatic eye roll from his fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, accompanied by a comment about his dubious methods, and a concerned admonition from his third senior sister, Lu Xian, urging him to engage in a more honorable contest next time. The eldest brother, Xu Tianhua, furrowed his brow, hesitated to speak, and ultimately sighed. Li Wangyou chuckled, non-committal in his response. Honorable? How utterly dull. The minor competition continued, and soon it was Zhao Mingyue's turn to take the stage. Her fiery temperament and formidable swordsmanship earned her a decisive victory, restoring some semblance of dignity to the Sitting Forget Peak. Next, the second round of draw commenced. When the disciple officiating announced Li Wangyou from the Sitting Forget Peak to face Lu Feng from the Sword Peak, a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. Lu Feng, the swift swordsman? It was said that his Gale sword technique had attained a significant level of mastery, characterized by astonishing speed. This time, that lad from the Sitting Forget Peak was doomed. Let us see what clever tricks he could employ against such velocity. The disciples of the Sword Peak were renowned for their fierce attacks and agile movements, with Lu Feng standing out among them. His Gale sword technique was as swift as lightning, often striking before opponents could even react. Everyone believed that Li Wangyou's unconventional methods would have no opportunity to manifest in the face of Lu Feng's prowess. Lu Feng himself shared this sentiment. He leapt gracefully onto the stage, his figure tall and imposing, wielding his sword with the characteristic pride of a sword cultivator. Casting a cold glance at Li Wangyou, who approached the stage at a leisurely pace, he remarked coolly, "Junior brotherly, I am not Zhang Dun from the Thick Earth Peak. Your little tricks will not work on me. Show your true abilities, or my sword will not be merciful." Li Wangyou regarded Lu Feng's confident demeanor, blinking innocently and feigning fear. "Senior brother Lu, your sword is so fast, I am quite frightened. Could you perhaps go easy on me?" With a disdainful snort, Lu Feng dismissed any further banter. At the signal from the judge, he sprang into action. True to his name, he moved like the wind, his sword flashing like a streak of light. A fleeting shadow zipped past, and the icy tip of his sword was already poised at Li Wangyou's face. The speed was astonishing. The audience below even gasped, believing the match was about to conclude in an instant. However, Li Wangyou's reaction proved to be even more surprising. He did not engage directly, nor did he dash around chaotically as he had previously. At the precise moment when the sword tip was about to make contact, His body twisted at an extraordinarily peculiar angle, evading the fierce strike with remarkable finesse. Simultaneously, his footwork became elusive, akin to willow catkins dancing in the wind. As he began to glide around the arena, Lu Feng's thrust met only air, momentarily taken aback. The opponent's evasion seemed to possess a certain finesse. However, he dismissed it as mere fortune. With a shift in momentum, the wind-chasing sword technique unfolded like a tempest, weaving a silver net of sword light that enveloped Li Wanyu. Oh dear, such swiftness in the sword. It nearly struck me, Li Wanyu exclaimed. Appearing to be in dire peril, narrowly escaping the blade by mere inches each time, his movements a chaotic flurry devoid of elegance, reminiscent of an untrained individual evading an assailant. Yet, miraculously, he managed to avoid the attacks. The audience watched with bated breath, convinced that Li Wanyu would be struck in the next moment. Yet he remained as slippery as an eel, evading danger time and again. Lu Feng grew increasingly alarmed and frustrated. Although his sword was undeniably swift, it always fell just short of its mark. The opponent's apparent clumsiness somehow allowed him to evade at the most critical junctures. This sensation filled him with immense vexation. He resolved to unleash his full power, infusing his sword with a surge of spiritual energy, its speed escalating once more. He intended to crush his opponent with absolute velocity. However, as he launched his full-scale assault, wholly absorbed in the pursuit of striking his target, he overlooked subtle, almost imperceptible movements. During a fierce lunge that Li Wanyu sidestepped, their figures intersected, and in that fleeting moment, Li Wanyu discreetly flicked his fingers. A delicate talisman, inscribed with bizarre runes and as thin as a cicada's wing, stealthily adhered to the back of Lu Feng's robe, vanishing as if it had melded into the fabric. Unaware, Lu Feng continued his relentless onslaught. After a few more exchanges, as Li Wanyu stumbled backward, seemingly on the verge of collapse, Lu Feng seized the opportunity to mount a vigorous attack, opening up a path. In a flurry, Li Wanyu waved his hand to block, his fingers surreptitiously flicking once more. The second talisman precisely affixed itself near Lu Feng's armpit. Then came the third talisman, which, during a high leap and slash, was caught by a gentle breeze stirred by Li Wanyu's flailing sleeve, landing against his other side. All three talismans were perfectly in place. Initially, Lu Feng sensed little more than a slight warmth at his back and under his arms, attributing it to the exertion of combat. Yet, soon that mild sensation morphed into an unbearable itch. At first, it was his back, as if countless ants were scuttling about, gnawing at his skin. Then the sensation intensified under his arms, a piercing itch that compelled him to squeeze his arms tightly in an attempt to alleviate it. Ultimately, even the sides of his ribs began to itch. This was no mere surface irritation. It was a deep, bone-deep itch that penetrated to the very marrow, far more unbearable than any itch he had ever experienced in his life. Lu Feng's sword technique was instantly thrown into disarray. His expression contorted, his arms involuntarily recoiling as if to scratch the tormenting itch, while his body twisted uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, it itches. Oh, how it itches. Li Wanyu continued to evade while exclaiming animatedly, but to Lu Feng's ears, it sounded like mockery. What? What have you done to me? Lu Feng, both astonished and furious, struggled to maintain his sword technique, but the omnipresent, increasingly intense itch utterly shattered his focus and the steady flow of his spiritual energy. His swordplay became chaotic. His arms twitched erratically as he battled the compulsion to scratch, his expression a bizarre blend of laughter and tears, teetering on the brink of both. Ha ha ha. Cursed be it. Ha ha ha. I'm dying from the itch. Finally, he could no longer suppress his laughter. Yet it was a sound more akin to weeping, interspersed with pained groans. The audience below was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, Lu Feng was fierce and resolute, and now he appeared to be in a fit, his swordplay completely unraveled, laughing and crying in a most peculiar manner. What has happened to senior brother Lu? Has he been possessed? His demeanor is so strange. At this moment, Lu Feng had completely lost his combat ability, unable to even hold onto his sword, which clattered to the ground. He no longer cared about the competition or his image, scratching frantically at his back, under his arms, and between his ribs, laughing so hard he curled into a ball, rolling on the ground with tears and snot streaming from his face. Ha ha ha. I concede. I give up. Ha ha ha. Please stop. It itches so much. Ha ha ha. He struggled to articulate his surrender amidst his raucous laughter. The elder referee stood dumbfounded, watching Lu Feng rolling on the stage in a fit of laughter, utterly devoid of dignity, then glancing at the innocent-looking Li Wanyu standing nearby. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly announced, The victor is Li Wangyou from the sitting forgetting peak. The audience erupted once more in astonishment. Another inexplicable victory? Disciples from the Sword Peak rushed onto the stage to assist Lu Feng. Lu Feng, still laughing uncontrollably, struggled to point at Li Wangyou with his last ounce of strength. His words tumbling out in a disjointed manner. Li Wangyou, you, ha, shameless. Ha. What sorcery have you employed? Li Wangyou shrugged, his expression as pure and innocent as could be, his voice ringing clearly throughout the arena. Senior brother Lu, one must not speak recklessly. There are no rules against using talismans in the arena. If your concentration falters and your sense of humor is so easily triggered, how can you blame me? Chapter 49. Reflections of Illusion. Li Wangyou has become the focal point of this small competition after achieving victories in his last 2 matches through what can only be described as a frivolous manner. Despite the considerable controversy surrounding his methods, there are no substantial flaws in the rules, allowing him to advance smoothly. Now, nearly everyone is eagerly anticipating his next performance. Curious to see what tricks this scoundrel from Zhuang Peak will unveil next. Will he continue to rely on his underhanded tactics? Or will he finally be exposed and taught a lesson by the true elite disciples? The draw for the 3rd round has been announced. Li Wangyou from Zhuang Peak is set to face Lu Yi from Wangyou Peak. This matchup has piqued the interest of many. Wangyou Peak specializes in illusions and mental techniques. Although its number of disciples is few, each possesses extraordinary and unpredictable abilities. Lu Yi, in particular, has emerged as a standout among her peers in recent years. Adeptly wielding the 1,000 illusions technique, often ensnaring her opponents in a dreamlike state without their awareness, leading to inexplicable defeats. What will happen when Wangyou Peak confronts the cunning trickster from Zhuang Peak? This promises to be intriguing. Illusions are particularly effective against those who rely on cleverness. Let us see how he intends to maneuver. In the face of Lu Yi's illusions, all becomes mere fantasy. It appears that Li Wangyou is about to reveal his true colors. Everyone believes that Li Wangyou's earlier victories were due to external factors, and his inherent strength must be lacking. Once he encounters an opponent like Lu Yi, who specializes in mental prowess, he will undoubtedly find himself at a loss. Lu Yi gracefully ascends the stage, her form enchanting, draped in delicate veils, her gaze hazy as if shrouded in mist, evoking a dreamlike aura. She looks at Li Wangyou, her voice soft yet laced with confidence. Junior brotherly, your previous matches were quite unique. However, the path of illusion cannot be unraveled by mere external means. Be cautious. Li Wangyou, observing her enigmatic demeanor, displays a perfectly timed expression of tension and concern. Illusions? Oh dear, that's my greatest fear. Just the sight of it makes me dizzy. Sister Lu, might you be a bit gentler? I fear nightmares. Lu Yi frowns slightly, sensing that he is merely jesting, which fuels her displeasure. She resolves to unleash a powerful illusion from the outset to swiftly conclude this farce. The elder referee signals for the match to commence. With a graceful wave of her hand, Lu Yi conjures an ethereal moonlight that seems to swirl around her fingertips, sending forth an invisible mental wave toward Li Wangyou. However, just as she is about to unleash her illusion, she observes Li Wangyou suddenly rummaging through his storage pouch, producing several crudely fashioned array flags, their inscriptions crooked, alongside a few dull low-grade spirit stones. Wait, Sister Lu, hold on, Li Wangyou shouts, as he haphazardly plants the array flags at various points on the stage, tossing the spirit stones into the midst of them as if discarding refuse. His hurried actions lack any semblance of grace. The so-called formation he is attempting to create is minuscule, the flags leaning awkwardly, and the stones placed with utter randomness, resembling the haphazard scribbles of a child at play, shockingly crude. What is he doing? Setting up a formation? Is this what he calls a formation? Even a dog would arrange it more neatly. Is he really trying to grasp at straws now? It seems far too late for that. What purpose does this formation serve? A wave of laughter and skepticism erupted from the crowd below. Even many of the elders on the high platform shook their heads in disbelief, deeming this young man from Zhuang Peak to be utterly foolish. Lu Yi's movements also halted, her gaze fixed on the crude and feeble mini-formation on the ground, its energy fluctuations almost negligible. A mocking curve crept upon her lips beneath her veil. Is this truly an attempt to thwart her illusory mirage technique? How absurd. She had initially prepared a powerful illusion, but decided it would be overkill to use such might against such triviality. Instead, she resolved to employ the simplest of foundational illusions, allowing her opponent to become disoriented within this ridiculous formation. Li Shidi, do you truly expect this to protect you? Lu Yi chuckled lightly, her voice laced with mockery. With a graceful step, she entered the confines of the rudimentary formation, adopting a demeanor akin to a cat toying with its prey, eager to witness her adversary's disgrace under her illusion. Yet, the moment her feet fully crossed the threshold of the seemingly childish formation, Lu Yi felt the scenery before her blur and distort, as if the very fabric of space had been folded by an unseen force. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed in her ears. In the next instant, her surroundings had transformed entirely. The arena vanished, the audience disappeared, and even Wangyou across from her was gone. She found herself enveloped in an endless mist, a blanket of white obscuring her sense of direction. The solid ground beneath her feet had morphed into something soft, akin to clouds, offering no purchase. What is happening? A shock coursed through Lu Yi, but she quickly regained her composure. Is it an illusion? No, it cannot be. This is not my illusion. Is it that formation? But that formation clearly. She immediately recited the incantation to dispel illusions, her eyes shimmering with clarity as she sought to pierce through the deception. With her mastery of illusions, breaking a typical formation should be trivial. Yet this time, her efforts were futile, akin to a cow entering the sea, yielding no response. The mist remained thick, and the soft sensation beneath her feet felt all too real. How can this be? How could that crude formation possess such power? She began to attempt movement. Yet no matter which direction she took, the scenery remained identical, an endless sea of mist. Even when she executed her swift techniques, it felt as though she was merely treading water. More alarming still, various phantoms began to emerge from the mist. Sometimes, she heard her master's stern reprimands. At other times, scenes of failure replayed before her. Occasionally, fleeting glimpses of her deepest fears flashed by these illusions. A blend of truth and falsehood relentlessly assailed her mind, clouding her judgment. Despite her awareness that they were likely fabrications, the visceral realism of the experience forced her to divert her focus. Break. I command you to break. Lu Yi grew frantic, her hands weaving intricate gestures as beams of light surged forth to dispel the illusions, yet they merely caused the mist to roil momentarily before returning to its original state. She felt her spiritual energy depleting at an alarming rate. To outsiders, the scene on the arena appeared increasingly bizarre. As Lu Yi burst into the rudimentary formation, she appeared to lose her senses, standing motionless, her gaze vacant. After a moment, she began to flail about like a headless fly within the confined space, her expression shifting from confusion to anger to fear. She incessantly unleashed various spells into the surrounding air, her spiritual energy flickering chaotically. Yet she could not touch even a single hair of the yawning Wangyou, who remained unaffected. What is wrong with Senior Sister Lu? Has she been possessed? It seems as though she is battling with herself. It must be that formation. That formation is indeed peculiar. The audience below watched in astonishment. It was evident to anyone with sight that the seemingly ludicrous formation set up by Wangyou had taken effect. Yet, how could such a haphazardly arranged formation possibly ensnare a talented disciple from the illusion moon peak? Time passed slowly as Lu Yi dashed to and fro within the formation, frantically expending her energy against the air. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she remained unable to break free from the mist-like restraints. Ultimately, as her spiritual energy depleted and her mental state faltered, her vision darkened, and she collapsed limply to the ground, unconscious. Only then did Wangyou seem to awaken from a slumber, rubbing his eyes and stepping forward to nudge the crooked formation flags scattered on the ground. As if a barrier had been shattered, the misty illusions on stage vanished instantaneously, leaving only the unconscious Lu Yi and the bewildered Wangyou. Wangyou gazed at his fallen opponent and shrugged at the judge, saying, "Elder, could it be that Senior Sister Lu has overexerted herself in her practice? Why has she suddenly fainted?" The elder judge's lips twitched, rendered speechless. The crowd erupted into a clamor, murmuring in disbelief, finding the victory to be exceedingly strange. However, on the high platform, a few elders with profound cultivation and expertise in formations displayed expressions of astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. King Suzy remained expressionless, yet a flicker of complexity danced within his depths. Another elder, with hair as white as snow, stroked his beard in quiet awe, exclaiming, "Though it appears chaotic, it actually conforms to the principles of the Nine Palace Mirage, utilizing a minimal foundation to evoke the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a realm of illusion. This is no mere rudimentary formation. This is undeniably an exquisite array of the mirror flower, water moon. Though only in nascent form, it already embodies three profound aspects. The creator's comprehension of formations is truly terrifying. They discerned that the placement of the flags and spiritual stones was anything but random. Each seemingly absurd position was precisely aligned with the spiritual energy nodes of the arena, achieving maximum effect with minimal cost. Such astonishing understanding and mastery of formations. This Li Wanyu is certainly not as simple as he appears. Only King Suzy silently scoffed inwardly, terrifying. My foot. That lad is simply lazy. He just doesn't want to exert the effort to set up a proper grand array, resorting instead to this clever trick. Chapter 50. The Stench Bomb Li Wanyu, through an astonishing series of maneuvers, has boldly advanced into the top 16. Each of his matches has, without exception, become the focal point of the entire arena, inciting tremendous controversy and laughter. Whenever it is his turn to compete, the stage is invariably surrounded by a throng of spectators, all eager to witness the new antics this young man will conjure. The reputation of Zhuang Peak has, in a manner entirely unforeseen by Qing Shuzi, resounded throughout the sect. Although this notoriety is rather difficult to articulate, the draw for the matchups in the top 16 once again produced a result that was both amusing and perplexing. Li Wanyu of Zhuang Peak was set to face Su Linger of Yunnan Peak. Su Linger is the very disciple who first discovered the jade pendant belonging to Chu Tianhua during the previous theft incident, and she is one of the loyal junior sisters of senior sister Su Wan. Upon hearing the announcement of this matchup, Su Linger's delicate face turned frosty, her beautiful eyes aflame with fierce determination and indignation. She resolved to defeat this shameless individual on the stage, seeking to avenge her senior sister. With a graceful leap, she ascended to the platform, her form lithe, her beauty striking, clad in a well-tailored, pale yellow dress that exuded a refreshing charm. Yet, the glare she directed at Li Wanyu was as if she intended to devour him whole. Li Wanyu, today, I shall make you pay, Su Linger exclaimed, her voice ringing out as she twirled her long sword, its blade glinting sharply, clearly indicative of her formidable skill. Li Wanyu, witnessing the fury radiating from the opposite side, instinctively recoiled, wearing an expression of trepidation. Sister Su, grievances have their origins and debts their owners. It was our senior brother who wronged your sister. You cannot hold me accountable, he pleaded weakly. Let us discuss this amicably. Resorting to blades and swords is most uncivilized. Silence. Do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Prepare to face my sword. Su Linger had no desire to engage in further discourse, fearing he might devise some trickery. As soon as the referee announced the commencement of the match, she shouted fiercely, unleashing a flurry of strikes with her blade, which transformed into a radiant stream. Seizing the initiative, the Yunnu sword technique is renowned for its agility and exquisite moves. With her anger fueling her actions, Su Linger pushed her speed to its utmost. Her sword light cascading like a gentle rain, yet also striking with the ferocity of a tempest, enveloping Li Wanyu's vital points. The ferocity of her assault far surpassed that of his previous opponents. Oh my heavens, she means business, Li Wanyu cried out, swiftly employing his seemingly chaotic yet remarkably effective evasion technique, darting about the stage in a manner that appeared utterly disheveled. The audience below was enthralled, reveling in the spectacle. Everyone believed that against Su Linger's relentless and merciless onslaught, Li Wanyu would surely be unable to set traps or utilize talismans as he had before. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Su Linger shared this conviction, her sword strikes becoming increasingly fierce, steadily closing in on Li Wanyu, constricting his movement until he was nearly cornered. However, just when she believed victory was within her grasp and prepared to unleash her most powerful move to conclude the battle, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Li Wanyu, who had been relentlessly pursued, suddenly, after narrowly evading the sharp blade once more, fumbled in his storage bag and inexplicably hurled an assortment of items at the tenacious Su Linger without even glancing at them. To her surprise, these were not concealed weapons, but rather a collection of peculiar colored pills. One was a ghastly shade of brown, another a murky green, and the last, a sinister purple-black. The pills, marred with pits and blemishes, bore a most unappealing appearance. Concealed weapons? Su Linger scoffed inwardly, unperturbed. With a sweep of her sword, she prepared to shatter these inferior projectiles into oblivion. However, the moment her sword tip made contact with the pills, a series of faint explosions erupted. Instead of being obliterated by her sword's energy, the pills burst forth upon impact, transforming into three dense clouds of bizarrely colored smoke that enveloped Su Linger entirely. Instinctively holding her breath, she assumed it to be toxic gas. Yet, she soon realized the smoke bore no venomous quality as her spiritual energy flowed unimpeded. However, a nauseating stench invaded her senses, piercing through her instinctive breath holding and forcefully infiltrating her nostrils. What a repugnant odor it was. It resembled 3-month-old, rotten salted fish. mingled with the foulness of a sun-baked public restroom, and laced with the scent of some fermented beast's excrement, even carrying a sharp tang that assaulted her senses. Gagging, Su Ling'er was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable wave of nausea surging from her stomach to her throat. All her offensive maneuvers crumbled in an instant, and her sword clattered to the ground. She covered her mouth and nose, but the noxious stench seeped through every crevice, drawing tears from her eyes and churning her stomach, forcing her to retch uncontrollably. Coughing and gagging, all thoughts of swordplay, spiritual strength, and victory were expelled from her mind by the horrendous odor. Dizziness enveloped her, as the world spun chaotically, and she yearned to escape the noxious cloud that surrounded her, forsaking all semblance of dignity. The three clouds of bizarrely colored smoke continued to emanate their astonishingly foul stench, which rapidly spread, reaching even the spectators at the edge of the arena. What is that smell? My heavens! It's unbearable. Chaos erupted among the audience as disciples near the arena turned pale, retreating while covering their noses. Gagging sounds echoing through the air. In the midst of this olfactory tempest, Su Ling'er appeared utterly wretched. Her meticulously groomed hair and beautiful attire were tainted with the strange colors and scents, tears and mucus streaming down her face as she doubled over, retching repeatedly. Unable to maintain her balance, completely devoid of the graceful composure she had exuded moments before, Wangyou had long since retreated to the far corner of the arena, having produced two small cloths from somewhere to plug his nose. With concern etched on his face, he blinked and asked, "Senior Sister Su, are you all right? Did you perhaps eat something bad this morning? Would you like to take a break?" Upon hearing his words, Su Ling'er trembled with rage, her desire to curse suppressed by nausea, resulting in a feeble utterance. "Ugh, Wangyou, you, ugh, shameless." Ultimately, overwhelmed by the dual torment of foul odor and revulsion, Su Ling'er could hardly articulate a coherent sentence, struggling against dizziness and the urge to vomit. With tears of humiliation brimming in her eyes, she managed to weakly wave her hand at the referee, signaling her surrender. She then hastily tumbled down from the platform, and upon reaching the ground, clung to a tree and violently expelled the contents of her stomach. The elder referee, also afflicted by the stench, fought against his discomfort and promptly declared, the victor, from Zhuowang Peak, Wangyou. He quickly descended from the stage to seek fresh air. Wangyou leisurely removed the nasal obstruction, casting a glance at the disheveled Su Ling'er below, who was still retching, and innocently shrugged his shoulders. After finally catching her breath, Su Ling'er lifted her pale face, her swollen eyes fixed with intense resentment upon Wangyou on the stage, as she shrieked, "Wangyou, this is not over between us." Ugh! With that, she could not help but bow her head once more to retch. Meanwhile, the audience dispersed, covering their noses, casting sympathetic yet amused glances at the pitiful Su Ling'er. Chapter 51. The helplessness of the senior brothers and sisters. Each triumph of Wangyou is accompanied by the frustrated roars of his opponents, the astonished laughter of the audience, and the clenched teeth curses of disciples from other peaks. Unconscionable, obscene, despicable. What kind of skill is this? The atmosphere of the minor competitions at Lingxiao Palace has been thoroughly tainted by such a character. Report him. He must be reported. His qualifications should be revoked. Such sentiments grew ever louder, yet the elder council responsible for arbitration found themselves in a quandary. Investigate, and indeed, he had not violated any overt rules, refrained from investigation. And witnessing this lad's antics was utterly distasteful, undoubtedly undermining the seriousness of the minor competitions. Ultimately, after much debate, the council had no choice but to acquiesce, albeit secretly intensifying their oversight of Wangyou's subsequent matches to prevent him from orchestrating any more outrageous antics. Within the resting area of the Zhuowang Peak, the atmosphere was palpably complex. The eldest brother, Chu Tianhua, gazed at the stage where his little junior, once again achieving a fortuitous victory and making faces at the audience, felt veins throb at his temples. He could not help but rub his temples vigorously. Since the arrival of this little brother, he had found himself frowning more often than in the past decade combined. The century-old reputation of Zhuowang Peak was on the brink of ruin. Yet, this boy had indeed won, and remarkably, in a match where his cultivation was evidently inferior to that of his opponent. This left him without a solid rationale to reprimand, and he could only mutter, "Absurd, truly absurd." The third sister, Lu Xian, wore a wry smile as she watched Wangyou bounce back, eager to admonish him. However, seeing that despite his outrageous methods, he had not truly harmed his opponent, primarily causing mental distress, and had indeed earned points for Zhuowang Peak, she could only let out a resigned sigh, offering him a cup of water. "Wangyou, next time could you perhaps win in a slightly more conventional manner?" Her expectations had fallen to an all-time low. The reaction of the fifth sister, Zhao Mingyue, was particularly intriguing. Initially, she considered Li Wangyou's tactics shameful, almost wishing to step in on his behalf. Yet as she continued to observe, she began to perceive a different kind of amusement, especially when witnessing those elitist disciples, who usually held themselves in high regard, reduced to a state of confusion and self-doubt by her little brother's various underhanded tricks. She inexplicably felt a sense of dark delight. Though his methods were embarrassing, the result was victory, was it not? Winning was all that mattered, regardless of how it was achieved. Thus, when Li Wangyou sauntered back, Zhao Mingyue not only refrained from scolding him, but also patted him on the shoulder. Though her tone remained fiery, her words transformed into, "Well done. Though your methods were a bit underhanded, you didn't let Zhuo Wang peek down. Keep it up next time. Just refrain from using that foul-smelling gas. It's too disgusting." This encouragement elicited eye rolls from both Chu Tianhua and Lu Xian, who stood nearby. On the high platform, the esteemed Master Qingxiu sat in the main seat, his expression as cold as ice. His eyelids twitched violently, especially when Li Wangyou employed yet another novel tactic to secure victory, provoking uproarious reactions from the audience and knowing glances from the other peak masters. He felt his blood pressure surging. In his mind, Master Qingxiu had envisioned Li Wangyou's punishment 1,000 times over. Yet, the reality was that he could only suppress the overwhelming urge to rush down and drag that little rascal over for a sound thrashing, maintaining the dignity and composure befitting the leader of a peak. Even as other peak masters snickered with veiled sarcasm, remarking on how Brother Qingxiu was indeed a masterful teacher, he managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears, replying, "A wayward disciple, I apologize for the embarrassment I have caused you all." He felt that he had lost face for an entire lifetime on this day. Amidst this bizarre atmosphere, the results of the draw for the 16th round were announced. When the steward disciple called out Li Wangyou of Ziwang Peak, facing Dan Qinzi of Zixia Peak, the previously boisterous square fell into a momentary silence. Soon after, a wave of fervent discussion erupted, more intense than any prior. Dan Qinzi, the renowned alchemical genius of Zixia Peak, it was said that he had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, with a wealth that was astonishing beyond belief. He consumed various elixirs like candies, and possessed an unfathomable number of magical treasures and talismans. It was over. Li Wangyou's streak of good fortune had come to an end. In the face of overwhelming power and financial might, his petty tricks would be utterly futile. Brother Dan Qinzi, uphold justice. Teach that shameless scoundrel a lesson. Everyone believed that Li Wangyou's unorthodox methods might suffice against ordinary disciples, but against a formidable opponent like Dan Qinzi, who not only possessed exceptional strength, but also had the backing of the gold mine that was Zixia Peak, he would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. Chapter 52. The Pay-to-Win Player? What a pitfall. Dan Qinzi, true to his name, resembled a celestial body birthed from an alchemical furnace, treasured by the master of Zixia Peak and a prominent contender for the championship in this minor competition. Adorned in a resplendent robe intricately embroidered with complex patterns of alchemical clouds, his attire unmistakably signified a remarkable status. With a languid stride, he ascended the arena, exuding an air of arrogance, his gaze imbued with a confidence that seemed to be forged from an abundance of spirit stones. He did not even deign to glance at Li Wangyou, treating him as though he were nothing more than an insignificant ant. "Junior brotherly," he spoke languidly, his voice laced with the fragrance of elixirs and an air of superiority. "I have observed several of your matches. You possess a modicum of cleverness. However, in my presence, I suggest you refrain from employing those inconsequential tactics, lest you invite humiliation upon yourself." Li Wangyou regarded Dan Qinzi's ostentatious ensemble, his eyes gleaming with admiration, his expression betraying a sense of envy and reverence. "Senior brother Dan, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. This attire, how many spirit stones must it have cost? It is truly magnificent, so dazzling." Upon hearing this, a smug smile graced Dan Qinzi's lips, further solidifying his disdain for Li Wangyou. Once the referee signaled the commencement of the bout, he had no intention of engaging in close combat. Instead, he initiated his grand performance. With a swift flick of his wrist, a petite jade shield emanating a warm, earthy glow soared forth, expanding rapidly to envelop him in the formidable defensive artifact known as the Xian Gui Shield. Following this, he activated a resplendent talisman, transforming it into a resilient light membrane that encased him in the high-grade defensive spirit talisman, the Golden Bell Shield. But that was not the end. He summoned a rotating copper mirror, a specialized artifact designed to disrupt mental fluctuations, the disturbing spirit mirror. Within mere moments, he had donned 3 layers of glimmering defenses, not accounting for the protective qualities inherent in his robe. The spectators below looked on, utterly astounded, their gasps echoing through the arena. Yet, this was merely the prelude. After establishing his defenses, Dan Shinzi let out a cold laugh and commenced his offensive. He eschewed spells entirely, opting instead to unleash a plethora of shimmering mid to high tier offensive talismans. Fire Serpent Talisman, Ice Spear Talisman, Golden Blade Talisman. They rained down upon Li Wangyou like an unrelenting storm. In an instant, the arena became a maelstrom of elemental spells, vibrant flashes of light illuminating the chaos, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. What was unfolding was no mere competition. It was an onslaught fueled by spirit stones. Faced with this tempest of extravagant attacks, Li Wangyou appeared utterly defenseless, resorting once more to his evasive footwork, desperately dodging and weaving on the stage. Perilously close to being swept away by the aftershocks of the explosions, his predicament growing increasingly dire. Yet, his tongue was far from idle. Wow. Senior Brother Dan is incredibly wealthy. These talismans are being thrown like raindrops. Oh dear, is that the Blazing Flame Talisman? I've heard it's worth several mid-grade spirit stones. What a waste to have it explode like that. How distressing. TSK, that Xiangui shield is remarkably sturdy. It must have cost a fortune. What a pity if it were to get damaged. As he dodged, he provided an exaggerated commentary, his words brimming with envy and concern, stoking the flames of competition. Initially, Dan Shinzi paid little heed, perceiving Li Wangyou's remarks as nothing more than the envy of a penniless rival. However, being incessantly nagged, especially while witnessing the gradual depletion of his precious talismans, inevitably stirred a sense of irritation and heartache within him. The manipulation of numerous magical artifacts and talismans was inherently taxing on one's mental faculties, demanding an extraordinary degree of concentration. Just as he found his focus wavering due to Li Wangyou's incessant prattle, preparing to summon a treasured offensive artifact, a piercingly sharp, gold-infused dart, an intense glimmer flashed in Li Wangyou's eyes. The opportunity had arrived. While continuing to exclaim how the dart appeared even more extravagant and cautioning his senior brother not to drop it, he stealthily flicked a finger, sending forth an almost undetectable thread of spiritual energy that silently traversed the space, precisely disrupting the mental connection that Dan Shinzi had with the dart. This interference was exceedingly subtle. Dan Shinzi merely sensed a momentary sluggishness in his control over the dart, which had already been propelled toward its target. To his astonishment, its trajectory subtly shifted. Initially aimed directly at Li Wangyou's chest, it now veered to the side. And there, suspended in the air, was another of his vital defensive artifacts, the ever-rotating distraction mirror. This was dire. Dan Shinzi's expression changed dramatically, and he attempted to correct the course. But it was already too late. Under the horrified gazes of the audience, that invaluable, formidable dart, infused with indomitable golden energy, struck the equally precious distraction mirror with unerring precision. Crack! A crisp shattering sound resonated. The brilliance of the distraction mirror dimmed instantaneously, myriad cracks appearing on its surface, before it burst apart with a resounding pop, scattering countless shards upon the ground. All spiritual energy dissipated. The dart, having exhausted its power from the collision, fell motionless onto the arena with a clatter. Dan Shinzi stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded as he gazed at the pile of fragments, his mind blank. His heart bled. That distraction mirror had been a treasure he had painstakingly sought from his master for ages. Just like that, it was shattered by his own hand. Oh dear. Li Wangyou immediately emitted a heart-wrenching cry, lamenting the loss of such an expensive mirror. Dan Shixiao, you must be more careful. How painful this must be. I feel your anguish. Upon hearing this, Dan Shinzi was engulfed by a wave of rage, his vision darkening as reason was completely submerged by fury and heartache. Li Wangyou, I shall slay you, he roared, losing all semblance of composure, recklessly hurling the remaining talismans from his storage pouch, even some low-tier artifacts, in a frenzied assault towards Li Wangyou. In the midst of his explosive fury and chaotic onslaught, Li Wangyou sprang into action. He retrieved a handful of the most basic, inexpensive smoke and flash talismans from his storage pouch, casting them towards Dan Shinzi like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Bang, bang, bang. A multitude of white smoke and blinding light erupted upon the arena, engulfing Dan Shinzi, who was bereft of the distraction mirror's protection and utterly disoriented. Ah, my eyes. Cough. What is this? Dan Shinzi found himself plunged into a realm of utter chaos, unable to see his own hand before his face, blinded by the dazzling flashes. He flailed about in the smoke like a headless fly, striking wildly, yet failing to hit his mark. In contrast, Li Wangyou, akin to a phantom in the dark night, effortlessly evaded his blind assaults, silently drawing nearer. Then, in a moment that escaped the notice of all, he gently tapped the ankle of Dan Qinzi, who, in his panic, had stepped on a low-grade, ensnaring vine talisman that Li had previously cast. With a subtle flick, ouch! Dan Qinzi, already off balance, exclaimed, losing his footing and crashing onto the ground with a thud. Before he could rise, Li Wangyou casually approached, lifted his foot, and lightly kicked him in the rear. With a thud, Dan Qinzi, bewildered and disoriented, tumbled off the stage, landing with a resounding thump. As the smoke gradually cleared, only Li Wangyou remained standing on the platform, feigning nonchalance as he patted his chest, exclaiming, "You frightened me." Brother Dan is truly terrifying when he loses control. The elder referee, again in a state of bewilderment, announced. The victor, the winner, from the sitting forgetting peak, is Li Wangyou. The audience erupted in astonishment once more. Had he triumphed again? Dan Qinzi had been defeated by his own magical artifact and a collection of low-tier talismans. The disciples of Lingxiao Peak hurriedly rushed to assist the disheveled Dan Qinzi, who was still grappling with the absurdity of his situation. On the high platform, an elder clad in the robes of Lingxiao Peak watched in horror as a precious fragment of the disturbing mirror, belonging to his talented disciple, lay shattered. He trembled with rage, his beard bristling in outrage. That was a treasure of considerable potential, now utterly destroyed. His gaze bore into the seemingly innocent Li Wangyou on the stage, wishing fervently to leap down and toss this calamity into the alchemy furnace. Li Wangyou. The elder from Lingxiao Peak spat these 3 words through gritted teeth, his heart aching as he lamented, "You shall compensate for my disciple's artifact." Chapter 53. The fierce verbal battle of the top 8. Li Wangyou, stepping over the lifeless form of the affluent Dan Qinzi, boldly strides into the top 8, inciting a heart-stopping reaction from the elders of Lingxiao Peak. No one dares to underestimate this seemingly unremarkable practitioner of the Qi refining stage from Zhuowang Peak any longer. Although his methods of victory remain unsavory, his ability to consistently defeat formidable opponents serves as undeniable proof of his exceptional prowess, at the very least. In the realm of mischief, he is undoubtedly a master. The results of the draw for the quarterfinals are once again captivating. Li Wangyou of Zhuowang Peak is set to face Zhao Neng from Tianshu Peak. Zhao Neng, an elite disciple of the inner sect of Tianshu Peak, is known not only for his solid cultivation but also for his sharp tongue. With a quick wit, he excels at using words to distract his opponents during contests, seizing on their weaknesses and disrupting their mental state, often rendering them unable to perform at even 70% of their full potential. He is infamously dubbed Chatterbox Zhao. Upon learning that his opponent is Li Wangyou, Zhao Neng feels not fear but eagerness. He believes that Li Wangyou's previous victories were merely a stroke of luck, and that his true abilities must be lacking. Moreover, being younger, Li's temperament is likely unstable, making him the perfect target for Zhao's verbal onslaught. He intends to bombard this young rascal with an endless stream of lofty principles and clever rhetoric, compelling him to question his very existence and concede defeat willingly. As the two ascend the stage, Zhao Neng takes the initiative. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he adopts a lecturing demeanor, shaking his head as he begins. "Junior brother Li, I have observed your previous matches closely. Although you have won by sheer luck, it is ultimately a path unworthy of our esteemed cultivation. A true practitioner should focus on refining oneself and attaining clarity of mind, rather than relying solely on external trickery. To act in such a manner is no different from the devious ways of demonic cultivators. Have you not heard? A gentleman is open and magnanimous, while a petty person is filled with apprehension. If this continues, you may very well fall into the demonic path and ruin your future." With this heavy accusation, Zhao's tone is filled with a heartfelt concern, as if he genuinely cares for Li Wangyou's well-being. The disciples supporting Zhao Neng nod in agreement, finding his words reasonable. Li Wangyou blinks, a look of confusion gracing his face. "Senior brother Zhao, your words are quite complex. I simply wish to ask, which rule in the competition prohibits the use of external aids or trickery?" Zhao Neng is momentarily taken aback, but quickly counters. Though the rules may not explicitly forbid it, one must have their own moral compass. This is the discernment of the Tao heart. Tao heart. Li Wangyou tilts his head, feigning innocence. "What is a Tao heart? Can it be eaten?" "Oh, I see. Senior brother Zhao, your Tao heart is to stand there and take hits without retaliating, and retaliating indicates an unstable Tao heart. Does it not?" "Ridiculous." Zhao Neng, nearly losing his composure, suppresses his anger. "That is not my intent. I mean, we should engage in a dignified duel based on our own cultivation. Only then can we truly embody the spirit of righteousness." Oh, dignified? Li Wangyou elongates his words, suddenly retorting. Then, senior brother Zhao, what do you cultivate for? Is it to engage in dignified battles with others? Zhao Neng instinctively replies, naturally. It is to pursue the path of longevity and roam freely across the heavens and the earth. Roam freely across the heavens and the earth. Li Wangyou's eyes light up as he claps his hands. Exactly. Freedom, ease, joy. This is indeed the ultimate goal of cultivation. He suddenly shifted his tone and began to espouse his twisted reasoning. Look at yourself now, arguing fervently over trivial rankings, proclaiming your integrity and the distinction between the righteous and the demonic. Are you truly living freely? Are you at ease? Are you happy? Is it not the burden of hollow fame that has led you astray from the original intention of your cultivation? Zhao Neng, what on earth are you talking about? Without waiting for a rebuttal, Li Wangyou continued with unrestrained fervor. In my view, the essence of cultivation is to find joy. Whatever brings joy should be embraced. I find immense happiness in winning competitions through talismans and elixirs. I find delight in seeing my opponents fuming with frustration. Is this not in harmony with my carefree heart of the Tao? Yet here you are, brother Zhao, insisting that I compete in a manner I find unappealing. Are you not obstructing my pursuit of happiness? Are you not hindering my path to enlightenment? Surely, this is the true affliction of the mind. You are arguing in circles. Zhao Neng felt somewhat bewildered by Li Wangyou's relentless discourse on joyful cultivation. He sensed something was amiss, but could not articulate a counterargument. Moreover, Li Wangyou exclaimed, if you can't win, then just concede. What is the big deal? Knowing you cannot triumph yet stubbornly persisting is not bravery. It is folly. It is a denial of oneself. That is the greatest lack of freedom. As the saying goes, the wise adapt to the times. If you cannot win, then dance on. If you cannot win, just dance. A competition you cannot win is better spent in revelry. Come, brother Zhao, since you cannot out-argue me, why not join me in a dance to lighten the mood, and then you can graciously concede. As he spoke, he indeed twisted his hips and executed an exceedingly unrefined dance move. The audience erupted in laughter. What on earth was happening? Zhao Neng's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. He was utterly confounded by Li Wangyou's relentless stream of absurd reasoning. He felt as though the worldview and values he had cultivated over decades were undergoing a profound upheaval. Although everything the other said seemed nonsensical, there was an unsettling semblance of internal logic. That line about cultivation being for happiness inexplicably sparked a flicker of resonance within him. The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Confusion deepened within him, and his resolve began to waver. His gaze turned distant, and he muttered to himself, happiness, carefreeness, integrity, demonic paths. What am I truly cultivating for? Have I been mistaken all along? As he became lost in introspection, ensnared in a vortex of self-doubt, he completely forgot his surroundings, his opponent, and even the arena itself. Li Wangyou seized the moment. He quietly retrieved a seemingly ordinary, unremarkable piece of rope from his storage pouch, the kind typically used for tripping horses. Taking advantage of Zhao Neng's dazed state, he swiftly crouched down and expertly tied both ends of the rope to two inconspicuous protrusions on the arena, taut and barely an inch off the ground. Then, he stood up and approached the oblivious Zhao Neng, waving his hand before his eyes. Brother Zhao, have you come to your senses? Care to dance? Zhao Neng remained unresponsive, lost in his musings. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Happiness, name? Li Wangyou sighed and, with a tone of regret, remarked, alas. It seems that brother Zhao has reached a pivotal moment in his enlightenment. He must not be disturbed. Allow me to escort him down to contemplate in peace. With that, he extended a finger and gently prodded Zhao Neng's forehead. In the midst of profound philosophical contemplation, Zhao Neng was utterly unprepared and instinctively took a step back at the light poke. The outcome was inevitable. Oh dear. His heel caught on an inconspicuous little tripwire. His body lost its balance. Under normal circumstances, with his spiritual energy flowing effortlessly, such a minor obstacle would pose no challenge. However, in this moment of distraction, his mind adrift and his energy dispersed, he fell straight back. Thud! A perfect backward tumble. Then, he rolled down the slope of the arena, tumbling and rolling until he landed on the blue stone slabs below, where the sharp pain in his backside jolted Zhao Neng back from his philosophical reverie. Bewildered, he glanced around, then looked up at Li Wangyou, who was now gathering the tripwire on the arena. Only then did he comprehend the absurdity of the situation. How did I end up down here? He exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger flooding his senses. humiliated and furious at having been tripped by a mere piece of rope while contemplating the meaning of life. The head judge, seemingly desensitized, announced loudly, "The victor, from the sitting forgetting peak, is Li Wanyu." The audience fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a cacophony of laughter. Li Wanyu neatly stowed away his tripwire and, with a gesture of respect towards the still-dazed Zhao Nong, expressed with admiration Brother Zhao's unwavering resolve in pursuit of truth, even to the extent of testing the path through personal sacrifice by voluntarily falling from the arena, showcases an admirable integrity that I, as a junior, deeply respect. You. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Nong felt a surge of anger rise in his throat, nearly choking on the bloodlust, as darkness enveloped him and he fainted. Chapter 54. The unexpected finalists and the betting on the finals having advanced to the semifinals. Li Wanyu has already achieved the best results for Zhuowang Peak in recent small competitions. Now, all eyes are focused on the last two semifinal matches. The other semifinal is a clash of true titans, with the chief of Tianshu Peak competing against another talented disciple of Jianfeng. Their battle a whirlwind of sword energy and booming spells, dazzling the audience and eliciting continuous cheers. On the other hand, Li Wangyu's semifinal unfolds with its own peculiar flair. His opponent is a formidable senior sister from Yunnu Peak, named Sun Jing. This sister has witnessed firsthand how Li Wanyu employed various underhanded tactics to ensnare her junior sister, Su Linger, and has heard tales of his previous exploits, making her exceedingly wary. As soon as she steps onto the stage, Sun Jing adopts a posture of complete defense. Her aim is not to achieve glory, but to avoid mistakes, with her autumn water sword dancing in a manner that leaves no openings. She protects her vital areas while nimbly avoiding any potential traps, her gaze fixed intently on Li Wangyu's hands, wary of any strange items he might produce. "Junior brotherly, your tricks are of no use to me," Sun Jing states coldly, fully concentrated and not daring to be the least bit careless. Li Wanyu attempts a few feigned attacks, only to find that this senior sister is truly elusive, completely unfold. He throws out a few lower-tier talismans, which are easily shattered or evaded by her. She is like a turtle retreating into its hard shell, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The audience below the stage perceives the situation. Senior sister is clever. She wants to play his games. Indeed, just hold the fort. Leave him no openings. As time drags on, it is certain that he will eventually reveal a flaw. The situation seems to reach a stalemate. Li Wanyu circles around Sun Jing several times, scratching his head, appearing somewhat impatient. "Senior sister, it's rather dull if you only dodge and don't strike." Li Wanyu complains, "Can't we have an exhilarating match?" Sun Jing remains unfazed, calmly responding, "First, you must break through my defenses." Li Wanyu sighs, seemingly more agitated. Suddenly, he takes a bold step forward, feigning a strong attack. Sun Jing immediately becomes alert, raising the tip of her sword to prepare for a block. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurs, perhaps having charged too recklessly, or due to the uneven ground of the arena. Li Wanyu suddenly stumbles, exclaiming, "Oh no," and falls forward. Sun Jing is momentarily taken aback, instinctively suspecting a trick, retracting her sword and stepping back warily. Yet, as Li Wanyu falls, he flails his arms in a frantic attempt to regain balance, inadvertently releasing a small paper packet that flies out of his hand and scatters right in front of Sun Jing. A faint, sweetly fragrant powder wafts through the air. Startled, Sun Jing quickly holds her breath and retreats, waving her sleeve to disperse the powder, her voice sharp as she exclaims, "Are you using poison again?" However, upon inhaling a trace of that powder, not only did she experience no discomfort, but she also felt a slight, invigorating rush. The minute bloodstain on her arm, previously grazed by a sword's aura, unexpectedly emanated a refreshing sensation, instantly staunching the bleeding and even beginning to heal. This seemed to be exquisite wound powder, perhaps even one with revitalizing properties. Sun Jing was momentarily taken aback, her mind a blank canvas. Why did Li Wanyu, upon falling, scatter such exquisite healing powder? What was the meaning of this? Could it truly be an accident? Just as she was momentarily stunned by this utterly unforeseen turn of events, contemplating in a brief mental hiatus, the seemingly doomed Li Wanyu, in the split second before hitting the ground, executed a bizarre twist at an unusual angle, gliding along the surface instead. Not only did he avert disaster, but he also closed the distance between himself and Sun Jing. Sun Jing's pupils constricted, a sense of dread gripping her heart. Yet it was too late. Li Wanyu slid right before her, his right hand poised like a sword, devoid of significant spiritual power, merely tapping swiftly on her sword-bearing wrist. Sun Jing felt a numbness in her wrist, her long sword nearly slipping from her grasp, leaving her defensive stance vulnerable. Meanwhile, Li Wangyou's left palm had silently pressed against her waist, delivering a gentle yet decisive push. Already unsteady due to her momentary distraction, Sun Jing was caught off guard by this clever force, gasping as she stumbled backward, inadvertently stepping off the edge of the arena. "Sister, I concede. Your injury shall be treated by me." Li Wangyou's voice resonated with a hint of concern. Thud! Sun Jing fell from the arena. And even as her bottom hit the ground, she was still grappling with how she had come to be there, all because of a bit of healing powder. The head judge's lips twitched uncontrollably, weakly announcing, "The victor is Li Wangyou of Ziwang Peak." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience once more. How could this even happen? In the Ziwang Peak area, the elder brother Chu Tianqua covered his face with his hand, unable to bear witnessing it. The third sister Lu Xian was caught between laughter and tears. The fifth sister Zhao Mingyue excitedly pumped her fist, exclaiming, "Well done, though I don't understand it. A victory is what matters." Thus, Li Wangyou, in a manner no one could have anticipated, advanced to the final match. His opponent in the final, without a doubt, would be the disciple of the Sword Peak Master, the victor from the other semi-final, Ling Tian, renowned as the foremost among the younger generation of Lingxiao Palace. He had reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, a half-step into the Golden Core stage, with astonishing swordsmanship and unparalleled strength. He was the clear favorite to win this tournament. Almost everyone, including those from Ziwang Peak, believed that Li Wangyou's streak of luck and cunning tricks would come to an end here, in the face of absolute strength. Any cleverness would be in vain. However, Li Wangyou himself appeared utterly unfazed. On the eve of the final, he not only refrained from anxious preparation, but leisurely set up a stall in the disciples' gathering area, brazenly opening a betting table. The betting conditions were simple and straightforward. Bet on Ling Tian winning the final, with odds of 1-1. Bet on Li Wangyou winning, with odds of 1-100. The odds blatantly reveal the bookmakers, Li Wangyou's, objective prediction concerning the outcome of the match. It is no surprise that nearly all disciples flocked eagerly to place their bets on Ling Tian's victory, even though the odds were pitifully low. Nevertheless, it was perceived as a surefire means of pocketing easy money. Not a single soul dared to wager on Li Wangyou's triumph. After all, no one is foolish. Li Wangyou gazed at the mountain of spirit stones before him, unable to contain his grin, collecting his winnings while sighing. "Ah, my dear senior brothers and sisters, your enthusiasm is truly overwhelming. Is it that you hold such high hopes for Brother Ling? It seems I am destined to incur a loss of epic proportions." However, unbeknownst to all, he had secretly placed a substantial anonymous bet on himself to win. He awaited the unexpected upset that would sweep the competition, reaping substantial rewards. On the day of the finals, the central arena was inundated with spectators, a veritable sea of humanity, the atmosphere charged with unprecedented excitement. Everyone wished to witness firsthand how Brother Ling Tian would decisively teach that unruly little demon king a lesson. Ling Tian made his entrance first, clad in white. His stature tall and imposing, a long sword slung across his back, his gaze sharp as an eagle, exuding an unparalleled aura of swordsmanship. Merely standing there, he exuded an immense, intangible pressure. His calm eyes were fixed on the opposite side of the arena. Li Wangyou, maintaining his usual languid demeanor, sluggishly ascended the stage, even stifling a yawn as if still in a state of slumber. Ling Tian regarded him with indifference, his voice steady yet brimming with confidence as he slowly spoke. "Li Wangyou, your little tricks come to an end here." Chapter 55. The unforeseen triumph of social death. The atmosphere in the arena was heavy. On one side stood the sword-wielding prodigy Ling Tian, emanating an aura akin to a divine warrior descending upon the mortal realm. With arms crossed behind him, his gaze was sharp and penetrating, as if he could already envision the laurel of victory adorning his head. Below, his disciples held their breath, eagerly anticipating a thunderous and overwhelming victory. On the opposite side was Li Wangyou, the mischievous little tyrant of Ziwang Peak, yawning as if still ensnared in the clutches of slumber. Rubbing his eyes and glancing around, he occasionally exchanged playful glances with familiar seniors in the audience, treating the final match with an air of nonchalance. Below him, there were hardly any supporters, as most had gathered merely to witness his impending defeat. The elders on the high platform, including the grim-faced Qing Shuzi and the impassive Jin Yu, also turned their attention to the stage. They were curious to see whether Li Wangyou's unconventional tactics could withstand the overwhelming might of Ling Tian. The head judge took a deep breath, feeling the intensity of the gathered gazes, and with a decisive motion of his hand declared, "The final match, commence." Before the echoes of his pronouncement faded, A piercing sword cry resonated throughout the arena. Ling Tian's long sword had been drawn, transforming into a streak of dazzling light, merging seamlessly with its wielder as it aimed directly for Li Wangyou's face. There was no hint of hesitation. From the outset, he unleashed a full-force attack. The sword energy infused with the might of a half-step golden core, tearing through the air with a shrill whistle. Swift, precise, ruthless. This strike encapsulated Ling Tian's unwavering belief in victory and formidable strength. It was a blow that not even a cultivator at the peak of foundational establishment could easily withstand. It's over. It's finished. A single strike to annihilate. This thought flashed through the minds of all present. Some had even begun to prepare for a jubilant cheer in celebration of Ling Tian's inevitable triumph. Qing Shuzi closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. Although he disapproved of his disciple's demeanor, he could not bear to witness such a gruesome spectacle. Yet, just as the blade, imbued with horrifying power, was about to graze Li Wangyou's nose, an unforeseen twist occurred. Li Wangyou, seemingly petrified by the astonishing strike, widened his eyes in shock, his mouth forming an O shape, as if he had stepped onto an extraordinarily slick surface, emitting an exaggerated cry. "Oh my goodness! Help!" Then, like a clumsy puppet, he tumbled sideways in a most undignified manner. His movements were so awkwardly comical that they resembled the instinctual reaction of an ordinary person overwhelmed by fright. However, this seemingly ludicrous and coincidental fall, just narrowly, by mere inches, allowed him to evade the lethal strike. The fierce sword energy grazed his scalp, severing several strands of his hair. And the spectacle did not end there. As Li Wangyou flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to regain his balance, his fingers inadvertently snagged the exquisite jade belt buckle at Ling Tian's waist. All of Ling Tian's focus and spirit were concentrated into that one strike, leaving him utterly unprepared for such an unexpected evasion, let alone this unforeseen turn of events. A soft click resonated in the air. The meticulously crafted jade buckle, astonishingly, had been unfastened. Immediately following this, Ling Tian felt a sudden loosening around his waist. The once tightly bound moon-white swordsman robe instantly lost its constraint, flaring open to reveal the white undergarments beneath. In pursuit of the utmost swordplay speed, he wore only this flimsy pair of underpants and the robe, foregoing any inner armor or additional garments. Thus, under the watchful gaze of thousands, the esteemed disciple of the sword peak master, the brightest star of the younger generation, and the most favored contender for victory in this minor competition, Ling Tian, found his trousers slipping at the grand finale stage. The robe unfurled, causing his underpants to slide down, exposing his smooth calves and a glimpse of his thigh. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The dazzling sword strike lingered suspended in midair. Ling Tian's forward momentum came to a halt, his previously confident and fierce expression shattered, morphing into sheer disbelief, confusion, and swiftly transforming into an indescribable blend of shock, embarrassment, and panic. The cheers and murmurs from the audience were abruptly stifled. In the vast square, silence reigned. A pin drop audible. All eyes were wide, mouths agape. Incredulity etched on their faces as they beheld this moment destined to be enshrined in the annals of Lingxiao Palace, a dark chapter in its history. A gentle breeze swept by, stirring Ling Tian's dispersing robe, amplifying the desolation of the scene. Finally regaining his senses, Ling Tian emitted a sound of mortified fury. His entire face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp. He could no longer concern himself with the competition or his sword techniques. Abruptly retracting his long sword and fumbling to hoist his trousers, wishing fervently to find a crack in the ground to disappear into. The spectacle was both awkward and comical, tinged with a peculiar tragic grandeur. In the midst of this profound silence, as everyone was rendered speechless by this unforeseen revelation, Li Wangyou, still shaken, scrambled to his feet, gazing at the embarrassing scene before him. He blinked his innocent, large eyes, then spoke in an extremely sincere, yet troubled tone. "Senior brother Ling, it seems, your trousers have fallen? This is quite improper. Perhaps you should adjust yourself first? Shall we continue afterward?" He paused, as if recalling something, and added with even greater earnestness, "By the way, esteemed judge, does this situation count as interference in the match? Should we not pause for a moment?" At that, someone in the audience could no longer contain their laughter, though they quickly stifled it. Yet, it was as if the spark had ignited a fuse. Uffed. Ha! Oh, I can't take it anymore. Laughter erupted, the crowd doubled over, pounding their chests and tears streaming down their faces. The elders on the high platform wore expressions of twisted agony, struggling to maintain their dignity while battling the urge to laugh. Qing Shuzi buried his face in his hand, utterly unable to bear the sight. The Sword Peak Master's face darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. Amidst the storm of laughter, Ling Tian, hearing the thunderous roars from below, feeling the myriad of gazes directed at him, and glancing at his half-raised trousers, felt every ounce of pride and dignity crumble in that instant. His mindset shattered, socially obliterated. How could he continue to fight? What face did he have left to face? He hastily adjusted his trousers, gripping the waistband with a fierce determination. His face transformed from crimson to a pallid hue, then deepened into a shade of purple, ultimately contorting into an expression of profound resentment. With a glare directed at Li Wangyou, he begrudgingly uttered 3 words through clenched teeth. I concede. Having spoken, he dared not linger for another moment. Clutching his trousers, he leapt off the stage in a state of utter humiliation, fleeing from the throng amidst uncontrollable laughter, seemingly intent on escaping the very planet itself. The elder referee remained frozen in place for several seconds, finally breaking the spell of chaos to announce, with a tone devoid of enthusiasm, final winner, Zhuang Peak, Li Wangyou. The atmosphere at the award ceremony was palpably bizarre. A venerable elder, his expression ashen and his lips twitching, nearly grinding his teeth, hastily thrust the coveted reward, a precious golden elixir and a storage pouch containing a high-quality spiritual artifact, into Li Wangyou's arms. As if it were a scalding hot potato, he lacked even the energy to offer a word of encouragement, as if merely gazing upon him would hasten his demise. Below the stage, there was neither applause nor cheers. Only sporadic hisses and the remnants of subdued laughter lingered in the air. Yet, Li Wangyou remained unfazed. Cradling the coveted reward that countless individuals yearned for, he glanced down, then lifted his gaze, revealing a radiant smile of unparalleled satisfaction. As though he had captured the very essence of the world. The sunlight bathed his face, rendering his smile both pure and dazzling, evoking a chill among all those present. Victory, an all-encompassing triumph. The rewards and stakes are all mine. As for the process, who truly cares? Chapter 56. The mission of delivering a letter in the aftermath of the competition. The name of Li Wangyou, whether celebrated or notorious, resounded throughout the realm. In an unprecedented manner, he claimed the title of champion in the Sect's minor competition, becoming the most controversial victor in the annals of Lingxiao Palace, a champion unlike any other. Over tea and meals, conversations in the streets buzzed with tales of that bewildering final match. It is said that senior brother Ling Tian retreated into seclusion upon returning, his resolve severely shaken, unable to face others for the foreseeable future. The master of Sword Peak was so incensed that he nearly sought out Qing Shuzi at Zhuang Peak for a debate, but was persuaded otherwise by the other elders. As for Li Wangyou, the instigator of this uproar, he remained unfazed. He joyfully accepted the substantial wagers he had won from his betting scheme, his spirit stones nearly bursting his storage pouch. He then flaunted the rewards of his championship in front of his seniors, reveling in the attention. Senior brother Chu Tianque sighed upon seeing him, as if a decade had been added to his age. Third sister Lu Xian hesitated to speak, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. Fifth sister Zhao Mingyue, however, felt a sense of pride. Though the process was absurd, Zhuang Peak had indeed emerged as the champion. Had it not? Only the youngest disciple, Lin Shaoran, screamed and fled at the sight of him, his shadow looming larger than ever. In these days, the expression on Qing Shuzi's face had rarely brightened. Every time he beheld the grinning visage of Li Wangyou, a sense of discomfort settled in his chest, and his blood pressure soared. He had wielded the ruler and imposed confinement. Yet this troublesome disciple not only showed no signs of repentance, but seemed to escalate his antics, now flaunting his notoriety across the entire sect. Out of sight, out of mind. Qing Shuzi had come to appreciate the essence of this phrase deeply. He felt compelled to rid himself and the sect of this nuisance for a time, lest he lose control and impulsively send this rascal crashing into the wall, a feat from which he might never recover. Thus, one fateful morning, with a scowl upon his face, Qing Shuzi summoned Li Wangyou, who was amusing himself in the courtyard with his newly acquired spiritual artifact, enticing ants to dance. Master, you called for me. Are you perhaps considering an additional reward for my triumph? Li Wangyou scampered over, his countenance radiant with joy. Qing Shuzi's lip twitched as he stifled the urge to strike him with the ruler. Instead, he retrieved a seemingly ordinary letter and a simple scroll of a map from his sleeve and tossed them to him with irritation. Reward? What reward? The sect has a task for you. The Wang family in Qinghe Town, an affiliated family of our Lingxiao Palace, seems to have some trivial matters that require reporting. Deliver this letter to the person in charge of the Wang family. Li Wangyou took the letter and map, blinking in surprise. Deliver a letter? Is that it? This task seems rather mundane, typically assigned to outer disciples or those newly initiated with little strength. What? Unwilling? Qing Shuzi's eyes narrowed. If you are reluctant, then you can spend 3 months copying scriptures at the thought reflection cliff. Of course I am willing. Absolutely willing, Li Wanyu exclaimed, promptly tucking the letter and map into his robe. He patted his chest with assurance. Master, do not worry. I shall complete the task. I will personally deliver the letter to the Wang family without delay. His prompt agreement, rather than instilling confidence in Qing Shuzi, instead sparked a flicker of concern within him. He sternly added a few words of caution. Remember, deliver the message and return immediately. Do not stir up trouble along the way. Do not deviate from your purpose. And absolutely do not exploit the sect's name for deceitful gain. If I find out you have been causing disturbances at the foot of the mountain, humph. Understood, understood. Master, you may rest assured. Do you not know me? I am the most obedient and compliant, Li Wanyu declared, thumping his chest with fervor, his expression one of utmost sincerity. Observing his feigned earnestness, Qing Shuzi felt a familiar tension throbbing at his temples. He waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Begone. Your presence is irksome. All right then. Farewell, master. Goodbye, brothers and sisters. I shall return with local delicacies for you. Li Wanyu exclaimed joyfully, turning on his heel and bounding out, his exuberance reminiscent of a wild dog unleashed, far less like a dutiful messenger and more akin to a child finally set free for an outing. Watching him skip and leap, disappearing along the mountain path, Qing Shuzi rubbed his aching forehead, his foreboding feelings intensifying. Letting this troublemaker loose. Is it truly without consequence? The Wang family, in Qinghe town. May they seek their own fortune. Qing Shuzi sighed, a pang of regret washing over him. Yet, it was too late for remorse. The young man had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 57. The world below the mountain descending from the majestic celestial mountain where Lingxiao Palace is situated. Li Wanyu immediately felt the sky became bluer, the waters clearer, and even the air was imbued with a sweet sense of freedom. Although his master had commanded him to return immediately after delivering a message, wasn't it true that the mountains were high and the emperor far away? Having ventured out with great difficulty, he was determined to relish this rare holiday to the fullest. He took out a rudimentary map and glanced at it. Qinghe town was not too far from the entrance of Lingxiao Palace, and at his leisurely pace, it would take him no more than half a day to stroll there. Time was abundant. Thus, he resolved not to rush but instead to embark on a leisurely sightseeing journey. As he left the confines of the sect, the surrounding scenery gradually transformed. The spiritual energy was no longer as dense, replaced by the earthly aromas of the mundane world. Carriages and horses traversed the main road. Tea houses and taverns lined the roadside. Farmers toiled in the fields, and wisps of smoke rose from distant villages. Everything was a novelty to Li Wanyu. Within the sect, he had either been cultivating or causing mischief. Although he had sneaked down the mountain before, it was always in haste, rarely allowing him to experience the world in such a leisurely manner. Everything he encountered sparked his curiosity. Wow, this ox cart moves so slowly. It can't even match my crawling speed. Oh, these candied hawthorns look so red and delicious. Thus, he bought a large handful and nibbled as he walked. Hey, this rattle makes such a loud sound. He purchased one and shook it as he walked, attracting the attention of passers-by. He resembled a rustic bumpkin visiting the city for the first time, marveling at everything in sight, and before long, his hands were filled with a collection of trinkets, his mouth stuffed with various earthly snacks, thoroughly enjoying the feast. After wandering for about an hour, he encountered a small town considerably more bustling than the villages he had passed. The streets were paved with blue stone, shops lined either side, and a lively crowd bustled about. The map indicated that this place was Qingshi town, not his intended destination of Qinghe town, but it was a perfect spot to rest. As Li Wanyu munched on the last of his candied hawthorn, he sauntered into the town, his large, bright eyes curiously surveying his surroundings. The center of the town appeared even more animated, with a large crowd gathered and the sound of heated arguments echoing. Li Wanyu's interest piqued. He couldn't resist the allure of commotion. He swiftly squeezed into the throng. In the heart of the crowd stood a stall displaying various mountain goods and herbs, tended by a simple, honest old farmer. He was bowing and smiling obsequiously at several young men dressed in finery, their expressions haughty. Among them, the most ostentatious, a young man in luxurious attire, was disdainfully poking at the herbs with a riding crop, speaking in an arrogant tone. Old man, this 30-year-old Huangjing looks rather mediocre. I'll give you 10 coins, consider it a generous offer. With that, he gestured to his attendant to fetch the money. The old farmer's face turned pale upon hearing this, and he hastily bowed, Young Master Zhang. That is unacceptable. This Huangjing took me half a month in the mountains to procure. It is worth at least 5 taels of silver. 10 coins. That doesn't even cover the cost. Humph. The young man referred to as Young Master Zhang's expression darkened, and the riding crop cracked sharply in the air. What did you say? I have taken a fancy to your wares. Consider it a favor. Do you dare to bargain with me? Are you aware of who holds sway in this Qingstone town? The few lackeys behind him stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves and displaying menacing expressions, encircling the old farmer. Indeed, it is already a stroke of luck for you that Young Master Zhang is willing to pay you. Don't push your luck. Hurry and take your money and scram. Speak another word, and I swear I will smash your stall. The old farmer trembled in fear, yet was loath to part with the precious polygonatum he had painstakingly gathered, pleading desperately. Young Master Zhang, I implore you, my family relies on this meager harvest to survive. The onlookers, though visibly sympathetic and whispering among themselves, dared not utter a word of justice, clearly intimidated by the Zhang family's power. Seeing this, Young Master Zhang became even more arrogant, snatching the polygonatum from the old farmer and violently tossing 10 copper coins into his face. A fair exchange. Now be gone. The coin struck the old farmer's face and clattered to the ground. He gazed at the stolen polygonatum, then at the coins scattered at his feet, his eyes reddening with unshed tears. Young Master Zhang scoffed, clutching the polygonatum, and turned to leave with his followers in tow. All of this transpired before Wangyou, who was squeezed among the crowd. He finished the last bite of his candied hawthorn, carelessly tossing aside the skewer, licking the sugary residue from his lips, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Coercive buying and selling, bullying the market? TSK. He had read about such scenes in the tales from his sect. He never expected to witness such events unfolding at the foot of the mountain. He regarded Young Master Zhang's arrogant retreat, then glanced at the helpless old farmer and the surrounding citizens who dared not voice their anger. Stroking his smooth chin, a peculiar glimmer sparkled in his eyes, a mixture of righteous indignation and a thrill akin to that of discovering a new toy. How could one turn a blind eye to injustice? He murmured softly, a familiar, mischievous smile slowly curling at the corners of his lips. However, intervening in others' affairs should not be without compensation, should it? One ought to earn a little pocket money and claim some damages, after all. It seems this journey to deliver a message will not be dull at all. Chapter 58. The bludgeonly Wangyou did not immediately rush forward to stage a heroic rescue of the elderly farmer, nor did he scold the arrogant young master. Such theatrics were too cliché and would undoubtedly reveal his own position. Wangyou valued technical finesse and maximization of benefits in his endeavors. He quietly extricated himself from the crowd, his gaze firmly fixed on the boisterous Young Master Zhang. It was evident that Young Master Zhang, accustomed to his tyrannical reign in the town, dismissed the recent commotion entirely. He gleefully toyed with the forcibly seized Huangjing, boasting to his lackeys about their plans for a night of revelry. Wangyou trailed at a safe distance, his ears keenly attuned to their conversation. Such a mighty young master. That old fool wouldn't dare utter a word. Indeed, in Qingshi town, who would dare not show respect to Young Master Zhang? Tonight at Zuixianglu, I hear there are new girls. Let us go. Let us return home to fetch some silver. Inflated by their flattery, Young Master Zhang waved his hand grandly. Let us go. Back home. Tonight, I shall treat. We won't return until we are intoxicated. The group, laughing and chattering, made their way towards the eastern part of the town, an area clearly populated by affluent households. Wangyu's mind settled into clarity. Fetching money? Zuixianglu. Excellent. Their route and motive were now evident. He refrained from making a move on the bustling main street. That would be foolish. What he required was a secluded and deserted locale, suitable for a discreet intervention, or rather, for the execution of righteous justice. Utilizing his extraordinary memory and keen intuition, he swiftly mapped out the most probable route the young master and his entourage would take to return home, and began scouting for an appropriate ambush point. Before long, he identified a narrow alleyway connecting the main street to the affluent eastern district. The alleyway, paved with bluestone, was flanked by towering walls, seldom traversed by anyone other than the residents. At this hour, with dusk approaching, it was particularly desolate. Perfect. After selecting the location, he did not immediately take cover, but rather, like an inquisitive child, he curiously explored the vicinity of the alley's entrance, all the while assessing the terrain, calculating distances, and planning an escape route post-intervention. Simultaneously, he sought a suitable weapon. A brick? Too lacking in sophistication. A stone? Insufficient in impact. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon a somewhat worn firewood stick leaning against the gate of a nearby residence. The stick was approximately the length of an arm, made of sturdy wood, and felt just right in his grip. Crucially, it was inconspicuous, easily discarded after use, leaving no trace behind. You shall do. Li Wanyu glanced around to ensure no one was watching, swiftly snatched the firewood stick, concealed it in his ample sleeve, and then hastily slipped into the chosen alley, finding a shadowy corner filled with clutter, where he perfectly concealed himself. Time ticked by, the sun sank completely behind the western mountains, and night began to descend. The alleyway was dim, illuminated only by scattered distant lights. Li Wanyu held his breath, focused like a young leopard awaiting its prey, his heart quickening with a mixture of anxiety and an indescribable thrill at embarking on this righteous venture for the first time. Here they come. At the mouth of the alley, boisterous laughter and somewhat unsteady footsteps could be heard. Indeed, young Master Zhang, accompanied by his entourage, traversed this path, seemingly having indulged in a bit of revelry, his steps slightly unsteady. Hurry up, don't dawdle. We wouldn't want to keep the beauty waiting, young Master Zhang urged, punctuating his words with a belch. His followers chuckled in agreement. As the sounds drew nearer, Li Wanyu tightened his grip around the wooden stick concealed in his sleeve, his palms slightly damp with sweat. It was his inaugural attempt. Lacking experience, he felt a twinge of anxiety. What if he miscalculated the force? A feeble strike would yield no effect, yet a heavy blow could lead to dire consequences. But the arrow was knocked, and there was no turning back. Recalling the helplessness of the old farmer juxtaposed with the arrogance of this scoundrel, Li Wanyu steeled himself. He acted decisively, just as young Master Zhang, amidst his boasts, stepped into the very spot where Li Wanyu was concealed. Separating himself slightly from his companions, Li Wanyu sprang forth from his hiding place. With unerring precision, he brought the wooden stick crashing down upon the unsuspecting nape of young Master Zhang's neck. The motion was swift, clean, and merciless. Bang! Ugh! All of young Master Zhang's bravado and inebriation were abruptly shattered. He could only emit a short, pained groan before his eyes rolled back, his body slackening as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. For a fleeting moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The followers, who had been so sycophantic moments before, now stood agape, their minds blank as they beheld this sudden and incomprehensible spectacle. Young Master has been struck? Seizing the moment, Li Wanyu, without a glance at the motionless figure of young Master Zhang, swiftly pocketed the bulging purse that had fallen from him. He quickly reached for the yellow essence hidden within his opponent's clothing. Then, without hesitation, he turned and fled, disappearing into the nearby darkened alley, leaving no trace behind. The entire episode transpired with such swiftness that it left onlookers in stunned silence. It was not until Li Wanyu's figure had vanished completely into the woods that the followers regained their senses, erupting in terrified screams. Young Master, murder! There's a thief. Someone come quick. The young master has been knocked out. Chapter 59. Robbing the rich to aid the poor. Young hero Li Wanyu did not slow his pace until the cacophony of cries from young Master Zhang's sycophants faded into the distance. He sought refuge in a more secluded corner. With a sense of delight, he produced the 30-year-old Huang Jing and scrutinized it. Indeed, its appearance was commendable, imbued with a considerable essence of spiritual energy. Although it held little significance for him as a golden core master, it promised substantial value if sold or exchanged for other items. A splendid first haul. Next, he hefted the heavy purse. Upon opening it, he discovered not only several dozen taels of loose silver, but also several gleaming low-grade spirit stones. It appeared that the Zhang family was indeed affluent. Even a young master's pocket money was so considerable. Ill-gotten gains, taken with, well, a clear conscience. Without hesitation, Li Wanyu stuffed the spirit stones and the majority of the silver into his storage pouch, leaving behind only a few of the smallest silver pieces and a handful of copper coins. He recalled the old farmer's desperate plea, stating that the Huangjing was worth 5 taels of silver. Weighing the scant silver and copper in his hand, he estimated it to be about that amount. Very well, I shall honor my word, he muttered to himself, a look of benevolence spreading across his face. Utilizing his remarkable memory and spiritual perception, he navigated back to the vicinity where the old farmer had set up his stall earlier in the day. After a brief moment of sensing, he located the faint and weary aura of the old farmer emanating from a lowly, dilapidated thatched cottage. By now, it was deep into the night, and the cottage was devoid of light. It seemed the old farmer had succumbed to exhaustion after the day's tribulations and had long since fallen into a deep slumber. Like a nocturnal creature, Li Wanyu stealthily approached the cottage's window, listening to the heavy sounds of snoring from within, a smirk adorning his lips. He refrained from knocking or calling out. Instead, he wrapped the scattered silver and copper coins, along with the recovered Huangjing, in a tattered cloth and flicked it with his fingers, expertly tossing it through the gap in the window, landing it precisely beside the earthen Kong inside. Having completed his deed, he immediately turned and slipped away, concealing his triumph. He lingered in the shadows at a distance, waiting patiently. Soon enough, he heard the rustling sounds from within, followed by the old farmer's incredulous, trembling exclamations, and then the uncontrollable, joyous sobs of gratitude. Listening to the emotional cries filled with gratitude, as he imagined, Wangyou nodded in satisfaction, feeling as if the non-existent red scarf around his neck had grown even more vibrant. Robbing the rich to aid the poor truly feels splendid. He clapped his hands, his spirits soaring as he had not only taught a bully a lesson, but also aided the impoverished while enriching his own coffers. A trifecta of accomplishments. Truly, I am a genius. From that moment on, Wangyou discovered a newfound amusement along the official road leading to Qinghe Town. No longer in haste, he strolled leisurely during the day or simply lingered in the town's tea houses and taverns, eavesdropping on various gossip. Particularly keen on learning which families were heartless in their wealth, which bullies oppressed the weak, and which noble scions ran rampant in the countryside. When the moon was high and the winds howled, it was then that the self-styled young hero Li would make his move. With his mastery at the golden core stage and formidable spiritual perception, he engaged in this nefarious black market trade with an almost overwhelming advantage. The local bullies and ruffians appeared before him as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. His methods grew increasingly diverse and proficient. When confronted with a malicious landlord bullying tenant farmers, he would stealthily infiltrate at midnight, not only pilfering the landlord's coffers, but also scattering itching powder across his bed, ensuring the landlord's anguished cries echoed throughout the night. In the case of a lecherous scion harassing village maidens, he would trail him to a secluded spot, executing a swift series of blows and a thorough search, leaving behind the perpetrator's trousers dangling from a tree as he departed. When faced with a thug demanding exorbitant protection fees, he boldly raided their stronghold, finding a group of miscreants like dumplings and suspending them at the county office, adorned with their own transgressions, which he had compelled them to inscribe. With each successful venture, he would modestly distribute a meager portion of his ill-gotten gains, perhaps a few copper coins or some inconsequential grain, carelessly tossing them to beggars or visibly impoverished families by the roadside. In his heart, he would record a personal achievement. Today, he had aided 3 beggars and supported a struggling peasant. Truly, the virtuous deeds of Lingxiao were boundless. He even began to fantasize about weather tales of a mysterious young hero who appeared and vanished like a wisp of smoke, punishing the wicked and aiding the poor, had begun to circulate among the folk. Perhaps there might even be altars erected in his honor. In truth, there were none. The populace simply sensed an improvement in public order, while the money-losing bullies cursed their fate. Thus, he continued his journey, embodying chivalry and justice. Wangyou, who had already amassed a considerable fortune from his gambling wins and minor rewards, saw his storage pouch swell visibly once more. It brimmed with an assortment of spoils, treasures of gold and silver, spiritual stones, various seemingly valuable antiques, and even several folk tales pilfered from the bully's study to alleviate boredom. As he weighed the hefty storage pouch in his hands and gazed toward the faint outline of Qinghe Town on the horizon, his spirits soared with radiant optimism. Chapter 60. Delivering the letter playful as it may be, one must attend to serious matters. Wangyou, weighing the now slightly swollen storage bag with satisfaction, proceeded towards his ultimate destination, the Wang family, in Qinghe Town. Qinghe Town, being larger than the previously traversed Qingshe Town, exuded an aura of prosperity and tranquility among its inhabitants. As an affiliated family of Lingxiao Palace, the Wang family held a distinguished status within the town. Their residence, grandly constructed with red gates and high walls, was situated in the most favorable location, guarded by 2 spirited sentinels. Wangyou adjusted his somewhat disheveled robe, suppressing the rugged expression that adorned his face, and donned a demeanor befitting an inner disciple of Lingxiao Palace, one of restrained elegance and aloof composure, as he approached the grand entrance of the Wang residence. Who approaches? The guards, noting the youth's remarkable presence despite his tender age, refrained from being dismissive and stepped forward to inquire courteously. Wangyou retrieved the letter representing Lingxiao Palace from his bosom, showcasing the distinctive cloud-patterned seal of the palace. In a calm tone, he stated, "I am a disciple of Lingxiao Palace from Ziwang Peak, sent by my master, the venerable King Suzi, to deliver this letter to the person in charge of the Wang family." Upon realizing the visitor hailed from the celestial sect and observing the unique seal, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of heightened respect. They promptly bowed and said, It is indeed an honor to have a celestial envoy. Please come in. I shall inform the family head immediately. Shortly thereafter, Li Wangyou was warmly welcomed into the grand hall of the Wang residence. The family head, an elder in his 60s with a robust spirit, possessing early foundational cultivation, awaited him alongside several prominent family members, clearly placing great importance on the arrival of the Lingxiao Palace envoy. Unaware of your esteemed arrival, I beg your pardon for the lack of a proper welcome. The elder, Wang, greeted with a beaming smile, his attitude respectful, even tinged with a hint of flattery. For families affiliated with a major sect, an envoy from the sect, even if merely a messenger, embodies the sect's prestige and must not be treated lightly. Your kindness is appreciated, esteemed family head, Li Wangyou replied with a slight nod, exhibiting decorum as he produced his master's letter and presented it. My master has entrusted me with this correspondence for your perusal. With both hands, Wang received the letter, inspecting the seal to ensure its authenticity before cautiously opening it to read. The contents appeared to be a routine inquiry into the family's recent affairs, along with the assignment of some ordinary tasks from the sect, lacking any urgent matters. Nonetheless, the elder perused the letter with utmost seriousness. Upon completion, he expressed even greater enthusiasm towards Li Wangyou, saying, "Your efforts are greatly appreciated, celestial envoy. It is indeed a blessing for the Wang family that the venerable King Suzi is concerned for us. You must be weary from your journey. Please, take a seat. Servants, bring forth tea and the finest spirit fruits and delicacies." Before long, maidservants presented fragrant tea along with platters of luscious fruit pastries brimming with spiritual energy. Li Wangyou, feeling at ease, accepted the hospitality, sipping tea and savoring the spirit fruits while listening attentively as the elder and several clan leaders expressed their gratitude for the sect's protection, reported on family business, and discussed matters of the younger generation's cultivation. He feigned earnestness, nodding in agreement from time to time, displaying patience and refinement. The Wang family, recognizing his youth yet perceiving his composed demeanor as well as his affiliation with the celestial sect, dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. They extended their hospitality with utmost diligence, fearing that any oversight might displease this young emissary, leading him to speak unfavorably about them before his superiors, which would certainly be a regrettable misstep. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, and having listened to the report, Li Wangyou felt it was time to take his leave. The message has been delivered, and I shall convey the intentions and circumstances of the Wang family to my master. The affairs of the sect are pressing, so I shall not impose any further. Old Master Wang hastily urged him to stay, saying, "Why must the celestial emissary rush away? Why not rest for a night at my humble abode, allowing me to extend my hospitality? Nay, nay, the commands of my master weigh upon me. I must return to the mountain promptly to report." Li Wangyou politely declined. He had no desire to remain here, bound by too many customs, feeling rather constrained, and he wished to explore the town's nightlife that evening. Seeing that his entreaties were in vain, old Master Wang instructed his servants to present a long-prepared, heavy brocade pouch as a token of gratitude, which evidently contained a considerable amount of spirit stones and precious metals. Li Wangyou scanned it with his spiritual sense, and his heart soared with joy, though his expression betrayed a hint of reluctance. This, old Master Wang is far too generous. The sect's rules do not permit. Such words are misplaced, esteemed emissary. This is merely a token of my goodwill, unrelated to sect regulations. It is simply to express my gratitude for your arduous journey. It must not be refused. Old Master Wang insisted, forcefully placing the pouch into Li Wangyou's hands. Reluctantly, Li Wangyou accepted it, inwardly commending the old man's astuteness. A respectful entourage escorted him to the gates of the Wang residence. Just as he was about to bid farewell and turn to depart, he noticed a slight movement of his ears. Behind him, within the courtyard, two young family disciples, who had just finished their shift, were walking and engaging in an excited, hushed conversation, their words drifting on the wind into his exceptionally keen ears. Is the news reliable? Have the spiritual fluctuations in Yunwu Marsh truly been unusual lately? Absolutely. My third uncle ventured there a few days ago to gather herbs and witnessed radiant light appearing in the Zexine area, along with an enchanting fragrance wafting through the air. Surely, a treasure is about to emerge. I've heard that several loose cultivators and small families have already sent people to investigate. Should we not also take a chance? The head of the family seems hesitant, mentioning that Yunwu Marsh is treacherous, prone to causing one to lose their way, and filled with miasma and venomous creatures, quite dangerous. What is there to fear? Wealth is sought through peril. If we truly discover some spirit herb or relic from the ancients, we would be fortunate indeed. Li Wangyou's steps faltered momentarily, a spark of keen interest gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 61. The rumors of the secret realm return to the mountain with a mission? How utterly mundane. Going back merely entails enduring my master's incessant lectures, braving the scowls of my senior brother, teasing the timid junior disciple, and listening to the nagging of the third senior sister. Whereas the thrill in that compared to exploring secret realms and seeking treasures. Li Wangyou promptly resolved to make his way to Yunwu Marsh. It was imperative. Feigning ignorance to his surroundings, he continued to stroll leisurely away from the Wang residence. However, he did not venture far. Instead, he meandered about Qinghe town, appearing casual while his keen ears functioned like the most sensitive radar, capturing every morsel of information related to Yunwu Marsh. He first settled in the town's largest tea house, ordering a pot of the cheapest coarse tea, all the while eavesdropping on the idle chatter of fellow patrons. Indeed, it wasn't long before he overheard a few individuals at the adjacent table, seemingly mercenaries or small traders, engaged in discussion. Have you heard? The situation at Yunwu Marsh has been quite turbulent lately. Turbulent is an understatement. I've heard tales of treasures radiating brilliance. Surely significant artifacts are about to emerge. Come now, with your meager skills, you still dare to covet these treasures? You'd be lucky if you don't end up losing your life in that miasma. What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. With so many venturing forth, we might as well try our luck at the outskirts and pick up what others overlook. Li Wangyou attentively listened, his heart gaining confidence. The news had indeed spread, and many were daring the journey, though danger loomed large. After finishing his tea, he stealthily made his way to the general store and apothecary nearby, where information was often most readily available. In the apothecary, he feigned interest in purchasing detoxification pills and miasma-repelling talismans, casually inquiring of the shopkeeper. How much for these detoxification pills? I've heard the situation around Yunwu Marsh is precarious. Best to be prepared. The shopkeeper, a lean middle-aged man, nodded knowingly. Young sir, you are well informed. Indeed, the number of people wishing to try their luck at Yunwu Marsh has surged lately. My stock of detoxification pills and miasma-repelling talismans is nearly depleted. As for the price, naturally, it's about 30% higher than usual. While Li Wangyou mentally cursed the unscrupulous merchant, he paid and continued to extract information. Oh, many have already ventured there? Is it truly dangerous? I've heard it's easy to get lost. The shopkeeper, while preparing the remedies, lowered his voice. It's not merely about getting lost. That Yunwu Marsh is quite sinister, perpetually shrouded in mist. Once inside, one struggles to discern direction, compounded by natural mazes, not to mention the poisonous insects and miasma within the swamps. Each year, countless reckless cultivators enter, never to return. However, he shifted his tone. It is said that this recent upheaval is of extraordinary significance, possibly a rare opportunity that hasn't arisen in decades, which explains the surge of adventurers. If you wish to go, young sir, be sure to assemble a reliable team. Never venture alone. Li Wangyou nodded earnestly, though inwardly he mused. Form a team? How could one quietly amass wealth in such a manner? Through diligent inquiry and the collation of information, Li Wangyou garnered a general understanding of Yunwu Marsh. It is a vast marshland nestled amidst mountains, perpetually enveloped in dense fog, hence its name. The environment is harsh, rife with miasma, teeming with poisonous creatures, and characterized by a labyrinthine terrain, posing considerable danger to lower-tier cultivators. However, it is also a gateway to a low-level secret realm that opens every few years. Within this realm, the spiritual energy is comparatively abundant, nurturing rare spiritual herbs and minerals seldom found in the outside world. Occasionally, fragments of ancient techniques or magical treasures left behind by predecessors may also be discovered. Thus, each time the secret realm opens, it draws numerous chi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators, as well as young disciples from small families, seeking their fortunes. This time, it is said that the disturbances are more intense than ever before, with omens of radiant light and enchanting fragrances frequently appearing, leading many to speculate that extraordinary treasures are about to emerge. The notions of secret realms, treasures, and adventure ignited a spark in Li Wangyou's eyes, as if he could already envision countless spiritual stones, herbs, and magical artifacts beckoning to him. Danger? Has Li Wangyou ever feared danger? What peril could a mere low-level secret realm possibly hold? Could it be more treacherous than his master's ruler or the cold gaze of Uncle Jinyu? After ascertaining the general location of Yunwu Marsh, Li Wangyou swiftly sought out a secluded corner, retrieving a rudimentary map. His finger traced the map, deliberately bypassing the route back to the Sect, instead resolutely pointing towards the area marked by marshes and mist. A confident yet mischievous smile curled at the corner of his lips as he rolled the map and tucked it back into his bosom. Treasures are meant for those with destiny. I dare say I am quite fortunate. With that, he oriented himself, stepping forth with a light-hearted gait, humming an off-key tune, and eagerly set off towards the direction of Yunwu Marsh. Chapter 62. The entrance to the misty marsh. Li Wanyu journeyed leisurely, occasionally engaging in acts of chivalry. After several days, he finally arrived at the outskirts of Yunwu Marsh, as marked on the map. The closer he drew, the heavier the humidity in the air became, laced with a peculiar scent reminiscent of decaying vegetation. In the distance, an expansive marshland shrouded in thick grayish-white mist unfolded before his eyes, the dense fog coiling like a monstrous beast lying in wait, imparting an oppressive yet enigmatic aura. This place was far more bustling than he had imagined. On a relatively dry highland at the marsh's periphery, a rudimentary market and gathering spot had spontaneously formed. Numerous tents and makeshift shelters crowded the area, with a constant flow of people, their voices creating a cacophony. Various cultivators mingled among the throng. Some donned matching attire, clearly disciples of minor clans or sects, while others, dressed in diverse garb, bore wary expressions, exuding the air of weary wanderers. The shouts of vendors, the sounds of haggling, disputes, and calls for team formation filled the air. Premium anti-poison pills. Only a few bottles left. First come, first served. Looking for teammates. Need one adept in earth-based techniques. Rewards will be distributed according to contributions. Freshly made insect repellent powder. The bane of the toxic creatures in Yunwu Marsh. Only 3 spirit stones. Step aside. We were here first. The entire area was a chaotic mix, with a palpable atmosphere of tension, excitement, and restlessness. All eyes instinctively gravitated toward the depths of the marsh, veiled in thick mist, where greed, longing, and caution shimmered in their gazes. Li Wanyu stealthily blended into the crowd. He had already employed secret techniques to impeccably conceal his golden core stage cultivation fluctuations, projecting only a faint aura akin to that of a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator, an unremarkable level among scattered cultivators, neither too high nor too low, ensuring he would neither be looked down upon nor attract undue attention, making it ideal for navigating murky waters. Clad in a somewhat worn gray robe, borrowed from an unfortunate ruffian along the way, and with a smudge of dust on his face, he appeared as an ordinary wandering cultivator, somewhat anxious yet expectant, seeking fortune on his own. As he wove through the crowd, he discreetly observed his surroundings. In the center of the gathering, near the marsh's edge, the mist was particularly thick, and he could vaguely sense an unstable spatial fluctuation emanating from within. This was likely the entrance to the secret realm. However, it was clear that the entrance had yet to stabilize completely, and to recklessly venture forth would risk being torn apart by chaotic spatial forces. Everyone was awaiting the opportune moment to enter. His gaze swept over the stalls of cultivators, most selling medicinal pills, talismans, and low-tier magical artifacts of varying quality, yet priced considerably higher than those outside. A typical disaster profiteering scheme. He then observed those forming teams. Their strengths and weaknesses varied, with an undercurrent of distrust, where disputes and haggling were the norm. Others, like him, were solitary figures, watching with keen eyes, their intentions obscured. Truly a gathering of all manner of oddities. Li Wanyu pondered within himself, finding this place more intriguing than the sect, albeit somewhat smaller, as he contemplated whether to find a spot to rest, or perhaps set up a stall to sell some local specialties. A sudden stir arose from the periphery of the crowd, accompanied by hushed exclamations. Look, it's the people from Qinglan's sect. They have indeed arrived. Truly, the largest sect within 100 miles, their presence was imposing. Following the sound, Li Wanyu beheld a group of 5 or 6 individuals parting the throng, making their way toward the entrance of the secret realm. Clad uniformly in azure sect attire, each bore an air of haughtiness, casting disdainful glances at the scattered cultivators and the disciples of minor families around them. Leading the pack was a young man whose demeanor exuded calmness, already possessing the cultivation level of mid-foundation establishment, thus standing out among the lower-tier cultivators gathered in this locale. Qinglan sect? Li Wanyu searched his memory. It seemed to be a second-rate sect, its strength paled in comparison to Lingxiao Palace. Yet in this small corner of the world, they certainly wielded considerable influence. The few disciples of Qinglan's sect strode directly to the closest position near the entrance, which had previously been occupied by several scattered cultivator teams. Without a hint of courtesy, they forcefully drove the others away, seizing the prime observation point. The displaced cultivators, though simmering with indignation, dared not voice their grievances. The leading disciple of Qinglan's sect cast a sweeping gaze over the swirling mists, casually informing his companions, "The entrance will require half a day to stabilize. Our sect is intent on acquiring the three-leaf spirit herb located within the marsh. Let us remain vigilant and ensure that unsavory characters do not disrupt our endeavors." "Indeed, Brother Lu," responded the other disciples in unison, their tones brimming with confidence, as if the treasure were already securely in their possession. Wangyou, blending into the crowd, overheard their conversation with clarity, his gaze drifting over the arrogant disciples of Qinglan's sect, particularly lingering on the bulging storage bags at their waists. He instinctively licked his lips. The three-leaf spirit herb? It certainly sounds like a valuable prize. Disciples of a major sect? They must have substantial resources, and their demeanor suggests a lack of worldly experience. He chuckled inwardly, envisioning them as plump sheep, and a flock of them had just arrived. Chapter 63. The opening of the secret realm under the watchful gaze of countless eager, greedy, and expectant eyes. The tumultuous fog at the edge of Yunwu Marsh began to transform. The once chaotic spatial fluctuations gradually settled, as if an invisible hand were gently parting the dense mist, revealing a hazy, pulsating gateway of light. Beyond this portal lay a scene starkly different from the outside world, a realm of deeper enigmas, twisted grotesque trees, marshes filled with stagnant water, and an ever-present, thick fog. The entrance stabilized. "We can enter. Charge forth. The treasure lies within." Someone's shout ignited the fervor of all who awaited. The long-suppressed greed and desire erupted like a volcanic explosion. The gathered cultivators surged forth like a deluge released from a dam, their eyes ablaze, scrambling towards the luminous portal. The din of shouts, the sounds of pushing and shoving, and even the clash of weapons resonated in a cacophony, in their fervent rush to be the first to enter the secret realm and seize the potential opportunities. The fragile facade of tranquility was shattered, and chaotic conflicts erupted at the entrance. Occasionally, weaker cultivators were trampled underfoot or shoved aside by stronger ones, their cries of anguish and curses filling the air. A few disciples from the Qinglan sect, relying on their superior cultivation and numbers, coldly snorted, unleashing their spiritual energy to forcefully carve a path, leading the charge into the light and vanishing within. Other sizable groups employed various tactics, desperately pushing forward. However, Wangyou remained unperturbed. He appeared as an outsider, leisurely positioning himself slightly behind the crowd, deliberately avoiding the tumult of chaos. "Why rush? Are we hurrying to reincarnate?" He observed the frenzied cultivators with a smirk. The treasures within the secret realm would not sprout legs and flee. Would entering first guarantee success? Perhaps the first to enter would merely spring the traps. Having perused numerous tales, mostly folk histories and bizarre chronicles, he was well aware that in such explorations, the early bird often meets its demise, while the fisherman reaps the benefits when the clam and snipe contend. Once the initial wave of madness had subsided, and the conflicts at the entrance had eased, with the strongest and most organized teams having already entered, those remaining were mostly of average strength, hesitant, or like him, seeking to benefit from the chaos. At last, Wangyou decided to make his move. He dusted himself off and leisurely stepped forward, joining the tail end of the throng as he entered the luminous portal. In the instant he passed through, a slight dizziness from spatial transmission washed over him, barely noteworthy against the backdrop of his formidable consciousness. The next moment, the vista before him opened up, only to be quickly shrouded by a new veil of mist. He found himself within the depths of the Yunwu Marsh secret realm. Here, the fog seemed even thicker and more viscous than outside, with visibility reduced to mere yards. The air was heavy with a potent, damp miasma, intermingled with the faint, peculiar aroma of strange spiritual plants and the scent of earth. Beneath his feet lay a soft, muddy marshland, occasionally yielding to the hardness of stones or the remnants of sunken, decayed wood. It is evident that here, the divine consciousness is subjected to significant suppression. What was once effortlessly capable of encompassing a radius of several dozen miles has now been constricted to a mere 100 meters, rendering perception indistinct and nebulous. Such an environment undoubtedly amplifies the peril and unpredictability of exploration, making it all too easy to lose one's way and encounter sudden assaults, whether from the inherent dangers of the secret realm or from other cultivators. This cursed place indeed possesses its mysteries. Wangyou felt the weight of his suppressed consciousness and curled his lips in disdain. However, this degree of suppression posed little challenge for him. 100 meters was ample space for him to react. Moreover, the thick fog? The denser the fog, the more favorable the circumstances for him. He lifted his gaze and surveyed the surroundings, noting that the initial group of cultivators had already dispersed, vanishing into the depths of the dense fog. He could faintly hear distant sounds of combat, exclamations, and the stirrings of exploration. The later arrivals also chose their paths, cautiously probing deeper until their figures too were engulfed by the mist. Li Wanyu remained steadfast, refraining from arbitrarily selecting a direction. He closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the environment. Despite the suppression of his consciousness, his extraordinary spiritual perception successfully detected the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy and the lingering auras left by several disciples of the Qinglan sect just minutes prior. Still partially unveiled by the fog, a sly smile crept across his lips. The unfortunate disciples of the Qinglan sect. Oh no, his esteemed seniors. Wait for me. He discerned the direction, and with a swift motion, he melded seamlessly into the fog like a wraith, silently pursuing his quarry. The hunt had begun. Chapter 64, Professional Equipment. The dense fog served as the perfect cover. Li Wanyu moved like a specter through the mist, trailing several disciples of the Qinglan sect from a distance. Clearly, they were well acquainted with this mystical realm, advancing at a brisk pace with a definitive objective in mind. Along the way, they casually gathered a few seemingly promising spiritual herbs and deftly dealt with several low-level venomous creatures that had suddenly emerged from the marsh. Their cooperation appeared rather harmonious. Li Wanyu was in no hurry to act. He was observing, biding his time for the opportune moment. In this realm shrouded in fog, where spiritual senses were constrained, it was indeed a blessed sanctuary for redistributing resources. However, he understood the importance of discretion. After all, they were numerous. And that mid-foundation stage Brother Liu seemed quite formidable. A brazen approach? Too crude, not in keeping with Li Wangyou's aesthetic, though, admittedly, he had little in the way of aesthetics. Strategy was essential, professionalism was key. After following them for some distance, he estimated that they had ventured deep into the secret realm. The fog thickened, and the sounds of combat and the presence of cultivators became sparse. The moment was nearly ripe. With a swift motion, Li Wanyu slipped silently into a nearby thicket of peculiar shrubs, enveloped in mist, effectively concealing himself. First, he cautiously surveyed the area within a 100-meter radius with his suppressed spiritual sense, confirming his temporary safety. Then, with excitement, he rubbed his hands together and began to retrieve his tools from his storage pouch. First, he donned a form-fitting outfit designed for nocturnal endeavors. This was no ordinary black garment. It was woven from the silk of a low-tier shadow spider, mixed with special dyes, soft and breathable, capable of absorbing light to an exceptional degree. Once clad in this attire, he melded seamlessly into the surrounding gloom. Next, he produced his primary weapon. A seemingly unremarkable short staff, about 2 feet long, appeared in his grasp. This was not merely a wooden stick. It was a low-tier magical artifact he had crafted during a bout of boredom while in seclusion. Using a piece of dark ironwood and a hint of spirit-absorbing mineral powder pilfered from his second elder brother. Its functions were straightforward yet effective. It was incredibly sturdy, impervious to ordinary spiritual instruments. Embedded within were fragments of lightning wood, capable of releasing a mild electric current upon impact, inducing brief muscular paralysis. And the surface bore the simplest of silencing runes, allowing it to be wielded with minimal sound. Li Wanyu fondly weighed the professional club in his hands, appreciating its solid feel and smooth transmission of spiritual energy. Old friend, I shall rely on you this time, he murmured to the staff. Yet, a mere club was insufficient. He also retrieved several talismans, not of an offensive nature, but rather voice-altering talismans that could temporarily modify his vocalizations and mimic simple animal growls or whimpers to confuse his foes and create chaos. Additionally, he had a few low-tier breath-concealing talismans. Although they would have little effect on him, a golden core master, using them was better than not, adding a sense of ritual. Finally, he produced a small jade vial and poured out a peculiar low-tier disguise pill. This concoction was secretly brewed by him using the remnants of materials from the third senior sister's medicinal garden, based on a recipe from a tattered ancient tome. While its efficacy may not be flawless, it suffices to deceive fellow practitioners of the same or lower ranks. Its drawbacks include a pungent flavor and a fleeting duration, lasting at most 1 or 2 hours. In pursuit of the noble cause of robbing the rich to aid the poor, he steeled himself. Li Wanyu pinched his nose, his expression resolute, and swallowed the rather odorous disguise pill. As the elixir entered his abdomen, it swiftly transformed into a surge of warmth that radiated throughout. Almost immediately, he felt a series of faint, unsettling cracking sounds emanating from his facial bones and muscles, as if countless tiny insects were wriggling beneath his skin. The sensation was itchy and numbing, neither painful nor wholly comfortable. Li Wanyu fought the urge to claw at his face, silently channeling his spiritual energy to guide the medicinal effects. After several breaths, the peculiar feeling gradually subsided. He touched his face, noting its rough texture and taut skin. His brow was pronounced, and his nose appeared slightly flattened, bearing little resemblance to the refined visage of the youthful boy he once was. He chuckled softly and retrieved a small copper mirror from his storage pouch for inspection. The reflection revealed no longer the delicate youth with mischievous charm, but rather a burly man with a face marred by excess flesh, dark and coarse skin, and a gruesome centipede-like scar stretching from his left brow to his right cheek, appearing to be at least in his 30s, with a fierce demeanor. Ah, splendid. Truly imposing. One could easily discern the aura of a seasoned rogue who has traversed the world for many years. Li Wanyu bared his teeth at the mirror, striving to adopt a menacing expression, his voice rendered raspy and coarse by the dual effects of the elixir and a voice-altering talisman. Halt. This path leads to nowhere. Surrender your valuables if you know what is good for you. He was amused by his own new persona, quickly covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. The perfect disguise was complete. With professional gear and an equally professional appearance, it was time to engage in professional endeavors. He hefted the specially crafted blunt weapon onto his shoulder, gauged the remaining duration of the disguise potion, discerned the direction in which the disciples of the Qinglan sect had departed, and flashed what he deemed a fearsome grin, blending once more into the dense fog. Oh, dear unsuspecting sheep, it is I, Scarred Lu, here to bring warmth. Chapter 65, The First Bucket of Gold. The mighty version, the dense fog lingered, and Li Wangyu's face was a canvas of rugged flesh, his scarred visage reminiscent of a formidable and fierce rogue, akin to a black panther stalking its prey, silently weaving through the mist. His patience was exceptional, refraining from immediate action as he observed, searching for the most opportune moment. The 5-member team from the Qinglan sect advanced in an irregular diamond formation. The mid-foundation establishment brother Lu led the way, his mind sharply focused, occasionally brandishing his sword to clear obstructing vines or casting vigilant glances ahead. Flanking him on either side and at the rear were 3 disciples at the late-to-peak stage of qi refinement, their strength not to be underestimated. Yet in Li Wangyu's eyes, they appeared as inept as toddlers just learning to walk. His gaze ultimately settled on the smallest disciple at the rear. This youth appeared the youngest, seemingly the weakest among them, likely at the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement. As he walked, he seemed slightly distracted, occasionally turning to glance at the peculiar thickets shrouded in fog, his face betraying the nervousness and curiosity characteristic of a novice embarking on their first journey of training. It is you, my little darling. Li Wanyu licked his lips, feeling the tightness of his skin due to the disguise pill. The action slightly awkward, yet he imagined himself exuding an aura of sinister charm. He suppressed all his presence to the utmost, becoming akin to a lifeless stone. His movements grew increasingly light and elusive, employing the advanced technique of stepping on snow without a trace, a signature skill from the Zhuang Peak. Perhaps now more aptly termed stepping on fog without a trace. The distance gradually diminished. 30 paces, 20 paces, 15 paces. The leading brother Lu seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly halting and signaling the team to pause. Instantly, tension gripped everyone. Their weapons clutched tightly as they scanned their surroundings warily. What an opportune moment, just as their attention was drawn to the potential danger ahead. At the instant they momentarily halted, their spirits slightly relaxed. Scarred Lu sprang into action. His speed was unparalleled. He lunged straight for the small disciple at the back. Thanks to his specially crafted night outfit and the silent cudgel, he scarcely stirred the air. The small disciple felt a sudden turbulence in the fog behind him, a chilling gust sweeping towards him. Terror washed over him as he instinctively yearned to scream, to turn, to activate his protective talisman. But it was too late. In the fleeting moment before his eyes could fully widen, before his neck could even begin to twist. Bang! A dull thud resonated against the back of his head. The sound was muted, courtesy of the sound-dampening runes on the cudgel, failing to carry beyond 5 paces. Swallowed by the denser fog, the disciple's vision darkened, and all thoughts, all fears slipped away. He didn't even perceive the paralyzing current that followed. As he lost consciousness entirely, his body collapsing toward the ground, Li Wanyu wielded his staff with one hand while his other hand had been poised for action, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair. He deftly seized the limp form of his opponent, ensuring that the individual did not crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, he lightly flicked his toes, effortlessly dislodging the bulging storage pouch from the opponent's waist, which then gracefully fell into his palm. Success! It was only at this moment that the senior disciple Lu seemed to detect a faint ripple of spiritual energy and a barely perceptible muffled sound. He turned sharply, his voice laced with authority. Wangyou? What transpired? His gaze swept across the rear of the group. However, before his vision could reach its destination, Wangyou had already retreated with his spoils, the highly effective bludgeon, and the warm storage pouch clutched in his hand. Like a specter, he swiftly melded into the thick fog, vanishing without a trace. What remained for Liu and the other 3 disciples, who had turned in response to the noise, was an empty space behind them, and a faint impression on the ground as if something had just been delicately pressed against it. Wangyou! Exclaimed a nearby disciple in shock, and they soon realized that Wangyou at the rear of the group had inexplicably vanished. Something amiss. Be on guard. Liu's complexion shifted dramatically as he unsheathed his sword, positioning it defensively before him. His mind frantically scanned the surroundings. Yet it felt as if his efforts were swallowed by the abyss, with the dense fog constricting his perception to a minuscule perimeter, yielding no discoveries. The other 3 disciples were paralyzed with fear, forming a small defensive circle, their faces pale and eyes darting suspiciously through the roiling mist, as if any moment a fearsome beast might emerge. Just moments ago, Wangyou was merely a few paces behind me. One disciple stammered. What kind of beast is this? Its speed is incredible. I didn't catch a glimpse. It felt like a gust of wind passed by. Liu's expression darkened further as he approached the spot where Wangyou had stood, examining the ground meticulously. There were no traces of blood, no signs of struggle. Only a slight dragging mark that swiftly faded into the damp earth. It was as if his living brother had been silently engulfed by the fog. This unknown, eerie assault was far more terrifying than confronting a ferocious creature head-on. Be cautious of your footing. And above us, it could be a stealthy venomous insect or an enchanted vine. Liu could only deduce this, yet a heavy shroud of dread enveloped his heart. How long had they been in the secret realm? And already, they had inexplicably lost one of their own. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of the enemy. The atmosphere within the small team instantaneously shifted from a slight tension to one of sheer panic, each member gripped by a sense of impending doom. As their pace slowed dramatically, every step was taken with trepidation. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, scarred Liu, had long since fled over 100 paces away. Utilizing his exceptional spiritual awareness and acute sensitivity to presences, he navigated through the fog with intricate twists and turns, deliberately choosing the more challenging and obscure paths. He sprinted nearly 10 miles before finally halting behind a massive, gnarled tree with a hollowed trunk. After cautiously scanning the vicinity once more with his spiritual perception to ensure his absolute safety, he finally exhaled a long, satisfying breath. What a thrill! Leaning against the rough bark of the tree, he felt his heart racing wildly from the recent surge of adrenaline and excitement, a sensation that was truly invigorating. He glanced down at the spoils in his hand, a modest, low-grade storage bag adorned with a crooked character for king, presumably a nod to the unfortunate disciple Wang. Ah, dear Wang, I express my gratitude for your generous donation. When you awaken, you shall discover that this is merely a small test from life, designed to expedite your growth. No need for thanks. I am Lingxiao. Wangyou mused without a care in the world, his lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. He weighed the storage bag in his hand. It felt pleasantly heavy, indicating a substantial bounty within. Ah, the time has come for a delightful surprise. He eagerly extended a thread of spiritual energy into the bag. The restrictions on such a storage device belonging to a mere chi refinement disciple were negligible to him. With a gentle surge of energy, it yielded completely. With a swift motion, he emptied its contents onto the ground before the tree hollow. The first thing that caught his eye was a small pile of glimmering low-grade spirit stones. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be at least 50 or 60 of them. For a disciple in the chi refinement stage, this constituted a considerable fortune, perhaps his entire savings, or specially prepared for this expedition into the secret realm. Indeed, robbery is the quickest route to wealth. Wangyou's eyes sparkled as he unceremoniously swept all the spirit stones into his own storage bag. Next came an assortment of miscellaneous items, several sets of ordinary clothing, a couple of vials containing basic healing and energy-replenishing elixirs, a few low-tier fire and wind talismans, whose effectiveness seemed limited to kindling a fire or stirring up dust, a crumpled booklet that appeared to be the foundational techniques of the Qingluan sect, along with some provisions and a water skin. What a miserly Wangyou scoffed, yet adhering to the principle of gathering all that could be salvaged. He collected the elixirs and talismans as well. Every morsel counts, after all. Even if he had no use for them, he might sell them to some unsuspecting fool, or rather, to those in need. His gaze continued to scan the clutter until, suddenly, a small, dark, irregularly shaped fragment caught his attention. This piece felt icy to the touch, lacking any sheen, and emitted no discernible aura of spiritual energy. It resembled refuse chipped off from some dilapidated furnace, blending inconspicuously among the odds and ends. What is this? Rubbish? Wangyou pondered as he picked it up, examining it from various angles without gleaning any insight. With his golden core stage perception, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary object. Instinctively, he considered discarding it, but then hesitated. Surely, a Qi refinement disciple would not embark on a treacherous journey to a secret realm burdened with worthless scrap metal? Could it be something of value that he simply failed to recognize? He inspected it again meticulously, even employing a hint of his golden core consciousness for further probing. Yet it remained unresponsive. How peculiar. Am I overthinking this? Is it truly just garbage? Wangyou scratched his head, ultimately deciding to keep it. After all, it might be a treasure, perhaps requiring a drop of blood to recognize its master? Or does it require special conditions to be triggered? He tossed the inexplicable black fragment into his storage bag, resolving to study it further when time permitted. After meticulously counting all the spoils, although he did not uncover any earth-shattering treasures, the 50 or so low-grade spirit stones had already filled him with satisfaction. This was indeed a venture with no risk and abundant profit. Wangyou patted his now plump storage bag, and his scarred, fierce visage could hardly contain a smile of contentment, albeit appearing particularly eerie and intimidating alongside his countenance. A splendid start. Fortune smiles upon me, he mused joyfully, wondering who the next fortunate soul would be. With business just commencing, one must seize the moment. Chapter 66. The Elder's Guidance. Carrying a heavy club, the scarred Lu wandered through the thick fog for another half-hour. During this time, he sensed several waves of cultivators in the distance. Yet they either numbered too many to engage or were so destitute that he could almost smell their poverty from afar, extinguishing any spark of enthusiasm for his endeavors. The thrill from earlier, when he had robbed disciples of the Qinglan sect, was slowly fading, leaving Wangyou feeling somewhat bored. Despite his fierce appearance, the constant search for targets with a blunt instrument seemed lacking in sophistication, which did not align with his adaptable and cunning approach. A change of strategy was warranted. He stroked the rough stubble that had recently emerged on his chin, and his eyes began to twinkle with mischief. Although the effects of the disguise pill were still in play, altering his appearance was merely a matter of consuming another. He pondered that continually portraying a violent thug would only attract animosity, and with a prominent target like himself, it would be unwise if Brother Lu from the Qinglan sect regained his senses and organized a hunt for the scarred villain. Thus, he concluded that he needed a nondescript persona, one that would elicit relaxation and complacency in others. As he contemplated this, he slipped behind a rock. Once more, he retrieved the small jade vial containing the disguise pill, wrinkling his nose in distaste, but he gritted his teeth and swallowed another. The familiar sensation of his bones and muscles shifting coursed through him once again. This time, however, the transformation was starkly different from before. After a few breaths, he emerged from behind the rock. The imposing figure of the brawny man had vanished, replaced by a stooped old man with a head full of disheveled white hair, his face etched with deep wrinkles and age spots. Clad in a rough, patched linen robe, he leaned on a gnarled branch scavenged from who knows where, swaying unsteadily as if a stronger gust of wind could topple him. His eyes were cloudy, and he seemed to murmur to himself, embodying a confused old hermit who had stumbled into a secret realm hoping for fortune but had lost his way. Coughing deliberately, he feigned a raspy, aged voice, imbued with a palpable sense of fatigue. Wangyou, now adopting the guise of an anonymous elder, felt immensely pleased with his new appearance. This was the very essence of frailty, pitifulness, and helplessness. Who could possibly associate such a feeble old man with a brutish thug? He suppressed all his aura, even regulating his breath to a faint and prolonged whisper, perfectly embodying the state of a lowly, decrepit cultivator. With that, he leaned on the branch and began to meander slowly along the fog-laden marsh's edge, as if searching for something or merely wandering aimlessly. Before long, his target appeared. A commotion erupted not far ahead, suggesting a group of 4 or 5 individuals engaged in a heated argument. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the old man's eyes as he promptly adjusted his course, tremblingly making his way toward the source of the noise. After navigating around a few dense thickets, he caught sight of a band of wandering cultivators, 4 men and 1 woman. Their cultivation levels fluctuating between the mid to late stages of Qi refinement, were clad in various attires, yet all bore the weary and vigilant demeanor characteristic of wandering cultivators. At that moment, they were huddled together, seemingly embroiled in a heated dispute. This area is clearly marked on the map. The mist-obscured flower must be nearby, growled a scar-faced man in a hushed tone, impatience evident in his voice as he clutched a tattered beast-hide map. Boss Wang, we've been searching for an hour. Not a single trace, complained another tall and slender individual, swatting away the mosquitoes that buzzed menacingly at his neck. This cursed place is shrouded in fog, teeming with venomous insects. If we linger here any longer, we might lose our lives without even finding the flower. Indeed, Wangyou, perhaps we should consider a different location? This place gives me the creeps, chimed in the lone female cultivator, her complexion paling slightly. Change location? How easily you suggest it. The mist-obscured flower is the principal ingredient for several detoxifying elixirs, and its price in the market is soaring. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we might encounter it again? The scar-faced man, referred to as Wang, glared fiercely at his companions. Focus your efforts. It must be around here. However, just as the group was caught in their relentless argument, a frail, quavering voice unexpectedly wafted through the mist. Ahem, esteemed friends, please show some mercy. The 5 wandering cultivators, startled like frightened rabbits, spun around, weapons drawn, warily aiming towards the source of the voice. Emerging from the dense fog was an elderly man, leaning heavily on a cane, his hunched back suggesting he could collapse at any moment. His face was etched with fear and exhaustion, and his murky eyes regarded them with a glimmer of desperation. Who are you? Wang demanded sharply, his gaze scrutinizing the old man as his consciousness probed the air. The results of his inquiry slightly eased his wariness. The old man's presence was so feeble it was nearly imperceptible, likely not even at the 3rd level of qi refinement, resembling someone on the brink of death, posing no threat whatsoever. The others, sensing the same, also relaxed their stances, yet they kept their weapons at the ready. I am but an old man surnamed Hu, merely a dying wandering cultivator. The character played by Wangyou coughed violently, as if to expel his very lungs, continuing in a raspy voice. I have wandered into this place, lost my way. My provisions are nearly exhausted. You noble friends appear to be exceptional individuals. Could you kindly show me the way, or perhaps spare some food? His performance was strikingly convincing, embodying the frailty of his character, the appropriate fear of an unfamiliar environment, and the instinctive reverence and plea for help directed towards the powerful, perfectly encapsulating the image of a lowly wandering cultivator. Wang furrowed his brow, evidently reluctant to engage with this unexpected old nuisance. As he was about to wave them away, the female cultivator seemed reluctant and interjected, Brother Wang. It's just a lost old man, rather pitiable. The tall, thin figure glanced at the elder and, with a sudden spark of curiosity, inquired, Old man, while wandering about here, have you come across a small flower with pale blue petals, resembling condensed mist? It stands about this high. He gestured with his hand. Wangyou stifled a laugh inwardly. The bait had been taken. Yet, he feigned a look of perplexity, as if suddenly recalling something, and trembled while pointing towards the depths of the marsh. Blue flowers? I seem to have a vague recollection. I was rather flustered earlier. But it seems, it might be over there. Yes, right there, beside a muddy pit. I believe I caught a glimpse of a few. They were quite shiny and looked lovely, but I dared not approach. That place appeared ominous. The direction he indicated happened to be the coldest and most fog-laden area of the marsh, and within his perception, there indeed lay a cleverly concealed and highly alluring quagmire, its surface cloaked in a thin layer of decayed leaves and duckweed, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Really? Where exactly? Upon hearing this, Wang Laoda instantly perked up, urgently pressing for details. It's just over there, about 100 steps in, there's a crooked tree. Yes. Next to the peculiar tree. Wangyou continued to describe with a quivering voice, weaving intricate details. However, he added, but that place seems rather treacherous. I feel my feet slipping. Fellow cultivators, if you go there, please be extremely cautious. The more he urged caution, the more convincing his words seemed to the others. Had the old man claimed absolute safety, they would have doubted it instead. Excellent. Thank you, elder. A smile broke on Wang Laoda's face, and he even unusually cupped his fists in gratitude towards Wangyou. Then, he eagerly signaled to his subordinates, Brothers, did you hear that? It's over there. Hurry, let's not let anyone else get there first. Elder, thank you. Here, take this. The kind-hearted female cultivator pulled out a flatbread from her provisions and pressed it into Wangyou's hands. He accepted it with heartfelt gratitude, repeatedly thanking her. Thank you, fairy. Thank you, fairy. Good deeds will surely be rewarded. You will find a spirit flower. At that moment, Wang Laoda and his entourage were already lost in thoughts of the mist-shrouded flower, disregarding the old man as they hurried towards the direction Li Wanyu had indicated. Li Wanyu leaned on his cane, standing still as he watched their figures vanish into the thick fog, his murky old eyes no longer reflecting any fear or gratitude, but rather a cunning smile of triumph. He tore off a small piece of the flatbread and chewed it. Ugh, quite coarse, it scratches the throat, he grimaced, tossing the remainder into the marsh to feed the insects. Then, he pricked his ears to listen. Before long, faint sounds of panic and chaotic splashing began to drift from that direction. Ah, this is bad. It's the marsh. Help. Pull me up. Brother Wang. Save me. I've sunk. Don't move. The more you struggle, the faster you sink. Quickly find something to pull us out. The atmosphere was rife with chaos and terror, punctuated by the unsettling sounds of bubbling mud. A broader smile graced Li Wangyou's face, for he was not the least bit surprised. The mud trap was a location he had previously discerned with his spiritual senses. It possessed an immense suction power, and once a cultivator in the qi refining stage became ensnared, extricating oneself without assistance was nearly impossible. He harbored no desire for the lives of these wandering cultivators. His intentions were purely for profit. Thus, while the trap was deep, it was unlikely to claim any lives in the immediate future, merely subjecting them to hardship and exhausting their strength. After a brief interlude, he presumed the unfortunate souls were preoccupied with their muddy plight, unable to attend to anything else. Li Wanyu then propped himself up with his staff, his formerly hunched and trembling form straightening somewhat, his steps growing sprightly and vigorous, shedding any semblance of frailty. Like a seasoned hunter, he stealthily approached the scene of the incident. Soon enough, he beheld a captivating sight. Beside a crooked, gnarled tree, a vast mud pit was bubbling ominously. All 5 members of the wandering cultivator team were ensnared within it. The situation was dire for the tall, slender figure and the 2 worst-off disciples, with the mud reaching their chests, their faces ashen with fear as they cried out in panic, flailing their arms which only hastened their descent. Their belongings had long been discarded, strewn about the comparatively firm ground at the edge of the mud pit. Help! Is anyone there? Pull me up. I will give you all my spirit stones, they cried, their voices rising in desperation upon sighting the returning elder, as if he were a beacon of hope. Elder, please save us. Quickly, pull us up. Yes, yes. Elder, have mercy. Find a vine. Li Wanyu, masquerading as the elder, approached the edge of the mud pit and surveyed their plight with an expression of feigned concern. Oh dear, what a predicament. How could you all be so careless? An old man like me. How could I possibly pull you out? As he spoke, he appeared to fretfully pace around the pit, ostensibly searching for something to assist them. In truth, his nimble toes discreetly nudged the bulging bundles and a small cloth bag away from the pit, guiding them into the nearby underbrush. His movements were fluid and natural, perfectly complementing the image of a frail, anxious elder, leaving no room for suspicion. The cultivators ensnared in the mud were solely focused on their survival, oblivious to the fact that their meager possessions were being surreptitiously relocated by their supposed savior. Elder, don't just stand there. Think of something. Go find someone. Bring someone to rescue us. Wang Laodao managed to retain a semblance of composure, urgently shouting. Ah, yes, yes. Find someone. I shall go seek assistance at once. You must hold on. You must endure. Li Wanyu seemed to be jolted from a stupor, hurriedly nodding in agreement. Then clumsily gathering the spoils he had carelessly tossed into the thicket, he turned to retrace his steps, moving with a tremulous urgency, as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. Hurry up, old man. Please. The anxious cries and the squelching sounds of mud echoed behind him, yet Li Wanyu, cradling his bounty, soon vanished into the dense fog. This time, he ventured a bit farther, seeking refuge within a thicket to tally his gains. Though his haul was not as bountiful as the plunder from the disciples of the Qinglan sect, he still secured over 20 low-grade spirit stones and some basic materials and herbs, better than nothing, indeed. After stowing his treasures, he adjusted his attire and transformed back into the guise of a stooped old man. Leaning on his cane, he emerged from the foliage, faint echoes of despairing cries still resonating in the distance. He paused, casting a glance toward that direction, shaking his head as he sighed in a slow, aged voice. Young people, always so impatient. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders, they suffer the consequences at hand. Alas! With that, he leaned on his cane and leisurely ambled toward the direction opposite the cries for help, shrouded in deeper mists, concealing his true prowess and identity. Chapter 67. The enigmatic woman's plea. Li Wanyu weighed the meager spiritual stones acquired from his second labor, curling his lip in disdain. Such paltry gains were utterly trivial compared to robbing disciples of the sect. Furthermore, the monotonous routine of providing guidance only to cast them into the abyss had grown stale. It was imperative to innovate and differentiate his approach. Thus, he began to contemplate mischievous schemes. The sole female among the group of rogue cultivators appeared to elicit sympathy more readily, although it was she who ultimately provided him with sustenance. She was also the one who suffered the most. Ahem, what a transgression. Could the optimization of resources truly be deemed a pitfall? The effects of the disguise pill began to wane, as the wrinkles on his face loosened slightly. He once again ducked behind a dense thicket of ferns, deftly retrieving another disguise pill. This time, he sought something truly explosive. A grin crept across his face, imbued with the exhilaration of artistic creation as he swallowed the pill. His muscles and bones began to shift once more, but the sensations were entirely different this time. He seemed to shrink slightly in height, his shoulders narrowed. His waist became slender, while his hips subtly broadened, sculpting an alluring silhouette. The skin on his face grew smooth and taut, with refined pores, and his features softened with delicate adjustments. His once disheveled white hair quickly transformed into a lustrous, raven-black mane. After a few breaths, a completely new Wangyou emerged. He rummaged through his storage bag, extracting a pink robe of decent material, evidently pilfered from some unfortunate soul's belongings. The color and style were unmistakably feminine, suggesting its original owner was a beauty-loving female cultivator. Unceremoniously, he tore at the sleeves and hem with spiritual power, creating the illusion of having been torn by the claws of a ferocious beast, while deliberately smudging mud and green moss on the fabric for added authenticity. Having completed these preparations, he surveyed his reflection. His figure was graceful, curvaceous, and the tattered garment artfully exposed his alabaster shoulder and a glimpse of his smooth calf, exuding a charm that was both delicate and enticing. However, the emptiness in the chest area was a minor concern. With a flick of his eyes, Wangyou plucked 2 handfuls of relatively soft, dry moss and haphazardly stuffed them into his attire, adjusting their shape slightly. Perfectly adequate, it sufficed for his purposes. Finally, he let his voluminous hair cascade like a dark cloud, deliberately tousling a few strands to frame his cheeks, enhancing his fragile allure. After a moment's contemplation, he traced delicate, blood-tinged scratches along his arms and cheeks with his nails. Flawless. Now, he resembled a solitary female cultivator who had encountered a fierce beast in the secret realm, barely escaping yet appearing utterly disheveled, desperately seeking assistance. Moreover, she possessed striking beauty, likely to invoke protective instincts and other desires in men. Adjusting his expression, he endeavored to portray a visage of bewilderment and vulnerability, his eyes reflecting a blend of fear, helplessness, and a glimmer of hope. This feat of expression management proved challenging, and he practiced several times before achieving a semblance of satisfaction. With preparations complete, he embarked on a new round of performance. With formidable spiritual awareness, he stealthily approached a group of 4 cultivators who were recuperating to his left front. The quartet consisted entirely of male practitioners, their attire suggesting they were scions of a modest family. The most accomplished among them was a middle-aged man at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while the remaining 3 were young men at the pinnacle of chi refining. This type of group possessed a measure of strength, but lacked true prowess. The leader needed to maintain authority, while the young men, brimming with youthful vigor, were the most susceptible to manipulation. Calculating the distance and timing with precision, Wangyou, now transformed into an enchanting female cultivator, suddenly burst forth from a thicket shrouded in thick mist, staggering on her feet and gasping for breath. Her bosom heaved dramatically with each inhale, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Help me. Hey, a beast is pursuing me. Her voice, delicate and melodious, carried a tremor of fear, perfectly mimicking the image of a frightened fawn. The 4 cultivators were indeed startled by her abrupt entrance, quickly seizing their weapons and rising to a defensive stance. However, upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a disheveled, panic-stricken beauty, their wariness diminished significantly, replaced by awe and curiosity. Particularly the 3 young disciples, whose eyes nearly bulged, found themselves unable to avert their gaze from her exposed skin and the curves of her form, their throats swallowing nervously. The leader, a level-headed middle-aged man, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you, young lady? Where did you encounter this beast, and what kind of beast was it?" As he spoke, he cautiously scanned the mist behind her. I am Sue, merely a wandering cultivator." Wangyou, portraying the character of Miss Sue, feigned tears, extending her delicately blood-stained fingers toward the direction from whence she came, her arm trembling slightly. "It was not far from the black water pool, where I encountered a most terrifying venomous clawed beast. It suddenly lunged out of the water. Brother Zhang, in his attempt to protect me, sob." was dragged beneath the surface. I barely managed to escape. Her words tumbled forth in a torrent, her sorrowful weeping rendering her tale half true, yet deeply poignant and compelling. The anguish of losing her companion and the terror of narrowly escaping were vividly portrayed. The three young disciples felt their hearts tighten in empathy, an overwhelming urge to comfort the pitiful Miss Sue surging within them. Do not fear, young lady. Though the venomous clawed beast is fierce, its power diminishes greatly away from the water. With us here, it would not dare pursue. A robust disciple proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance, showcasing his masculinity. Indeed, indeed. Miss Sue, take a moment to breathe and steady yourself. Another, slenderer disciple chimed in, his eyes brimming with concern. Although the middle-aged leader found the woman's sudden appearance somewhat perplexing, observing her feeble cultivation, tattered attire, and genuine distress led him to gradually set aside his doubts. After all, the instinct to rescue a damsel in distress is inherent in men, especially in the presence of three hormone-fueled disciples. It would be inappropriate for him to appear overly indifferent. Now that you have found safety, let us allow you to rest for a while, Miss Sue. The middle-aged man's tone softened considerably. Thank you. Thank you. Dear friends. Miss Sue, overwhelmed with gratitude, weakly approached them, her legs trembling as if about to falter. Be careful, my lady. The nearest sturdy disciple and the slender one almost simultaneously stepped forward, eager to offer support. The other two, drawn by the commotion, encircled her, chattering expressions of concern. Now is the moment. As their attention was completely ensnared by this sudden beauty, their minds momentarily at ease, Miss Sue, seemingly overwhelmed by fright, faltered again, her entire body lurching forward. Her tattered sleeves fluttered like butterfly wings, inadvertently releasing a faint, alluring fragrance that wafted through the air, enveloping the four devoted protectors closest to her. This scent was peculiar, sweet yet tinged with a refreshing hint of greenery, intoxicatingly pleasant, causing them to instinctively inhale deeper. The leader among them, a middle-aged man of considerable cultivation, was the first to react, his expression shifting abruptly as he sensed something amiss. Hold your breath. This fragrance has... Alas, it was too late. Before he could finish his warning, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. His limbs grew weak and feeble, the spiritual energy within him seemingly frozen, utterly unresponsive. The three younger disciples fared even worse. Their gazes became glazed, a hint of foolish bliss gracing their faces. And one by one, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious as if inebriated. The leader, in a desperate bid, managed to endure for a fleeting moment, striving to reach for his weapon, but it was futile. Darkness enveloped him, and with a thud, he succumbed to the ground, lost to consciousness. From the moment the woman waved her sleeve to the instant all four lay sprawled, the entire sequence was executed with seamless precision, silent and swift. The once fragile and helpless Miss Sue now stood upright, the terror and despair that had adorned her visage vanished without a trace, replaced by an air of languid triumph and mockery. She cast a disdainful glance at the four men, sprawled and drooling on the ground. Such lack of composure. Daring to venture into the secret realm? Off you go, back to your milk. Her voice retained its soft, feminine lilt, yet the tone dripped with disdain. She crouched down, her movements deft, beginning to rummage through their unconscious forms. Collect her spoils. She detached storage bags, stripped away valuable rings and jade pendants, even seizing a rather fine short blade from the leader's waist. Poor, impoverished clans. After assessing her haul, consisting mainly of ordinary pills and materials, she found a meager 30 or so spirit stones. Wangyou pursed her lips in disappointment, but graciously accepted the bounty nonetheless. Stuffing everything into her storage bag, she stood, casting one last glance at the slumbering figures. Clearing her throat, her originally delicate voice transformed into a clear, youthful timbre, laced with a languid tone. She hummed an off-key melody. Indeed, beauty is one of the finest weapons, saving time and effort, environmentally friendly and pollution-free. With a soft hum, she contentedly adjusted her tattered pink robe, showing no concern for the glimpses of spring revealed. With a graceful sway, she vanished once more into the thick mist, poised to seek her next destined encounter. Chapter 68. A game of black against black, what a dull affair. Each one of them is as impoverished as can be, utterly wasting the striking appearance I possess. Wangyou disdainfully pursed his lips, realizing that he must seek out more discerning clientele. As he pondered whether to persist in this feminine guise for a stroke of fortune or to adopt a more formidable persona to confront those solitary disciples of the sect, a faint yet discernible fluctuation of spiritual energy and shouts from ahead captured his attention. This commotion, It does not seem to involve a battle against demonic beasts, but rather a conflict among cultivators. Li Wangyou's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Where there is conflict, there lies opportunity. He immediately suppressed his aura, minimizing his presence to the utmost, becoming as one with the mist itself, and silently approached the source of the commotion. Soon, through the thinned fog, he discerned the scene unfolding. In a small clearing amidst the trees, 5 cultivators clad in uniform black attire, exuding a menacing aura, had half-encircled 3 modestly dressed rogue cultivators, forcing them into a corner. The trio, 2 men and a woman, bore injuries, their backs pressed against a massive, withered tree, faces pale, and eyes filled with a mix of rage and despair. On the ground lay another rogue cultivator, motionless, blood seeping beneath him, clearly having met a grim fate. Curse it! You refuse to drink the wine offered, and instead choose the bitter brew. Hand over your storage bags and the earth-vein spirit mushrooms you just gathered, and perhaps I shall show some mercy, leaving you with intact corpses. The leader of the black-clad bandits, a man with a sinister countenance, revealed his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, brandishing a blood-stained ghostly blade, cursing fiercely. You bandits. We nearly lost our lives to gather these spirit mushrooms, exclaimed an older man among the rogues, his voice filled with anguish as he clutched a dirt-covered fabric bag tightly. Enough of your prattle. What use are spirit mushrooms when your lives are forfeit? Sneered another bandit, brandishing his long sword menacingly. Keep talking, and I'll chop you into pieces to feed to the crocodiles in the swamp. Brother, why waste words on these destitute fools? Let us slay them quickly and take their belongings. Urged yet another bandit impatiently, his eyes greedily fixed on the bag containing the spirit mushrooms. Li Wangyou, concealed in the shadows, observed keenly. What a surprise to encounter fellow practitioners. Yet, they were the most unrefined type, resorting to outright theft. He scrutinized the 5 bandits, noting their formidable prowess, all at least at the peak of chi refinement, and their seamless cooperation, demonstrating a ruthlessness born from frequent engagement in such nefarious acts. In stark contrast, the 3 rogue cultivators, at their best only reaching the peak of chi refinement and already wounded, were wholly incapable of resistance. Earth-vein spirit mushrooms. Li Wangyou stroked his chin, now a smooth, feminine chin, recalling that this was a type of third-grade spiritual herb, typically found where earth-vein spiritual energy converges. It serves as a primary ingredient in the concoction of several potions aimed at enhancing earth-based cultivation, and is quite valuable. It appeared that these bandits had set their sights on this treasure. In the clearing, the odds were overwhelmingly against the 3 rogue cultivators. Despite their indignation, the stark disparity in strength and the looming threat of death ultimately forced them into despair. The elder man, trembling, relinquished the fabric bag containing the spirit mushrooms, as well as the storage bags of himself and the other 2, tossing them toward the bandits. At least you possess some sense. The leader of the black-faced bandits deftly caught the burlap sack, peered inside, and a satisfied, sinister grin spread across his face. He casually tucked the sack into his bosom and then examined the few storage pouches, sneering, "Bah, a bunch of paupers." Despite his disdainful words, he nevertheless collected the storage bags. "Boss, what about these?" One of the bandits gestured across his throat. The black-faced leader glanced at the 3 ashen-faced loose cultivators, snorted dismissively. "Forget it. I doubt they can stir up much trouble. Let's hurry. The commotion here was considerable, and we don't want to attract unwanted attention." Clearly, he had no desire to complicate matters further. Since the most crucial target was secured, the fate of these destitute cultivators was of little consequence to him. With a wave of his hand, he led the other 4 reluctant bandits away, swiftly vanishing into the mist. The 3 surviving loose cultivators remained frozen for a while, as if drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground. They gazed mournfully at their fallen companion's body, softly weeping, overwhelmed by a mixture of relief at their survival and profound sorrow. Li Wangyou observed from the side, shaking his head in disapproval. "TSK, what poor professionalism. If you're going to rob, then rob. Why leave survivors, as if waiting for them to return stronger for vengeance? Either refrain from acting or execute it with decisiveness. This is the most basic code of conduct. Pardon me, the code of banditry." Internally, he ranted about the bandits' unprofessionalism and their half-hearted looting. It seemed a hairpin artifact was still concealed within the female cultivator's hair, and the lifeless fellow on the ground appeared to have several spirit stones concealed beneath his boots. Such wastefulness. He held little interest in the 3 surviving cultivators. They were far too impoverished to warrant any action from Scarred Lu or Miss Sue. His gaze had already fixated on the 5 bandits who had just made a modest fortune and were leaving with satisfied expressions. The thrill of black eating black. This is my favorite part. A wicked smile crept across Li Wangyou's face. I commend you for gathering resources for me. Your packaging service was commendable. Silently, he withdrew from his hiding place and trailed the bandits from a distance. The 5 of them were clearly in high spirits, chatting excitedly about their recent haul and the forthcoming division of spoils. Boss, this haul is quite decent. That spirit mushroom from the ley line can fetch at least 200 low-grade spirit stones. Haha, though the storage bags didn't contain anything particularly valuable, combined, they should yield a few dozen spirit stones, right? Too bad those girls weren't more attractive. Otherwise, we could enjoyed ourselves. Enough of that. Let us find a safe place to divide the loot. Unbeknownst to them, they had transitioned from hunters to prey, having just completed a heist. They were in a state of relaxation, their guard at its lowest. Li Wangyou patiently followed them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. That opportunity soon presented itself. The bandits discovered a relatively dry, natural windbreak formed by several massive boulders and decided to take a moment to rest and tally their gains. They settled around, the black-faced leader triumphantly producing a stolen bag and several storage pouches, placing them in the center, a smug smile gracing his features. Come, brothers, everyone shall partake. I shall take the lion's share, and you. His words were abruptly cut off. At that very moment, when all their attention was fixated on the spoils before them, a shadow erupted from the concealment of a rock, moving with a speed that surpassed their ability to perceive. Leading the charge was a specially crafted dark club. Bang! Bang! 2 nearly simultaneous, muffled thuds resounded. The 2 bandits seated at the outermost edge, both at the pinnacle of chi refinement, had no time to react. Struck on the back of their heads, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed forward, unconscious. It was only then that the remaining 3 sensed something amiss. Who? The black-faced leader reacted the fastest, bellowing as he leaped to seize the ghostly blade on the ground. But the shadow was swifter still. Having successfully struck, it did not pause, twisting its form to evade another bandit attempting to draw his sword, swiftly delivering a blow to the temple of the 3rd bandit. The bandit froze, shock evident in his eyes, and crumpled to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of 5 were incapacitated. Only the black-faced leader and the last bandit, who had only drawn his sword halfway, remained. Damn it! Seeking death. The black-faced leader, both alarmed and enraged, finally grasped the ghostly blade, unleashing a surge of mid-foundation spirit energy, cleaving toward the shadow with a chilling gust of wind. Simultaneously, the last bandit shrieked, thrusting his sword toward the shadow's chest. Yet, confronted with a dual assault, the shadow remained unfazed. It even eschewed any intricate maneuvers, simply crouching and sidestepping, slipping through the gaps of the blade and sword. In the same motion, its free left hand swiftly brushed against the wrist of the sword-wielding bandit. The bandit felt a sudden numbness, as if stung by a venomous scorpion, his entire arm growing limp and weak, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a dark club loomed rapidly before him. Bang! The 4th bandit fell. From the moment of the ambush to the incapacitation of 4 men, the entire sequence unfolded in under 3 breaths. Swift, precise, and ruthless. A professional to the utmost. Now, only the solitary black-faced leader remained. Gripping the ghostly blade tightly, beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. His eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He had barely glimpsed the assailant's form, only a blurred shadow and a seemingly elusive club, while his 4 companions lay defeated. Who on earth was this person? A late Foundation cultivator? Or perhaps an ancient Golden Core master? Sani, Senior, spare me. It was a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. The black-faced leader's bravado crumbled, his voice trembling, nearly losing his grip on the blade. Everything. Everything is yours. I beseech you. Spare this dog's life. At this moment, Li Wangyou leisurely revealed his presence, still clad in that tattered pink robe. However, the disguise that belonged to Miss Su had been removed, restoring his true visage, albeit obscured by a piece of black cloth draped casually over his face. He bore the heavy club, the instrument of his illustrious achievements, and regarded the trembling bandit leader before him with a mocking glint in his eyes. A misunderstanding? Li Wangyou tilted his head, his voice, muffled by the black cloth, laced with a languid sarcasm. Did you speak of misunderstandings while robbing others? The dark-faced leader fell silent, his complexion paling. Li Wangyou, disinterested in further conversation, shifted his stance, and his form became indistinct once more. The dark-faced leader's pupils constricted in terror as he let out a frantic roar, desperately swinging his blade forward, only to strike at emptiness. In the next instant, a sharp pain erupted at the back of his head, and darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious, just like his comrades. Li Wangyou flicked the club, surveying the 5 sprawled figures on the ground with satisfaction. Task accomplished. He adeptly collected the storage bags and the spirit mushroom pouch that lay abandoned, stuffing them into his own attire. Then, he proceeded to rummage through the 5 bandits themselves. Remarkable, he mused. These professionals possess far more wealth than the average wandering cultivators and disciples of sects. Wangyou welcomed it all, accepting their treasures with glee, his own storage bag visibly swelling in size. Now this is what I call a bountiful harvest, he thought, elated. Once he had cleared all valuables, Wangyou stood amidst the unconscious bandits, stroking his chin as he assessed their disheveled state. Finally, he shook his head and, in a voice imbued with youthful vigor yet tinged with an air of sage-like wisdom, remarked, "Their skill level is lacking, relying solely on brute force. They lack the art of disguise, cannot wield a club with finesse, and let their guard down after the job is done. They have much to learn." Chapter 69. Rising fame. Wangyou hummed a disjointed tune, his spirits buoyed as he navigated through the gradually thinning mist. His storage bag, filled to the brim like never before, brimmed with generous contributions from disciples of the Qinglan sect, unfortunate rogue cultivators, and unprofessional bandits. The rich, earthy, spiritual energy of the earth vein mushrooms could be faintly sensed through the bag, marking it as the most significant harvest of his journey thus far. Finding a secluded tree hollow, he changed out of his tattered pink robe, now stained with mud, and donned his usual attire as a disciple of Lingxiao Palace, washing away his disguise to reveal his true visage. With the recent prominence of Scarred Lu and Miss Su, it was prudent to adopt a more low-key approach. However, as the saying goes, the trees desire calm, but the winds do not relent. While he feigned the demeanor of an ordinary refining stage rogue cultivator, cautiously exploring deeper into the secret realm, he keenly sensed a peculiar tension in the atmosphere around him. The number of encountered cultivators had noticeably dwindled. Those remaining were either formidable lone practitioners or tightly knit squads on high alert. Almost everyone wore an expression of inexplicable anxiety and vigilance, their mutual trust plummeting to an all-time low. Occasionally, when 2 groups brushed past one another, both parties would grip their weapons tightly, increasing the distance between them, their gazes assessing each other for an extended moment. Only after confirming the absence of threat would they slowly part ways, treating one another not as fellow cultivators but as potential predators. On one occasion, when Wangyou attempted to approach a seemingly temporary team composed of rogue cultivators to inquire about directions and perhaps to discern if there were any spoils, the moment he revealed himself, before he could utter a word, 5 or 6 members of that group sprang into action, brandishing their weapons like startled birds. The leader barked sternly, "Halt! Any closer, and you will face our wrath." Caught off guard by their excessive reaction, Wangyou quickly raised his hands in a gesture of goodwill. "Fellow cultivators, please do not misunderstand. I am merely lost and seeking directions." "Seeking directions?" The man eyed him suspiciously, scanning him up and down without a hint of relaxation. "Who knows if you are masquerading as that bludgeoning maniac? Scram, or you will face the edge of our blades." "Bludgeoning maniac?" A look of confusion and a trace of fear flickered across Wangyou's face. "What kind of maniac? Stop feigning ignorance. Get lost." The group showed no intent to elaborate, merely driving him away with menacing fervor. Resigned, Wangyou rubbed his nose and turned to leave, acutely aware of their lingering, watchful gazes until he vanished into the mist. Bludgeoning maniac? Once he had distanced himself, the frustration on his face morphed into a peculiar expression as he murmured the title to himself, a smile beginning to creep upon his lips. It seemed he had stirred the pot a little too much. As he ventured deeper, he encountered similar scenarios several more times. He even concealed himself in the shadows, eavesdropping on the conversations of various cultivators. "Have you heard? Those from the Tiandao sect were also hit." It said a hulking man with a face full of scars did it, striking without a word, swift and ruthless. "A scarred face? That can't be right. I heard it was a delicate little lady." With a mesmerizing fragrance, several disciples of the Blazing Flame sect were incapacitated, their garments stripped away. "You are all out of touch." The latest news reveals it to be an elderly man, seemingly on the brink of death. He lures individuals into the marshes and then takes advantage of their vulnerability. But that's not all. It is rumored that he can also disguise himself as a robust man, a woman, or even a child. The situation is utterly unpredictable. Who is this enigmatic figure? How can he assume so many forms? Who knows? He appears and disappears at will, striking unsuspecting victims and fleeing with their storage bags. Fortunately, he only robs without taking lives. Not taking lives? My resolve is nearly shattered from fear. Now, everyone I see resembles that madman. This is utterly reprehensible. The second-grade spiritual herb I painstakingly gathered has fallen into that scoundrel's hands, who isn't in the same boat. Exercise caution. In this secret realm, the beasts are not as terrifying as the uncertainty of where that assailant might strike from next. Indeed, especially those who are alone are the most susceptible to his targeting. It would be wise for everyone to move in groups. Listening to the cultivators discuss with a mixture of fear, anger, and a hint of absurdity. Recounting the exploits of Scarred Lu, Miss Su, and Old Man Hu, Li Wanyu concealed himself in the shadows, shaking with suppressed laughter to the point of pain in his abdomen. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he silently grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The monstrous assailant? Who coined such a dreadful name, devoid of taste? He inwardly ridiculed, yet his expression betrayed an undeniable sense of pride. It appeared the scheme was thriving. They have begun to band together against me? How amusing. A profound sense of accomplishment, akin to a successful prank, enveloped him, even surpassing the joy of amassing a wealth of spirit stones. His name, Li Wanyu, albeit under various aliases, had finally resonated within the mists of this secret realm. Though infamously so, he stroked his chin with satisfaction, surveying the anxious cultivators who regarded everyone with suspicion. His mood lifted further. Indeed, the eyes of the masses are discerning. My skills have garnered widespread recognition and heightened vigilance, a testament to my professional prowess. After indulging in self-admiration, he regained his composure. While his notoriety was impressive and intimidating, it also meant that future endeavors would be increasingly challenging. With everyone on guard, relying on disguise for surprise attacks would likely become considerably more difficult. Moreover, he noticed that as he ventured deeper into the secret realm, the surrounding mist thinned, revealing an expanding vista, while the spiritual energy in the air grew denser and purer, invigorating him with each breath and subtly indicating a potential enhancement in his cultivation. This signified that he was nearing the core of this secret realm. The cultivators capable of reaching this point were evidently far superior in strength compared to those at the periphery. The chi refining stage was rarely seen. The majority were foundational stage cultivators, and occasionally he could sense the concealed yet formidable auras of those in the golden core stage. The conflicts have become increasingly frequent and intense, as various factions vie for a recently discovered rare spiritual herb or a mineral rich in pure energy. The confrontations are ruthless, and the potency of the spells and sword lights far surpasses the petty skirmishes of the periphery. Li Wanyu has shed his previous playful demeanor, adopting a serious expression. Here, although his golden core cultivation still holds an advantage, it no longer guarantees absolute safety. Should he be besieged by several late-stage foundation establishment or even false stand cultivators, or inadvertently provoke a hidden golden core elder, considerable troubles may ensue. He has grown more cautious, extending his spiritual awareness to the maximum, meticulously avoiding the powerful auras and ongoing battle zones, focusing intently on stealthily pursuing the direction of the densest spiritual energy. Along the way, he encounters several signs of fierce battles, even discovering the corpses of cultivators, their storage bags long vanished. In the core area of the secret realm, the law of the jungle is laid bare in its most unvarnished form. As he navigates around a peculiar purple bamboo grove exuding an unusual fragrance, he suddenly feels a faint yet remarkably clear sensation emanating from his dantian. Li Wanyu halts, his pupils narrowing momentarily. Is it an illusion? No, it is not. He distinctly senses that the golden core, which has been quietly spinning and exuding immense spiritual power within his dantian, has just been ever so slightly stirred, as if drawn by some distant presence. Simultaneously, an indescribable sensation subtly emanates from the very heart of the secret realm. This feeling is neither sound nor image but resembles a call, a resonance stemming from the same origin. Li Wanyu focuses intently on this sensation. It is exceedingly elusive, intermittent, yet carries an indescribable sharpness and an ancient significance, as if the unrivaled brilliance sealed for eons is quietly awakening from slumber. His heart involuntarily quickens. This sensation is far from that of an ordinary spiritual artifact emerging. What on earth could it be to evoke such a resonance with my golden core? Chapter 70. The call of the celestial sword. The sudden tremor emanating from his dantian rendered Li Wanyu motionless. This sensation, originating from the depths of the abyss, carried an ineffable warmth and summons. It was a feeling so profound that words could scarcely encapsulate it, yet within his heart, a clear voice cried out that something awaited him. It was something intertwined with his fate, something of utmost significance. A treasure, undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Li Wangyu's eyes suddenly sparkled with fervor, as the fleeting pride brought on by the notorious reputation of the bludgeon maniac was instantly cast aside. In comparison to this opportunity, which resonated with his own golden core, the triviality of striking a few bludgeons and earning a handful of spirit stones seemed akin to child's play. Moreover, the sharpness conveyed through that resonance, even across such a vast distance, hinted at something formidable, capable of slicing through all obstacles. This treasure was most likely related to the way of the sword. The sword, for any cultivator, especially sword cultivators, or indeed any practitioner wielding sword-like implements. The allure of a powerful flying sword is irreplaceable. Although Li Wangyou's primary focus was not solely on the sword path, his lineage from the Sitting Forget Peak explored various weaponry, and he harbored a deep fondness for swords. At this moment, feeling that call, his heart ignited with fervor. This was it. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he forcibly quelled the urge to leap for joy, replacing his earlier irreverence with the keen focus of a hunter zeroing in on its prey. His objective became strikingly clear, following that faint yet resilient resonance. He advanced toward the core of the secret realm with utmost speed and stealth. He heightened his spiritual awareness to its zenith. His formidable consciousness, characteristic of the mid-golden core stage, radiated in all directions, precisely capturing every nuance of spiritual energy in the air, discerning the strength and attributes of distant auras, and preemptively evading any potential dangers or troubles. His agility was pushed to its limits, weaving through the sparse trees and rugged stones with exceptional swiftness. The deeper he ventured, the more abundant the spiritual energy became. A mere breath invigorated him, hinting at the loosening of his cultivation barriers. Yet, Li Wangyou remained unfazed, his entire focus tethered to the increasingly clear resonance of sword intent. That sword intent appeared to be the sole beacon guiding his path, illuminating the most precise direction amidst the fog. Occasionally, he sensed several other powerful auras faintly perceiving something as well, meandering toward a similar destination. However, they lacked the clarity of navigation that Li Wangyou possessed, relying only on vague sensations of spiritual energy density, resulting in a significantly slower pace and frequent missteps. Li Wangyou secretly reveled, flailing about like headless flies, while I, my good self, shall forge ahead. Thus, propelled by that almost supernatural perceptiveness and a speed that far surpassed his contemporaries, he traversed an energy-turbulent rubble slope, crossed a chilling undercurrent, and ultimately arrived at a peculiar region of stone forest. The stones here present a somber iron-gray hue, their forms as diverse as the myriad remnants of colossal swords pointing toward the heavens. An ancient and chilling aura permeates the air. Upon arrival, the resonance of sword intent becomes remarkably palpable, as if whispering directly into his ear. Li Wangyou slows his pace, furtively concealing his presence, weaving through the immense stone pillars and stalagmites. Ultimately, he halts in the deepest recesses of the stone forest. Before him, the scene suddenly opens up. At the heart of the stone forest, rather than the grand palace or soaring light column one might envision, lies an inconspicuous small valley. The entrance is narrow, cloaked in dense, peculiar vines that emit a faint silvery glow, with steep cliffs on either side, resembling an ordinary hollow one might encounter in a secret realm. Yet, within Li Wangyou's perception, this location is the core of the entire secret realm, a zone of unparalleled energy and peril. The source of the fierce sword intent that stirs his golden core clearly directs towards the narrow valley entrance. Simultaneously, an acute sense of danger, prickling against his skin, washes over him. He squints, focusing intently. At the entrance of the valley, the air subtly exhibits an abnormal distortion and folding, akin to a layer of flowing water. Countless strands of fine, almost imperceptible invisible sword energy dart with an intricately profound rhythm, weaving together to form a vast and terrifying natural sword formation. This formation is not artificially arranged. It is a protective barrier, naturally evolved over eons from the intense aura of golden iron and the sword intent emanating from the treasures within the valley. The aura exuded by the sword formation is astoundingly sharp, and Li Wangyou has no doubt that even a cultivator at the later stages of foundation establishment would be swiftly reduced to fragments if they dared to intrude recklessly. Even a practitioner at the early stages of the Golden Core would likely pay a heavy price for such audacity. He even observes dark brown stains on the ground near the valley entrance, along with fragments of shattered magical artifacts and torn pieces of clothing. It is evident that other cultivators have previously stumbled upon this place, attempting to force their way in, only to meet. Oh, it seems I am not the first to brave this peril, though those who came before me have likely suffered for their transgressions, their teeth crushed by the claws of fate. Li Wangyou murmurs softly, exercising further caution in his approach. He meticulously scrutinizes the lethal area. The operation of the sword formation appears chaotic and erratic, devoid of discernible order, yet the subtle traces left by the invisible sword energy as it traverses the air, along with the energy flow contained within, gradually reveal peculiar rhythms to Li Wangyou's eyes, enhanced by his golden core consciousness. He stands still, resembling a statue, his bright and clear eyes alive with countless tiny golden runes swirling rapidly, being born and extinguished, calculating and deducing. The profound heritage of the sitting forgetting peak, coupled with his extraordinary comprehension, is on full display at this moment. As time passes, Li Wangyou's brow furrows and relaxes intermittently. Suddenly, the golden runes swirling in his eyes solidified, and a confident smile, imbued with a sense of mastery, slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. So it is. The convergence of Kan and Li, with gung metal presiding over destruction, yet concealing a glimmer of life born from the gentle winds of sun. This natural sword array possesses a certain intrigue. Although he had yet to fully unravel the entire mystery of the sword formation, he had already discerned its fundamental operational principles and the singular, fleeting opportunity for survival it harbored. Chapter 71. The spirit of the sword. Li Wangyou stood at the edge of the natural sword formation, a glimmer of eager anticipation illuminating his face. With measured steps, he recited the intricacies of the footwork he had just deduced. 3 steps to the left, 1 turn away, avoiding the malevolent energy of the golden kill, and stepping into the gate of wind. His bright eyes were intently fixed on the seemingly empty expanse ahead, a space rife with concealed dangers. After a few quiet breaths, he confirmed that the rhythm of the sword formation's operation perfectly aligned with his calculations. The solitary opening was flickering in a specific, periodic manner. Now was the moment. He moved. Without employing any extravagant techniques or exhibiting extraordinary speed, he advanced with a casualness akin to a leisurely stroll after a meal, taking his first step forward. This step landed precisely in the fleeting interval between 2 sharp, intangible sword energies, one just passed, the other yet to arrive, placing him on a relatively stable point amidst the flow of energy. His foot touched the ground with such lightness that it barely disturbed the dust below. As his foot settled, his body subtly twisted at an angle that seemed awkward yet was perfectly timed, gliding 2 steps to the left front as if in a drunken sway, narrowly evading a fine sword energy that sliced silently from the right, capable of severing steel. Following this, he retreated half a step, feeling the rush of wind from a blade that grazed his nose, stirring a few strands of hair from his forehead. He continued to navigate the sword formation at a leisurely pace, sometimes advancing, sometimes retreating, occasionally sidestepping, and even turning in small circles. To an untrained eye, his movements appeared utterly chaotic, reminiscent of a lost wanderer. However, any master of formations witnessing this would be left speechless, for each of Li Wangyou's steps was meticulously placed upon the weakest points of energy flow or the brief lulls in attack. His form deftly avoided the deadly sword energies that crisscrossed perilously, as if he were not traversing a lethal maze, but rather sauntering through his own garden. The invisible sword energies, potent enough to annihilate all cultivators below the golden core realm, could not even brush against the hem of his garment. He even had the leisure to observe the rapid trajectories of energy composed of pure sword intent and malice swirling around him, murmuring his critiques. Ah, this sword energy is solid yet lacks finesse, sharp, but with insufficient follow-through. The arrangement is a bit crude tsk. This energy node connection is rather disjointed, wasting a considerable amount of malice. Poor rating. Oh, this shift is intriguing, but alas, it lacks a guiding hand, too rigid. Should those cultivators who had once retreated in defeat or even fled in injury hear his commentary, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spewing blood. As Li Wangyou gracefully took his final step, fully crossing the distorted barrier of air, the sword formation behind him continued its relentless operation, teeming with lethal intent, as if no one had ever intruded. And there he stood, within the valley. He turned back to cast a fleeting glance at the still heart-stopping sword formation, a triumphant smirk gracing his lips. Done. So easy. With that, he leisurely turned around, surveying the enigmatic valley concealed behind the natural sword array. The scenery within the valley was starkly different from the outside world. Although the space was limited, spanning merely 100 feet in circumference, it imparted an overwhelming sense of vastness and solemnity. The spiritual energy in the air was so dense that it seemed to take on a liquid form, and with each breath, one could feel a torrent of power surging through their limbs and bones. Yet, What captivated attention even more was the omnipresent sword energy, more refined, purer, and more domineering than that within the sword formation. This sword energy did not wander aimlessly. Instead, it revolved slowly around the very heart of the valley, akin to subjects bowing to their sovereign. Li Wangyou's gaze was instantly ensnared by the spectacle at the center of the valley. There stood a black stone platform, measuring 3 feet on each side. The material of the platform was unknown, its surface pitch black and polished to a mirror-like sheen, exuding an aura of eternal desolation. At the very center of the platform, a sword was thrust upright, an extraordinarily ancient long sword. The blade measured approximately 3 feet and 3 inches, slightly wider than an ordinary long sword, of moderate thickness, its lines flowing and imbued with a sense of power. It bore a somber gray hue, seemingly shrouded in eons of dust, dull and even somewhat coarse. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat worn ancient sword radiated an unparalleled brilliance that made the entire valley tremble and submit. It was a sword intent that was both profoundly restrained and boundlessly magnificent. As if, whenever it desired, it could rend the heavens asunder and sever the stars. Li Wangyou's heart began to race uncontrollably, the rotation of the golden core within him accelerating abruptly, resonating with the ancient sword in an unprecedented intensity. He stepped closer to the stone platform, and the nearer he approached, the more he could sense the terrifying power and supreme majesty that the ancient sword harbored, nearly suffocating him. Yet, in his eyes, there was no trace of fear, only immense excitement and fervor. He finally discerned that on the ancient sword's hilt, 2 ancient characters were engraved, their strokes as fierce as a sword's slash or an axe's cleave. Break heaven. Just as Li Wangyou stepped onto the stone platform, mere 3 steps away from the break heaven sword, a low yet commanding hum suddenly emanated from the sword, which had remained still until that moment. Though the blade did not move, an essence of sword intent, as tangible as it was fierce, erupted from the sword as though a slumbering dragon had opened its eyes, unleashing an invisible yet palpable shockwave towards Li Wangyou. This was not a manipulation by human hands. Rather, it was a trial and test from the sentient divine sword itself. The intensity of this sword intent far exceeded that of the natural sword formation outside. Any ordinary golden core cultivator caught in its sweep would likely suffer a devastating blow to their Dao heart, resulting in bloodshed and a violent recoil. However, in the face of this sudden, formidable trial, Li Wangyou merely raised an eyebrow. He didn't even make an effort to channel his spiritual energy in resistance. At the very moment when the overwhelming sword intent was about to reach him, the golden core within his dantian, which had long been exuberant, suddenly quivered. A more vast and purer sword intent, imbued with a subtle essence of transcendence, flowed forth from his being as if provoked, naturally enveloping him in its embrace. This sword intent was not something he had meticulously cultivated. Rather, it appeared to be an innate sword essence that coexisted with the very essence of his soul, naturally nurturing itself in tandem with his ascension in cultivation. With a soft sound, the piercing sword intent emitted by the breakthrough sword, upon making contact with the innate sword intent circulating around Li Wangyou, dissipated silently, like snow meeting the blazing sun, failing to even stir the hem of his garment. Perhaps startled by this outcome or drawn to the vast and pure sword intent emanating from Li Wangyou. In the center of the stone platform, the humming of the breakthrough sword suddenly intensified, becoming more urgent and resonant. The dark blade began to tremble, producing a series of melodious chimes. This was no longer a hostile probing, but rather a manifestation of elation, excitement, and a resonance with the true master it had encountered. Beneath the eternal dust upon the blade, a fleeting glimmer of light seemed to flash and fade away. Chapter 72. The Sword of Destiny. The resonant hum of the broken sky sword grew increasingly urgent and resonant, akin to a child trapped for millennia, finally reunited with its kin, eager to embrace. The trembling blade sent ripples through the entire dark stone platform, causing the surging sword energy within the valley to joyously accelerate in its flow. Li Wangyou stood before the stone platform, acutely aware of the affectionate longing, intimacy, and a tinge of grievance emanating from the broken sky sword. All right, I know you've waited long. I have arrived, he chuckled, shaking his head as if to soothe a temperamental child, the last remnants of his vigilance dissipating into thin air. He understood that the moment had arrived. He stepped forward with purpose, extending his right hand to firmly grasp the ancient, somber sword hilt. The sensation was not the frigid chill he had anticipated. Instead, it bore a unique warmth, as though the sword was not an inanimate object, but possessed its own life and warmth. The intricate patterns of the hilt perfectly matched the contours of his palm, the size and thickness impeccably tailored, as if crafted solely for him. At the instant he secured his grip on the hilt, a thunderous roar erupted. A vast torrent of information and energy, as immense as a sea of stars, surged forth from the broken sky sword, coursing down his arm and forcefully entering his body, colliding directly with his Dantian golden core. Wangyou trembled violently, as if a multitude of thunderclaps resounded simultaneously in his mind. Countless ancient and esoteric sword techniques, runes, and fragments of visions inundated his consciousness, representing the inheritance of the broken sky sword, the profound truths of swordsmanship accumulated over countless eons. Simultaneously, an utterly pure and unmatched innate sword essence surged into his meridians, cleansing his limbs and bones. This power was overwhelmingly forceful, yet harmoniously intertwined with his own spiritual energy, causing no harm. Rather, it instigated a violent tremor within the stagnant barrier of his mid-golden core cultivation, hinting at the possibility of a breakthrough. The golden core within his Dantian spun with unprecedented speed, greedily absorbing the colossal energy that had suddenly manifested, its volume seemingly expanding, radiating an even more resplendent brilliance. The external phenomena were equally astonishing. The moment he grasped the hilt, the broken sky sword erupted in a dazzling light, blinding to behold. This radiance was not a singular hue, but encompassed a myriad of colors: azure, gold, violet, white, seemingly consolidating all the brilliance of the heavens, soaring skyward, as if to fulfill its name, threatening to pierce a hole in the very sky of this secret realm. Within the valley, all sword energies bowed in reverence, emitting a deafening chorus of sword cries, collectively bowing towards the stone platform. However, this earth-shattering spectacle lasted but a fleeting breath. In the next moment, all light receded, vanishing entirely into the darkened blade, leaving no trace. The cacophony of sword cries abruptly ceased, and the surrounding sword energy gradually dissipated into the air. The entire valley fell into an uncanny silence, as if all that had transpired was but an illusion. Only the centuries-old dust accumulated upon the sword, as if bereft of all support, began to gently descend, revealing the true visage of the broken sky sword. The blade is a profound and enigmatic black, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Upon closer inspection, one can perceive shimmering starlight within the sword's body, akin to a miniature universe, mysterious and vast. The edge, however, lacks any semblance of sharpness. Instead, it possesses an ancient simplicity. Yet, Wangyou understands that this is not a lack of sharpness, but rather a culmination of all its brilliance, returning to a state of purity. The hilt is adorned with intricate cloud patterns, and the two characters Patillon on the grip gleam with a radiance that exudes an unparalleled majesty, one that can sever causality and obliterate all laws. The celestial sword, Patillon, after millennia of silence, finally welcomes its new master and acknowledges its allegiance. At the very moment Wangyou fully drew the Patillon sword, the extraordinary phenomenon subsided. A gentle tremor coursed through the entire misty marsh secret realm, imperceptible to all but the most perceptive. Yet, in the core area of the secret realm, the spiritual energy underwent a brief but intense fluctuation. Waves of spiritual energy surged outward, only to be swiftly calmed by an unseen hand, restoring tranquility. Wangyou, still immersed in the vast inheritance of information and energy that had just enveloped him, paid little heed to this subtle tremor. His entire focus was captivated by the newly acquired celestial sword in his grasp. What a magnificent sword! He could hardly part with it, caressing the blade and sensing the terrifying power it harbored, along with the extraordinary feeling of a bond that connected his bloodline and soul to it. This far surpassed any artifact he had wielded before. Even those trinkets crafted by his second elder brother, it was on an entirely different tier. In future battles, rather, in acts of chivalry, this sword shall be my companion. He joyfully twirled the sword, his movements fluid and natural, as though it had accompanied him for countless years. With a mere thought, the Patillon sword emitted a cheerful chime, transforming into a streak of light that instantly sank into his Dantian, hovering beside his golden core, absorbing the nourishing powers of the golden core's spiritual energy and his sword intent. The golden core, in turn, released strands of pure spiritual energy that intertwined with the blade, merging and complementing one another. Having attained such a treasured weapon, Wangyou's heart brimmed with joy. Yet he remained grounded. Quickly regaining his composure, he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. This place is not suitable for lingering. Although the earlier phenomenon was fleeting, it surely caused a commotion, potentially attracting the attention of other formidable beings within the secret realm. He must depart swiftly. Without delay, he began to erase any trace of his presence, obliterating his footprints and aura, and employing his spiritual energy to evenly scatter the dust dislodged from the stone platform by the act of drawing the sword, striving to restore it to its original state. Though the sword pit could not be filled, at least it would not appear so conspicuous. Once satisfied that he had left no trace, he vanished in a flash, darting toward the valley's exit. Now, facing the natural sword array that guarded the valley, Li Wangyou's mindset had transformed entirely. One must exercise caution in their deductions and calculations upon arrival. At this moment, the Breaking Heavens sword is being nurtured within his dantian, resonating subtly with the sword intent of this place, thereby enhancing his comprehension of the sword formation with remarkable clarity. He does not even consciously employ the previously learned steps of the birth gate technique. Merely a shift in his thoughts allows a faint aura of the Breaking Heavens sword to naturally circulate around him. Consequently, the originally lurking and lethal invisible sword energy, upon sensing this faint aura, retreats as if subjects before a sovereign, parting to create an unobstructed path before him. Li Wangyou is momentarily taken aback, but soon breaks into a grin, exclaiming, "Ah, this treatment is rather splendid." With an air of nonchalance, he saunters through the sword formation as if on a leisurely stroll, effortlessly returning to the outer region of the stone forest. No sooner has he exited the bounds of the sword formation than he keenly perceives a disquieting change in the atmosphere outside. The once relatively tranquil core area has now transformed into a cacophony of sound. In the distance, the faint echoes of rushing air and the urgent cries of cultivators resonate, seemingly converging towards his direction. That commotion surely heralds the emergence of a rare treasure. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanate from that direction. Quickly, damn it, don't let anyone else beat us to it. Charge forth. Li Wangyou can distinctly sense at least a dozen, if not dozens, of varying strengths of auras, akin to sharks sensing blood, frantically surging towards the stone forest from myriad directions. Evidently, the recent slight tremor in the secret realm and the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy in the core area, albeit brief, have successfully drawn nearly all the formidable practitioners within the secret realm to this location. Everyone believes a monumental opportunity or treasure has manifested, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they rush to contest for it. Li Wangyou stands rooted in place, blinking in astonishment, his face adorned with an exceedingly peculiar expression. Instinctively, he touches his dantian, where the Breaking Heaven Immortal's sword lies quietly. It seems you have arrived just a tad too late. Chapter 73. The chaotic denouement. Listening to the cacophony of sounds echoing from all directions, the piercing rush of air, the fervent cries, and sensing the greedy and urgent breaths drawing ever closer, Li Wangyou stood at the edge of the stone forest. His expression, once peculiar, swiftly transformed into a vivid portrayal of astonishment and elation. He raised his voice, infusing it with a touch of spiritual energy, projecting his clear youthful tone far and wide. Filled with fervor, "My heavens! Did you see that beam of light just now? It must herald the emergence of an earth-shattering treasure. It lies within that valley. Charge forth. If we delay, there will be nothing left." His shout ignited the already restless atmosphere. Those cultivators who had hesitated or planned to observe cautiously could no longer contain themselves upon hearing this eyewitness account. Indeed, there was a rare treasure. Hurry. We must not let others seize it first. The valley, it's within the stone forest. Figures surged forward like they had been invigorated, their speed increasing as they rushed past Li Wangyou, with eyes ablaze, heading towards the depths of the stone forest, towards the entrance of the valley guarded by the natural sword array. Li Wangyou seamlessly melded into this fervent tide, running alongside the crowd while artfully stoking the flames of excitement. "Brothers, quickly! I believe I saw a golden light fly inside. It is said to possibly be the legacy of an ancient immortal. We are about to strike it rich. I have never encountered such dazzling treasure light in my life." He shouted with unparalleled enthusiasm and sincerity, yet, unbeknownst to him, his pace began to subtly slow, gradually slipping from the forefront of the charge to the middle and rear of the throng. Soon, a multitude of cultivators arrived at the entrance of the valley. The natural sword array, indifferent to the number of arrivals, continued to operate according to its established patterns, mercilessly slicing through any life that dared to intrude. "Ah, be careful. There's a sword array. Such formidable sword energy. Let us unite. Quickly, let us break the array." The unfortunate souls at the forefront were caught off guard, their bodies mercilessly shredded by the invisible sword energy, sending them flying in agony, blood spilling onto the ground. This grim spectacle momentarily sobered the frenzied crowd behind them. Yet, the allure of the treasure was enough to drive them into madness. Before long, astute cultivators began to call for organization, and the rest responded in kind. Various spells and artifacts illuminated the scene as they launched a frenzied assault on the sword array. In an instant, the valley's entrance erupted in a cacophony of roars, explosions, cries of battle, and anguished screams, descending into utter chaos. There were also those of meticulous thought, attempting to discern the patterns and safe paths of the sword array, much like Wangyou. However, the natural sword array was incomprehensibly profound, not easily deciphered. Without the guidance of the sky-splitting sword intent, their calculations proved exceedingly arduous, with the slightest misstep leading to grave injury or death. Moreover, several factions, already at odds with one another, engaged in fierce combat outside the sword array, vying for advantageous positions to attack. The entire entrance to the valley devolved into utter turmoil. The resounding explosions of spiritual energy clashing, the distinct sounds of weaponry colliding, and the alternating roars of cultivators and anguished cries filled the air, creating a cacophony of chaos. Various lights flickered erratically, contributing to the lively tumult. Wangyou, blending into the periphery of the crowd, pretended to hurl a few low-tier fireball talismans toward the sword formation, vocally cheering, "Keep going. Break it. The treasure is right inside." He flawlessly embodied the role of a lowly cultivator yearning for a lucky break. However, his keen eyes swiftly scanned the chaotic battlefield, seeking the most advantageous escape route. The moment was ripe, as the majority were engrossed in the fierce struggle at the valley's entrance, with even a few overconfident Golden Core cultivators drawn into the fray. Plunging the scene into greater disarray, Wangyou quietly retreated, step by step, utilizing the cover of rocks, trees, and the tumultuous crowd. He swiftly distanced himself from the heart of the conflict. Once out of the public's gaze, he immediately suppressed all his aura, minimizing his presence to the utmost, and chose a more secluded, albeit circuitous yet undeniably safe path, propelling himself toward the outer edges of the secret realm. Along the way, he encountered several cultivators who, having heard the commotion, were hastily making their way toward the epicenter. Upon meeting such individuals, Wangyou kindly pointed them in the direction, feigning urgency. "Fellow cultivator, hurry. It's over there in the stone forest valley. They're fighting. So many treasures. If you delay, you might miss out." Those cultivators, upon hearing his words, became even more frantic, hastily thanking him and rushing forward. Watching their retreating figures, a wicked smile crept upon Wangyou's lips, yet his pace remained unrelenting. He journeyed onward without a trace of longing. Would there be more spiritual herbs or treasures in the core area? That was no longer significant. The greatest boon was already in his possession. Within his dantian, the breaking heaven's sword rested peacefully, absorbing nurturing energy and emanating a soothing sword intent that brought him immense comfort. What could be more important than this? One ought to know when to stop, for greed leads to ruin. Besides, with such a grand treasure in his possession, should he inadvertently leak even a hint of aura, he could easily attract the attention of some ancient monster, leading to dire consequences. His singular thought was to hastily vacate this perilous place and find a secure location to thoroughly examine his newly acquired treasure. His speed was astonishing. In less than half an hour, he had distanced himself from the core area, the surrounding mist thickening once more, and the concentration of spiritual energy diminishing significantly. The shouts and explosions that echoed behind him had long since faded, leaving only vague, chaotic energy fluctuations emanating from that direction. Wangyou cast one final glance back toward the heart of the secret realm, seemingly envisioning those cultivators still clashing over an empty valley, fighting for a treasure that no longer existed, their lives hanging in the balance. He couldn't help but shake his head, muttering softly, "Fight on, let the chaos escalate." Alas, the true treasure has long since taken the surname Li. With that, he vanished completely into the thick mist, making his way toward the exit of the secret realm, concealing his accomplishments and name. Chapter 74. Returning with full baskets as the day wore on, Wangyou estimated that the time for the secret realm's opening was nearing its conclusion. He no longer lingered, discerning the direction, and made his way toward the general area of the entrance. The closer he approached, the more cultivators he encountered. However, the atmosphere was starkly different from when he first entered. Initially, every face was alight with anticipation, excitement, and eagerness. Now, as he surveyed the scene, it appeared that nearly everyone was injured. Some were in tattered clothing, stained with blood. Others wore ashen faces, their breath shallow, clearly having suffered a depletion of their vital energy. And some were even missing limbs, supported by companions, their expressions a mixture of pain and despair. Fatigue, disappointment, and trepidation were etched on the faces of nearly all present, leaving no trace of the joy that once accompanied the quest for treasures. The air was thick with a sense of oppression and resentment. It was not long before an immense, formless spatial force abruptly descended, enveloping the entire secret realm. All surviving cultivators, regardless of their location or activity, were ensnared and pulled by this irresistible power. Wangyou felt a fleeting blur before him, accompanied by a slight sensation of weightlessness and spatial distortion. When his vision cleared once more, he found himself standing on a familiar patch of open ground at the periphery of Yunzi Marsh. The glaring sunlight cascaded down, causing him to squint slightly. His ears were filled with a cacophony of sounds, agonized moans, breaths of those who had narrowly escaped, anxious calls, and a chorus of gritted teeth, uttering curses. Damn it! What a wretched secret realm. I nearly lost my life in there. I scarcely gathered a few spirit herbs, and all the talismans and elixirs I brought are completely expended. What a loss. Senior brother. Oh, senior brother, your demise was so tragic. It's all those accursed beasts' fault. Has anyone seen my junior brother? Wangyou, where are you? Amidst the lamentations, a single name was repeatedly invoked, its frequency and depth of resentment surpassing even that directed towards the ferocious beasts. Don't let me find out who that bastard with the club is. I want to let this go. Yes, that scoundrel who wields the club. Male, female, old, or young, they all were the same guys. How utterly wicked. I've saved spirit stones for half a year, all snatched away by that cursed fiend. And my new magical artifact. I used it only once. My earth vein spirit mushroom. We risked our lives to snatch it from the guardian beast's jaws. Just to have it taken by that woman in pink, no. Wait, that scar-faced brute, no. That jerk who stole it. Woo, my hairpin. The relic left to me by my mother, the curses rang out, a chorus of outrage. If that club-wielding maniac dared to show himself at that moment, he would likely face the wrath of these furious cultivators. Wangyou had already restored his original appearance, clad in somewhat tattered yet reasonably intact attire of an outer disciple from Lingxiao Palace, blending in among a group of equally dispirited and minimally rewarded rogue cultivators. He strained to maintain a neutral expression, skillfully embodying a complex mix of trepidation, exhaustion, regret, and a hint of unwillingness, perfectly merging into the atmosphere of the victims. With a sigh and a soft murmur, he lamented, "Alas, how infuriating. I too have had 2 wind tokens snatched from me." His demeanor, reminiscent of a fellow traveler in distress, aroused no suspicion among the crowd. After all, 90% of those present bore a similar countenance. Occasionally, a few individuals with evident good fortune and joyful expressions would inadvertently attract a wave of envious glances, prompting them to quickly suppress their delight, fearful of drawing attention. As he returned to the familiar surroundings beyond the gates of Lingxiao Palace, inhaling the pure and tranquil spiritual energy of the sect, and gazing at the imposing Ziwang Peak in the distance, Wangyou felt the tension in his heart finally dissipate. He strolled through the marketplace at the foot of the mountain, purchasing some ordinary provisions and beverages, deliberately appearing somewhat travel-worn before leisurely making his way towards Ziwang Peak. With each step along the secluded mountain path, his spirits lifted, and his pace became increasingly buoyant. Once he reached a tranquil, uninhabited corner, he could no longer contain himself and began to hum a tuneless melody, his smile breaking free from all restraint. Finding a secluded spot, he set up a small soundproof barrier and eagerly began to tally his spoils. First and foremost within his dantian was the magnificent, ethereal sword, the breakthrough immortal sword. Quietly hovering and resonating with his thoughts, merely gazing inward at it and perceiving its unparalleled sword intent made Wangyou feel invincible, as though he could conquer 10 adversaries. This was the true treasure, an invaluable gem. Next, he exuberantly unfastened several bulging storage bags from his waist, all filled with items he had collected from the disciples of Qinglan's sect, unfortunate rogue cultivators, and unskilled bandits. Upon emptying the contents before him, a small mountain of treasures emerged, a glimmering heap of low-grade spirit stones accumulated to over 400 pieces. This represented a considerable fortune, enough for him to indulge for quite some time. Amidst the assortment of miscellaneous materials, low-tier elixirs, and countless talismans, though their quality was modest, their sheer quantity promised a substantial return when sold in the marketplace. Additionally, there was the highly valuable earth vein spirit mushroom, procured through cunning from the identity of Old Hu, exuding a rich, earthy spiritual energy, carefully stored within a jade box. Moreover, he had acquired several reasonably good quality magical artifacts, such as the ghost head blade seized from the bandit leader and a small shield filched from a sect disciple. He meticulously categorized his findings, stowing away the valuable items while incinerating the worthless debris in a blaze. Ultimately, his several high-grade storage bags brimmed with his bountiful haul, far exceeding his initial expectations. Wealth had indeed smiled upon him. It was true that fortune favors the bold, and prosperity comes to those who seize opportunities. Wangyou gazed at his amassed wealth, a broad grin illuminating his face. This expedition into the secret realm had proven immensely profitable. Not only had he acquired a celestial sword of extraordinary caliber, but he had also garnered a significant windfall. Having organized all his possessions, Wangyou dispelled the barrier, patted his bulging storage bags, and whistled cheerfully. With a light-hearted stride, he ascended towards the summit of Ziwang Peak, his mind already abuzz with thoughts of how to best utilize his newfound spirit stones. Shall I bring the latest watercolor set for my third senior sister? Perhaps procure some rare materials for refining weapons for my second senior brother? And acquire a few jars of potent fire spirits for my fifth senior sister? It seems that my eldest senior brother's birthday is approaching. What should I bestow upon him? As these thoughts flitted through his mind, a familiar smirk, tinged with mischief, crept onto his lips. However, the first order of business is to share this thrilling experience with my younger junior brother. I wonder if the sight of such an abundance of spirit stones will send him into a panic, screaming and fleeing? I can hardly wait to witness the adorable sight of my seventh junior brother, Lingxiao, trembling in both fear and excitement. Humming an off-key tune, Wangyou's figure vanished at the end of the mountain path, laden with treasures. Chapter 75. A greeting from the Sect. The setting sun adorned the peak's architecture with a warm golden hue, while several cranes leisurely groomed their feathers by the tranquil pond. Everything exuded a sense of serene harmony, a stark contrast to the chaotic and bloody secret realm he had just departed, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. Home is indeed the most comfortable place. He inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar fragrance of herbs in the air, stretching languidly as he felt every pore of his body relax. He had already concocted a plan in his mind. First, he would return to his small courtyard for a rejuvenating hot bath, then pay a visit to his dear seventh junior brother, casually revealing the meager spoils of his recent adventure, all while relishing the fear and envy that would dance across his companion's face. Just the thought of it brought him joy. However, as he reached the entrance of his small courtyard and had yet to push open the creaking wooden door, a familiar figure appeared behind him. Junior brother. The voice was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet it caused Wangyou's outstretched hand to freeze midair. With a slight stiffness, he turned his neck, a radiant smile blossoming on his face, brimming with genuine surprise. Second senior brother. It's been so long. I've missed you terribly. Your elusive movement technique has become even more impressive. The visitor was none other than the second senior brother, Shi, who possessed an almost ethereal presence. Often found immersed in the artifact forging room, he maintained his usual taciturn demeanor, his expression unchanging, merely gazing at Wangyou with those calm, all-seeing eyes. Master is looking for you. Shi words were succinct, and without waiting for a response, he turned and strode toward the main hall at the peak, as if he were merely fulfilling a task of delivering a message. Instantly, the brilliant smile on Wangyou's face dimmed by half. Master is searching for him? An unsettling premonition began to stir within him. Second senior brother, wait for me. He hurriedly followed, attempting to glean information as they walked. What does Master need from me? How is he feeling? Is it good news or bad? Just a hint would be appreciated. Shi did not look back, his pace unyielding, as 3 words drifted back to him. I do not know. Wangyou. Well, that was a futile inquiry. Anxiety began to bubble within him as he mentally replayed the recent good deeds he had performed. He had been quite well behaved in the Sect lately, hadn't he? Could it be that the incident with the elder's tea had come to light? Surely not. The old man had seemed quite delighted after drinking the rainbow tea, claiming he had gained profound insights into the flavors of life. Could it be something concerning the secret realm? No way. He had been so meticulous. The disguise elixir left no trace, and the ambush was executed flawlessly. Wait, could it be the commotion during the recognition of the broken sky sword? His heart raced, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, even feeling a tinge of grievance, as he followed second senior brother to the main hall, where their master, Qing Suzi, usually engaged in his quiet meditation. Master, the junior brother has arrived. Shi paused outside the hall, bowing slightly, then cast a look at Wangyou that seemed to convey a sense of self-preservation before silently slipping away like a shadow. Wangyou adjusted his robe, striving to present the most obedient and docile expression, and stepped into the grand hall. The hall was suffused with gentle light, permeated by a subtle fragrance of sandalwood. His master, Qing Suzi, stood before the window with his back turned, gazing at the clouds rolling across the sky. His figure remained ethereal and graceful. Yet Wangyou keenly sensed a peculiar tension in the atmosphere, an unsettling low pressure. Disciple Wangyou pays his respects to master, he stated, performing a proper bow, his voice crisp and his demeanor impeccably respectful. Qing Shuzi slowly turned around. His face bore no trace of anger. He maintained his usual calm and serene expression. However, his deep-set eyes seemed to penetrate Wangyou's very soul, appraising him thoroughly from head to toe. Returned? Qing Shuzi inquired with a detached tone. Yes, master. I have just returned and intended to report to you, Wangyou hastily replied. The reply from the Wang family head has been delivered, and the task was completed successfully. He promptly reported the matter of delivering the message, eager to demonstrate his diligence. Qing Shuzi nodded noncommittally, pacing to the main seat and picking up a nearby teacup. He gently blew on the froth and seemingly casually asked, I have heard that during your message delivery, you took the opportunity to explore the Yunwa's secret realm? Indeed. The realization struck Wangyou, and his heart sank. However, he adeptly displayed a semblance of fear and shame, lowering his head and murmuring, Master, please see. I was indeed curious. Upon hearing of the secret realm's opening, I couldn't resist the temptation to observe the festivities from the periphery and broaden my horizons. I acknowledge my mistake in venturing into a perilous area without permission. I humbly request your punishment. He proactively admitted his fault with sincerity, lightly glossing over his unauthorized visit to the secret realm as it was not a grave offense. Qing Shuzi sipped his tea without raising his eyelids. Oh, just observing the festivities? You did not encounter any danger, did you? Thanks to your blessings, master, I merely wandered at the outer edges, gathered a few inconsequential herbs, and encountered some low-tier magical beasts, all of which I managed to evade. Wangyou continued to portray himself as a fortunate novice. However, it was rather crowded, a bit overwhelming. Is that so? Qing Shuzi set down his teacup, his gaze once again fixating on Wangyou. His tone remained unperturbed, yet it bore an imperceptible scrutiny. However, I have just received messages from several old friends, stating that the secret realm is quite lively this time. Wangyou's heart tightened, his ears perked up. Qing Shuzi continued leisurely. It is rumored that a nefarious individual, known for ambushing unsuspecting passers-by and stealing their storage bags, has emerged within. This brigand operates with cunning and employs despicable tactics, taking on various forms regardless of age or gender, inciting widespread ire. Currently, all major sects are investigating this person's whereabouts. He paused, his gaze sweeping across Wangyou's face. It is said that this individual was last spotted near the core region of the secret realm. And at that time, it seems you were in the vicinity as well? Wangyou's heart nearly leapt from his throat. How could news spread so swiftly? Even his master was aware, and had pinpointed the approximate area of the brigand's last appearance. Yet he understood that, at such a moment, he must never concede. As long as one is not caught red-handed, everything amounts to mere rumors. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice ascending an octave, as though he had been grossly slandered. What? Bludgeoning someone? Master, this is nothing short of calumny, an egregious affront. He even animatedly waved his arm. It is true that I ventured into the secret realm, but my skills are woefully inadequate. How could I possibly have the ability to assault another? It is a stroke of fortune that I was not attacked myself. Master, you cannot fathom the dangers within. I expended every ounce of my strength merely to survive, my legs trembling in fear. I narrowly escaped being snatched away by monstrous beasts on several occasions. And those cultivators, fighting over spirit herbs, spells flying haphazardly, barely missing me. For me to return unscathed is a testament to divine protection, a reflection of your wise teachings. As he spoke, he endeavored to recollect the harrowing scenes he had witnessed in the secret realm, conjuring a visage of residual fright, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I swear before the heavens. He raised 3 fingers toward the sky outside the hall, his expression grave, his tone resolute. I, Wangyou, should I have engaged in any acts of violence or theft that would tarnish our sect's honor during my expedition, let it be known that I shall face dire misfortunes henceforth. I shall tread upon dog excrement with every step. My meals shall forever be laden with peppercorns. His oath was indeed malevolent, yet it cleverly sidestepped any potential divine retribution, embodying Wangyou's cunning nature. King Shuzi regarded his disciple's innocent and aggrieved demeanor, as if he were eager to offer his very heart to prove his innocence, and he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He understood this disciple all too well. The more agitated and innocent he appeared, the more likely he was entangled in the affair. The modus operandi of the bludgeoning fiend bore an uncanny resemblance to this very youth. However, there was no evidence. Just like countless times before, although everyone was aware of his culpability, tangible proof remained elusive. This boy's hands were too clean. King Suzy scrutinized Li Wanyu for a prolonged moment, causing Li Wanyu to feel increasingly uneasy, his expression of grievance nearly faltering. Ultimately, King Suzy sighed as if resigned, rubbed his temples, and waved his hand. Enough, enough. Why the uproar? I merely inquired. I did not accuse you. Li Wanyu immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he maintained a facade of grievance. Master, your insight is unparalleled. I have always adhered to the sect's rules, fostered camaraderie among my peers, and shown respect to my elders. When faced with injustice, I would, take a detour. How could I engage in such acts? King Suzy, uninterested in further listening to his ramblings, retorted with irritation. If you did not commit these acts, then all is well. Depart now. Although your venture into the secret realm did not result in catastrophe, it was still a perilous undertaking. You are to transcribe the quiet sutra 10 times to cultivate tranquility. Yes, I accept the punishment. I shall return and transcribe it immediately. I will reflect deeply. Li Wanyu, as though granted a reprieve, quickly bowed and expressed his utmost deference. He lowered his head and cautiously exited the grand hall. Only after stepping out of the hall and distancing himself from Qing Shuzi's piercing gaze did he finally relax. What a close call. The old man's stare was indeed quite intimidating. He patted his chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. Although being punished with the task of copying scriptures was somewhat disheartening, he had managed to evade a dire consequence. He glanced back at the firmly shut doors of the hall, unable to suppress a sly smile. Without evidence, it's as if nothing ever happened. He adjusted his robe and resumed his carefree demeanor, humming a cheerful tune as he briskly made his way back to his courtyard. Chapter 76. The initial formation of the nascent soul having evaded the probing inquiries of his master and offered a moment of care to his skittish junior, Lingxiao. Li Wanyu finally returned to his modest yet profoundly comforting abode. Upon closing the gate, he set up a few rudimentary wards for protection and sound isolation. He exhaled deeply, the carefree smile that once adorned his face gradually giving way to an aura of tranquility and focus. The expedition into the secret realm had yielded immense rewards, yet it also demanded time for thorough assimilation. Particularly, the newly acquired Breaking Heaven sword nestled within his dantian, along with the formidable energy that surged forth during its recognition of him as its master, stirred the barriers of his cultivation. Seated cross-legged upon the mat, he drew in his breath and concentrated, allowing his consciousness to delve into his dantian. Within the sea of qi, the scene had transformed dramatically. At its very core, a resplendent golden elixir, flawless and radiant, now spun at an unprecedented velocity. The surface of the elixir was adorned with intricate, enigmatic patterns that appeared to come alive, emanating an overwhelming and pure spiritual power. Surrounding the golden elixir, tendrils of even more refined and potent energy continually radiated from the Breaking Heaven sword, flowing gently like a placid stream, gradually merging into the elixir, which absorbed and refined it with an insatiable hunger. The Breaking Heaven sword floated serenely beside the golden elixir, its once concealed brilliance now radiating a harmonious essence that intertwined seamlessly with Li Wangyou's spiritual power. The twinkling starlight within the sword moved in a rhythm that subtly aligned with the elixir's rotation. Li Wanyu sensed with clarity that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage, standing on the precipice of the true divide between the mortal realm and the nascent soul stage. The thin membrane-like barrier, battered by the vast sword essence and the transmission of knowledge from the Breaking Heaven sword, had become precariously fragile, riddled with cracks. It appeared that the moment had arrived. With a newfound understanding, he ceased to suppress his progress. Fully immersing his consciousness within the dantian, he activated the core technique of the Zhuo Wang Peak, guiding the immense spiritual power within him to launch a natural assault on the final barrier. Contrary to expectations, the process was neither arduous nor tumultuous. Everything unfolded with an effortless grace, as if it were destined to occur. As the spiritual power accumulated to a critical point, a faint yet profound sound echoed, seemingly resonating from the depths of his soul. The sturdy barrier that had plagued countless golden elixir cultivators throughout their lives melted away silently. Akin to ice dissolving under the sun, Li Wangyou's golden elixir jolted violently, its rotation halting abruptly, followed by an overwhelming radiance that illuminated the entire dantian sea. Subsequently, the myriad intricate patterns on the surface of the elixir began to peel away, expand, and reorganize. The elixir itself, akin to an embryo nurturing life, commenced a wondrous rhythm of contraction and expansion. With each contraction, it compressed the vast spiritual power contained within and a portion of Li Wangyou's divine essence to an extraordinary degree. Each expansion induced subtle transformations in its form. Time slipped away, whether it was but a fleeting moment or an eternity, he could not tell. As the brilliance and fluctuations gradually subsided, the scene within the Dantian was transformed anew. In the very spot where the golden core once resided, a diminutive figure, merely an inch tall, sat cross-legged. This figure was entirely crystalline, as if sculpted from the purest light and the most delicate jade, with distinct features mirroring those of Li Wangyou, albeit in a greatly reduced form, appearing exquisitely charming. Surrounding this small being was a gentle, yet vast wave of energy, its eyes gently closed, exuding a serene and tranquil demeanor, radiating a solemn grace. This was none other than Li Wangyou's nascent soul. The nascent soul, newly formed and somewhat ethereal, contained a power far exceeding that of his perfected golden core by at least tenfold. This represented a qualitative leap. At the very moment the nascent soul fully solidified, the broken heaven sword, which had been quietly hovering nearby, emitted a joyful and affectionate chirp, transforming into a streak of flowing light, and willingly flew into the embrace of the diminutive nascent soul, which naturally cradled it. The nascent soul seemed to have a profound fondness for the sword, gently caressing its blade, their essences merging flawlessly as if they were always meant to be one. Simultaneously, Li Wangyou's physical form underwent a monumental transformation. His consciousness surged at an unprecedented speed, the range of his perception expanding dramatically, allowing him to distinctly observe every blade of grass and tree upon the peak. Even the subtle currents of spiritual energy in the air, all laid bare before him in exquisite clarity. His internal meridians were once again broadened and fortified, enabling the accommodation and circulation of an even more formidable spiritual force. His physical body also underwent a profound refinement under the pure energy bestowed by the nascent soul, elevating its strength to new heights. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, harmoniously, without invoking any celestial phenomena, without the descent of tribulations, and without causing any significant fluctuations in the spiritual energy of the Zhuowang Peak. All transformations transpired within him silently, akin to a gentle rain nourishing the earth, unobtrusive and quiet. In the stillness of the night upon Zhuowang Peak, tranquility reigned supreme, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects. No one noticed that within an ordinary courtyard atop this peak, a young man had silently traversed a chasm that countless cultivators could never cross in their lifetimes, becoming an unprecedented nascent soul powerhouse in the realm of cultivation. Li Wangyou slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, it seemed as though galaxies flowed, profoundly deep yet instantly retracting to reveal their usual clarity and brightness, save for a newfound air of unspoken authority and confidence lingering in the depths. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, akin to mighty rivers coursing through his veins, yet also as manageable as an extension of his own will. An unprecedented sense of strength enveloped him entirely. With a slight shift in his thoughts, the nascent soul, cradling the broken heaven sword, opened its eyes in his dantian, mirroring his own subtle smile. A smile gradually spread across Li Wangyou's lips, culminating in a radiant expression filled with anticipation and a hint of mischief. He murmured to himself, his voice imbued with a tinge of eager excitement, "I have reached the nascent soul stage. Yes, indeed. Now, I can venture further afield to play." Chapter 77. The celestial city of Tianke. Upon the initial formation of his nascent soul, with his power now harmoniously contained, Li Wangyou spent several tranquil days on the sitting forgetting peak, fortifying his realm while diligently transcribing the Quietude Sutra 10 times as a penance assigned by his master. In the process, he also found amusement in playfully tormenting his 7th junior brother, who now reflexively sought refuge at the mere sight of his shadow. After accomplishing these tasks, he felt a profound sense of joy and had reached the pinnacle of his state. It was time to venture forth. This time, his aspirations extended beyond the minor secret realms and quaint towns surrounding the sect. With his cultivation in the nascent soul stage and the extraordinary sword, the broken heaven celestial sword, nestled within his dantian, he possessed ample confidence to explore the vast expanse of the world. Without alerting anyone, on an ordinary morning, he employed a simple illusion to obscure his presence and descended the mountain quietly. Utilizing the sect's long-distance teleportation array, he transferred through several locations and arrived at the most prosperous and central region of the cultivation world, the Zhongzhou continent. Zhongzhou, a land blessed with remarkable talents and spiritual essence, is home to numerous sects and congregations of formidable powerhouses, serving as the true epicenter of cultivation civilization. His first destination was the renowned super-celestial city, Tianke City. Upon stepping out of the teleportation hall, Wangyou was profoundly awestruck by the spectacle before him. Rather than merely a city, it resembled a colossal cluster of celestial abodes established upon spiritual veins. In the distance, towering pavilions and palatial structures reached towards the heavens. Many buildings suspended mid-air and interconnected by rainbow bridges, enveloped in spiritual radiance and ethereal mist. The broad streets could easily accommodate 10 horse-drawn carriages side by side, paved with glossy azure stones that faintly shimmered with flowing runes. The atmosphere buzzed with activity, as a myriad of flying artifacts and spirit beasts flitted about, leaving trails of vibrant light. Yet the scene remained impeccably organized, devoid of chaos. Along the streets, shops flourished, adorned with fluttering banners. The fragrance of elixirs wafted from the alchemy shops, treasures of magical artifacts soared into the sky from the artifact halls, and the talisman stores sparkled with mystic light. The taverns and eateries buzzed with lively chatter, and some establishments were extravagantly decorated, with enchanting female cultivators stationed at the entrance. Places of indulgence. Cultivators were as numerous as fish crossing a river. Though it may be an exaggeration to say foundational cultivators were as common as dogs and golden elixirs were strewn about, the sentiment held some truth. Even the elusive beings of the nascent soul stage were detectable to Wangyou's enhanced senses, revealing no less than 10 formidable auras concealed throughout the city. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air surpassed that of the Lingxiao Palace, invigorating his spirit with each breath and subtly enhancing his cultivation. My goodness, this is what a grand city truly embodies. Wangyou, dazzled and intrigued, felt that his previous residence in Lingxiao Palace was akin to a remote mountain village. It was no wonder his senior brothers and sisters yearned to venture out. This place was undeniably exhilarating. He instantly fell in love with this vibrant city brimming with opportunities. In his eyes, vitality equated to liveliness, and opportunity translated into commercial prospects. As he gazed upon the opulent establishments frequented by affluent cultivators, observed the street vendors peddling an array of peculiar trinkets, and noted the hurried disciples of various sects, their pockets bulging, a familiar glimmer ignited in Wangyou's eyes. It was a benevolent sparkle, reminiscent of spotting countless plump sheep grazing before him. This place holds immense potential. He stroked his chin, a mischievous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Finding a tea house that appeared satisfactory, he ordered a pot of spiritual tea and settled by the window. As he listened to the leisurely conversations of the surrounding cultivators, gathering essential information about Tianke City, he began to formulate his plans. Directly resorting to brute force? Too crude. Unbefitting his current status as a yuaning master and his refined tastes. Moreover, the city was rife with formidable experts, making such a choice perilous. What of scouring the auction house for hidden treasures? That would require keen eyesight and luck, and with the scant spiritual stones he possessed, he would hardly procure anything of genuine value. Thus, the most prudent course of action was, a base of operations was essential, a return to familiar trades. A steady stream of income was the true path to success. With a snap of his fingers, he reached his decision. He meandered through a relatively peripheral area of the city, bustling yet not central, and after a lengthy search, he settled on a modest storefront. Its location was not prime, yet the rent was affordable, and the neighboring characters seemed rather inconsequential. The previous proprietor, who had sold low-tier talismans, had gone bankrupt due to poor management. The shop was modest in size and somewhat antiquated, yet with a bit of tidying, it could serve its purpose. Wangyou promptly paid the rent and received the keys. Taking matters into his own hands, he thoroughly cleaned the interior and exterior of the shop, then procured some simple shelves and counters. As for the source of goods, he harbored no concerns about the low-tier materials, elixirs, and magical artifacts he had previously collected. They would serve perfectly as a facade, while also allowing him to dispose of stolen items. Once everything was in place, he acquired a plain wooden sign and, with an elegant flourish, inscribed the 4 characters Wangyou General Goods. Observing the slightly crooked yet spirited sign, he nodded in satisfaction. A fine name, splendidly reflecting my character. He hung the sign at the entrance. Standing at the threshold of his modest Wangyou General Goods shop, he surveyed the bustling throngs on the street, a signature. Innocuous smile gracing his face. Now that the base was established and the sign hung, the next step. He stroked his chin, his gaze turning contemplative. He needed to ascertain the location of the black market in Tianke City, as well as where to acquire some elusive information. He had no intention of merely running a shop selling general goods. This was but a facade, a means to integrate into the city while discreetly optimizing resource allocation. The true grand enterprises often lay beneath the surface. Chapter 78. Channels of Disposition. The Forgetting Worry General Store opened quietly, devoid of festive adornments such as flower baskets, firecrackers, or even a sign proclaiming its grand opening. Wangyou casually placed a lounge chair at the entrance, reclining languidly within while engrossed in a folk-tale novel. Indifferent to the passers-by outside, the shelves inside were sparsely stocked with a few bottles of mediocre quality healing potions, rudimentary fireball talismans, and gentle breeze talismans. There were also several ordinary swords and knives that appeared somewhat sharp, yet lacked any spirit. Additionally, he had a collection of peculiar ores and beast bones, unearthed from secret realms, the names of which even he could not recall. All of these items were meticulously selected from the bulging storage bags, chosen for their low value and minimal potential for trouble. The truly valuable items, such as the ghostly blade and a small shield, remained untouched. He spent 3 languid days in this manner. Naturally, business was dismally slow. Occasionally, a few wandering cultivators, lured by the store's name, would glance at the meager offerings and then at the lethargic young proprietor, shaking their heads before departing. In 3 days, he managed to sell merely 2 fireball talismans, earning a mere 1.5 low-grade spirit stones. Wangyou felt no urgency. Running the store was merely a facade, and he never intended to amass wealth from it. On the 4th morning, estimating that the observation period had sufficiently elapsed and that the neighbors and patrolling city guards had become accustomed to the inconspicuous little general store, he commenced his plan. He did not unveil too much at once, but rather divided the items he needed to dispose of into several portions. Adorning himself in the most ordinary coarse linen attire, he concealed all traces of his cultivation, presenting himself as a lowly cultivator at the 3rd or 4th layer of chi refinement. His first destination was a scattered cultivator market in the eastern part of the city. The area was a chaotic mix of individuals, with makeshift stalls everywhere and a relatively loose management. He found an empty spot, spread out a tattered cloth, and displayed several mediocre spirit herbs and a few low-tier beast materials, pricing them slightly below market value. He kept his head down, feigning a timid demeanor that avoided eye contact. Soon, an astute cultivator approached, quickly haggling and purchasing his wares for a handful of low-grade spirit stones. Upon completing the transaction, Wangyou swiftly packed up and left, without a trace of nostalgia. His second stop was a moderately sized magic tool recycling shop in the city. This time, he presented the small shield and another somewhat damaged flying shuttle artifact. He played the part of a down-and-out cultivator who had fortuitously stumbled upon a predecessor's legacy but was in urgent need of funds, his eyes flickering and words vague. The shop assistant inspected the items and found no obvious markings, offering a low price. Wangyou pretended to hesitate momentarily before reluctantly accepting, exchanging the items for over 30 low-grade spirit stones. His third destination took him to the outskirts of the mundane gathering area in the southern part of the city, where he pawned 2 reasonably crafted jade ornaments that had lost their spiritual essence, in return for a few spirit stones and some scattered gold and silver. Thus, he devoted a full 5 days, donning 4 or 5 different disguises and identities, traversing the various districts and establishments of Tianke City. He discreetly disposed of the fragmented, low-grade inventory that might have been acquired through dubious means, meticulously handling it in batches and with utmost caution. Each transaction was modest in volume, with identities and locations never repeated, executed with a skill that belied his mere 15 years. Ultimately, his storage bag brimmed with nearly 200 low-grade spirit stones, while the cumbersome remnants were nearly cleared away. Yet, as he gazed at the replenished bag of spirit stones, Wangyou felt a slight furrow of concern upon his brow. The efficiency was far too low. Reclining in the chair of the general store, he pondered quietly. This method was suitable for disposing of low-tier refuse, yet it was time-consuming and laborious, yielding limited returns. Moreover, with repeated transactions, it was inevitable that he would attract the attention of certain discerning individuals. More importantly, he possessed some items that were challenging to sell. For instance, that fine-quality ghost-headed knife, imbued with sinister energy, seemingly intended for robbers. Reputable shops would likely refuse to accept it, as it would undoubtedly invite trouble. Then there was the most valuable item, the earth vein spirit mushroom, a genuine 3rd-tier spirit plant, worth a substantial sum. However, presenting such an item at an ordinary store would draw too much attention, prompting inquiries about its origins and likely resulting in a significantly reduced price. Furthermore, he might eventually acquire even more precious and illicit items. Was he to continue this piecemeal approach, akin to a thief? He required a more stable, discreet channel, one that possessed greater influence and understanding of the rules. A gray market that would not inquire about origins, facilitate quick transactions, and provide a degree of protection. During his time in Tianke City, aside from selling goods, he had kept his ears open, absorbing the myriad gossip and rumors circulating in the city. Among them, one name repeatedly surfaced, often accompanied by knowing smiles, lowered voices, and suggestive glances: Wangyou Pavilion, the largest, most opulent, and most enigmatic establishment of its kind in the city. It was said to be not only a haven of pleasure and a den of luxury, but also one of the foremost underground information hubs and gray trading markets in Tianke City. If one could afford the price, nearly anything one desired could be procured there, as well as any items one wished to sell. Moreover, the forces behind Wangyou Pavilion were said to be deeply intertwined and immensely powerful, possibly even connected to some of the top sects in Zhongzhou, rendering it a place where few dared to cause a stir. Wangyou Pavilion. Li Wangyou mused over the name, glancing at the crooked characters on his shop sign, unable to suppress a smile. Ah, this name does seem to resonate with me. He sprang from the chair, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. It sounded like an enticing place. A decision was made. He would investigate this Wangyou Pavilion tonight. He stroked his chin, a grin of curiosity and mischief illuminating his face. It would be delightful to see what caliber of courtesans Tianke City had to offer. Chapter 79. The Worry-Free Pavilion. As twilight descended, the city of Tianke embraced its most bustling and vibrant hour, particularly at the Worry-Free Pavilion, situated in the most affluent part of the southern district. The lights shone brilliantly, and the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo instruments wafted through the air, mingling with the delicate scents of cosmetics and fine wine from afar. Before the intricately carved vermilion doors, a throng of carriages and majestic spirit beasts flowed incessantly. Dressed in refined attire, the cultivators exchanged laughter and conversation, guided by the graceful and enchanting maidens into this realm of delight and indulgence. Li Worry-Free blended into the crowd, having exchanged his coarse linen garments for a relatively fine blue long robe. His hair was neatly tied up with a jade hairpin. Presenting himself as a young gentleman from a modestly affluent family, his cultivation purposefully suppressed to the initial stage of foundation establishment, striking a balance between not being overly conspicuous and not being underestimated. With just the right amount of curiosity and a hint of shyness typical of a novice in such establishments, he gazed innocently at the grand entrance of the Worry-Free Pavilion and its stunning attendants. "Young master, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to our Worry-Free Pavilion?" A graceful middle-aged matron approached him, evidently the stewardess of the establishment. "Indeed, I have heard that the Worry-Free Pavilion is unparalleled in Tianke, and I have come to witness it for myself." Li Worry-Free nodded, his tone tinged with a youthful pretentiousness. "Rest assured, we shall ensure your satisfaction. Here, our ladies are not only talented, but our fine wines and delicacies are abundant. Please, step inside." The matron's smile widened as she personally guided him further in. Upon entering, even Li Worry-Free, despite his worldly experience, was momentarily taken aback by the opulent scene within. The floor was adorned with soft carpets embroidered with intricate spirit patterns, silent underfoot. The walls were embedded with luminous moonstone and warm firefly pearls, casting a gentle and dreamlike light. A subtle, enchanting fragrance permeated the air, evidently the result of considerable investment. The grand hall was exceedingly spacious, with a stage paved in white jade at its center. At that moment, several exquisitely beautiful dancers, draped in sheer veils, gracefully twirled to the music, their enchanting forms and captivating gazes eliciting waves of applause from the audience below. Surrounding the hall were numerous elegant seating areas separated by screens or beaded curtains, where many guests had gathered, exchanging toasts and laughter, each accompanied by fair companions. The maidens flitted through the crowd like butterflies amidst flowers, serving exquisite wines and delicacies with attentive grace. The entire venue buzzed with lively energy, yet remained free of discord. Opulent without veering into vulgarity, truly deserving of its esteemed reputation. Li Worry-Free was led to a relatively quiet alcove, where he settled down and ordered a pot of reasonably priced spirit wine along with a few small dishes. Instead of hastily inquiring about the black market, he comported himself like a genuine reveler, pouring his own drink while attentively enjoying the dances on stage, all the while his consciousness, like invisible mercury, subtly expanded to gather various information within the establishment. He overheard two wealthy merchants in the adjacent private room quietly discussing a lucrative mining venture. On the other side, a few disciples from various sects were boasting about their recent experiences and gains, and from a distant corner, There seemed to be a conspiracy afoot. Cloaked in secrecy, the information was a cacophony of truths and falsehoods. However, his primary focus was soon captivated by a woman who had just taken the stage at the center of the hall. Unlike the other heavily adorned, exuberant dancers or musicians, she was clad in a simple yet elegant lavender gown, cradling an ancient Yaoqin. Her beauty was exquisite, yet her eyes bore a subtle trace of melancholy. She did not deliberately flaunt her allure. Instead, she sat quietly, adjusting the strings of her instrument in preparation for her performance. Yet, it was precisely this distinct air of serene composure that set her apart amidst the throng of lively entertainers, akin to a blue lotus blooming amidst the mire, drawing the gaze of many guests. She was Miss Yueyao, the current star performer of the Forget Worry Pavilion, renowned for her artistry rather than companionship. Observing that Li Wangyou was entranced, a nearby matron smiled and introduced her with a hint of pride, proclaiming that Miss Yueyao's musical prowess was unparalleled. With countless affluent patrons willing to lavish their wealth just to hear her play, Li Wangyou nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, Miss Yueyao's fingertips danced over the strings. The clear and ethereal melodies flowed forth like a mountain spring, instantly quelling the din in the room. The music was both poignant and uplifting, demonstrating exceptional skill that engrossed all who listened. Many guests ceased their conversations, lost in the enchanting strains of her performance. Li Wangyou too narrowed his eyes slightly, appearing to relish the music, yet his gaze meticulously scrutinized Miss Yueyao. Her smile was graceful, and she responded to the guests' compliments with poise and ease, truly embodying the demeanor of a leading performer. However, Li Wangyou perceptively discerned a hint of solitude and discontent hidden deep within her alluring smile. It was a sense of detachment that starkly contrasted with the surrounding atmosphere of indulgence. What stirred his heart further was his keen perception. Honed by his formidable consciousness at the nascent soul stage, he detected a remarkably faint, cleverly concealed fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Miss Yueyao. This fluctuation was exceedingly subtle, barely perceptible, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, suggesting that she once possessed considerable cultivation, yet it had been shattered or constrained, leaving only a pitiable remnant. Moreover, from the nature of this residual energy, it appeared not to stem from the practice of enchanting arts or ordinary dual cultivation techniques, but rather bore the tranquil essence of orthodox Taoist principles, now adrift like a rootless reed. A once noble practitioner, her cultivation diminished or bound, reduced to a mere entertainer? And yet, she had ascended to stardom? Li Wangyou was instantly intrigued. This narrative was all too familiar. Such stories were commonly found in novels. This woman undoubtedly harbored a tale of her own. As the final notes of her melody lingered in the air, the hall erupted in applause. Miss Yueyao rose gracefully, offering a slight bow to the guests below, her face adorned with a perfect yet distant smile. Accompanied by her maid, she cradled the qin and retreated slowly towards the backstage. Li Wangyou caressed the wine glass in his hand, observing the delicate lavender silhouette vanish behind the beaded curtain, his eyes glimmering with curiosity and a hint of amusement. A once renowned courtesan, now stripped of her powers? Intriguing. He mused that his visit to Wangyou Pavilion might yield unexpected treasures beyond merely seeking a means to dispose of illicit goods. A woman imbued with stories and a complex past, positioned in such a peculiar situation, could potentially serve as a valuable pawn, if employed wisely. Chapter 80. The predicament of Yueyao. Li Wangyou lingered in the Forgetting Worries Pavilion for a while longer, finishing the pot of spiritual wine. He casually bestowed a few spirit stones upon several exceptionally talented dancers, presenting himself as a somewhat affluent patron seeking amusement. However, his thoughts had already drifted to the departing figure of Miss Yueyao. He beckoned a seemingly astute maid, discreetly offering her a low-grade spirit stone, and with a smile inquired, "The musical talents of Miss Yueyao are truly exquisite. Might I request her to perform another solo? The price is negotiable." The maid accepted the spirit stone with an even sweeter smile, yet her expression turned troubled. "Young master, you may not be aware, but Sister Yueyao only performs 3 sessions daily, and that was the last for today. Moreover, she does not entertain guests privately." "Oh, what a pity." Li Wangyou feigned an expression of regret, and, seemingly without intention, inquired further, "I perceive that Miss Yueyao possesses an extraordinary temperament, unlike ordinary musicians. Does she face some difficulty?" The maid glanced around cautiously and lowered her voice. "You have a keen eye, young master. Sister Yueyao was originally the daughter of a respectable family, but I have heard that her family has fallen into misfortune, forcing her to drift to this place. The matron, out of compassion, has allowed her to perform solely for a living, which is a generous concession. If you truly wish to hear her play, perhaps you could return tomorrow?" "Ah, I see." Li Wanyu nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He rewarded the maid with another spirit stone before rising to settle his bill and leave. However, he did not venture far. Instead, he paused at a relatively quiet corner of an alley near the Forgetting Worries pavilion, concealing his presence and merging into the shadows, patiently awaiting his opportunity. He was aware that a headliner like Yu Yao, even as a mere courtesan, could not remain within the pavilion indefinitely. There would inevitably be moments of rest or departure. Sure enough, after about an hour of waiting, as the bustling atmosphere of the Forgetting Worries pavilion began to wane in the late hours of the night, a figure draped in a simple cloak, head bowed, quietly emerged from a side entrance of the pavilion. It was Yu Yao. She appeared somewhat weary, cradling her chin, hurrying towards a secluded alley opposite the main street. Li Wangyou's eyes flickered with intent as he stealthily followed her. Yu Yao seemed burdened with thoughts and was oblivious to her pursuer. She weaved through the streets, eventually entering a residential area that appeared rather modest, and finally paused before a small courtyard, producing a key to unlock the door. Just as she was about to push the door open, a shadowy figure materialized silently behind her, a hand gently pressing against the critical point at her back. A surge of gentle yet irresistible spiritual power flowed into her, temporarily incapacitating her already feeble ability to move. Yu Yao's body stiffened abruptly, fear flashing in her eyes, and she nearly dropped her chin. "Miss Yu Yao, do not be alarmed. I mean no harm." A clear and calm youthful voice resonated behind her. "I merely wish to find a quiet place to converse with you." The voice sounded youthful and devoid of any lewd intentions, yet the undeniable sense of power it conveyed caused Yu Yao's heart to plummet. The ability to subdue her so effortlessly hinted at a strength far beyond her imagination. Li Wanyu gently pushed the door open, guiding the rigid Yu Yao into the small courtyard, and closed the door behind them. The courtyard was rather diminutive, containing but a single main room, sparsely furnished to the point of austerity, a stark contradiction to the esteemed identity of the Forgetting Worry pavilion. He loosened the constraints he had placed upon Yu Yao, stepping back a couple of paces to indicate his lack of hostility. Yu Yao abruptly turned, her back against the door, clutching the Yaoqin tightly to her chest with both hands, her complexion ashen, her eyes brimming with vigilance and trepidation as she regarded the unexpectedly handsome young man clad in a blue robe before her. "Who are you? What do you want?" she stammered, her voice quaking with fear. Li Wanyu did not respond verbally, yet his gaze fell upon her delicate fingers, tightly encircling the Yaoqin. They were slender and pale, the knuckles bearing the faint calluses of long practice. More significantly, through the lens of his nascent soul's perception, he discerned the almost imperceptible traces of spiritual energy at her fingertips, struggling to coalesce, yet utterly unable to do so. "Miss Yu Yao," Li Wanyu began directly, his tone unembellished yet piercing, "given your former cultivation at the late foundation stage, to find yourself reduced to performing in this realm of ephemeral pleasures, even resorting to covertly gathering intelligence for others in exchange for cultivation resources. I can only imagine how arduous your existence must be." Boom. This statement struck Yu Yao like a thunderclap, reverberating through her very being. Her pupils dilated, color draining from her face, and her body trembled uncontrollably as she regarded Li Wanyu with the eyes of one who faced a dreadful specter. This was her most deeply concealed secret. Not even the matron of the Forgetting Worry pavilion was aware of her latent powers, believing her to be merely a common woman fallen from grace. No one knew of her clandestine dealings with a mysterious organization, gathering intelligence in exchange for meager spiritual stones. How could this young man possibly know? Who on earth was he? In the wake of her fear, a wave of despair surged forth, as if she had nothing left to lose. Biting her lip, her gaze sharpened, and she coldly declared, "What do you truly intend? If you think to threaten me into submission with this knowledge, you have gravely miscalculated. I would rather face death." Observing her feigned composure, reminiscent of a frightened creature attempting to appear unperturbed, Li Wanyu could not help but smile. He casually pulled over the sole small stool in the courtyard and sat down, waving his hand dismissively. "I have already expressed my lack of ill intent. If I wished you harm, why would I waste my breath? A direct soul search would be far simpler, wouldn't it?" Though he spoke lightly, the term soul search sent a shiver down Yu Yao's spine. It was indeed a fate more dreadful than death itself. "What do you truly want?" Yu Yao's tone remained frosty, yet her wariness had somewhat diminished. This young man, though seemingly nonchalant, exuded an aura that felt unfathomable, particularly that subtle essence which seemed to meld with the very fabric of the universe, a sensation she had only encountered in a select few pinnacle cultivators. As for myself, Li Wanyu commenced, weaving a tale that danced between truth and deception. I am merely an individual who enjoys engaging in a bit of commerce and meddling in affairs of interest. Having recently arrived in Tianke City, I sought some unique business opportunities. Coincidentally, I have heard that the Forgetting Worry Pavilion is quite extraordinary, and I couldn't help but notice that you seem to be in a bit of a predicament. He paused, scrutinizing Yu Yao's expression, before continuing, I possess no particular talents, but I do have extensive connections and acquaintance with remarkable individuals. Perhaps I could offer some assistance regarding your current plight. Of course, in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch, is there? His words were a mixture of truth and deception, revealing his intent to seek collaboration while showcasing a semblance of strength and background, casting a bait while simultaneously indicating a need for exchange. Yu Yao fell silent, her gaze fixed intently on Li Wangyou's eyes, as if attempting to discern the veracity of his words. The youth before her appeared exceedingly young, yet the composure, insight, and inscrutable aura he exuded commanded her respect. Particularly, the phrase suggesting he might alleviate her predicament flickered like a fleeting firefly in the darkness, exerting a fatal allure over her. She had been ensnared in this place for far too long, donning a facade of cheerfulness while treading on eggshells, relying on the sale of inconsequential intelligence to procure meager resources in a futile attempt to restore her powers, with hope dwindling to a despairing whisper. Now, an ostensibly mysterious and formidable opportunity had unexpectedly materialized before her. After much internal struggle, her desire for survival and yearning for freedom ultimately eclipsed her caution. She gradually loosened her grip on the chain, her body relaxing slightly, her voice tinged with a husky timbre as she softly confessed, I was once an outer disciple of the Qinglan sword sect. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling herself, she continued, merely by inadvertently uncovering a secret alliance between an elder of the sect and the demonic path, I was falsely accused and wronged, my powers stripped away, and I nearly lost my life. Ultimately, I was sold into this Forgetting Worry Pavilion. That elder wielded considerable influence, and I found myself powerless to resist, forced to feign compliance while secretly gathering intelligence in exchange for spirit stones, hoping that one day I might recover a modicum of my powers and escape this place. Her voice was soft, yet it resonated with profound bitterness and deep-seated helplessness, succinctly encapsulating her tale of injustice and hardship. Chapter 81. Cooperation Agreement. The small courtyard fell into a brief silence, interrupted only by the faint whimper of the night breeze as it passed through the dilapidated window frames. After recounting her experiences, Yu Yao gazed at the enigmatic youth before her with a complex expression. She was uncertain whether revealing her secrets was a wise decision. It felt akin to a gamble, wagering that this boy was not her enemy, and that the faint glimmer of hope truly existed. Li Wangyou lightly tapped his fingers against his knee, his face betraying little emotion, while his mind raced with calculations. The Qinglan sword sect? It appeared to be a moderately sized faction in the Central Plains. An elder colluding with demonic forces? Such sordid affairs were all too common in the realm of cultivation. Hardly surprising. Indeed, Yu Yao's plight was quite tragic, yet it was merely that. Li Wangyou was no benevolent savior, lacking any inclination to champion justice or avenge her grievances. What concerned him was whether her current predicament and status would be of any utility to him. Clearly, it was advantageous, and significantly so. A cultivator ensnared in the information-rich confines of the Wangyou Pavilion, desperate to extricate herself from her plight, possessing a modicum of self-preservation and adaptability. While in need of resources, she was the quintessential point for intelligence gathering and a broker for gray market dealings. As for aiding her in restoring her cultivation, perhaps that could be contemplated in the future. For now, who cannot spin a tale of dreams? Having made up his mind, Li Wangyou lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his face that appeared sincere yet reeked of commercial intent. Indeed, the plight of Miss Yu Yao was worthy of sympathy. He expressed a polite semblance of compassion before pivoting the conversation, asserting that dwelling on the past was futile. What truly mattered was the future, was it not? Yu Yao fixed her gaze upon him, refraining from interjecting, awaiting his next words. As for me, being new here, I find myself in need of some special assistance. Li Wangyou dispensed with the pretense and directly laid out his terms. I can provide you with a degree of protection, at least during the period I require your services. I can assure you that no one in the Wangyou Pavilion will harm you. Furthermore, I shall furnish you with certain resources, such as spirit stones, or items that may offer a modicum of assistance in restoring your cultivation. He deliberately placed emphasis on the phrase a modicum of assistance, leaving ample room for imagination. Instantly, Yu Yao's eyes sparkled with hope. Protection, resources, these were precisely what she yearned for. What must I do? She was no fool. Well aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch, her voice tinged with urgency. Quite simple. Li Wanyu grinned like a cunning fox that had pilfered a hen. First, assist me in handling certain matters. Some items may not have the most convenient origins, and you will need to utilize your channels to discreetly convert them into spirit stones. I shall provide you with a share of the profits based on their value. Yu Yao immediately grasped the implication, trafficking stolen goods. This was not unfamiliar to her, having previously worked for that mysterious organization, where she occasionally encountered similar situations. Secondly, Li Wanyu continued, the Wanyu Pavilion is a hub of information. I require your assistance in monitoring and gathering certain intelligence. For instance, the movements of various factions in Tianke City, the imminent opening of significant secret realms or ruins, locations of high-quality auctions, or the particular preferences and whereabouts of certain individuals. Likewise, for valuable intelligence, I shall provide appropriate remuneration. Intelligence gathering is her forte. Is that all? Yu Yao found it hard to believe. These two tasks were not particularly challenging for her. One might even say they were her only areas of expertise at present. Yet, the counterpart was offering her the coveted protection and resources she longed for. That is all. Li Wanyu nodded, then added with an authoritative tone, however, since we have chosen to collaborate, I expect your loyalty. I do not wish for my information and resources to reach a second party through you. Do you understand? Yu Yao's heart tightened, instantly grasping the warning implicit in his words. Without hesitation, she nodded emphatically, rest assured, my lord. Though I am a woman, I understand the value of trust and loyalty. Should I gain your assistance, I shall follow your commands without reservation, harboring no other intentions. Her declaration was resolute, imbued with gratitude, commitment, and a desperate clutch at this lifeline. Li Wanyu remained non-committal to her assertion. Anyone could utter flattering words, but the true measure lay in actions. Nonetheless, he retained confidence in his ability to control the situation. Excellent, he declared, rising to his feet. Then let our collaboration be fruitful. He rummaged through his storage pouch, retrieving a small cloth bag containing 50 low-grade spirit stones, which he casually tossed to Yu Yao. This is a portion of your advance payment and operational funds. Yu Yao accepted the bag of spirit stones, feeling the pure spiritual energy within, her hands trembling slightly. 50 low-grade spirit stones. The intelligence she had painstakingly gathered over several months would scarcely yield such a sum. Next, Li Wanyu produced several items. A sinister-looking ghostly blade emanating a faint aura of malevolence, along with 2 artifacts obtained from secret realm bandits, which, while seemingly valuable, also reeked of bloodshed. These are the first batch of items you need to handle. Assess their market value. You may keep 10% of the proceeds. Yu Yao scrutinized the dubious items, her gaze sharpening, but she quickly regained her composure. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. This blade carries a heavy aura of malice. Ordinary shops would shy away from it, so it may need to be sold through the black market, likely fetching between 80 to 100 spirit stones. The other 2 items are easier to deal with. Together, they should garner around 50 spirit stones. In total, we might achieve approximately 130 to 150 spirit stones. A 10% share would yield 13 to 15 spirit stones. Her quotation was clear and methodical, revealing her familiarity with the trade. Li Wanyu nodded in satisfaction. Professional. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggested. After the sale, you will temporarily safeguard the spirit stones and information. I shall return to find you. As he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, he seemed to recall something and glanced back, casually yet meaningfully adding, do your best. Perhaps, your restoration of cultivation will occur even sooner than I had anticipated. Having spoken, he swiftly vanished into the night, leaving only Yu Yao standing alone in the modest courtyard, cradling the Qin in her arms, her hand tightly gripping the bag of spirit stones. Her gaze flickered over the ominous items scattered on the ground, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. She understood that from this moment forth, the trajectory of her destiny might indeed undergo a profound transformation. Whether this change would be for better or worse remained uncertain. Yet she was prepared to wager everything, grasping onto this seemingly nonsensical yet profoundly mysterious lifeline. She hastily secured the magical artifacts from the ground, concealing them away. She recognized that she must demonstrate her worth to justify this investment and the promise regarding the restoration of her cultivation. Chapter 82. The intelligence network. In the days that followed, Li Wanyu remained ensconced in his humble grocery store, leading what appeared to be a languid and leisurely existence. By day, he basked in the sun while perusing novels, and by night, he engaged in meditation to solidify his cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Occasionally, he opened his door to conduct trivial business, perfectly embodying the role of a shopkeeper devoid of ambition, merely coasting through life. However, beneath this facade, he maintained a thread of consciousness, attentively monitoring the goings-on at the small courtyard of Song Yueyao in the southern part of the city. He did not entirely trust the woman. The realm of cultivation harbored treachery, especially among those who had endured betrayal and hardship. In the struggle for survival, one could resort to any means. The goods and spirit stones he had provided served both as a gesture of goodwill and a test. Should Yueyao abscond with the items or attempt to inform the forces behind Wangyou Pavilion, he possessed ample contingencies to ensure her regret. The methods of a nascent soul cultivator were beyond the imagination of a woman who had lost all her cultivation. Nonetheless, Yueyao's response proved gratifying. On the third night, while pondering how to roast sweet potatoes using the newly acquired nascent soul true fire in his backyard, he sensed the activation of the protective barrier at the small courtyard, triggered by the rudimentary communication talisman he had left with Yueyao. In an instant, he vanished from his location, reappearing in her modest courtyard. It seemed Yueyao had been awaiting his arrival. Upon hearing the commotion, she promptly turned around. After several days apart, the pallor on her face had lessened somewhat, and her eyes sparkled with vitality and competence. Upon seeing Li Wangyou, she stepped forward and respectfully offered a bow. "Young master, how did things proceed?" Li Wangyou leaned against the wall, inquiring lazily. Without unnecessary preamble, Yueyao produced a bulging pouch of spirit stones from her sleeve, presenting it with both hands. "Young master, the 3 magical artifacts you left last time have all been sold." The ghostly blade fetched 105 low-grade spirit stones. The other 2 sold for 55, totaling 160 spirit stones. After a 10% commission, I am entitled to 16 stones. Here are the remaining 144 for your perusal. Li Wangyou raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. The price exceeded Yueyao's initial estimate. Accepting the pouch, he swept his consciousness over it, confirming the accuracy of the count. "Oh, did it sell for more than anticipated?" Yueyao lowered her gaze slightly, explaining. "Thanks to the young master. Previously, when I was working for that organization, I became acquainted with a shopkeeper who specializes in the black market for magical artifacts. This time, I sold them through him. As a regular customer, the pricing was reasonable, and he did not inquire too much about their origins." Li Wangyou nodded, elevating Yueyao's standing in his mind. She demonstrated an understanding of leveraging past connections, executing tasks with prudence, and an admirable sense of measure. He casually tucked away the pouch of spirit stones. Though over 100 low-grade stones held little weight in his eyes, it marked a promising beginning. "Well done." He offered a rare compliment before asking, "Is there anything else?" Yueyao lifted her head, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, and retrieved a slender jade slip from her bosom, presenting it to him. "This is a compilation of information I have gathered over the past few days that may prove useful to you, young master. Please take a look." Li Wangyou took the jade slip, allowing his consciousness to sink into its depths. The information contained within was meticulously categorized and clearly articulated. Firstly, it detailed the recent movements of various influential factions within Tianke City. For instance, the city lord's mansion appeared to be preparing for a grand auction. Several local cultivation families were embroiled in disputes over a newly discovered vein of ore, and there were reports of unusual beast tides in the Haifeng mountain range, 300 miles outside the city, suggesting the emergence of rare treasures, which had attracted numerous cultivators. Secondly, there were scattered bits of intelligence regarding individual cultivators. Notably, the renowned alchemist, Elder Xuanmu, was recently seeking to purchase a 500-year-old Qiang ginseng at a high price. The enforcement team was rigorously investigating a batch of illicit drugs that had entered the city. While the information was not earth-shattering, it was timely, accurate, and comprehensive, evidently gathered and refined through the eclectic environment of Wangyou Pavilion. This was of immense value to someone new to the city who needed to grasp its intricacies swiftly. Li Wangyou nodded to himself, acknowledging that Yueyao was indeed a promising talent in the realm of intelligence gathering. At the end of the jade slip, one particular piece of news captured his special attention. The disciple of the Great Brightness Temple in the western regions, known as Liaochen, was rumored to have departed the west and would soon arrive in Zhongzhou to undertake a 3-year journey of worldly experience, spreading the teachings of Buddhism. His itinerary included Tianke City, with an anticipated arrival within half a month. Accompanying this were some basic details about Liaochen. Although he was quite young, he had already attained the late Golden Core stage and was hailed as a once-in-a-millennium talent within the Buddhist sect, possessing profound knowledge of Buddhist doctrine and holding a revered status. A disciple from the western regions? Coming to Tianke City? Li Wangyou's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Buddhist practices of the Western regions were markedly different from the Taoist cultivation systems of Zhongzhou, and such visits were rare. The personal arrival of a highly esteemed disciple for training in Zhongzhou was indeed a remarkable event. Yueyao added that rumors of this development had already circulated among the higher echelons of cultivators. It was said that this disciple was of gentle disposition, yet possessed formidable Buddhist skills and eloquence, likely to engage in philosophical debates with several contemporaries in Zhongzhou. The city lord's mansion and various sects had presumably received the news and were preparing for his arrival. Wangyou withdrew his consciousness, his fingers caressing the smooth jade slip as a smile, tinged with curiosity and a hint of mischief, gradually appeared on his face. He murmured to himself, "A little monk from the Western regions? Or perhaps a disciple? I've heard these bald heads can be quite rigid and humorless. Always preaching compassion and strict adherence to rules. Teasing him should prove particularly amusing." Chapter 83. The Buddhist disciple's journey east. Half a month has swiftly passed. During this time, Wangyou has enjoyed a rather prosperous existence. Yueyao successfully assisted him in selling 2 batches of miscellaneous inventory, delivering several hundred spirit stones along with valuable pieces of intelligence, thereby proving herself to be a reliable and capable partner. In return, Wangyou reciprocated with occasional gifts of a few elixirs that offered modest benefits for strengthening one's foundation, leaving Yueyao immensely grateful and more industrious in her efforts. The business of Wangyou's general store remained rather lackluster, yet Wangyou reveled in the leisure it afforded him. His greatest delight each day lay in eavesdropping on the casual conversations of passing patrons, collecting various rumors regarding the imminent arrival of the Western Buddhist disciple. It was said that this enlightened figure had stirred considerable excitement during his eastward journey through the Central Plains, entering every city he passed and imparting Buddhist teachings to all who would listen. Reports suggested that his temperament was indeed as gentle and compassionate as the tales indicated. Whether addressing eminent sect disciples or downtrodden wanderers, he treated all with equal regard and patience. His profound understanding of Buddhist doctrines was said to be unfathomable, his eloquence unmatched. Several well-known Golden Core cultivators from the Central Plains, after engaging in discourse with him, had subtly found themselves swayed, contemplating a turn towards Buddhism. This development had stirred up quite the hornet's nest. After all, the Central Plains is a bastion of the Taoist tradition, and here was a monk from the West, attempting to lure away their disciples, an audacious endeavor indeed. Although outwardly, everyone maintained a facade of decorum. Speaking of philosophical exchanges, behind the scenes, many sects were brimming with anticipation, preparing to deliver a surprise to this Buddhist disciple once he reached Tianke City, the heart of the Central Plains, to remind him of the potency of their Taoist practices. Wangyou listened with rapt attention, growing increasingly eager for this unfolding drama. One day, Tianke City buzzed with even more liveliness than usual. At the city gates, a throng of cultivators and common folk had gathered, drawn by the excitement. "He's here. The Buddhist disciple from the West has arrived." A shout from the crowd triggered a wave of commotion. Wangyou mingled among the gathering, straining on tiptoe to catch a glimpse down the official road leading from the city. In the distance, a young monk approached at a measured pace. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, clad in pristine white robes, untainted by even the slightest speck of dust. He carried himself with poise, each step taken as if measured, precise to the inch. Most striking were his features and demeanor. His countenance was handsome, with gentle brows and eyes, a single red cinnabar adorning his forehead, adding to his dignified aura. His skin was fair and delicate, exuding a faint luminescence akin to jade. His eyes were clear and serene, reminiscent of a sacred lake high in the mountains, untouched by earthly impurities. When he gazed upon others, an air of compassion and equality radiated from him. He emitted no overwhelming waves of spiritual energy. Rather, a soft and pure aura of Buddhist light enveloped him, rendering him both sacred and tranquil, seemingly at odds with the bustling world around him, yet curiously harmonizing with it. As he passed through the crowd, the once boisterous throng inexplicably quieted, as if the agitation in many hearts had been soothed by his peaceful presence. Is this the Buddhist disciple? So young, such profound Buddhist nature. Gazing upon him brings a profound sense of tranquility. It is said that his understanding of Buddhist teachings is profound, with many unable to engage in debate with him. Humph, what a charlatan. I see him merely as a trickster from the Western lands. The crowd buzzed with varying opinions, curiosity, reverence, and disdain. Yet, the monk, Liao Chun, appeared oblivious to the myriad of glances and discussions, maintaining a serene smile as he walked steadily into the city. Only when approached by commoners or low-ranking cultivators who clasped their hands in greeting did he pause, bowing respectfully in return while uttering, Ba. The lord of Tianke City and representatives from several esteemed sects dispatched their emissaries to welcome him. The pleasantries exchanged were neither overly warm nor cold, merely adhering to the basic decorum. Liao Chun reciprocated each greeting with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Following the simple welcoming ceremony, Liao Chun chose not to accept the lord's offer of luxurious accommodations, but instead opted for a modest, monk-friendly inn within the city, demonstrating an exceptionally low profile. However, despite his desire for discretion, others would not allow it. The very next day, news spread like wildfire. Liao Chun would establish a temporary Dharma platform at the central square of the city, hosting a 3-day debate on Buddhist teachings, inviting all those fated to engage in discussion. Once the news broke, the entirety of Tianke City erupted in excitement. The central square, the largest public space in the city, was traditionally the venue for significant announcements. The audacity of this monk from the western region to deliver teachings there was undeniably provocative. Immediately, countless cultivators, townsfolk, and even some onlookers seeking entertainment flocked to the square, creating an impenetrable throng. Naturally, Wangyou would not miss such an event. Munching on spirit melon seeds purchased from the street, he sauntered to the square, skillfully maneuvering through the crowd until he found himself near the front. At the center of the square, a simple wooden Dharma platform had been hastily erected. Liao Chun sat cross-legged upon a cushion atop the platform, eyes gently closed, fingers deftly manipulating prayer beads, softly reciting scriptures. A gentle radiance emanated from him, creating a serene and solemn atmosphere amidst the surrounding clamor. Surrounding the platform were numerous individuals, cultivators adorned in colorful sect robes, affluent young scions in resplendent attire, and several individuals who appeared to be of considerable cultivation themselves. Most bore serious expressions and sharp gazes, clearly not there merely to listen but to engage in discourse. Beyond them, a multitude of spectators strained their necks, eager for the unfolding spectacle, though the assembly had yet to officially commence. The atmosphere was already charged with tension and anticipation. Wangyou, positioned at the front of the crowd, continued to crack his spirit melon seeds, his bright eyes darting about, one moment assessing the dignified young monk on the platform, the next surveying the eager cultivators around him, their readiness palpable. A smirk crept upon his lips. Indeed, this was quite the spectacle. They all seemed formidable. I wonder if they can withstand a bit of persuasion? Chapter 84. The debate commences as the crowd gathered at the Taoist square. An unusual silence enveloped the throng, despite the increasing number of onlookers. All eyes were fixed upon the youthful bodhisattva at the center of the platform. The bodhisattva, Liao Chun, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as clear as a tranquil lake, sweeping across the assembly below. His expression remained serene, devoid of sorrow or joy, rather than immediately delving into profound Buddhist doctrines. He commenced with a brief yet solemn opening verse, his voice resonant and melodious, bearing a unique cadence that instantly calmed the last remnants of restlessness in the crowd. Today, I, the humble monk Liao Chun, wish to explore the subtleties of the Dharma with all fellow practitioners. Feel free to inquire, and I shall endeavor to clarify any uncertainties. The Dharma knows no bounds, and compassion is universal. May all sentient beings attain wisdom and be liberated from suffering. His opening remarks were both modest and gentle, endearing him to the audience. Soon, an impatient disciple from the sect boldly rose to challenge him, cupping his hands and adopting a tone tinged with provocation. Master Liao Chun, I have a question. The Buddha speaks of the equality of all beings. Why then are the statues in the temple adorned in gold and excessive luxury, while the beggar at the foot of the mountain is left in rags and hunger? Such equality appears contradictory. Would it not yield greater merit to use the funds for gilding the statue to alleviate poverty? This pointed inquiry struck at the heart of the potential discord between the formality of the Buddhist teachings and their doctrinal essence, garnering silent nods of agreement from several monks who felt the question was astute. Liao Chun remained undisturbed, his hands together in prayer, slightly bowing his head. His voice still tranquil. Ba. Your question arises from a misunderstanding of appearances. The golden statues in the temple serve not for ostentation, but as a manifestation of the Dharma. Adorning the sacred ground with the most precious of worldly things serves to highlight the nobility of the teachings, inspiring respect and aspiration among sentient beings. This reverence and aspiration are indeed the conditions for liberation. Just as a school requires a bright and clean environment, well equipped with tools, not for the enjoyment of the teachers, but to cultivate an atmosphere conducive to learning, so too does the Buddha's domain. As for the beggar below, the Buddhist community engages in acts of charity, providing food and medicine, which is also a manifestation of the Dharma. Both the manifestation of the Dharma and its practice arise from compassion, with no distinction in superiority or inferiority, akin to the two wings of a bird or the two wheels of a cart. One cannot exist without the other. Should one aspect be neglected, the Dharma loses its luster, and sentient beings find it difficult to reap genuine benefits. He referenced scriptures, articulating the relationship between manifestation and practice with clarity and depth, adeptly addressing the inquiry while subtly elevating the discourse. The questioning disciple opened his mouth, seemingly poised to retort, yet found himself momentarily at a loss for a suitable counterpoint, ultimately resigning to sit back down with disappointment. Liao Chun smiled gently and continued, moreover, the essence of the Dharma does not lie in materiality. A sincere offering of a bowl of clear water surpasses 1,000 pieces of gold devoid of respect. In the eyes of the Bodhisattva, there is no distinction between beggars and emperors. Both possess Buddha nature, and both can attain Buddhahood. The confusion you harbor stems from an unbroken perception of self, others, sentient beings, and longevity. His words not only answered the question, but also subtly implied the inadequacy of the disciple's practice and understanding, indicating a lack of depth in his insights. Subsequently, several others rose to pose their inquiries, some genuinely seeking knowledge, while others aimed to challenge the young Bodhisattva with their queries, which span topics such as karmic retribution, the nature of emptiness, and the stages of practice. Liao Chun remains ever composed, effortlessly addressing any inquiry that arises, drawing upon Buddhist scriptures and employing exquisite metaphors coupled with rigorous logic to dispel each concern. His words, gentle yet incisive, often pierce through the questioner's persistent attachments and cognitive obstructions, leaving many flushed and sweating, ultimately leading them to heartfelt reverence, hands clasped in gratitude, and expressions of having been enlightened. Remarkably, even a solitary practitioner of the golden elixir stage, initially intent on provoking discord, found himself rooted in contemplation after engaging in a discourse with him about the Zen-like essence of killing for the sake of saving and the distinction between severing karmic ties and harming individuals. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he bowed deeply to Liao Chun and silently withdrew, seemingly touched by a newfound understanding. The atmosphere in the gathering gradually transformed from one of skepticism and challenge to a solemn and reverent ambience. Increasingly, individuals were captivated by Liao Chun's profound mastery of Buddhist teachings and his compassionate demeanor, listening intently as if they were genuinely receiving the Buddhist teachings. A gentle aura of Buddhist light enveloped the platform, and the recitations and debates seemed imbued with a purifying force for the heart. Many initially drawn by mere curiosity now displayed sincere expressions, silently praying. Li Wangyou, mingling within the crowd, had long since finished his sunflower seeds. With arms crossed, he listened with a surprising seriousness, nodding occasionally, suggesting that he found some merit in the young monk's discourse. However, those familiar with him knew that this demeanor often signified not agreement, but rather a search for a flaw. Indeed, when yet another questioner, thoroughly convinced by Liao Chun's reasoning, bowed and retreated, a brief lull of serene tranquility enveloped the space. Suddenly, a bright, somewhat languid youthful voice shattered the solemn atmosphere, sounding particularly jarring. Wait a moment, little master. What you said seems incorrect. I have a question that remains unclear. In an instant, the attention of the entire assembly converged upon the source of the voice. There stood at the forefront of the crowd a strikingly handsome youth, appearing harmless, raising his hand high with an expression of innocent confusion, blinking as he gazed at Liao Chun on the platform. Li Wangyou's interruption tore a significant rift in the previously solemn and peaceful atmosphere. It was the first time Liao Chun had encountered someone daring enough to interject with such casualness, even laced with a hint of skepticism. Momentarily taken aback, he directed his clear gaze towards Li Wangyou, hands together in a peaceful posture, and replied, Amitabha, what question does this benefactor have? Please, speak freely. Li Wangyou lowered his hand, scratched his head, and boldly inquired, Little master, you often say, lay down the butcher's knife, and you will become a Buddha on the spot. So, I want to ask, if an evildoer, having committed numerous heinous acts and killed many, suddenly regrets and sets down the butcher's knife just before death, can he become a Buddha? But what about those virtuous individuals who have spent their lives practicing compassion and reciting sutras? If, at the moment of death, a fleeting bad thought crosses their mind, do they forfeit all their merits and fail to attain Buddhahood? Isn't that rather unfair to the good people? Wouldn't that encourage everyone to first act as evildoers and then merely repent at the end? Chapter 85. sophistry. Li Wanyu posed a question that was both intricate and somewhat perplexing, yet he articulated it in the most straightforward manner, unraveling the seemingly contradictory relationship between sudden enlightenment, repentance, and the fruits of cultivation within Buddhist teachings. This query was cast toward Liaochen, provoking a low murmur among the crowd in the square. Many practitioners furrowed their brows, perceiving the youth's inquiry as a deliberate act of disruption, asking a question so near to blasphemy. However, a considerable number of others displayed expressions of contemplation, as it indeed represented a common conundrum that troubled many newcomers to Buddhism. Liaochen, with his clear and serene gaze, momentarily expressed surprise, but soon regained his composure. With palms joined together, his voice remained soothing as a gentle spring. Ba. The question you pose, while seemingly logical, is a misunderstanding of the true essence of putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot, as well as a misinterpretation of the law of cause and effect. He paused, patiently elucidating. In Buddhism, the law of cause and effect is paramount. The repercussions of good and evil are as inseparable as shadows and light, and are never illusory. A wicked person who commits malevolent acts must inevitably bear the consequences of their actions. Mere last-minute repentance cannot erase their past transgressions. The debts of their previous misdeeds must still be repaid. The phrase becoming a Buddha on the spot does not imply an immediate attainment of Buddhahood and the enjoyment of boundless bliss, but rather indicates that in the moment of laying down the butcher's knife and sincerely repenting, a fundamental transformation occurs within one's nature, severing the roots of further wrongdoing and discovering the correct path toward Buddhahood. It is akin to a lost traveler finally finding the way home, yet still requiring steps to reach the threshold. Conversely, a virtuous person, throughout their life, accumulates good causes and merits, cultivating a profound foundation and a resolute heart for the way. Would they allow a fleeting moment of ignorance at the time of death to nullify their lifetime of good deeds? Even in moments of distraction, their deep-rooted foundation cannot be equated to the temporary repentance of a wicked person. For instance, a towering tree, having weathered storms, remains steadfast, while a sapling may easily succumb to the winds. Buddhism does not encourage wrongdoing. On the contrary, it reveals the suffering born of evil deeds and offers every sentient being, regardless of their past, the hope and opportunity for repentance and redemption. One should not measure the vast compassion of Buddhist teachings through the lens of worldly fairness. Liaochen's explanation was profound yet accessible, exhibiting his deep understanding of Buddhist philosophy. Many in the audience nodded in agreement, feeling enlightened, and cast reproachful glances at Li Wanyu, believing him to be merely causing a ruckus. However, Li Wanyu seemed oblivious to the insights shared, his eyes wide with disbelief, continuing to press. Oh, I see. So, what you're saying is that a wicked person, in a moment of desperation, clutches at the Buddha's feet, as if they've obtained a Buddha qualification certificate, but their debts still have to be repaid slowly? And a virtuous person is like a wealthy individual with a considerable savings, who wouldn't mind losing a few coins here and there. Yet, young master, this qualification certificate and savings are not the same. What if that wicked person dies right after obtaining the certificate? If their debts remain unpaid, do they still count as having become a Buddha? What if that virtuous person loses too much money and goes bankrupt? He began to conflate concepts, likening the abstract attainment of Buddhahood to mundane certificates and savings, deliberately obscuring the truth. Liaochen furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the intentional distortion of meaning, yet he maintained his patience. Esteemed practitioner, the attainment of Buddhahood is not comparable to worldly possessions and cannot be analogized in such a manner. Life and death, karma and retribution, the profound and extraordinary, are beyond mere words. Before he could finish, Li Wanyu interjected eagerly, his eyes sparkling as if he had conceived an extraordinary question. Master, may I pose another inquiry? I have heard that the Buddha possesses immense powers and is capable of anything. Is that correct? Liaochen, uncertain of his intentions, simply nodded. The Buddha embodies boundless wisdom and compassion, pervading the universe. How splendid! Li Wanyu exclaimed, clapping his hands, and with a mischievous grin, he queried, can the Buddha create a stone so heavy that even he cannot lift it? Boom. This question reverberated through the square, first plunging it into silence, before erupting into a greater uproar. It was a classic paradox. Regardless of whether the answer was affirmative or negative, it would ensnare one in a logical conundrum. If the Buddha could create such a stone, yet could not lift it, it would imply he is not all-powerful. Conversely, if he could not create such a stone, it would similarly indicate his limitations. This transcended the discussion of Buddhist doctrine. It was an intellectual trap, challenging the very foundation of faith. A flicker of disturbance crossed Liao Chen's previously serene face. Clearly, he had never contemplated such a perplexing and arguably insolent question. This was entirely beyond the realm of scriptural debate, resembling philosophical sophistry. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The audience fell silent, captivated by this seemingly simple yet profoundly intricate question. Even those who had initially intended to rebuke Li Wangyou found themselves deep in thought. Seizing the moment, Li Wangyou smirked and pressed on, not allowing Liao Chen a moment's respite for contemplation, bombarding him with a barrage of questions. Moreover, Master, I often hear people say, before enlightenment, a mountain is a mountain and water is water. During enlightenment, a mountain is not a mountain and water is not water. After enlightenment, a mountain is still a mountain and water is still water. This roundabout phrasing has left me dizzy. I simply wish to ask, what difference is there between the mountain and water seen at the end of this arduous journey and those perceived at the beginning? Is this not akin to shedding one's trousers to relieve oneself, a futile endeavor? And furthermore, the Buddha states, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Now, when I see you and touch the ground, is it form or emptiness? If it is emptiness, why can I see and touch it? If it is form, then why is it emptiness? Can you conjure up an instance of emptiness for me to observe? He cleverly packaged modern philosophical paradoxes and riddles into a series of poignant inquiries, relentlessly presenting them. Each question, seemingly absurd and perhaps even blasphemous, subtly pointed towards fundamental obstacles in understanding and logical traps encountered in the path of cultivation, challenging Liao Chen and many practitioners in the audience who clung to traditional scriptural thinking. Liao Chen was utterly taken aback. Having diligently studied Buddhist scriptures from a young age and being well-versed in their meanings, he had always relied on quoting texts to persuade others in debates. Yet this youth before him was not adhering to conventional logic. His inquiries completely disregard the logical framework of the Buddhist scriptures, meandering and nonsensical, yet peculiarly incisive, directly targeting the cognitive dead ends that traditional texts struggle to elucidate. Liao Chen endeavored to employ the classical doctrines of non-duality and dependent origination. Yet he found that his interlocutor consistently discovered more convoluted angles to redirect the discourse. He felt ensnared in an invisible web, where the more he struggled, the tighter the bonds became. Standing still, his brow furrowed, a hint of confusion emerged in his once clear gaze for the first time. He realized that he could no longer provide an immediate, comprehensive answer, one that would thoroughly convince both his opponent and himself, as he had done before, using the exquisite principles of Buddhist doctrine. Although his opponent's fallacies were absurd, they acted like fine needles, precisely piercing the subtleties of his practice that had either gone unexamined or had been obscured by the flawless answers found in Scripture. He involuntarily sank into contemplation, momentarily forgetting his surroundings and the countless eyes upon him, fixating instead on those seemingly nonsensical questions, striving to uncover the ultimate truths within the vast wisdom of Buddhism that might genuinely dismantle these sophistries. All eyes were fixed on the pensive disciple upon the Dharma platform, as well as on the curious young man in blue below, creating an extraordinarily peculiar atmosphere. Chapter 86. A feigned surrender. All eyes were fixated on the slightly furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor of the monk Liao Chen on the platform, stirring a tempest of emotions within the spectators. This monk, who had journeyed eastward with eloquence and had seldom encountered an opponent, was genuinely stumped by a seemingly inconspicuous youth who had posed a series of peculiar and intricate questions. The inquiries rendered him speechless and enveloped him in prolonged silence. Who, then, was this enigmatic youth? Upon reflection, it appeared that the questions he raised were indeed difficult to counter. In an instant, a myriad of inquisitive, astonished, and even somewhat reverent gazes converged upon Li Wangyou. He savored the intense attention surrounding him, delighting inwardly, yet maintained a fa aude of innocent curiosity on his face, laced with a hint of anticipation for the teacher's elucidation. However, his mind was as clear as a mirror. Knowing when to withdraw is crucial. To press the young monk too hard could shatter his serene heart, leading to unforeseen consequences. It was likely that the venerable monks of the Great Light Temple in the western regions would pursue him to the ends of the earth. Moreover, he had already accomplished his aim. He had successfully created a minute fissure in what seemed to be the flawless heart of the monk. That was sufficient. Just as Liao Chen's frown deepened and murmurs began to rise again from the audience, Li Wangyou suddenly slapped his forehead with a crisp sound that startled those around him. His face instantly transformed into a mask of epiphany and embarrassment as he repeatedly bowed to Liao Chen, adopting an exceedingly sincere tone. "Oh dear, how foolish of me. I've been so stubborn. You are absolutely right, young master. The profundity of Buddhist teachings is vast and intricate, far beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal like myself. His rapid shift in demeanor left everyone astounded. Your previous explanations were so lucid. You spoke of karma and the awakening of consciousness. It is my dullness that prevented me from grasping your wisdom immediately. I regret having interrupted your teachings with my bizarre inquiries. It was truly a transgression. As he spoke, he performed an exaggerated bow, his expression radiating remorse and admiration. Hearing your words is more enlightening than a decade of study, or rather, more rewarding than a decade of snacking on sunflower seeds. Truly, I am in awe. The esteemed monks of the western regions are indeed deserving of their reputation. His unabashed flattery and self-reproach bewildered everyone. Just moments ago, he had appeared determined to unearth the truth, challenging even the Buddha. Yet now he had transformed into a humble admirer, fervently praising the monk. The abruptness of this pivot was startling, almost causing a collective gasp among the onlookers. Liao Chun, too, was momentarily taken aback by this sudden admission of defeat and adulation. The frown that had initially creased his brow relaxed somewhat, and the subtle turmoil within him, stemming from his inability to provide an immediate and perfect answer, seemed to dissipate in the wake of this unexpected concession. Gazing at the youth's sincere smile and reverent eyes, he sensed something was amiss, yet the earnestness of the youth's demeanor compelled him, as a disciple of the Buddha, to refrain from harboring any resentment. Liao Chun clasped his hands together and slightly bowed, regaining his serene demeanor. Amitabha, your words are too generous. The Dharma is boundless, and what I have learned is but a mere grain in the vast ocean. Your ability to delve into profound contemplation and pose such unique inquiries demonstrates great wisdom. The essence of debate lies in the clarity of understanding, not in a mere contest of superiority. Thus, there is no disturbance to speak of. His words were eloquent, exuding humility while subtly elevating his interlocutor and simultaneously enriching the significance of the discourse, showcasing the demeanor of a venerable monk. The audience nodded in agreement, recognizing that a child of the Buddha possesses a broad heart and an expansive vision. Observing Wangyou, his gaze softened considerably. He deemed the youth's questions challenging, yet acknowledged his capacity for correction and commendable attitude. What appeared to be an unresolvable debate seemed to have been whimsically diffused by Wangyou's light-hearted interjections. Wangyou chuckled, clasping his hands once more. Master, you are magnanimous. Please continue your teachings. I shall not intrude further and will certainly reflect upon your profound instruction upon my return. With that, he turned and swiftly melded into the crowd, as if fearing that Liao Chun might reconsider and engage him in further discussion. Liao Chun watched the youth's rapidly vanishing figure within the throng, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately shaking his head in resignation, quietly uttering a Buddhist chant. Although his opponent had willingly conceded, allowing the atmosphere to remain intact, the lingering doubts in Liao Chun's heart had not dissipated. Rather, they deepened. This individual exhibited peculiar behavior and erratic thinking. While seemingly nonsensical, each question pointed directly to the crucial aspects of cultivation, far more intricate than they appeared. His concession was too abrupt, too extravagant, exuding an inexplicable oddity, possessing great wisdom. Perhaps it signifies a different kind of wisdom. Liao Chun pondered, silently etching the silhouette of the young man in the blue robe into his memory. Chapter 87. True knowledge is gained through practice. The debate at the Dharma assembly, ignited by Wangyou's antics, ultimately concluded with his concession. However, the atmosphere could never revert to its initial solemnity. After responding to a few inconsequential inquiries, the monk Liao Chun recited a Buddhist chant and announced that the assembly would adjourn for the day, to be continued tomorrow. The audience, still brimming with interest, gradually dispersed. Many engaged in animated discussions regarding the recent exchange of eloquence and concession, speculating about the origins of the young man in the blue robe. Wangyou slipped away swiftly, disappearing into a nearby alley. After navigating a few twists and turns and ensuring that he was not being followed, he leisurely strolled, humming a tuneless melody, evidently in high spirits. The young monk possesses commendable skills, yet his composure is still too fragile to withstand teasing, he mused, recalling Liao Chun's expression of concealed doubt while maintaining his decorum, which he found amusing. After meandering through the city for a while and sampling some local delicacies, Wangyou estimated that the assembly had ended and the crowd would have dispersed, prompting him to saunter towards the tranquil inn where Liao Chun was staying. Indeed, on a relatively quiet street near the inn, he spotted Liao Chun, who was slowly making his way back, seemingly lost in contemplation regarding the events of the day, his pace noticeably slower than usual. Wangyou's eyes sparkled with delight as he hastened to catch up, donning a harmless and amiable smile. Master Liaochen, what a coincidence. We meet again. Liaochen looked up at the sound of his voice, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his features. Yet he clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, responding politely, Ba, it is indeed a coincidence, benefactor. Master, have you just returned? Today's assembly was truly captivating. It enlightened me immensely. Li Wangyou leaned in closer, grinning broadly, deliberately omitting his role as the catalyst of enlightenment. The corners of Liaochen's mouth twitched slightly as he managed a strained smile. You flatter me, benefactor. The Dharma is boundless, and I, too, am but a learner. Oh, master, you are far too humble. Li Wangyou waved his hand dismissively, then lowered his voice, adopting a conspiratorial expression. However, master, after today's incident, I have gleaned a small insight. Though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to share. Liaochen, perceiving the feigned mystery in his demeanor, heightened his vigilance yet replied, Benefactor, feel free to speak. Li Wangyou glanced around as if fearing eavesdroppers, lowering his voice further, but his tone became more earnest. Master, consider this, the scriptures are static. The wisdom of those who came before us. Yet, the people of this world are alive, each facing unique troubles and dilemmas. While you may eloquently expound profound principles from the platform, it may ultimately be like scratching an itch over the boot. Wouldn't you agree? Liaochen paused, slightly taken aback. There seemed to be merit in these words, yet he sensed an underlying discord. Li Wangyou continued to persuade, his expression becoming earnest and profound. You have journeyed from the distant western regions to experience the worldly life and to enlighten all beings, correct? But do you truly understand what binds the souls within this mortal realm? What causes their suffering, their desires, struggles? And the ebb and flow of joy and sorrow cannot be fully grasped merely through hearing and speaking. He gestured towards the bustling crowd on the street, toiling for their livelihoods. You must immerse yourself, experience it. The Buddha said, without entering the mundane world, how can one truly perceive it? Wouldn't you agree? Liaochen was momentarily taken aback. This discourse resonated subtly with certain admonitions he had received from his master before descending the mountain. His master had indeed remarked that reading countless scriptures paled in comparison to traversing myriad paths. True wisdom is forged through the trials of the worldly life. He gazed at Li Wangyou with diminished suspicion and increased curiosity. What do you mean, benefactor? Seeing the bait had been taken, Li Wangyou inwardly chuckled, though his countenance remained one of sincere concern. What I mean is, master, you cannot remain confined to the Dharma platform and the inn. You must venture to places where you can truly witness the myriad forms of existence, the pinnacle of human desire, and the depths of joy and sorrow. Only then can you genuinely comprehend the suffering of beings and discover the path to their salvation. Liaochen felt a stirring within, instinctively inquiring, then, in your opinion, where might one observe such myriad forms of existence and ultimate desires? A cryptic smile graced Li Wangyou's face as he extended his index finger, mysteriously indicating a direction towards the southern part of the city. He leaned closer to Liaochen's ear, whispering in a tone filled with temptation, akin to the seductive murmur of a devil. If we speak of the place within Tianke City where one can witness the spectrum of human joys and sorrows, and taste the depths of worldly desire, it must be the grandest Wangyou Pavilion in the south of the city. It is truly a remarkable place, I assure you. It will broaden your horizons and provide you with an entirely new and unforgettable understanding of the term mundane life. Chapter 88. The deceptive invitation to the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. Upon hearing this name, the serene countenance of Liaochen, the son of the Buddha, betrayed a flicker of astonishment and resistance. Despite his prolonged sojourn in the western regions, where he was less acquainted with the customs of the Central Plains, the mere sound of this name, coupled with his experiences of human sorrow and the myriad desires of the world, allowed him to infer that it was far from a tranquil haven. It was likely a den of indulgence. Instinctively, he recoiled a step, his palms pressed together in a gesture of prayer, vigorously shaking his head. Ba, what a grave transgression. You jest, good sir. Such impure places are hardly fit for a humble monk like myself. This matter is utterly out of the question. Oh dear, my esteemed master, your perspective is rather myopic. Li Wangyou had anticipated this reaction and immediately donned an expression of feigned enlightenment, embarking on his persuasive endeavor. Impure? Where lies the impurity? Is it the hearts of men that are tainted, or the place itself? The Buddha teaches us that a pure heart leads to a pure land. You are mistaken, dear master. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Liaochen, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Consider what the Buddhist teachings emphasize, the non-duality of bodhi and affliction. Affliction is indeed bodhi, and the mundane world is the true path. So what is the Forgetting Worries Pavilion? It is the very epicenter of human desire, laid bare before us. A vivid manifestation of worldly temptations. It is the finest classroom for comprehending the suffering of all beings. Liao Chen pondered this. Do you not aspire to liberate all sentient beings? Li Wangyou continued, not allowing him a moment's reflection, his words flowing rapidly. You know not the depths of their desires, why they wallow in them, nor the roots of their pain and struggle. How then will you guide them? Merely reciting scriptures? What difference does that make to mere theoretical discourse? Furthermore, Li Wanyu appeared to strike upon a brilliant argument. That place is the ultimate testing ground for your resolve. In the solitude of your temple, surrounded by flickering lamps and ancient Buddhas, your heart is naturally at peace. But when amidst a myriad of flowers and temptations, if you can maintain your true self unshaken, that is the essence of true equanimity, that embodies the meaning of unmoved by the 8 winds. Is this not 100-fold superior to solitary asceticism? He deftly transformed the concepts from Buddhist scriptures, elevating a mere visit to a brothel into an opportunity for refining the heart amidst worldly temptations, shattering illusions, and practicing the Dharma. Liao Chun found himself utterly ensnared by this convoluted reasoning. Having already been shaken by some challenging inquiries during the daytime debates, he began to harbor a subtle doubt regarding the sufficiency of his scholarly pursuits, contemplating whether mere scriptural knowledge could truly address the complexities of the world. Now, hearing Li Wangyou's grandiloquent discourse, though he sensed an inherent dissonance, he could not help but subconsciously entertain the notion that perhaps, just perhaps, there was a sliver of truth in it. The non-duality of bodhi and affliction, the mundane world as the true path to guide others. One must first understand them. These profound principles were undeniably correct, yet, must one truly venture into such places to comprehend others? A stark struggle etched itself upon Liao Chen's face. Reason and discipline admonished him against the venture, yet deep within, a flicker of curiosity for a more profound path of cultivation, coupled with the innate curiosity of youth, though vehemently denied, was deftly stirred by Li Wanyu. Observing his indecisiveness, Li Wanyu recognized the moment was ripe and resolved to add the final straw. He sighed, adopting a solemn expression, his tone imbued with a touch of compassion. Ah, master, this is for your own good. Consider this. At the Dharma assembly in Tianke City, who are you enlightening? Mostly those already inclined towards goodness or idling away their time. But what of those truly ensnared in the abyss of desire, unable to extricate themselves? Will they come to hear your teachings? No. They reside in the Forgetting Worry Pavilion. If you do not venture there, how can you guide them? The Buddha said, if I do not enter hell, who will? You have yet to enter hell, merely approaching its threshold. And you falter? Such compassion lacks resolve. The phrase, if I do not enter hell, who will? Struck Liao Chen's heart like a resounding hammer. Indeed, compared to the grand aspiration of liberating the lost souls, what are personal reputation and comfort? If one cannot even take this step, how can one speak of universal salvation? The struggle etched upon Liao Chen's face gradually faded, replaced by an almost heroic determination. He inhaled deeply, as if making an immensely significant decision, his gaze turning earnest as he looked at Li Wanyu. Amit Ba, benefactor, your words, though seemingly outrageous, carry profound meaning. To save sentient beings, I shall accompany you, to witness this realm of insatiable desires. May I glimpse the suffering of beings and uncover the opportunity for salvation. His declaration was filled with righteous resolve, as if he were not merely venturing into a brothel, but rather preparing to sacrifice himself to feed tigers. Li Wanyu could hardly contain his mirth, though his countenance bore an expression of satisfaction, as if to say, at last, you have comprehended, master. He raised his thumb in approval. Precisely. You are indeed a true child of the Buddha, endowed with great wisdom, courage, and compassion. Come, let us go. I shall lead the way and ensure your journey is worthwhile. With that, he enthusiastically guided Liao Chun, turning towards the direction of the city's most resplendent and dazzling lights. Liao Chun followed behind, his heart a tumultuous blend of anxiety, curiosity, self-doubt, and an inexplicable sense of heroism. His moon-white monk robe stood out starkly against the night streets, in stark contrast to the increasingly ambiguous and alluring environment. As he walked, he silently recited calming incantations, striving to soothe his racing heart, utterly unaware that he was stepping into a carefully orchestrated trap devised by a nefarious individual. Chapter 89. Into the cauldron. As the night deepened, the vibrant bustle of the southern district of Tianke City surpassed that of the day. The closer one approached the vicinity of the Wanyu Pavilion, the more the air was laden with the intoxicating aromas of cosmetics and liquor. while the lights grew increasingly enchanting and ambiguous. The sounds of silk and bamboo instruments intertwined with the playful banter of men and women filled the air. Liao Chun, the monk, followed closely behind Li Wanyu, his heart pounding with increasing trepidation. Observing the women clad in revealing attire, playfully beckoning patrons, and the men, their arms draped over each other, their eyes glazed with intoxication as they staggered in and out of various establishments, he felt a rush of heat surge to his head. His cheeks flushed, and his heart raced like a drum. He could only keep his head bowed, fixating on the tips of his shoes, muttering the heart-purifying mantra in a desperate attempt to dispel the pervasive temptations surrounding him. Li Wanyu, however, remained at ease, occasionally casting flirtatious glances at passing maidens, eliciting playful squeals in response. "Master, do not be so tense," Li Wanyu said, glancing back with a suppressed laugh. "We are merely here to observe the sentiments of the people, conducting scholarly research. With a mind free of distractions, one can remain untroubled by worldly concerns, right?" Liao Chen could find no strength to retort, hastening his recitation of the mantra. At last, an imposing and splendid edifice loomed ahead, several stories high, adorned with intricate carvings and illuminated brilliantly. The entrance buzzed with a throng of visitors, a steady stream of carriages and patrons. A massive gilded plaque, inscribed with the characters Wanyu Pavilion in an elegant flourish, crowned the entrance. The sultry melodies and peals of laughter poured forth from within like a tangible essence. Liao Chen's steps abruptly halted, his complexion paling to an alarming degree, breath becoming labored. His spiritual senses were in a frenzied state of alert, warning him that he was approaching a place of great terror, a realm of profound descent. Is this the place?" Liao Chen's voice trembled slightly. "Indeed. What do you think? Quite grand, isn't it?" Li Wanyu replied, beaming with pride. He then gestured toward a relatively dim and secluded alleyway nearby. "But let us proceed this way. The main entrance is far too crowded and noisy. I know of a more tranquil back entrance, suitable for a scholarly individual like yourself to conduct a thorough investigation." At that moment, Liao Chen's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool, desperate to escape this horrifying experience. Relieved by Li Wanyu's suggestion, he followed without a moment's thought into the shadowy alley. The alley, in stark contrast to the street's opulence, felt like a different realm altogether. The light dimmed and the noise subsided considerably, with only the distant clamor of the main street faintly echoing. After walking a few dozen paces, as they neared the end of the alley, the outline of the back wall of the Wanyu Pavilion became discernible. Just then, Li Wanyu, who was leading the way, suddenly halted with an exaggerated gasp, pointing at a corner ahead with eyes wide in astonishment and curiosity. "Look, what is that? It's shimmering with gold. Could it be a relic of the Buddhist sect has fallen to the ground?" "A relic?" Liao Chun, already on high alert and in a daze, instinctively believed the words he had just heard, especially as they were uttered by Li Wanyu with such incredulity. He instinctively turned his head in the direction pointed by Li Wanyu, his eyes widening as he strained to search in the dim light. A ridiculous thought creeping into his mind. Could there truly be a sacred relic manifesting here? However, where his gaze fell, he saw only a few withered leaves in the corner and a drowsy feral cat. There was no glimmering relic to be found. Oh no, he had been deceived. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, he turned his head, completely captivated by the illusory relic at that very moment, exposing the back of his head defenselessly. Li Wanyu, who had been poised to act, seized the opportunity. His movements were as swift as lightning, silent as a shadow. The specially crafted club, known for its formidable prowess, slipped from his sleeve, accompanied by a barely perceptible rush of wind and a faint crackle of electricity, striking precisely at Liao Chen's occiput. The force was perfectly calibrated, enough to instantly incapacitate a late-stage golden core Buddhist genius, yet gentle enough to avoid causing any serious harm. Bang! Liao Chun felt a sudden jolt at the back of his head, not even registering pain. Darkness enveloped his vision, all thoughts abruptly severed, and without uttering a sound, his body slumped softly to the ground. Li Wanyu was prepared. His other hand swiftly reached out, catching Liao Chen's limp form to prevent him from hitting the ground with a louder thud. Done. Li Wanyu chuckled to himself, weighing the club in his hand, thoroughly pleased with his technique. His skills were becoming increasingly refined, with precision and remarkable efficacy. He glanced around. The alley remained silent and deserted. Swiftly, he hoisted Liao Chun and nimbly slipped through a secluded small door in the back courtyard of the Wanyu Pavilion. This was a spot he had previously instructed Yu Yao to scout and had quietly left a latch. With a gentle push, the door opened in response. He slipped inside and quickly secured it behind him. The courtyard served as a storage area for sundries and a passage for maids and servants, and at that moment, it was eerily quiet. Using the rough map acquired from Yu Yao and his keen sense of perception, Li Wanyu navigated with Liao Chen in tow, avoiding all patrolling guards and bustling servants, silently making his way to the second floor. He found a guest room marked with an empty sign at the door, slipped inside, and locked it behind him. The room was adorned in an exceedingly seductive manner, with pink gauzy curtains, soft bedding, and the air thick with a sweet, cloying incense. Without hesitation, Li Wanyu tossed Liao Chen onto the plush bed, gazing at the unconscious yet handsome monk against such an suggestive backdrop. A mischievous grin threatened to break free on Li Wanyu's face. He began to skillfully set the scene. First, he swiftly removed Liao Chen's conspicuous white monk robe, tossing it into the corner beneath the bed, leaving him clad only in a white undergarment. Next, he picked up a box of rouge from the vanity, dipped his finger into it, and applied some to the corners of Liao Chen's mouth and collar, creating the illusion of lip marks. He then took a leftover cup of fruit wine, pried open Liao Chen's hand, placed the cup within it, and deliberately spilled a bit on his chest to allow the scent of the wine to waft forth. At last, he lowered the bed curtains halfway, obscuring part of the view and rendering the scene more ambiguous. He also tousled Chen's hair slightly. After completing these adjustments, he stepped back a couple of paces, stroking his chin as he admired his creation. Ah, a disheveled figure, with the corner of his collar stained with rouge, reeking of alcohol, and clutching a wine glass, slumbering on the bed in a brothel's fragrant quarters. What a tableau! It was irrefutable evidence, beyond dispute. Li Wanyu was thoroughly pleased with his arrangement. Yet, he felt that mere aesthetics were insufficient for his plans. Thus, he chuckled to himself, retrieving a crystal-clear shadow stone from his storage pouch. Infusing it with a hint of spiritual energy, the stone immediately emitted a gentle glow, beginning to capture the surrounding images. Holding the shadow stone like a professional director, Li Wanyu commenced his documentation from various angles. He zoomed in on the rouge at Chen's lips, the wine glass in his hand, and the lipstick and wine stains on his collar, while also capturing the opulent room and the monk reclining on the bed in a panoramic shot. He even deliberately shook the shadow stone, imparting a sense of chaos and surreptitiousness to the imagery, enhancing its authenticity. Perfect. Now, let us see how this little monk can maintain his facade of propriety. He. Chapter 90. Anonymous report. After meticulously arranging the crime scene and capturing the irrefutable evidence with the recording stone, Li Wanyu gazed at the still unconscious Liao Chen on the bed and let out a mischievous chuckle. Little master, you shall experience the mortal world here, while I shall take my leave. He conducted a thorough inspection, ensuring no trace of his presence remained, before stealthily slipping out of the room, gently closing the door behind him, and quietly retracing his steps away from Wangyou Pavilion. By now, the night had deepened, and the streets were considerably less populated. However, Wangyou Pavilion remained brightly lit and bustling with activity. Li Wanyu mingled among the sparse crowd, appearing to wander aimlessly while his mind raced with plans for his next move. Mere possession of evidence was insufficient. It had to be presented in such a manner that the right individuals would fortuitously witness it. The great brightness temple of the western regions lacked a presence in the major immortal cities of the central continent, primarily for the sake of facilitating communication and supervising the disciples of the Buddhist sect during their external training. Given that Tiankei City is at the heart of the central continent, its station would undoubtedly be substantial. Through the intelligence provided by Yu Yao, Li Wanyu had already discerned that the temple station was situated in a relatively quiet area to the west of the city. After circling the city a few times to confirm he was not being followed, he sought out a secluded corner. Once again, he produced a disguised pill, transforming into a gaunt, pale-faced, and timid minor qi practitioner, appearing somewhat malnourished. Donning tattered clothing, he lowered his head, tucked in his neck, and briskly made his way toward the western part of the city. The station of the Great Brightness Temple was easily identifiable, characterized by its ancient and solemn courtyard, with a plaque bearing the Buddhist insignia hanging at the entrance. Even in the deep of night, it exuded an air of solemnity that starkly contrasted with its surroundings. Li Wanyu observed from a distance and noted the presence of 2 attendant monks at the entrance. Though their cultivation levels were modest, attempting to slip inside unnoticed to leave something behind would likely alert the experts within. With a glint of inspiration, he concealed himself in a nearby alley and patiently waited. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a frail little beggar, appearing no older than 7 or 8, approached the station, trembling as he held a tattered bowl, seemingly hoping to beg for a morsel of food. Now was the moment. Li Wanyu darted out from the alley with extraordinary speed, swiftly closing the distance to the young beggar, and lightly flicked a pressure point at the back of the child's neck. The beggar did not utter a single sound before collapsing softly, and Wangyou quickly dragged him back into the depths of the alley, hiding him behind a pile of refuse. "My apologies, little one. A brief slumber will suffice, and I shall borrow your bowl." Wangyou murmured softly as he took the beggar's battered bowl and a grimy stick. He employed the disguise technique once more, his bones emitting faint cracking sounds as his stature diminished to match that of the little beggar, adopting a similarly emaciated appearance. His face was dirted, and he donned the tattered clothes, achieving the perfect disguise. Leaning on the stick and clutching the bowl, he limped toward the entrance of the Great Brightness Temple, a sorrowful expression etched on his face. "Alas, master, have mercy. Grant me a morsel to stave off my hunger. I feel as though I might perish from starvation." He mimicked the tone of a small beggar, his voice frail and laced with a note of weeping. The two attendant monks stationed at the entrance furrowed their brows. One of them waved his hand with a tone that remained relatively calm. "Little benefactor, this place is a sanctuary of tranquility, and we do not dispense food. Perhaps you might find sustenance at the kanji shop up ahead." "Alas, master, I can scarcely move. My legs ache terribly. Grant me a bite to eat." Wangyou, in the guise of the small beggar, wept even more sorrowfully, collapsing onto the stone steps at the entrance and resorting to stubbornness. The two monks exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat helpless. As disciples of the Buddha, they were inclined to compassion and could not too harshly dismiss a mere child beggar. Just as one of the monks sighed and turned as if to fetch some provisions from within, Wangyou seized the moment. Feigning a fall due to leg pain, he let his tattered bowl slip from his grasp, allowing it to roll directly to the feet of the turning monk. Simultaneously, with deftness, he slipped a tightly wrapped parcel of oiled paper and a nondescript gray stone into the bowl. "Oh dear, my bowl!" Wangyou exclaimed in feigned alarm, scrambling to retrieve it. The turning monk, hearing the commotion, instinctively glanced back and, noticing the bowl at his feet, bent down to pick it up. As he lifted the bowl, feeling something within it, he paused momentarily, and in that instant, Wangyou struggled to rise, snatching the bowl from the monk's grasp while repeatedly bowing. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master. I shall no longer beg. I am leaving now. I am leaving." With that, he clutched the bowl and, using his stick for support, limped away in a most awkward fashion, quickly vanishing around the corner. The monk watched the direction in which the small beggar had disappeared, shaking his head, dismissing the incident as mere childish mischief or a fleeting fright. Upon rounding the corner, Wangyou immediately resumed his true appearance, discarding the broken bowl and the wooden stick. Glancing toward the direction of the great Guangming Temple with a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Mission accomplished. Within that oiled paper parcel lay a denunciation letter he had penned earlier. The handwriting was crooked, resembling that of an uneducated individual, and the content was chillingly dramatic. "To the esteemed monks, that little master named Liao Chun, who arrived from the west, is no good. He is currently in the third room on the left of the Wangyou loft, indulging in merriment with a lady and nearly disrobing. We witnessed it with our own eyes. Enclosed is the evidence, that which we found, for your perusal. A concerned Good Samaritan." The stone used for capturing the image had also been subtly altered by his spiritual awareness, rendering the visuals somewhat blurry and shaky, particularly the close-up of Liao Chen's face. Identifiable, yet not so clear as to expose any traces of rouge or wine stains, fitting the characteristics of a surreptitious capture. Having accomplished all this, Wangyou, in high spirits, hummed a tune as he strolled back, seeking a vantage point to witness the unfolding drama. He was confident that, given the Buddhist emphasis on discipline, particularly concerning one of Liao Chen's stature, such a compelling denunciation would surely cause an uproar. Indeed, it wasn't long, not even half an hour. Within the once tranquil and solemn courtyard of the Great Brightness Temple, a surge of terrifying Buddhist energy erupted. This wave was imbued with boundless rage and an incredulous ferocity, as if the slumbering wrath of the Vajra had suddenly awakened. "You sinful wretch!" A furious roar echoed from within the courtyard. Almost immediately, the courtyard's gate was violently flung open. Three venerable monks clad in saffron robes, their faces ashen and eyes ablaze with fury, burst forth like three streaks of golden lightning. They emanated an overwhelming aura characteristic of the nascent soul stage, their wrathful presence akin to that of a mighty Vajra, instilling fear in the hearts of all who witnessed them, leaving the entire street trembling in bewilderment. The leading monk clutched tightly in his hand the gray memorial stone and the incriminating letter. The trio paid no heed to their surroundings, their objective clear, transforming into three beams of golden light, hurtling towards the direction of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion in the south of the city with astonishing speed. Wherever they passed, Fierce winds arose, and the chilling force of their Buddhist might left a trail of astonished gazes in their wake. Chapter 91. Caught in the act within the Forget Worry Pavilion, the atmosphere remained one of revelry and indulgence, a scene drenched in opulence. Guests were ensconced in their languorous reveries, entirely oblivious to the tempest that loomed ominously on the horizon. On the third floor, in a meticulously adorned boudoir, the monk Liaochen fluttered his eyelids a few times before gradually awakening from his stupor. A dull ache throbbed at the back of his head, prompting an instinctive urge to rub the area. However, as he raised his arm, he sensed something cold and hard clasped within his grip. Perplexed, he glanced down to find an exquisite white jade wine cup, remnants of amber liquid swirling within, exuding a cloying aroma of sweet alcohol. Liaochen's heart raced as clarity surged through him. Where was he? A frantic survey of his surroundings revealed pink gauzy curtains, dimly lit ambience, a saccharine fragrance wafting through the air, and soft silken bedding. This was certainly not the tranquil meditation room where he had taken refuge. His panic escalated upon discovering that his white monk's robe was missing, leaving him clad solely in a white undergarment, which was now stained and reeking of alcohol. His collar and the corners of his mouth were also sticky, bearing traces of something that smelled faintly of rouge. An ominous premonition gripped him. As he attempted to rise from the bed, the lingering effects of the narcotic and the blunt force trauma caused a wave of dizziness to wash over him, forcing him to collapse back onto the bedding. In the midst of his utmost disarray, the door to the room, seemingly sturdy, exploded inward with a resounding crash. Splinters flew in all directions as three elder monks, their faces pale and hair disheveled, stormed in with the fury of wrathful deities, their eyes aflame with indignation. Leading the charge was Liaochen's master uncle, Master Hong Ren of the Discipline Institute, clutching a gray shadow stone tightly in his grip. The room's sultry and suggestive atmosphere was shattered by the overwhelming presence of their righteous fury. Liaochen, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, found himself in a daze, his mind blank, instinctively clutching the wine cup as if it were his last lifeline, even as it pulled him deeper into despair. The three elder monks swept their gaze across the room. The pink curtains, the cloying incense, the luxurious bedding, an unmistakable den of vice. Their eyes fell upon the bed, where their disciple, Liaochen, appeared disheveled and intoxicated, his attire in disarray, and traces of rouge adorning his lips and collar, panic etched across his face. Moreover, the shadow stone revealed damning evidence, its image blurred yet unmistakably incriminating. In that fleeting moment, all threads of evidence congealed into an undeniable truth that they were loath to accept, yet could not dismiss. You wretched fiend! The lead elder monk, Master Hong Ren, let out a heart-wrenching roar, his voice laced with unbridled fury and profound disappointment. The two monks flanking him trembled with rage, pointing accusingly at Liaochen, their fingers quivering. Liaochen, how dare you? How dare you commit such an act that tarnishes the honor of the Buddhist order? Liaochen was jolted from his stupor by a thunderous roar, his ears ringing, as an overwhelming sense of fear and grievance engulfed him. No, that's not true. Master Uncle. Esteemed masters, allow me to explain. I have been wronged. Frantically casting aside the cursed wine cup, he struggled to rise from the bed, his voice quivering with desperation. I was knocked unconscious. Someone brought me here. I know nothing. I truly did nothing. Yet, in the face of the irrefutable evidence surrounding him, his protests appeared feeble and ludicrous. Knocked unconscious? Wronged. How absurd. Master Hong Ren, in a fit of rage, mocked him, his voice as frigid as ice. Who could possibly render you, a late-stage golden elixir practitioner, unconscious? Who could have stealthily transported you from the inn to this den of vice, and arranged everything for you? Liaochen, do you take us for children? In a fit of fury, he hurled the recording stone to the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Liaochen. Look at yourself. Disheveled, reeking of alcohol, entangled in scandal, caught red-handed. And this recording stone serves as evidence. What further excuses can you muster? Liaochen, gazing at his disheveled reflection, smelling the intoxicating scent of alcohol and perfume, and recalling Li Wangyou's sincere smile before his fainting, found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he could not wash away the stain of guilt even by jumping into the Yellow River. A wave of profound injustice and despair surged within him, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Crying now are we. Another elder monk barked, his voice sharp. You, who have broken your vows, deceived your elders, dare to make excuses. You have brought disgrace upon our great light temple. The commotion had already attracted the attention of the individuals in Wangyou Pavilion. The matron, the guards, and several curious guests flocked to the scene, their expressions one of shock and disbelief. Good heavens! Is that truly the Buddhist disciple from the Western regions? Has he truly come to indulge in vice? Caught in the act? They whispered among themselves. How hypocritical! He feigned purity, yet here he is, a pretender. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Such gossip pierced Liao Chen's heart like daggers, leaving him feeling cold and utterly humiliated. Master Hongren, observing the growing crowd and listening to the unbearable chatter, felt his expression darken. He understood that this matter could not linger here, otherwise, the reputation of the Buddhist community would be irreparably tarnished. Suppressing his overwhelming fury, he motioned to two elder monks behind him, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. Seize this, vile creature. Seal his cultivation. Take him back to the station and place him under strict supervision. Await further judgment. The two elder monks, unable to contain their indignation, immediately advanced, silencing Liao Chun without debate, sealing several crucial acupoints to completely imprison his spiritual energy. He had no time to resist or explain, as he was unceremoniously hoisted like a chick by the enraged uncles and dragged from the bed. Master uncle, believe me, I am innocent. Liao Chen struggled in vain, his cries filled with despair. Yet, the only response he received were the cold, furious gazes of his masters and the scornful, mocking looks from the surrounding crowd. Before the watchful eyes of the multitude, he was unceremoniously dragged from the hall of forgetfulness, disheveled and with tears streaming down his face, and unceremoniously thrust into a carriage that had long been prepared. In that moment, all dignity and reputation crumbled into oblivion. The carriage sped away, leaving behind a cacophony of astonishment and fervent discussions within and around the hall of forgetfulness. It is easy to imagine that by the dawn of the next day, the scandal of the Western domain's Buddhist disciple caught in the act of debauchery would have spread throughout the entire celestial city, sending shockwaves through the realm of cultivation. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this entire debacle, Wangyou, was perched discreetly atop a distant rooftop, relishing the spectacle with unrestrained laughter. Chapter 92. The wrath of the Buddhist sect on this fateful night in Tiankai City. Tranquility was destined to be shattered. The news of the Western region's Buddhist disciple being caught in a brothel spread with astonishing swiftness and reached far beyond anyone's expectations. The Wangyou Pavilion, a hub for gossip, was bustling with guests, maids, and guards, hundreds of witnesses to the scandalous event, almost simultaneously with Li Wangyou's hasty retreat through the back door. Various versions of the tale took flight, swiftly permeating every corner of Tiankai City. Have you heard? That Buddhist disciple from the West was caught in the Wangyou Pavilion. Caught in the act by his own elders. And not just that, I heard he was half undressed, reeking of liquor, with lipstick marks on his face. Oh, how deceptive appearances can be. He always seems so upright. Bah, a so-called Buddhist disciple is nothing but a debauched monk. A hypocrite. The Great Brightness Temple had suffered a tremendous disgrace this time. Such a rare scandal, indeed. In the streets, taverns, and even within some sects, everyone was abuzz with excitement over the incident. The details were exaggerated and embellished, spiraling into absurdity, even evolving into a sensational tale of a duel between the disciple and a courtesan that sent shockwaves through the sect. Storytellers worked tirelessly through the night, weaving the affair into captivating narratives, regaling audiences in tea houses with animated tales that drew raucous applause. The entire Tiankai city was engulfed in an atmosphere of bizarre excitement and gossip. In stark contrast, the Great Brightness Temple's western enclave was shrouded in gloomy despair and suppressed rage. In the depths of a meditation chamber, Liao Chun knelt on the ground, his complexion pale and his gaze hollow, as if his very soul had departed. Bound by heavy restraints, he lacked even the strength to end his own life. Master Hongren and several other elder monks sat grim-faced above him, the air thick with tension. They had interrogated Liao Chen countless times and possessed irrefutable evidence from the stone recording. Yet he persistently repeated the same phrases. He had been knocked unconscious and framed. Knowing nothing of the events, initially, they were utterly disbelieving. But witnessing Liao Chen's look of wrongful despair and the signs of a shattered resolve in his once steadfast heart, particularly with his golden elixir stage cultivation inexplicably subdued, evidenced by a bump on the back of his head, a sliver of doubt began to take root in the minds of the elder monks. Could it be that someone truly conspired against him? Yet, even with such doubts, the facts remained unchanged. A Buddhist disciple caught in a brothel, the evidence undeniable, and the city in uproar. This was a monumental disgrace. Regardless of the truth, the millennia-old reputation of the Great Brightness Temple had suffered an unprecedented blow. Countless believers' faith was wavering. The face of the Western region's Buddhist sect was being dragged through the mud. Even if, it were indeed a frame-up. Master Hongren slammed his hand on the table, reducing the sandalwood surface to mere powder. His voice, hoarse and brimming with uncontainable fury and frustration, echoed the reality that it was his own lack of resolve that had allowed him to be so easily led astray, falling into such a clumsy trap. Otherwise, why would that scoundrel choose to ensnare him rather than others? Though this assertion may seem somewhat fallacious, the other venerable monks present found themselves unable to refute it. Indeed, a fly does not alight upon an unblemished egg. If Liao Chun were resolute in his convictions, unmoved by external influences, how could he have ventured into such a place? This matter must not be allowed to rest. Another elder monk, gritting his teeth, declared that first, Liao Chun must be severely punished for this transgression, to uphold the sanctity of their order and provide an account to the world. Second, it is imperative to uncover the sinister mastermind behind the plot against Liao Chun. Regardless of their identity, they must be subjected to the most excruciating retribution, to alleviate the grievances of our Buddhist sect and restore some semblance of honor. Yes, identify the shadowy figure. The assembly of monks echoed in agreement, shifting much of their profound humiliation and fury onto this unseen adversary. Soon, the great radiant temple showcased its immense power and formidable resolve as a premier sect of the western regions. First, they publicly announced, the disciple Liao Chun, having engaged in negligent practice and allowed his mind to be tainted, has committed grievous transgressions against our precepts. Henceforth, his title of disciple is revoked. His cultivation is to be abolished, and he shall be sent back to the Thundersound Temple in the western regions for solitary reflection, never to emerge again. Of course, this was merely for public consumption. The specifics of his punishment would be determined by the abbot upon his return to the temple. Yet the appearance of decisiveness was essential. Next, they issued a supreme Buddhist warrant for the apprehension of the perpetrator. The warrant did not feature a detailed likeness, but described the suspect's characteristics: a young male, skilled in disguise, adept at ambush, cunning in thought, with unknown cultivation, possibly having had contact with Liao Chun. Those who provided credible leads would be rewarded with 1,000 high-quality spiritual stones. Capturing or slaying this fiend would yield a reward of 10,000 high-quality spiritual stones, along with a personal favor from the Great Radiant Temple. The issuance of this warrant sent shockwaves through the city of Tiankai. 10,000 high-quality spiritual stones, and a favor from the Buddhist sect. Such a bounty was enough to drive even the most seasoned practitioners into a frenzy. Instantly, the entire city shifted from a passive stance to one of fervent pursuit. Countless cultivators, their eyes ablaze with determination, began to scour for any suspicious clues. The city lord's manor and major sects were also under immense pressure from the Great Radiant Temple, compelled to cooperate with the investigation, dispatching personnel for a thorough citywide search. In an instant, the atmosphere within Tiankai City became charged with tension and trepidation. Anyone appearing even slightly youthful, cunning, or capable of disguise drew scrutinizing gazes from all around. Meanwhile, at the very epicenter of this storm, our elusive mastermind, Wangyou, was engaged in a rather different pursuit. Within the bustling confines of the city's largest tea house, the 100 Flavors Pavilion, the air was thick with lively chatter. The storyteller upon the elevated platform was engrossed in a riveting tale. There was the disciple Liao Chun, who seized the slender waist of the renowned beauty from the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, flashing a wicked smile. Fair Bodhisattva, allow this humble monk to guide you to bliss tonight. Laughter and cheers erupted from the audience below. In a dim corner of the tea house, Wangyou savored a pot of the cheapest spirit tea alongside a plate of sunflower seeds, thoroughly enjoying the performance, occasionally applauding or playfully hissing at the storyteller's outrageous embellishments. A relaxed and content smile graced his face, as if the tempest sweeping through the city and the exorbitant bounty had no bearing on him whatsoever. Oh, this addition is quite commendable, brimming with imagination. He nibbled on sunflower seeds, nodding thoughtfully as he remarked that the details were lacking in richness and suggested that next time he should advise the old gentleman to incorporate more action descriptions. Chapter 93. The witch enters the city. The uproar in Tiankai City caused by the scandal involving the Buddhist disciple and a brothel has continued to reverberate for several days. The fervor of discussions on the streets and alleys shows no signs of waning, and the wanted posters from the Great Bright Temple still adorn the city gates and bulletin boards, drawing countless ambitious cultivators to search day and night. The atmosphere within the city remains imbued with a peculiar tension and excitement. Amidst this chaotic backdrop, a luxurious carriage, drawn by 4 pitch-black steeds, each adorned with a single horn and emanating faint flames from their hooves, slowly approached the southern gate of Tiankai City, flanked by a contingent of formidable guards. The arrival of this entourage immediately captured the attention of everyone at the city gate. The magical steeds were clearly of extraordinary origin, exuding a fierce aura and a hint of demonic energy. The guards, each with piercing gazes and prominent temples, possessed cultivation levels at least at the late stage of Qi Foundation, while the team leader emanated the oppressive presence of the Golden Core stage, conducting themselves with a low profile that could not conceal their formidable essence. Most striking, however, was the carriage they diligently protected, crafted entirely from an unusual dark purple metal. It was intricately engraved with complex and mysterious demonic patterns. Thick curtains obscured the windows, preventing any view of the interior, yet it exuded an inexplicable sense of overwhelming pressure. Are they from the demonic sect? What a grand display! Those patterns resemble those of the Netherworld sect or the Heavenly Demon Hall. How dare they swagger into Tianke City? Do they not fear being besieged by the righteous sects? Hush! Keep your voice down. Did you not see that the guards of the City Lord's mansion did not dare to stop them? They must have significant backing. Indeed, the guards merely conducted a cursory inspection of the travel documents before respectfully granting passage, not daring to steal even a glance at the carriage. Inside the carriage, contrary to the grim and terrifying image one might expect, the interior was furnished with remarkable comfort and luxury. A thick carpet made of unknown beast fur covered the floor, while precious magical incense wafted soothingly from a corner. A small table was adorned with spiritual fruits and fine wine. A young girl, clad in a long gown of red embroidered with golden threads, languidly reclined against a soft pillow. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, possessing extraordinary beauty but with an alluringly sinister charm. Her skin was nearly translucent, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, enhanced by a beauty mark beneath the corner of one eye. Her lips, resembling ripe cherries, naturally curved upwards in a subtle smile that held a hint of playful mockery towards the world. She was none other than Yiyao, the only beloved daughter of the esteemed Night Demon, the leader of the Netherworld sect. At this moment, she curiously peered through the gap in the carriage curtains, taking in the bustling scene of Tianke City's streets and the hurried, gossiping cultivators, her beguiling eyes glimmering with interest. Oh, the cities of the Central Plains are certainly more vibrant than ours. Her voice was soft. I hear that something quite amusing has happened recently. That Buddhist disciple from the western regions was caught in a brothel by an old monk. Outside the carriage, a middle-aged man, resembling the head of the guards, respectfully replied through the curtain, "Indeed, Your Highness, the city is in an uproar, and the Great Bright Temple is currently making every effort to apprehend the perpetrator who framed the disciple." Framed? With a dismissive chuckle, Yiyao curled her crimson lips, pondering whether it was the monk himself who faltered, thus exposing his faade, seeking an excuse. Such self-righteous individuals revel in hypocrisy. It's rather tedious. She waved her hand, clearly indifferent to the truth, remarking that the commotion was, indeed, quite amusing. Tasked by her father to locate a long-lost treasure of the demon sect, she found herself without a clue, and thus seized the opportunity to wander through the city, relishing the spectacle of these righteous hypocrites engaged in their petty squabbles. Her disposition was rebellious and eccentric, guided solely by her whims, unrestrained by convention. Officially, she had come to Tianke City on her father's orders. Yet a significant part of her motivation stemmed from her boredom at the Yuming sect. She yearned for a diversion. The carriage halted before the opulent yet enigmatic Jiuyou building, where, surrounded by an entourage of guards, Yiyao gracefully alighted, instantly captivating the attention of passers-by, who were both awed by her beauty and intimidated by the faint aura of the demon sect that enveloped her. Unfazed by the gazes that lingered upon her, she reveled in the attention. She instructed her guards to settle themselves while she took only 2 personal maids and began to roam the city with great enthusiasm. Uninterested in the reputable alchemy shops or artifact pavilions, she gravitated towards the bustling markets and squares, delighting in the gossip surrounding the recent events involving the Buddha's son. As she strolled, she encountered a marketplace filled with eclectic practitioners of various backgrounds. The air was thick with the sounds of hawkers, their cries a cacophony of commerce, as genuine and counterfeit goods mingled indistinguishably. Intrigued, she casually surveyed the stalls until her gaze was drawn to a humble booth nestled in a corner. It was sparsely adorned, merely a tattered cloth laid upon the ground, behind which sat an unassuming, somewhat novel-looking youth, seemingly at the initial stages of foundation establishment. The items displayed were peculiar, rusted scraps that appeared to have been excavated from some dilapidated ruins, ancient jade marred by cracks, and a chipped iron sword. Yet, A weathered wooden sign in front of the stall proclaimed in crooked letters an outrageous advertisement. Ancient artifact. Blood-splattered clearance. Don't miss out. Fragments believed to be remnants of a celestial battle, imbued with supreme mysteries, available for the fortunate at merely 998. Take home an artifact today. This ostentatious advertisement starkly contrasted with the meager offerings. The passers-by cast scornful glances, bewildered, and none lingered. Nevertheless, the stall owner, the youth, remained undeterred, passionately extolling the virtues of the most rusted piece of iron to a novice cultivator who appeared newly initiated into the realm of cultivation, exclaiming, "Friend, behold the patterns, the patina, the profound history. This is undoubtedly a core fragment of a world-shattering ancient artifact, unearthed by my ancestors over 3 generations. Seeing as we are fated to meet, today I offer it at the rock-bottom price of 800 low-grade spirit stones. If you miss this opportunity, you shall regret it for a lifetime." The young monk, utterly bemused by the trickery, gazed vacantly at the iron piece. Night Yao, observing this comical scene, couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle. This charlatan was decidedly unprofessional, employing clumsy deceit while exhibiting an audacious demeanor. Perhaps it was her laughter that drew attention, or perhaps it was mere coincidence. The youthful vendor, engrossed in his elaborate con, instinctively lifted his gaze toward the source of the mirth. Simultaneously, Night Yao's eyes shifted from the bewildered monk to the vendor's face. Their gazes met briefly in the air, and for an instant, an invisible spark seemed to flicker between them. Wangyou, the vendor, maintained his affable and enthusiastic expression, yet a subtle glimmer of surprise and caution flickered deep within his eyes. This woman, her aura was peculiar, inscrutable, and unlike that of an ordinary practitioner. Meanwhile, the playful smile at the corner of Night Yao's lips faltered slightly, her peach blossom eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. The charlatan's gaze, intriguing indeed. While he appeared simple-minded, there was something concealed beneath, suggesting he was not merely a common rogue. Their eye contact was fleeting. Wangyou promptly lowered his head again, resuming his fervent persuasion of his unsuspecting customer, as if nothing had transpired. Night Yao, too, nonchalantly averted her gaze and continued on her way, as if she had merely encountered an amusing spectacle. Yet, in their hearts, both silently assigned each other a label, not an ordinary person. Chapter 94. The first confrontation. Night Yao suppressed her curiosity about the swindler and continued to meander through the bustling marketplace. She held no interest in those so-called fragments of ancient artifacts. Such crude tricks could only fool novice entrants. Her attention was soon captivated by a relatively quiet stall ahead. The vendor was a furrow-browed old herbalist, presenting a dozen fresh spiritual herbs still clinging to the earth, with most of them of mediocre quality. However, one particular herb, entirely emerald green and adorned with natural silver veins, emanated a refreshing aura that piqued her interest. Yoa grass. Night Yao's eye sparkled. This relatively obscure, yet highly useful third-grade spiritual herb served as a supplementary material for concocting several high-tier magical pills and was seldom found in the central continent. Just as she was about to inquire about the price, another figure swiftly darted to the stall, pointing at the Yoa grass and inquiring in a boisterous tone, "Old man, how much for this herb?" It was none other than Wangyou, who had just been peddling ancient artifacts. Unbeknownst to her, he had tidied up his stall and sauntered over here. The old herbalist lifted his eyelids, responding wearily, 300 low-grade spiritual stones, fixed price. 300? Why don't you go rob someone? Wangyou exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. This thing is worth at most 100 spiritual stones. Look at the leaves, they're withering. The spiritual energy has almost dissipated. 50. I'll take it for 50 spiritual stones. The old herbalist, infuriated, puffed up his cheeks and glared. What do you know? This is Yoa grass picked fresh this morning. Its medicinal properties are perfectly preserved. 300 spiritual stones, not a single piece less. 80, 280, 100, 250. Amidst their bargaining, a delicate voice interjected, "I'll take this herb for 300 spiritual stones." Night Yao gracefully stepped forward, not even glancing at Wangyou, and directly addressed the old herbalist, a petite and exquisite pouch of spiritual stones already appearing in her hand. The old herbalist's face lit up with joy. "Ah, this young lady truly knows her stuff. Very well, 300 it is." Wangyou, taken aback, turned to this unexpected contender. Upon recognizing Night Yao's striking beauty and her distinctive aura, a jolt of realization struck him. She was the remarkable woman from earlier. Yet, he quickly donned a dissatisfied and competitive expression. Hey, miss, there's a matter of first come, first served. Isn't there? I spotted it first. I was in the midst of bargaining. Only then did Night Yao cast him a sidelong glance, her peach blossom eyes glinting with mockery and superiority. You saw it? But did you pay for it? Since you have not, it naturally goes to the highest bidder. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed vendor? Her final remark was directed at the old herbalist, her voice alluring yet infused with an undeniable pressure. The old herbalist nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. The young lady is absolutely right. Li Wangyou, momentarily speechless, widened his eyes. Hey, are you trying to compete with me on wealth? I'll offer 301. Night Yao's lips curled into a slight smirk, as if watching a jester perform. 305. 306. 400. 401. 500. Each time Yi Yao raised the price, it was done with effortless grace, as if she were casually tossing aside mere stones rather than precious spirit stones, her eyes glinting with increasingly evident mockery. In stark contrast, Li Wangyou appeared increasingly flustered, his face flushed with anger as he pointed at Yi Yao, exclaiming, Are you deliberately causing trouble? When purchasing items, it is only natural to rely on one's own strength and discernment. Yi Yao toyed with a strand of her hair and replied languidly, If you lack funds, it is unwise to emulate others by attempting to seize their goods. Why not return to selling your ancient artifacts instead? You deceitful scoundrel. She enunciated the last 3 words with particular clarity, laced with unmistakable derision. Li Wangyou inwardly cursed, thinking, Who are you calling a fraud? All of those treasures are family heirlooms. If you cannot appreciate their worth, refrain from speaking foolishly. He grumbled, This grass. I no longer want it. It's better suited for a fool like you. Despite his words, his gaze lingered longingly on the ethereal patterned grass, his performance quite convincing. Yi Yao let out a triumphant chuckle, akin to a peacock basking in the glory of victory, and prepared to make her payment. At that moment, Li Wangyou, seemingly unwilling to concede, muttered, 500 for such a worthless piece of grass. Truly, money to burn. It could very well be fake. In a fit of petulance, he rummaged through his seemingly deflated storage bag for quite some time before producing a low-grade spirit stone and presenting it to the old herbalist, saying, Here, old man, although I did not acquire the grass, take this spirit stone as compensation for your time. I wouldn't want anyone to label me as stingy. The old herbalist, delighted by the unexpected windfall of 500 spirit stones, was further elated by this additional gift, however meager it may be. He beamed and accepted it gratefully, exclaiming, Oh, thank you, young sir. Much appreciated. Yi Yao's attention was entirely fixated on the ethereal patterned grass, and she paid little heed to Li Wangyou's antics. Thinking how audacious he was to save face after losing, she paid the 500 spirit stones with ease, took the spirit grass, and cast a smug glance at Li Wangyou, only to find him turning away, his demeanor one of despondency. Humph, what a mere jester, she thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction at having taught this amusing trickster a minor lesson. With the spirit grass in hand, she continued to stroll around the marketplace, preparing to depart. However, as she walked, she habitually scanned the ethereal patterned grass with her spiritual sense, wishing to admire it once more. Suddenly, her steps faltered. Something was amiss. The quality of this spirit grass seemed inferior to what she had initially perceived. The silver veins on the leaves appeared somewhat dimmer, and the overall aura felt diminished. She recalled Li Wangyou's last murmured insinuation about it possibly being fake, along with the spirit stone he had generously gifted to the old herbalist. A ludicrous thought flashed through her mind. She promptly pivoted and hurried back to the old herbalist's stall. The old herbalist was still merrily counting his 500 spirit stones when he noticed the returning customer and quickly donned a smile, saying, Is there anything else you require? Fair lady, where is that spirit stone from earlier? Yi Yao's tone was icy. The old herbalist was taken aback, momentarily confused. Yet he still retrieved the spirit stone gifted by Li Wangyou from his money pouch. Yi Yao snatched it away and meticulously examined it with her spiritual sense. Indeed, the surface of this spiritual stone appeared indistinguishable from a genuine one, even exhibiting fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, its internal structure was alarmingly loose and fragile, as if its core had been cleverly hollowed out, leaving behind merely an empty shell and a layer of simulated spiritual energy. This was undoubtedly a counterfeit spiritual stone. Moreover, the craftsmanship was extraordinarily sophisticated. Had it not been for her unique perception and meticulous scrutiny, it would have gone unnoticed. Recalling how Li Wangyou approached the stall, engaging the old herbalist in a tug-of-war, ultimately gifting the spiritual stone, Yi Yao suddenly comprehended. That scoundrel. He had no genuine intention of purchasing the herb. He was merely utilizing the bargaining process and the competitive bidding to draw everyone's attention. Seizing the moment when both she and the old herbalist were distracted to substitute the genuine yuan grass with this counterfeit spiritual stone, The 500 spiritual stones she had spent were actually a cleverly enhanced imitation, fabricated to resemble a high-quality, inferior product. The true Yuan grass had likely been hidden within the hollow of the counterfeit stone, which he then brazenly took under the guise of a gift. Well, well, well. Instead of succumbing to rage, Yi Yao smiled, her enchanting eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. What an audacious act! What cunning deceit! How dare he play tricks on this princess? After all these years, it was the first time someone had toyed with her in such a manner, especially a seemingly unremarkable little swindler. Yi Yao crushed the counterfeit spiritual stone in her hand, her gaze fixed on the direction Li Wanyu had vanished, her lips curling into a cold and bewitching smile. How intriguing, truly fascinating rather than boiling with anger over being deceived. She felt a powerful desire to unearth this trickster and play with him. Little swindler, did you think this was the end? The game has only just begun, she whispered to the air, and in an instant, her figure melded into the crowd as she pursued the direction Li Wanyu had taken. Eager to discover the origins of this audacious and cunning scam artist. Chapter 95. Mutual traps. Li Wanyu, with the genuine ghostly pattern grass tucked away, traversed the bustling market with a heart full of joy. With nothing but a shell of a false spirit stone worth less than half a spirit stone, he had successfully acquired a spirit herb valued at 300 spirit stones, all while managing to irk a rather pompous young lady from the demonic sect. He rated this maneuver a resounding success. However, shortly after exiting the market, the triumphant smile that had graced his lips began to fade slightly. His formidable divine sense, cultivated in the nascent soul stage, keenly detected an elusive presence trailing him, emanating a chilling and eerie aura. Ah, discovered already? Quite perceptive, I see. Li Wanyu smirked, unperturbed. It was only natural for someone of her caliber to see through his ruse. Instead of hastening his pace to shake off the pursuer, he intentionally slowed down, meandering towards the sparsely populated northern district of the city, feigning ignorance of being followed. The northern expanse housed a dilapidated garden, once the residence of a minor clan that had long since fallen into disrepair, rendering it a seldom visited locale, perfect for a game of cat and mouse. Li Wanyu entered the abandoned garden and settled onto a half-collapsed pavilion, plopping down onto a stone bench. He even retrieved a wine jug and cup from his storage bag, pouring himself a drink with evident delight. Meanwhile, the pursuer, Yi Yao, concealed herself in the shadow of a nearby crumbling wall, observing Li Wanyu's apparent lack of vigilance with a glimmer of cold amusement in her peach blossom eyes. Humph, is he feigning composure? Or is he truly oblivious to my presence? Regardless, I shall teach this insufferable little thief a lesson. With her delicate fingers, she discreetly performed a spell, releasing a nearly imperceptible pink haze that floated on the breeze toward the pavilion. This was her sect's unique 1000-day drunken love goo, a colorless and odorless substance that could infiltrate unnoticed, causing those who inhaled it to become disoriented and ensnared in a fleeting hallucinatory trance. She intended for this detestable thief to make a fool of himself. As the pink mist enveloped the pavilion, it appeared that Li Wanyu was about to inhale it. At that moment, however, he seemed to have gulped his drink too hastily, suddenly choking and coughing violently, his body instinctively leaning forward. Inadvertently, he swept his arm, inadvertently swapping the positions of his half-full cup and an empty one beside it. This motion was entirely natural, a reflexive response to the coughing fit. Once he regained his composure, he seemingly continued as if nothing had transpired, casually lifting the cup that had been empty but was now subtly infused with Yi Yao's poison, pretending to take a sip, even smacking his lips in delight, as though savoring the flavor. From her hidden vantage point, Yi Yao clearly witnessed her poison being consumed. A smug smile crept onto her lips as she anticipated the ensuing spectacle. Yet, moments later, Li Wanyu remained blissfully unaware, leisurely sipping his wine, even propping his leg up comfortably, humming a tune, his gaze bright and devoid of any signs of being affected by the poison. What is happening? Night Yao furrowed her brows slightly. Was it the dosage that was insufficient, or did this fellow possess a unique constitution? Undeterred, she formed another incantation with her fingertips, preparing to increase the dosage. At that moment, Li Wanyu seemed to tire of sitting. He stood up, stretched lazily, and strolled towards a withered old tree beside the pavilion, seemingly intending to rest against the trunk. Just as he passed beneath the tree, a water bag, cleverly concealed and long suspended from the dry branches, suddenly burst. However, it did not contain water. Instead, it was filled with murky sludge that exuded an odd, foul odor. It cascaded down upon Li Wanyu's head. If he were to be drenched, even if he escaped injury, he would undoubtedly be left in a state of utter disgrace and stench. Yet, at the very moment the sludge was about to descend upon him, Li Wangyou's figure flickered. His speed was so extraordinary that it left a faint afterimage in his wake. The torrent of sludge passed through his body without hindrance, splattering onto the ground where he had just stood, producing a muffled thud as the putrid smell filled the air. Meanwhile, Li Wangyou's true form had, unbeknownst to anyone, already appeared 3 steps away, patting his chest as if relieved from a near miss. A teasing smile dancing upon his lips as he cast a glance in the direction where Night Yao was concealed. TSK, what foul muck! How disgusting! He deliberately pinched his nose and fanned the air. Night Yao's pupils contracted. Such swift movement. No, it was more than mere agility. It seemed akin to a form of short-range spatial displacement. This fellow indeed concealed his depths. The trap she had meticulously set had been so effortlessly evaded by him. The two exchanged glances from a distance, this time devoid of prior hesitation, now tinged with evident combat intent and rivalry. How intriguing! Night Yao, rather than becoming angry, smiled. Her figure gliding forth like a crimson butterfly in the night, silently emerging from behind the crumbling wall, landing not far opposite Li Wangyou. Little thief, your skills are quite commendable. You managed to evade this princess's, mud attack. Her smile was enchanting, as if she were not the one who had just cast a curse and set the trap. Fairly average, third in the world, Li Wangyou jested back with a grin. Unable to compare to a lady like you, who plays with curses and mud. Such a childlike spirit. You. Night Yao was momentarily taken aback by his words, her pretty face turning frosty, yet she quickly broke into a smile, one even more bewitching and sharp-tongued. It seems that unless I show you some real colors, you remain blissfully unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Before her words had fully left her lips, she flicked her delicate hand, sending forth 3 shadowy needles as fine as cow hair, silently piercing towards 3 of Li Wangyou's vital points. Li Wangyou appeared to have anticipated this, his steps shifting in an enigmatic dance, swaying as if inebriated, effortlessly avoiding the 3 poison needles, while simultaneously retaliating with gusts of finger winds aimed at Night Yao. Night Yao let out a delicate laugh, her form twisting gracefully, dispelling the gusts entirely, as her red skirt billowed, launching several claw-like shadows imbued with corrosive energy towards Li Wangyou. Li Wangyou remained unperturbed, his fingers resembling a sword, exuding a sharp intent as he effortlessly shattered the shadowy claws. In this desolate garden, the two engaged in a graceful exchange, battling for numerous rounds. In that fleeting moment, their figures soared and danced, the crimson dress and azure robe intertwining, the gusts of their strikes colliding and dissipating. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor were there dazzling spells. Yet the peril and intricacy of their duel surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Li Wangyou's moves appeared casual, yet he consistently anticipated his opponent's maneuvers, deftly neutralizing attacks with minimal cost. His movements were elusive, occasionally accompanied by banter that could irk the most patient of souls. On the other hand, Yi Yao's demonic skills were bizarrely variable, elusive as a specter and cunning as a viper, complemented by her enchanting figure and smile, rendering her exceedingly beguiling. However, after an intense exchange, neither could gain the upper hand. Li Wangyou could not decipher the depths and subsequent transformations of Yi Yao's magical prowess, refraining from launching a reckless counterattack. Yi Yao, equally astonished by Li Wangyou's unfathomable strength and evasive agility, felt as though her efforts were futile, with every strike landing in vain. After yet another straightforward clash, they abruptly separated, standing 10 paces apart. Yi Yao's breath was slightly hurried, yet her crimson lips curled into an even more exhilarated smile. Li Wangyou maintained his languid demeanor, as if the preceding skirmish had merely been a warm-up. Yi Yao's captivating eyes fixated on him, as if she had discovered an extraordinarily delightful toy. With a playful laugh, her voice laced with a hint of breathlessness and intrigue, she exclaimed, "Little thief, you are indeed intriguing. It has been ages since I encountered someone so formidable and entertaining." She adjusted her slightly disheveled hair and cast a flirtatious glance, adding, "Hey, after all this time, I still do not know your name. Do share it." Chapter 96. Humiliation. The breathy and playful inquiry from Yi Yao lingered in the air of the desolate garden. Li Wangyou grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. "What is my name? I am none other than the honest and trustworthy young lord of Tianke City, Li Wangyou, proprietor of the Forgetting Worries General Store. How about that? Isn't my name quite tasteful?" His self-introduction was a blend of truth and jest, devoid of any expectation that his counterpart would believe him. Yi Yao scoffed. "Li Wangyou, Forgetting Worries General Store? You? Honest and trustworthy? That is a tale for fools." She doubted the authenticity of his name, perceiving his fabrication as utterly lackluster. Believe it or don't, Li Wanyu shrugged, then shifted his tone, his eyes taking on a mischievous glint. Now that we've exchanged blows and assessed each other as strengths, isn't it time to call it a day? I have business to attend to at my shop and cannot indulge you in this game of make-believe. Wanna leave? Yi Yao narrowed her alluring peach blossom eyes, her smile becoming increasingly enchanting yet perilous. You toyed with this princess and now wish to depart so easily? The world holds no such bargains. You shall not escape without begging for mercy, uttering 3 times, I was wrong, or I shall write my name, Yi Yao, in reverse. Before her words could fully resonate, she raised her jade hand, and a dark crimson magical cord, accompanied by a piercing sound of the air being sliced, surged toward Li Wanyu's legs. This magical cord was not a physical entity, but rather a manifestation of pure demonic energy, and once ensnared, it would penetrate the meridians, sealing one's spiritual power, an insidious trap. Li Wanyu appeared to have anticipated her relentless pursuit. With a startled cry, he exclaimed, "Oh no, I cannot win. The wind is fierce," he shouted as he retreated rapidly, seemingly in disarray, yet managing to evade the binding cord's grasp at the last possible moment. While he retreated, he strategically directed himself deeper into the garden, toward the ruins of a dilapidated palace. Yi Yao, exhilarated by the chase, was not about to let him escape so easily. With a sharp command, she declared, "Where do you think you're going?" Transforming into a red shadow, she pursued him relentlessly, confident in her agility and magical prowess. She was determined to capture this elusive rogue this time. The two engaged in a rapid game of chase, swiftly disappearing into the ruins. Within the remnants of the palace, broken walls and debris were scattered, with dim lighting obscuring visibility. Li Wanyu, in a state of panic, dashed into a relatively intact side hall. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yao followed closely behind. Just as she crossed the threshold of the side hall, a low hum resonated. The ground, walls, and ceiling suddenly illuminated with dozens of faint runic lights. These runes interconnected to form a temporary, albeit rather clever, restraining array. This formation was not intended for harm or long-term confinement. Its sole purpose was to unleash a powerful binding force for a fleeting moment, completely sealing the space within its confines for a brief interval. This was a trap Li Wanyu had discreetly laid in advance. Yi Yao found herself caught off guard, feeling the surrounding space abruptly constrict, as if she had plunged into a viscous swamp. Her movements became laborious and sluggish. Even the flow of demonic energy within her body faltered momentarily. This was bad. She had fallen into a trap. Her expression shifted dramatically, alarm bells ringing in her mind as she exerted all her strength to break free from the confinement. However, during this brief moment of pause, which lasted but a heartbeat, Li Wanyu, already well prepared, found it to be ample time. The once frantic Li Wanyu, who had been fleeing in disarray, now turned around, his face devoid of any trace of panic, replaced instead by a mischievous grin signaling the success of his cunning plan. Unbeknownst to when it had appeared, a cloth bag now rested in his hand, which he suddenly shook towards the ensnared Yi Yao. "Enchantress, allow me to present you with a delightful treat, a dazzling array of tickle powder, an exclusive formula, invigorating to the utmost." With a flourish, a torrent of multicolored powder, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, cascaded down upon Yi Yao like celestial blossoms raining from the heavens. At that moment, Yi Yao found herself in the most awkward predicament, her former strength having waned while her new vigor had yet to manifest, leaving her unable to evade the onslaught. She could only watch helplessly as the seemingly unpleasant powder enveloped her completely. The powder adhered to her skin, merging with her garments, even penetrating through her very flesh. The next moment, a sharp cry of indignation and discomfort escaped her lips. Ah, how unbearable the itch. It feels as though countless minuscule creatures are fervently crawling and gnawing at every inch of my skin, every pore. It is akin to being simultaneously tickled by a billion feathers on the most sensitive nerve endings. This sensation, though not painful, is 100-fold more intolerable than pain itself, sufficient to drive any composed individual to the brink of madness. Ah, it itches terribly. You scoundrel! What foul substance have you unleashed upon me? Yi Yao could no longer maintain her enchanting and sinister demeanor, her entire being writhed uncontrollably, her hands desperate to claw at every part of her body. Her hair, her face, her exquisite red dress, all were now besmirched with the vibrant powder, rendering her as ridiculous as a peacock that had tumbled into a dye vat. Completely bereft of the nobility and mystery befitting a princess of the demonic realm, as she flailed and scratched in a frenzy, Her furious exclamations were laced with coarse language that starkly contrasted with her alluring appearance. Li Wangyou, you wretched scoundrel, cursed be your name. I shall slay you and feed your remains to the dogs. Ah, I am driven to madness by this incessant itch. She attempted to conjure her magical powers to expel the noxious substance. Yet this ticklish powder appeared to be extraordinarily peculiar, not falling within the realm of poison, but rather a bizarre concoction that triggered the body's sensitive responses, rendering her magical efforts nearly ineffective. At the moment when she was on the verge of losing her sanity, her image completely shattered, and her curses flowing incessantly, Li Wangyou stood at a distance, leisurely retrieving a recording stone. With a delightfully infuriating smile, he adjusted the angle to capture Yi Yao's frantic writhing and profane outbursts in high-definition detail, ensuring no angle was left untouched. Oh dear, princess of the demonic realm, your dance is quite unique. Though your lines are somewhat vulgar, they hardly reflect your noble stature. As he recorded, he offered his professional critique. Upon seeing the recording stone, Yi Yao nearly spat blood in fury. Her curses continued unabated, yet the unbearable itch twisted her words into a comically absurd melody. After a considerable amount of time, the effects of the formation that had confined her began to dissipate, and the potency of the itching powder gradually waned. Yi Yao slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, her body still plagued by relentless itching, but she managed to suppress the urge to scratch frantically. Her hair was disheveled, her makeup smeared by sweat and unconscious scratching, and her red dress was a riot of colors, rendering her appearance akin to that of a person who had just been ravaged by 18 burly men, utterly disheveled. She lifted her head, glaring at Li Wangyou with her peach blossom eyes that seemed ready to ignite with fury. If looks could kill, he would have been torn to shreds. Yet, Li Wangyou remained unfazed, grinning as he waved the glowing recording stone in his hand. He approached Yi Yao, crouched down, and with a tone that could infuriate the dead, remarked, Demoness, tell me, if this captivating footage of the princess of the underworld sect engaging in a passionate dance while eloquently expressing herself were to accidentally circulate, reaching your fellow practitioners of the dark arts or your esteemed father, the demon lord, TSK, what would become of your reputation as the foremost princess of the demon realm? Would you still be able to navigate the world of the dark arts from here on? Chapter 97. The Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. Night Yao's heart sank as she envisioned the ramifications of that footage being made public, sending a chilling wave of dread and humiliation coursing through her. After all, she was the princess of the underworld sect, the sole beloved daughter of the demon lord, Yi Sanqiao. Among the younger generation of the demonic sect, she held the highest status, unparalleled beauty, extraordinary talent, and was the focus of all attention. She had meticulously cultivated an image of a seductive, haughty sorceress who toyed with the lives of others. If that footage were to circulate, the thought of the uproar it would cause within the demonic realm was unfathomable. Her father's wrath, mockery from her peers, rivals delighting in her downfall. She would become the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. Years of painstakingly crafted reputation ruined in an instant. It could even tarnish her father's standing within the underworld sect. That cursed Li Wangyou, how ruthless he was. He had her completely at his mercy. Anger and humiliation surged within her, compelling her to want to pounce on this scoundrel and tear him to shreds. Yet, the remnants of her rationality cautioned her that since he dared to act thus, he must possess some unfaltering confidence. Any rash action on her part would only exacerbate the situation. She bit down hard on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood, her expression twisting and shifting until it crystallized into a frigid and stifled demeanor. What do you want? She managed to force out through clenched teeth, her voice hoarse and brimming with suppressed fury. Seeing her relent, Li Wangyou's smile widened radiantly, akin to a child who had just received a cherished toy. Oh, now that's more like it. A wise person knows when to be accommodating. He pocketed the recording stone and, stroking his chin, scrutinized the disheveled Night Yao as if appraising an intriguing item. Killing you would be too merciful and would dirty my hands. Beating you up would be rather dull. He spoke leisurely, each word like salt poured into Night Yao's wounds. How about this? His eyes suddenly sparkled, as if a brilliant idea had struck him. Pointing towards the street outside the desolate garden, he continued, since your earlier dance was so enchanting, why not perform a formal display for everyone on the main street? You wish. Night Yao screamed. The thought of being publicly humiliated was more unbearable than death itself. Don't be so hasty in your refusal. Li Wangyou waved the recording stone, his tone casual yet laden with menace. You could choose not to dance. I, however, will not insist. But I dare say, every storyteller in the taverns and tea houses of Tianke City will likely acquire a delightful piece of material tonight. I've even thought of a title: The Secrets of the Demon Sect Princess in a Desolate Garden. Passionate dance and unknown peculiarities? What do you think? Isn't it enticing? Night Yao trembled with rage. She knew this scoundrel was more than capable of following through on his threats. Ultimately, the overwhelming humiliation and fear of irreparable damage to her reputation crushed her pride and spirit of defiance. Dance what? She nearly expended all her strength to squeeze those 3 words from her throat, her voice barely above a whisper. Wangyou chuckled, retrieving from his storage bag a jade slip that played a peculiar melody and visuals on a loop, tossing it to Night Yao. Here, dance to this. Your movements must be precise, your expressions on point, and full of vitality. Dance through the entire piece. With a single misstep or an ungraceful leap, my satisfaction would wane. As Yi Yao grasped the jade slip, her consciousness plunged into its depths, nearly causing her to spew forth blood. Within that jade slip was inscribed a dance of unimaginable shame, replete with exaggerated hip thrusts and flamboyant arm movements. The accompanying melody was bizarrely whimsical, its upbeat rhythm sending shivers down one's spine. This was nothing short of a moral travesty. How could a princess of the demonic sect be compelled to perform such a spectacle on the bustling streets? You. She pointed at Wangyou, her fingers trembling, rendered speechless by her indignation. Not satisfied, Wangyou raised an eyebrow, feigning to lift the recording stone once more. I shall dance, but I must wear a disguise. Yi Yao nearly screamed her acquiescence, tears welling in her eyes, yet she valiantly held them back. The humiliation of this day would be etched in her memory, to be repaid 100-fold. Half an hour later, at the bustling crossroads of Tianke City, where the lights began to twinkle and throngs of people flowed like a river, an upbeat, enchanting melody suddenly erupted from a street corner, captivating the attention of all nearby. A woman clad in a dark red gown, her figure alluring yet her features obscured, began to writhe shamefully to the rhythm of that bewitching music. Her movements were clumsy, her expression one of utter humiliation, as if she were being led to the gallows. Yet some unseen force compelled her to complete the awkward gyrations, arm flails, spins, and winks. It was the unwilling Yi Yao, and that enchanting music, along with the humiliating dance, was none other than the concoction of Wangyou's wicked imagination. The onlookers first paused in bewilderment, then erupted into thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha, what is that woman doing? Has she lost her mind? What an absurd display. It's utterly grotesque. Oh dear, I'm dying of laughter. Look at her expression, as if she's just eaten something foul. This isn't dancing, it's a seizure, surely. She seems rather appealing, but her wits appear to be lacking. Look, she's even winking. My heavens, it's a sight for sore eyes. A multitude gathered, pointing and laughing, some even producing recording stones to capture the moment. As Yi Yao endured the piercing jeers and gossip surrounding her, gazing into the faces of those reveling in her humiliation, an unprecedented sense of shame engulfed her like a tidal wave. Each second felt like an eternity of torment in hell. She bit down hard on her teeth, struggling against the impulse to either end her own life or eliminate every last one of them. Mechanically continuing to dance that cursed choreography while cursing Wangyou a million times over in her heart. Meanwhile, Wangyou blended into the crowd, savoring the spectacle, occasionally leading the applause and cheers. Bravo! Well danced. Once more to the left. Yes, your expression. Make it more joyful. At long last, the performance reached its conclusion. The music abruptly ceased. Yi Yao, drained of all strength, came to a halt, standing in place with her head bowed, her body trembling violently. Her face flushed as if it would bleed from the intensity of her shame and fury. The laughter and chatter around her continued unabated. She lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the throng, firmly fixed upon the young man in a blue robe, whose face bore a mischievous grin as he tucked away his musical jade slip. Her eyes, icy cold, yet ablaze with an intense fury, conveyed a message laden with deep-seated resentment and a declaration of war. With deliberate enunciation, her voice, hoarse yet unmistakably clear, reached Wangyou's ears. Wangyou, I shall remember you. Having spoken, she could no longer endure the scrutinizing eyes and derisive laughter surrounding her. With a sudden stamp of her foot, her figure transformed into a fleeting crimson shadow, vanishing into the depths of the night. This left behind a street full of onlookers still laughing and whispering, alongside Wangyou, who stood rooted in place, his amusement only heightened. Remember me? How delightful. Chapter 98. A Secret Affection? Night Yao rushed back to the Geo Tower, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. She set up numerous barriers, and finally, utterly drained, slid down against the door. A profound sense of humiliation washed over her like a relentless tide, leaving her trembling. the remnants of the colorful, irritating powder still clung to her skin, a stark reminder of the absurd and disgraceful scene she had just endured. The raucous laughter and contemptuous gazes from the street echoed in her ears, fueling her desire to return and crush those ants, along with that detestable Li Wangyou, into dust. Li Wangyou. She muttered the name through clenched teeth, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. She had never experienced such a profound disgrace. From a young age, she had been the jewel of the Netherworld Sect, cherished by her father, admired, respected, and even feared by the younger generation of the demonic sect. Who dared to show her the slightest disrespect? Who would dare make her feel even a modicum of grievance? Yet this bastard, who appeared out of nowhere, had first deceived her with his clumsy tricks, then subjected her to a torment so vile that it made her wish she were dead, and ultimately forced her to dance that humiliating dance in the bustling streets. Such profound humiliation, an unforgivable offense. Nightyow sprang to her feet and rushed to the dressing table. Gazing into the mirror at her disheveled hair, smeared makeup, and the bizarre colors marring her complexion, anger surged within her, and she raised her hand, ready to shatter the mirror. But as her hand hovered in the air, it paused. She stared at her reflection, and unbidden, the image of Li Wangyou's mischievous smile, calm and collected, surfaced in her mind. Though fury and a thirst for vengeance churned within her, a strange emotion, one she could scarcely comprehend, began to take root in her heart. This Li Wangyou, he was truly infuriating, despicable, shameless, lowly. Yet, Nightyow had to admit, this fellow was unlike anyone she had encountered before. Those so-called paragons of righteousness were either hypocritical and pretentious, or they held themselves above others, or they were simply foolish, easily flustered by her slightest provocation. As for the so-called talents of the demonic sect, they either groveled before her, seeking her favor, or were arrogant fools who only knew how to assert their presence through violence, or were drearily calculating and sinister. But this Li Wangyou, he appeared to be merely an ordinary youth, yet his cultivation, she could not discern its depths. Each time she thought she had him figured out, he always managed to slip away in the most unexpected manner, sometimes even turning the tables on her. His seemingly reckless antics concealed astonishing strategies and precise control. He was clever beyond measure, employing a plethora of tactics, never adhering to conventional methods. Deception, traps, drugs, blunt force, threats of exposure, forcing her to dance that shameful dance. These methods were shockingly crude, devoid of any semblance of sophistication, yet they were infuriatingly effective. They made her grit her teeth in anger. Yet she could not help but want to laugh. Furthermore, he seemed utterly devoid of any sense of reverence towards her. Despite being acutely aware of her identity, she audaciously dared to provoke and mock her in myriad ways. This brazen nonchalance and arrogance, which thrived on the knowledge that she could neither be despised nor vanquished, imparted an unprecedented sense of equality and authenticity to her. The exhilaration and novelty of this experience were sensations she had never encountered in over a decade. It was akin to having indulged in the finest delicacies, only to suddenly savor a plate of fiery street food, although the spice brought tears to her eyes. It was inexplicably exhilarating and addictive. Nightyow, with her rebellious spirit and inherent disdain for rules and constraints, suddenly found herself inexplicably drawn to Li Wangyou's vexatious style of conduct. Engaging with him, despite the frustration and indignation he often incited within her, was replete with unexpected surprises and challenges, far more captivating than bullying powerless subordinates within the Netherworld Sect or engaging in tedious contests with insincere, self-righteous prodigies. The thrill of matching wits, strategizing against one another, and countering each other's moves, surprisingly brought her a sense of enjoyment. This thought startled Nightyow herself. Had she truly lost her mind? Or was there some beguiling substance woven into that irritating powder? How could she harbor such notions about that insufferable rogue? She vigorously shook her head, attempting to banish his infuriating visage from her thoughts. Yet, the more she suppressed it, the clearer his face became. His mocking gaze, his infuriating tone, and his whimsical, self-serving schemes. Anger and murderous intent seemed to subtly transform, intertwining with a more complex emotion. A fierce desire to see him again, to reclaim her dignity, to witness him falter, and to continue their playful rivalry surged within her like wild grass. Gazing into the mirror, she observed her cheeks still flushed, but her eyes unusually bright. Suddenly, she stomped her foot in frustration. That scoundrel! This isn't over. Swiftly, she cleared away any traces of her previous disarray, donning a new, alluring crimson dress, meticulously redoing her makeup, as if preparing not for vengeance, but rather for an eagerly anticipated rendezvous. displaying a smile that fused menace with excitement. Night Yao's silhouette flickered as she departed from the 9 underworld tower once more. This time, her intentions were clear. She sought out the one who incited both her ire and intrigue, rather than revenge. It was more a restless yearning to engage in a new game with him. Li Wangyou, you had better be prepared. Chapter 99. The sorrows of the demon lord. Deep within the abyssal depths of the demonic abyss lies the headquarters of the Netherworld Sect, a place shrouded in ominous magic, where grand palaces loom. Within a hall entirely constructed from obsidian demon jade, the atmosphere is suffocatingly oppressive. The current demon lord, Yi Sanxiong, stands with arms crossed before the blood pool of the Netherworld, where crimson waves surge, reflecting myriad celestial phenomena and occasionally revealing blurred images from across the central continent. Towering and robust, he dons a robe of demonic dragon design, his visage obscured by dense demonic energy. Save for a pair of eyes as profound as the depths of the 9 hells, radiating brilliance that seems capable of penetrating the very essence of a soul, discerning all worldly illusions. The aura that emanates from him is unfathomable, akin to an abyss, and merely his presence compels one to kneel in submission. A sinister elder kneels respectfully below, conveying news relayed through clandestine channels. Upon the arrival of Her Highness the Princess in Tianke City, she did not immediately embark on the search for that object. Rather, she has engaged frequently with a mysteriously identified young cultivator, seemingly, rather often. The elder's voice carries a note of caution, even hesitation. Oh, Yi Sanxiong's voice is deep and magnetic, devoid of discernible emotion. It is normal for Yaoer, with her spirited and playful nature, to indulge. Which sect does this disciple belong to? Could it be that she has fallen for some charming ruse? Understanding his beloved daughter's temperament all too well, he knows her to be reckless and guided solely by her whims. It is not uncommon for her to play with any handsome youth she fancies. As long as it does not interfere with her duties, he typically turns a blind eye. The elder bows his head even lower, his tone more cautious. In response to the demon lord, it is not as such. According to our informants, the princess and that young man are not entangled in an ambiguous relationship. Rather, they have clashed several times. Clashed? Yi Sanxiong raises an eyebrow, a flicker of interest igniting within him. While Yaoer has yet to attain the Yuanying stage, she has received the true teachings of the sect. It is unlikely any peak golden elixir cultivator from the central continent would pose a challenge to her. Are there truly talents among them that could best her? According to the informant's accounts, the elder's voice takes on an odd timbre. Her Highness the Princess seems to have indeed suffered considerable losses at the hands of that young man. The specifics are difficult to ascertain, as it appears to involve some unconventional methods. Moreover, following their last confrontation, the princess appeared quite enraged, yet did not rally our forces for retaliation. Instead, she has begun actively seeking out that young man, enduring losses without seeking revenge. Instead, she pursues him. Yi Sanxiong finally turns, the swirling demonic energy slightly shifting to reveal a countenance both majestic and handsome, his brow furrowing in intrigue. Who is this young man? What is his lineage? What is his name? This is the crux of his concern. It is trivial for his daughter to experience setbacks, yet if the young man approaches with ulterior motives, that would warrant a different discussion altogether. The old foxes of the central continent are certainly capable of employing the young to orchestrate schemes. The elder hastily responds, I have instructed the Dark Hall to conduct an urgent investigation. However, this young man's origins are exceedingly mysterious, seemingly having emerged from thin air. All that is known is that he operates a modest little sundry shop in the city, named Wangyou Sundries, and he claims to be Li Wangyou. However, this name is conspicuously absent from the roster of promising young talents among the various sects and noble families in the Central Plains. Li Wangyou? Wangyou Groceries? Yi Sanxiong repeated the name, a flicker of puzzlement crossing his eyes as he continued his investigation. He commanded the mobilization of all resources to thoroughly ascertain his background, including his master's lineage, cultivation level, and the true purpose of his interactions with Yaoer. Understood, the elder replied, hesitating momentarily before adding, moreover, the Dark Hall has uncovered an intriguing coincidence during their inquiries. The emergence of this individual coincides remarkably with a recent significant incident in Tianke City. What incident? The scandal involving the Buddhist disciple Liao Chun from the Great Brightness Temple in the western regions, who has suffered a devastating fall from grace within the city. The elder murmured. Although all visible evidence seemingly points to Liao's own indiscretions, some exceedingly subtle clues suggest the presence of an unseen hand orchestrating events. This hand appears to have a tenuous connection to Li Wangyou. Yet, the other party has left no substantial evidence. The disciple incident? Yi Sanqiong's brow furrowed even deeper. He had certainly heard of the uproar surrounding Liao Chun, initially dismissing it as mere jest within the Buddhist community. He now realized it might be linked to the enigmatic youth his daughter was engaging with, a young man capable of manipulating the Buddhist disciple, leading to his disgrace. A boy who could make his clever, resourceful daughter suffer setbacks, and even possibly endure significant losses without seeking retribution, instead actively pursuing him? This was no ordinary individual. Yi Sanqiong pondered for a moment, his profound, demonic eyes shimmering with intensity, ultimately transforming into a glint of icy sharpness. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Regardless of who he is or what his intentions may be, keep a close watch on him. If he is merely amusing Yao, it is inconsequential, and she may proceed as she wishes. However, should he harbor any ill intent towards her or ulterior motives? The demon lord's voice paused, and the temperature in the grand hall seemed to plummet. No matter who is behind him, he must be eliminated without hesitation. Chapter 100. The assassination order. The efficiency of the Shadow Hall of the Underworld Sect is remarkably high. Following the issuance of a death command by the demon lord Yi Sanqiong, all operatives lurking within the central continent sprang into action, fervently gathering every conceivable piece of information regarding Wangyou through various overt and covert channels. However, as the investigation deepened, the results relayed back to Yi Sanqiong, who sat in the grand hall of the demon abyss, began to evoke a sense of unease and perplexity within him. Days later, the previously mentioned elder clad in black robes once again knelt respectfully before the throne, presenting the collated intelligence. His tone heavier and more confounded than before, reporting to the demon lord, "We have preliminary results concerning the target, Wangyou. Yet, numerous doubts persist. Speak." Yi Sanqiong's voice remained calm, but the swirling demonic energy emanating from him betrayed his faade of composure. Firstly, the name and origin. The name Wangyou does not appear in the official records of the entire central continent's cultivation world. However, through an unexpected opportunity, our operatives learned from a drunken conversation of a low-ranking disciple within the Lingxiao Palace that there exists a sixth direct disciple of the esteemed King Suzi, known by that very name. Moreover, his age and physical characteristics align with those of the target. A direct disciple of the Lingxiao Palace? A flicker of understanding crossed Yi Sanqiong's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by doubt. The disciple of King Suzi? Surely, a student nurtured by that old sage would embody rigid decorum, not exhibit such cunning. He struggled to reconcile the peculiar, underhanded behavior of the individual described in the intelligence with his impressions of the typically solemn disciples of the Lingxiao Palace. The elder continued, "Secondly, regarding his cultivation level. This aspect is particularly bizarre. All individuals who have interacted with him, including Her Highness the Princess, have provided drastically differing accounts of his cultivation. At times, he appears to possess the aura of a chi refiner, at others, that of a foundation establishment cultivator, occasionally revealing a hint of golden core essence, yet always elusive and difficult to pin down. Even the most skilled spies dispatched by the Shadow Hall have been unable to ascertain his true realm, as if he can alter the intensity of his aura at will. A clandestine technique for concealing one's cultivation?" Yi Sanqiong pondered, recognizing that such a method capable of deceiving both Yaoer and the Shadow Hall's operatives is far from ordinary. Does the Lingxiao Palace possess such capabilities? Thirdly, and most crucially, the elder's voice lowered further, concerning the incident involving the Buddha's son. "We employed a deeply buried piece on the board to make contact with a guard from the city lord's manor who was patrolling near the Wangyou pavilion on that fateful day. According to his vague recollections, he seemed to have spotted a youth clad in ordinary attire, whose behavior appeared somewhat suspicious, resembling Wangyou to a significant degree. However, he could not confirm this nor provide any concrete evidence. Additionally, we discovered that prior to the incident involving the Buddha's son, he had publicly debated with a youth in a green shirt in the city and was left speechless by the latter's incisive questions, an event witnessed by many. The description of that youth aligns closely with Wangyou, as the threads of evidence converge, albeit still lacking irrefutable proof. All signs subtly point toward this enigmatic youth from the Lingxiao Palace, known as Wangyou, a figure capable of rendering the Buddhist disciples of the western regions humbled, potentially leading to their disgrace, while causing his cherished daughter to suffer repeated setbacks, possesses an inscrutable cultivation and acts without discernible principles. Yet, he is undeniably a disciple of a prestigious orthodox sect." Yi Sanqiong's fingers unconsciously tapped against the armrest of the demon jade throne, producing a dull, thudding sound. This individual is far from ordinary. His seemingly chaotic actions strike at the very essence, yielding astonishing results. His background appears unblemished, yet is steeped in profound intrigue and contradiction. The motives behind his approach to Wangyou are particularly elusive. Is he an anomaly nurtured in the shadows of Lingxiao Palace? A pawn in a conspiracy against the demon sect? Or perhaps merely an ancient being masquerading in the mortal realm? Regardless of the possibility, allowing such a perilous and unpredictable element to linger near Wangyou is decidedly unwise. Though still young and possessing remarkable talent, Wangyou's rebellious nature makes her susceptible to the allure of novelty. Her decision to seek out the very person who caused her distress, rather than retaliate, indicates she may have developed a profound interest, even affection, towards this Wangyou. This cannot be permitted. Knight Sangxiong will not tolerate any uncertain influence over his daughter, nor allow anyone to exploit Wangyou as a means to confront the Netherworld sect. Better to err in judgment than to let a threat slip by. His gaze turned icily resolute, dispelling any remnants of doubt and curiosity, transforming into a fierce intent for annihilation. Dispatch a command. He spoke slowly, his voice akin to an ancient glacier, imbued with undeniable authority that reverberated throughout the vast hall. The elder in black robes immediately held his breath, bowing to receive orders. Target: Wangyou. Identity: disciple of Lingxiao Palace. Command: execute without hesitation. Knight Sangxiong's voice remained unwavering. Should exceptional circumstances arise, attempts to capture him alive are permitted. The primary objective is to remove him entirely from the princess's side or eliminate him altogether, ensuring she remains oblivious to the origin of this directive. The command was succinct yet ruthless. Execution without mercy was the primary course of action, with capture merely a secondary option, the ultimate aim being the removal of this hazardous element from Wangyou's vicinity. Adhering to the edicts of the demon sovereign, the elder's heart tightened, comprehending the weight of this command. It was tantamount to a directive of the highest order for elimination. Who shall carry out this task? Knight Sangxiong inquired indifferently. There are 3 shadow guards currently active in the central state, 2 at the early stage of nascent soul, and 1 at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage, adept in tracking, assassination, and handling such matters. Shall we dispatch them? The elder cautiously suggested. The shadow guards represent the Netherworld sect's elite assassination force, rarely deployed lightly. Indeed, they are to proceed to Tianke City immediately and await the opportune moment to strike. Ensure the operation is executed with precision, leaving no room for future complications. Knight Sangxiong waved his hand dismissively. Understood. The elder bowed and swiftly blended into the shadows of the hall, setting forth to convey this chilling decree of pursuit. Days later, 3 figures, subtle yet radiating an icy murderous intent, silently infiltrated the bustling and clamorous Tianke City. They resembled the most patient of hunters, refraining from immediate action, instead employing various channels to accurately pinpoint their target. The young man in a green robe attempting once again to deceive passers-by with his ancestral artifacts at the northern market. They then commenced their covert surveillance, discerning the patterns of the target's movements, in search of the most opportune moment to strike. The skies over Tianke City remained resplendently clear, yet an invisible aura of impending danger gathered silently like ominous clouds. A storm was brewing, and the winds were stirring. Chapter 101. The approaching crisis for Wangyou. Life in Tianke City was nothing short of vibrant. During the day, he tended to the nearly lifeless Wangyou grocery, amusing himself by teasing the novice cultivators that passed by. By night, he would occasionally encounter the tenacious princess of the demonic sect, engaging in a delightful battle of wits where they would set traps for one another. Wangyou observed that Princess Yiyao seemed to have fully turned her attention towards him. She no longer mentioned the matter of the Shadow Stone, but sought various ways to reclaim her dignity. Perhaps today she would inadvertently drop a potent laxative by the wonton stall he frequented, and tomorrow she might lay a childish trap along his usual path back to the grocery, one that would spring up a banner declaring him a fool. The day after, she might even hire a group of elderly women to block the entrance of his shop, claiming that the proprietor owed a debt of promiscuity. Her methods were numerous and varied, though mostly harmless. They were undeniably bothersome, showcasing the princess's petulance and penchant for holding grudges. Wangyou, however, found amusement in her antics. He played along, countering her schemes as if they were mere spices enhancing the monotony of his life. He would even deliberately trigger a few inconsequential traps, relishing the smug expressions that accompanied her triumphs. Yet, this light-hearted atmosphere was abruptly shattered one evening a few days later by a subtle hint of foreboding. After dismissing a shrewd customer who attempted to exchange a piece of scrap metal for the only valuable elixir in his store, Wangyou was preparing to close up when a nondescript talisman was quietly slipped beneath the door. It was an urgent message from Yu Yao. Li Wanyu raised an eyebrow as he picked up the talisman and delved into its contents. The message was brief but conveyed a rare urgency and gravity. Young master. Recently, several unidentified forces have been discreetly inquiring about your whereabouts. Their techniques are professional, and their aura is chilling, likely the shadow guards of the demonic sect. And their intentions are dubious. One group attempted to engage with us this afternoon, offering a high price for information regarding your daily movements and cultivation level. We managed to brush them off, but they have not given up and continue their clandestine activities. Please exercise utmost caution. Shadow guards. The carefree smile on Li Wangyou's face faded slightly. While he had not directly interacted with the shadow guards of the Netherworld sect as a core disciple of Lingxiao Palace, he possessed a solid understanding of the elite forces within the demonic sections. The shadow guards were the sharpest blade under the Netherworld sect, tasked with handling unsavory deeds, excelling in tracking, assassination, and intelligence gathering. Each member was a formidable opponent, possessing strength above the nascent soul stage, and they acted with ruthless determination. Why would they suddenly fixate on him and so overtly seek information? Although he had engaged in some minor schemes recently, they were trivial, merely swindling a few spirit stones, toying with a Buddhist disciple, and teasing a demoness. Wait, the demoness. In an instant, Li Wanyu realized. Of course, there must have been a problem on Yi Yao's end. His multiple interactions with her had not been insignificant, particularly that incident of dancing openly on the street, which had attracted far too many witnesses. The Netherworld sect, with its substantial influence in Tianke City, could not possibly remain unaware of such happenings. The beloved princess of my household has been suffering at the hands of a mysterious individual, potentially leaving behind incriminating evidence. If that infatuated father figure, the Night Demon Lord, can remain composed in such circumstances, it would indeed be a marvel. Dispatching the shadow guards could either be a measure to eliminate this threat or an attempt to capture me for interrogation regarding the whereabouts of the lingering stone. Or perhaps both. TSK, they have sent the young ones, and now the old ones. How unimaginative. Li Wanyu pursed his lips, though a flicker of seriousness crossed his gaze. He was not averse to trouble, yet a professional assassin organization like the Shadow Guards, particularly with more than 3 in the nascent soul stage, posed a considerable challenge. It was not that he could not overpower them, but once a conflict erupted, the ensuing commotion would undoubtedly reveal his true strength, attracting unwanted attention and complications that contradicted his intent to remain low-key while amassing wealth. Moreover, while a direct assault may be dodged, concealed threats are far more difficult to counter. Being watched by a cadre of professional assassins in the shadows was hardly a comforting notion. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. The following day, Li Wanyu opened his shop as usual, though he appeared somewhat distracted. He sat behind the counter, one hand propping up his chin while the other mindlessly tapped on the tabletop, his brow slightly furrowed, stealing glances toward the door as if preoccupied with some concern, failing to notice when a customer entered. This demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual nonchalant, yet astute persona. As anticipated, just before noon, that familiar figure reappeared. Today, Yi Yao donned a vibrant canary yellow gown, accentuating her snow-like complexion and radiant smile, seemingly having entirely forgotten the prior unpleasantness. She bounced into the shop, picked up an ancient artifact, a newly acquired item that resembled a mere iron rod, and cheerfully inquired, "Hey, deceitful boss, how much for this? Can it withstand the flying sword of my family elder?" Under normal circumstances, Li Wanyu would have immediately donned the guise of a cunning merchant, extolling the virtues of this iron rod as though it were a world-shattering treasure. However, today he merely lifted his head, forcing a smile that appeared somewhat perfunctory and distracted, tinged with a barely perceptible worry. "Oh, it's you, young lady. Just give a little, it's fine." His tone was somewhat erratic, and he instinctively glanced toward the door once more. Yi Yao's smile faltered slightly. Something was amiss. What had gotten into this rascal today? Had he taken the wrong medicine? Whenever she sought him out to provoke a quarrel, he had always been spirited and ready to engage in banter, finding creative ways to irritate her. But today, he seemed lost in thought, burdened with unspoken concerns. She set down the iron rod and leaned closer to the counter, scrutinizing Li Wanyu with her inquisitive peach blossom eyes, filled with curiosity and confusion. "Hey, what is wrong with you? You look as if you've lost your parents. Did you scam too many people yesterday and have a pang of conscience?" Li Wanyu seemed startled by her words, quickly shaking his head, striving to adopt his usual irreverent demeanor, yet the worry in his eyes could not be entirely concealed. "No, nothing. It's just, I didn't sleep well last night. Yes, that's it. I didn't sleep well." The acting displayed is somewhat exaggerated. Yet in the presence of someone as straightforward as Yi Yao, it appears remarkably authentic. Yi Yao scrutinized him for a moment, then suddenly lowered her voice, laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Have you provoked an unwarranted trouble? Are you being pursued? Should this princess show mercy and lend you a hand? Of course. The price would be the delivery of that recording stone. Li Wangyou's lips twitched, as though she had unearthed a hidden concern. His gaze flickered as he attempted to maintain composure, declaring, "What a jest! What trouble could I possibly attract? Who would dare pursue me? I merely have an unsettling premonition, as if something unsavory has taken an interest in me, which has left me somewhat perturbed." The more he tried to disguise his unease, the more Yi Yao found herself suspicious. This rascal, who feared nothing and dared to offend even her, the princess of the demonic realm, would surely not be intimidated by something unclean. He must be embroiled in significant trouble, for reasons unknown. Witnessing his facade of calmness caused Yi Yao's initial amusement to dissipate, replaced by a peculiar sentiment. This fellow could only be bullied by her. No one else could lay a finger on him. She probed further. Yet Li Wangyou continued to speak ambiguously, diverting the conversation, but the underlying anxiety and vigilance were keenly perceived by Yi Yao. Her playful demeanor faded, and with a dismissive curl of her lips, she uttered a few harmless threats before turning to leave the general store. Once outside, the playful smile vanished, replaced by a chilling severity. She promptly contacted the leader of her escort. Investigate immediately. Are there any other forces from the demonic realm active in Tianshu City aside from us? Especially those shadowy figures from the ghostly shadows. Have they been inquiring about Li Wangyou? Be swift. The influence of the princess of the netherworld was undeniably formidable. Within less than an hour, a detailed report lay before Yi Yao. Upon reading the information that 3 members of the ghostly shadows had infiltrated Tianshu City, targeting the owner of the general store, Li Wangyou, with a kill-on-sight order, her expression shifted from surprise to disbelief, swiftly ignited by an overwhelming fury. She slammed her palm onto the table, reducing the valuable jade sandalwood surface to dust. The ghostly shadows. Kill on sight. How dare her father? How could he be so audacious? Her chest heaved violently, her face pale with rage. A profound sense of violation surged within her. Her territory and possessions were under threat, eclipsing even her shock at her father's command. Through gritted teeth, her voice turned icy, imbued with an unprecedented ferocity and protectiveness. Li Wangyou is my plaything. Whether to kill or maim, that is solely my prerogative. Who dares to touch him? Anyone who moves against him is challenging me. Yi Yao. Chapter 102. The Witch's Warning. Night Yao stormed out of the 9 Nether Tower, her pent-up rage akin to a whirlwind. Passers-by on the street, sensing her unmasked fury and the subtle aura of malevolence surrounding her, hurriedly made way. She strode directly towards that accursed grocery store in the northern part of the city, her footsteps quick and urgent, the rustle of her skirts carrying an ominous air. How could her father have dispatched the shadow guards? And with a kill-on-sight order. This revelation seared into her heart like a red-hot iron. She was incensed not only by her father's distrust and excessive meddling, but also by those shadow guards. Mere killing machines that obeyed orders without question. Who were they to interfere with her chosen target? Li Wangyou was hers. Only she had the right to bully him, to devise ways to torment him, to make him humiliate himself, and ultimately to beg for mercy. No one else could. This overwhelming sense of possession and protectiveness overshadowed all else. She scarcely had time to ponder why she cared so deeply for a mere plaything. Bang! She forcefully pushed open the already precarious wooden door of the grocery store, causing it to crash against the wall with a pained groan. Inside, Li Wangyou was idly wiping the counter with a cloth. Upon seeing her storm in with fierce determination, he displayed just the right amount of surprise mixed with a hint of wariness. Ah, the esteemed princess graces us with her presence. What wisdom do you bring today? Have you prepared a sufficient amount of laxatives? Or perhaps hired another matron to denounce the heartless scoundrel? His words were still sharp, but the flicker of concern in his eyes seemed more pronounced than before. Under normal circumstances, Night Yao would have retorted with equal sharpness. Yet at this moment, she was in no mood for banter. She hastily approached the counter, slamming her hands down on the surface, leaning forward, and fixing her peach blossom eyes intently on Li Wangyou, searching for even the slightest trace of fear or panic on his face. However, apart from the facade of calmness and worry that she could see through, she found nothing. His mental fortitude was infuriatingly exceptional. This only served to exacerbate Night Yao's anger. Here she was, in a frenzy, while he seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Wisdom? She hissed, her voice low yet laced with venom. I ought to instruct you on how to meet your demise with a touch more grace. Li Wangyou, you are in grave peril. Do you realize that your end is nigh? Li Wanyu paused in his cleaning, a look of feigned confusion and innocence crossing his face. What brings forth such dire claims, princess? I have been nothing but compliant and honest in my dealings, scarcely using even a few false spirit stones. How could I be facing imminent doom? Do not play the fool with me. Night Yao nearly wished to slap her hand across his face. You think your previous good deeds could remain hidden from everyone? The victim has come to your doorstep, and it is not someone like me who merely toys with you. She deliberately spoke in vague yet threatening terms, aiming to caution him while concealing the source of her information and her own concern for his well-being. Oh. Li Wanyu raised an eyebrow, setting down the cloth and leaning casually against the counter, though his body was subtly tensed. What kind of victim? So formidable? More troublesome than your highness? Humph. Night Yao let out a cold huff, raising her chin slightly, striving to maintain an expression of haughtiness and schadenfreude. Yet, a flicker of impatience deep within her betrayed her, revealing that she had no qualms about disclosing the truth to ensure you grasped the gravity of the situation. It is the Shadow Guard. Have you heard of them? The most elite assassins of the Netherworld Sect. 3 at the nascent soul stage. They have already arrived in Tiang City. Their target is none other than you. They are merciless. She fixed her gaze intently on Li Wangyou's face, eager to witness a reaction of fear, shock, or at the very least, panic. However, Li Wanyu merely widened his eyes slightly, revealing an expression of understanding, and then, astonishingly, he laughed. It was not a laugh born of fear, nor was it a facade of composure, but rather a smile tinged with amusement and comprehension. The Shadow Guard, indeed, it sounds rather fearsome. He stroked his chin, his tone surprisingly relaxed. No wonder he had felt a chill creeping up his spine these past few days, as though something unclean were stalking him. It turns out to be the formidable experts of the Netherworld Sect. How disrespectful of him. Night Yao was left somewhat bewildered by his reaction. Had this fool been struck dumb by fear? Or was he entirely oblivious to the significance of the Shadow Guard? You aren't afraid? She couldn't help but inquire, her voice betraying a hint of faltering menace. Afraid? Of course, he was afraid. Li Wanyu shrugged. 3 assassins at the nascent soul stage. Who wouldn't be afraid? I can't possibly fight them. Yet, despite his words, his demeanor and tone bore no trace of trepidation whatsoever. A surge of inexplicable anger flared within Night Yao, for this scoundrel had completely disregarded her warning. She struck the counter in frustration. Li Wanyu, I am serious. They will truly kill you, or capture you and torment you to the brink of despair. That wretched recording stone of yours cannot save your life. Her voice carried a note of urgency and irritation that she herself had not fully realized. Li Wanyu regarded the little sorceress before him, who was ostensibly issuing death threats yet appeared to be sulking and worried. His smile only deepened. Suddenly, he leaned forward, closing the distance between them to less than a foot, almost allowing them to feel each other's breath. Night Yao was taken aback by his unexpected proximity, instinctively wanting to retreat, but forcing herself to maintain composure as she glared at him. What? What do you want? Li Wangyou's gaze lingered on her enchanting yet feigned fierce eyes, which could not entirely conceal a hint of trepidation. A playful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them, leisurely asking, Princess, you hastily rushed to inform me, describing how terrifying the Shadow Guard is and emphasizing that I am doomed. He paused, his expression becoming somewhat meaningful, infused with mirth. Could it be that you are actually concerned for me? Chapter 103. Joining forces to repel the enemy. Part 1. Li Wangyou's prolonged expression of concern felt like a feather, lightly brushing against the tender core of Yi Yao's heart. Yet it was also akin to a lit fuse, igniting her indistinct feelings into a cacophony of rage and embarrassment, leaving only the remnants of her shattered composure. Concern for you. How is it that you haven't been struck down by divine retribution yet? Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, Yi Yao recoiled sharply. Her cheeks flushed crimson, unsure whether it was from anger or embarrassment, her finger nearly poking Li Wangyou's nose. Li Wanyu, spare yourself the self-aggrandizement. I am here to witness your demise, to personally behold your pitiful fate. Should you perish, I shall reclaim my recording stone. Her words tumbled out chaotically, as she attempted to mask her inner turmoil with a louder voice and sharper insults. This insufferable man always had a knack for unsettling her mind. Observing her fierce yet cowardly demeanor, Li Wangyou's mischievous smile deepened, but just as he was about to tease her further, his brow furrowed slightly. Almost simultaneously, Yi Yao's tirade abruptly ceased, her wrath folding into an icy vigilance. They were coming. The previously relaxed atmosphere within the shop, which had been thick with tension, suddenly solidified, as if encased in ice. The once boisterous sounds of the marketplace outside were abruptly silenced by an unseen hand, plunging the surroundings into an unsettling stillness. 3 indistinct shadows emerged, seemingly seeping from the very walls, silently materializing within the confined space of the shop, forming a triangular formation that subtly encircled Li Wangyou and Yi Yao by the counter. Enveloped in a peculiar darkness, their faces and attire remained obscured, revealing only 3 pairs of emotionless eyes, fixated on Li Wangyou. The unique spiritual pressure of the nascent soul stage cultivators surged forth like a tidal wave, heavy and chilling, imbued with pure intent to kill, stifling even the dust upon the counter. Li Wangyou's mocking smile gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression, though fear was not present. Instead, he sighed lightly, murmuring, "TSK, business is impossible now. It seems this month's rent will go unpaid." The leader of the shadowy figures cast a glance at Yi Yao, momentarily surprised by her presence. Yet he spoke with an unyielding, dry tone. "Your Highness, please step aside. The master has commanded the execution of this individual." His voice, though soft, bore an undeniable finality, as if stating an irrevocable truth. Yi Yao's heart sank, the last vestige of hope extinguished. Her father truly wished for Li Wangyou's death, even willing to act in her presence. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, stepping forward not only to refuse retreat, but to position herself between Li Wangyou and the shadowy figures, her form appearing fragile against the chilling intent to kill. The shadow guards? Yi Yao struggled to maintain a calm and authoritative tone, infused with the arrogance befitting the princess of the Netherworld Sect. "What audacity grants you the courage to act against this princess? I was the first to set my sights on him. His life is mine to claim. It is not for you to interfere." She attempted to leverage her identity to intimidate, hoping to dissuade the adversary. Yet, the shadow guards were the most loyal and cold-hearted blades of the demon lord. They recognized only orders, not individuals. The leader of the shadow guards spoke with unwavering calmness. "Your Highness, I regret to inform you that we cannot comply. The Lord's decree takes precedence. Kindly do not place us in a difficult position." His tone bore no inflection, yet his icy gaze refocused on Li Wangyou, who stood behind Yi Yao, with an unwavering intent to kill. Li Wangyou, standing behind Yi Yao, absent-mindedly touched his nose and whispered, "It seems your influence is rather ineffective." "Your Highness." Anger surged within Yi Yao, compelling her to retaliate with a punch, but the moment was ill-timed. Just as her concentration wavered due to Li Wangyou's remark, the shadow guard facing him sprang into action. Without the slightest indication, his form melded into the shadows and vanished, only to reappear in an instant, a thin, dark blade of light aimed directly at Li Wangyou's throat. The speed was breathtaking, merciless, devoid of any excess spiritual energy. All intent to kill and power coalesced into that singular point of cold brilliance, aiming for a fatal strike. This was the essence of a true assassin, silent, lethal. Yi Yao's pupils constricted in shock. She could hardly believe that the adversary dared to launch a deadly attack before her, and with such resolute ferocity. Li Wangyou appeared momentarily stunned, frozen in place, as if he had yet to comprehend the imminent danger. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. The dark light was a mere millimeter from Li Wangyou's throat. At that critical juncture, a sharp command echoed, "Get away." Yi Yao instinctively reacted. Her taut body erupted with astonishing speed as she forcefully shoved Li Wangyou aside, while her right hand surged with demonic energy, forming a small yet solid black lotus-shaped shield to intercept the dark light. The events transpired with such rapidity, they appeared choreographed. A resounding clash of metal reverberated through the air. The dark light struck the center of the black lotus shield. A terrifying force erupted. Yi Yao gasped as a chilling, piercing power surged through the shield, violently impacting her arm's meridian. Pain coursed through her right arm, causing her to stagger back 3 steps, colliding heavily against a shelf behind her, dislodging an array of ancient artifacts which clattered to the ground in a cacophony. The black lotus shield, wrought from demonic energy, splintered with cracks before dissipating into tendrils of darkness. Yet, she had successfully blocked the lethal strike. An eerie silence enveloped the shop. The 2 other shadow guards, who had initially intended to move, halted, their emotionless eyes betraying a flicker of shock. They clearly did not anticipate that the princess would intervene, nor that she would bravely withstand the shadow guard's deadly assault for the sake of her target. Li Wangyou, who had been pushed against the corner of the wall, gradually retracted the hint of fear from his expression. He gazed at the formidable knight, Yao, standing before him, nursing her wrist, her pallor contrasting with the fierce glint in her eyes, momentarily taken aback. The leader of the shadow guards fell into a brief silence, his gaze shifting to Knight Yao. his voice finally imbued with a touch of gravity and confusion. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Are you defying the Master's command?" Night Yao shook her still tingling arm, internally cursing Wangyou and the obstinate shadow guards with fervor. Yet, with circumstances at such a critical juncture, she resolved to confront the situation head-on. She straightened her back, her heart pounding fiercely, yet her demeanor exuded an even greater arrogance and defiance than before. Pointing at the group of shadow guards, her voice was icy and resolute. "What do you mean? Do you not comprehend human language? Go back and inform my father. My affairs are none of his concern." She turned her head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Wangyou, who was straightening his clothes in the corner. Her tone suffused with an undeniable dominance and determination. "I will protect him." Chapter 104. United Against the Enemy, Part 2. The Proclamation of "I Will Protect Her" by Yi Yao resonated within the confines of the cramped grocery store, imbued with a fierce defiance and unwavering resolve. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment and perplexity marred the perpetually stoic faces of the three shadow guards. Their orders were to eliminate the target. Yet they had not been instructed on how to handle the unforeseen whim of staunchly safeguarding their princess. To lay hands on the princess? Upon their return, their master would surely flay their hides. To refrain from action? Failing the mission would lead to dire consequences as well. In this fleeting moment of hesitation and cognitive overload, Wangyou, cornered by Yi Yao, dusted off his attire while wearing a playful grin, his tone as lighthearted as that of a spectator at a theatrical performance. The shadow guards instinctively turned their attention toward his voice. "Then I shall first invite a few of my esteemed shadow guards to sample this." Before his words could fully dissipate, Wangyou's hand, which had been dusting off his clothing, stealthily ventured beneath the counter, swiftly retrieving and scattering a handful of pungent powder towards the nearest shadow guard. There was no surge of mystical energy, no earth-shattering commotion, merely an overwhelming cloud of intensely spicy powder descending upon the unsuspecting guard. An enhanced concoction of chili and pepper, mixed with a touch of silent mustard powder that would leave him too itchy to recite any incantations. Caught entirely off guard by such a base tactic, the shadow guard instinctively closed his eyes and held his breath. Yet, a minute amount of the powder still managed to settle upon his eyelids and around his nostrils. "Oh. Achoo." A suppressed sneeze erupted from the shadowy figure, followed by a violent bout of coughing, tears streaming uncontrollably as his vision blurred. The once frigid intent to kill dissipating under the onslaught of sudden spiciness. "Shameless." Another shadow guard hissed, his form flickering as he maneuvered past his incapacitated comrade, his dark energy coalescing once more, aimed directly at Wangyou. But this time, a barrier emerged. "How dare you move against me in the presence of the princess? Do you take me for dead?" Yi Yao exclaimed, her previously numbed arm regaining some mobility, though she resented Wangyou's reckless antics. Her anger was directed more towards these disobedient assassins. With hands forming intricate seals, dark magical energies surged around her, transforming from a defensive shield into several ebony tendrils, akin to venomous serpents dancing wildly, ensnaring the advancing shadow guard. Before the tendrils could reach him, the chilling aura they exuded caused the temperature in the air to plummet. The shadow guard was compelled to abandon his assault, his body twisting in an uncanny manner as he wielded his dark energy, slicing at the encroaching tendrils. Though severed, the tendrils reformed instantaneously from the magical energy, once again wrapping around him, restricting his movements and rhythm, albeit without inflicting fatal harm. "How ostentatious," Wangyou scoffed. Yet his actions belied his words. Slipping from behind the counter with the agility of an eel, he paid no heed to the two temporarily restrained shadow guards, his sights set firmly on the small leader of the shadow guards, who had been issuing commands but had yet to engage in the fray. The leader of the shadow guard's eyes turned icy, and at last, he made his move. He struck with a palm, his hand as dark as ink, infused with a chilling power that seemed to devour all in its path, aimed directly at Wangyou's face. His mid-stage nascent soul cultivation was on full display, vastly superior to the two initial stage subordinates from earlier. Wangyou let out a shriek. "Brother, what an impressive palm technique. I am in awe." Yet his feet slipped as if he had stepped on a watermelon rind, causing him to stumble in a most awkward yet timely manner, narrowly evading the deadly blow. In his flurry, he instinctively reached for something to steady himself, sweeping his hand across a nearby shelf. Crash! A multitude of chaotic items tumbled down, raining down upon the shadow guard leader. Rusty swords, crookedly inscribed talisman papers, and jars containing suspicious liquids. The leader furrowed his brow, and with a surge of protective demonic energy, he sent these worthless objects flying. However, in that fleeting moment when debris filled the air and obscured his vision, Li Wanyu shouted. Look out for hidden weapons. It seemed he had flung something shiny with astonishing speed. The Shadow Guard leader instinctively focused, preparing to strike, only to realize that it was not a hidden weapon at all, but rather a few glimmering, low-grade spirit stones. He had been tricked. Just as a fleeting moment of relaxation washed over him due to this clumsy ruse, a soft cracking sound echoed beneath his feet. Unbeknownst to him, during his earlier stumble, Li Wanyu had dropped a small vial containing a slippery, viscous, and extremely greasy mixture onto the ground, which he had just shattered with his foot. The Shadow Guard leader felt his footing slip, his balance lost. Although his cultivation was profound, he immediately attempted to stabilize himself with his demonic energy. Yet this unexpected imbalance revealed an utterly brief opening. At that moment, Yi Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. A golden opportunity. She seemed to be in perfect sync with Li Wanyu's intentions, though she would never admit it, and as Li Wanyu created the oily mess, she intensified her assault on the Shadow Guard entangled by her tentacles, forcing him to retreat until he found himself near their leader. Simultaneously, she discreetly unleashed a wisp of subtle, mesmerizing magic, the pink mist swirling with a life of its own, accurately drifting toward the Shadow Guard still sneezing and shedding tears. The Shadow Guard, already disoriented, unwittingly inhaled some of the mist, causing his gaze to become dazed and unfocused as he staggered forward, wielding his dark energy toward his own leader, who was frantically trying to regain his balance, while slurring, "Demon, look out. Achu, take this. What are you doing?" The Shadow Guard leader, both alarmed and furious, struggled to maintain his stance while also attempting to block the attack from his treacherous subordinate, finding himself in a most precarious situation. Meanwhile, Li Wanyu seized the moment to hide to the side, retrieving several small flags from his storage pouch, chanting incantations as he swiftly planted them on the ground, forming a rudimentary yet exceedingly bothersome small-scale confusion and tripwire array. Though it may not restrain a nascent soul cultivator for long, it was sufficient to create chaos in this confined space, leaving everyone flustered. In an instant, the shop was in disarray. The atmosphere was thick with malevolent energy, tendrils thrashing wildly, shadows flickering ominously. Sneezes and coughs intermingled, while grime and confusion swirled together. Amidst this chaos, a bewildered gaze flickered with madness, revealing a traitor amongst allies, alongside a mischievous figure, Li Wanyu, who occasionally scattered irritating talismans and noxious powders. The scene was a cacophony of disorder, lacking any semblance of mastery, resembling a brawl among ruffians, armed with biochemical weaponry. As the battle raged on, Yi Yao's heart sank further. She realized that despite Li Wanyu's reliance on underhanded tactics and deceitful maneuvers, his timing was impeccable, striking at the most vulnerable points of the Shadow Guards with precision. Each of his actions seamlessly filled the gaps in her own assaults, creating exceptional opportunities for her to strike. Her own sorcery was strange and fierce, expansive in range and strong in control, effectively tying down much of the Shadow Guard's focus, preventing them from fully contending with the slippery Li Wanyu. Though this was their first collaboration, having previously been fierce adversaries, they now operated with astonishing synergy, one controlling the battlefield while the other harassed, feigning attacks, and delivering the finishing blows. They forced 3 highly trained and more powerful Shadow Guards into a state of disarray, leaving them in a wretched predicament. The frustrated guards found themselves unable to unleash their full potential within the confined space, hindered by the princess's sorcery and the myriad of underhanded tactics, all while remaining vigilant against inexplicable assaults from their own side and the errant banana peels beneath their feet. The entire affair was utterly revolting. The leader of the Shadow Guards, having repelled a dazed subordinate with a swift strike, narrowly evaded a tendril thrust from Yi Yao. The slippery floor nearly caused him to stumble once more. Observing the increasingly coordinated duo, particularly the resolute and merciless princess, he understood that the mission would undoubtedly fail today. Continuing the skirmish would not only fail to eliminate the target, but could also lead to their own demise or irreparably offend the princess. Reluctantly, he made the most rational decision. With a sudden retreat, he emitted a sharp, brief screech. The other 2 Shadow Guards, alerted by his call, swiftly disengaged and regrouped at his side. Their shadows thickened once more, their cold eyes casting a deep, lingering glance at the duo of Li Wanyu and Yi Yao, especially the princess, whose frosty demeanor intrigued him. In a dry voice tinged with resignation and a warning, the leader intoned, "Your Highness, what transpired today will be reported in full to our master. Take care of yourself." With that, the 3 figures faded like ink dissolving in water, ultimately vanishing into the shadows of the shop. Chapter 105. Subtle relationships. The shadow guards had completely vanished, leaving only chaos in the grocery store. The floor was strewn with debris, the air thick with the acrid scent of chili powder, the lingering stench of the foul-smelling elixir, the chill of dissipated magic, and the stubborn grease reflecting faint light. The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Cough, cough. Night Yao was the first to yield, unable to suppress a couple of coughs. Hastily waving her hand in front of her nose, scrunching her brows in distaste. Li Wanyu, what sort of lowly items are these? They sting the eyes. Peering from behind her, Li Wanyu confirmed the danger had truly passed, and immediately returned to his mischievous demeanor, grinning broadly. Oh, my princess, regardless of their lowly origins. Aren't they effective? If it weren't for my shabby items just now, could we have coordinated so seamlessly? Did we not leave those 3 tin cans utterly confounded? As he spoke, he carefully tiptoed to avoid the greasy ground and the scattered fragments of artifacts, beginning to tidy up the aftermath, primarily picking up the undamaged jars and bottles that could still be sold. Seamless coordination? Who are you kidding? Night Yao retorted, feeling as if her tail had been stepped on. Yet, involuntarily, she replayed the earlier scene in her mind, her magical prowess restraining the foes, while Li Wangyu's cunning tactics were executed with impeccable timing. Indeed, it was rather harmonious. This realization left her feeling somewhat unsettled, prompting her to redirect her irritation elsewhere. And you, what was with that push? Why so forceful? You nearly dislocated my arm. Rubbing her shoulder, which had collided with the shelf, she shot an irritable glare at Li Wanyu. This guy showed no mercy when fleeing for his life. Li Wanyu, bent over to retrieve a pill bottle that had rolled into a corner, responded without turning around. Princess, can we be reasonable? That dark energy was practically choking me. My instinct for survival took over in a moment of desperation. I apologize for not controlling my strength. How about this? I could give you a massage? As he said this, he straightened up with a mischievous grin, feigning the intent to reach out. Get away. Night Yao jumped back like a startled rabbit, nearly stepping into the grease again, her cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. If you dare touch me, I will chop off your hands. Understood. Li Wanyu promptly withdrew his hand, resuming his tidying up while muttering, it's hard to be a good person. Just save someone else's toy. And not a word of thanks, only threats of violence. You. Night Yao was exasperated. This rascal could effortlessly ignite her fury. Yet, the term toy felt particularly jarring in that moment. She opened her mouth, but the words "who asked you to save me" were difficult to voice. After all, it was she who had taken the initiative to shield them, and without Li Wanyu's relentless cunning, she might not have been able to stop the 3 shadow guards on her own. With a huff, she turned her head away, refusing to look at him, and began using her magical energy to clear the surrounding mess, pushing aside the shattered shelves and debris. Her movements were somewhat stiff, as she attempted to reclaim a semblance of the proud demeanor befitting a princess of the demon clan. The shop fell into a momentary silence, broken only by the soft rustling of their cleanup efforts. The 2 individuals engaged in their own tasks, the atmosphere tinged with a subtle awkwardness. The inexplicable camaraderie forged during their recent collaboration now fermented in the quiet, becoming strikingly vivid, complicating their relationship further. Were they adversaries? It seemed so. Her initial intent was to capture him, to torment him, and reclaim the Shadow Stone. He, in turn, had mocked her time and again, leaving her utterly humiliated. Were they friends? Absolutely not. The forces of righteousness and darkness cannot coexist. Moreover, this scoundrel was insufferable. But what had just transpired? A temporary alliance for mutual benefit? Perhaps not entirely. In that moment, she had rushed forward, her mind devoid of any thoughts of gain. The more Yi Yao pondered, the more agitated she became, her movements to dispel the demonic energy growing heavier. Li Wanyu, however, appeared considerably more at ease, humming a disjointed tune as he organized the salvageable items, carelessly discarding the unusable ones into a corner, commenting, "TSK, those shadow guards have quite the kick. Even my specially crafted oil bottle was shattered. What a loss." After a while, he suddenly seemed to recall something, turning to Yi Yao with a hint of curiosity in his tone. "By the way, Your Highness, that move you performed earlier, the dark twisting tentacles, was quite impressive. What is it called?" "Exceptional for binding foes." Yi Yao's forehead twitched. "It's the soul binding rope of the underworld. One of the highest secret arts of the demonic sect. Not dark twisting tentacles. If you can't articulate properly, then remain silent." This rascal had an uncanny ability to insult her magical prowess accurately. "Ah, the soul binding rope of the underworld. A splendid name indeed." Li Wanyu nodded in agreement, then with a playful wink added, "And that pink projectile you launched, causing your subordinates to strike each other? That was quite, clever." Yi Yao retorted, That was the heart-bewitching goo, not some pink trinket. She was on the verge of losing her composure. How could this fellow's focus always be so misaligned? Impressive. Truly impressive. Li Wanyu genuinely gave her a thumbs up. Next time someone troubles me, Your Highness, could you sell me a few pounds of that? We can negotiate the price. Get lost. The demonic goo is not something to be sold casually. Yi Yao had completely lost her temper. Arguing with him was merely self-inflicted distress. She realized that, setting aside their positions and past grievances, when it came to combat, Li Wanyu indeed had merit. His fighting style was chaotic yet remarkably effective, his mind agile, and his sense of timing terrifyingly precise. Li Wanyu, in turn, had begun to reassess this demoness. Although proud and unruly, she was genuinely daring when it mattered, her magical skills solid, and her adaptability impressive, not the sort to rely solely on her status to flaunt power. Most importantly, her earlier act of shielding him had been commendable. They exchanged furtive glances, their eyes meeting briefly before diverting, each harboring a flurry of disjointed thoughts. The makeshift shop had finally been cleared to a point where one could stand. Li Wanyu dusted off his hands, surveyed the dilapidated doors and windows, and sighed. This place is uninhabitable. The stench is overwhelming. He looked up at the ceiling. Shall we go outside for some fresh air? Yi Yao remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Li Wangyou's figure swayed as he nimbly slipped through the shattered window, gracefully landing atop the roof. Yi Yao pursed her lips, a subtle surge of demonic energy enveloping her, and elegantly soared up after him. The rooftop offered a much broader vista. As the night breeze swept in, it carried with it refreshing air, dispersing the suffocating odor below. The myriad lights of Tianke City sprawled beneath them like scattered stars, a distant clamor reaching their ears, yet muffled as if veiled by a gossamer curtain. Seated side by side along the ridge, an unusual silence enveloped them, neither daring to speak first. The echoes of their earlier conflict, bickering, and mutual mockery lingered in the air, yet they now found themselves enveloped in an odd tranquility. A sense of relaxation after facing a common adversary mingled with an undeniable subtlety and awkwardness that permeated the atmosphere. Were they foes or allies? It was an enigma difficult to articulate. Li Wanyu produced two unremarkable fruits, whose origins were unknown, and after wiping them on his attire, he offered one to Yi Yao, saying, "Here, have this to ease your nerves." Yi Yao glanced skeptically at the unassuming wild fruit, initially inclined to refuse, but inexplicably accepted it, muttering under her breath, "Who knows if it's poisoned?" "Indeed, it's highly toxic, the kind that can rot your insides," Li Wanyu quipped, taking a generous bite with evident relish. In a fit of exasperation, Yi Yao considered hurling the fruit at his face, yet ultimately settled for a huffy sound, taking a small nibble instead. The fruit was surprisingly sweet, its juice plentiful, exceeding her expectations. Thus, they sat in silence, consuming the fruit while gazing at the twinkling lights of the city below. The previous life and death struggle felt like a fleeting dream, and the present calm appeared somewhat surreal. Stealing a glance, Yi Yao observed the contours of Li Wangyou's profile, illuminated by the glow of the lights. He had abandoned his usual playful demeanor, his gaze fixed on the distance, seemingly lost in thought, and for a fleeting moment, he appeared rather agreeable. The sudden realization startled her, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze, her heart racing slightly. Li Wanyu seemed to sense her scrutiny and turned to meet her eyes. Their gazes locked for an instant before both awkwardly averted their eyes simultaneously. An ambiguous atmosphere began to blossom between them, akin to the night mist enveloping the two. They lingered on the rooftop, a comfortable distance apart, neither willing to break the silence. The din of the city below persisted, yet it felt remote, as the night breeze tousled their hair, bringing a hint of coolness, yet failing to dispel the gradually intensifying, ineffable ambience. Chapter 106. The Wrath of the Demon Lord in the depths of the Yuming Sect. Within the ominous confines of the Nine Nether Palace, there were no windows to let in light. Only the eternal flickering of ghostly blue demon flames casting an eerie glow over the vast hall. The Demon Lord, Yi Sanxiong, reclined upon his throne of black bones, one hand casually propping up his chin while the fingers of the other rhythmically tapped against the frigid armrest. Thud, thud, thud. The sound, though soft, echoed through the profound silence of the hall, striking at the hearts of the three shadow guards kneeling below, shrouded in darkness. The trio had lost their previous air of cold professionalism, now overtaken by an unmistakable sense of dread and submission. They reported as succinctly and objectively as possible the events that transpired in the general store of Tianke City, detailing how Her Highness the Princess had suddenly appeared, issued her warnings, and retaliated fiercely as they attempted to take action, as well as how she and their target had skillfully employed an array of underhanded tactics. They dared not embellish their account or infuse it with personal sentiment, opting instead for a straightforward narration. Yet, the more they recounted, the more absurd and humiliating the scene appeared. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fingers striking the armrest ceased. The three kneeling figures trembled, bowing their heads even lower, nearly touching the ground. Thus, a low, resonant voice gradually filled the hall, echoing ominously. You three, yawning stage shadow guards, have been tasked with the assassination of a mere Golden Core Jr. The demon lord's tone was unervingly calm, an eerie calm that belied the tempest brewing within. Yet, not only did you fail to accomplish your mission, but you were also bested by my own daughter, and that target, using an assortment of chili powder, stink bombs, greasy substances, and even a mind-controlling poison. As he uttered these words, incredulity seeped into his voice, leaving you utterly humiliated, and ultimately scolded away by Yao Yao. Forgive us, Lord. The head shadow guard's voice quavered, his throat dry. Her Highness was resolute, and we truly could not bring ourselves to act against her. Moreover, that young man employed exceedingly cunning and insidious tactics, making it nearly impossible to defend against. And Her Highness's demonic arts were enough. The soft yet commanding word interrupted his defense. The head shadow guard fell silent immediately, cold sweat soaking through his clothing. Yi Zhangqiang slowly rose from his throne. As he stood, the ghostly blue flames throughout the hall seemed to contract under an invisible pressure, as if unable to withstand the overwhelming aura he exuded. A palpable fury, cold and savage, enveloped the kneeling trio, nearly suffocating them. Dare you claim to be unwilling to act decisively? Yi Zhangqiang's voice remained eerily calm, but was laced with a foreboding storm. So, you presume to defy my kill order, merely because Yao Yao stood in your way? When did the ironclad laws of the Yuming sect become negotiable? We do not dare. The three cried, their foreheads striking the ground repeatedly. Lord, spare us. Useless. Yi Zhangqiang waved his sleeve. Boom. An unseen force struck the three with tremendous might. Three shadow guards in the nascent soul stage were flung out with such force that they did not utter a single sound, crashing heavily against the solid walls of the grand hall. The audible crunch of shattered bones echoed through the air, and upon landing, they were left spitting blood. Their bodies crumpled on the ground, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Get out. Go to the punishment hall and accept your fate. The voice of Yi Zhangqiang was cold and merciless. We thank the Lord for sparing our lives. The three men endured excruciating pain, struggling to rise and retreat from the grand hall, staggering as if fearing that a moment's delay would lead to their utter annihilation. The hall fell into a deep silence once more, save for the flickering sounds of demonic flames. Yi Zhangqiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his silhouette cast long against the fiery glow. Anger burned in his eyes. Rebellion. It was a blatant act of defiance. His unruly daughter had audaciously opposed his command for the sake of an unknown righteous youth, even injuring those he had sent. This had transcended mere mischief or petulance. What face did he, the supreme of the demonic path, have left? Did the rules of the Yuming sect mean nothing anymore? What alarmed and puzzled him further was that although Yao Yao was willful, she had grown up in the demonic sect and was certainly not a soft-hearted or indiscriminate individual. On the contrary, she was clever, cunning, and even somewhat ruthless. What manner of person could compel her to such lengths? To defy her own father and oppose the ironclad laws of the sect? That boy named Wangyou. Yi Zhangqiang's brow furrowed tightly. According to prior intelligence, this youth was a disciple of Lingxiao Palace. With a cultivation level merely at the Golden Core stage, the Shadow Guards had confirmed his spiritual fluctuations indeed were at that level. Yet he was remarkably adept at various deceptive tactics, full of tricks and schemes. Previously, he had outwitted the Buddha of Dust, and now he had bewitched his daughter to the point of confusion, even managing to have three nascent soul assassins suffer defeat through his underhanded methods and Yao Yao's cooperation. This was not something an ordinary Golden Core cultivator could achieve. There was certainly something peculiar about this youth. Whether he concealed his true power, possessed extraordinary treasures, or harbored a terrifyingly deep scheming mind, any of these possibilities filled Yi Zhangqiang with intense apprehension. Such a perilous and uncontrollable element could not remain by Yao Yao's side. She had already been ensnared by him, and if allowed to continue unchecked, the consequences would be dire. He must eliminate him, at any cost. The previous kill order was evidently insufficient. Yao Yao's interference, along with the boy's bizarre abilities, necessitated a stronger force to crush them. A cold glint flashed in Yi Zhangqiang's eyes, and he had made up his mind. He spoke in a deep voice, his words echoing throughout the empty hall. Convey my orders. A vague black shadow seemed to seep from the wall, silently kneeling not far away. Target, Li Wangyou. The previous assassination order is rescinded. The shadow stirred slightly, appearing puzzled. Yet the next words from the demon lord tensed its nerves. Issue the Yuming blood kill order. Double the bounty. Inform all affiliated sects and rogue cultivators of the demonic path. Whoever brings me his head will be rewarded with 1,000 top-grade magic crystals, a volume of earth-tier demonic arts, and may present one reasonable request to me. Should he be captured alive, the reward will be doubled. The shadow abruptly lifted its head, eyes brimming with astonishment. The blood kill order of the underworld. This is the highest level of bounty issued by the Devil Sect, one that has not been proclaimed for nearly a century. The reward is so substantial that even the most seasoned demons in the spirit transformation stage would be driven to madness. The master is truly enraged. Moreover, the significance placed on that righteous young man has reached unprecedented heights. Furthermore, Yi Sangqiong's voice grew increasingly frigid as he commanded the secret deployment of the 3 teams of spectral guards, Mei, Wang, and Liang, into Tianke City to be directly overseen by the captain of the Qi team. Their singular mission is to eliminate the target at all costs. Should they encounter the princess obstructing their path, she may be subdued and brought back to the sect. However, her life must not be endangered. The Qi team, the most enigmatic and formidable of the spectral guards, has been mobilized. The shadow dared not hesitate for even a moment, deeply bowing. I shall faithfully obey the master's decree. Its form then dissipated like smoke, hastening to convey this command that would undoubtedly stir tumult within the entire demon realm. Yi Sangqiong stood alone in the grand hall, observing the flickering inferno of demonic flames. His wrath had yet to abate, but it was accompanied now by a profound calculation and an indescribable curiosity. He was eager to witness the capabilities of Li Wangyou, the one who could provoke Lycan to break his vows, incite Yao Yao to rebel, and cause his spectral guards to falter. How formidable could he be? And would he withstand the impending tempest of bloodshed and chaos? As the command of the demon lord echoed forth, an even more perilous undercurrent began to converge upon Tianke City. This bustling celestial city, still reeling from the aftermath of the Buddha's turmoil, was on the brink of unprecedented upheaval and crisis with the arrival of the highest bounty order from the Devil Sect. Chapter 107. The imminent farewell. The elusive and ambiguous atmosphere on the rooftop could not endure for long. The pungent odors wafting from below were simply overwhelming. A mingling of chilly powder and foul stench had fermented overnight, rendering it even more robust and aggressive. A gust of wind swept through, coating the 2 individuals on the roof with its noxious embrace. Ugh! Yi Yao nearly retched, clutching her nose, her face contorted in disgust. Li Wangyou, this wretched place is unbearable. Li Wangyou, equally affected by the stench, reluctantly rose to his feet. It seems this establishment is beyond salvaging. The landlord will likely demand compensation for my trousers. Alas, fortune has turned against me. I suppose one must endure losses to avert greater calamities. Although he spoke nonchalantly, his gaze subtly scanned the ostensibly tranquil streets around them. Having endured an attack from the shadow guards, he was acutely aware that this locale had become a nexus of danger. The 3 nascent soul assassins had temporarily retreated, but who might arrive next? 4, 5, or perhaps an ancient being of the transformation stage. The daughter of the demon lord had openly defied him, delivering a resounding slap to the face of that formidable figure entrenched within the underworld sect. If that powerful entity did not respond with a more vigorous reaction, he would be inclined to write his name backward. Remaining in Tianke City was akin to being a living target. While he could flee, what of Yu Yao and the multitude of innocents in the city? Despite his penchant for deceit and trickery, Li Wangyou had not descended to the depths of implicating the innocent. Most importantly, he feared that lingering with this little sorceress would lead to complications. He might find himself in a predicament before resolving his troubles. It is best we do not tarry here. Your Highness, you should swiftly return to your 9 nether tower, lest your father sends someone to discover us in this compromising situation. It would be difficult for you to justify. With that, Li Wangyou dusted himself off and prepared to make his exit. Yi Yao was taken aback. You intend to leave? What else should I do? Li Wangyou replied, casting her a puzzled glance. Am I to await your father's entourage to invite me for tea? That tea is beyond my means. Yi Yao opened her mouth, as if to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. She understood her father's temperament. This matter would not conclude without repercussions. Li Wangyou's departure was indeed the wisest course of action. However, an inexplicable feeling of frustration and disappointment gnawed at her. Suppressing her emotions, she said stiffly, At least you possess some sense. Hurry and leave. The farther away, the better. I do not wish to see you again." Her tone remained fierce, yet it lacked the previous intensity. Li Wanyu chuckled, unperturbed. He swiftly descended to the ground, but did not depart immediately. Instead, he turned into a more concealed alleyway. Watching his figure vanish at the alley's entrance, Yi Yao bit her lip, ultimately deciding not to follow. She stood there, her feelings a tumultuous mix. After navigating through several twists and turns, Li Wanyu ensured he was not being followed before silently arriving at the back entrance of the Wanyu Pavilion. He gently rapped on the door in a specific rhythm. Before long, a crack appeared, revealing Yu Yao's face, which bore a hint of fatigue and concern. Upon seeing Li Wanyu, she visibly relaxed and hurriedly ushered him inside. "Are you unharmed? We felt that terrifying disturbance last night," Yu Yao whispered urgently. The commotion near the grocery store was quite pronounced, particularly the palpable aura of the confrontation between the nascent soul cultivators, which could hardly be concealed. "It's nothing. Just a minor inconvenience that has already been resolved." Li Wanyu waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Yu Yao. "You haven't been adversely affected, have you?" "Not for the moment, but it seems there are more eyes watching us," Yu Yao replied, her brow furrowed with concern. "My lord, the trouble you have stirred may be substantial." "Yes, I am aware," Li Wanyu nodded, his expression turning more serious. "Therefore, I must leave Tianke City for a while." Yu Yao was not surprised. A flicker of disappointment crossed her features. Although Li Wanyu often attracted trouble, he was also her vital resource and support. He retrieved a small pouch from his storage bag and handed it to her. "This contains some spirit stones and useful materials. Take it. After I depart, ensure the intel network remains operational, particularly regarding the movements of the Yuming sect. Gather as much information as possible. If there are urgent messages, contact me in the usual manner." Yu Yao accepted the pouch, feeling its weight, her heart warmed by his generosity. Despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, he was never stingy with those close to him. "Rest assured, I know what to do," she replied solemnly. "Please take care of yourself. The Yuming sect is not to be trifled with." I know, Li Wanyu returned to his languid demeanor. "I'll find a serene place to lay low, enhance my cultivation, and then return to settle the score. You shall reap the benefits when that time comes." After exchanging a few more details, he made his quiet exit from Wanyu Pavilion, just as silently as he had arrived. Having concluded matters with Yu Yao, only one final task remained. Li Wanyu scratched his head, feeling a tad vexed. However, after some contemplation, he deemed it rather inconsiderate to leave without a word, especially considering that she had just saved his life. He made his way toward the Juyo Tower once more. Instead of using the front entrance, he circled to the side, picked up a small stone, and tossed it at the window of Yi Qiao's room. With a soft thud, the window opened after a brief pause, and Yi Qiao's impatient visage emerged. "Who is it? Are you tired of living?" Before she could finish her retort, she caught sight of the figure peering from the alley below. "Why haven't you left yet?" she hissed, her voice low but tinged with a glimmer of unacknowledged excitement. I'm leaving, Li Wanyu grinned up at her. "I just wanted to bid farewell to my creditor, lest you think I have absconded with your funds." "Humph, at least you possess a modicum of conscience," Yi Qiao scoffed, feeling her inexplicable frustration dissipate slightly. "Where do you intend to go, anyway?" "The world is vast, and there will always be a place for me, Li Wanyu," he chuckled. "But what about you, princess? I imagine returning home might pose a challenge. Would you like me to teach you some strategies to deal with your parents? I am quite experienced in the art of persuasion, such as crying, throwing tantrums, or even more drastic measures." "Get lost," Yi Qiao fumed, nearly hurling a nearby vase at him. "Do I need your instruction? Mind your own affairs. Don't go out and get yourself killed within 3 days, wasting my efforts." She deliberately emphasized the words bitter heart, uttering them through gritted teeth. "Rest assured, calamities linger for a millennium." Li Wanyu smiled faintly, suppressing his playful demeanor. He waved goodbye to Yi Yao upstairs, saying, "Take care." After speaking, he turned away, striding out of the alley without a trace of reluctance. Yi Yao watched his retreating figure, and an inexplicable emptiness surged within her. An insatiable urge compelled her to exclaim, "Hey!" Li Wanyu paused, turning back with a look of confusion. Yi Yao's expression was complex, her gaze wavering, as if she had made a resolute decision. She retrieved an object from her bosom, flicking her wrist so that it glimmered with a faint aura of magic, landing precisely in Li Wanyu's hands. Instinctively, he caught it, a black bone tile, no larger than half a palm, intricately engraved with eerie magical patterns. At its center, a droplet of dark red blood that seemed to pulse, as if alive. "Take this." Yi Yao turned her face away, her voice somewhat strained, laced with her usual arrogance yet tinged with awkwardness. "Don't misunderstand. This is not for you. It's merely a means for you to send a message back before you perish." so that this princess won't have to scour the world for you to exact vengeance. She paused, her voice softening. Do not die, little thief. Your life is mine, and only I shall claim it. Chapter 108. The pinnacle of the nascent soul, Wangyou strolled out of Tianke City at a pace not much quicker than that of an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely post-meal walk. He even took the liberty of purchasing a bag of exquisitely roasted spirit melon seeds from a gloomy vendor at the city gate, cracking them with a satisfying pop. Entirely unbothered by the fact that he was a fugitive sought after by the highest authorities of the demonic sect. Only after he had walked a considerable distance and could no longer see the imposing silhouette of Tianke City did he toss away the remnants of the seeds, dust off his hands, and allow his expression to become a fraction more serious. The blood kill order. TSK, the old demon truly holds me in high regard. He muttered, his tone devoid of fear, tinged instead with a hint of annoyance at the trouble it presented. He certainly was not naive enough to believe that hiding in some remote corner of the mountains would afford him peace of mind. The influence of the demonic sect was deeply entrenched, with a myriad of bizarre tracking techniques. And coupled with the tantalizing bounty that even the most seasoned of divine transformation experts would find appealing, he anticipated a prolonged period of being hunted. Oh no, being pursued by demons. Very well, first I shall seek a place to digest this situation. While parading around under the guise of a golden core cultivator can be convenient for intimidating children, encountering genuine adversaries would prove somewhat arduous. With a languid stretch, he slipped into the dense and untamed wilderness beside the road. His movement became exceedingly elusive, akin to a wisp of azure smoke in the forest. Swift enough to leave behind mere afterimages, yet utterly silent, his presence harmoniously blending with the surrounding woodland. Not to mention, even the beasts of the forest were nearly oblivious to his passage. Delving deeper, he chose the most desolate and secluded paths. At last, he stumbled upon an inconspicuous crevice at the base of a cliff, thoroughly concealed by vines and loose stones. Inside lay a naturally formed small cave, dry and secluded, with a meager trace of spiritual energy, but its value lay in its concealment. This will suffice. Wangyou felt a sense of satisfaction as he waved his hand to set up a few simple concealment and alert formations, not out of distrust in his own ability to hide, but primarily to deter any unwitting creatures from intruding. Sitting cross-legged upon the cold stone, he refrained from immediately commencing his cultivation. Instead, he leisurely began to tally the spoils of his recent escapades, most notably, the jars and bottles salvaged from the general store in Tianke City, along with various trophies acquired from his earlier exploits, gallant endeavors. Like a miser, he organized his findings, muttering to himself, this heart-confounding herb appears quite promising. I shall add it to the enhanced version of the itchy powder next time. Oh dear. These pieces of obsidian are of good purity. I must send them back to second senior brother. He will surely delight in them. What is this? Oh, a defensive amulet acquired from some unwitting fool? A mere trinket, hardly worth my thick skin. TSK, not many spirit stones left. Money truly flows like water. I must find an opportunity to resume my old trade. Once he had finished his inventory, he finally settled down, slowly closing his eyes. This time, he did not deliberately engage in any particular technique. He simply allowed his mind to settle. The experiences in Tianke City flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Deception and trickery, street-side contests of wits, the art of persuasion with the pious, and the clever battle against shadowy guardians. Moreover, the image of that proud yet awkward little witch casting aside her face to toss him a domino lingers in his mind. Each of these experiences, a tapestry of joy, anger, sorrow, and contemplation, converges like myriad rivers flowing into the sea, ultimately transforming into an ineffable clarity and understanding. Through the trials and tribulations he has faced, culminating in the final crisis, his heart has unknowingly been honed to a state of seamless harmony, free from any impediment. Within his Dantian, a diminutive primordial infant, mirroring his visage and cradling the sword of breaking heaven, appears to have sensed something profound. Suddenly, its eyes flutter open, shining with brilliance. Without any prompting, the meager spiritual energy surrounding him begins to converge spontaneously, akin to loyal subjects bowing before their sovereign, gently yet fervently gathering towards him. This energy permeates through his pores, flows into his meridians, and ultimately settles in his Dantian, where it is eagerly yet orderly absorbed by the primordial infant. His body seems to function as an abyss, voraciously consuming the incoming spiritual essence. The barriers of cultivation, under the natural accumulation and enlightenment, become as thin as a layer of tissue paper. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, emanates from the depths of his being. The primordial infant grows an inch taller, its form becoming more solid, while its aura becomes more subdued. Yet its essence surges to an entirely new height. The sword of breaking heaven emits a joyful chime, intertwining its intent even more closely with that of the primordial infant. The pinnacle of the primordial infant. All unfolds with an effortless grace, without a ripple of disturbance. Even the simple formations he had laid out remain dormant. There are no grandiose displays, no golden lotuses erupting from the earth, and certainly no tribulations from the heavens, just a tranquil awakening. As if he had merely indulged in a brief slumber. Time flows unmeasured, and eventually, Wangyou slowly opens his eyes. Deep within, it feels as though galaxies are collapsing and the universe is being reborn, only to revert to his familiar, languid demeanor, indifferent to all. He senses the immense power coursing through him, akin to mighty rivers, yet as controllable as an extension of his own fingers, and he smacks his lips in satisfaction. Oh, quite well indeed. No more aching waist or weary legs, and taking down a few early-stage transformation experts should pose no challenge. Rising to his feet, he stretches, his body emitting a series of crackling sounds like popping beans. While an elevation in cultivation is undoubtedly a boon, it brings with it a sense of ennui. Indeed, ennui. With increased strength, there are more adversaries to confront, yet the amusements seem to dwindle. Returning to Tianke City is no longer an option, at least for the time being. So what lies ahead? Should he seek refuge in a sect, biding time until the inevitable? Or perhaps establish a sect of his own, leading others astray? The mere thought is disheartening. He strokes his chin, his gaze shifting with renewed vigor, that familiar glimmer of seeking excitement rekindling within him. It is time to seek out something far more thrilling. Chapter 109. Return to one's roots. Wangyou, seeking a more exhilarating experience, decided that the first step was to return home, not to his family, but to his sect. After all, the outside world was fraught with peril, and the demon lord was rather stingy. Thus, Ziwang Peak offered a refuge, a sanctuary befitting his frail and helpless little nascent soul. It seemed prudent to evade the storm for a while, and perhaps ascertain whether his senior brothers and sisters missed him enough to shed a tear. He bypassed the main entrance and skillfully navigated the steep, treacherous path at the back of Ziwang Peak, a trail even wild boars would disdain. He huffed and puffed as he ascended, all the while deftly procuring a nest of freshly hatched spiritual sparrow eggs, intended as a bribe for his 7th junior brother, Lingxiao. Upon finally reaching the summit, familiar sights greeted him. Mist swirled about, and the celestial cranes, it appeared that a few had vanished. The remaining ones, upon spotting him, erupted in a flurry of feathers, startled, and took flight in a panic. How rude. He had once groomed their plumage with care. Wangyou adjusted his somewhat wrinkled disciple robes, ensuring he still embodied the familiar essence of Ziwang Peak, a place both a source of shame and a festering wound for the sect. With hands clasped behind his back, he ambled leisurely towards his quaint courtyard. Along the way, he encountered several outer disciples engaged in sweeping fallen leaves. Upon seeing him, they froze momentarily, then dropped their brooms in terror as if they had seen a ghost. Senior brother? You have returned? Indeed, I have, Wangyou replied with a cheerful smile, producing several gaudy yet utterly useless protective talismans he had purchased in Tianke City. Here, take these as a token from my journey. A little local specialty for you to ward off evil. The outer disciples accepted the talismans with trembling hands, their expressions akin to those receiving a scalding hot potato. Unperturbed, Wangyou continued onward, and the news spread like wildfire. The scourge has returned. Wangyou from Ziwang Peak is back. Quick, check if my treasured artifacts are still outside. Secure the spirit beasts, especially the celestial cranes. In his wake, chaos ensued, with chickens scattering and dogs barking, a palpable sense of anxiety among the people. Wangyou felt immensely satisfied. This was the effect he desired. Though absent from the martial world, his legend lived on. He then strolled back to his long-lost little abode. A thin layer of dust coated the interior, yet everything remained undisturbed. He placed the nest of spiritual sparrow eggs on the windowsill, but reconsidered the risk of a mouse absconding with them, so he tucked them back into his robes. Next, he resolved to pay a visit to his beloved senior brothers and sisters, intending to surprise them. As he approached the courtyard of his eldest brother, Chu Tianhua, he heard the steady sound of sword practice emanating from within. Peering through a crack in the door, he beheld his elder brother wielding his sword with grandiosity, exuding an aura of righteousness, his cultivation evidently having advanced considerably. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Wangyou pinched his throat and called out in an exaggeratedly sweet voice that could send shivers down one's spine. Chu brother, are you there? I am but a humble disciple of the Jade Maiden Peak. Since our last parting, your gallant demeanor has left me longing for your presence, dear brother. Please, step forth and behold me. Suddenly, the sword intent in the courtyard surged wildly, nearly striking the nearby flower bed. Chu Tianhua, with a bewildered expression, glanced towards the entrance, his hands trembling slightly. Upon catching sight of Li Wangyou's mischievous grin peeking through the door, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. It's you. Did you miss me, brother? Li Wangyou asked with a grin as he pushed the door open. I wish you would leave at once. Chu Tianhua retorted, nearly hurling his sword in frustration. Ever since your return, nothing but trouble follows. The misunderstandings at Jade Maiden Peak have yet to subside. Oh, misunderstandings. Once clarified, all shall be well. Li Wangyou dismissed the concern nonchalantly, leaning closer to inquire softly. Brother, any recent happenings in the sect? Perhaps some peculiar, formidable figures in black have come seeking news of me? Chu Tianhua shot him a glare, exasperated. None. Furthermore, Master has ordered that upon your return, you are to see him immediately. I know, Li Wangyou replied, patting his backside before sneaking away. It seemed the winds of the underworld blood-killing order had yet to reach Lingxiao Palace, which was quite fortunate indeed. He then slipped into the forge of his second brother, Shijian. Before entering, the rhythmic clanging of metal reached his ears. Peering inside, he found his second brother, bare-chested and glistening with sweat, hammering a piece of glowing metal, his muscles taut and exuding strength. Second brother, I'm back. I brought you some local specialties. Li Wangyou called out, tossing a few pieces of ore he had procured from Tianke City. His second brother paused, accepting the ore and examining it with an inscrutable expression on his darkened face, simply nodding and muttering, before resuming his work, though a barely noticeable smile seemed to flicker at the corner of his mouth. Carry on, brother. I shall go see third sister. Li Wangyou decided not to linger, well aware of his second brother's reserved nature. Upon nearing the medicinal garden where third sister, Lu Xian, tended to her herbs, he was greeted by a refreshing fragrance of medicinal plants. Lu Xian, with her sleeves rolled up, was gently watering the spiritual herbs, her profile serene and graceful. Li Wangyou stealthily approached, suddenly covering her eyes from behind, and teasingly exclaimed, "Guess who I am?" Lu Xian jumped in surprise, but, recognizing that familiar yet bothersome scent, promptly pulled his hand away, exclaiming, "Wangyou, I knew it was you. You're as mischievous as ever." Turning to appraise him, concern flickered in her eyes. "You haven't caused any trouble, have you? You've not been injured, I hope?" She had heard he descended the mountain to evade trouble. "Of course not," Li Wangyou boasted, thumping his chest. "I am the very embodiment of virtue. Third sister, you know me well. I helped an elderly lady cross the street, guided lost children home, and even dealt with a few villains along the way. Truly a model disciple of righteousness." Lu Xian laughed at his antics, playfully poking his forehead. "I would be a fool to believe you. Just be safe. Hurry and visit Master. He has mentioned you several times." "At once," Li Wangyou declared, producing a small jade vial from his robe and handing it to Lu Xian. "Sister, this is a beauty elixir I bought in Tianke City. It's said to be quite effective. Do give it a try?" Without waiting for her to refuse, he dashed away in a flash. At last, on the path leading to the main hall atop the peak, he encountered his spirited senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, rushing towards the training ground. Upon spotting him, Zhao Mingyue's eyes widened in surprise. Without uttering a word, she swiftly drew her whip and lashed out. "How dare you return, Li Wangyou? Prepare to face the consequences." Li Wangyou let out a yelp, shielding his head as he scurried away, calling out in desperation, "Senior sister, spare me. I have brought you a gift. The latest itch powder, just a sprinkle, and it will make you laugh for 3 days." Zhao Mingyue pursued him with even greater fervor, exclaiming, "I'll show you itch powder. First, I'll make your backside bloom." Amidst the chaos, they finally arrived at the entrance of the main hall atop the peak. Li Wangyou straightened his attire, slightly disheveled from the chase, cleared his throat, and donned an innocent expression as he prepared to step into the grand hall. Just as he placed his foot upon at the threshold, before he could utter the words, "Master, I have returned," a cold snort echoed from deep within the hall. "Wretched disciple, come here at once." Chapter 110. The Three-Hall Tribunal. The chilling snort from Master Qingxiu, laced with barely contained fury, resonated like the roar of a lion from the Buddhist realm, leaving Li Wangyou's ears buzzing. He instinctively recoiled, the innocent expression on his face crumbling into one of contrition as he hung his head and shuffled into the grand hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Master Qingxiu sat imperiously at the head, his visage as solemn as a winter's frost, his gaze slicing through the air like a sharpened blade directed at Li Wangyou. To his side stood his senior brother, Chu Tianhua, arms crossed, and wearing a scowl that betrayed his lingering resentment towards the earlier encounter with the maiden of Wangyou Peak. His second brother, Shi Jian, loomed silently in the shadows like a stoic statue, his eyes fixed on Li Wangyou. His third sister, Lu Xian, sat nearby, her expression rife with concern, while his fifth sister, Zhao Mingyue, stood across the room, whip in hand, glaring at him with indignation, as though, in the absence of their master, she would not hesitate to enforce the sect's rules. The setting was unmistakably that of a formal tribunal. Li Wangyou murmured to himself, "Is it really necessary? I merely went on a journey, perhaps inciting a trifle of trouble along the way. Master, esteemed brothers and sisters, I have returned." He managed to force a smile, though it was as timid as a whisper of a mosquito. "Kneel." Qingshu's voice cut through the air like a winter wind. Without hesitation, Li Wangyou dropped to his knees, his movements fluid and practiced, revealing the experience of an adept performer. "Speak. During your time away from the mountain, what good deeds have you accomplished?" Qingshu's voice was frigid, each word seemingly extracted from between clenched teeth. Li Wangyou blinked innocently, embarking on his fabricated report. "Master, please judge me fairly. After descending the mountain, I diligently heeded your teachings, never forgetting my identity as a disciple of Lingxiao Palace. When I witnessed injustice, I drew my blade in aid, assisting the needy and promoting righteousness." A vein on Qingshu's temple throbbed ominously. Li Wangyou, seemingly oblivious, continued his monologue. "I first successfully completed the task of delivering a message, earning high praise from the clan elder, who insisted on bestowing gifts upon me, which I humbly declined to accept. The details of his encounters with several ruffians along the way were conveniently omitted. On my return journey, I heard of the opening of a secret realm at Yunwu Marsh. As a cultivator, I believed it was my duty to bravely venture into the unknown, to hone my skills, seek opportunities, and strengthen our sect." He discreetly glossed over his transformation into a merciless rogue within the secret realm, deceiving and swindling, all while casually appropriating the core of the celestial sword, Pation. The dangers within that realm were immense. Monstrous beasts roamed freely, and many nefarious individuals lurked about. I faced numerous perilous situations, yet thanks to your wise teachings, I managed to navigate these dangers and even, assisted several fellow cultivators in reclaiming their belongings after they had been robbed. The corners of the senior brother's mouth twitched. The third sister's face was etched with anxiety. The fifth sister, however, wore an expression that clearly conveyed her disbelief in his narrative. Later, upon arriving at Tianke City, the disciple, driven by a spirit of exploration, opened a modest shop to experience life and conducted business with integrity, ensuring fairness for both young and old. However, the local security was rather poor, and trouble seemed to find him repeatedly. Left with no choice, the disciple resorted to some minor self-defense tactics, asserting that he never initiated conflict. Li Wangyou, speaking with fervor, concluded his remarks, stating that despite the numerous hardships and perilous situations he faced along the way, he steadfastly upheld moral principles, occasionally displaying mischief, yet never overstepping significant boundaries. He implored his master for discernment. His words, laced with a touch of deception amidst their earnestness, painted him as an innocent youth beset by misfortune, slightly mischievous, yet fundamentally upright and kind-hearted, often plagued by troubles. The grand hall fell into silence. Qing Shuzi regarded him with an impassive expression. Chu Tianquo rubbed his temples, feeling a pulse throb at his temples. Shi Jian remained silent, though a flicker of helplessness appeared in his gaze. Lu Xian let out a gentle sigh, her eyes softening as if she began to believe him. Zhao Mingyue, on the other hand, wore an expression of barely suppressed disgust. After a long pause, Qing Shuzi finally spoke, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. "According to your account, not only have you committed no transgressions, but you have also rendered service? I do not dare claim any merit. I merely ensured that I did not bring shame upon you, master." Li Wangyou quickly agreed. "Oh." Qing Shuzi's eyebrows raised, his tone suddenly sharp. "It has come to our attention through the Great Brightness Temple that they have inquired about the Buddhist disciple Liao Chen's alleged involvement in a brothel in Tianke City, which appears to implicate our disciples from Lingxiao Palace. How do you explain this?" Li Wangyou's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation, though he feigned shock and innocence. "What? The disciple went to such a place? And our Lingxiao Palace is involved? Who dares be so audacious? I have only glimpsed that disciple from afar in Tianke City. He radiated solemnity and profound understanding of the Dharma. How could he possibly be associated with such a place? Surely, it must be a malicious rumor aimed at tarnishing his reputation, an attempt to frame us." His expression was one of righteous indignation, as if he truly sought justice for the Buddhist disciple. Qing Shuzi scrutinized him in silence, his gaze growing sharper. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Wangyou awkwardly added, I did hear during that time of a scar-faced brute, an old man with white hair, and a captivating woman, who were reportedly ambushing people in the secret realm. Could they be the ones framing me? He skillfully shifted the blame onto his own various disguises. Qing Shuzi remained non-committal and continued coldly. Very well. Even if the matter regarding the Buddhist disciple is not your concern, what then of the demon lord's daughter, Yao? Why have there been rumors circulating from the demonic sect suggesting that you have had an overly familiar association with her? It is even said that you joined forces with her to repel the shadow guards dispatched by the demon lord? At this revelation, even Chu Tianhua and Zhao Mingyue's expressions shifted dramatically. Associating with a demoness was a grave taboo. Wangyou immediately cried out in protest. This is slander, master. A tremendous injustice. That demoness. She has set her sights on me. He immediately donned a victim's facade, lamenting with indignation. Just because I might have inadvertently picked up an item she had her eye on in the secret realm. She pursued me all the way to Tianke City, subjecting me to all manners of coercion, seduction, harassment, and intimidation. She even attempted to seize my belongings. Unable to bear the torment, I could only hide and evade. As for the notion of joining forces to repel the shadow guards, that is sheer nonsense. Wangyou spoke with fervor, yet it was evident that the sorceress and her subordinates were embroiled in some internal strife. The commotion was so great it nearly dismantled my humble establishment. I was terrified, quaking beneath the counter, too afraid to show my face. How did this become a collaboration? This is undoubtedly a malicious rumor spread by the demonic sect, seeking to tarnish my reputation. They wish to render me unworthy in the eyes of the righteous. Such vile intentions, master. He meticulously distanced himself from any blame, casting all accusations upon Yi Yao and the infighting of the demonic sect. The third senior sister, Lucian, felt a swell of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as she perceived the immense injustice her junior brother had suffered. Even the eldest brother, Chu Tianhua, softened his expression, finding this explanation, albeit still somewhat peculiar, to be somewhat plausible. After listening to this heartfelt and tearful defense, Qing Shuzi remained impassive, merely lifting the teacup beside him, gently blowing away the froth. Just as Wangyou believed he had narrowly escaped scrutiny, secretly sighing in relief. Qing Shuzi abruptly slammed the teacup onto the table. The sound reverberated with a thud, startling Wangyou into a shiver. Qing Shuzi's gaze sharpened like lightning, locking onto Wangyou with a chilling voice that pierced the marrow. The blood-killing order just disseminated by the Netherworld sect has placed a bounty on your head, doubling the reward and naming you explicitly. What on earth is going on here? Is the demon lord merely toying with you out of idleness? Chapter 111. The Art of Deceit. Alas, has the old man become so astutely informed? The efficiency of the underworld sect is indeed remarkable. The blood-kill order has already reached us. Observing his master's icy glare and palpable murderous intent, the eldest senior brother wore a grave expression, while the fifth senior sister tightened her grip on her whip, and even the third senior sister gasped, covering her mouth in fear. Wangyou understood that if he did not showcase his skills promptly, he might very well face expulsion today. He raised his head, donning a look of profound injustice that could rival Doe E's, his voice tinged with a sob. Master, this is an egregious falsehood, a most heinous injustice. This is akin to snow falling in June. Utter slander. Such brazen bullying. He pounded his chest in despair, as if he had suffered a grievous humiliation. That underworld sect. They are utterly unreasonable. They wield their power to oppress. They cannot bear to lose, master. Wangyou commenced his performance, his emotions fervent. Yes, that sorceress, Yao, has been pursuing me relentlessly. Yet, I have steadfastly refused her advances, maintaining the moral high ground and never sinking to her level. They sent assassins after me, 3 of them, calling themselves the Shadow Guardians. Fierce and merciless, they sought to take my life without hesitation. I fought desperately, and by the grace of the techniques you imparted to me and a modicum of wit, I barely managed to fend them off. And what transpired, you ask? The sorceress, in a sudden fit of madness, turned against her own subordinates. It was an internal strife of epic proportions. I was utterly flabbergasted. He recounted the scene with vivid detail, as if he had witnessed a cataclysmic clash. After the sorceress vanquished her subordinates, she insisted on pinning the blame on me, claiming I had conspired with her. What reason would I have to collude with her? I was merely trying to evade her. This is clearly a case of her own incompetence leading to failure. And in her fear of retribution from her father, she seeks to fabricate a pretext, shifting the blame onto me, the innocent and feeble disciple of the righteous path. This allows her to assert to her father, "It is not that I lack ability. It is that the opponent is too cunning, having conspired with my subordinates to rebel." Would you not agree? Li Wangyou's words flowed forth, his logic surprisingly coherent. That blood-kill order is purely the result of the demon lord's paternal instincts. Without discernment, he believes I have caused his daughter to lose face, and thus seeks to kill me in a fit of rage. Additionally, he wishes to demonstrate the might of his demonic sect. This is a quintessential display of the demonic way, tyrannical and shameless, entirely devoid of basic principles. His indignation grew as he spoke, portraying himself as the greatest victim. And what of the matter concerning the Buddha's son? Li Wangyou seized the opportunity to interject before Qing Shuzi could inquire further, since he was already casting aspersions. He recalled with clarity. He seemed to remember a scar-faced figure and an old man surreptitiously trailing the Buddha's son. Perhaps they are the culprits. I merely exchanged a few words with the Buddha's son and found myself ensnared. This is undoubtedly a classic ploy of the demonic sect, to tarnish the reputation of the Buddhist newcomer and subsequently lay the blame on us righteous disciples, inciting discord among us. Their intentions are treacherous. Master, please see through this. He adroitly attributed the incident involving the Buddha's son to the machinations of the demonic sect, cleansing himself of all blame while simultaneously casting aspersions upon the demons and elevating the status of the righteous path and himself. The grand hall fell into silence once more. Qing Shuzi continued to regard him with an inscrutable expression, yet his gaze was profoundly penetrating, as if to say, "Continue your fabrication." Chu Tian's brows furrowed into a knot, as he found his junior brother's words riddled with inconsistencies. Yet, the sincerity and fervor in his expression cast a veil of doubt upon them. The nefarious deeds of the demonic sect indeed left one questioning their integrity. Shi Jian remained silent, gazing at Li Wangyou with an expression akin to that of a spectator observing an exceedingly lively monkey. Zhao Mingyue, her face twisted in disdain, muttered softly, "It's hard to believe you." The third senior sister, Lu Xian, looked at Li Wangyou's woeful countenance, on the verge of tears, her maternal instincts surging forth. She felt an overwhelming sense of pity, convinced that her junior brother had undoubtedly endured immense grievances and fears, wronged by the wicked machinations of the demonic sect. As Li Wangyou sensed the moment was ripe, he unveiled his ultimate gambit. He sniffled, widening his eyes to appear even more innocent and tearful, gazing up at King Suzi with utmost sincerity. "Master, you must believe in my character. While I, Li Wangyou, may occasionally be a bit mischievous and playful, and at times, perhaps my methods are not entirely appropriate." He momentarily adopted a humble demeanor before straightening his back. "However, my loyalty to the sect, to you, and to my senior brothers and sisters is unwavering. The heavens bear witness. How could I ever conspire with a demoness or frame a Buddha's disciple? Such accusations are but slanders from the demonic sect. I am a child of Lingxiao Palace in life, and I shall remain one in death. Does the demon lord think he can intimidate me with bloody edicts? Not a chance. With you and my senior brothers and sisters by my side, I fear him not." His impassioned declaration resonated deeply, stirring the emotions of those present. A soft, involuntary laugh echoed through the eerie silence of the grand hall, strikingly clear. Lu Xian could no longer contain herself. Witnessing Li Wangyou's display of unwavering loyalty, she couldn't help but recall his usual antics, the stark contrast rendering her momentarily amused. She quickly covered her mouth, her face flushed crimson, her shoulders trembling slightly. Meanwhile, the corners of King Suzi's mouth twitched involuntarily. Chapter 112. The master's headache. Qing Shuzi cast a fierce glare at Lu Xian, who immediately lowered her head, though her shoulders continued to quiver slightly. Qing Shuzi then redirected his gaze to his kneeling disciple, whose innocent, unblemished eyes were fixed upon him with pleading anticipation. "Trust him? Trust him, indeed. This little rascal speaks but a solitary truth." Qing Shuzi could easily overturn the Zhuang Peak to write it. What nonsense about a witch's internal strife, or the demonic sect's slander, or being wrongfully implicated. Such rhetoric might deceive a kind-hearted girl like the third disciple, but to fool an old man who has lived countless years? The Yumming blood decree is no jest. Even a protective demon lord would not unleash such a severe pursuit order over a mere setback for his daughter. There must certainly be considerable culpability on this wayward disciple's part. And as for the matter concerning the Buddha's son, although lacking in evidence, Qing Shuzi could surmise with certainty that it was most likely intertwined with this young scoundrel. That scarred face, the old man, the enchanting woman. Humph. Who do they think they are fooling? Yet, Qing Shuzi observed Li Wangyou's demeanor, which impelled him to cry if he was not believed. He also glanced at his third disciple, who was valiantly stifling laughter, yet clearly beginning to soften, alongside his first and fifth disciples, who, while skeptical, had not presented any tangible proof. He felt a throbbing headache, indeed, a true headache. How could he possibly hand over his disciple based solely on conjecture and the one-sided accounts from the demonic sect? Or banish him by stripping away his cultivation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The people of Zhuang Peak, even if they were indeed a menace, could only be dealt with internally. It was not for outsiders, especially not the demonic sect, to dictate terms. Protecting one's own is a time-honored tradition of Zhuang Peak. Taking a deep breath, Qing Shuzi forcibly suppressed the impulse to hang that little rascal up for a good thrashing. He understood that today's affair would inevitably be raised high and then gently set down. Yet, appearances must be maintained. Otherwise, this wayward disciple might truly ascend to the heavens. He slammed his hand on the table, producing a resounding thud that startled everyone present. Rascal! Qing Shuzi's hair bristled as he feigned a furious demeanor. Dare you manipulate words and invert right and wrong? Do you truly believe your master has grown senile? Wangyou shrank his neck and murmured softly, Disciple dares not. I see you dare quite a lot. Qing Shuzi scoffed. Even if, as you claim, it is the witch's entanglement and the demonic sect's framing, your behavior after descending the mountain was improper, attracting troubles that have jeopardized our sect's reputation. This is a fact. Yes, master is right. The disciple has caused you trouble. Wangyou nodded repeatedly, his demeanor wholly earnest. Humph. While death may be escaped, the living shall not evade punishment. Qing Shuzi waved his sleeve, his tone grim. You are to face 3 penalties, should you fail to accomplish even one. Do not blame your master for expelling you. Master, please command. The disciple will accept any punishment. Wangyou's expression was one of complete contrition. First, Qing Shuzi extended a finger. You are to surrender all income from this descent, of unknown origin, entirely to the sect's treasury. Not a single coin is to be retained. Wangyou felt a jolt of pain in his heart, as if it were bleeding profusely. However, he dared not reveal even the slightest hint of his distress on his face, instead donning an expression of feigned obedience. Disciple obeys. Those ill-gotten gains had become too hot to handle. It was high time they were surrendered. Qing Shuzi, observing the unmistakable signs of concealed mischief, chose not to expose him but continued. Second, you are to be confined to the reflective cliff. Without my command, you are forbidden to step outside for 6 months. Take this time to deeply reflect on your transgressions. 6 months of confinement? Wangyou inwardly scoffed, thinking it a trivial matter. An opportunity to consolidate his peak nascent soul cultivation. Yet he immediately adopted a woeful countenance and lamented, 6 months? Master, the reflective cliff is both cold and dreary. Qing Shuzi glared sharply. Disciple accepts the punishment. Wangyou quickly changed his tune, his head drooping in submission. Third, Qing Shuzi raised a third finger, a glimmer of compassion flickering in his eyes. You shall copy the regulations of Lingxiao Palace and the Meditation and Enlightenment Sutra, 1,000 times each. No employing spiritual power to ease the task. You must write them by hand. The script must be neat. Fail to complete it, and you shall not see the light of day. 1,000 times. The regulations were as thick as a brick, and the Meditation Sutra was both tedious and lengthy. Not permitted to use spiritual power? This could stretch into eternity. Wangyou felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his face clouded with despair, his voice trembling. Master. 1,000 times? My hands will surely be ruined. What? Do you have objections? Qing Shuzi fixed him with a cold stare. No objections. Wangyou lowered his head in sorrow, his shoulders shaking as if bearing an immense grievance. Disciple accepts the punishment. Humph. Off to the reflective cliff. Now. Immediately. Qing Shuzi waved his hand impatiently, as if even a moment's eye contact was an annoyance. Yes. Disciple takes leave. Wangyou rose, glancing back longingly 3 times as he made his way out of the hall. As he passed by his senior sister, Lu Xian, he slyly lifted his eyelids, quickly winking at her, a fleeting smile curving at the corners of his mouth, signaling that all was well. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then realization dawned upon her. She looked at her little junior brother's sorrowful figure and could not help but stifle a laugh, hastily covering her mouth again. What a master Qing Shuzi was! That such trivial antics could not escape his notice. He was nearly driven to slap the table again in frustration, but ultimately, he simply closed his eyes in resignation, rubbing his throbbing temples. Unruly disciple. Truly an unruly disciple. Alas, out of sight, out of mind. Perhaps a 6-month confinement would bring some semblance of tranquility. Wangyou, dejected, exited the grand hall. The moment he was out of his master and senior brother's line of sight, his sorrowful expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a cunning grin. The reflective cliff. It had been quite a while since his last visit. He wondered if the few treasures he had hidden in the crevices of the stones were still there. Chapter 113. A warm home. Li Wangyou strolled leisurely back to the entrance of his humble abode, intending to gather a few changes of clothes for his retreat at the penitent's cliff, only to discover several individuals standing at his door. The eldest disciple, Chu Tianhua, stood with his arms crossed, his expression still somewhat sour, yet the fury in his gaze had considerably diminished, replaced by a sense of resignation. The second disciple, Shijian, loomed nearby like a shadow, a large box resting at his feet. The third sister, Lu Xian, cradled a neatly stacked pile of meticulously crafted new garments in her hands. The fifth sister, Zhao Mingyue, paced back and forth with an air of impatience, clutching several small jade bottles. What a spectacle! Are they here to bid farewell to a convict? Li Wanyu mused internally as he ambled over. Ah, look who has returned, our little troublemaker. How was your 6-month sojourn at the penitent's cliff? Enjoyable, was it? Zhao Mingyue was the first to launch an attack, her tone sharp. Yet she pressed the vial of elixirs firmly into Li Wangyou's arms. Take it. We wouldn't want outsiders to accuse us of mistreating disciples at Ziwang Peak. Upon glancing down, Li Wanyu noticed the precious healing elixirs and swift recovery potions, their value quite substantial. He pursed his lips, feigning disdain. Fifth sister, couldn't you wish me well instead? I'm not going to fight. It's merely a time for reflection. I want to need these. Just take them. Enough with the chatter, Zhao Mingyue retorted, her eyes narrowing. Who knows if you've secretly engaged in a brawl and sustained hidden injuries? The penitent's cliff is notoriously cold. Old wounds may resurface, and you'll be the one lamenting later. Though her words were harsh, the awkward concern nestled within them warmed Li Wangyou's heart. He chuckled softly, stowing the elixirs in his storage pouch. Thank you, fifth sister. Upon my return, the latest soothing powder shall be exclusively yours. Get lost. Who needs your wretched powder? Zhao Mingyue fumed, ready to snatch it back. At that moment, the third sister Lu Xian stepped forward, gently placing the stack of new garments into Li Wangyou's hands. Her voice soft and soothing. Wangyou, the chill at the penitent's cliff is intense. I've made you a few thicker garments, lined with fire fluff for warmth. And here are some socks. Remember to change them frequently to avoid frostbite. The fabric felt soft and warm in his grasp, the stitching intricate and tight. Clearly crafted with great care. Li Wanyu could even detect a faint scent of sunshine and a hint of soap, indicating they had been freshly laundered and dried. Typically, he would make do with any scrap of cloth he could find. He had never experienced such treatment before. A twinge of emotion stirred within him. Yet he maintained his usual demeanor. Third sister, you're making too much of a fuss. I'm merely going to serve a bit of confinement. Not exiled to the Arctic tundra. Though, this material is quite soft. Thanks, I suppose. He awkwardly stuffed the clothes into his storage pouch, unable to meet Lu Xian's gentle gaze. Lu Xian simply smiled warmly, unfazed by his insincere words. The usually taciturn second disciple, Shijian, then kicked the large box at his feet, producing a dull thud. Curious, Li Wanyu opened it to find a neatly arranged mountain of blank jade slips inside. Of superior quality and imbued with spiritual energy, there was enough to transcribe the rules of the sect thousands of times. Second brother, what is this? Li Wanyu was bewildered. Were they sending him writing supplies? Was this an encouragement to diligently transcribe texts? Shijian murmured, use it sparingly, succinctly, and then fell silent. Li Wanyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon enlightenment dawned upon him. His second senior brother was concerned that the arduous task of transcribing would be too taxing, and suggested using the blank jade slips for rapid engraving with his divine sense, which would be exponentially faster than manual writing. Although the master had forbidden the use of spiritual power for shortcuts, utilizing the blank jade slips hardly constituted a trick, did it? As for the speed of engraving, that was still within his control. How astute. Second senior brother. Though usually taciturn, he truly provided timely aid in critical moments. Li Wanyu was so moved that he nearly embraced his second senior brother, but upon seeing the latter's stern countenance, he restrained himself and solemnly patted the box of jade slips instead. Understood. Thank you, second senior brother. I assure you they will be put to good use. Finally, the eldest senior brother, Chu Tianhua, sighed, stepped forward, and patted Li Wangyou's shoulder, his tone laden with complexity. Just behave yourself inside and reflect. You need not worry about matters outside. For now, as for the master, it suffices if his anger dissipates. Though he still believed this lad was full of nonsense and had a remarkable talent for causing trouble, he was, after all, his own junior brother, and protection was warranted when needed. Moreover, The pressure from the blood-kill order of the demonic sect primarily rested on the sect's higher-ups. It would not do to let his junior brother bear it alone. Wangyou regarded his eldest senior brother, rare sincerity, replacing his usual playful demeanor, and nodded. Understood. Eldest senior brother. I apologize for the trouble caused. Although he felt quite wronged, he appreciated the goodwill of his senior brothers and sisters. While he feigned disdain verbally, a warm current surged within his heart. This Ziwang Peak, despite the master's frequent ire and the idiosyncrasies of his senior brothers and sisters, bore a semblance to home. He tidied his belongings, carefully preserving the goodwill of his seniors, and shouldered his small burden. Under the complex gazes of his senior brothers and sisters, he made his way toward the cliff of reflection at the back mountain. Along the way, he encountered other disciples from various peaks who, upon witnessing his demeanor, pointed and whispered, their words suggesting that the troublemaker had finally been confined, much to their delight. Wangyou paid them no mind, even cheerfully waving goodbye to a few familiar disciples. Brothers, see you in half a year. If you think of me, feel free to visit me at the Cliff of Reflection, and do remember to bring some delicacies. This startled several disciples into a hasty retreat. As he neared the ominous stone cave marking the entrance to the Cliff of Reflection, Wangyou's keen eyes caught sight of a small head peeking furtively from behind the fence of the medicinal herb garden. It was his seventh junior brother, Lingxiao. Wangyou's eyes lit up, and his playful spirit ignited as he halted, presenting what he believed to be a remarkably warm and friendly smile, waving his hand. Junior brother, here to see off your senior brother? I'm so touched. Come here, I have a secret to share with you. Before he could finish, Lingxiao, upon spotting something terrifying, turned pale and let out a short, terrified scream. Ah! He then abruptly turned and fled in a tumble, his speed akin to that of a startled rabbit, vanishing into the depths of the medicinal herb garden in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a few skewed spiritual herbs in his wake. Wangyou, he raised his hand, a smile frozen upon his face, and after a while, reluctantly lowered it. TSK, not charming in the slightest. Chapter 114. The gathering storm. Wangyou spent his days at the penitent's cliff in a state of blissful ease. Although the cave was somewhat chilly, the new garments gifted by the third senior sister provided ample warmth. The blank jade slips sent by the second senior brother piled up like a mountain, and instead of manually transcribing, he merely projected a thread of his consciousness, inscribing the sect rules into the slips with remarkable speed, akin to a printer. However, the content occasionally devolved into peculiar personal additions, such as do not steal spirit crane eggs unless they appear particularly delectable. He refrained from consuming the elixirs given by the fifth senior sister, saving them for future schemes. The first senior brother's admonitions? They entered his left ear and exited the right. Most of his time was devoted to solidifying his pinnacle of nascent soul cultivation. During moments of leisure, he would indulge himself in the folk tale, the charming hero and the beautiful nun, or amuse himself by arranging stones into formations. Aside from the somewhat unsatisfactory meals and a lack of lively company, this confinement felt more like a vacation. He even found himself somewhat reluctant to leave, feeling that half a year was hardly sufficient. However, the idyllic days were not to last. One day, while reclining with his legs crossed and inscribing the silent sutra for the nth time, he pondered whether he should seize an opportunity to sneak to the back mountain to catch a couple of wild rabbits for a better meal. Suddenly, a deep and resonant bell tolled from the direction of the Lingxiao Peak, echoing throughout the entire mountain range. The bell rang 9 times, a ninefold warning. This was the highest level of alert, only sounded in the face of formidable foes or grave crises threatening the sect. Wangyou jolted upright, nearly dropping his book into the puddle. He sat up straight, listening intently, the laziness on his face vanishing without a trace. What was happening? Had the righteous and demonic factions erupted into conflict ahead of schedule? Or had his master finally decided to take drastic measures and clean house, creating such a spectacle? He mused, extending his consciousness cautiously toward the mountain gate. What he discovered was astonishing. Outside the majestic mountain gate of Lingxiao Palace, the atmosphere was palpably tense, with clear divisions. On the left, a radiant Buddhist light enveloped the scene, accompanied by the resonant chanting of mantras. A group of solemn monks clad in golden robes stood in dignified formation, their expressions filled with righteous indignation. The leading elders bore expressions as sharp as blades, emanating a vast and overwhelming aura of Buddhist power that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. They were none other than the esteemed monks from the Great Light Temple of the Western regions. Their demeanor suggested they were not here for a mere exchange of dharma, but rather to vanquish demons. On the right, dark energies swirled ominously, exuding a chilling malice. A contingent of malevolent cultivators clad in black stood ominously, akin to shadows poised to strike. At the forefront was a pale-faced, haughty demon lord, the infamous Seven Killers, a messenger of the demon sovereign. Behind him, his minions glared with fierce, unrestrained murderous intent and greed, the flag of the Netherworld Sect snapping ominously in the darkened air. Meanwhile, at the Lingxiao Palace, the headmaster and various peak leaders, alongside a multitude of elite disciples, had mobilized, forming a formidable stance at the mountain gate. The protective formation glimmered with vibrant light, and the atmosphere was taut with tension. The Buddhist and demonic factions, typically at odds, now stood united at the gates, their intentions alarmingly synchronized. Amitabha, the venerable white-browed monk from the great bright temple, stepped forward, his voice resonant like a thunderous bell, tinged with suppressed fury. Esteemed friends of Lingxiao Palace, we, the humble monks, have taken the liberty to come here today for a singular purpose. Your disciple, Wangyou, with malicious intent, has conspired to ensnare our temple's disciple, Fozi Liaochen, tarnishing his reputation and undermining his Buddhist heart. Such actions provoke the wrath of both gods and men. We implore you to surrender this scoundrel, so that our Buddhist order may administer justice and restore the honor of our disciple. His voice rolled forth with the might of the lion's roar, causing many lower-ranked disciples of Lingxiao Palace to feel their blood surge. Before his words could settle, the Seven Killers demon lord let out a chilling, mocking laugh, his voice sharp and grating. Ha ha ha, how grandiose the old monk's words sound. As for us, the demon lord has no other intent but to demand that insolent brat, Wangyou, who has offended our esteemed princess and slain members of the ghostly underworld sect. The demon lord is most displeased, and the consequences will be dire. Those who value their lives should promptly deliver that brat's head. Otherwise, do not blame us if we ravage your Lingxiao Palace. The malevolent energy surged with his words, laden with threats. Both sides erupted almost simultaneously. One sought a person, the other a life. The expressions of the Lingxiao Palace disciples changed drastically. Goodness, had Wangyou stirred a hornet's nest or desecrated someone's ancestral grave? How could he have incited both the Buddhist and demonic powers to jointly demand his head? The talent for trouble he possessed was truly unprecedented. The Grand Master's face was grave, while King Suzi's expression darkened to that of a soot-laden pan. Although he had suspected his wayward disciple was up to no good, he had never anticipated it would reach such outrageous extremes. This wretched child, being confined, was far too lenient a punishment. The Grand Master stepped forward, speaking solemnly. Esteemed guests, there may be a misunderstanding in this matter. Our disciple Wangyou is currently undergoing punishment and reflection. As for the rumors circulating outside, they may not be entirely accurate. A thorough investigation is necessary. Investigation? The Seven Killers demon lord interrupted impatiently. What is there to investigate? The evidence is irrefutable. Hand him over immediately. Otherwise, we shall take matters into our own hands. Though the old monk from the great bright temple remained silent, his resolute gaze conveyed an unyielding determination. The standoff persisted, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense as the terrifying spiritual pressure and demonic aura clashed in the air, emitting a crackling sound, as if a great battle could erupt at any moment. On the cliff of reflection, Wangyou withdrew his consciousness, stroking his chin with an awkward expression. Were these people truly overreacting? It was merely a matter of letting the monk experience life, along with a few heated exchanges with the demoness. Was it really necessary to mobilize such forces to confront me in this minor predicament? He muttered quietly, finding the situation more amusing than frightening. It seemed this cliff of reflection might not remain tranquil for much longer. Outside the mountain gate, the confrontation intensified, the echoes of alarm bells reverberating through the mountains. The entire Lingxiao Palace was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere of impending storm. The hearts of all disciples raced, their gazes involuntarily drawn towards the direction of the cliff of reflection. This calamity truly seemed poised to tear the heavens asunder. Chapter 115. The inquiry of the Buddhist sect. The standoff outside the mountain gate ultimately did not escalate into an all-out conflict. After all, both the great Guangming Temple and the Yuming sect were acutely aware of the profound heritage of the Lingxiao Palace and dared not assume they could easily prevail. On the side of Lingxiao Palace, the supreme leader prioritized the greater good, suppressing his anger and making a decision that appeared to be a concession but was, in fact, a delay. To have esteemed guests from afar barricaded outside the mountain gate was hardly a display of hospitality. Since each party had grievances to address, it would be more prudent to proceed to the Lingxiao Hall to discuss the matter at hand. The Lingxiao Palace would surely investigate the truth and provide a satisfactory resolution. The supreme leader's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The eminent monks of the Buddhist sect exchanged glances and nodded slightly. As one of the leaders of the righteous path, they valued the principle of addressing grievances with reason. It was indeed preferable to sit down and discuss matters amicably. Although the demon lord of 7 kills was impatient, he recognized the nod from the Buddhist sect and refrained from being overly assertive, lest he become a pawn for these monks. With a cold snort, he acquiesced. Thus, the two opposing factions, who were destined to clash fiercely, strangely proceeded side by side into the Lingxiao Palace, arriving at the grandiose Lingxiao Hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was even more somber than outside. The supreme leader of Lingxiao Palace sat in the main seat, his expression tranquil and commanding respect without a hint of anger. The leaders of the various peaks were arrayed on either side, each exuding profound energy and a serious demeanor. Qing Shuzi occupied a forward position, his face like a placid lake, eyelids lowered, betraying no emotion. Yet, those familiar with him knew that his anger was nearing a boiling point. The Buddhist monks were seated to the left, led by the venerable Master Liaofan, the abbot of the Discipline Institute of the Great Guangming Temple. Each monk sat with a composed demeanor, their eyes focused inward, exuding an air of solemnity. However, the underlying current of indignation cast a shadow over the entire left side, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. In stark contrast, the emissaries of the demon sect sat brazenly on the right side. The demon lord of 7 kills reclined in his chair, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth, while his followers surveyed the hall with unabashed scrutiny. Devoid of any sense of reverence, their sinister aura clashing with the tranquil ambience of the hall, the 3 factions were distinctly delineated. It was the Buddhists who first took the initiative. Master Liaofan rose slowly, reciting a solemn Buddhist invocation, Amitabha. He addressed the supreme leader and his fellow cultivators. It is not my intention to create difficulties for the great Guangming Temple, but rather the actions of your disciple Li Wangyou are intolerable to heaven and earth, inciting the wrath of both gods and men. His voice suddenly rose, filled with deep sorrow. Our temple's disciple, Liao Chun, is the reincarnated spiritual child chosen by the Buddha, possessing a pure heart and unparalleled talent, destined to lead the Buddhist sect and bring salvation to countless beings. His journey eastward was meant for enlightenment and the honing of his Buddhist heart, a matter of great merit and opportunity. However, Master Liaofan's tone shifted dramatically, his eyes flashing with intensity as he pointed toward the center of the hall, though Li Wangyou himself was absent, declaring, "It was within the city of Tiankei that your disciple Li Wangyou, harboring malevolent thoughts, resorted to despicable means to entice, scheme, and frame Liao Chun." A middle-aged monk stepped forward behind him, cradling a tray adorned with several items, an exquisite jade pendant, tainted with a hint of perfumed essence, and a few fragments of processed shadow stones, upon which a faint silhouette of a bald figure could be discerned against the backdrop of a fireworks display. Alongside the image of a youthful figure's back, this jade pendant was discovered near the Forgetfulness Pavilion and, upon investigation, its aura aligns with that of Li Wangyou, a disciple of the esteemed Zhiwang Peak in your illustrious palace. Moreover, despite the malicious defacement of these shadow fragments, it remains evident that the Bodhisattva was lured astray by treacherous individuals. Additionally, there have been sightings of Li Wangyou loitering in that vicinity. Master Liaofan trembled with rage, his fingers shaking. The evidence was irrefutable, solid as a mountain. At Lingxiao Palace, all eyes swiftly turned towards King Suzi. Without raising his eyelids, King Suzi silently berated Li Wangyou in his heart. This little rascal, framing others while leaving behind incriminating evidence. The more Master Liaofan spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, imbued with the formidable aura of a wrathful deity. Due to this incident, the heart of the Buddha has been wounded, and Li Wangyou remains in seclusion, struggling with his cultivation, uncertain if he can overcome this tribulation. This jeopardizes the very foundation of our Buddhist order. It obliterates the path of our bodhisattvas. Such conduct is no different from that of demons. He directed his gaze towards the headmaster and King Suzi, his tone resolute. Today I, a humble monk representing the Great Radiance Temple, demand that Lingxiao Palace immediately surrender the perpetrator, Li Wangyou. Let my Buddhist order reclaim him, to enlighten him through the Dharma or to impose disciplinary measures, to serve as a warning and to rectify the situation. Otherwise, the myriad disciples of our Buddhist order shall never acquiesce. His words struck like thunder, laden with sorrow and indignation, each syllable a poignant accusation of Li Wangyou's grievous transgressions. On the side of Lingxiao Palace, many peak masters and elders furrowed their brows. Although they were aware of Li Wangyou's propensity for mischief, They had not anticipated him committing such a heinous act. Entrapment of a bodhisattva was an unforgivable offense. Furthermore, the evidence appeared convincingly substantial. The expression of the headmaster grew increasingly grave. Should this matter be mishandled, it could ignite a conflict between the two leading factions of righteousness, with dire consequences. Once again, all gazes converged upon King Suzy. Sensing the waves of skepticism, anger, and concern directed at him, King Suzy finally raised his eyelids, his gaze tranquil as he regarded Master Liaofan. He began to speak slowly, his voice soft yet resonant throughout the grand hall. What the master has stated does seem to hold some merit. However, these so-called ironclad evidences appear rather coincidental, do they not? Chapter 116. The Demon Sect's ultimatum. The seemingly indifferent and subtly skeptical remark from King Suzy ignited the fury of the Buddhist monks once more. Master Liaofan's white brows stood upright, ready to retort, but he was abruptly interrupted by a more audacious and chilling voice. Coincidence? Humph. Old Taoist, spare us your ambiguous words. The seven-killed demon lord rose from his seat, his black robe billowing without wind, as a sinister aura encircled him like a living entity. His face bore an unmistakable expression of sarcasm and cruelty, his gaze sweeping over the Buddhist attendees before landing on the higher-ups of Lingxiao Palace, filled with disdain. You bald monks have been droning on about trivial matters, haven't you? It's merely a case of a monk visiting a brothel. Yet, after all this prattling, not a shred of useful evidence has emerged. He scorned the Buddhists without reservation, then shifted his tone, brimming with murderous intent. We in the Demon Sect do not engage in such lengthy discourse. With a wave of his hand, a shadowy talisman, as dark as ink and edged with blood-red flames, materialized in the air of the grand hall. It bore the stark white runes depicting the image and name of Li Wangyou, emanating a chilling aura of slaughter. The blood-kill order of the netherworld is hereby proclaimed. The seven-killed demon lord's voice pierced the air. Lingxiao Palace disciple Li Wangyou, audacious and unscrupulous, first seduced our princess with sweet words, deceiving her for wealth and pleasure. At this proclamation, even the Buddhists fell momentarily silent. A few young monks stealing glances at the demon sect's ranks, seemingly curious if the so-called deceived princess was present. The seven-killed demon lord continued to roar, nearly spitting onto the table of the headmaster. Furthermore, he heinously harmed 3 of my netherworld sect's shadow guards. This is a blatant provocation of the demon sovereign's authority, deserving of the most severe punishment, total annihilation. He afforded no opportunity for Lingxiao Palace to interject, his tone relentlessly aggressive as he issued his ultimatum. The demon sovereign commands. I have no desire to engage in further debate with you. Immediately, at once, surrender the wretched Li Wangyou to me. I shall personally extract his soul and refine his essence as a warning to others. His cold gaze swept across the assembly, radiating an overt threat. If you dare utter a single no and harbor this wretched being, that would be an open declaration of war against my netherworld sect, against the entire demon path. When that moment arrives, do not blame us for unleashing our forces to trample your Lingxiao Palace, turning this sacred realm into a hellish purgatory, ensuring that all of you accompany that scoundrel to his grave. A terrifying intent to kill surged from him and the demon cultivators behind him, crashing against the protective barrier of the hall with a sizzling sound. The demon sect's methods have always been tyrannical and direct, unabashed in their desire for destruction. At this juncture, the weight of pressure shifted entirely to Lingxiao Palace. Although the Buddhists were furious, they were still inclined to reason, present evidence, and demand punishment according to their rules. In contrast, the demon sect was entirely unreasonable, brandishing their blades and threatening war if their demands were not met. Both styles of pressure were equally lethal. The expressions of those within Lingxiao Palace darkened considerably. The headmaster's face was as grave as water, his fingers gently tapping the armrest. Several peak masters furrowed their brows, some displaying anger, while others were engulfed in deep concern. King Suzy was so enraged that his beard trembled slightly. The slanderous accusations from the demon sect were devoid of any technical merit. Seducing the princess? Inflicting harm upon the shadow guard? While that wretched disciple could undoubtedly commit such deeds, the demon sect's stance was evidently an opportunistic ploy to suppress the Lingxiao Palace. Surrendering him? Absolutely not. Setting aside the good deeds that lad may have accomplished, even if he were truly deserving of death, it would be a matter for Lingxiao Palace to rectify internally. The demon sect had no right to meddle. Moreover, should they yield to pressure and hand him over today, the millennia-old reputation of Lingxiao Palace would be irrevocably tarnished, rendering them incapable of holding their heads high in the cultivation world ever again. Yet, refusing to comply, faced with the wrath of both the Buddhist and demonic factions, particularly the demon sect, known for their propensity for life-and-death confrontations. The cost was simply too great. The entire Lingxiao Hall felt as if it were encased in an invisible frost. To the left, there were the righteous inquiries illuminated by the Buddha's light. To the right, the chilling threats of death emanating from the demonic aura. At this moment, the forces of righteousness and the demonic realm, traditional adversaries in life and death, were bizarrely united by the singular target, Wangyou, encircling Lingxiao Palace and pushing it to the precipice. The air within the hall seemed to solidify, heavy enough to stifle one's breath. All eyes were fixed upon the headmaster, awaiting his decision. Should he succumb to pressure and betray his disciple? Or should he risk everything to uphold the dignity of the sect? Amidst this suffocating silence, Qing Shuzi gradually closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them again, there was a resolute glint within. He understood that any decision made by the headmaster would inevitably unleash a colossal tempest. With his Zhuang Peak and that wayward disciple at the very eye of the storm. Chapter 117. A War of Words, Part 1. As the atmosphere within the Lingxiao Hall reached an unbearable tension, and the headmaster prepared to make a daunting decision, a clear yet somewhat languid voice unexpectedly broke the silence from the entrance. Disciple Wangyou reports for duty as commanded by my master. Everyone turned in unison, astonished to see Wangyou standing at the door, clad in his wrinkled disciple's robe. His hair was slightly arranged, yet he still exuded an air of casual nonchalance. Instead of displaying any fear or trepidation, his face bore a hint of curiosity. He strode in boldly, as if he were not about to face a serious inquiry, but rather visiting a bustling market. Along the way, he discreetly winked at his elder brother, who appeared pale, and formed a reassuring gesture towards his anxious third sister. Seeing his demeanor, Qing Shuzi nearly choked. The resolute atmosphere he had just built was on the verge of collapsing. This wayward disciple, when did he sneak out? Were the restrictions of the thought-reflecting cliff merely paper-thin? The members from both the Buddhist and demonic sects were equally stunned. They had not anticipated that the very individual stirring the tempest would appear so unguarded. Moreover, he seemed rather unremarkable, even somewhat insufferable. Master Liao Fan scrutinized Wangyou, attempting to discern something from him. However, the only spiritual energy he sensed was at the golden core stage. Wangyou was adept at disguising his true capabilities, which deepened his frown. How could such a young lad have ensnared the Buddha's disciple in such a manner? The Seven Kills demon lord let out a sinister laugh, his gaze locking onto Wangyou like a venomous serpent. You little brat, you've come to me willingly. No need for me to hunt you down. Wangyou, seemingly just noticing their presence, feigned surprise and respectfully bowed to both parties. Ah. It is an honor to be graced by the esteemed monks of the Great Light Temple from the western regions and the demon lord of the underworld. I apologize for the inadequate reception. The headmaster, overwhelmed by a headache, spoke in a grave tone. Wangyou, both the Buddhist and demonic sects have come due to your actions. What do you have to say for yourself? Due to my actions? Wangyou responded with a look of confusion, before suddenly appearing enlightened. Oh, I understand now. It is regarding the discourse between the Buddha's disciple and myself, correct? He conveniently ignored the demonic faction, directing his attention towards the Buddhists with a countenance of solemn respect, tinged with admiration. Speaking of the Buddha's disciple, I hold immense respect for him. His profound understanding of the Dharma and exceptional wisdom during our conversation truly enlightened me, and I have gained significantly from it. The Buddha's disciple once stated, to refine the heart in the mundane world is the path to enlightenment and Buddhahood. Such words resonate deeply, igniting my aspiration towards the Buddhist path. With his flattery, he elevated the Buddha's disciple in stature, slightly easing the expressions of Master Liao Fan and the other monks, though their vigilance remained intact. Then, Wangyou shifted his tone, revealing a hint of shame and regret. When the Buddha's disciple inquired about the customs of Tianke City, I, in my ignorance and limited experience, only knew that the Wangyou Pavilion was the most bustling and prosperous place in the city, where one could witness the myriad facets of human life. The disciple pondered, considering that if the child of Buddha must refine the heart amidst the mundane world, this place might serve as a window to observe the myriad states of sentient beings. Thus, he casually remarked, with hands spread wide, he wore an expression of utmost innocence and grievance. The disciple never anticipated that the child of Buddha would venture there in person. Even more shocking were the subsequent events that unfolded, which were utterly unsightly. The disciple had already departed at that time and was completely unaware of it all. Master Liaofan snorted coldly, cunning words and deceitful expressions. Had it not been for your deliberate enticement, would the child of Buddha have ventured into such a filthy place? The master's words were erroneous. Wangyou immediately protested, raising his voice. The child of Buddha possesses wisdom as vast as the ocean and a heart unwavering. How could he be swayed by mere trifles from others? The disciple merely suggested a location, the decision to go, the timing. And the purpose of the visit was entirely the child of Buddha's own resolution. The teachings of Buddhism often state, Buddha and demon are but a thought apart, underscoring the significance of intention. He paused, his gaze suddenly sharpening, even tinged with a hint of inquiry. As he looked towards Master Liaofan, I find myself somewhat perplexed and wish to seek your guidance, Master. Master Liaofan was taken aback. What do you find perplexing? Li Wangyou slightly lifted his chin, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. Did not the child of Buddha, while journeying east, have the protective Vajra disciples accompanying him? If such companions were present, why did they not timely dissuade him or investigate the details of the Wangyou pavilion? If none accompanied him, does your esteemed temple truly believe it prudent to allow the child of Buddha to traverse the vast mundane world alone? Is that not somewhat presumptuous? Moreover, Li Wangyou, emboldened by reason, continued, the child of Buddha is profound in his understanding of Dharma, if his resolve is indeed as steadfast as a rock. Even amidst the realm of fleeting pleasures, he should remain untainted like a lotus emerging from the mire, observing the mundane without allowing his heart to be disturbed. Now, merely because he has visited one place, if his heart is so easily swayed, does this not indicate that his cultivation is still lacking and his resolve requires further tempering? In this light, perhaps this setback is not entirely a misfortune. It may serve as a whetstone for the child of Buddha's future attainment of supreme enlightenment. This series of counterarguments cleverly distributed the blame, implicating the Buddhist community for their inadequate guardianship, while suggesting that the child's own determination fell short. How could one place all the blame on an innocent passerby who merely pointed the way? Master Liaofan and the esteemed monks behind him were momentarily rendered speechless by this clever rhetoric. Indeed, there were protective disciples surrounding the child of Buddha, yet it seemed they had been dismissed by him at that moment. The child's own determination appeared to be somewhat lacking as well. Though they perceived Li Wangyou's words as fallacious and filled with sophistry, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for suitable rebuttals. Each monk turned red with indignation, their Buddhist radiance flickering, yet they could only point at Li Wangyou. You are being unreasonable. Li Wangyou merely displayed an expression of innocent candor, blinking his eyes. Within the grand hall, the momentum of the Buddhist presence was temporarily subdued by his words. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Seven Kills Demon Lord had grown exceedingly impatient. Chapter 118, A Battle of Wits, Part 2. As the Buddhist monks found themselves rendered speechless by Li Wangyou's twisted reasoning, their faces flushed like ripe eggplants, the Seven Kill Demon Lord could no longer contain his rising ire and disdain. Enough, he bellowed, shattering the eerie atmosphere within the grand hall. A chilling demonic aura surged forth, forcibly redirecting everyone's attention to him. He stepped forward, nearly pointing a finger at Li Wangyou's nose, and sneered, "You little wretch, do not dare to flaunt your tongue here and incite the hearts of men. Those pious fools of the Buddhist sect, what nonsense are they spouting? My demonic sect has no patience for such drivel." His eyes glinted with murderous intent, a palpable aura of death surrounding him. "You have seduced the princess and harmed my shadow guards. The evidence is irrefutable. No matter how silver-tongued you are, you shall not escape death today. Should Lingxiao Palace continue to shelter you, it will be tantamount to declaring war against my netherworld sect." Faced with this blunt threat of death, the innocence and confusion that had graced Li Wangyou's visage vanished in an instant, replaced by a profoundly exaggerated expression of righteous indignation. As if he had been gravely wronged, he turned towards the Seven Kill Demon Lord, his voice trembling as if he were on the verge of tears. "My lord, how could you so brazenly slander me and distort the truth?" He clutched his chest, feigning deep sorrow. "To accuse me of seducing the princess? Such a grave injustice. It is she, the esteemed princess of your sect, who has taken an interest in me." He commenced his theatrical performance, his expressions vivid and his tone impassioned. "Just because I might have inadvertently come across a trinket she had her eye on, she has pursued me relentlessly. With threats and coercion, she has sought to seize it from me. When I refused, she resorted to harassment and intimidation, smashing my shop and ruining my business. I am the true victim here." Li Wangyou lamented with tears streaming down his face. "As a righteous disciple, I abide by the rules of my sect, living a humble life through honest trade. Is it so easy? She, a formidable demon princess, possesses profound skills and vast influence. How could I dare to tempt her? What means do I have to entice her? My meager abilities pale in comparison to hers." He deftly portrayed himself as a powerless merchant oppressed by the forces of tyranny. "And those shadow guards, Li Wangyou's voice crackled with sorrow, a tremor of anguish evident. The moment they arrived, they sought to strike me down. It was clear that the princess, thwarted in her attempts, had sent them to silence me. In my desperation to survive, I could only dodge and evade. I was so frightened that I hid beneath the counter, listening as chaos erupted outside, the clash of demonic energies resounding like thunder, as if they were engaging in an inexplicable internal conflict. Yes, an internal strife. They were turning against each other. It had nothing to do with me. He once again deflected the blame onto the infighting within the demonic sect, emphasizing his role as a mere victim cowering beneath the counter. I barely managed to escape with my life, my spirit shattered, my shop destroyed, left with nothing. The more he spoke, the more sorrowful he became, even managing to squeeze out 2 drops of pitiful tears that clung to his lashes, his acting reaching its zenith. And yet, I have nowhere to seek justice. What happens next? You, the Netherworld sect, throw accusations back at me without discerning right from wrong. You issue a blood decree against me and threaten to raise Lingxiao Palace? He suddenly raised his head, gazing at the esteemed master and the various peak leaders. His voice tinged with a sob, yet resoundingly loud, striving to evoke a sense of resonance among all present. Esteemed master. Honorable elders. Pray, render your judgment. Is there truly no law in this world? The demonic sect bullies the weak, leveraging their power to oppress the vulnerable. They first instigated violence against the innocent, silencing them afterward, and now they demand we surrender our own. Must we also face annihilation? In a voice almost a scream, he imparted a sense of tragic urgency. If our Lingxiao Palace capitulates to their tyranny today and hands me over, what will the righteous sects of the world think of us? Would it not chill the hearts of all virtuous practitioners? Will any disciple of the demonic sect be able to concoct any pretext to force us to betray our own? What honor would remain for Lingxiao Palace in the world? We might as well dissolve ourselves. Upon concluding his impassioned plea, Li Wangyou appeared to have exhausted all his strength. His shoulders sagged, and 2 trembling tears cascaded down, perfectly complementing his pale, powerless visage, portraying an innocent youth cornered by the malevolence of the demonic sect. The hall fell into a profound silence. Among the Lingxiao Palace, numerous young disciples felt a surge of righteous indignation, believing the demonic sect's actions were utterly reprehensible. Even some elders, though aware of the exaggeration in his words, could not help but concede that, on a principled level, the demonic sect's conduct was indeed excessively tyrannical. On the other side, the 7-killed demon lord and his accompanying dark practitioners trembled with rage, their faces ashen. They had encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. This despicable brat not only labeled their princess as a tyrant, but also depicted their yumming sect as uncouth bandits, while effortlessly portraying himself as the pure victim. He even stood atop the moral high ground, turning the tables on Lingxiao Palace. Strangely, his narrative of victimhood resonated so convincingly that it left others momentarily speechless, unable to refute him. You lie? The 7-killed demon lord, nearly losing control of his demonic energy, pointed a trembling finger at Li Wangyou, clearly exasperated. Enough. At that moment, the seated master finally spoke again, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, imbued with an undeniable authority that instantly quelled all the uproar. Chapter 119. The firm resolve of the sect. The voice of the Supreme Master resonated like a thunderclap from the heavens, enveloped in supreme authority and overwhelming spiritual power, silencing all the clamor, anger, and grievances within the grand hall. Even the furious 7-kills demon lord and the seething Master Liaofan felt a jolt in their hearts, involuntarily restraining their auras and casting solemn gazes toward the main seat. The Supreme Master rose slowly, though not particularly tall. He seemed to merge with the very mountains and rivers of Lingxiao Palace at that moment. A vast, unfathomable pressure naturally emanated from him, rendering the entire Lingxiao treasure hall solemn. His gaze first swept over Li Wangyou, who appeared like a wronged little wife, a flicker of helplessness flashing in his eyes before sharpening into a blade-like focus as he turned to Master Liaofan and the 7-kills demon lord. Master Liaofan. 7-kills demon lord. The Supreme Master's voice carried an undeniable authority. I am already well aware of what you both have stated. He paused briefly before continuing. My disciple Li Wangyou, though young and mischievous, may have acted inappropriately, causing displeasure to the noble princess. For this matter, Lingxiao Palace will not shield him. Li Wangyou's heart sank. Could it be true? Would he truly be handed over? However, the Supreme Master's tone shifted abruptly, rising with a chilling intensity. Firstly, regarding the matter of the Buddha's son, the so-called evidence is merely circumstantial. There exists no ironclad proof of Li Wangyou's direct wrongdoing. To condemn my disciple to death based solely on conjecture and tenuous connections is excessively rash. Even if my disciple has erred, it is for our sect to adjudicate, not for outsiders to intervene. Master Liaofan's complexion changed as he opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by the Supreme Master's piercing gaze, unable to utter a sound. Secondly, the Supreme Master turned his gaze toward the 7 Kills Demon Lord, his tone growing colder. What the demon sect asserts is but a one-sided narrative. Inciting the princess? Slaying the shadow guards? Where's the evidence? Are you to issue a blood decree based solely on the princess's words or your own unfounded speculations, compelling us to surrender him? Is there such a rationale in this world? The 7 Kills Demon Lord sneered. Rationale? In our demon sect, we are the rationale. Humph. The Supreme Master let out a heavy snort, the sound crashing like waves, causing the demonic aura surrounding the 7 Kills Demon Lord to ripple. So, if your sect is the rationale, then today, let us discourse on our own principles. He stepped forward, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. An immense pressure erupting forth, resonating subtly with the protective array surrounding Lingxiao Palace. Despite all of Li Wangyou's faults, they were mere childish skirmishes. Any missteps hardly warranted death. He has already faced severe penalties from the sect, confined for reflection and tasked with transcribing scriptures for repentance. This is an internal matter of Lingxiao Palace, already resolved. At this moment, King Suzi also opened his eyes and stood, standing shoulder to shoulder with his senior brother, his hair and beard bristling. The ethereal demeanor he usually possessed was replaced by the fierce protectiveness of a master defending his disciple. Indeed, even if my disciple is to be punished, it is I who shall administer it. It is not for outsiders to dictate. The Supreme Master took the lead, his voice resonating like the heavens, echoing throughout the Grand Hall and even cascading across the mountains surrounding Lingxiao Palace. You, today, whether through conjecture or reliance on power, have mobilized your forces to besiege the gates of Lingxiao Palace, intimidating and coercing us for our disciples. What place do you assign to the millennia of dignity held by Lingxiao Palace? Do you believe we are without defenders, vulnerable to your whims? The final words were delivered with a voice both stern and commanding. As he spoke, all the peak masters and elders of Lingxiao Palace stepped forward in unison, their formidable presence unleashed without reservation, merging with that of the Supreme Master and King Suzi, forming a majestic force akin to a vast cosmic river or an indomitable mountain. The overwhelming righteousness emanated an aura that was impossible to withstand. This collective, terrifying force instantaneously pushed back the radiant light of the Buddhist sect and the menacing aura of the demonic faction. Master Liaofan and the Demon Lord of 7 Kills simultaneously changed countenance, astounded by the resolute stance of Lingxiao Palace, which offered no concessions to either side and boldly overturned the table. The Supreme Master surveyed both parties, his words resolute and unequivocal. We of Lingxiao Palace shall never surrender our people. Should you deem our actions unjust, you are welcome to present irrefutable evidence according to the rules of the cultivation world, announce it to the world, and then engage in discourse. However, should you seek to coerce us into submission based on baseless accusations or the fearsome might of the demonic faction, his voice turned icy, imbued with a chilling intent, then do not blame Lingxiao Palace for what follows. We shall activate the protective mountain formation and accompany you to the bitter end. Whether it be war or peace, you may deliberate on your own. The formidable aura of the sect enveloped the entire Lingxiao treasure hall, dimming the Buddhist light and causing the demonic energy to churn yet struggle to advance. Master Liaofan's expression turned ashen, his hands clasped in prayer, murmuring lowly. The Demon Lord of 7 Kills exhibited uncertainty, his demonic energy fluctuating violently, clearly unprepared for the audacity of facing both the Buddhist and demonic paths simultaneously. The uncompromising stance of Lingxiao Palace had unexpectedly thrust the originally aggressive factions into a predicament of indecision. Chapter 120. An unresolved matter. The Lingxiao Palace, unyielding and adopting an uncompromising stance as if ready for battle, was like a bucket of icy water splashed over both the Buddha and demonic factions. Master Liaofan's face, a canvas of sorrow and indignation, now bore a hue of both blue and red. He had been brimming with grand principles and the dignity of the Buddhist order, yet was met with the retort of insufficient evidence and internal affairs from the opposing side. To truly instigate war? Over a suspected frame-up of a disciple of the Buddha, against one of the foremost leaders of the righteous path, the Lingxiao Palace? The repercussions were far beyond what even he, as the head of the disciplined court, could bear. Though the Buddhist sect was formidable, it adhered to the laws of cause and effect. Initiating conflict without just cause would surely invite karmic retribution. and would provide other lurking forces, such as the demonic sect, with an opportunity to exploit the situation. The monks behind him exchanged glances, their anger still simmering, yet now tinged with hesitation and contemplation. The unwavering resolve of the Lingxiao Palace had far surpassed their expectations. On the other side, the seven-killed demon lord seethed with frustration, his demonic aura swirling chaotically like boiling black mist. He had come at the behest of the demon sovereign to demand a person, believing that the ominous reputation of the underworld bloodkill order and the demonic sect would compel the Lingxiao Palace to comply. Unexpectedly, not only did they remain undeterred, but they also drew their swords in defiance. Fighting was not something he feared, for disciples of the demonic sect were known for their combative nature. However, assessing the situation, it was clear that the protective mountain array of the Lingxiao Palace had already been fully activated. Engaging in a direct confrontation would result in a Pyrrhic victory at best. Even if they emerged victorious, the losses would be catastrophic, and the meager forces he had brought would be woefully insufficient. Should he fail to capture Wangyou, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the demon sovereign. Compounding his frustration was the presence of the Buddhist monks, observing with keen interest. Should the demonic sect and the Lingxiao Palace engage in mutual destruction, these monks would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eradicate demons and claim the spoils. Caught in this dilemma, the seven-killed demon lord felt as though he had unleashed a powerful punch only to strike against cotton, only to be pricked by the steel needles concealed within, leaving him feeling nauseous. The atmosphere within the hall had reached an impasse. After a prolonged silence, Master Liaofan finally inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous anger within him. With hands clasped together, his voice turned somber and cold, devoid of the previous sorrow and indignation, leaving only a formulaic indifference. Ba. Since the Lingxiao Palace insists on shielding its own and disregarding the facts, this poor monk has nothing further to say. Today's events shall be recorded by the great Guangming Temple. Should undeniable evidence arise in the future, I shall return to seek counsel. I hope your esteemed palace acts with prudence. These words served as a means of retreat for himself, yet they also severed any pretense, laying bare the enmity of the day. Having spoken, he no longer regarded anyone from the Lingxiao Palace, sweeping his sleeve as he turned to depart. The assembly of esteemed monks followed suit, their expressions grim. The light of the Buddha surging as they swiftly exited the Lingxiao treasure hall, even foregoing the basic courtesies of farewell. With the departure of the Buddhist sect, the pressure shifted entirely to the demonic sect. The seven-killed demon lord's countenance turned ashen, his gaze venomously sweeping across the members of the Lingxiao Palace, ultimately fixating on Wangyou with a glare that seemed to wish to devour him whole. Good, very good, Lingxiao Palace. You exhibit commendable fortitude, he rasped through clenched teeth, his voice a harsh whisper. This grievance, the underworld sect shall remember. The blood edict has been issued, and all demonic cultivators across the realm are permitted to hunt this scoundrel. This demon lord is eager to see how long you can protect him. With those harsh words behind him, the seven-killed demon lord found it hard to maintain his composure any longer. He swiftly turned, accompanied by a group of equally frustrated demonic cultivators, transforming into a billowing cloud of darkness, retreating from the grand hall in disarray, even their threats sounding somewhat hollow. In the blink of an eye, the once imposing forces of Buddhism and demonism had departed completely. Within the hall, the suffocating pressure dissipated instantly, leaving only the disciples of Lingxiao Palace. All disciples exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling as though their backs had been soaked with cold sweat. The earlier scene had been utterly exhilarating, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Several peak masters and elders also reigned in their auras, exchanging glances filled with a mix of trepidation and gratitude. Thankfully, the headmaster had acted decisively. Otherwise, the consequences today would have been unimaginable. The headmaster slowly returned to his seat, his expression inscrutable, and gently waved his hand. The crisis has temporarily abated, but we must not let our guard down. Increase patrols and closely monitor any movements outside the mountain gate. You may disperse. The disciples and elders bowed respectfully and exited the hall, their expressions complex. Many cast ambiguous glances at Wangyou as they passed by, some with admiration for his knack for trouble, some with anger for nearly igniting a war, and others with resignation. Why him again? Qing Shuzi approached Wangyou, his face darkened, glaring at him in silence for a long moment, before finally snorting heavily and sweeping away with his sleeves. The meaning was unmistakable. I shall deal with you later. Wangyou instinctively shrank his neck, secretly relieved. That was a close call. He had managed to evade disaster. Although the process had been heart-stopping and nearly sparked a global conflict, the outcome seemed acceptable. He patted his chest, ready to make a hasty retreat, but was abruptly seized by his elder brother, Chu Tianhua. Chu Tianhua's expression remained grim as he lowered his voice. You must be honest with me. What on earth happened? Li Wanyu replied. Brother, let bygones be bygones. Life is fraught with storms. Seeing the fiery intensity in his elder brother's eyes, Li Wanyu chuckled awkwardly and quickly broke free, darting out of the hall as though pursued by hounds. Though the immediate crisis seemed to have been averted, everyone understood that the forces of Buddhism and demonism, particularly the Yomi sect, would not relent easily. This enmity had been irrevocably established, and it was of the sort that would not end until one party was vanquished. The days ahead would likely be anything but tranquil. Chapter 121. Internal discontent. The sunlight outside the grand hall was rather blinding. Li Wanyu squinted, exhaling deeply, feeling as though he had just been pulled from the depths of a watery abyss. Although he had navigated his recent performance with considerable ease, the piercing gazes of numerous high-ranking individuals weighed heavily upon him. He patted his chest and was about to slip back to the cliff of reflection to continue his leisurely retreat, when he keenly sensed that the atmosphere around him was amiss. The disciples from various peaks emerging from the hall, along with stewards and even some elders, regarded him with expressions of bewildering complexity, far surpassing mere admiration, anger, or helplessness. A few elite disciples from the Tianshu Peak passed by him, deliberately raising their voices. Some individuals truly possess remarkable audacity, managing to provoke both the Buddhist and demonic factions simultaneously, nearly inciting a sect-wide catastrophe. Indeed, the trouble he has stirred could have led the entire sect to ruin, leaving our esteemed master and revered elders to bear the burden. Such a menace, residing within the sect, was akin to a ticking time bomb. Who could foresee what monumental disaster might arise next? Truly, it would be better if. The thought remained unvoiced, yet the disdain and aversion in their gazes spoke volumes. They cast a glance at Li Wanyu, as if avoiding a plague, hastening their steps to distance themselves. Meanwhile, a group of elders from the law enforcement hall huddled together, their expressions grave as they whispered among themselves, occasionally casting wary glances at Li Wanyu, their disapproval and concern palpable. Although the master was protective, this time, it seemed excessively reckless. Offending both the Great Bright Temple and the Underworld sect would surely lead to endless repercussions. Was it truly worth jeopardizing the sect for a single disciple? This child, incorrigible and obstinate, had committed a grave transgression. In my opinion, even if not handed over to outsiders, he should face severe punishment, perhaps even consider expulsion from the sect to prevent future calamities. Exercise caution. Uncle Ching Su's protective instincts are understandable, but we cannot disregard the broader interests of the sect. Though their discussions were muted, how could they escape the ears of Li Wanyu, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the nascent soul? He heard every word distinctly, rolling his eyes inwardly at the rigidity of these elders. How could one achieve greatness without daring to take risks? Yet, he recognized that such sentiments were not isolated within the sect. Indeed, in the following days, although the surface appeared calm and the forces of both the Buddhist and demonic factions had retreated, the undercurrents within Lingxiao Palace began to surge. First, there were issues surrounding resource allocation. The cultivation resources that the disciples of the Zhuowang Peak were due to receive this month were withheld and delayed under various pretexts. When Steward Shi Jian inquired, the distributing steward wore a troubled expression, hesitantly stating that there were directives from above regarding recent sect expenditures, prompting a tightening of budgets across all peaks. Subsequently, during a routine sect meeting, an elder from Tianshu Peak, who had always been at odds with Ching Su, sarcastically remarked, "Now that the sect has offended both the Buddhist and demonic powers, we face immense external pressure. Internally, we must unite and eliminate any destabilizing elements to prevent giving others leverage for further turmoil." Though no names were mentioned, the target of their insinuations was unmistakable. Numerous elders from various small sects, having aligned themselves with the current situation, expressed their concerns. They perceived Li Wanyu's presence as akin to a volatile explosive, a potential beacon for external adversaries and a threat to Lingxiao Palace's reputation and standing within the Righteous Path Alliance. Rumors began to circulate among disciples in private gatherings, each version of the tale more embellished than the last. Have you heard? Several elders from the law enforcement hall have jointly petitioned for severe punishment against Brother Li. And that's not all. It is said that numerous masters from Danxiao Peak and Huda Peak also deem him unfit to remain within the sect. Alas, Brother Li is quite an interesting character, albeit prone to causing trouble. Interesting? This time, he nearly tore the heavens apart. What about next time? Should we truly wait until the sect faces calamity due to him before we regret our decisions? Yet, The sect leader and ancestor Qingshu have intervened on his behalf. Haven't they? They may protect him for the moment, but can they ensure his safety for eternity? We cannot expect the entire sect to bear the consequences of one individual's missteps repeatedly, can we? These whispers, like an invisible wind, swept through every corner of Lingxiao Palace. The atmosphere atop Ziwang Peak became subtly tense. The eldest disciple, Chu Tianhua, grew increasingly stringent in his training of the disciples. The second disciple, Shijian, fell into a deeper silence, focusing solely on his crafting, though occasionally casting a complex glance toward Li Wangyou. The third disciple, Lu Xian, maintained her gentle demeanor, yet her brow was perpetually furrowed with unshakable worry. The fifth disciple, Zhao Mingyue, remained as fiery as ever, reportedly almost clashing with a few outer peak disciples who spoke ill of Li Wangyou. As for Li Wangyou himself, he appeared unfazed, spending most of his time nestled within the penitent's cliff, ostensibly continuing his punishment, while in truth, he indulged in food and drink, balancing his training with the reading of stories, occasionally eavesdropping on outside gossip with keen interest. However, he understood that this predicament was unlike any he had faced before. Previously, his mischief had been little more than minor disputes within the sect, easily managed by his masters and seniors. This time, however, he had breached a significant threshold, nearly inviting disaster upon them all. Discontent brewed within the sect, steadily accumulating. One day, as Li Wangyou manipulated a branch with his consciousness, etching the words unjust upon the cliff face, he suddenly sensed several potent presences soaring toward the main peak's assembly hall. Among them, two minds conversed discreetly. We must persuade the sect leader. This child cannot be allowed to remain. Indeed, we shall apply pressure on Brother Qingshu as well. Surely he will prioritize the greater good. Li Wangyou paused momentarily, his grip faltering on the branch. Aha, it seems. A coalition for impeachment is in the works? The penitent's cliff may truly fail to contain him now. Chapter 122. The manifestation of demonic shadows amidst the turbulent currents within the Lingxiao Palace. As the voices of impeachment against Li Wangyou grew increasingly fervent, several influential elders were poised to unite and exert further pressure on the master. At this critical juncture, a swift spiritual communication talisman sliced through the heavens like a meteor, landing precisely within the elders' hall of Lingxiao Palace. After a brief silence, a stir erupted within the hall. Soon, a new sect mission was urgently posted, its contents rapidly disseminating across the various peaks. Class A urgent mission. Exterminate the demonic threat. Rescue the villagers. Location: Hushi Village, northwest border of the sect's jurisdiction. Situation: recently, formidable demonic beasts have frequently attacked the village, abducting over 10 able-bodied villagers. Judging by the residual demonic energy, it is suspected that late-stage golden core or even nascent soul entities are at play, exhibiting ferocity and extraordinary speed. Requirements: swiftly dispatch elite disciples to exterminate the threat, ensuring the rescue of the abducted villagers and uncovering the source of the demonic beings. Rewards: 100 high-grade spirit stones, 3,000 sect contribution points, and a choice of one low-grade earth-tier magical artifact. The rewards were undeniably bountiful, enough to make golden core disciples envious, even alluring to some early-stage nascent soul elders. However, the peril associated with this task was equally apparent. Late-stage golden core or nascent soul demons were not to be trifled with by ordinary disciples. As word spread, the disciples' attention momentarily shifted away from Li Wangyou, engaging in animated discussions about this sudden demonic crisis. Hushi Village? In such a remote area, how could such a powerful demonic beast appear? Who knows? It is said to be near the edges of the Wangyou mountain range, where it is not unusual for formidable beasts to wander forth. The rewards are indeed tempting, an earth-tier artifact. Alas, lacking the capability to seize it. It seems only senior brothers and sisters will take on this task. Naturally, Qing Shuzi learned of this news at the earliest opportunity. He was increasingly pained by the mounting pressure within the sect. Those old fellows were bound to escalate their demands. And while the master remained steadfast, the rising tide of discontent could not be ignored. Staring at the mission brief, a glimmer of insight flickered in his murky old eyes. Nascent soul demons? Perhaps a bit troublesome. Yet, given that errant disciples' current prowess, it should not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, Hushi Village is remote, providing an ideal opportunity for this lad to evade the storm of disputes within the sect. As for danger? That rascal possesses a tenacious life force. Even the Demon Lord's blood edict could not best him. A mere nascent soul beast would likely be insufficient to pose a threat to him. Sending him forth would also serve to silence those who claim he is nothing but a troublemaker, offering him a chance for redemption. Perfect. With this thought, Qing Shuzi swiftly seized the mission under the authority of the master of Zhuang Peak, designating Li Wanyu to undertake the task. Upon the announcement, the sect was once again thrown into a frenzy. What? Li Wanyu is to go? What is Master Qing Shuzi thinking? Is he not already burdened with enough chaos? Exactly. What if he stirs up trouble along the way, tasking him with confronting a nascent soul demon? Do not wait until the moment arrives when one cannot rescue the person, only to find oneself feeding a beast or provoking something that should not be stirred. It seems evident that Master Shuzi is deliberately trying to send him away. Alas, it is perhaps for the best. At least the sect will enjoy a few days of tranquility. The murmurs of dissent and complaints persist. Yet those elders who had initially planned to reprimand him have temporarily quieted down. After all, casting this troublesome burden aside, out of sight and out of mind, is indeed a method to ease tensions. As for whether Li Wanyu can accomplish the task, they scarcely care. Some maliciously muse that if the lad were truly devoured by the beast, it would be a fitting end. Thus, a new directive swiftly reached the cliff of reflection. Li Wanyu, idly contemplating an escape to wander about, was startled to see his master, King Shuzi, enter with a stern expression. Unruly disciple, you squander your days in leisure. King Shuzi began his reprimand. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes. Master, it was you who confined me here. Dare you retort? King Shuzi glared, then thrust a task jade slip into his hands. The sect has an urgent mission for you, granting you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Depart immediately to Hushi village to exterminate the beasts and rescue the villagers. If you perform well, the previous matters shall be forgiven. Should you fail, you shall face compounded penalties. Li Wanyu took the jade slip, scanning its contents with a flick of his consciousness, and grimaced. Beasts of the late golden core stage, or even nascent soul stage. Master, you overestimate my abilities. I am but a fledgling golden core cultivator. Will I not merely be serving as a feast? Spare me your theatrics. King Shuzi retorted, do you think I am unaware of your cunning? Off with you. Do not linger here and vex me. Remember, swift to go and swift to return, and do not stir trouble along the way. If you dare to complicate matters further, I shall personally intervene. Li Wanyu weighed the jade slip thoughtfully, his eyes darting. Escaping to evade scrutiny might indeed be a wise choice. Far better than remaining at the cliff of reflection, listening to the endless droning of the old geezers. As for the nascent soul beasts, he chuckled inwardly, a perfect opportunity to test his newfound prowess. A resolute expression adorned his face. Alas, I cannot defy the master's orders. I shall plunge into the flames for the sect, hoping to return alive to honor you. King Shuzi, uninterested in his theatrics, delivered a swift kick to his backside. Get going. Li Wanyu yelped and promptly dashed out of the cliff of reflection, patting his rear and flashing a grin at his master. As you command. I assure you, I shall complete the task. With that, he vanished in a blur, racing toward the mountain gate with a speed that belied any semblance of recklessness. King Shuzi watched the retreating figure, massaging his temples and sighing. You little rascal, pray this time. May you find some peace. Chapter 123. Pursuit of the demon creature. Li Wanyu slipped out of the gates of Lingxiao Palace, moving with the grace of a swallow, inhaling the liberating air around him. The air of freedom. Although tinged with the ominous aura of the demon lord and the resentment of a baldy, it was certainly preferable to the musty scent of the cliff of reflection. He stretched languidly, assessed his bearings, and meandered toward Hushi village in the northwest. His flight was leisurely. Rather than embarking on an urgent mission, it resembled a spring outing. Along the way, he paused to sample some oddly shaped wild fruits, inspected a bird's nest for eggs, and even spent some time fishing by a crystal-clear pond. Thus, he dallied. And by the time he arrived at Hushi village, 2 days had passed. Before him lay a scene of devastation. Fences lay in ruins, houses were damaged, and the ground bore colossal claw marks and dried bloodstains, permeated by a faint demonic aura and a palpable sense of fear. The surviving villagers appeared gaunt and terrified, and upon spotting Li Wanyu, clad in his Taoist robe, they flocked to him as if he were a savior, lamenting the ferocity of the demon beasts. Immortal, you have finally arrived. The monster is too terrifying. A gust of black wind swept through, and people vanished. It specifically targets the able-bodied. My dear Erguzi was taken just the night before last. Woe is us. Immortal, you must seek justice for us. Li Wanyu, overwhelmed by their cacophony, raised his hands in a gesture of calm, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Enough, enough, do not weep. Can tears vanquish the demons? Show me the scene, and tell me when the last encounter with the beast occurred and in which direction it fled. An elderly village chief, trembling, led him to inspect the claw marks and the ravaged homes. Li Wanyu crouched down, meticulously examining the lingering demonic energy. pinching a bit of earth and bringing it to his nose, his eyes flickering with intrigue. This demonic aura, it is dense, yet not dissipating. Ferocious, yet exhibiting a peculiar restraint, far from the instinct-driven behavior of low-tier demon beasts. Moreover, judging by the strength and angle of the claw marks, this creature must be sizable and swift, with a clear intent, only capturing the able-bodied, showing no interest in the elderly, women, children, or material possessions. The last occurrence was last midnight, a bold young villager recounted, his voice quaking as he pointed westward. A gust of black wind came and snatched away the third child of the Iron Ox family, and then it retreated toward the mountains. Westward, Wangyou gazed into the distance, where an endless expanse of primal mountains loomed, shrouded in mist and towering ancient trees, marking the periphery of the Wangyou mountain range, the core territory of the demon race on the continent. How intriguing. Wangyou stroked his chin thoughtfully. A creature potentially at the nascent soul level, possessing considerable intelligence, specifically targeting able-bodied individuals and retreating to its lair. This hardly resembled the behavior of ordinary beasts hunting for sustenance or enacting revenge. He further inquired about the times and patterns of the beast's appearances, discovering that it did not come every day, but rather sporadically, capturing a sufficient number of individuals each time as if fulfilling some sort of collection task. Very well, I have gleaned a general understanding of the situation. Wangyou rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his hands. You all remain in the village and fortify your defenses. Do not venture out at night. As for that monster, I shall confront it myself. The villagers expressed their profound gratitude, attempting to offer him some eggs and provisions, which Wangyou disdainfully declined. Following the faint residual aura of the demon in the air, he pursued it at a measured pace. The more he tracked, the deeper his perplexity grew. The route taken by the beast was not aimless. Rather, it skillfully circumvented areas that might harbor formidable adversaries or perilous zones, opting for paths that were relatively safe and concealed. Such vigilance and cunning were hardly traits one would expect from a mere wild demon beast. Moreover, the quality of the demon aura was strikingly potent, pure and domineering, imbued with a subtle, yet palpable pressure reminiscent of ancient bloodlines. After approximately half a day's pursuit, he had thoroughly ventured into the secluded, primal forests where human presence was scarce, and the demon aura around him grew notably denser. Beneath a steep cliff, Wangyou discovered a temporary resting spot of the demon beast. Here, the residual aura was even more intense, accompanied by a few scattered feathers, some torn garments, and several drops of still fresh, vibrant red blood, brimming with astonishing vitality. Wangyou picked up one of the feathers, feeling its cold, sharp essence, and glanced at the droplets of demon blood. It seems to be a raptor-type demon. The coloration and vitality suggest an extraordinary lineage. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Such materials could be exquisite for crafting or alchemy. Perhaps they could fetch a handsome price. He then observed the torn garments of the villagers on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. The abduction of able-bodied men to the depths of the Wangyou mountain range, combined with the intelligence and formidable bloodline of this creature, pointed to a possibility. This demon beast was likely not a feral rogue, but rather one with a master. Perhaps it was dispatched by a certain demonic faction to gather laborers. The Wangyou mountain range, rumored to be a land of numerous demon tribes, with rules more intricate than those of humans, and treasures aplenty. Wangyou rubbed his hands together, his mind racing with possibilities. Initially, he intended merely to slay a wild creature and fulfill a mundane task for his sect. But now, it seemed that this mission held far greater intrigue. There might even be a chance for some extra profit. As for danger? When has Wangyou ever feared peril? The more treacherous the place, the richer the rewards tend to be. He carefully stowed away the precious feathers and droplets of demon blood, his figure flickering as he abruptly accelerated, transforming into a wisp of ethereal smoke, plunging into the mist-laden, danger-laden Wangyou mountain range, guided by the lingering demon aura. Dear brother demon beast, wait for me. Do you happen to need a human companion who can serve tea and water, and conveniently procure some treasures? Chapter 124. The domain of the demon clan. Upon stepping into the realm of the Wangyou mountain range, Wangyou felt as though he had entered an entirely different world. Although the forests beyond were also primitive, they retained a semblance of human warmth. Here, however, the air grew thick and heavy, saturated with an almost palpable aura of demonic energy, which wafted through every inch of space, imparting a wild, fierce, and ancient essence with each breath. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, while gnarled vines entwined like monstrous serpents. Unusual ferns and mosses adorned every rock, with light filtering through the dense canopy. leaving behind only scattered and mottled spots of illumination, creating an atmosphere both profound and eerie. In the distance, bone-chilling howls of beasts and avian cries echoed, imbued with the harsh laws of the survival of the fittest. Ah, this place has quite an extraordinary decor. The sinister and terrifying package is more than ample. Li Wangyou murmured, his previously relaxed demeanor shifting to one of heightened vigilance and excitement. He swiftly channeled his energy, suppressing his presence to the utmost, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment, becoming as elusive as a shadow amidst the trees. His pinnacle cultivation at the nascent soul stage afforded him an astonishing degree of control over his own energy. Unless a formidable demon at the transformation stage deliberately sought him out, his existence would remain undetected. Following the increasingly clear trail of demonic energy, he advanced with silent, graceful steps. Not long after, he encountered a pack of steel-maned demonic wolves feasting upon the carcass of a deer-like demon beast. Each wolf was as robust as a young calf, with protruding fangs and drooling mouths, their aura resonating at the late foundation establishment stage. Li Wangyou, disinterested in taking a detour or alarming them, casually picked up a few small pebbles from the ground and flicked them with his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several nearly imperceptible sounds of air displacement rang out. The feasting wolves suddenly froze, as if an invisible force had sealed their acupoints, their bodies immobilized in mid-bite. Their eyes filled with terror, they remained oblivious to the source of the attack. Like a gust of wind, Li Wangyou slipped past them, deftly tearing off the most succulent hind leg from the deer carcass, wrapping it in oil paper and stowing it in his storage bag. Thanks, mates. This will make for a delightful evening meal. Continuing onward, a massive mysterious-eyed demon python, as thick as a water barrel, stealthily emerged from the mire. Its cold vertical pupils locked onto Li Wangyou, its crimson tongue flicking ominously, exuding a mesmerizing aura of demonic power. Li Wangyou paused, intrigued, and retrieved half a piece of spicy roasted meat from his pocket, skewering it with a twig and offering it at a distance. Care to try? A local delicacy. The python seemed drawn to the unfamiliar object, instinctively opening its mouth to bite. In the next moment, its entire body stiffened, twisting and thrashing in agony, emitting a pained hiss as it plunged into the mire, desperately attempting to rinse its mouth, splattering mud everywhere. Li Wangyou had already covered his nose and made a hasty retreat. TSK, if you don't like spicy food, you should have said so. As he ventured deeper, he encountered ever more powerful demon beasts, including some formidable lord-level creatures at the Golden Core stage. For Li Wangyou, who possesses the ability to vanquish nascent soul cultivators, these creatures are no different from stray dogs, easily dispatched through various clever means. A mid-stage Golden Core earth-shattering demon bear roars as it charges towards him, only to be led in circles by a simple illusion array he casually set up, venting its fury upon a nearby tree. A soundwave adept, the phantom demon bat, attempts to shatter his soul with ultrasonic waves, but is repelled by his discordant, shrill singing. A swarm of ghost-faced demon bees, capable of piercing Golden Core defenses, pursues him relentlessly, only to be lured to the lair of a more irritable iron-shelled demon ant, igniting a fierce battle among the insectoid horde. Thus, he traverses the terrain, playing along, cautiously sneaking through, his pace unhurried yet remarkably steady as he delves deeper into the heart of the mountains. The surrounding demonic energy grows increasingly pure and tempestuous. The landscape becomes more treacherous, with ancient trees towering like ridges. In certain spots, remnants of colossal stone carvings and relics from an era long past emerge, whispering tales of this place's former splendor and enigma. Gradually, Li Wangyou senses several terrifying sources of demonic energy, akin to blazing suns, lurking in the depths of the mountains. The mere pressure emanating from them induces a sense of trepidation within him. Undoubtedly, these are beings that transcend the nascent soul realm, true demon kings. It is even possible that one of them is a legendary transformation god-demon sovereign. He immediately adopts a more cautious approach, striving to avoid the regions saturated with such menacing auras. However, the trace of demonic energy he seeks seems to be heading towards one relatively weaker source, albeit still at least at the late nascent soul stage, that currently radiates an unusual, furious unrest. This turbulent energy resembles an uncontrollable volcano, filled with pain, rage, and an inexplicable restlessness. It starkly contrasts with the other more composed and vast sources of demonic power. Oh, Li Wangyou halts, gazing intently in the direction from which this demonic energy emanates, stroking his chin as curiosity sparkles in his eyes. Is there a fire at home? Or has his wife run off with someone? Why such fury? He senses that the beast responsible for abducting villagers is likely headed towards this source of chaotic energy. It appears that this seemingly straightforward task of exterminating demons has inadvertently led him into a nest of trouble involving a significant figure of the demon clan. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, one cannot evade their fate. Wangyou licks his lips, and instead of recoiling, he feels invigorated. After all, where there is commotion, there is opportunity. Perhaps he might glean some benefits amidst the chaos. Chapter 125. The Woes of the Demon King Wangyou. Tracing the tumultuous and restless aura of demons along with the remnants left by the abducted demonic beasts, stealthily approached the fringes of a vast valley. Akin to the most seasoned of hunters, the terrain of this valley was treacherous, its entrance adorned with grotesque rocks, shrouded in dense miasma that rendered it inaccessible to ordinary cultivators. Within the valley, various furious roars and panicked whinnies echoed, accompanied by an oppressive dread, as if a cataclysm were on the verge of eruption. Goodness, is this a celebration or a funeral? The commotion is overwhelming, Wangyou murmured to himself. Seeking refuge in a concealed crevice on the windward side, suppressing his own presence to the brink of non-existence, even slowing his heartbeat to the utmost. He cautiously extended a thread of consciousness, gradually probing into the miasma, meticulously avoiding several conspicuous points of demonic power vigilance. As his awareness penetrated the haze, the scene within the valley became increasingly clear. The interior was far grander than what was visible from the outside, revealing numerous rough, yet sturdy caverns. At this moment, a vast multitude of variously shaped demonic beasts knelt in a dark mass around the largest cavern in the center, some transformed into semi-human forms, while others retained their colossal physiques. All trembling in silence, afraid to even breathe. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and the bitterness of herbs. Within the cavern, intermittent sounds of suppressed, excruciating low roars emerged, youthful yet suffused with despair, sending chills down the spine. Accompanying these cries was a more violent and agitated aura of terror, rampaging within the cavern, causing the entire valley to tremble. Useless. A bunch of useless wretches. The roar from deep within the cavern erupted, causing the kneeling demonic horde outside to shudder once more. After bringing back so much human blood essence, it has proven worthless. You cannot even remedy this minor affliction. What purpose do I have in nurturing you? If you cannot devise a solution, I shall tear you all apart to supplement the little one's health. The voice was laden with ferocity, urgency, and a profound sense of helplessness. Just from the tone, Wangyou could envision a colossal bear, frantic and on the brink of madness, ready to obliterate everything in its path. Indeed, he soon overheard two apparent leaders among the demons, communicating furtively with their thoughts, their voices steeped in dread and resignation. The Bear King is enraged again. The young master's condition is worsening. Alas, what can we do? Even Prime Minister Turtle nearly turned himself into medicinal soup, and several human alchemists have been summoned, each trembling in fear, their prescriptions utterly futile. It is said to be a bloodline conflict, or perhaps a misstep in cultivation, resulting in a backlash of demonic power? Who knows? In any case, the heat is overwhelming. The demonic energy is chaotic, and the meridians are on the verge of rupture. If this continues, I fear. Hush. Keep your voice down. Do you wish to perish? The Bear King cannot tolerate such talk right now. What then? We cannot merely watch the young master suffer. What else can we do? We must continue searching. Seek out more formidable human alchemists. Find treasures of heaven and earth that can suppress the bloodline. We must dig to the depths of the earth to obtain them. Otherwise, neither of us will escape unscathed. The exchange of their thoughts was steeped in despair. Clearly, they had exhausted every conceivable method, yet to no avail, forced to helplessly witness the plight of the so-called young master deteriorate, all the while enduring the increasingly irate wrath of the Bear King. Wangyou's consciousness subtly swept through the corners of the valley, and indeed, he espied several human cultivators bound by coarse vines, their faces ashen, resembling local herbalists or disciples of minor sects, utterly terrified in their current predicament. There were also several massive stone troughs, filled with a crimson liquid exuding a potent aura of vitality, evidently intended as medicinal materials sourced from the abducted villagers. So that was the case. Wangyou retracted his consciousness, a flicker of understanding glimmering in his eyes. The precious son of a demon king had succumbed to a dire affliction, possibly a bloodline issue or a consequence of a misguided cultivation path, leaving the myriad of demons at a loss, their attempts futile, even with the captured human herbalists and the crude method of utilizing villagers' essence as medicinal catalysts proving ineffective. The demon king was driven to the brink of madness, and those carrying out his orders were filled with trepidation. Li Wanyu stroked his chin, his mind whirling with ideas. The corners of his mouth curving upwards in an uncontrollable grin. Healing? Or rather, healing the demon race? This was a field in which he was exceedingly well versed. Although he had previously only treated humans, and often with increasingly erratic results, that was not the crux of the matter. The key was an anxious, affluent demon king who appeared rather easy to deceive. This was akin to a windfall from the heavens. A perfect scheme to ensnare a wolf with empty hands instantly took shape in his mind. A lewd chuckle echoed from the crevices of the rocks. Chapter 126. The barefoot Dr. Li Wanyu emerged from the crevice of the rocks, brushing off the dust from his garments. The previously sly grin on his face vanished, replaced by an expression imbued with compassion and an ethereal demeanor, reminiscent of a celestial being. He adjusted his wrinkled Taoist robe, though the effect was rather limited, making him appear more like a charlatan than a legitimate healer. Nevertheless, he seemed oblivious to this perception. It is time to showcase my true abilities. Clearing his throat and standing tall, he ceased to conceal his aura, intentionally releasing a subtle wave of pure spiritual energy as he swaggered toward the entrance of the valley. His demeanor resembled that of a leader inspecting his domain rather than a stealthy infiltrator. Indeed, his brazen display did not go unnoticed, and he was promptly detected by a patrol of demon soldiers stationed at the edge of the valley. Halt! Human, you have audacity. A series of furious roars erupted as 5 or 6 shadowy figures sprang forth from the demon mist surrounding Li Wanyu. This battalion consisted of wolf-headed demon soldiers, their muscles bulging, claws gleaming menacingly, and their demonic energy at the late Foundation establishment stage. The leader among them had even reached the early Golden Core stage. His fangs bared as he glared viciously at Li Wanyu, saliva nearly dripping onto his face. Ordinary human cultivators would have been paralyzed with fear when confronted by such fearsome adversaries. Yet, who was Li Wanyu? He had faced the blood-killing order of the demon lord head-on. Rather than succumb to fear, he furrowed his brow, displaying an expression of impatience as if to convey that mere mortals could not comprehend his grandeur. Casting a sidelong glance at the wolf demon leader, he spoke with a hint of disdain. Enough noise. I, a true immortal, have journeyed here and sensed the presence of demonic energy. A malady that reaches the heavens. I have come to offer my healing services. You little demons, why do you not swiftly pave the way and escort me to your superior? If the ailment worsens, can you bear the consequences? His words were delivered with such conviction that they left the demon soldiers momentarily speechless. Healing services? Malady? Had this human lost his mind, coming deep into the myriad demon mountains to treat demons? The wolf demon leader, initially taken aback, erupted in fury, his claws slicing through the air with a chilling sound as he lunged toward Li Wanyu's face. I see you seek death. Capture him first. Li Wanyu, seemingly gliding on oil, effortlessly sidestepped the attack, while exclaiming, Hey, why resort to violence? Crude. Barbaric. No wonder your young master is gravely ill. Who would dare to come with such hospitality? The wolf demon leader froze mid-motion, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. The matter of the young master's illness was a closely guarded secret. How could this human possibly know? Could he truly possess some knowledge? The other demon soldiers exchanged glances, hesitant to advance further. Li Wanyu, witnessing their uncertainty, secretly chuckled but maintained an air of superiority. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the mist-shrouded sky at a 45-degree angle, he sighed, Alas, I intended to arrive quietly and depart unnoticed, keeping my accomplishments concealed. Yet, it seems you lack the discernment to recognize a true immortal. Very well, since fate has not favored us, I shall take my leave, allowing your king to continue watching over his son. Alas, he feigned an intention to depart. Wait, the wolf demon leader hastily exclaimed, his tone considerably softened, yet still laced with caution. You truly possess the ability to cure the young master's ailment? Li Wanyu cast a sidelong glance at him, snorting dismissively. Otherwise, do you think this humble practitioner has traveled such a distance merely to deliver takeout to you? Although the term takeout was lost on the wolf demon leader, he could not help but feel a growing sense of unease at Li Wanyu's unwavering confidence. The young master's condition could no longer be postponed. The great bear king was teetering on the brink of rage, and if matters escalated further, they would all meet their doom. They might as well attempt a desperate gamble. You, follow me. The wolf demon leader gritted his teeth, ultimately deciding to take a chance. He motioned for his subordinate demon soldiers to escort Li Wanyu, while he led the way toward the largest cave in the valley's heart. As they traversed the path, countless demon beasts cast curious, wary, and avaricious glances their way, their low growls echoing through the air. Yet, Li Wangyou remained oblivious, instead surveying his surroundings and offering critiques. The feng shui of this valley is decent, though the malevolent energy is rather heavy, which is detrimental to the patient's recovery. TSK, who gathered these herbs? The timing is all wrong, and most of their potency has dissipated. What a waste. You there? Yes, you, black bear spirit. Have you been experiencing weakness in your knees and lower back, along with night sweats? That indicates kidney deficiency. You must replenish. The demon general he singled out looked utterly bewildered and instinctively nodded in agreement. The wolf demon leader thought to himself, this individual seems rather remarkable. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the cave, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. The anguished screams and furious roars from within were increasingly palpable, sending chills down their spines. Great King, we have captured someone. We brought a human cultivator who claims he can cure the young master. The wolf demon leader knelt at the cave's entrance, his voice trembling as he reported. Get lost. What nonsense from a quack. Take him out and feed him to the dogs. The Bear King's furious roar reverberated from within, a wave of terrifying energy bursting forth that nearly swept the wolf demon leader off his feet. Yet, Li Wanyu appeared unaffected by the oppressive force. He adjusted his attire and, without waiting for further announcement, boldly stepped inside. The cave was dimly lit, yet remarkably spacious. There, a colossal black bear, akin to a small mountain in size, paced restlessly, its crimson eyes glowing fiercely, emanating a suffocating aura of rage. Each step sent tremors through the ground. This was none other than the mountain-shaking Bear King. Behind him, on a stone bed covered in thick beast pelts, a small bear writhed in agony, its demonic energy in disarray, fluctuating between searing heat and icy cold, veins bulging beneath its fur as if they might burst at any moment, emitting pitiful whimpers of distress. Nearby knelt several older demons, visibly trembling, their transformations evidently more advanced, clearly playing the role of demon healers. Upon witnessing this unfamiliar human boldly intrude, the mountain-shaking Bear King came to a halt, its fierce crimson gaze fixated on Li Wanyu, brimming with ferocity and suspicion, as though it were ready to rend him limb from limb at any moment. Human, who are you? Who permitted your entry? Do you seek death? The Bear King's roar shook the entire cave, creating a resonating hum. Confronted by the formidable late-stage Demon King, capable of erupting into violence at any moment, Li Wanyu remained impassive, even brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulder. Meeting the Bear King's predatory gaze, he offered a faint smile, his tone calm yet imbued with an inexplicable confidence. I am Li Wanyu, a humble wandering practitioner of the human race, possessing a modest understanding of the healing arts, particularly adept at addressing various perplexing ailments, especially those pertaining to the bloodlines of your kind. His eyes drifted over the small bear writhing in agony upon the stone bed, the corners of his mouth curling into an enigmatic smile. Seeing your esteemed offspring in such distress, it is evident that conventional methods have proven ineffective. If the great king would permit, I would be honored to offer my assistance. While I cannot guarantee a cure, I dare say there are few ailments in this world that I cannot remedy. Chapter 127, Deception. Further deception. The mountain-shaking Bear King fixated intently on Li Wanyu, an overwhelming aura pressing against the air as if it were a tangible entity, enough to terrify an ordinary individual into submission. But who was Li Wanyu? He was a person capable of bantering amidst the bloodshed of the demon lord's decree and the inquiries of the Buddhist sect, with a resilience and composure forged through countless trials. Unfazed, he even offered a courteous gesture to the Bear King, exuding an air of professionalism as he approached the stone bed. The several aged demon physicians kneeling nearby watched him with trepidation, their eyes filled with skepticism and a glimmer of hope, akin to the last flicker of life in a dying horse. Upon reaching the stone bed, he gazed at the small black bear, writhing in agony and exhibiting erratic breathing, his expression turning grave. He ostentatiously circled the stone bed thrice, occasionally nodding or shaking his head, emitting a series of sounds as if grappling with an exceedingly intricate dilemma. The demonic energy is tumultuous like a boiling cauldron. The life force clashes as if the dam is about to break. The meridians are congested. The purple palace quakes. Oh, this bloodline power. Overly vigorous yet lacking in gentleness, the yang energy is excessively fiery, leading to a heart burning with false flames. No, it appears there is also a chilling force residing in the dantian, clashing with it? How peculiar. How peculiar. As he paced, he murmured a collection of esoteric terms, half true and half false, in a tone only he could discern, leaving the surrounding aged demon physicians bewildered. Though they could not comprehend, They sensed an aura of profound expertise. In reality, as he approached, his formidable consciousness at the pinnacle of the nascent soul had already scrutinized the little bear thoroughly, akin to the most sophisticated of instruments. Indeed, the issue lay within the bloodline. This little creature, whether having consumed some potent tonic or hastily cultivated a technique, had awakened an excessively domineering ancient bloodline within, which its youthful body could not endure, resulting in a loss of control over the demonic energy and a reversal of the life force. Simultaneously, the previous inept demon physicians had recklessly administered numerous chilling spiritual herbs in an attempt to suppress the condition, inadvertently exacerbating the conflict with the domineering Yang bloodline, creating a chaotic interplay of ice and fire, worsening the situation. In simple terms, it had been oversupplemented, compounded by the inept treatment, nearly resulting in dire consequences. Wangyou was well aware of the gravity of the situation, but maintained an expression of deep concern. He halted, furrowing his brow, and let out a long sigh, directing his gaze toward the anxious mountain-shaking Bear King. "My lord, your son's ailment is quite troublesome," he spoke gravely. The Bear King's heart raced, anxiety gripping him as he urged, "What is the outcome? Can it be cured?" "Indeed," Wangyou declared emphatically, providing a momentary reassurance, but quickly shifted his tone. "However, it is exceedingly difficult." He extended his finger, meticulously outlining the points with a seriousness that seemed utterly authentic. "Firstly, this is not a mere injury or a case of straying into madness, but rather a conflict and imbalance of the primordial bloodline. It touches upon the very foundation of demon cultivation. One misstep could lead to the complete forfeiture of cultivation, or worse, death by explosion." The Bear King and the aged demon physicians turned pale at his words. Moreover, it appears that previously a considerable quantity of potent and perilous substances was employed, leading to adverse interactions that not only proved ineffective but exacerbated the condition, inflicting greater damage upon the meridians and dantian, akin to adding insult to injury. The elderly physicians hung their heads in shame. Furthermore, Wangyou gestured towards the bear cub's skin, which oscillated between crimson and violet hues. "Do you see? The dual forces of yin and yang are clashing within, creating a tempest of ice and fire. This indicates that the issue has penetrated deeply into the marrow and spirit, and cannot be resolved by ordinary means." Upon hearing this, the Bear King felt a chill descend within, his massive paw anxiously scratching the ground. Then, what exactly should be done? Wangyou once again donned an enigmatic expression. "As for a solution, there is indeed one. I possess an ancestral technique for harmonizing yin and yang, the reversal needle method, complemented by a unique elixir, the great returning pill of the 5 elements. This may forcibly untangle the frenzied bloodline, soothe the conflict, and mend the damage. It might even turn misfortune into fortune, thereby solidifying the foundation." Upon hearing there was hope, the Bear King's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Is that true? Then hasten to treat. What is required? I shall procure it at once." Wangyou waved his hand dismissively, adopting an expression that conveyed a lack of understanding. "My lord, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. The reversal needle method is manageable, but it primarily drains one's spirit. The crux lies in the great returning pill of the 5 elements." He deliberately prolonged his words, building suspense before he slowly continued. "This pill derives from an ancient formula, exceedingly complex and arduous to concoct, requiring rare and precious medicinal ingredients. It necessitates the finest spiritual materials of the 5 elements to harmonize yin and yang, thereby allowing the pill to be formed. What is needed? Speak. As long as it can be found within the myriad demon mountain range, I shall certainly procure it for you." The Bear King bellowed, thumping his chest with bravado. "My lord, your generosity is commendable," Wangyou praised, raising his thumb in admiration. He then retrieved a blank jade tablet from his storage pouch, pretended to ponder for a moment, and began inscribing the names of the required herbs. As he carved, he murmured softly, ensuring the Bear King could hear. "Firstly, 3 pounds of millennium blood coral to extract its aquatic essence and nourish the meridians. 9 fully matured seeds of the earth fire lotus to quell the and guide the yang energy. A jar of ancient soil divine ointment, the older the better, to stabilize the dantian and support the bloodline. 7 or 8 golden bodhi fruits, rich in sharp metallic energy to dispel stagnation. 10 drops of 1,000-year greenwood sap, vibrant with life, to repair injuries. Oh, and a bit of millennium cold marrow as a medicinal catalyst to balance the excessive fiery energy. Half a pound will suffice. Additionally, for auxiliary herbs, several stalks of rainbow moon orchid, 9-leaf dragon's breath grass, starlight blue, and illusionary heart grass, a few of each. The concoction requires the earth vein's spirit fire as the furnace, ideally ignited with a trace of true solar fire. With each name he uttered, the corners of the Bear King's and the elderly physician's eyes twitched. Each of these ingredients was a celestial rarity, many residing in the Bear King's own treasure trove, which he rarely dared to utilize. Some he had only heard of and had never seen. The list was daunting, encompassing over 30 varieties of rare herbs, each worth a fortune. When Wangyou finally paused and handed the intricately inscribed jade slip to the Bear King, the latter gazed at the overwhelming list of names that made his head spin. The immense countenance of the Bear King contorted into a frown, and he inhaled sharply. This. So many, and all of them are top grade. Chapter 128. The treatment. The mountain-shaking Bear King gazed at the absurdly extensive and excessively demanding list of medicinal herbs inscribed on the jade slip, his enormous bare face contorting into a frown reminiscent of a desiccated walnut, his heart bleeding within. Many of these items were treasures he had accumulated over millennia, reserved for breaking through to the divine transformation stage or for the foundational cultivation of his descendants. Esteemed friend, might the quantity be somewhat excessive? Or are there perhaps more economical alternatives? The Bear King implored, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Wangyou straightened his expression, adopting a serious demeanor. Your Majesty, this matter pertains to your son's life and path. How can one substitute with inferior goods? Insufficient medicinal potency could lead to the failure of the elixir's refinement. And should it provoke a backlash from your son's bloodline, it would become an irreversible calamity. At that point, even if one were to transport the entirety of the myriad Beast Mountain range, it would be in vain. With a heavy sigh, he feigned a look of distress. If it truly burdens you, I shall take my leave and consider it fate unfulfilled. Alas, what a pity for your son's extraordinary bloodline. With that, he pretended to depart. No, do not go. The Bear King, in a panic at the thought of his son potentially perishing, cast aside all concerns for treasures and quickly intercepted Wangyou, grinding his teeth. I shall give. As long as my son can be cured, I would sacrifice everything. He bellowed orders for his subordinates to immediately fetch the herbs from the treasury. Instantly, the Bear King's lair erupted into chaos as a throng of demon soldiers rummaged through the vault, carefully presenting one radiant jade box after another to Wangyou. Items such as the 10,000-year blood coral, earth core fire lotus seeds, and divine earth essence, each a celestial rarity capable of inciting frenzied battles among external cultivators, were laid before Wangyou. Suppressing the urge to salivate, Wangyou maintained an air of calm detachment befitting a hermit, meticulously inspecting each herb while occasionally offering critiques. This blood coral is of sufficient age, yet its hue is somewhat dim, having lost a fraction of its vitality. The fire lotus seeds are acceptable, albeit slightly smaller in size. As for the divine earth essence, TSK, it appears some gravel was inadvertently mixed in during extraction, lacking in purity. The demon soldiers delivering the herbs were drenched in cold sweat, fearing that a single dissatisfaction from him might lead to abrupt abandonment of the endeavor. Upon completion of the inventory, although not every herb on the list was procured, a substantial collection had been amassed, the value of which was incalculable. Wangyou reluctantly nodded. Very well, though there are minor flaws, I shall endeavor to make the best of it. Please prepare a completely tranquil chamber post-haste. I shall commence alchemical refinement. During this time, no disturbances may occur, otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. The Bear King readily acquiesced, promptly vacating the finest stone chamber within his lair, assigning a formidable guard to ensure no demon approached. Wangyou, cradling the substantial trove of invaluable medicinal herbs that could stir envy even in the hearts of venerable divine transformation ancestors, entered the quiet room and shut the stone door with a resounding thud, deftly casting several simple wards to muffle sound and prevent prying eyes. Inside the quiet chamber, surveying the ground strewn with rare treasures, Wangyou's eyes gleamed with excitement, rubbing his hands together as he exclaimed, I have struck it rich. This is indeed a fortune. The Bear King is truly a remarkable creature. What could he possibly know about concocting the 5-element spirit essence pill? The name is merely a product of his whimsical imagination. As for the medicinal herbs, he callously sorted out the most precious and rarest portions, such as the core of the Millennium Blood Coral, the finest lotus seeds from the Earth Fire Lotus, and the most refined essence of the Earth God Cream, among others, swiftly sealing them and concealing them in the deepest recesses of his storage ring. These are indeed his hard-earned rewards. The leftover scraps and inferior herbs were carelessly tossed together, and then he ignited a pile of ordinary alchemical flames, creating a smoky, pungent atmosphere, feigning earnestness in his alchemical endeavors. In truth, His primary focus was far from alchemy. Each day, he would emerge from his secluded chamber at a set time, weary yet determined to visit the little bear. Under the pretense of observing its condition and adjusting the treatment plan, he would dismiss all the other creatures, leaving only himself and the little bear within the cave. Then, he would channel the exquisitely pure essence of his nascent soul, which was imbued with an inherent tranquility yet carried an ineffable, supreme elegance, even infused with a barely perceptible, razor-sharp aura from the celestial sword of breaking heaven, intended for precisely unblocking the most severely obstructed meridian nodes. He would gently place his palm upon the bear's forehead or heart, methodically and tenderly guiding his spirit energy and that hint of sword aura into its being, carefully untangling the chaotic and turbulent demonic energy within, soothing the conflicts in its bloodlines, clearing the congested meridians, and mending the damaged dantian and channels that had been ravaged by the dual forces of ice and fire. This process required immense patience and exquisite control over his power. Fortunately, it was Wangyou, whose cultivation level transcended mere appearances and whose consciousness was extraordinarily formidable. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been overwhelmed by the uncontrollable demonic energy within the bear before even attempting a cure. Initially, the little bear resisted him vehemently, struggling in pain. However, it soon began to sense a cool and comforting force flowing into its body, greatly alleviating its suffering, and its turbulent emotions gradually stabilized. As days passed, its gaze towards Wangyou transformed from fear to reliance, even emitting soft, contented grunts during his treatments. After several days, the pile of alchemical scraps in the secluded chamber was finally reduced to a charred residue. Estimating the timing was just right, he carried forth a bowl filled with dark, peculiar-smelling remnants, displaying a blend of exhaustion and satisfaction as he emerged from the chamber. He had not failed his mission. The 5 elements spirit essence pill was finally refined. His voice was weak, yet laced with pride. The Bear King and the assembly of spirits gazed at the unappealing bowl of miraculous elixir with skepticism. Just then, the little bear on the stone bed emitted a faint whimper and surprisingly stood up unsteadily. Although still somewhat weak, the chaotic and turbulent demonic energy within had calmed significantly. Its once crimson and mottled skin now restored to a glossy black hue, and though its gaze remained dazed, it was no longer filled with anguish. It even extended its tongue to lick Wangyou's hand. "My child." The mighty Bear King's colossal form suddenly trembled as he lunged towards the stone bed, his enormous paw gently caressing his son, sensing the reassuring stability of his breath and bloodline, trembling with overwhelming joy. "It is done. Truly it is. Ha ha. Heaven has not forsaken my child." The Bear King, elated, gazed at Wangyou with eyes brimming with boundless gratitude and reverence. "Divine healer. No, the saint of elixirs. Saintly Dan, you are indeed a great benefactor to my clan." The shaking mountain Bear King. The Bear King, overwhelmed with emotion, stumbled over his words, nearly kneeling before Wangyou. "From this day forth, you shall be the most esteemed guest of my Bear King's cave. Whoever dares to cross you shall be crossing me and my entire Bear King's domain." Wangyou, feebly waving his hand, adopted a demeanor of humble modesty. "Your Majesty exaggerates. A healer acts out of compassion. It is merely my duty. Ahem. Though the alchemy has drained my energy somewhat, I feel a bit weak." Yet, his heart was brimming with delight. Mission accomplished. A resounding success. Chapter 129. Prosperity. The condition of the little bear improved visibly day by day. Within just a few days, it was bounding joyfully throughout the cave, and thanks to Wangyou's pure spiritual energy, its fur became even more lustrous, its gaze more lively and spirited. The once turbulent power of its bloodline had transformed into a gentle yet formidable force, establishing a foundation even more robust than before its illness. The mountain-shaking Bear King was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear, gazing at Wangyou as if he were a reborn parent. The atmosphere within the cave shifted from one of oppression and irritability to one of joy. The other creatures, witnessing the recovery of the young master, breathed a sigh of relief, harboring both reverence and trepidation for this human divine physician. On this day, the Bear King hosted a grand banquet, laden with various mountain delicacies, wild game, spiritual fruits, and celestial brews, as a formal expression of gratitude towards Wangyou for saving his son. After several rounds of toasting, the Bear King thumped his chest, his voice resonating within the cave. Dan Sheng, your benevolence cannot be adequately expressed. You have healed my son, making you the greatest benefactor of my bear clan. Speak, what do you desire? Anything I possess, I shall gladly bestow, even if I must procure it. I will not hesitate." With a mighty sweep of his enormous paw, several demon generals brought forth large chests filled with shimmering spiritual stones, rare ores, and extraordinary treasures of the demon race. Li Wanyu gazed at these treasures, his eyes almost transforming into those of a spirit stone, his mind racing with calculations. Ah, I could still extract some more from the 10,000-year cold marrow. That earth god ointment seems to have half a jar buried in the back mountain. And there appears to be another unopened lotus from the core fire lily. As he cleared his throat, preparing to deliver his acceptance speech and a second list of desired treasures, he suddenly felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he discovered that the little bear, having stealthily approached him, was gnawing on his trousers with its still-developing baby teeth, tugging insistently while gazing up at him with its round, glistening eyes, filled with affection, dependence, and reluctance. That gaze resembled that of an abandoned puppy that had found its master. "A little one, what's the matter? Are you still wanting medicine, or perhaps candy pills?" Li Wanyu instinctively attempted to brush it aside, preoccupied with negotiating. Yet, the little bear clung tighter, emitting muffled sounds and nuzzling against his leg, clearly unwilling to let him leave. Li Wanyu was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Is this a case of extortion? I am not your father. Observing this scene, the mountain-shaking bear king fell silent, his massive frame becoming still, the exuberance and grandeur on his face gradually waning, replaced by a complex array of emotions. He watched the extraordinary affection and reliance his son displayed towards Li Wanyu, then glanced at Li Wanyu's bewildered expression that seemed to convey, "Don't hinder my opportunity for profit." With a deep sigh, heavy with unspoken emotions, the Bear King spoke, "Alas, Li Dansheng, it appears this child truly shares a bond with you, Li Wanyu." "A bond? What kind of bond? A bond for debt collection?" The Bear King approached the little bear, gently stroking his son's head. Possessing a trace of the ancient bloodline of the shaking mountain divine bear, the cub was indeed a remarkable gift from the heavens, yet it also signified that his path would be fraught with challenges. This calamity, though averted by your intervention, may very well be a predetermined destiny. He lifted his gaze, eyes ablaze as he regarded Li Wanyu. "I can see that you are no ordinary golden core cultivator. Your potential is boundless. Since this child has formed a bond with you, and you have bestowed upon him the gift of life, remaining in these mountains and following this rough-hewn father may hinder his fortune." A chill ran through Li Wanyu, an ominous premonition settling in. "Your Majesty, are you implying?" The Bear King inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself for a momentous decision, and solemnly declared, "I wish to entrust this child to you. Let him accompany you, whether as a mount or a spirit companion, and he may one day prove to be a significant ally. It is far better than languishing in this remote wilderness, where, should he falter in his training, there would be none to save him." Li Wanyu nearly choked on his own disbelief. "What? You wish to gift me your son?" Such audacity! What he desired were rare treasures and spiritual veins, not a burdensome cub, while undeniably endearing, with a delightful, fluffy texture. The responsibility of caring for such a creature seemed overwhelmingly daunting. He would need to provide sustenance, supervision and cultivation, and perhaps even protection during skirmishes. A losing proposition indeed. "Your Majesty, this cannot be." Li Wanyu hastily gestured, recognizing the cub's noble lineage as the future hope of the Bear King's den. How could he possibly accompany a mere human cultivator through such tumultuous trials? "Spare me your words." The Bear King interjected with unwavering resolve, cutting off Li Wanyu's protest. His unique bloodline may not guarantee fortune if he remains within the Wangyou mountain range. Accompanying you might open new horizons for him. This matter is settled. Without allowing Li Wanyu a chance to refuse further, he turned to the little black bear. "My son, you shall follow Li the true man from now on. Be obedient, cultivate diligently, and do not act willfully, understood?" The little bear appeared to comprehend, releasing its grip on Li Wanyu's trousers, standing upright to nod at the Bear King, before once more tumbling to Li Wanyu's side, affectionately nuzzling against him, a soft, rumbling sound emanating from its throat. Li Wanyu gazed at this tenacious little companion clinging to him, then glanced at the resolute Bear King, as well as the surrounding demon generals whose expressions were rife with complexity, yet held back their voices. He felt utterly bewildered. What was this? A forced gift? A buy-one-get-one-free offer, with a cub included? He opened his mouth, intending to plead for some form of compensation for emotional distress, or the like. The Bear King seemed to read his thoughts, waving a grand hand, his tone exuberant. "Accept these gifts as well. Consider it the dowry for the child. No, wait, rather. It is your allowance for his care. With that," he declared, "this matter is concluded. I must now enter seclusion to consolidate my realm. I shall not keep you longer. You all, escort the holy alchemist Li and the young master out of the mountain." Li Wanyu could only watch in a daze as the little bear joyfully wagged its short tail. Though bears typically lack tails, he dismissed the thought. And he regarded the several large chests of treasures with an overwhelming sense of conflicting emotions. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation, bending down reluctantly. A mixture of disdain and helplessness crossing his face as he picked up the clingy little bear cub. Very well, very well. I suppose I am unfortunate, but I shall take advantage of this. From now on, you shall be named Fortune. It sounds auspicious and promises a bountiful existence. Chapter 130. The Return. Li Wanyu cradled the fluffy bear cub, Wankai, who occasionally wriggled in his arms, while several fearsome demon generals, burdened with large and small boxes, followed closely behind him as they traversed the Wangyou mountain range. This peculiar assembly appeared utterly bizarre. Wankai seemed blissfully unaware of being given away. Instead, he was brimming with curiosity about the unfamiliar valley they were departing from. His little head poked out from the crook of Li Wanyu's arm, his bright eyes darting about, expressing excitement over a butterfly or an odd flower, humming joyfully for an extended period. When they encountered some unsuspecting low-tier demon beasts attempting to approach, Wankai would bare his tiny, underdeveloped teeth and emit a playful growl, convinced he was fiercely protecting Li Wanyu, though it usually only served to amuse the onlookers. Li Wanyu, exuding an air of exasperation, would occasionally poke the bear cub's forehead, admonishing, "Be quiet. If you keep this up, I'll toss you to the wolves." Wankai, oblivious to the warning, mistook it for a game, licking Li Wanyu's hand with fervor and leaving a trail of drool. Li Wanyu sighed in despair. What a nuisance. At long last, they returned to Hushi village. The villagers, upon seeing Li Wanyu return safely, clutching what appeared to be an adorably clumsy bear cub, with several terrifying demon generals in tow carrying boxes, were understandably taken aback. Li Wanyu, uninterested in offering explanations, casually tossed the bound and terrified human alchemists to the villagers, stating, "Here, I picked these up along the way, they're still alive. The demon beasts have been dealt with, and you should no longer face disturbances from them." From the box of compensation gifted by the Demon King, he randomly retrieved a handful of mediocre quality spirit stones and a few low-tier spiritual herbs. Handing them to the village elder, "Take these to ease your worries and aid in rebuilding the village." The villagers expressed their profound gratitude, nearly deifying him in their eyes. After dispatching the villagers and the relieved demon generals who had completed their tasks, Li Wanyu gazed at the several large boxes of treasures left behind and then at Wankai, who blinked innocently up at him. He sighed. "Well, considering these treasures, I suppose I'll begrudgingly take you in." He playfully pinched Wankai's plump face, finding it quite agreeable to the touch. Finding a secluded spot, he began to tally his gains. Remarkably, the Demon King's wealth was indeed substantial. Although he had already pocketed the most valuable items, the visible compensation was still impressive. A mountain of high-quality spirit stones, various rare refining materials, and seasoned spiritual herbs and fruits, worth far more than the meager rewards from Sect tasks. Striking it rich, striking it rich. This haul is a boon. I could raise 10 Wankais with this. Li Wanyu beamed with delight, categorizing and carefully stowing away the items. As for Wankai, he had initially thought of him as merely an accessory, perhaps even a burden. However, he soon discovered that this little creature was rather extraordinary. Firstly, its sense of smell and spiritual perception were alarmingly acute. On one occasion, Li Wanyu had deliberately concealed a piece of spirit cake, which bore a faint aroma, intending to indulge in it secretly. Yet, before he could even unwrap it, Wankai had tracked him down with pinpoint accuracy, nuzzling against his leg and drooling profusely. On another occasion, while meditating at night, Wankai suddenly became restless, tugging at Li Wanyu's pant leg and pulling him in a specific direction. Driven by curiosity, Li Wanyu ventured into the past. To his astonishment, not long after, a vast pit silently opened up in the very spot where they had just rested, emitting a noxious miasma capable of corroding the soul. "Oh, it seems you possess some utility after all," Li Wanyu remarked in surprise, affectionately ruffling the fur of Wankai. The little creature proudly lifted its head, letting out a couple of howls. More importantly, this small being displayed an almost blind allegiance and loyalty towards him. Whether Li Wanyu was teasing it or pretending to scold it, Wankai remained steadfastly by his side, its eyes brimming with trust and affection. This pure emotion stirred an unusual warmth within the usually carefree Li Wanyu. "Very well, you shall accompany me from now on. As long as I have something to eat, you shall not lack for your dog food," Li Wanyu said, patting Wankai's rear. After gathering his emotions and spoils, he cradled Wankai and strolled leisurely along the path back to Lingxiao Palace, his spirits remarkably high. The mission had been successfully accomplished, The villagers were saved. He had profited handsomely, and he had even acquired what appeared to be a useful pet. Most importantly, having been away from the turmoil of the sect for a while, he hoped that the internal strife directed at him had subsided considerably. With the significant merit he had earned, surely he could redeem himself and silence those old geezers? Perhaps upon his return, he would even be greeted like a hero. He even began to ponder how he might use the local specialties gifted by the Demon King to curry favor with his senior brothers and sisters. As silence enveloped their journey, the majestic gates of Lingxiao Palace soon reappeared before him. Wangyou straightened his attire, placed Wankai upon his shoulder, and with a triumphant smile befitting a returning hero, he approached the mountain gate. The gatekeepers, upon seeing him, were first taken aback, then their expressions turned peculiar, their eyes flickering with unspoken words. "Ah, my brothers, you've worked hard. I'm back," Wangyou greeted cheerfully. The gatekeepers forced a smile and respectfully bowed. "It is good that you have returned, Lingxiao. However, the master and the various peak lords have instructed that you must proceed to the council hall immediately upon your return." "Oh, they are so eager to celebrate my achievements?" Wangyou raised an eyebrow, feeling a swell of pride. "Very well, I shall go at once." He patted Wankai on the head. "Come, Wankai, let us go see the world." With exuberance, he strode towards the main peak's council hall, oblivious to the gatekeeper's sympathetic yet complex gazes and the unusually tense atmosphere within the gates. As he stepped into the vicinity of the council hall, several powerful auras immediately locked onto him, some radiating unabashed coldness and hostility. A chilling voice resonated from within the hall, thundering like a clap of thunder. "Wangyou, do you know your crimes?" Chapter 131. The Impeachment Turmoil. Wangyou, do you acknowledge your crimes? The voice struck him like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing his fleeting sense of pride in an instant. He looked up to find the atmosphere at the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace's council hall tenfold more somber than when he had departed. At the forefront stood Tian Shuzi, the master of Tianshu Peak, and the chief elder of the law enforcement hall, Xingshu Real Person, accompanied by 7 or 8 elders. Their profound auras and grave expressions resembling immovable stone statues, their cold gazes fixed upon him. Behind them, numerous influential elders and elite disciples from various peaks cast complex, questioning, and even gloating looks in his direction. On the opposite side stood his own master, King Suzi, with a face ashen, flanked only by his senior brother, Chu Tianhua, his second brother, Shi Jian, his third sister, Lu Xian, and fifth sister, Zhao Mingyue, appearing rather isolated. Concern filled Lu Xian's eyes, while Zhao Mingyue's fair face flushed with anger, glaring fiercely at the group before them. Wankai, sensing the tense atmosphere and the unkind stares, immediately stood up on Wangyou's shoulder, baring its tiny teeth and emitting a low growl, attempting to shield its master. A chill ran through Wangyou's heart, and he thought to himself that the situation was dire. This gathering felt less like a celebration and more akin to an upgraded version of a tribunal. Had he merely taken a short stroll and completed a task? Why did it feel as though he had committed a grievous offense? He forced a smile, feigning ease as he clasped his hands. "Esteemed uncles and aunts, what performance is this? I have just returned from the brink of death, having resolved the demonic threat to our sect and saved the villagers, triumphantly returning. I fail to see what sins I have committed. Returned from the brink of death? Triumphant return?" Xingshu Real Person scoffed coldly, stepping forward. "Do not attempt to charm us with your words. During your outing, not only did you commit no transgressions, you have compounded your offenses." With a swift motion, he gestured, and a disciple from the law enforcement hall promptly presented a thick jade slip. Xingshu Real Person seized the slip, raising his voice dramatically as though proclaiming a verdict. He declared with severity, "According to the investigation by the law enforcement hall and the elders of various peaks, disciple Wangyou, your charges are as follows. First, incorrigibly mischievous, repeatedly unrepentant. Previously, you conspired against the Bodhisattva, provoked a demoness, leading to the forces of both Buddha and demon besieging our sect, resulting in reputational damage and nearly inviting calamity. This is an old transgression. Second, flouting the commands of your master, abandoning your post. You were punished with confinement for reflection. Yet you made excuses to leave, during which you failed to restrain yourself, leading to mysterious movements that could not guarantee you did not invite further troubles. Third, Xingshu Real Person's sharp gaze fixed upon Wankai on Wangyou's shoulder, as well as the several boxes behind him, still emanating a strong demonic aura, suggesting collusion with the demon race, shrouded in ambiguity. You profess to exterminate demons, yet return with demon offspring and accept a considerable amount of wealth from the demon clan. Who can prove that the demonic beast issue was not a staged act between you and the demons? Who can verify that you did not reach some clandestine agreement with the demon race? This raises suspicions of treachery. Fourth, your origins are obscure, concealing malevolent intent. Your progress in cultivation is suspicious, with a plethora of unorthodox methods, yet your words are disingenuous, and your background remains a mystery. Remaining in our sect is akin to harboring a hidden blade, ultimately leading to great peril. One by one, he meticulously unveiled Li Wangyou's past and present accounts, subjecting them to the most malevolent speculation and interpretation. The third allegation, particularly regarding collusion with the demon clan, struck a vital nerve, aiming to assassinate his character. The voice of the law enforcer resonated with fervor as he concluded, in summary, Li Wangyou's conduct is deplorable. He has repeatedly violated the sect's regulations and his dubious origins, intertwined with external forces and even the demon clan, pose a grave threat to the safety and reputation of our sect. He is indeed a malignant tumor, the root of turmoil. He closed the jade tablet and turned his gaze toward the depths of the grand hall, addressing all the elders and disciples present with a commanding voice, to uphold the sect's regulations, to purify our foundation, and to safeguard our millennia-old legacy. The Law Enforcement Hall, in conjunction with the Tianshu Peak, Yunu Peak, Hotu Peak, and a total of 17 elders, formally proposes. His voice was resolute, echoing throughout the hall, to strip disciple Li Wangyou of his cultivation and expel him from the sect, to prevent future calamities. I beseech the esteemed master and the elder council to deliberate on this matter. At this proclamation, the hall erupted in uproar. While everyone was aware of the internal discontent towards Li Wangyou, few anticipated the unwavering resolve of the law enforcer and others to propose such a severe punishment, stripping him of his cultivation and expelling him from the sect. This was tantamount to obliterating a person entirely. Supporters felt a sense of relief, believing it was high time to eradicate this scourge, while opponents, primarily from the Zhuowang Peak and some disciples who deemed the punishment excessive, were taken aback and incensed. More so, the moderates believed that while Li Wangyou had indeed caused trouble, his transgressions did not warrant such harsh and inhumane punishment. Qing Shuzi trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at the law enforcer. You slanderous fiend, fabricating charges without basis. Zhao Mingyue, utterly incensed, brandished her whip. Nonsense. My junior brother was merely striving for merit. You old fools. Even Wang Kai, perched on his shoulder, sensed the master's fury and the malice surrounding him. It leapt down, its form swelling momentarily in a faint glow, and let out a furious howl towards the law enforcer and the others. A woo. The smile vanished entirely from Li Wangyou's face. He gazed at the elders, who were so self-righteous they seemed eager to trample him into oblivion, then glanced at his trembling master and senior brothers and sisters. And for the first time, a genuine chill and fury surged within him. He never expected that his sacrifices for the sect, resolving troubles and bringing back resources, would be met not with commendation but with vicious accusations and expulsion. The entire assembly hall fell into an eerie silence, engulfed in a suffocating atmosphere. All eyes fixated on the jade tablet, symbolizing the impending verdict. As the highest authority of the sect, the Elder Council prepared to render their decision. A storm regarding Li Wangyou's fate was finally unleashed, poised to determine his destiny. Chapter 132, The Resolve of King Suzi Law. The words escaped King Suzi's lips as if he were grinding his teeth. With a determined step forward, his usually restrained and formidable aura erupted like a dormant volcano awakening, forcefully pushing back the chilling pressure brought forth by the law enforcer. What an investigation! What an accusation! King Suzi's voice thundered across the square. What you seek is not clarification, but mere conjecture. It is a fabrication, an unjust accusation. His eyes blazed like lightning, sweeping over the law enforcer and the assembled elders behind him. Each individual felt a shiver of trepidation as his gaze passed. Rebellious by nature? Indeed. I admit this youth has been somewhat mischievous, capable of causing trouble. But tell me, who among you has not committed a few foolish acts in your youth? Does this warrant the expulsion of his cultivation? Which rule states that mischief leads to the forfeiture of one's abilities? Disregarding the Master's orders? The mission to eradicate demons was given by me personally. Where lies the dereliction of duty? Collusion with the demon race? Suspicions of treason? King Suzi laughed in exasperation, gesturing towards the young bear cub at Li Wangyou's feet and the spoils beside it. You base your case on a mere cub and a few trinkets? Is your investigation reliant solely on speculation? If he were to find a piece of a demonic spirit stone, would that mean he is allied with the demon lord? Such absurdity is laughable. Unknown origins? Malicious intent? King Suzi's tone turned grave, carrying an air of sternness. I personally rescued him from the snow. His roots are pure. As for his talent, he paused, surveying the crowd with unwavering resolve. I can only assert that this youth possesses an exceedingly rare gift, one not seen in millennia. He is the hope for the future of our Lingxiao Palace. While he may act impulsively and unconventional, his nature is not that of a villainous traitor. Moreover, he has fulfilled his master's orders, single-handedly resolving the infant demon crisis, saving villagers, and bringing back resources. This is a monumental achievement. He turned once more towards the depths of the hall, his voice steady and firm. Master, esteemed elders, although Li Wangyou may have erred, his crimes do not warrant such punishment. His youthful exuberance requires guidance and teaching, not a death sentence. To discard such a talent for baseless accusations and a bit of mischief would be akin to severing our own limbs, giving our enemies reason to rejoice. Shall we allow the world to mock our Lingxiao Palace for being blind to genius? I, King Suzy of Zhuowang Peak, vehemently oppose the notion of expulsion. I advocate for a minor reprimand, with an eye towards future conduct. Should there be further transgressions, I shall personally rectify the matter. King Suzy's words resonated with conviction, grounded in reason, and for the first time in a public setting, he subtly affirmed Li Wangyou's extraordinary talent, elevating it to the status of the sect's future hope, a statement of immense weight. The elders and disciples who supported King Suzy straightened their backs upon hearing his declaration. Uncle Master King Suzy speaks true. Although Brother Li can stir up trouble, his talent is indeed remarkable. To expel him solely for his antics is excessive. The countenance of the law enforcer and his allies darkened further. The Peak Master Tying Suzy scoffed. Rare talent? Does exceptional ability grant one the liberty to act without restraint? Can one disregard sect rules and repeatedly place our sect in peril? Brother Qingxiu, this is nothing but indulgence. It is sheer leniency. If this youth is not dealt with, our sect shall never find peace. Indeed, another elder, in agreement, added, who knows the origins of his peculiar cultivation? Perhaps it is a result of dealings with demons. Those not of our kind harbor different intentions. Should we let him go this time? If he truly colludes with the demon race in the future, the millennia of our Lingxiao Palace's legacy could be obliterated in an instant. Who will take responsibility? The two sides held firm to their stances, and the debate grew increasingly heated. Qingxiu insisted that Li Wangyou's nature was not inherently bad, his talent extraordinary, and his merits outweighed his faults. Thus he should be given a chance. In contrast, the faction led by Qingshi argued vehemently that Li Wangyou's character was abysmal, posing a significant threat, and must be eradicated to prevent future calamities. Neither side could convince the other, their voices rising in volume and tempers flaring, nearly erupting into a brawl in the square. Disciples supporting differing viewpoints began to take sides, casting fiery glances at one another, creating a scene of utter chaos. Seated deep within the great hall, the headmaster, who had remained silent, observed the imminent rift between the sect's higher-ups and disciples, his brow tightening with concern. He recognized the validity of Qingxiu's argument. Li Wangyou's potential was likely more formidable than it appeared, and to so easily discard him would indeed be a monumental loss for the sect. Yet, the apprehensions expressed by Qingshi and his followers were not without merit. This youth's capacity for causing trouble was as remarkable as his talents, and his continued presence within the sect rendered the future uncertain. More critically, the fissures and divisions arising from this matter had transcended the event itself and required immediate resolution. As the debate reached an impasse, on the verge of devolving into internal conflict, the headmaster finally spoke, his voice imbued with supreme authority, instantly silencing the clamor. Enough. All present fell silent, turning their gazes toward the master's seat. The headmaster's gaze swept over the assembly as he continued. This matter has generated excessive controversy. The merits and faults of Li Wangyou cannot be decided in haste. The motion for his expulsion shall be temporarily set aside. The faces of Qingshi and his followers changed at these words, ready to interject. The headmaster raised a hand to halt them, continuing. However, while the death penalty may be averted, the punishment of living cannot be escaped. Li Wangyou, henceforth, you are to be confined to the Sitting Forget Peak, and without permission, you shall not step beyond its threshold. During this time, you must transcribe the sect's regulations 100 times daily and reflect upon your misdeeds. The assessment of your merits and faults will be revisited later. This matter shall not be discussed further today. Dismissed. With the headmaster's final decree. Though Li Wangyou was temporarily spared, the motion for his impeachment was not entirely dismissed. Instead, a strategy of delay and observation was adopted. This outcome left both sides dissatisfied, yet unable to refute it. Qingxiu huffed disdainfully, waved his sleeve, and declared to Li Wangyou and several disciples, "We shall take our leave." Xingshi and his followers, their expressions grim and eyes cold, cast one last resentful glance at Li Wanyu before departing in frustration. The tumultuous impeachment affair had concluded in an awkward manner. Yet all understood that this was far from the end. It was merely the calm before the storm. The rifts within the sect had taken root. Chapter 133. The efforts of senior brothers and sisters. The Master's decree of administering a sound punishment may have temporarily quelled the proposal to expel Li Wanyu. Yet it was evident to all that the matter was far from resolved. Li Wanyu was unceremoniously dragged back to Ziwang Peak by his master, Qing Shuzi, as if he were a mere chick, and once again found himself in a state of confinement. However, this time, the atmosphere within the peak was entirely different from before. Previously, when Li Wanyu faced punishment, his senior brothers and sisters displayed a sense of helplessness and frustration, occasionally offering small gestures of warmth. Yet now, everyone recognized that the young junior brother was genuinely at a critical juncture between life and death. Externally, formidable foes from the Buddhist and demonic realms loomed threateningly, while internally, the sect's higher-ups sought to eliminate him with haste. The disciples of Ziwang Peak united as never before, sharing a common animosity toward their adversaries. The eldest brother, Chu Tianhua, typically composed and somewhat rigid, the future successor of the peak, set aside all sect affairs for the first time. He donned his most formal Taoist robe, his expression grave, and began to visit those elders who had remained neutral or non-committal during the Elder Council meeting. His entreaties were challenging. Uncle Wu, although junior brother Wanyu has a rather impetuous nature, he possesses a good heart. His contributions during the demon extermination were indeed commendable, elder son. You are aware that he is still quite young and prone to mistakes. Should we not guide him instead of resorting to expulsion? Elder Zhou, his talent is undeniably rare. Cultivating a talent such as his is no easy task for our sect. He endeavored to extract even the slightest merits from Li Wanyu's myriad of misdeeds. Growing red-faced and flustered, nearly left speechless each time he was countered with accusations of stealing my celestial crane's egg, selling counterfeit elixirs, or swindling my disciple's spirit stones. Nevertheless, he pressed on, tirelessly advocating for his junior brother's survival. He even sought out Sister Su Wan from Yunu Peak in private, hoping she could clarify the misunderstandings surrounding the earlier incident with the undergarment, only to be chased away at sword point. The second brother, Shi Jian, remained silent, yet he acted in his own way. He sequestered himself in the artifact forging chamber for a day and a night, emerging with a meticulously crafted jade slip. This document detailed every step of Li Wanyu's recent expedition to Hushi village to eradicate the demons, how he astutely tracked the beasts, analyzed their habits, daringly infiltrated the Wangyou mountain range, outsmarted the Demon King, ultimately rescuing the villagers and winning over the Demon King, who willingly offered resources and entrusted him with his young. The jade slip included vivid images and a comprehensive inventory of the spoils bestowed by the Demon King. In this most straightforward manner, he demonstrated the arduousness, dangers, and substantial benefits that Li Wanyu's mission had brought to the sect. He quietly made multiple copies of this report, surreptitiously placing them on the desks of every influential elder, letting the facts speak for themselves. The third sister, Lu Xian, was on the verge of tears. Unlike the eldest brother, she lacked eloquence, and unlike the second brother, she could not present irrefutable evidence. Instead, with reddened eyes, she repeatedly approached those female elders with whom she had maintained amicable relations, or those with more compassionate hearts, softly pleading her case. Master Lu, you have watched Wanyu grow up. Although he is mischievous, his heart is truly kind. It was he who secretly helped you clear the ruins after your alchemy furnace exploded. Master Zhang, Wanyu understands his mistakes. He has endured much hardship outside and nearly failed to return. Can you bear to see him lose his cultivation? That would be more painful than death itself. As she spoke, tears welled up uncontrollably, her delicate and sorrowful demeanor evoking sympathy even from the elders who had initially held firm stances, softening their tones considerably. Summoning her courage, she approached the esteemed Master Jinyu, though she refrained from mentioning the matter of the love letter, instead pleading for Li Wangyu's sake, only to be met with a cold dismissal. Yet, as the door closed, it seemed to let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, senior sister Zhao Mingyue opted for the most direct and explosive course of action. She brandished a whip, blocking the entrance of the cave dwelling of those elders who had been the loudest in demanding Wangyu's punishment. Old criminal, come out. On what grounds do you accuse my junior brother of colluding with the demon race? Where is your evidence? If you cannot present it, I shall rend your cave door to shreds today. Tian Shuzi, you scheming old wretch. Is it because your disciple was outsmarted by my junior brother at the competition that you harbor resentment? seizing this opportunity for revenge? And you, from the thick earth peak, you still owe me the spirit stones from the last wager. Are you attempting to default on your debt by seeking to harm my junior brother? Her fiery temper and unrestrained words left the elders' faces ashen, yet they hesitated to retaliate against a junior, particularly one of such notable lineage. On several occasions, tensions nearly escalated into conflict, only to be diffused by other elders or her senior brother, Chu Tianhua, who intervened. However, her outbursts stirred sympathy among many disciples, leading them to view the accusers as bullies, subtly shifting their allegiance towards Zhuo Peak. Even the timid seventh junior brother, Lin Xiaoran, who had recently joined Zhuo Peak, mustered the courage to stammer a defense for Li Wangyou in a gathering of disciples from various peaks. Li senior brother. He is actually quite good, just his methods are a bit unique. He even taught me to identify medicinal herbs last time. Ironically, Li Wangyou himself remained the most idle of all. Strictly prohibited from stepping foot outside Zhuo Peak, he spent his days amusing himself with Wang Kai, secretly observing his senior brothers and sisters engage in fervent disputes on his behalf, feeling a warm, yet bittersweet sensation swell within him. He never imagined that his troublesome nature could incite such fervent support throughout Zhuo Peak. However, this unprecedented unity within Zhuo Peak, while effectively garnering sympathy and support, also laid bare the internal conflicts of the sect, rendering them public. What had initially been mere disagreements among the higher-ups now permeated to the disciples. Friction between those advocating for severe punishment against Li Wangyou and those supporting his preservation grew increasingly pronounced. From initial debates, the situation escalated to mutual accusations, resulting in several minor conflicts and duels in training grounds and task halls. Within Lingxiao Palace, the previously harmonious atmosphere had vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of division and opposition. Though the Sit-Forgotten Peak lineage is united, it remains isolated. Chapter 134. External forces fanning the flames. The internal discord within Lingxiao Palace regarding Li Wangyou's fate had spiraled into a cacophony, teetering on the brink of division. This tumultuous news spread rapidly throughout the realms of cultivation, as if it had sprouted wings. Those sects that had always been at odds with Lingxiao Palace or held competitive grudges were quick to seize the opportunity. At the forefront was Sword Peak. During the last minor competition, their chief disciple had been humiliated by Li Wangyou's underhanded tactics, resulting in the entire Sword Peak becoming a laughingstock within the cultivation community. They had not forgotten that grievance. Seizing this moment, they were determined to strike hard. The elders and disciples of Sword Peak took to various public venues, exchange conferences, taverns, and tea houses, wherever they could, to voice their scorn. Have you heard? That troublemaker Li Wangyou from Zhuo Peak has stirred up another huge mess. But that is not all. Rumor has it he not only ensnared the Buddha's son, but has now even colluded with the demons of the Wangyou Mountains. Truly, he is rising in infamy. TSK, Lingxiao Palace must be blind to protect such a wretch. I've heard their internal strife is nearing a violent clash. If it were up to me, such a disciple should be expelled without hesitation. Lingxiao Palace's indulgence is akin to self-sabotage. Their ruin is imminent. They not only spread rumors, but embellished Li Wangyou's alleged misdeeds to an egregious extent, exaggerating the internal rifts within Lingxiao Palace to the brink of civil war, doing all they could to tarnish its reputation. Other secondary sects with vested interests against Lingxiao Palace, such as the coveted Liek and the beleaguered Baichao Valley, which had been oppressed by Zixia Peak in the realm of alchemy, also joined in the fray, reveling in their misfortune. Though they lacked the audacity of Sword Peak, their clandestine machinations persisted, disseminating unfavorable rumors in the black market, orchestrating clandestine alliances with other disgruntled factions, and even covertly pressuring some of Lingxiao Palace's subordinate families and merchant associations to reduce their offerings or seek alternative allegiances. With Lingxiao Palace struggling to maintain its own stability, why continue to associate with them? I've heard that their troublesome disciple has angered both the Buddhist and demonic paths. They could very well face annihilation one day. So best to secure a new patron soon. These slanders and covert pressures, while failing to genuinely undermine the foundation of Lingxiao Palace, were as bothersome as flies, significantly damaging its reputation and prestige within the cultivation community. Some neutral sects that had previously maintained amicable relations with Lingxiao Palace now adopted a more ambiguous stance, reducing their interactions and taking a wait-and-see approach. After all, no one wished to be entangled with a sect beset by internal chaos and enmity with both Buddhists and demons. Indeed, some representatives of smaller sects, emboldened by a hint of audacity, ventured to Lingxiao Palace's gates. subtly voicing their inquiries regarding Wangyou and the internal stability of the sect, their words laced with insinuation and pressure. All these external pressures ultimately converged before the esteemed headmaster and the elders. The venerable master gazed at the pile of letters on his desk. Filled with concerns and veiled threats from various sources, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The master of law and his comrades vehemently presented this evidence at the elders' meeting, exclaiming, "Look, behold how the outside world perceives our Lingxiao Palace. All due to this individual. Our reputation is tarnished, and our allies grow distant. If we do not take action soon, the pristine honor of our sect, cultivated over countless millennia, will be obliterated." Even some of the originally neutral elders, influenced by external public opinion and pressure, began to waver in their stance, contemplating that perhaps the master of law had a valid point. For the sake of the sect's stability and reputation, sacrificing a disciple, even a prodigious one, might indeed be warranted. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the call for severe punishment grew ever louder. Meanwhile, the situation on Ziwang Peak became increasingly dire. King Suzy not only faced internal accusations, but also had to contend with external gossip and an insidious sense of isolation. Infuriated to the point of nearly drawing his sword to strike at the mountain gate of Jianfeng, Wangyou remained within the peak, unable to venture out. Yet through the exceptionally keen ears of his companion Wankai, who seemed capable of catching conversations from afar, and the increasingly grim expressions of his seniors, he gleaned the unfolding circumstances. He sneered, disdain evident on his face, a troop of petty clowns, seizing the opportunity to exploit our misfortunes. One day, when I have the leisure, I shall set up a stall at their sect's doorstep, selling enhanced medicinal powders, and see if they dare to be so insolent. Despite his words, he could not shake the feeling that the atmosphere within the sect had become oppressively tense, as if a storm were brewing. With internal strife unresolved and external threats emerging, the immense vessel of Lingxiao Palace, representing the realm of cultivation, was bearing unprecedented pressure due to the tumultuous presence of Wangyou. The sect's reputation and stability were undeniably at stake. It seemed to echo the old adage, fortresses are often breached from within, and Wangyou was the very spark that ignited it all. Chapter 135. The conflict of the younger generation. The whispers and subtle pressures from the outside world inevitably permeated among the younger disciples of Lingxiao Palace. While the senior elders maintained a facade of restraint, engaging in verbal sparring within the council hall, the impetuous young disciples exhibited far less decorum. The conflict first erupted in the sect's mission hall. A few elite disciples descending from Tianshu Peak were arrogantly finalizing a high-level task when they encountered several disciples from Ziwang Peak, primarily led by the third senior sister, Lu Xian, accompanied by several less experienced juniors, who were also collecting their daily assignments. The leading disciple from Tianshu Peak intentionally raised his voice, addressing his companions with a mocking tone. "Tell me, do we toil and strive to earn contribution points while others simply hide on their peaks, nurturing pets to gain merit, dragging the entire sect down with their disgrace? Where is the justice in that?" His companions immediately chimed in. "Isn't that the truth? One rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. Some individuals are bringing shame upon Lingxiao Palace. Shoo, keep it down. They have protection from above. Be careful lest you find yourself framed for a crime you did not commit." These remarks, veiled insults, pierced the air with their harshness, reddening the faces of the Ziwang Peak disciples. A hot-headed outer disciple could no longer contain himself and retorted, "You speak nonsense. Senior Brother Li was wronged. He clearly achieved merit." "Merit? What kind of merit? Is it the kind that involves fraternizing with the demon races?" sneered the disciple from Tianshu Peak. "Oh, and let us not forget the little bear cub and a heap of dubious trinkets he picked up. Who knows if those were hush money from the demons?" "You're talking rubbish," shouted the Ziwang Peak disciple, his blood boiling, and he threw a punch in retaliation. Caught off guard, the disciple from Tianshu Peak was struck unexpectedly, causing blood to gush from his nose. Stunned for a moment, he quickly erupted in fury. "Damn it! How dare the trash from Ziwang Peak lay hands on me? Fight back!" Chaos ensued in the mission hall as disciples from both sides engaged in a brawl. Tables and chairs toppled, and spiritual energy surged in wild, chaotic strikes. Although they were swiftly separated by the arriving elders, both sides bore the marks of their conflict, faces bruised and eyes aflame with rage. This incident was akin to opening Pandora's box. Soon after, in the public training grounds, several disciples from Jianfeng arrived for an exchange, which, despite being termed as such, turned vicious, specifically targeting the Ziwang Peak disciples and their allies, their words laced with filth. "I've long heard that the Ziwang Peak lineage of Lingxiao Palace is filled with talent. Today, we've come to put that to the test. Rest assured, We won't resort to any disgraceful tactics. Where's your Li Wangyou? Has he hidden away again? Perhaps off to steal from some female cultivator's peak? The Zhuang Peak disciples seethed with indignation, and the fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, present at the scene, ignited by her fiery temperament, leaped onto the training platform. Her whip cracking through the air. You trash from Jianfeng. Stop spewing your filth. If you have the guts, face me in a duel. I'll shatter your foul mouths. The outcome was, as one might expect, yet another tumultuous melee. Though Zhao Mingyue displayed remarkable valor, her adversaries were well prepared and exhibited a remarkable synergy. While she did not suffer significant losses, she also failed to gain substantial advantages, and the training ground was nearly demolished. The most severe confrontation transpired during an exploration of a newly discovered low-level secret realm. Disciples from various peaks of Lingxiao Palace entered for their trials, and several disciples from the Split-Blade Sect infiltrated the scene. They deliberately trailed a team primarily composed of disciples from Zhuang Peak and Danxia Peak. Seizing the opportunity while these disciples engaged in a fierce battle with a guardian beast, they launched a sudden ambush, stealing a precious spiritual herb that the beast was safeguarding. They brazenly mocked, "The delicate little ones and the inept from Lingxiao Palace are worthy of such a spiritual herb? Take it back and present it to that disaster, Li. Perhaps he can use it to curry favor with the enchantress." Infuriated, the disciples of Zhuang Peak erupted into a violent clash within the secret realm. The disciples of Split-Blade Sect employed vicious tactics, resulting in grave injuries to a female disciple from Danxia Peak and the destruction of a magical artifact belonging to a disciple from Zhuang Peak. While the assailants absconded with the spiritual herb, the news returned to the sect, causing an uproar. An elder from Danxia Peak, incensed, directly sought accountability from Tianshu Peak and the law enforcement hall. The disciples of Zhuang Peak were equally incensed, and had it not been for the forceful restraint of King Suzi, they would have descended the mountain en masse to settle scores with the Split-Blade Sect. In just a few days, similar conflicts erupted no fewer than 10 times. What initially began as mere verbal disputes rapidly escalated into physical confrontations, even culminating in bloody clashes within the secret realm. The number of injured disciples grew, and animosity among the various peaks deepened. Those advocating for severe punishment of Li Wangyou believed that the protection offered by Zhuang Peak had invited ridicule and hostility from external foes, dragging them into turmoil. Conversely, disciples supporting Li Wangyou felt humiliated by their fellow sect members, lamenting that the sect did not defend its own but instead engaged in internal strife, leaving them disheartened. Disciples caught in the middle were equally troubled, as their cultivation and tasks suffered significant disruptions, inevitably harboring grievances towards Li Wangyou and Zhuang Peak for instigating this turmoil. The discord had thoroughly permeated from the high-level assembly hall down to each disciple at the grassroots level. The once relatively harmonious atmosphere within the sect had dissipated, replaced by pervasive glares, mutual suspicion, and hushed whispers. The tension among the disciples thickened, as if a mere spark could ignite an even greater conflict. Lingxiao Palace, this sacred abode of celestial lineage spanning millennia, was beginning to unravel from within, gradually becoming a cauldron of strife and uncertainty. Chapter 136. The quota of the secret realm. The news of the internal strife and conflicts among disciples within the Lingxiao Palace has long ceased to be a secret. Recently, the impending opening of an important secret realm known as the Five Elements Heaven has thrust this undercurrent into the limelight. The Five Elements Heaven, which opens but once every 60 years, is imbued with the essence of the five elemental origins, offering countless opportunities and immeasurable benefits for practitioners in the golden core and nascent soul stages to solidify their foundations and break through their bottlenecks. Each opening incites a fierce contest within the surrounding cultivation world. According to tradition, as the regional leader, the Lingxiao Palace is entitled to the majority of exploration quotas. However, this time, the situation is evidently different. The meeting to allocate the secret realm quotas convenes in the conference hall of the Lingxiao Palace. In attendance are representatives from various peaks of the Lingxiao Palace, as well as delegates from several second-tier sects nearby who are eligible to participate in the distribution, including the ever-ambitious representatives of the Sword Edge and the Split-Blade Sect. As the meeting commences, an unsettling atmosphere pervades the room. When the representative from the Tianshu Peak proposes a quota distribution plan based on previous ratios, the leading elder of the Sword Edge, known as the Sword of Absolute, interjects ominously, "According to the old customs? Humph, that may not be appropriate." He surveys the audience, his gaze lingering a moment longer on the representative from the Zhuang Peak, the senior brother Chu Tianqua, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. Times have changed. Who is unaware that the Lingxiao Palace is currently rather unstable. The character of its disciples is a mixed bag, particularly in certain peaks, where unsavory elements lurk, and some even consort with demons. Though he refrains from naming names, his insinuation is unmistakably directed at Zhuowang Peak and Li Wangyou. An elder from the Split-Blade sect immediately chimes in. What Elder Sword has said is entirely correct. The Five Elements Heaven is a sacred and vital secret realm. How can we allow those with dubious intentions and questionable character to enter? Should any trouble arise in the secret realm, attracting the ire of inappropriate entities, it would jeopardize all our fellow cultivators within. For the sake of everyone's safety, the quotas for certain peaks of the Lingxiao Palace ought to be reduced, perhaps even revoked. Such words are utterly venomous. Not only do they cast aspersions on the character of the disciples from Zhuowang Peak, but they also seek to exclude them entirely from this opportunity. Enough of this nonsense. The fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, erupted on the spot, slamming her hand on the table as she stood, pointing an accusing finger at Elder Sword. You old scoundrel, cease your slander. Your sword edge is filled with incompetents who cannot secure their own quotas and resort to gossiping here. Have you no shame? Elder Sword's countenance darkened at her insult, yet he refrained from retaliating directly due to his status. Instead, he coldly retorted, Whether my words are slanderous, you know in your hearts. The Lingxiao Palace's reputation is evident to all allies here. Our inquiries are made in the interest of a smooth exploration of the secret realm and the safety of all cultivators. Is that not justified? While the representatives from several second-tier sects remained silent, their eyes flickered, indicating a certain agreement with the sentiments expressed by Sword Edge and Split-Blade sect. After all, no one wishes to be ensnared by the misdeeds of a reckless compatriot within the secret realm. The elder from Tianshu Peak wore a grim expression. Although he had disagreements with the members of Zhuowang Peak, the imminent threat from external foes and the potential harm to the sect's interests compelled him to speak. Zhu Jianzhenren, your words are excessive. The character of our Lingxiao Palace disciples is not for outsiders to judge. The allocation of quotas is determined by our sect's regulations. Regulations? Zhu Jianzhenren scoffed. If the regulations were truly effective, how could your esteemed disciple Li Wangyou, renowned across the realm, still be leisurely frolicking on Zhuowang Peak at this moment? Instead of being stripped of his cultivation and expelled, his remark struck directly at the heart of Lingxiao Palace's current predicament, prompting members from the Lai Dao sect and others to join in mockery. Chu Tianqua's face turned ashen, his hands clenched tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Suppressing his fury, he replied in a low voice, the matter concerning junior brother Li will be adjudicated by the sect. It has no bearing on the distribution of quotas. If any of you have objections to the allocation plan, feel free to challenge according to the rules and let strength speak, rather than engaging in verbal sparring here. A challenge? Excellent. Zhu Jianzhenren had been awaiting this response. A young disciple standing behind him, arms crossed and exuding arrogance, stepped forward. This individual was Lingxiao Xiao, the most celebrated prodigy of this generation from Jianfeng, having reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. It was said that his talent in swordsmanship was extraordinary, heralded as the heir to the next peak master, and his temperament was exceedingly haughty. Lingxiao Xiao's gaze swept over the members of Lingxiao Palace, ultimately settling on Chu Tianqua. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the grand hall. I have long heard that the lineage of Zhuowang Peak in Lingxiao Palace is adept not only in eloquence, but also in various underhanded tactics. He paused, his tone becoming increasingly arrogant, laced with blatant provocation. Since Brother Chu insists on letting strength speak, let us make it simple. If Lingxiao Palace truly has no worthy opponents, why not summon that Li Wangyou, who only hides in the back mountains and stirs up trouble, to face us? Lingxiao Xiao's voice rose sharply, brimming with disdain and combativeness. Let him compete with us. It will be a chance for the world to see whether he possesses only the art of deceit and slander. Chapter 137. Forced to battle. Lingxiao Xiao's provocative and humiliating words ignited an even greater storm of public opinion within Lingxiao Palace. Indeed, let Li Wangyou emerge. Is he not the self-proclaimed genius? Can he not resolve the troubles caused by the Yuanying demons? He should present himself. What merit is there in hiding on Zhuowang Peak? Either demonstrate true capability and prove himself worthy of the sect's protection, or admit he is merely a troublemaking wastrel and leave Lingxiao Palace. Yes, bring him forth and let him show what he is made of. The Sword Edge and Li Erdio sect took advantage of this opportunity, unleashing a torrent of disparaging remarks. Meanwhile, within Lingxiao Palace, those disciples who were already dissatisfied with Li Wangyou, or who felt troubled by external pressures, were incited further. Indeed, The sect has endured so much criticism and pressure to protect him. Surely Li Wanyu must make some display of acknowledgement. He cannot always hide behind his master and senior brothers and sisters, can he? Even some originally neutral disciples felt that allowing Li Wanyu to prove himself might be a way to resolve the controversy. After all, seeing is believing. The public sentiment was overwhelmingly one-sided. Countless voices converged into a single demand. Li Wanyu, take the field. The pressure bore down like an avalanche upon the precariously balanced Ziwang Peak. Qing Shuzi's countenance darkened to the point of dripping with tension. How could he not perceive this as a blatant scheme by Sword Edge? Lingxiao was a genius meticulously nurtured by Sword Edge. At the peak of the Golden Core stage, with exceptional swordsmanship and combat abilities that far surpassed ordinary Golden Core cultivators. Although Li Wanyu, perhaps he was concealing his true strength, yet he was still only at the early stages of the Golden Core. How could he possibly contend with such a specialized master of the sword? Should he lose, it would solidify his reputation as a mere pawn, reliant on deceit, turning all prior support into a farce. In such a case, even if he wished to protect him, it would be impossible. But what if he refused to fight? Under the current relentless public scrutiny, Ziwang Peak and Li Wanyu would be utterly branded as cowardly and inept, making it equally difficult for them to maintain their standing within the sect. A dilemma indeed. Master, we cannot allow junior brother to go, Zhao Mingyue exclaimed anxiously. Lingxiao is clearly acting with malice. He is at the peak of the Golden Core, preying on our junior brother, who is merely at the early stages. What sort of ability is that? Chu Tianhua also furrowed his brow tightly. This battle is perilous. Regardless of the outcome, it would be extremely detrimental to Ziwang Peak. Sword Edge is forcing us into a corner. Lu Xian was nearly in tears, her eyes reddening. Lingxiao strikes ruthlessly. What if Wanyu? Qing Shuzi was well aware of the stakes. He paced restlessly atop the peak, ultimately letting out a long sigh. He turned to the disciple standing beside him and commanded, "Go, summon that wayward disciple to me." Before long, Li Wanyu ambled over, hands in pockets, with the sleepy Wankai perched on his shoulder. He appeared as carefree as ever, as if the affairs of the world had no bearing on him at all. "Master, you called for me? Has my house arrest come to an end? Can I go out for some fresh air?" he asked with a cheerful grin. Qing Shuzi regarded his flippant demeanor. Feeling a surge of anger, yet more profoundly, a deep sense of helplessness enveloped him. He recounted the external circumstances and the challenge posed by Lingxiao with a hint of irritation before fixing his gaze upon Li Wanyu and solemnly inquiring. "The public opinion is fervent, pressing you to engage in battle. What is your perspective on this matter? If you are unwilling, I, as your master, would be willing to sacrifice my own reputation to shield you from this." Although he understood the slim chances of success, Qing Shuzi still entrusted the choice to Li Wanyu. He had even prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. Should Li Wanyu opt for non-engagement, he would unhesitatingly confront the situation, even at the cost of severing ties with the other peaks of their sect. Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Wanyu's face gradually faded. He stroked his chin, then poked at the disgruntled Wankai, who had been roused and was grumbling in displeasure. "Lingxiao? That big oaf from the Sword Peak. I've heard he wields a sword quite adeptly, though his intellect leaves much to be desired, easily succumbing to impulsiveness," he muttered, seemingly quite knowledgeable about his adversary. Then, he lifted his gaze to meet the serious expression of his master, and glanced at the anxious faces of his senior brothers and sisters beside him. He could sense that this situation was markedly different from those encountered before. It was no longer mere internal squabbles, but a genuine conflict thrusting them into opposition against the entire sect and external forces alike. To retreat? Perhaps it would afford a temporary safety, but the sitting forget peak would forever remain in his shadow, and his master along with his seniors would bear relentless pressure. Moreover, Lingxiao's words were indeed rather unpalatable. With a sigh that seemed tinged with helplessness, yet also a hint of eagerness, Li Wanyu tilted his head and addressed Qing Shuzi. "It appears that some individuals are itching for a challenge. A bit of exertion is indeed necessary to stretch their muscles." "Very well, master. I shall take on this task." Chapter 138. The arena's divine revelation. The news of Li Wangyou's agreement to battle spread throughout Lingxiao Palace. Supporters felt he had finally shown some resolve, eagerly anticipating a miraculous outcome, while detractors scoffed, eagerly awaiting his disgrace. The majority simply relished the spectacle. The arena was set in the grand martial arts field atop the main peak. On that day, it was a sea of humanity, with nearly half of the sect's disciples converging to witness the event. Even many elders who were in secluded meditation quietly emerged, observing from the clouds or distant pavilions. Representatives from external sects such as Jianfeng and Liandao had long occupied prime positions, their faces adorned with unabashed mockery and anticipation for the unfolding drama. King Suzi, accompanied by the disciples of Zhuang Peak, sat solemnly in a prominent position. Lu Xian nervously twisted the hem of her garment. Zhao Mingyue clenched her fists tightly. And Chu Tianqua's gaze was grave, while even Shi Jian exhibited rare concern. Wankai was tightly clutched in Lu Xian's embrace, restlessly wriggling and baring its teeth in a low growl towards the arena. On the stage, Ling Juexiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in the standard attire of Jianfeng. He exuded a tall and imposing figure, his expression stern. The long sword at his back hummed ominously, radiating a fierce sword intent. And his peak golden core cultivation was unmistakably palpable, commanding respect. With a disdainful gaze, he fixed his eyes on the entrance of the arena, as if already assured of victory. Finally, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Li Wangyou strolled leisurely onto the stage, yawning as he went. He still wore his wrinkled disciple's robes, his hair casually tied back, with a few rebellious strands sticking out. His sleepy visage stood in stark contrast to Ling Juexiao, who resembled a drawn sword. He even stealthily retrieved half a piece of spirit cake from his sleeve, quickly stuffing it into his mouth and chewing with puffed cheeks. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Was he here to fight or to enjoy a picnic? The corner of Ling Juexiao's eye twitched, feeling deeply insulted. He coldly declared, Li Wanyu, if you concede now and leave, you might retain some semblance of dignity. Li Wanyu struggled to swallow the spirit cake, patting his chest as he retorted, what is the rush? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Can't I digest in peace? You. Ling Juexiao's anger surged, no longer willing to waste words. He bellowed, you seek death. The long sword behind him unsheathed with a resounding clang, transforming into a dazzling arc of sword light, piercing towards Li Wangyou's face with a razor-sharp intent. Moving with the speed of lightning, this strike was merciless, clearly aimed at incapacitating or even killing him. Gasps erupted from the audience, with many female disciples closing their eyes in fright. The hearts of King Suzi and others raced to their throats. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, Li Wangyou's reaction was to flee in panic. Oh my, he's serious right from the start. He cried out, his feet slipping as if on a banana peel, executing a clumsy roll to narrowly evade the sword's edge. The sword light grazed the hem of his garment, carving a deep gash into the ground. What a swift escape. Ling Juexiao let out a cold snort, his sword technique shifting as a long sword in the air instantaneously split into dozens of indistinguishable sword shadows, descending upon Li Wanyu like a tempest. The blade cleaved through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Li Wanyu immediately became flustered, desperately maneuvering amidst the storm of sword shadows. His movements appeared chaotic, at times stumbling, at others slipping, and occasionally even crawling. Several times, the sword's tip grazed his skin, tearing open several gashes in his already tattered Taoist robe, rendering him a pitiful sight. Is this all he can do? Merely evade? Ling Juexiao's assault intensified, the sword light growing denser and faster, seemingly sealing off all of Li Wangyou's escape routes. Below, the spectators from the sword edge and the cracked blade sect erupted in laughter. Useless. Indeed, he can only dodge. Go down already. Spare us the embarrassment. Is this the sort of talent that Zhuang Peak produces? Even some disciples of Lingxiao Palace displayed disappointment, believing Li Wanyu was merely skilled with words, utterly inept in actual combat. Qing Shuzi furrowed his brow, observing more closely. Although Li Wangyou's dodges were clumsy, he adeptly avoided fatal strikes each time. Within his seemingly disordered steps lay an extraordinary skill of deflection and anticipation. Just when everyone believed Li Wanyu was on the verge of defeat, perhaps even grievously injured, an unexpected turn of events occurred. To evade a particularly cunning lateral sword strike, Li Wanyu appeared to trip over something, staggering forward and instantaneously losing his balance. Before him, Ling Juexiao's chilling main sword thrust forward with the force of thunder, aimed directly at his vital point. It seemed there was no way to escape. Look out! Lu Xian gasped in alarm. Qing Shuzi sprang to his feet. Even Ling Juexiao's lips curled into a cruel smile, the sword's momentum accelerating. At this critical moment, Li Wanyu let out a terrified cry, instinctively flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to steady himself. In that fleeting moment of chaotic movement, a surge of terrifying spiritual energy, far surpassing the early stages of the Golden Core, even eclipsing the pinnacle of the Golden Core, erupted from within him like an awakening primordial beast, akin to a flood breaking its dam. Buzz! The sheer force caused the entire arena's barrier to flicker violently. Groaning under the strain, Ling Juexiao, positioned closest, felt an overwhelming might crash into him. the momentum of his sword abruptly faltering, his blood surging as the cruel smile on his face froze, transforming into utter shock and disbelief. Chapter 139. A stunned silence in that moment. A surge of spiritual power erupted, akin to igniting a sun deep within the ocean. Pure, vast, and domineering, it bore a pressure that transcended the golden core realm. Although it was but a fleeting flash, as ephemeral as an illusion, for all present who were at the late golden core stage or above, particularly the elders at the Yuaning stage on the high platform, the sensation was as vivid as thunder in the night. Yuaning stage. Undoubtedly. It was the spiritual fluctuation of the Yuaning stage. Moreover, it was far from the superficial nature of a novice Yuaning. The moment was dense and formidable, causing even a few early Yuaning elders to feel their hearts race with trepidation. The entire martial arena fell into an absolute silence. The sounds of wind, breaths, and even heartbeats seemed to be siphoned away in that instant. Every expression on faces froze. The previously laughing Jianfeng and the disciples of the war expressions of shock. Their smiles frozen as though an invisible hand had gripped their throats, their eyes bulging as if they might pop out. The disciples of Lingxiao Palace, who had been filled with disappointment and mockery, stood agape, their faces contorted into exaggerated expressions, their minds a complete blank. On the high platform, the various peak masters and elders, who had been seated, suddenly sprang to their feet, as if propelled by springs beneath them, their faces etched with unprecedented shock, horror, and disbelief. The teacup in the hand of the Tianshu peak master shattered upon hitting the ground, yet he remained oblivious. The ever-stoic Ing El Zanner displayed a rare twitch of his features, his eyes radiating a sense of absurdity. Even the usually meditative Ji Zanner opened his eyes wide, his gaze piercing and fixed intently on Li Wangyou standing on the arena. Though Qing Shuzi had held suspicions, the moment of true confirmation made his heart skip a beat, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes before being engulfed by a deeper shock and overwhelming confusion. A 15-year-old Yuaning stage. How on earth has this prodigy cultivated? This was beyond mere exceptional talent. It was utterly defiant of the natural order. On the arena, Ling Juexiao, closest to the epicenter, felt the intensity most acutely. In the instant the terrifying spiritual power erupted, he felt like a fragile boat in a tempest, at any moment on the verge of being crushed. His fierce sword intent and surging golden core power felt like a mere jest before this overwhelming force. A profound fear stemming from the disparity in life levels seized his heart, rendering him icy cold, as if his blood were solidifying. His sword hung frozen in midair. The cruel grin on his face vanished, replaced by sheer horror and confusion. His pupils dilated, fixated on the figure before him, who seemed to have just managed to regain his balance amidst the chaos, his mind utterly incapable of processing the information he had just received. The silence lingered for a full 3 breaths. Then boom. The entire martial arena erupted as if boiling water had suddenly overflowed. Yuaning stage. What did I just feel? That was undeniably the pressure of the Yuaning stage, right? How is this possible? How old is he? 15 years old. A 15-year-old Yuaning stage. Surely, I am not dreaming. Someone pinch me. The founder of Lingxiao Palace never achieved such absurdity, did he? Monster. Is he truly a monster? The gasps, screams, and incredulous murmurs surged through the venue like a tsunami. All prior doubts, mockery, and disdain were utterly shattered before the display of such undeniable power. At merely 15 years of age, he has reached the nascent soul stage. What does this signify? It transcends the boundaries of their comprehension. This is not just genius. It is a prodigy, a legend. All previous discussions regarding Li Wangyou, his mischief, troublemaking, and alleged collusion with demons, now appear utterly ludicrous. A 15-year-old at the nascent soul stage, even if he were to pierce the heavens, the sect would surely find a way to accommodate him. What does such talent imply? It signifies that as long as he does not meet an untimely demise, he is destined to achieve transformation into a divine being, and may even aspire to loftier realms. He shall become a towering pillar for Lingxiao Palace, and indeed the entire realm of cultivation. Value. An unparalleled value. A worth that eclipses all shortcomings. Amidst the chaos and the disbelief that enveloped the crowd, Li Wangyou, at the eye of the storm, seemed to have just regained his composure from the shock. Flailing his arms in a frantic manner, he appeared to strive to rein in the uncontrollable power that had inadvertently escaped him. His face a picture of extreme embarrassment and contrition. He even exaggeratedly patted his chest, as if to soothe his startled heart. Finally, he lifted his gaze towards Ling Juexiao, who remained frozen like a statue, and all the astonished spectators, offering an exceedingly innocent and apologetic smile. habitually scratching the back of his head. His tone tinged with a hint of fluster and grievance. He exclaimed, "Oh dear, my apologies. I nearly stumbled just now, in my nervousness. I lost control over my spiritual energy and let a bit slip out. I hope I didn't frighten you." Chapter 140. Victory without combat. Did Li Wangyou's question fail to frighten you? He asked with such sincerity and innocence, as if the terrifying spiritual energy that nearly overturned the arena was merely an inadvertent release of gas. However, to Lingxiao, it resonated like a thunderclap, awakening him from an abyss of shock and terror. Not frightened, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Cold sweat soaked his back, beads of perspiration cascaded down his forehead, and his complexion was as pale as a ghost. His hand, gripping the sword, trembled uncontrollably. The nascent soul stage. It was indeed the nascent soul stage. And it was certainly not the ephemeral state of a recent breakthrough. The solidity and magnitude he sensed in that moment surpassed even the pressure exerted by his master. Had he just provoked a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage? With lethal intent? Had he intended to incapacitate this individual? Was he not akin to an ancient tortoise consuming arsenic, seeking a prolonged existence? Though Lingxiao was arrogant, he was not foolish. On the contrary, his esteemed status among sword cultivators stemmed from his exceptional perception of power and his ability to gauge situations far beyond the ordinary. Engaging with a nascent soul practitioner, especially one as prodigious as a mere 15-year-old? What folly! This was no duel. It was a unilateral quest for punishment, an act of self-destruction. The opponent's previous evasive maneuvers had merely been a playful jest. He likely hadn't even utilized 1% of their capability. The recollection of his earlier arrogant proclamations and ruthless actions filled Lingxiao with dread and humiliation, his face ablaze with shame. Continue fighting? He had no doubt that if the opponent were to exert even a modicum of seriousness, a single finger could extinguish his life. Ultimately, dying would be in vain. He wouldn't dare to utter a word in protest. A 15-year-old nascent soul practitioner held enough value to compel Lingxiao Palace to engage in conflict with any sect. Surrender? Though it would be a disgrace, it was preferable to losing one's life. As long as the Green Mountains remained, one need not fear the absence of firewood. In a flash of insight, Lingxiao made the most prudent decision. He retracted his flying sword, its piercing intent receding like a tide, his movements swift yet somewhat clumsy. With great effort, he managed to force out a smile that was more painful than tears, his voice dry and trembling, devoid of any prior arrogance. "Li. Brotherly. Your mastery of the Tao is profound, your cultivation, unfathomable." He swallowed hard, feeling a constriction in his throat. Junior brother, I was blind and overreaching." Under the gaze of the entire assembly, Lingxiao bowed his head deeply, summoning all his strength to utter the words that filled him with unparalleled humiliation. "I concede." Upon uttering those 3 words, he felt as if all his strength had been drained, unable to face anyone present, even shying away from the direction of his own sect. He swiftly turned, like a stray dog, leaping from the arena with utmost speed, frantically navigating through the crowd, not daring to look back, escaping the martial field in disgrace, even neglecting to greet the elders of the Sword Peak. Everyone stood in stunned silence, watching Lingxiao's retreating figure, before their gazes collectively shifted to the arena, where the still innocent-looking youth continued to scratch the back of his head. Was that truly the conclusion? The prodigious disciple, Lingxiao, who was entrusted with high hopes, actually conceded defeat so abruptly, not even daring to receive a single strike. Yet, no one mocked his surrender or retreat. Each onlooker comprehended that, had they been in his position, they might have acted with even greater decisiveness. Faced with an unfathomable, 15-year-old yawning monster, what alternatives remained save for conceding or fleeing? To confront such a foe head-on? Now, that would be sheer folly. The chorus of voices that once clamored for Li Wangyou to emerge and demonstrate his prowess, to prove whether he was a horse or a mule, had vanished without a trace. The members of the Sword Peak and the Split-Blade Sect appeared ashen, seated uneasily, wishing fervently for a crevice to conceal themselves. The derision they had previously expressed now stung with the severity of a slap. Accusations of incompetence, reliance on underhanded tactics, before overwhelming might. Such claims were rendered absurdly feeble. The disciples within the Lingxiao Palace were enveloped in a whirlwind of complex emotions: shock, disbelief, elation, shame, and all intertwined. Those who had previously supported Li Wangyou now reveled in vindication, trembling with excitement. The neutral disciples were left with profound respect and astonishment. Meanwhile, those who had once doubted and ridiculed him felt a burning shame, their hearts filled with relief that they had not grievously offended him. On the high platform, The elders' reactions were nothing short of captivating. The expressions of figures such as the true man of punishment turned ashen, their lips quivering, rendered speechless. All their prior grounds for impeachment had been laid bare as utter farce in the face of the ironclad reality of a 15-year-old Yuan. To suppress such a genius? Unless they desired to be branded as eternal villains of the Lingxiao Palace. Qing Shuzi exhaled deeply, his previously tense form finally relaxing. A smile of pride and satisfaction creeping upon his lips, his eyes shimmering with the delight of one who had long known the outcome. The master of the sect gazed intently at Wangyou upon the stage, his fingers tapping softly on the armrest, as if re-evaluating everything, his mind already resolved. Power is the most compelling form of discourse. When the disparity reaches a certain magnitude, all doubts, mockeries, and conspiracy theories dissipate into thin air. At this moment, no one dared to disregard Wangyou's astonishingly prodigious talent and worth. All prior debates regarding his character seemed trivial beneath the glaring halo of a 15-year-old Yuan. A future destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even if he were indeed a tempestuous rogue, the sect would willingly follow behind to assist him. Wangyou surveyed the silent, varied expressions of the crowd below, blinking innocently. Is this the end? I haven't even warmed up yet. Chapter 141. A brief respite from turmoil. It was uncertain who initiated the rallying cry, but soon a thunderous cheer erupted throughout the martial arena. Brotherly, mighty indeed. The sound reverberated with such intensity that it seemed to shake the very heavens. Brotherly, a nascent soul, truly a nascent soul. Heaven bless our Lingxiao Palace. Ha! Who dares to claim our Lingxiao Palace lacks talent? All doubts, all repressions, all humiliations transformed into boundless joy and pride in that singular moment. The disciples, flushed with excitement, waved their arms, casting adoring and reverent glances at the figure on the stage. At merely 15 years of age, a nascent soul, this was a miracle of Lingxiao Palace. A legend destined to be inscribed in the annals of cultivation history, shining brightly for eons. To exist in the same era, even within the same sect as such a prodigy, filled them with honor. Upon the high platform, the Grand Master slowly rose. His gaze swept across the assembly. And wherever his imposing presence fell, the fervent uproar gradually subsided as all eyes turned to him with anticipation. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Wangyou, revealing a complex expression that eventually transformed into acknowledgement and unprecedented regard. He spoke, his voice echoing across every corner, imbued with a decisive authority. What transpired today? You have all witnessed firsthand. Disciple Wangyou, a prodigious talent, is an unparalleled fortune for our Lingxiao Palace in millennia. His cultivation realm is indeed the highest secret of our sect. All prior events were merely measures to temper his spirit and mislead the public. His words effectively redefined all of Wangyou's prior misdeeds, not as rebelliousness, but as a means of fortitude, not as mischief, but as strategy. Everything was orchestrated to safeguard the growth of this extraordinary genius. Though the audience recognized this as mere pretense to save face, no one dared question it at that moment. It felt entirely justified. Such an exceptional talent deserved every special consideration. The Grandmaster continued, the myriad rumors and criticisms that have circulated, both within and outside the sect, arose from ignorance. Now that the truth is laid bare, all accusations and doubts directed at Wangyou are rendered void. They shall not be spoken of again. His sharp gaze swept over the elders, including the likes of the law enforcer and Tian Shuzi, who had previously been the most vociferous in their dissent. Their faces turned ashen, cold sweat beating upon their brows, as they hurriedly bowed, declaring, "We shall heed the Grandmaster's decree." No one dared voice a single dissenting opinion any longer. Regret and fear filled their hearts, fearing the wrath of this prodigy destined for greatness. The Grandmaster then turned his attention to the representatives from external sects, his tone becoming calm yet authoritative. As for the numerous, unfounded rumors and provocations from outside, our Lingxiao Palace shall not pursue them. However, should anyone dare to malign our disciples again, seeking to incite discord, let it be known that Lingxiao Palace will show no mercy. The representative from the Splitting Blade sect trembled in fear, his face pale, repeatedly declaring his unwillingness to provoke further, his previous arrogance completely extinguished. Finally, the Grandmaster gazed at Wangyou, his tone softening slightly. "Nephew Wangyou, I regret the grievances you have endured. The sect shall make amends to you. I hope you will diligently cultivate henceforth, living up to your extraordinary talent and achieving greatness to protect our sect." Wangyou stood on the stage, smiling broadly as he clasped his hands. "Master Zhang, your words weigh heavily. It is my duty to serve the sect. A tremendous upheaval that nearly led to the schism of the sect was unexpectedly quelled by a mere hint of primordial infant energy inadvertently leaked by Wangyou. In the days that followed, the atmosphere within Lingxiao Palace underwent a radical transformation. All accusations and ostracism directed at Wangyou and the sitting forgetting peak vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost fervent admiration and reverence. The threshold of Wangyou's abode was all but trampled as elders and disciples from various peaks flocked to pay their respects, ostensibly to engage in philosophical discourse. Yet in reality, they sought to ingratiate themselves, presenting gifts and expressing apologies or admiration. The gifts accumulated to fill nearly half a warehouse, among which were truly valuable items. The sect's resources were unreservedly tilted in favor of the sitting forgetting peak, with top-tier elixirs, martial arts manuals, and refining materials that previously required significant contribution points, now abundantly available. Consequently, the treatment of all disciples from sitting forgetting peak soared, bestowing upon them a newfound prestige. The previous conflicts and frictions seemed as if they had never occurred. Disciples from Tianshu Peak and the law enforcement hall greeted those from sitting forgetting peak with extraordinary courtesy, even bordering on flattery. External forces, such as the Sword Edge and the Split Blade sect, hastily sent lavish gifts as apologies, fearful of retribution in the future. In an instant, Wangyou transformed from a bane of the sect into a treasured gem, enjoying a starkly different status. However, at the eye of the storm, Wangyou remained unperturbed by this sudden adulation. He maintained his languid demeanor, indulging in meals and drinks, playfully engaging with his pet, while evading the incessant stream of visitors. He accepted all gifts without hesitation, yet when it came to sharing insights or fostering connections, he was resolute in his refusal. He was acutely aware that the current tranquility and admiration were merely built upon the sensational novelty of being a 15-year-old primordial infant. The crisis was only temporarily averted. Genuine troubles might have only just begun. He had played a significant card, thrusting himself into the spotlight of the entire cultivation world. Previously, only the forces of Buddhism and demonic paths sought his demise. Now, even the reclusive old monsters, as well as some self-proclaimed righteous sects, would likely develop a keen interest in his extraordinary pace of cultivation. Envy, jealousy, curiosity, greed. Countless gazes were undoubtedly converging upon Lingxiao Palace from every corner of the continent, directed towards him. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. His blade had become excessively sharp and conspicuous. Chapter 142. A sudden thunder in the clear sky. Wangyou's terrifying talent, evidenced by his 15-year-old nascent soul, stirred waves that were slow to settle. Yet, under the relentless protection and resource allocation from Lingxiao Palace, the various interests and undercurrents from the outside world were ultimately kept at bay, at least for the time being. Within the sect, no one dared to mention the previous upheavals. Wangyou had become a genuine treasure of the sect, enjoying treatment comparable to that of the esteemed elders, if not surpassing it. His storage room was filled to the brim with rare materials sent by various peaks, so plentiful that he could hardly be bothered to count them. As for cultivation methods, the sect's secret archives were open for his perusal. Elixirs and spirit stones, abundant and of the highest quality. However, faced with this sudden affluence, Wangyou appeared somewhat disinterested. After reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, every step forward became exceedingly arduous. Mere accumulation of resources would not suffice to achieve breakthroughs. He still maintained his languid demeanor, spending most of his time basking in the sun while amusing his companion, Wangyou, who had also benefited significantly, with its bloodline further awakening. Its size remaining relatively unchanged, yet its intelligence and strength soaring. Alternatively, he would meander around the sect, under the pretext of comprehending the Tao, but in truth, he sought mere pleasure. Occasionally, he would indulge his whims and offer guidance to newly initiated disciples. As time flowed inexorably, the years slipped by. In the realm of cultivation, decades could pass without notice. Thanks to the sect's lavish nurturing and Wangyou's extraordinary aptitude, the initial shock surrounding the 15-year-old nascent soul gradually faded, replaced by a numbing acceptance of the prodigious talent that had once again made a breakthrough. It took him less than a decade to ascend from golden core to nascent soul. Yet the journey from nascent soul to spirit transformation was far more prolonged than one could fathom, albeit still shorter than any ancient texts would record. Transforming the mortal into the divine. This was the essence of spirit transformation. This stage had thwarted countless exceptionally gifted nascent soul cultivators throughout history. It demanded not merely the accumulation of spiritual energy, but a profound comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, an ultimate refinement of one's Tao heart. and the unification of the primordial spirit with the cosmos to forge an indomitable divine soul. Li Wangyou's breakthrough came without any forewarning. It was merely an ordinary afternoon when he lay sprawled atop a green stone on the peak of Zhuang, dozing off, with Wankai curled up on his belly. Both in deep slumber, the sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Suddenly, it felt as if time itself had halted. The wind ceased, the clouds settled. Swirling leaves hung suspended in midair, and the flowing stream froze in place. The spiritual energy of the entire Lingxiao Palace converged towards the peak of Zhuang in a gentle yet irresistible manner, forming a vast vortex invisible to the naked eye, yet perceptible to all high-level cultivators. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no cataclysmic tribulations, only an unparalleled tranquility and serenity indicative of a transcendence in the realm of existence. Li Wangyou turned in his sleep, smacking his lips and mumbling a dream-laden phrase. Don't let the roast chicken run away. In the next instant, the immense vortex of spiritual energy, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, silently entered his being. A layer of luminous aura, warm as jade yet profound as the starry sea, enveloped him, flickering momentarily. He opened his eyes. Within the depths of his gaze, scenes of the cosmos' birth and demise swirled, yet in an instant, he reverted to his drowsy appearance. Yawning, he stretched his limbs and gently patted the bewildered Wankai, who had been roused from slumber, as if he had just experienced a delightful dream. He had attained the celestial transformation stage with an ease reminiscent of a restful nap. The higher-ups of the sect were once again taken aback, yet they had grown accustomed to such surprises, silently elevating his protection status several tiers and classifying all information about him as top secret. After achieving celestial transformation, Li Wangyou chose to retreat even further from the world, becoming a rare sight to outsiders. The legends surrounding him in the cultivation realm gradually morphed into myth, with some even speculating whether he had transcended to immortality or departed from this realm altogether. As the years flowed silently by, many more passed. The cultivation world seemed to have restored its former order and tranquility, with major sects embroiled in endless rivalries, new talents emerging, and the older generation gradually retreating. Lingxiao Palace remained steadfast, yet the legendary prodigy had slowly become a mere symbol inscribed in the annals of history. However, an invisible sense of oppression began to permeate the world like a slow-acting poison, felt more acutely by those of higher cultivation. It was as though some dreadful event was brewing beyond the distant reaches of time and space, poised to descend upon them. On this day, the sky was clear and the breeze gentle. The disciples of Lingxiao Palace practiced their cultivation, engaged in discussions, and carried out tasks as usual. Everything appeared so ordinary. Li Wangyou was crouched in his medicinal garden, attempting to use his celestial transformation abilities to nurture a mutated variant of the spicy immortal pepper, while Wankai excitedly caused a ruckus nearby. Suddenly, a sound erupted. An indescribable, soul-shattering boom resonated from the heavens. It was not thunder, yet it was far more terrifying than a million simultaneous thunderclaps. It was as if the very glass dome of the world had been shattered by an invisible giant fist. It felt akin to the breaking of some fundamental chain that bound heaven and earth. The protective grand formation of Lingxiao Palace instantly activated to its utmost, the luminous barrier twisting and flickering violently, emitting a mournful wail. All cultivators, regardless of their levels or pursuits, felt their hearts constrict abruptly, their souls shaken, as a primal terror, rooted in the instinct of life itself, seized each individual in an instant. What was happening? An enemy attack? Had the sky collapsed? Cries of alarm and screams erupted from every corner. Li Wangyou raised his head, the languor on his face vanishing without a trace. His gaze sharpened as it pierced the heavens. Before him, the azure sky, calm for countless ages, split open. A colossal, terrifying rift, its edges ablaze with brilliant golden flames, appeared like a ghastly scar, wrenched open by an unseen hand. Beyond the rift was not the black void of emptiness, but an endless depth emanating a divine radiance, so overwhelming it was difficult to behold. A vast, majestic, and utterly alien pressure, completely foreign to this world, cascaded down like a celestial river, pouring forth from within. The heavenly gate had opened. Chapter 143. The celestial descends. The golden rift that tore through the heavens resembled a cold, indifferent eye of the divine, gazing mercilessly upon the myriad of beings below. From within it poured not auspicious radiance, but a chilling torrent of golden energy, imbued with overwhelming celestial might, yet devoid of warmth, a pure essence of celestial spirit, rife with an aura of oppression and annihilation. The terrifying pressure descended like a million tons of ocean water, instantly crushing the spines of every living creature. Those whose cultivation fell beneath the golden core level collapsed on the spot, trembling uncontrollably, unable even to raise their heads. Golden core practitioners barely held themselves upright, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Only the nascent soul cultivators could struggle to gaze upward at the gaping tear in the sky, their eyes filled with boundless dread and horror. Across the entire realm of cultivation, regardless of east, west, south, or north, whether righteous or demonic, all beings at that moment felt their insignificance, akin to that of mere ants. Then, from the depths of the infinite golden celestial light, came the synchronized, earth-shattering sound of footsteps and the clash of metal. Thud, thud, thud. Like the resounding beat of celestial drums, it struck at the hearts of all living beings. A formation of figures clad in standardized golden celestial armor, wielding weapons radiating terrifying energy, emerged in orderly procession from the rift. They towered tall, each exuding an aura so fearsome that even nascent soul practitioners felt their hearts race. Their faces obscured beneath the golden gleam of their helmets, only cold, indifferent gazes swept over the ground below, akin to watching a herd of livestock awaiting slaughter. They moved with strict discipline, silent, yet emanating a terrifying aura capable of crushing all. Heavenly soldiers. These were the true celestial warriors. In a blink, their multitude filled the skies surrounding the rift, seemingly endless. The golden armor reflected the celestial light, creating a wave of despairing metallic brilliance. At the forefront of this suffocating array of celestial soldiers stood several figures of even more unfathomable presence, clad in resplendent armor, their capes billowing like flames of burning gold, the celestial generals. Among them, the leading general bore a stern visage, his eyes seemingly holding the ephemeral stars, devoid of any emotion. Merely standing there, the pressure he exuded threatened to shatter the very ground beneath. Such was his terrifying might. His indifferent gaze swept across the silent and panicked realm of cultivation below, as if surveying a patch of weeds. To the scattered, furious auras rising from the realm's divine transformation practitioners, he didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Finally, he spoke slowly. His voice was not particularly loud, yet it resonated throughout every corner of the cultivation world, echoing in the deepest recesses of every soul, bearing an air of lofty disdain, as if regarding all as mere fodder, lowly beings of the lower realm. These 5 words dripped with utmost contempt. Kneel and receive the heavenly mandate. Like a final decree, it carried an irresistible will. The spiritual essence of this realm, nurtured for millennia, rightfully belonged to the upper realm and must return to it. A declaration of sovereignty, direct and domineering, leaving no room for negotiation. At last, that chilling voice paused, reminiscent of the pronouncement of death, imbued with a hint of cruel amusement. Those who comply shall survive, destined to serve as mere vassals, extracting the essence of the spirit to prolong your wretched lineage. As for the defiant, the corner of the celestial general's mouth seemed to curl into an exquisitely frigid arc, reduced to ashes. In the aftermath of the profound silence that enveloped the realm of cultivation, an overwhelming wave of terror and despair erupted. Slavery? Annihilation? No alternative exists. The so-called celestial realm is not a paradise, but rather a bandit-esque domain, ushering in destruction and servitude. They regard the beings of this world as mere fodder. As resources, countless cultivators gazed upwards at the vast, golden army that obscured the sun, acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that separated them, their hearts turning to ice. The heavens have truly transformed. The apocalypse has arrived. Chapter 144. The declaration of the ranch. The leading celestial being seemed to revel in the despair, fear, and flickers of resistance reflected in the eyes of the insignificant mortals below, like a cat toying with a mouse. He granted the denizens of this realm a fleeting moment to digest the earth-shattering news before he continued to proclaim, in a voice as cold as it was haughty, the even more suffocating details of the divine mandate. From this day forward, this world shall be renamed the Jiaxu Spiritual Ranch. His announcement was delivered with a nonchalance that belied the gravity of the matter, trampling upon the dignity of the entire world, declaring that all beings were mere fodder for the ranch, subject to the dominion of the Hall of all spirits in the upper realm. A ranch? Some cultivators murmured, still grappling with the implications of this term. Yet, the celestial being's subsequent words shattered their final remnants of hope. The ranch would have its own rules. His voice remained devoid of emotion, as though articulating the immutable truths of heaven and earth. Every century would herald a harvest season. At that time, the upper realm would dispatch celestial envoys to collect 70% of the spiritual vein's essence nurtured in this world, 90% of its rare treasures, and 30% of the primordial essence from all cultivators above the golden core stage. What? To collect the primordial essence. Was that not a fate worse than death? 70% of the spiritual veins extracted? The world would surely wither away. Once every 100 years. This was an assault on their very roots. An uproar erupted below. All cultivators, whether righteous or malevolent, felt an icy dread surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. The essence of spiritual veins is the source of heavenly energy. Drawing away 70% would mean a drastic decline in the world's spiritual density, rendering the cultivation environment exceedingly harsh. The confiscation of 90% of the rare treasures foretold a future devoid of premier resources for the next generation of disciples. And the most insidious aspect was the extraction of 30% of the primordial essence from cultivators above the golden core stage. The primordial essence is the foundation of a cultivator. Once harmed, their realm could become stagnant, or worse, their minds could falter, rendering them imbeciles. Moreover, this harvest would occur every century. It was as if they were regarded as crops to be reaped repeatedly, condemned to an eternal cycle of servitude. Furthermore, the celestial being, disregarding the tumult below, coldly declared that all sects must immediately disarm and open all repositories and secret realms for the celestial envoys to conduct an inventory. All cultivators above the golden core stage were required to report to the celestial registry to inscribe their primordial marks for governance and collection. Should anyone harbor resources in secret, conceal their cultivation, or resist the registrars, they would face complete annihilation, and their respective sects would bear the consequences. Within the ranch, all private disputes and vendettas were strictly forbidden. Your lives now belong to the upper realm as property, and any depletion of life force must be reported. Each decree, each stipulation, fell upon them like frigid shackles, sealing the future of the entire world. This was no ranch. It was a vast prison and breeding ground. These cultivators were no more than livestock, bred for periodic harvesting. Despair, an unfathomable despair enveloped everyone. Those few cultivators who had initially felt a surge of fervor, ready to fight to the bitter end, were now doused in a deluge of icy water, chilled from head to toe. Resistance? How could they resist? The adversary's strength was unfathomable, their numbers endless, wielding absolute power over life and death. The consequences of resistance are likely to be 100-fold more devastating than mere submission to harvesting. To comply? That would mean eternal servitude for generations to come, becoming mere prey on the chopping block, where even the pursuit of strength becomes a sin. No, it cannot be. We shall never accept this. A fervent disciple, filled with indignation, lets out a mournful roar, yet his voice is but a whisper beneath the overwhelming celestial might. Why must it be so? This is our world. An elder weeps profusely, his resolve nearly shattered. Demon sovereign, Buddha, and all esteemed ancestors, speak a word. Some place their hopes in the pinnacle of power within this realm. Anger, fear, resentment, despair. A myriad of emotions spreads, intertwines, and boils over in every corner of the cultivation world. Within Lingxiao Palace, all disciples gaze pale at the sky, many reduced to silent tears. Even the usually fiery Zhao Mingyue grips her whip tightly, her knuckles turning white as her body trembles slightly. Chu Tianhua, Shi Jian, and others wear expressions of utmost gravity. King Suzi gazes up at the celestial soldiers filling the sky, his beard quivering, his eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness and a hint of resolve. The Grand Master stands silently at the highest point of the hall, his aura intertwining with the entire Lingxiao mountain range, resisting the terrifying celestial pressure, yet his countenance reflects profound distress. Li Wangyou has risen at some point, brushing off the dirt from his hands and carelessly discarding the unripe spicy fairy pepper. Wang Kai, sensing his master's emotions, ceases its playful antics, emitting a low, hostile growl as it fixates on the golden rift in the sky. The usual mirth is absent from Li Wangyou's face, replaced by an icy calm. He observes the lofty celestial general, the endless heavenly soldiers, and a barely perceptible smirk seems to flicker at the corners of his mouth. Pastures? Resources? He murmurs softly, his voice so faint only he can hear. How intriguing. Yet I wonder, is your bite strong enough to gnaw at my hard bone? However, at this moment, the vast majority of cultivators remain enveloped in the terror and despair of impending doom. The cultivation world, this land that has persisted for countless millennia, has for the first time succumbed to a collective, silent wail and uproar. Will it be submission and survival, or a defiant uprising, where all is lost? Every sect, every cultivator faces an unprecedented choice. Chapter 145, The Unyielding Horn. Submission, servitude, generations reaped, resistance. A futile struggle against an unstoppable force? Ashes to ashes? Fear, like icy water, extinguished the fervor in many hearts. The cultivators from various smaller sects wore expressions of desolation, their resolve shattered. Some even collapsed to the ground, weeping in despair, as if they foresaw their sect's legacies severed and themselves reduced to mere livestock. Yet, in this moment of profound silence and pervasive despair, a resonant and aged voice intoned, Amit Ba. The sound, reminiscent of a great bell tolling, emerged from the direction of the Grand Light Temple in the western regions, cutting through distance and echoing clearly across the heavens and the earth. This proclamation was devoid of the earlier sorrow and inquiries. Instead, it was imbued with a resolute tranquility, a profound understanding of life and death, and a willingness to sacrifice oneself for the preservation of the Tao. With the compassion of the Buddha, I too shall roar like a lion. The voice of Master Liao Fan followed, imbued with an unprecedented vigor. The Buddhist realm is pure. How can it allow malevolent forces to rampage? This world is the abode of all beings, not your pasture. The Grand Light Temple shall stand firm, preferring to shatter like jade rather than remain whole like tile. We shall share the fate of this world. The radiance of the Buddha soared into the sky in the western regions. Though it appeared somewhat faint beneath the celestial might, it stood unwavering, akin to a beacon in the darkness. Almost simultaneously, a chilling, sinister voice reverberated from deep within the abyss of the nether realm, belonging to the demonic sovereign, Yi Sanqiao. What an audacious celestial official! How grandiose your words! Do you think to harvest me as sustenance? A delusion indeed. My disciples of the demonic path would rather perish in battle than live on their knees. Do you seek our primordial spirits? Come, exchange them for your lives. The nether sect shall fight to the bitter end. A torrent of demonic energy surged from the abyss like a signal fire, starkly contrasting with the Buddha's light, yet equally expressing an unwavering will to resist unto death. The leaders of the righteous and the demonic paths, faced with this existential crisis, unhesitatingly chose the path of resolute rebellion. At this moment, the boundaries of righteousness and evil blurred, and the essence of survival and dignity became a shared foundation. Above Lingxiao Palace, the headmaster and King Suzy exchanged a glance, each recognizing the determination reflected in the other's eyes. The headmaster stepped forth, his presence intertwined with the very fate of the Lingxiao mountain range. His voice resonated with the steadiness of mountains, echoing far and wide. Disciples of Lingxiao Palace, heed my command. With our ancestors above, the lineage extends for millennia. How could we bow to thieves and willingly become cattle and horses? With sword in hand. As long as we live, the sect shall not perish. All disciples of Lingxiao Palace shall embrace death in battle. There shall be no slaves among us. Form the formation. Prepare to face the enemy. Boom. The protective array of Lingxiao Palace erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, like a slumbering giant awakening. Surging spiritual energy soared into the sky, unafraid to confront the celestial might above. The declarations of the three leaders ignited a blazing fire, dispelling the shadows and fears in countless hearts. Better to die in battle than live as slaves. It was unclear who first uttered this rallying cry, but the next moment, it surged forth like a tsunami from every corner of the cultivation world. Better to die in battle than live as slaves. Disciples of the celestial peak, rally to my call. Sons of the Liandao sect, death is preferable to submission. Charge forth. Though the valley of herbs is modest, it possesses an indomitable spirit. Let us fight with fervor. Where are the disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak? Form your ranks. Beastmaster Peak, release all spirit beasts. To the last breath. Each sect, each cultivator, regardless of their alignment or past grievances, stands united in this moment, casting aside all prejudices. The blood-soaked history and the pride of their lineage render them unwilling to accept the fate of mere fodder. Countless transmission talismans streak across the heavens like meteors, swiftly linking together. Soon, a brief yet powerful joint declaration, issued in the names of the three great leaders, resonates throughout all remaining resisting sects and cultivators. The celestial realm is merciless, treating us as mere livestock. The beings of this realm would rather die than yield. To all my fellow cultivators, regardless of sect or race, from this moment forth, you are all members of the Anti-Celestial Alliance. Stand together in mutual aid to resist foreign oppression, until the last drop of blood is shed. The united resistance of the cultivation world has spontaneously formed in the face of this sudden calamity, with astonishing speed, though hasty and disparate in strength. The overwhelming battle spirit and unyielding will coalesce into a formidable force, defiantly upholding an unyielding sky beneath the oppressive celestial might. High above, The leading celestial general coldly observes the assembly below, akin to ants, erupting with a faint yet defiant glow. A flicker of impatience and contempt crosses his icy gaze. Stubborn and unyielding, he slowly raises his hand, and the endless tide of golden heavenly soldiers instantly brandish their divine weapons, their chilling, murderous intent palpable, locking onto every target daring to resist below. That raised hand, like a guillotine, descends with ferocity. Cleanse the filth. Kill. Chapter 146. The baptism of blood and fire. The merciless hand of the celestial general fell, akin to the sounding of a trumpet heralding destruction. In an instant, a golden deluge swept across the heavens. Countless heavenly soldiers dove toward crucial spiritual vein nodes and key strongholds within the realm of cultivation. Their primary objective was evidently to obliterate the foundational spiritual veins of the resistance and those eminent sects that dared to voice dissent. The battle erupted. The first wave of fierce collisions transpired above several of the most prestigious spiritual veins. The skies over Lingxiao Palace, the Great Brightness Temple, and the Netherworld Sect transformed into a gruesome battleground. Form the formation. Hold your ground. Chu Tianqua bellowed hoarsely, as disciples from Ziwang Peak joined forces with elite members from other peaks. They urged the ancient protective formation of Lingxiao Palace to its zenith. Its barrier as formidable as a mountain, with countless runes swirling in a cycle of creation and destruction, successfully repelling the initial onslaught of dozens of heavenly soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial weapons wielded by the heavenly soldiers crashed against the barrier, producing deafening explosions. The barrier quaked violently, ripples spreading furiously, causing the disciples maintaining the formation to pale, spitting blood, yet the formation stood resolute. Amulets. Attack. On the opposite side, disciples from Wangyou Peak, with fierce cries, unleashed a torrent of pre-prepared high-grade talismans, raining down upon the heavenly soldiers like a swarm of locusts. Fiery infernos, thunderous strikes, icy blasts, and golden sword energies erupted with fervor, momentarily stalling the advance of the celestial troops. Above the Great Brightness Temple, the 10,000 Buddhas congregation formation activated, and boundless Buddhist light transformed into golden lotuses, clashing violently with the celestial radiance. The chanting of mantras intertwined with the sound of explosive energy. Monks sat in meditation, reciting scriptures, channeling their own Buddha power to empower the formation. With each heavenly soldier consumed by the Buddhist light, an elder monk's vitality waned, some even achieving enlightenment on the spot. The Netherworld Sect was engulfed in demonic energy, as various sinister and malevolent formations activated simultaneously, devouring life force and corroding celestial light, engaging the heavenly soldiers in a fierce and indeterminable conflict. The demonic cultivators fought fearlessly, even resorting to self-detonating demonic infants, dragging heavenly soldiers down with them in a mutual demise. However, the disparity in individual strength was staggering. Each heavenly soldier, even the weakest, was comparable to the early stages of the nascent soul realm, while the strongest reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul. They were well-equipped, donned in robust armor, wielding sharp celestial weapons, and exhibited a level of combat awareness far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Often, it required 3 or 4, even 5 or 6 cultivators working in unison, supplemented by talismans and magical artifacts, merely to entangle a single heavenly soldier. To slay one, the cost in casualties was typically several times greater. A heavenly soldier broke through the talisman intercept, thrusting a golden spear like a venomous dragon, instantly piercing through the protective spiritual light of 3 formation-contributing golden core disciples, impaling them together, resulting in a gruesome explosion of blood. An elder of Lingxiao Palace, in a fit of rage, summoned his life-bound magical artifact to confront a heavenly soldier head-on. The artifact wailed in agony, rebounding with cracks, while the elder was sent flying, spitting blood, and the heavenly soldier merely swayed slightly before coldly raising his weapon once more. A golden-skinned Arhut from the Great Brightness Temple roared as he embraced a heavenly soldier, intending to self-detonate his Buddha body, yet was easily cast aside, only to have his head severed in a swift counterattack. The soul-biting demonic technique of the demonic cultivators struck against the golden armor with minimal effect, only to be rebuffed by celestial light, resulting in anguished cries. Blood stained the heavens, tainting the mountain gates. Limbs and severed arms fell like raindrops. The mournful cries of shattered relics, the anguished screams of cultivators on the brink of death, the explosive sounds of energy colliding. Together they composed a tragic and brutal elegy. With reliance on the millennia-old protective array, the countless prearranged talisman traps, an overwhelming numerical advantage, and an unwavering resolve to fight to the death. The first wave of assault was barely withstood by the realm of cultivation. Yet, the cost was staggering. Almost every major battlefield witnessed the tragic fall of cultivators. Low-ranking disciples collapsed in droves, while Elder Yuan continuously perished. The celestial troops surged like an unending tide, wave after wave, mercilessly reaping lives, dismantling formations, advancing slowly yet resolutely. The front lines continued to recede. Under the relentless onslaught, the protective array's luminous barrier began to flicker, its range diminishing. The outer spiritual vein strongholds fell one after another, ensnared by the celestial force's strange golden runes, forcibly extracting spiritual essence until they lay barren. Reinforcements were often ambushed midway. A sense of tragic despair, yet fierce determination to fight on, enveloped the hearts of every resisting cultivator. They saw no glimmer of victory, nor any meaning in perseverance. The enemy was too formidable, instilling a sense of hopelessness. Yet, they continued to battle, to prevent the severance of their sect's legacy, to ensure that future generations would not be enslaved for eternity. 4. That flicker of dignity inherent to cultivators and to humanity itself. Chapter 147. The celestial general strikes. The esteemed figures of the celestial realm exhibited little patience for the game of boiling frogs in warm water. Observing the audacity of the lower realm's steadfast individuals who dared to band together in resistance, even forming a so-called united resistance army, one celestial general grew thoroughly exasperated. Clad in gleaming silver armor, he stood like a diminutive sun, blindingly radiant. His expression conveyed a mix of 3 parts disdain and 7 parts irritation at their ignorance. Humph. No matter how many ants gather, they remain mere ants. With a contemptuous snort, the celestial general's voice thundered across the battlefield, overpowering the cacophony of clashing swords and explosive blasts, deeming it a waste of time. He stepped forward, materializing above the last bastion of resistance. A sect known as the Luoyan Sect. This moderately sized sect, relying on its ancestral 1,000 layers of flowing clouds formation, had withstood several waves of heavenly assaults. Within and around the sect, disciples bore wounds, yet zealously poured their spiritual energy into the formation under the elder's command. Their faces pallid as if they had endured 3 consecutive nights without rest. Nevertheless, determination flickered in their eyes, believing they could hold on a little longer. The celestial general gazed down with indifference, as if observing a mere stone by the roadside. Without resorting to any elaborate celestial spells or artifacts, he simply raised a hand adorned with a metallic gauntlet. Then, with a swift motion, he brought it down. Indeed, it resembled the act of swatting a fly. Yet, the commotion that ensued was far beyond that of a mere insect being crushed. The sky darkened abruptly as an enormous hand, entirely formed of ethereal celestial energy, materialized out of thin air, eclipsing a significant portion of the Luoyan mountain range. The intricate patterns on the palm were vividly discernible, each line brimming with a power that instilled terror. "Not good," cried an elderly elder, his hair white as snow. "All disciples, channel your strength. Protect the mountain gate." In an instant, the 1,000 layers of flowing clouds formation erupted in brilliance, clouds swirling and piling upon one another, appearing robust enough to withstand the relentless assaults of nascent soul cultivators for days. Alas, it proved futile. Though the descent of the celestial hand seemed leisurely, it bore an irresistible and horrifying intent. Silently, it pressed down upon the luminous shield of the 1,000 layers of flowing clouds formation. Contrary to expectations, there was no violent explosion nor any stalemate. It was akin to a searing iron branding itself into a blanket of snow. The once imposing, reputedly impenetrable cloud barrier shattered in less than a second, fracturing from the point of contact and disintegrating into primal particles of spiritual energy, which were then scattered by the overwhelming force emanating from the hand. The luminous palm encountered no impediment, maintaining its swift descent towards the grand, millennia-old white jade mountain gate of the Luoyan Sect. With a deafening roar, the earth quaked violently. The white jade gate, along with a significant portion of the mountain beneath it, vanished as if wiped away by a giant cloth, obliterated in an instant. It was truly gone, not collapsed, nor shattered, but reduced to dust, carried away by the tempestuous winds generated by that hand, leaving behind only an impossibly smooth, bottomless imprint of an enormous palm. The edge of the palm print gleamed with a mirror-like smoothness, even emanating wisps of white smoke. Within the flowing cloud sect, a profound silence descended. All disciples, who had been fervently channeling their spiritual energy, froze in their actions, their faces drained of color, eyes wide with terror, their pupils reflecting boundless fear. Their cherished homeland, A legacy spanning millennia, the very essence they had fought to protect. Could it all be lost in an instant? Just like that. The elder, who had just moments ago commanded with unwavering confidence, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing backward, his resolve shattered. The remaining array's glow flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. The overwhelming pressure exuded by the celestial palm weighed heavily upon the hearts of every survivor, rendering their breaths laborious, their knees buckling as they nearly succumbed to the ground. The celestial soldiers, who had moments ago been engaged in battle with the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, now suspended in midair, observed the scene below as if it were the end of days, their expressions devoid of emotion, as though the devastation before them was merely a matter of course. The celestial general, who had unleashed this chaos, slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His gaze swept across the ruins below, lingering on the surviving disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, who appeared like lambs awaiting slaughter, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips, filled with supreme disdain. A chilling voice, resonating with the essence of celestial power, echoed clearly across the expanse. Reaching the ears of other sect practitioners observing the battle through water mirror techniques or other means, the mantis stalks the chariot. For words, akin to icy daggers, pierced the hearts of all who witnessed this scene. The flicker of fervor and hope ignited by the formation of a united resistance was extinguished by the brutal reality of their absolute power disparity, leaving them feeling utterly desolate. How could they possibly fight back? A mere commander from their ranks could obliterate a mid-sized sect with a single strike. Their desperate struggle barely managed to contend with the enemy's foot soldiers. A suffocating sense of despair spread like a plague among the resistance fighters. Many practitioners struggled to maintain their grip on their artifacts, their faces pale, their eyes filled with confusion and dread. Was the fate of this pasture already sealed? The celestial general let out a cold laugh, seemingly pleased with the chaos he had wrought. His gaze shifted toward the farthest point of brilliance, where the Lingxiao Palace still clung to its resistance. Next, in an instant, he transformed into a silver streak, hurtling toward the Lingxiao Palace. Meanwhile, those Flowing Cloud sect disciples who had temporarily survived faced the merciless blades of the celestial soldiers. The sounds of wailing, pleas for mercy, and weapons piercing flesh erupted briefly, only to be swiftly silenced. The mantis stalks the chariot. As the chariot rolls on, the mantis, of course, meets its end. Chapter 148. The Lingxiao array. The news of the annihilation of the Luyun sect spread like wildfire throughout the Resistance Alliance. The fervent youths, who had previously clamored to confront the celestial beings with unyielding resolve, now found their throats parched and their palms slick with sweat. Even more so than during their prior battles. Some elders from smaller sects began surreptitiously calculating their chances of escape, contemplating whether it was still possible to flee or if they should simply resign themselves to fate for a swifter end. Panic, it seemed, was more contagious than the most virulent plague. Just as despair threatened to culminate in a chaotic dispersal, the Lingxiao Palace emerged as a bastion of hope. A deep, resonant hum, akin to an echo from the ancient past, reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. This sound carried an ineffable steadiness, instantly quelling the tumult of the battlefield and the turmoil within the hearts of the people. In the wake of this profound resonance, a brilliant pillar of light surged forth from the summit of Lingxiao Palace, piercing the heavens and breaking through the cloud cover. This luminous column was merely the precursor. With a swift flicker, multiple slender, yet equally radiant beams of light erupted from the peaks of the Lingxiao mountain range, intertwining like the roots of a mighty tree with the central light. Countless intricate and arcane runes flowed rapidly between these beams, merging and producing a dazzling display. In mere moments, a translucent barrier enveloping the entirety of the Lingxiao mountain range and its surroundings materialized. Upon this barrier, the ethereal images of celestial bodies slowly rotated, while the contours of mountains and rivers faintly emerged, accompanied by the silent, fierce specters of sword energy gliding within the luminous wall, exuding a sharpness that made the skin tingle. The ancient protective formation, the Zhou Star Sword Domain Array, was fully activated. The brilliance was truly astonishing. Not only could it be seen across the 9 provinces, but even those in neighboring realms would perceive it as if an additional sun had risen. Under this radiant illumination, the once overbearing celestial essence was significantly diminished, and even the shining armor of the heavenly soldiers appeared somewhat tarnished in comparison to the overwhelming light of the formation. "Look, the Lingxiao Palace," shouted a cultivator, pointing at the immense barrier resembling an inverted, glassy bowl, his voice trembling with excitement. "I'm alive. I'm saved," exclaimed another bloodied man, collapsing onto the ground, nearly moved to tears. Truly, this was the pinnacle of the world. Such profound foundation. It was astonishing. The elder who had contemplated fleeing hastily withdrew his foot, his face rejuvenated with hope. There was no denying it. The visual spectacle was overwhelmingly awe-inspiring and profoundly reassuring. It was a realm apart from the fragile bubble that was the Luyun sect. The first wave of heavenly soldiers to collide with the Zhou Tian Star Sword Domain array met a disastrous fate. They had assumed that this barrier was akin to the previous ones they had shattered, charging forward with reckless abandon. However, upon contact, the specters of sword energy solidified instantly, slicing through them with ease. The foremost ranks of heavenly soldiers, along with their armor and even their weapons, were reduced to a cascade of golden particles, their screams lost before they could even escape their lips. The celestial soldiers behind came to an abrupt halt, bewildered as they gazed at the ominous energy shield before them. Hesitant to advance further, the offensive from the celestial army faltered. It was truly blocked. A thunderous cheer erupted from within and around Lingxiao Palace. The morale, a curious entity, had plummeted to the depths only moments ago, yet now it soared to new heights. However, those within Lingxiao Palace understood well that this phenomenon consumed not electricity, but spiritual veins. It was wealth, the ancestral legacy. Each second of maintenance consumed enough spirit stones to form a small mountain. The Grandmaster, at this moment, likely felt his heart bleeding. Yet he maintained a facade of composure as his voice resonated through the formation, commanding all disciples. Attention, disciples of each peak. Take your positions. Adhere strictly to the established plan. Those who abandon their posts shall face the consequences of the formation's laws. With this command, Lingxiao Palace transformed into a colossal war machine. Rumbling into action. On the main peak and the various sub-peaks, elders presided over the core formation points, their expressions as rigid as stone. Their hands performing incantations with remarkable speed as they fervently regulated the energy output from the spiritual veins to sustain the formation's operation. Inner disciples paired up, guarding the smaller energy nodes, their eyes fixed on the flickering runes before them, continuously infusing their own spiritual power, their faces visibly paling. They consumed medicinal pills as if they were mere candies, surrounded by several bottles of elixirs. Outer disciples and miscellaneous workers were equally busy, forming transport teams, desperately hauling boxes of spirit stones to each node. Occasionally, residual waves of celestial magic or stray arrows would breach the formation, creating craters nearby, inciting a brief chaos, which was swiftly rectified by the flow of personnel. The cacophony of shouts, footsteps, the hum of spiritual energy, and the clinking of elixir bottles intertwined. Chaotic, yet imbued with a sense of enforced order. Each individual understood that this formation represented their last bastion. If it fell, all would be lost. Thus, regardless of any prior grievances, they united as one. On Ziwang Peak, the orders were received as well. King Suzi had long stood beneath a crooked pine at the peak. His expression grave, his consciousness enveloped the entire peak, orchestrating the operations. Chu Tianhua, take a team to nodes 3 and 7 on the eastern side. The pressure there is quite intense. Shijian, inspect the rune connections at the summit's primary formation. There was a disturbance moments ago. Lu Xian, have your elixirs ready to tend to the injured at a moment's notice. Zhao Mingwe, stop wandering aimlessly. Take your team to the western side. If any lone celestial soldiers approach, eliminate them. Chenemo, where is Chenemo? Oh, off tinkering with the formation again. Tell him to hurry back. The eldest disciple, Chu Tianhua, promptly accepted the command, gathering dozens of capable disciples, taking to the skies towards the east, his silhouette embodying resolute reliability. The second disciple, Shijian, plunged into a cave at the peak, one of the cores of Ziwang Peak's formation, where soon the sounds of clanging and the flicker of spiritual light resonated from within. The third senior sister, Lu Xian, has temporarily relocated her medicinal workshop to the relatively secure main hall. Various bottles and jars are laid out across a table, her gentle visage marred by tension, yet she strives to maintain her composure, soothing several young disciples whose faces have turned ashen with fear. The fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingwe, is the most direct. With a clang, she unsheathes her gleaming long sword and bellows at the eager disciples behind her. All the warriors of Ziwang Peak, follow me. Let us strike them down. A throng of voices rises in a cacophony as they charge towards the western cliff. The fourth senior brother, Chenemo, emerges from some shadowy corner, clutching a compass-like object, reciting incantations as he diligently plants small flags or spirit stones at several key locations to fortify the local defenses of Ziwang Peak. Even the most timid seventh junior brother, Lin Shaoran, has been assigned a task, accompanying a few junior brothers to deliver water and sustenance to the senior disciples. Clutching a large water jug, his pale face betrays his fear, his legs trembling so violently that he can scarcely stand. Yet he grits his teeth and does not fall behind. The entire Zhuowang Peak, indeed the whole Lingxiao Palace, is taut with tension. Beyond the grand formation lies an endless army of celestial beings, their predatory gazes fixed upon them. The protective barrier of the formation ripples violently under attack, yet it remains resolutely intact. However, this tranquility is not to last. The celestial general, who had effortlessly obliterated the Luyun sect, along with several other equally formidable figures, hovers outside the main formation of the Lingxiao Palace. They observe the ancient array with a detached indifference, as if appraising a somewhat sturdy tortoise shell. With a mere wave of his hand, the celestial general orchestrates a shift in the formation of the celestial army, intensifying their assault, which descends upon specific areas of the protective barrier like a torrential downpour, particularly targeting those locations rich in spiritual energy. For instance, the main peak. Furthermore, the serene Zhuowang Peak, renowned for its abundant spiritual essence, becomes a primary target. Boom, boom, boom. The onslaught directed at Zhuowang Peak escalates abruptly. The barrier in that area flickers wildly, the ripples there significantly more violent than elsewhere. Indeed, several exceptionally potent attacks breach portions of the shield, striking near the mountain, sending rocks flying and trees splintering. The busy individuals atop Zhuowang Peak feel a collective jolt of anxiety. Qing Shuzi abruptly raises his gaze towards the dense celestial light beyond the barrier, his expression darkening further. Damn it! The fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, shatters a stray beam of celestial light that penetrates their defenses with a swing of her sword, her arm trembling with the shock. Turning to face the increasingly dense wave of attacks from outside the peak, she cannot help but curse. Why are these shiny silver beetles fixated on us? The main force of the celestial army begins to converge, focusing its assault on the Lingxiao Palace. Due to the abundant spiritual energy, Zhuowang Peak has become one of the foremost targets of their attack. Chapter 149. Beacon of Despair. The peak of Zhuowang has truly fallen into misfortune. The protective array of the Zhoutian Star Sword domain surrounding the entire Lingxiao Palace is indeed formidable. However, no matter how powerful an array may be, it cannot withstand being a primary target of relentless bombardment. Thud, thud, crash, celestial spells, light cannons, and various bizarre weapons clearly not meant for the righteous rain down upon the protective shield enveloping Zhuowang Peak as if they were free of cost. The shield flickered wildly, suggesting that it could shatter at any moment. Hold the line. Everyone hold firm. Fifth senior sister Zhao Mingyue's voice was nearly torn asunder. She stood with a group of disciples near the perilous western cliff, a strategic position yet directly facing the most ferocious assaults from the celestial army. Several shockwaves from the attacks penetrated through the gaps in the shield, sending debris flying and dust swirling. One young disciple, caught off guard, was grazed by a searing beam of celestial light on his arm, leaving it mangled and bloodied, and he collapsed to the ground with a cry. What are you wailing about? If you're still alive, get up and take your medicine. Zhao Mingyue cleaved through an incoming streak of light with her sword, then, without a glance, shoved a medicinal pill into the disciple's mouth with an almost crude urgency, akin to force-feeding a duck. Yet, the effect was immediate. His cries turned into muffled groans. Thank you. Fifth senior, thank you for what? Hold your position. If another one slips through, I'll break your legs. Zhao Mingyue cursed vehemently, unleashing another strike with her sword, its brilliance sharp as a dragoness breath, though it was evident her breathing had grown labored. Beads of sweat forming at her brow. The disciples she had brought were all battered and grimy, yet they gritted their teeth and fought valiantly without retreat. On the eastern node, the pressure was even greater. The first senior brother, Chu Tianhua, wore a tense expression, commanding with unwavering authority. Group B3. Increase your energy output by 10%. Group W7. Rotate out and recuperate immediately. Caution. There's a fissure in the upper left. His voice was steady, imbued with a reassuring strength that could soothe the anxious. However, only those close enough could detect the urgency lurking in the depths of his gaze. He moved swiftly among the various nodes, occasionally stepping in to mend weak points, his sword light slicing through any stray attacks. His robes bore several gashes, blood seeping through. Yet he seemed oblivious to his own injuries. Senior brother, Node 3 can barely hold on. The runes are dimming, and the spirit stones are depleting too quickly. A disciple, his face smeared with soot, rushed over to report, his voice tinged with despair. Chu Tianhua's brow furrowed tightly. Where is second senior brother? We need to reinforce Node 3. Coming. A deep roar echoed from nearby. Second senior brother, Shi Jian, emerged as if crawling out of a half-destroyed array foundation. His body coated in a mixture of dirt and sweat, with a streak of grime across his face. He clutched several freshly inscribed runestone tablets. His eyes bloodshot from fatigue. Those damn celestial brats hit with such force. He cursed, rushing to Node 3, which was an intricately patterned stone platform, now dim and marred by several fine cracks. Shi Jian's heart ached at the sight. This was something he cherished like a treasure. He paid no heed to the dirt, hastily extracting the depleted spirit stone and replacing it with a new one. Grasping his carving knife and a fresh slate, he began to mend and reinforce the fissures with a series of rhythmic clinks. The overexertion of spiritual energy caused his arms to tremble slightly, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. At the peak, Qing Suzi stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of ethereal grace. However, his expression was a stormy shade of iron, his beard nearly defying gravity. Each violent impact from outside made his eyelid twitch. It was not that he wished to refrain from action, but rather that he could not afford to. He was the last bastion of Zhuowang Peak and the primary guardian of its core formation. He needed to conserve the majority of his energy to maintain the stability of the main formation at the peak, which was the very essence of Zhuowang Peak's protective barrier. Should he recklessly intervene and cause the main formation to falter, the entire defense of Zhuowang Peak would collapse. He could only watch as his disciples fought valiantly, witnessing the injuries sustained by the students atop the peak, with an internal fury surging within him, rendering him incredibly uncomfortable. Occasionally, when a particularly fierce and cunning attack penetrated the numerous barriers towards the summit, he would emit a cold snort, casually dispersing it with a wave of his sleeve. Yet, to any discerning eye, it was evident that the old master's pressure was mounting. Among the busiest and most heart-wrenching was senior sister Lucian. The makeshift triage she established was overflowing with injured individuals. The lightly wounded gritted their teeth, bandaging themselves before rushing back into battle, while the severely injured lay scattered on the ground, their groans and cries echoing relentlessly. Lucian was tirelessly attending to the wounded, her hairline damp with sweat, clinging to her cheeks. Her usually gentle eyes were now filled with exhaustion, yet her hands moved with unwavering steadiness and swiftness. She endeavored to alleviate the pain of the injured and stabilize their conditions. As her spiritual energy drained like a flowing river, her complexion grew increasingly pallid, her body swaying slightly, yet she persisted with unwavering resolve. "Sister, please take a break," urged a weak disciple whose leg had been shattered. Lucian shook her head, forcing a reassuring smile. "It's all right, sister is not tired. You rest well and don't speak." However, as she turned to fetch a medicine bottle, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance, but fortunately managed to grasp the nearby table for support. The entirety of Zhuowang Peak had transformed into a battlefield of chaos and flames. Boom. Another deafening explosion. A particularly robust beam of celestial light crashed against the protective barrier, distorting it violently and tearing a minute fissure. Although the formation rapidly began to repair itself, a dozen errant attacks slithered through like venomous snakes. Among them, one, as ill fate would have it, was aimed directly at Lingxiao, who stood frozen in shock while dragging a box of spirit stones. "Junior brother." Several startled cries rose in unison. The closest, fifth sister Zhao Mingyue, was nearly driven to madness, attempting to rush forward but becoming ensnared. The eldest brother, Chu Tianhua, was also besieged by several stray attacks, struggling to protect himself. Just as Lin Shaoran was about to be engulfed by that beam of celestial light, a figure darted forth like a specter, tackling Lin Shaoran to the ground and evading the onslaught. It was fourth brother Chunmo. He emerged from some hidden corner, shielding the younger disciple with his body. Chunmo's back was struck by the edge of the celestial light, causing him to emit a muffled groan and spill a trickle of fresh blood. Yet, he steadfastly shielded Lin Shaoran beneath him. Fourth senior brother, Lin Shaoran, gripped by terror, burst into tears. Chunmo struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, maintaining his usual taciturn demeanor. He gently patted Lin Shaoran's head, signaling him to flee, and then swiftly vanished into the shadows of the formation, resuming his task of setting up his little devices. All of this was observed clearly by Li Wanyu from a distance. His gaze burned with fierce indignation as he took in the scene of chaos and his injured seniors. His fingers gradually tightened, producing a series of ominous cracks. Wang Kai, sensing the shift in his master's emotions, ceased its low growl, rising instead and emitting a threatening growl, its eyes turning fierce. Chapter 150. The master holds the sky. The situation atop Zhuowang Peak grew increasingly dire. The celestial army outside surged forward with relentless vigor, mercilessly gnawing at this prime target. After enduring a tempest of continuous assaults, the protective barrier of the Zhou Star Sword formation began to show signs of strain. Its radiance, once resplendent, flickered with an alarming frequency, as if on the brink of shattering entirely. Even more perilous was the realization that the celestial forces seemed to have grasped a critical insight, or perhaps they were simply employing sheer brute strength to force open fleeting, localized breaches. With a whistling sound, sporadic bursts of celestial light, energy blades, and physical weapons penetrated the crumbling barrier, striking the mountain, the structures, and the disciples of Ziwang Peak. The once orderly defense system descended into chaos. The disciples, exhausted and frantic, struggled to maintain the formation's nodes while fending off the infiltrating attacks, and the casualty count began to rise alarmingly. Hold your ground. Stand firm. Don't panic. The voice of the senior disciple, Chu Tianhua, grew hoarse as he fought valiantly, his sword light dimming considerably in his efforts to stabilize the situation. But it was evident that he was losing strength. The fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, had long since succumbed to a frenzy of battle, her body marred by new wounds. Her curses lacking their initial vigor. You coward! If you have the guts, come in and face me one-on-one. Shooting arrows from outside is no skill at all. The second senior brother, Shi Jian, was nearly fused to the core nodes of the formation, the sound of his repairs ringing incessantly, sweat mingling with blood as he paid no mind to wiping it away. The third senior sister, Lu Xian, found her healing point overwhelmed, her spiritual energy nearly depleted. Sustained only by sheer willpower, her complexion alarmingly pale. At this critical juncture, calamity struck. A particularly brilliant silver streak of light collided with a point on the barrier that had already been battered relentlessly, a point evidently weaker than the others. The barrier could no longer sustain itself and was forcibly torn open, creating a gaping maw several yards in diameter. Although the surrounding runes flickered wildly, attempting to seal the breach, in that brief moment of vulnerability, a figure darted in like a wraith. A formidable celestial might enveloped the summit of Ziwang Peak. The newcomer, clad in resplendent silver celestial armor, bore a cold countenance and a disdainful gaze, wielding a long spear crackling with electricity. It was the celestial general who had previously obliterated the Lu Yun sect with a single strike. He paid no heed to the ordinary disciples, whom he regarded as mere insects, his icy gaze fixating on the most ancient and grand hall atop Ziwang Peak, one of the formation's vital cores and the stronghold of Qing Shuzi. Do these insects dare to obstruct the heavenly soldiers? The celestial general scoffed, his lightning spear vibrating in his grasp, transforming into a thunderous bolt that streaked towards the main hall. The might of this strike far surpassed all previous assaults. Before the spear even arrived, the overwhelming pressure rendered the disciples surrounding the hall breathless, as if crushed beneath an invisible mountain, unable to move, forced to watch death approach with wide eyes. All who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines. It was over. If this were to be truly realized, not only would the main hall be destroyed, but the pivotal array at the peak would surely be rendered inoperative, instantly crippling the defenses of the entire Ziwang Peak. At this critical juncture, a cold snort suddenly echoed through the air. Accompanied by this disdainful sound, a figure clad in azure surged into the sky, arriving just in time to firmly intercept the terrifying thunder spear. It was none other than Qing Shuzi. At this moment, his hair and beard stood on end, his Taoist robe billowing without wind, his eyes blazing with a fierce brilliance, exuding an aura as sharp and formidable as an unsheathed celestial sword. In his hand, an ancient 3-foot azure sword had appeared, seemingly ordinary, yet radiating an enigmatic Tao rhythm. Facing the cataclysmic thunder spear, Qing Shuzi flicked his wrist, drawing the azure sword in an exquisitely profound arc, striking the very tip of the spear. A crisp yet ear-splitting clang resonated through the air. At the point of contact, the space appeared to distort momentarily, a visible wave of transparent ripples expanding outward, sending tiles from the main hall's roof flying in disarray, while several nearby disciples were directly swept away, landing in a disheveled heap. The clash of thunder and sword energy intertwined violently. For the first time, a hint of astonishment flickered across the celestial general's face, clearly unprepared for such precise deflection from someone of the mortal realm. Qing Shuzi's figure steadied in midair, firmly pressing down on the thunder spear with his azure sword. He glared at the celestial general, his voice frigid. Celestial general? Merely that. If you wish to lay a hand on Ziwang Peak, you must first reckon with the sword in my grasp. The old man possesses some skill. A glint of cold light flashed in the celestial general's eyes as he withdrew his spear, and in the next moment, his assault unleashed like a torrential storm. Instantly, the summit of Zhuang Peak became the exclusive battlefield for these two titans. The thunder spear roared like a dragon, rolling with destructive, thunderous power, each thrust seemingly capable of altering the very heavens, with electric snakes darting wildly. The azure sword moved like lightning, ethereal and elusive. Qing Shuzi's swordsmanship had reached a transcendental state, effortlessly intercepting, neutralizing, and even counterattacking the frenzied thunder spear. The sword energy danced and interwove, at times resembling a gentle drizzle, silently dissolving the onslaught. At other times, it cascaded like the Milky Way, unleashing unparalleled, forceful strikes. The Taoist laws thundered. The clash of sword light and thunder light erupted into blinding orbs of brilliance, accompanied by a deafening symphony of sound. The dissipating energy shockwaves ravaged the peak, reducing stones to rubble and turning trees to ash. The disciples below stood in stunned silence, completely forgetting their tasks. They knew their peak master was formidable, among the elite of the cultivation world, yet the extent of his power was beyond their comprehension. Today, they were truly enlightened. Good heavens, master is actually this incredible? The fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, gaped in astonishment, forgetting to scold anyone. The first senior brother, Chu Tianhua, while directing others to reinforce the quaking nodes, anxiously monitored the battle above, his palms slick with sweat. Shiking, known as Shi Jian, took a moment to glance upwards, murmuring to himself, "The old man hides his prowess well. This swordsmanship is steadier than the hands that forge my weapons." Meanwhile, the third sister, Lu Xian, anxiously bandaged the wounded while casting worried glances at the sky, fervently praying that their master would remain unharmed. Even Li Wanyu squinted slightly, observing the intertwining sword energy and lightning in the heavens, as a flicker of something unusual seemed to flash within his cold gaze. Qing Shuzi indeed displayed remarkable vigor. Through his exquisite swordplay and profound cultivation, he managed to temporarily hold off the formidable celestial general. Occasionally, he even countered with a strike or two, compelling the opponent to defend. However, the situation was far from optimistic. Qing Shuzi's expression grew increasingly grave. He sensed that the enemy's strength was undoubtedly superior to his own. The current stalemate was primarily sustained through experience and skill. Furthermore, maintaining such an intense confrontation was draining for him. In stark contrast, the celestial general's aura remained vast and enduring. To make matters worse, the breach in the protective barrier, forcefully torn apart by the celestial general, was slowly mending. Yet, taking advantage of this interval, like sharks sensing blood, more celestial soldiers surged forth, and another figure emanating a power comparable to the current celestial general locked onto Zhuang Peak, hastening through the gap and flooding into the fray. This is dire. Qing Shuzi's heart raced with alarm. He contemplated retreating to the core of the formation, where he might leverage its power to sustain his defense, but the celestial general he was grappling with let out a sinister laugh, intensifying his assault. The thunderous spear danced with unyielding ferocity, ensnaring him completely. In the time it took to hesitate, dozens of celestial soldiers had already flooded in, commencing their slaughter of the disciples maintaining the nodes below. Simultaneously, another figure clad in dark golden celestial armor, wielding twin hammers, appeared at the battlefield's edge, his cold gaze locking directly onto the beleaguered Qing Shuzi. "Ha! Lei Xiao, are you capable of handling this? Can't even subdue a mere lower realm cultivator? Do you require my assistance?" The newly arrived hammer-wielding celestial general jeered loudly. The celestial general known as Lei Xiao's expression darkened, and his onslaught intensified. Qing Shuzi felt a weight descend upon him. He was barely managing to fend off one opponent, nearly risking his life to do so. Now, facing another of equal stature, he found himself trapped in a perilous situation, besieged on all sides by celestial soldiers, and yet another celestial general closing in, the danger mounting around him. Chapter 151. The master in critical condition, the venerable Qing Shuzi, found himself besieged by two celestial generals, their relentless assault evoking a sense of dread in all who bore witness. No matter how skilled he was, he could not withstand the sheer force and lack of martial ethics exhibited by his adversaries. The thunderous general led the offensive, his spear striking with the ferocity of a dragon, lightning flashing with every thrust aimed squarely at Qing Shuzi's vital points, compelling the elder to exert every ounce of his strength in defense. Meanwhile, the other general wielding twin hammers exhibited a more insidious approach. He refrained from rushing in, instead circling around, his massive hammers creating a resonant symphony of thunderous winds. He seized every opportunity to disrupt Qing Shuzi's rhythm, obstructing his avenues of retreat. In this dire moment, Qing Shuzi was indeed drawing upon every last ounce of his skill. His azure blade danced with grace, the sword chi cascading like layers of silk, forming an impenetrable barrier. Occasionally, he managed to exploit a fleeting gap, his sword light striking like a venomous serpent, compelling the two generals to momentarily defend themselves. However, it was evident to all observers that the elder was nearing his limit. His complexion grew increasingly pallid, breaths becoming labored. With each clash of sword against spear and sword against hammer, his form trembled slightly under the immense pressure. His robe bore several charred marks and tears, remnants of the thunderous general's spear light and the hammer's gale. The old man was impressively resilient. Frustration mounted within the thunderous general, his relentless assault intensifying in ferocity. How long could he possibly endure? The hammer general smirked, delivering another strike that forced Qing Shuzi to sidestep, his footing faltering just enough to present a momentary vulnerability. In that instant, the thunderous general's eyes gleamed with malice, his spear igniting with an unprecedented brilliance, aimed directly at the exposed gap in Qing Shuzi's chest. This thrust was swift, precise, and merciless, imbued with the power to pierce mountains. Qing Shuzi, exhausted from his previous exertions, was on the brink of being impaled by the lethal strike. Below, the disciples witnessing this harrowing scene felt their hearts leap into their throats, many closing their eyes in despair. In that critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A young core disciple tasked with maintaining a minor auxiliary formation near the main hall, upon witnessing his master in peril, rushed forth in a reckless bid to shield him from the spear, shouting, "Master, be careful." Yet, this disciple, still in the golden core stage, was as inconsequential as a mere piece of paper against the wrathful strike of a celestial general. As he charged forward, the overwhelming pressure from the spear sent him reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he was hurled backward, on the verge of being obliterated by the ensuing thunder. This foolish boy not only failed to provide assistance, but became an additional burden. Qing Shuzi, who might have managed to narrowly avert a fatal blow, was struck with alarm at the sight of his reckless disciple charging forth to sacrifice himself. "Fool!" the elder scolded in exasperation. In that fleeting moment, he had no time for reflection. Gritting his teeth, he forced his turbulent spiritual energy to reverse course, halting his evasive maneuvers and instead stepping resolutely towards the direction of his foolish disciple. Simultaneously, with a swift motion of his left hand, he enveloped the disciple who was hurtling backward in a gentle yet forceful embrace, propelling him decisively towards safety. However, in executing this desperate reversal and act of rescue, he relinquished any final chance of evading the impending doom, offering his entire back to the fearsome and unparalleled thunderous spear. With a sickening thrust, the tip of the spear, imbued with destructive power, plunged mercilessly into the heart of Qing Shuzi. Although a protective celestial light instinctively flared to shield him, it proved futile against the meticulously calculated lethal strike. The protective light shattered like fragile glass in an instant. The spear surged forward with relentless momentum. Qing Shuzi's body stiffened abruptly, and a torrent of scalding blood erupted forth, coalescing into a chilling mist of crimson in the air. He was propelled forward by the terrifying force contained within the spear, crashing heavily upon the hard, azure stone surface of the peak. Boom! The ground yielded beneath him, creating a shallow crater with debris scattering widely. Qing Shuzi lay within the pit, his body twitching slightly, and another copious spout of blood erupted from him. His robe was thoroughly drenched in blood, his vitality rapidly waning, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, as he teetered on the brink of expiration. The Qing Feng sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground nearby, its brilliance dimmed. At that moment, the summit of Ziwang Peak seemed to have been muted. The sounds of battle, explosions, and cries faded into silence. Everyone stood frozen, incredulous as they gazed at the deep pit. "Master, the Peak Lord, he..." "Master!" The eldest disciple, Chu Tianhua, let out a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes turning crimson, recklessly attempting to rush forward, only to be ensnared by several celestial soldiers. "Master!" The senior brother, Shi Jian, abruptly lifted his head from the array's depths, witnessing the scene, his tools clattering to the ground as he stood dumbfounded. The third sister, Lu Xian, was engulfed in darkness, nearly fainting, her tears blurring her vision. Even the typically silent fourth brother, Chen Mo, emerged from the shadows, gazing at their master in the pit, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. The core disciple who had been saved lay on the ground, staring at his gravely injured master who had risked everything for him, utterly bewildered, before releasing a heart-wrenching wail, desperately pounding the earth in utter regret. "Ha ha!" The thunderous immortal, Seizing Thunder, slowly withdrew the spear, its tip still dripping with fresh blood. He gazed at the motionless Qing Shuzi in the pit, a cruel and triumphant smile creeping across his face. Presumptuous old fool. This is the fate that befalls those who defy the celestial soldiers. He flicked the droplets of blood from the spear's tip and stepped closer to the edge of the pit. Beside him, the Hammer Brother Immortal chuckled, brandishing his twin hammers, blocking any potential avenues of rescue, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. Seizing Thunder approached the pit's edge, looking down from a height at the waning Qing Shuzi, devoid of any compassion, his gaze cold and murderous. I shall grant you a swift end, a gesture of mercy. He slowly raised the still-bloodied, thunderous spear, its tip aimed directly at Qing Shuzi's head. The terrifying power of thunder once again began to coalesce, emitting a crackling sound of impending death. Master! The disciples of the sitting forgetfulness peak cried out in despair, desperately attempting to rush forward. Yet they were obstructed by an increasing number of celestial soldiers, forced to watch helplessly as the deadly tip of the spear slowly descended. The immortal general sneered wickedly, brandishing his sword to strike at the immobilized King Suzi. Chapter 152. The breaking point. The sinister grin on Lingxiao Xian's face was unmistakably vivid. He reveled in the desperate cries and struggles of the insignificant beings below. Slaying a top-tier cultivator from the lower realm, especially one with such spirit who dared to resist, always bestowed upon him a twisted sense of pleasure. The lightning at the tip of his spear grew increasingly radiant, the aura of death so dense it was nearly suffocating. The disciples of Ziwang Peak had succumbed to madness. The eldest brother, Chu Tianqua, was nearly driven to the brink, his swordsmanship utterly chaotic, recklessly exchanging wounds in a desperate bid to charge forward, his body marred by several deep gashes. The fifth sister, Zhao Mingyu, screamed in anguish, even attempting to hurl her sword like a javelin at the celestial general, only to be effortlessly thwarted by a nearby heavenly soldier. The second brother, the third sister. Everyone fought valiantly, yet they were all firmly held back, helplessly watching as the spear descended. Despair enveloped every heart. In that moment, when all believed that Qing Suzi was doomed, a diminutive figure emerged, fueled by an inexplicable surge of courage and speed, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Suddenly darting forth from the side, his movements were clumsy and unsteady. In his haste, he nearly stumbled over the debris underfoot. Yet undeterred, he lunged forward to the edge of the pit, arms outstretched, placing his frail body resolutely between Qing Suzi and the fatal spear. It was Lingxiao Ran, the timid seventh disciple, who would typically scream and flee at the sight of Wangyou, was now trembling with fear, his eyes tightly shut, teeth chattering. His face pale, tears mingling with snot, leaving him a pitiful sight. He had forgotten his meager cultivation, instinctively raising the short sword he usually wielded for basic training, pointing its tip at the terrifying celestial general, a stance both laughable and tragic. No, you shall not harm my master. His voice quivered with a cry. Yet, this sob-laden, utterly unthreatening declaration struck the hearts of all disciples of Ziwang Peak like a thunderclap. Even the indifferent heavenly soldiers paused, momentarily taken aback by this suddenly emerging, absurdly insignificant figure. Lingxiao Xian's motion faltered as he beheld this trembling little wretch before him, clutching the nearly ludicrous short sword. A flicker of astonishment crossing his face, soon replaced by a deeper scorn and impatience. Where did this little bug come from? Begone. He could hardly be bothered to make a move, merely waving his hand dismissively, sending an invisible wave of force toward Lingxiao Ran, intending to sweep this oblivious child away and reduce him to dust. This force was more than capable of effortlessly annihilating any cultivator below the golden core stage. Lingxiao Ran felt the specter of death encroaching, his eyes clenched shut, bracing for the end, yet his trembling legs felt as if they were welded to the ground, refusing to retreat even an inch. Those witnessing this scene felt their hearts constrict. Some turned away in unbearable sympathy. However, just as the invisible wave was about to make contact with Lingxiao Ran, Wangyou, who had stood like a statue at a distance, his gaze icy as he observed everything, finally moved. No, it was not merely movement. He erupted. If previously witnessing the injuries of senior brothers and sisters ignited a cold, repressed fury within him, akin to a dormant volcano, then at this moment, beholding his most timid and cowardly junior brother, frequently bullied and terrified, who, despite his paralyzing fear, courageously leaped towards the shadow of certain death to save their master, shattered the fragile string of reason in his mind. Snap! With a resounding crack, it broke completely. What remained was an unadulterated, ferocious, and uncontrollable rage. You all, damn it, deserve to die? A low growl erupted from the depths of Li Wangyou's throat, infused with a madness and ferocity that sent shivers through the souls of those who heard it. Boom. Centered around Li Wangyou, an overwhelming pressure, so vast and terrifying that words could scarcely capture its essence, surged forth like an ancient behemoth awakening from eons of slumber, erupting without reservation. The ground trembled violently, cracking under the strain. The air emitted a mournful wail, contorting in madness. The already precariously balanced celestial sword domain above, shimmering with the stars, shattered with a series of cracking sounds, disintegrating into countless motes of light that scattered across the sky. The dozens of heavenly soldiers nearest to Li Wangyou, unable to even utter a sound, were crushed like mere insects under an invisible mountain, bursting into clouds of blood mist. In that instant, all combatants, whether celestial soldiers or cultivators, found their movements distorted and suppressed by an unimaginable force, with many of the weaker practitioners collapsing to their knees or being forced to the ground, unable to budge even a single finger. The entire world seemed to have been pressed on pause. All eyes involuntarily turned towards the source of this explosive pressure, the infamous Li Wangyou, whom they had always regarded as a frivolous troublemaker. In this moment, Li Wangyou was enveloped in a nearly tangible, grayish, terrifying energy, his black hair dancing wildly as if each strand contained the power of destruction. He slowly raised his head, and in his eyes, the playful mischief of yore was replaced by an icy chill of millennia and a furious blaze capable of incinerating the heavens. Merely standing there, his aura emanated a terror surpassing that of the two celestial generals combined, by tenfold. The lightning-wielding general, poised to strike Lin Xiaoran, found his hand frozen mid-motion. The invisible wave that had surged towards Lin Xiaoran dissipated upon encountering the realm of pressure unleashed by Li Wangyou, as if snowflakes met a blazing sun, entirely melting away. The sneer and mockery on Lei Zhao's face solidified, as he felt as though a prehistoric beast had set its gaze upon him, causing every drop of celestial blood within him to almost freeze. Beside him, the Hammer Brother General's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively tightening his grip on his hammers, sensing an imminent threat. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoran, deliberately shielded from Li Wangyou's oppressive force, blinked in bewilderment, realizing she was unharmed. She turned back to glance at her sixth senior brother, who resembled a god of war descended upon the earth, her mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. Momentarily forgetting her fear, Li Wangyou's voice, as chilling as the bitter winds of the netherworld, gradually resonated, distinctly reaching the ears of everyone present, particularly those of the two celestial generals, who dared to disturb my master and junior disciple. An overwhelming and boundless aura of terror erupted from Li Wangyou, enveloping the entire battlefield. Chapter 153, Pinnacle of Transformation. Shattering the heavens. The wind seemed to have ceased, the sounds of battle faded into silence, and even the distant explosions from other battlefields felt as though they had been isolated. Every individual's senses were ensnared by the overwhelming and irrational terror emanating from Li Wangyou, rendering them immobile and gasping for breath. If the pressure exerted by the two celestial generals earlier resembled the weight of a colossal mountain, then the aura radiating from Li Wangyou at this moment was akin to the very expanse of the cosmos crashing down upon them. It was an absolute suppression on the level of existence itself. The closest to him, the celestial general Lei Xiao and the Hammer Brother, wore expressions as vivid as a dye shop's palette: astonishment, confusion, disbelief, ultimately transforming into a visceral shudder of dread that resonated from the depths of their celestial souls. They felt as though they had been thrown naked into an ancient ice cave, or cast into the maw of an imminent volcanic eruption. The extremes of ice and fire left them feeling nauseous. Lei Zhao's hand, poised to crush Lin Xiaoran, remained suspended in midair, neither retracting nor daring to descend. With great difficulty, he turned his gaze towards the figure enveloped in gray energy, his throat parched. Unable to utter a single word, a singular thought roared in his mind. What in the world is this? How could such an existence be found in the lower realms? This aura. It nearly rivals that of a celestial lord. No, it is even more terrifying. The Hammer Brother was hardly in a better state. The dual hammers in his grasp felt heavier than the stars themselves, nearly slipping from his hands to crush his own feet. He fixated on Li Wangyou, attempting to penetrate the veil of gray energy, only to find his eyes stinging and his consciousness colliding against an endless wall of copper and iron. The ordinary celestial soldiers fared even worse. Those at a distance could barely stand, trembling, while those closer fell prostrate, akin to mosquitoes struck by an invisible force, unable to lift their heads. Golden celestial blood seeped slowly from their mouths, noses, and ears, injured by the terrifying pressure that had ravaged their insides. The disciples of Lingxiao Palace were collectively petrified. Yet Li Wanyu, the focal point of all attention, remained indifferent to the reactions around him. The energy surrounding him gradually receded, no longer violently unleashed, but instead solidified, as if donning an invisible armor of destruction. His black hair danced without wind, the tips swirling as though delicate spatial rifts flickered in and out of existence. His gaze had transformed entirely. Like a deity looking down upon a chattering swarm of ants, he had lost all patience. Pinnacle of transformation, and such a formidable level. So astonishingly close to an even higher realm. This cultivation would dominate any territory in the upper realms, let alone in this lower realm. He slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze piercing through Lei Xiao and the Hammer Brother. I ask once. I do not enjoy repeating myself. His voice was flat, devoid of any tremor, yet more chilling than any roar. A shiver coursed through Lei Xiao's entire being, fear igniting a flicker of ferocity within him as he hoarsely shouted, Who are you? Stop with the theatrics. What responded to him was not words. Buzz. A sound reminiscent of a sword's cry from the primal chaos erupted suddenly from within Li Wanyu. The sound of the sword resonated with an unparalleled sharpness, capable of severing all things and annihilating myriad laws, even parting the clouds above to unveil a vast void. Clang! A shadowy radiance emanated from Li Wangyou's dantian, cascading into his outstretched palm. As the light dissipated, it revealed a long sword. Measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, the sword's body exuded an ancient aura, cloaked in a somber hue that seemed to absorb all surrounding light. The blade appeared blunt, yet it conveyed an effortless ability to cleave through space. Upon the hilt were inscribed 2 archaic and formidable characters, Break the Heavens. The celestial sword sensed its master's fervent battle spirit and boundless killing intent, soaring forth with a jubilant hum, causing the very fabric of space around it to warp and collapse slightly. Li Wangyou's fingers gradually coalesced around the sword's hilt. At the moment he tightened his grip, a thunderous roar erupted. His aura surged once more, as if he and the sword had become one. The pinnacle of his transformation, combined with this unparalleled celestial sword, resulted in a reaction far beyond mere arithmetic. The overwhelming pressure surged like a tsunami, causing the 2 celestial generals, Lei Xiao and Hammer Brother, to groan involuntarily and stagger backward, their faces drained of color. The celestial artifacts in their grasp trembled uncontrollably, emitting low, mournful wails, a primal fear in the presence of a higher existence. With the sword in hand, Li Wanyu casually executed a flourish. Without exerting an ounce of spiritual power, the mere passage of the sword through the air birthed enduring rifts in space. He lifted his gaze, finally fixing his eyes upon the 2 celestial generals, who were nearly paralyzed with terror. Then, he stepped forward. The instant his foot struck the ground, the entire Zhuang Peak seemed to tremble. His voice, laden with a resolute decree of death, resonated clearly in the ears of every being on the battlefield. Those who dare to harm my master or deceive my fellow disciples shall perish. Chapter 154. A sword that startles the celestials. Li Wanyu was set in motion. Swift. Unimaginably swift. It transcended the limits of visual perception, surpassing even the boundaries of divine awareness. To all observers, he merely and casually wielded the ancient long sword named Breaking the Heavens, sweeping it horizontally before him. The action was simple, direct, and almost haphazard, akin to brushing aside a speck of dust. There was no cataclysmic explosion of spiritual light, nor were there any manifest laws of destruction. Instead, a faint and ephemeral gray sword aura emerged from the blade of the Breaking the Heavens sword, drifting forward with an unassuming demeanor. Though it appeared inconspicuous and its speed seemed languid, wherever it passed, the fabric of space was silently severed, revealing a slender, remarkably smooth black line, an indication of the void unveiled after the complete dissection of reality. The fierce visage of the Thunderhowl celestial general, along with the nascent celestial power he had just summoned, was abruptly frozen. His pupils constricted in a frenzy, reflecting the languid approach of the gray sword aura. He yearned to evade, yet found the surrounding space transforming into an iron mire, binding him immovably to the spot, rendering even a finger unmovable. He sought to activate his celestial armor for protection, only to discover that the spirit within the armor emitted a desperate wail, succumbing to silence. He wished to scream, yet even his voice was utterly stripped away by the terrifying sword intent. He could only watch helplessly as the seemingly innocuous sword aura gently grazed his resplendent silver celestial armor. The armor, a source of his pride and capable of withstanding any assault from the mortal realm, offered no resistance against the gray sword aura, which extinguished it without a sound. Next came his celestial body, his bones, his internal organs, and his fleeing celestial soul. The sword aura swept past. Not just him, but within the fan-shaped area enveloped by the sword aura, dozens of celestial soldiers who had just surged in, brandishing their might, remained frozen in various aggressive postures, charging, slashing, and grinning malevolently. Then, with a soft sound, the Thunderhowl Celestial General, alongside those elite celestial soldiers, began to disintegrate from head to toe under the gaze of all witnesses, dissolving into the most minuscule particles of nothingness, too fine to be considered dust. They left no trace of existence, as if they had never graced this world. Only a minute spatial rift slowly mended in the place of their disappearance, bearing witness to the existence of that horrifying strike. Gulp. A sound of someone swallowing hard echoed loudly in the profound silence, a testament to their extreme terror. The double hammers in the hands of the Hammer Brother Celestial General clattered to the ground, denting his own foot, yet he remained oblivious. His mouth agape and eyes wide as saucers, he fixated on the spot where the Thunderhowl had vanished. Feeling as though all the blood in his body had turned to ice, one thought consumed his mind: flee. Immediately. At once. Distance himself from this monster. This was no mere cultivator from the mortal realm. This is truly an ancient demon masquerading in human guise. The seventh disciple, Lingxiao, collapsed onto the ground, gazing at Li Wangyou's retreating silhouette, his mind utterly incapacitated, muttering a singular word: 6, 6, 6. Li Wangyou gradually sheathed the broken sky sword, its blade still exuding an air of ancient solemnity, as if the extraordinary strike just moments ago bore no relation to it. He stood, sword in hand, his garments fluttering gently in the breeze, his stature as upright as a pine tree. His gaze, devoid of emotion, swept across the assembly. Glancing at the terrified celestial soldiers trembling in fear, the hammer-wielding celestial, who appeared as pale as a ghost after losing his weapon, and the bewildered expressions of his fellow disciples who seemed to see him for the first time. Li Wangyou tilted his head slightly, seemingly finding the scene somewhat tedious. He raised a hand, using his pinky to clean his ear, then blew gently upon his fingertip. This familiar yet incongruous gesture caused a twitch of annoyance among those who knew him. Despite his overwhelming strength, his irreverent demeanor remained unchanged. Then, he spoke. What are you all standing there for? Clean up the battlefield. Finish off the wounded, gather the valuables, and we can replace some furniture at Ziwang Peak. He paused, his gaze finally landing upon the hammer-wielding celestial, who was on the verge of losing control of his bladder. A smirk playing at the corners of Li Wangyou's lips. As for you, the hammer-wielding celestial shivered, nearly dropping to his knees. However, Li Wangyou turned his attention away from him, lifting his gaze as if penetrating layers of space, fixating on the colossal rift in the heavens above. His voice suddenly rising with an air of defiance and authority. Listen well. From this day forth, this realm is under my protection, Li Wangyou. Any deity foolish enough to challenge me, come forth and try your luck. Chapter 155. The Wrath of the Celestial Army. Li Wangyou's proclamation. This realm is under my protection, reverberated through the air, imbued with an audacious authority that left the entire battlefield in a state of bewilderment. Yet, after the initial shock, a radically different response emerged. The disciples of Lingxiao Palace, having briefly questioned their existence, were suddenly engulfed by an indescribable ecstasy and fervor, surging to the heavens. Wow, sixth brother is amazing, one disciple exclaimed, breaking the silence. Slay. Annihilate these bastards clad like shiny silver beetles. Damn it, I almost wet my pants just now. Now it's their turn. Brothers. Charge with sixth brother. The essence of morale is often remarkably simple. The presence of an invincible warrior on their side was more invigorating than consuming 10 pounds of stimulants. The disciples of Lingxiao Palace, who had just been crying out for help and barely surviving through formations, suddenly transformed. Energized as if they had been injected with a potent elixir, and began their counterattack with fervent cries. Although their individual strength was still inferior to that of the heavenly soldiers, the current momentum was overwhelming, and they focused their assaults on those who were paralyzed with fear by Li Wangyou. On the side of the celestial army, chaos reigned supreme, particularly around the area of Ziwang Peak. One of the commanding generals, Lei Xiao, was effortlessly vanquished by a mere stroke of a sword, while another celestial general, having lost his weapon, could only think of fleeing in panic towards the gap in the protective barrier. The remaining heavenly soldiers were utterly disoriented, gazing at the figure wielding an ancient sword, reminiscent of a demonic deity, their legs trembling in terror. Discipline, formation, non-existent. Survival was paramount. Li Wangyou, however, was not idle. He had declared his intent to cleanse the battlefield, and thus he took action. With a single step, he appeared amidst a group of heavenly soldiers attempting to form a defensive formation. Form a formation? Nonsense, he muttered, casually sweeping his sword. Another faint gray sword light flashed by. The dozens of heavenly soldiers who had just activated their celestial power barriers, striving to establish a battle array, along with their armors and weapons, vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of dust. He continued his stride, moving through the battlefield with the ease of a leisurely stroll. There were no extravagant techniques, merely the fundamental movements of swordsmanship. Yet, it was these basic actions, combined with the terrifying might of the breaking sky sword, that became the nightmare of all heavenly soldiers. Wherever the sword light passed, a swath of the battlefield was rendered empty. Whether they were shield bearers defending or archers attempting long-range attacks, even those who had turned to flee far away. As long as they found themselves within the seemingly slow yet utterly unavoidable gray sword light's coverage, the outcome was inescapable. They would vanish as if they had never existed. He truly resembled a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep, leaving nothing but emptiness in his wake. Occasionally, a few stray celestial spells or arrows were shot at him, but he couldn't be bothered to even glance. Those attacks were crushed by the invisible pressure of peak transformation before they could approach within a yard of his body, never even brushing against the hem of his garment. The efficiency was terrifying. The celestial army atop Zhuang Peak diminished at a visibly alarming rate. Panic spread like a plague, and the surviving heavenly soldiers completely lost their will to fight, rushing towards the still healing breach in the luminous barrier, lamenting their lack of legs. Useless. All of them are useless. In the distance, the commander of the invading celestial army, donned in dark golden celestial armor and emanating a presence even more formidable than Lingxiao, gritted his teeth in fury. Through the water mirror technique, he observed the situation atop the sitting forget peak with crystal clarity, watching the lower realm cultivator suddenly appear and slaughter his elite heavenly soldiers with ease. Even slaying Lingxiao in a single stroke nearly caused his lungs to explode with rage. Investigate. Immediately find out how such a being could exist in the lower realm. Which ancient being has concealed their power? The commander bellowed, his voice echoing in the celestial ship's command chamber. The celestial officials below trembled in fear, hastily operating various magical instruments in an attempt to analyze Wangyou's energy fluctuations and origins, but the feedback resulted in chaos and uncertainty. My lord, we cannot analyze it. His energy level is exceedingly high and strange, with no matching records in the database. Useless. The commander shouted in anger once more, but he was not a fool. He quickly forced himself to calm down. Regardless of the opponent's background, the most crucial task now was to stabilize the situation and eliminate him. He must not be allowed to continue his slaughter. The commander swiftly issued orders. Deploy the 3rd, 5th, and 7th battle formations. Target the sword-wielding cultivator on sitting forget peak. Spare no effort. Annihilate him. Orders. The nearby celestial generals, Xian Meng, Qing Luan, and Pan Shi, immediately abandoned their previous targets and joined forces to encircle this individual. Set up the 3 talents absolute celestial formation. Activate the skylocking mirror and target him. Disrupt his movements. A series of commands were issued, and the celestial army machinery began to operate with remarkable efficiency. Instantly, the heavenly battle formations, previously scattered across other areas of Lingxiao Palace, reformed into a square formation. Over 1,000 heavenly soldiers, like a golden torrent, redirected towards sitting forget peak. Simultaneously, 3 powerful celestial generals rose from different directions, transforming into streams of blue, black, and yellow light, shooting towards sitting forget peak like meteors racing towards the moon. Each of their auras surpassed that of the earlier Lingxiao. In the distance, at the bow of an enormous celestial ship, a colossal gem suddenly illuminated, emitting a beam of light that traversed space, landing upon Wangyou, who was busy clearing the battlefield. This beam of light bore no offensive power, but carried an annoying sense of adherence and restraint, attempting to limit Wangyou's movements and disrupt the flow of energy surrounding him. Wangyou frowned slightly, feeling as though a fly was buzzing in his ear. Quite bothersome. The energy surrounding him trembled slightly, causing the beam to sway violently, flickering in and out of visibility, yet it did not dissipate immediately, stubbornly clinging on. In this brief moment of delay, whoosh, the 3 celestial generals summoned had already arrived, forming a product shape that encircled Wangyou. Leading them was a female celestial general clad in azure armor, wielding twin swords, her features strikingly cold and beautiful, Xian Mei. One figure, robust and towering like an iron tower, wields a colossal axe, while the other embodies a graceful agility, enveloped by swirling azure winds, and holds a longbow. Without exchanging a single word, the three simultaneously enact their incantations. The triad of celestial existence commence. A resounding hum reverberates. Three distinctly different celestial energies, poisonous green serpent malevolence, the heavy force of yellow mountains, and the tearing blue hurricane, erupt from the three celestial beings, intertwining to form a tricolored barrier that blankets the entire sky, completely encompassing Wangyou. Within this radiant dome, the very laws of nature appear to be altered. Gravity intensifies exponentially, sufficient to crush a golden elixir cultivator into mere pulp in an instant. Countless sinister serpent shadows, formed from toxic energies, lash out from all directions. Additionally, innumerable invisible blades of wind slice through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. But that is not all. Outside, the three celestial military formations, composed of thousands of heavenly soldiers, have taken their positions, establishing an even larger encirclement. All soldiers simultaneously raise their celestial artifacts, infusing them with celestial power. Fire at will. The commander on the celestial ship gestures forcefully. In an instant, thousands of terrifying beams of celestial magic, energy projectiles, and rune arrows cascade like a torrential downpour, akin to the Milky Way spilling forth, utterly engulfing the tricolored barrier, and, at its heart, Wangyou. A thunderous roar erupts, a colossal explosion resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Blinding light consumes all, rendering it impossible to gaze directly. The terrifying shockwave of energy spreads wildly, collapsing many of the remaining structures atop Ziwang Peak, causing even the main hall to tremble violently. At the epicenter of the explosion, the energy reaches an unparalleled frenzy, with space fracturing inch by inch before swiftly mending, as if creating a fleeting chaotic realm of energy. Everyone holds their breath, anxiously observing the cataclysmic orb of light. The morale of the disciples of Lingxiao Palace, which had just surged, now hangs in the balance, their palms slick with sweat. Though their sixth senior brother is exceedingly formidable, this display is utterly terrifying. Is this truly an assault possible from the lower realms? The three celestial generals orchestrating the formation pale, clearly aware that maintaining such a complex array and directing such a monumental concentrated attack demands tremendous effort. However, confidence and ruthlessness gleam in their eyes. None could survive the triad of celestial existence and the combined fury of 1,000 heavenly soldiers. Even an immortal would be stripped of their skin. On the celestial vessel, the commander's lips curl into a cold smile, bemused, contemplating the fate of their adversary. The brilliance gradually dissipates. The energy aftershocks subside. The fractured space slowly begins to mend. All eyes remain fixed on the epicenter of the explosion. Emerging first is the still erect tricolored barrier, albeit with a significantly dimmed radiance. Then, within the barrier, a figure slowly becomes discernible. Wangyou stands unfazed, having not shifted an inch from his position. His right hand casually holds the breakthrough sword, while his left hand, astonishingly, uses his pinky to clean his ear, a hint of impatience at the noise adorning his face. Enveloping him is a thin layer of gray ripples. It is this seemingly fragile ripple that deflected the catastrophic combined assault, leaving even the hem of his garment untouched. Unscathed. How bothersome. He curled his lips slightly, then lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the three celestial generals whose eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets, finally resting upon the bewildered heavenly soldiers arrayed at the periphery. The sword of breaking heaven seemed to sense its master's impatience, emitting a sharper, more resonant clang, its tip quivering slightly, directed at the ants who dared to offend it. Wangyou's expression grew even more piercing than before, akin to two newly forged divine weapons, glinting with a frigid luminescence. Is this feeble display all they can muster? Chapter 156. The array of heaven and earth observing Wangyou, who remained unscathed and indifferent after the cataclysmic barrage of concentrated attacks. The three celestial generals and the multitude of heavenly soldiers outside experienced a complete breakdown of morale. How could this possibly be? The faces of the three generals turned ashen, beads of cold sweat cascading down their brows. Maintaining the triad celestial array was an endeavor of immense energy consumption, and yet all they achieved was a mere sound? The Xianmeng general trembled as he gripped his dual swords, while the Qingluan general found his quiver uncomfortably warm to the touch, and the Panshir general's rock-like skin was on the verge of cracking from fear. The heavenly soldiers outside the formation were equally distressed. Many found their celestial energy output wavering, the brilliance of their battle array flickering erratically. Were it not for the unyielding military orders, they would have long fled in disarray. The commander aboard the celestial ship, infuriated to the brink of destruction, bellowed, "Increase the output. Continue the assault. We shall exhaust him to death." Yet, even he was riddled with trepidation, pondering the true nature of this monstrous being. Wangyou, however, had no time to concern himself with their crumbling spirits. Slightly vexed by the incessant barrage, particularly the intrusive probing beam emanating from the celestial vessel, akin to an insufferable fly, he furrowed his brow, finally lowering his finger from his ear. Then, he executed an action that left all the celestial beings in utter astonishment. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved an astonishingly large handful of talismans from an obscure corner of his storage artifact. Indeed, it was a genuine handful, too voluminous for two hands to contain. A thick stack that likely comprised hundreds of them. These talismans, crafted from various materials, bore intricate and profound runes, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of spiritual radiance, clearly not of mundane origin. Each talisman, if presented, would incite fierce competition among lower realm cultivators. Yet now, they were casually clutched by Wangyou as if they were mere trifles. "Do you fancy a crowd? Do you have an affinity for a race?" Wangyou smirked, and then, akin to scattering a handful of beans, he abruptly flung the precious high-grade talismans into the air. "Let you all savor a taste of this." Once released, the talismans seemed to possess their own sentience, or perhaps they were guided by an exceptionally sophisticated and potent divine will, tracing an enigmatic trajectory as they flew towards various critical nodes in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless talismans, akin to golden fish, intertwined and darted through the air, forming a temporary array of vast coverage. The complexity of this array far surpassed that of the triad celestial array laid by the three generals. An abundance of runes flickered and danced, summoning the essence of heaven and earth as the five elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with various mutated attributes of wind, thunder, ice, and darkness, converged in perfect harmony. "This is bad. Retreat." The Xianmeng general was the first to react, letting out a shriek as he attempted to withdraw. But it was already too late. The array had been formed. Buzz, a translucent membrane, shimmering with a rainbow of colors, instantly rose, enclosing Wangyou, the three celestial generals, and the majority of the surrounding heavenly soldiers within. Following this, within the array, the winds and clouds began to shift dramatically. Countless colossal meteors, ablaze with violet heavenly flames, coalesced from thin air, crashing violently into the ranks of celestial soldiers. The ground split open, erupting with icy thorns exuding an extreme chill, ensnaring the legs of the divine warriors. Bolts of thunder, as robust as mighty dragons, surged wildly through the formation, relentlessly pursuing those celestial soldiers attempting to ascend. Furthermore, invisible waves of psychic shock rippled forth like an unending tide, causing many heavenly soldiers to clutch their heads in agony, their celestial powers hindered. But that was not the end. Wangyou's techniques were exquisitely refined, allowing these assaults to distinguish friend from foe. The ferocious meteors, icy thorns, and thunderbolts deftly avoided the areas occupied by the three celestial generals and the disciples of Lingxiao Palace, precisely targeting only the heads of the celestial soldiers. In an instant, the formation transformed into a veritable inferno. The anguished cries of the celestial soldiers, the sounds of explosions, and the roaring of thunder filled the air incessantly. The three generals, who had moments ago exuded an air of invincibility, were now thrown into disarray, suffering grievously. The three celestial generals watched in horror, their eyes nearly bursting with rage. Yet they found themselves unable to protect their own lives. Trapped within the formation, they not only had to fend off the occasional stray attacks, but also endure the relentless psychic shocks, feeling as though they might vomit blood. Utterly powerless to rescue their subordinates outside. Meanwhile, Wangyou, as if unaffected, stood calmly at the eye of the storm within the formation, where tranquility reigned. He even took the liberty to turn and shout to the still-dazed disciples of Lingxiao Palace in the distance. "What are you all standing around for? Watching a show?" His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with a commanding presence, awakening everyone. Those who remained unscathed and capable of movement immediately began to reorganize their defenses. "Second brother, lead the team to repair the damaged nodes near the main hall. Third sister, withdraw the injured. If there aren't enough elixirs, go to my cave and fetch them. The great bag in the corner is filled with them. Big brother, stop staring and take those who can still fight to eliminate the remaining celestial soldiers on the peak. Let none escape. Fifth sister, use your loud voice to relay commands. Note down any slacker who dares to be idle. We'll settle the score later." His words flowed swiftly, each command clear and unambiguous, reinvigorating the somewhat chaotic assembly of Zhuowang Peak. The brothers and sisters instinctively obeyed his orders, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. Having organized matters at home, Wangyou then turned his gaze back to the celestial soldiers outside the formation, who were still attempting to assault the protective barrier, as well as to the bothersome celestial ship in the distance. TSK, how utterly unoriginal. He regarded the stubborn gray beam of light emanating from the ship's bow with a disdainful smirk. Then, he made a move that nearly caused the celestial beings to pop their eyes out in astonishment. He reached into his belongings once more. This time, he produced elixirs, a multitude of them, resplendent in a spectrum of colors, contained within various jade vials, each labeled with names such as Complete Restoration Pill, Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill, 9 Turns Soul Revitalization Pill, and Fiery Sun Pulse Incineration Pill. Just the pure medicinal essence and energy fluctuations radiating from the vials indicated that these elixirs were far from ordinary. At this moment, Wangyou resembled a child delighting in candy, as he grasped several jade vials in one hand, heedless of their contents. With a swift motion, he uncorked them and hurled them towards the most densely populated area of celestial soldiers and the direction of the celestial ship. Enjoy the candy. The jade vials traced elegant arcs through the air. Initially, the celestial soldiers mistook them for formidable artifacts, instinctively preparing to defend or evade. However, as the vials approached, they soon realized that they contained pure medicinal energy. Could such things truly inflict harm? In the fleeting moment of their confusion, Wangyou flicked his finger, directing delicate strands of spiritual energy that precisely struck the airborne vials. Bang, bang, bang. The vials erupted in an instant. The elixirs within were exposed to the air. And under the influence of Wangyou's unique spiritual energy, their internal equilibrium shattered instantaneously. Boom. An explosion of energy, more chaotic and ferocious than any talisman attack, erupted violently. The 10 Completeness Revitalizing Pill detonated, transforming into a torrent of crimson, frenzied vitality flames that ignited upon contact, impossible to extinguish. The Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill exploded, unleashing a chaotic maelstrom of spiritual energy that nearly caused the celestial soldiers' powers to spiral out of control. The 9 Turns Soul Reviving Pill, rather than exploding, emanated a potent aura of vitality, yet in the throes of death, it served no purpose. Instead, it caused the wounds of nearby injured celestial soldiers to writhe grotesquely, sprouting flesh in a ghastly manner, amplifying their agony. The Sunfire Pulse-destroying pill was the most vicious. It detonated like a miniature sun, its extreme heat and destructive energy vaporizing the celestial soldiers within its radius. A cacophony of explosive pills erupted in succession, creating zones of death, their power rivaling that of high-tier talismans. The sheer audacity of this assault was utterly bewildering and humiliating. To hurl such precious medicinal pills as bombs were mortals from the lower realms so extravagant and wasteful. The celestial ship rocked violently from the blasts of several Sunfire Pulse-destroying pills, its protective barrier flickering erratically until the bothersome gray beam at the ship's bow finally extinguished with a resounding pop. Wangyou nodded in satisfaction. It's all cleared. Observing the celestial army outside, now in disarray and crying out in distress, and glancing at the 3 celestial generals and a few scattered soldiers still struggling within the formation, he deemed the cleanup process rather slow. Remembering something, he looked down at his feet. Wangyou had returned unnoticed, clinging to his pant leg, its round head tilted back, beady little eyes fixated on the scurrying silver beetles outside, with what appeared to be a glistening droplet trailing from its mouth, clearly tempted. Wangyou chuckled, gently nudging its plump backside with his foot. Hey, don't just gawk. After nurturing you for so long, it's time to contribute. Go, Wangyou. Dinner is served. The formerly endearing and innocuous panda, upon hearing the words dinner, had its small eyes gleam with an alarming intensity. It let out a deep, primal roar that was utterly incongruous with its cute exterior. Roar. As this roar echoed, its body began to swell uncontrollably, as if inflated like a balloon. Chapter 157. The fall of the celestial General Wangyou's form surged wildly. What was once an adorably rotund physique transformed in an instant into a towering primordial beast several zhang high, rising on its hind legs. Its robust forelimbs stirred up a terrifying wind pressure. The aura it exuded was ferocious beyond measure, a stark contrast to the previous cute creature. With a resounding roar, the evolved Wangyou dropped to all fours and thundered towards the celestial soldiers outside the talisman array, who were dazed and disoriented by the explosive elixirs. It required no intricate techniques, merely the most primal of actions. With a resounding thwack, several heavenly soldiers attempting to form a defensive formation were smacked into golden meat patties. With a crunch, a celestial general's steed was bitten in half before it could emit a single cry. A sweep of its tail sent another group of celestial soldiers flying, leaving them with shattered bones. Its hide was tough and its flesh resilient. The celestial soldiers' attacks felt like mere tickles against it, at most leaving a few white marks. With immense strength, a casual swipe was enough to scatter the celestial army's formation into disarray. Its ferocity unleashed a storm of carnage, limbs and severed body parts flying in all directions. With such a ruthless pet joining the fray, the collapse of the celestial army outside escalated exponentially. The heavenly soldiers were no longer contemplating victory. Instead, they were desperately seeking a way to escape this monstrous bear and the even more fearsome sword cultivator. Within the talisman array, the three trapped celestial generals watched in horror and frustration. They were ensnared by a talisman array hastily set by Wangyou, forced to endure a barrage of chaotic attacks while contending with an unending assault on their souls, depleting their celestial energy significantly. As their subordinates were slaughtered outside, they could only watch helplessly, a sense of powerlessness threatening to shatter their resolve. Wangyou, however, remained unfazed. At last, his gaze slowly settled upon the three celestial generals. He assessed the Qingwan general, shaking his head, too fragile. Then he glanced at the Xuanmeng general, overly flamboyant. Finally, his attention fixed on the bulliest among them, the Panshir general. You. Then, Wangyou declared, pointing his Poshianshan sword at him, appearing somewhat more resilient. The Panshir general's countenance darkened as he sensed the lethal threat emanating from the sword's tip. With a furious roar, he unleashed a surge of earthy celestial energy. Arrogant. I am. Loud, Wangyou interrupted, disinterested in his grandiose proclamations, stepping forward. In the next moment, he had appeared above the Panshir general, the Poshianshan sword descending directly upon him. There was no finesse, only raw power. The Panshir general dared not show the slightest negligence. He raised his gigantic axe in defense, channeling all his celestial energy into it. This was his strongest defensive stance, confident that even a celestial general of the same rank would find it challenging to break through. Panwei Guardian Clang. Sword met axe. Crack. The Panshir general's treasured giant axe, which had accompanied him through countless battles, was riddled with cracks before shattering into countless fragments. The Poshianshan sword, unstoppable, continued its descent. No. The rock immortal general desperately crossed his arms above his head, while the radiance from his celestial armor blazed forth, attempting to withstand the impending strike. With a sharp sound, the arms that could endure the impact of stars, along with the proud shoulder section of his top-tier celestial armor, were severed cleanly. Golden celestial blood gushed forth like a fountain. Ack! The rock immortal general let out a piercing scream, his face contorted with agony and sheer terror. The other two immortal generals, witnessing this scene, were struck with paralyzing fear. The Qingwan immortal general instinctively drew his bow and loosed a green arrow, while the Xuanmeng immortal general brandished dual swords, launching an assault from both sides towards Wangyou, attempting to divert the crisis. Wangyou did not even glance back. With a casual sweep of his left hand, the Qingwan and Xuanmeng both emitted muffled grunts, hurtling backward, blood spilling from their mouths. Yet, Wangyou's focus remained steadfastly on the rock immortal general. Defense? It piqued his interest, but not sufficiently. He assessed briefly and vanished once more. Enduring the excruciating pain of his severed arms, the rock immortal general frantically burned his celestial essence, seeking to escape. The ground beneath him trembled as he attempted to employ the earth escape technique. However, Wangyou's speed surpassed his own. The breakthrough sword thrust forth again. This strike, seemingly unremarkable, harbored profound cosmic principles, locking onto all of the rock immortal general's vital energies, rendering evasion impossible. At the tip of the sword, the fabric of space compressed in layers, forming a minuscule black hole. All of the rock immortal general's defensive spells and protective treasures crumbled before the sword tip, as if they were mere paper. No, I am of the celestial court. Uft. The breakthrough sword effortlessly pierced through the last barrier of the heart-protecting mirror upon the rock immortal general's chest, embedding itself deep within his torso. He gazed down at the sword lodged in his heart, its blade untouched by a single drop of blood. He could feel a force imbued with absolute annihilation surging through him. Where it passed, his celestial meridians shattered, his celestial bones dissolved, and his vitality extinguished. At the core of that sword's intent, it locked onto and struck the very essence of his celestial soul, the core celestial nucleus. The celestial nucleus. the wellspring of an immortal's power and life. At that moment, the nucleus was riddled with cracks, and then, boom, it shattered completely. How? How could this be? The rock immortal general struggled to raise his head, gazing at Wangyou, who held the sword, his eyes filled with resentment and dread. He could not comprehend how he, a formidable warrior of the celestial court, could perish so easily at the hands of a mere practitioner from the lower realms. Wangyou remained expressionless, slowly withdrawing the breakthrough sword. The blade retained its ancient, somber hue, untouched by dust. As the sword was extracted, the brilliance in the rock immortal general's eyes faded entirely. His colossal form swayed, then fell backward with a thunderous crash, like a mountain collapsing. Before his body made contact with the ground, it began to transform into golden particles of light at the wound, swiftly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, this powerful immortal general had vanished completely under the gaze of all, as if he had never existed. Only the lingering, chilling essence of the destructive sword energy remained, bearing testament to the events that had just unfolded. The celestial generals, Qing Luan and Xian Meng, were rendered pale with shock as they witnessed their comrades' swift demise. The last vestiges of their courage to resist evaporated, and their bodies began to tremble. Meanwhile, the commander aboard the distant celestial vessel, observing this scene through the water mirror technique, let the command flag slip from his grasp with a resounding thud upon the ground. His lips quivered, yet no words escaped them. This marked the highest-ranking celestial being to fall since the onset of the conflict. Chapter 158 Unexpected Allies. The celestial generals Qing Luan and Xuanmeng nearly lost their grip on their weapons, their earlier imposing presence diminished. Were it not for the crowd, they might have found themselves on their knees, begging for mercy. The heavenly soldiers outside, driven into chaos by Wangyou, were demoralized upon witnessing the sudden loss of their leader, their morale plummeting to abyssal depths. In their frantic attempts to flee towards the celestial ship, they trampled one another, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. The commander aboard the celestial vessel was no longer merely distressed. He appeared to be on the brink of a heart attack. He watched helplessly as a high-ranking warrior was dispatched with alarming swiftness, his blood pressure surging as he trembled, reaching for a swift-acting heart remedy. On the side of Lingxiao Palace, morale soared to new heights. Sixth senior brother is magnificent. The shouts reverberated through the air, and the disciples redoubled their efforts in cutting down the retreating heavenly soldiers. Fifth senior sister Zhao Mingyue brandished her sword, exclaiming, "Wangyou, yes, fight that one in the white robe. It seems to be quite plump." Wangyou, the fearsome beast, indeed proved formidable, rampaging through the ranks of the celestial army, clearing small areas with each swipe of its paw, exhibiting an efficiency that was nothing short of terrifying. Just as the tide of battle on Ziwang Peak appeared to be reversing in an astonishing manner, suddenly, a vast expanse of dense black clouds surged at the edge of the battlefield, near the entrance of Lingxiao Palace. These ominous clouds roiled restlessly, exuding an unsettling, malevolent aura that starkly contrasted with the radiant celestial light and the righteous aura of Lingxiao Palace, creating a dissonance that was palpable. The oppressive magic energy was so intense that it could be felt from a distance. Magic energy. It's the people of the demon sect. After years of conflict between the righteous path and the demonic path, they were sworn enemies. With the demonic forces now encroaching, it was evident that they sought to capitalize on the chaos, to strike while the iron was hot. The commander aboard the celestial ship was momentarily taken aback, but then a sinister smile crept across his face. Excellent. It seems there are still many vengeful ants in the lower realm. As they turn on each other, we shall profit from their strife. He promptly commanded the disheartened troops to regroup slightly, allowing the demon sect a stage for its performance. Everyone assumed the demon sect was there to pick up the pieces. Even Wangyou furrowed his brow slightly, observing the ominous clouds rolling in. The magic clouds approached with remarkable speed, soon reaching the battlefield's edge. As the black clouds parted, shadowy figures emerged within. Various demonic banners, bone artifacts, and swirling toxic mists, typical of the demon sect's arsenal, came into view. Their numbers were substantial, and their auras fierce, clearly comprised of elite warriors. At the forefront stood several individuals, their profound magic energy suggesting that their cultivation levels were likely no less than the nascent soul stage. Just as everyone anticipated this band of demons to charge forth with a raucous battle cry, either to assault the entrance of Lingxiao Palace or to join forces with the celestial army against Ziwang Peak. A vibrant yet audacious female voice erupted from the forefront of the magic clouds. "Which blind fool dares to bully me?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Moments later, a lithe and striking figure burst forth from the magic clouds, leading the charge. She donned a snug, crimson leather armor that accentuated her breathtaking curves, with delicate bells adorning her wrists and ankles, jingling with every movement. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, yet at this moment, her brows were furrowed in indignation, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes blazed with fury, brandishing a violet whip in her hand. Who could it be but the little princess of the Netherworld Sect, Yao? The very position from which she emerged fortuitously aligned with the flank of the defeated celestial army. The celestial soldiers, who were retreating in disarray, had scarcely grasped the situation before they were met by this extraordinarily beautiful yet fearsome enchantress. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she commanded, "Listen up. Gentlemen of the Netherworld Sect, this princess demands your attention. Strike those celestial imps clad in silver like coffins with all your might. Hit them with sudden force. Use the most ruthless tactics at your disposal." The sorcerers following her, though their expressions reflected a mixture of confusion and oddness, had clearly been instructed prior to this engagement. Upon receiving her command, they howled with fervor, conjuring dark clouds and wielding their sinister artifacts as they charged towards the retreating celestial forces. In battle, the methods employed by the sorcerers of the Netherworld were indeed distinct. Curses of the underworld, toxic mists, bloodthirsty skeletons, and soul-extracting techniques, all manner of insidious and treacherous tactics, which righteous individuals would disdain to employ, were unleashed in full force. The celestial army, already beleaguered by the onslaught of Wangyou and Wankai, found their morale shattered and formations in disarray. They could hardly anticipate the sudden emergence of such a band of despicable and unscrupulous sorcerers. Instantly, calamity befell the celestial soldiers on the flank. The air was filled with anguished cries, more harrowing than when they had been crushed by Wankai moments earlier. Many celestial soldiers, in the throes of battle, discovered festering sores erupting upon their bodies, their spirits stinging with pain, and their celestial energy flowing sluggishly. The discomfort was unbearable. This unforeseen turn of events left both sides in a state of bewilderment. The disciples of Lingxiao Palace. Has this sorceress lost her senses? The celestial army. Damn it, these sorcerers have no sense of honor. The commander of the celestial fleet. He felt his mind was struggling to comprehend the absurdity of this situation. Yao, unfazed by the thoughts of others, wielded her whip and shattered the resolve of a celestial soldier who dared to resist. With a lift of her charming face, her gaze pierced through the tumultuous battlefield until it alighted upon the somewhat dazed Wangyou. A mischievous smile curled at her lips as she exaggeratedly raised her voice, ensuring he could hear her. "What are you staring at, little thief? Do not presume that this princess has come to your aid. I am merely here to enjoy the spectacle and, incidentally, to clear away the bothersome trash. Only I have the power to take your life. These celestial imps dare not lay a finger on you." Her words were delivered with unassailable confidence, a blend of stubbornness and pride. Wangyou, observing the chaos unfolding at the flank of the celestial army, where Yao was wreaking havoc while still addressing him, gradually shed his astonishment. Initially, he curled his lip in mild disdain, clearly unimpressed by the moniker Little Thief. However, witnessing the Netherworld Sect's genuine assault on the celestial army, which significantly alleviated the pressure on the front of Lingxiao Palace, he gently shook his head. Then, his gaze met that of the fiery figure in the distance. Exchanging a silent understanding, no words were necessary. Yao boldly met his gaze, proudly lifted her chin, and provocatively flicked her whip. Everything was conveyed without utterance. Chapter 159. The radiance of Buddha. The battlefield had descended into utter chaos. The celestial army was being mercilessly battered by Wangyou and Wankai, while the flanks were assailed by the sudden onslaught of deranged demons, leaving them in a state of despair. Formation? Non-existent. Morale? That had long been devoured by Wankai. The remaining heavenly soldiers were instinctively dodging for their lives, wishing they had more limbs to escape the turmoil. The commander aboard the celestial ship was so furious he nearly bit the command platform, cursing the demons while frantically dispatching troops from other regions to fill the gaps, desperately attempting to stabilize the crumbling front. The disciples of Lingxiao Palace were both astonished and elated, slaughtering the fleeing celestial soldiers while remaining wary of the wild tactics employed by their demon counterparts. After all, the deep-rooted belief in the unyielding opposition between righteousness and evil lingered, despite being allies at this moment. The sight of flying skulls and toxic mists instilled a sense of dread. Yao led the demon cultivators in a joyous rampage on the celestial army's flank, the crack of his whip resonating through the air as he targeted those who appeared to be officers, all the while directing, "Yes, yes, that leader. Cast a bone corrosion curse on him, and the one shooting arrows beside him, poison his bowstring." The demon cultivators were adept at such treacherous tactics, executing them with utmost proficiency. Li Wangyou, however, remained leisurely, having removed the talisman array, allowing Qing Wan and Xuanmong to hastily retreat to the celestial ship. With arms crossed, he observed the fervent battlefield on the demon's side, a playful smile gracing his lips. Wang Kai, having transformed back into its rotund form, was happily gnawing on a piece of armor snatched from a celestial soldier, seemingly enjoying the taste. Just as the forces of righteousness and evil engaged in their oddly harmonious assault on the celestial army, a new presence emerged on the horizon. This time, the atmosphere was entirely different. Absent were the ominous vibes of the demons and the overwhelming might of the celestial army. Instead, from the western sky, waves of serene and pure golden light radiated like the rising sun, dispelling some of the smoke and demonic energy enveloping the battlefield. A melodic chant resonated, solemn and reverent, akin to the tolling of evening drums and morning bells, reverberating in every heart, calming the frenzied emotions of the bloodied cultivators and celestial soldiers. A procession of monks clad in robes, treading upon lotus platforms or bathed in the light of the Buddha, approached in grand formation. Leading them was a figure in white monk robes, handsome and dignified, exuding a gentle radiance of Buddha's light, none other than the Bodhisattva Liaochen. The monks behind him possessed resolute gazes, wielding ritual implements such as staffs, zazen sticks, and alms bowls, reciting sutras in unison. A tremendous force of Buddhist power coalesced, forming a golden cloud. They were the monks from the Great Brightness Temple of the Western regions. Bodhisattva Liaochen calmly surveyed the chaotic battlefield. Witnessing the arrogance and slaughter of the celestial army, the blood-soaked struggles of the disciples of Lingxiao Palace, and the efforts of the demon cultivators attacking the celestial flanks. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Li Wangyou, who appeared to be merely observing the spectacle. With hands clasped together, he spoke aloud, Amitabha. In the vastness of the mortal realm, all beings suffer. Celestials are not true celestials, and demons are not true demons. Today's calamity is not merely a tribulation of one realm, but rather a tribulation born of delusive thoughts and insatiable desires. He paused momentarily, casting his gaze upon the celestial vessel and the ostentatious heavenly soldiers. With the compassion of the Buddha, I also bear the fierce countenance of the Vajra. It is the solemn duty of disciples of the Buddha to protect all sentient beings and shield them from suffering. It is a responsibility that cannot be shirked. The beings of this world shall not be subjected to the status of slaves or beasts. As his voice echoed, the monks behind him chanted in unison, Amitabha. The resplendent radiance of the Buddha intensified magnificently. Formed the formation, Vajra Demon Suppression Circle. At the command of Liao Chun, the monks sprang into action. They swiftly occupied various positions, sitting cross-legged, their recitations growing ever more resounding. Golden swastika-shaped Buddha seals emanated from their bodies, intertwining in the air to form a colossal golden halo. Once this halo took shape, its effects were immediate and profound, everywhere illuminated by the Buddha's light. The divine aura of the celestial army appeared to be fiercely suppressed, their attacks weakened, and their speed significantly diminished. Even some of the less skilled heavenly soldiers, under the radiance of the Buddha, displayed expressions of anguish upon their faces. In contrast, the disciples of Lingxiao Palace and the practitioners of the demonic sect, though they found the Buddha's light somewhat blinding, were not overly constrained. Instead, they felt a sense of tranquility, with their expended spiritual energy recovering at an accelerated pace. Thus, the celestial army found themselves in an even more dire predicament. Bald donkeys, how dare you assist these lowly ants from the lower realms against the celestial court? The commander of the celestial vessel bellowed in fury. Yet Liao Chun merely cast a languid glance in his direction, continuing to chant and empower the Buddha formation. His gaze seemed to convey a silent challenge. Curse away. Let us see how long you can sustain your ire. Thus, a most peculiar yet magnificent scene unfolded upon the battlefield. The righteous leader Lingxiao Palace, the formidable demonic sect Yumei sect, and the illustrious Buddhist monastery of Deguangming, typically restrained in their encounters, momentarily united against a common foe. The disciples of Lingxiao Palace engaged head-on. The practitioners of the demonic sect executed covert strikes from the flanks, while the venerable monks of the Buddhist order provided distant support with their blessings. Righteousness, wickedness, and Buddhism, these three starkly different forces, at this moment, shared a singular animosity, united in their purpose to vanquish the celestial offspring. Chapter 160. The Truth of the Upper Realm, Part 1. In the realms of Lingxiao Palace, Yuming Sect, and the Great Brightness Temple, the three factions, typically disdainful of each other, found themselves unexpectedly united in a common cause, relentlessly targeting the same group of adversaries. The celestial army was enduring a significant crisis. Wangyou, with an air of nonchalance, had somehow procured an ornate armchair. Sitting regally atop the relatively undamaged expanse of Zwang Peak, legs crossed, and cradling a cup of tea, brewed at some indeterminate moment, sipping it leisurely. Beside him, Wankai had reverted to its petite panda form, playfully gnawing on a stolen celestial helmet like a nut, the crisp sounds echoing amidst the chaos. Were it not for the cacophony of battle surrounding them, one might mistake him for a wealthy young gentleman on a leisurely outing. Yet, paradoxically, he had assumed the role of the temporary commander. Hey, monk from the Great Brightness Temple. Yes, you, Chinchung. Stop your chanting and pay attention. The Buddha light on your left is waning. Reinforce it quickly. Don't you see those silver-skinned beetles trying to escape? Enchantress, I'm referring to you. Ensure your troops strike with precision. Cast that blood curse where the crowd is densest. Stop fixating on that nearly defeated foe. What a waste. His words flowed incessantly, alternating between sipping tea and issuing commands. Remarkably, he seemed acutely aware of every subtle shift on the battlefield, adeptly identifying critical points and achieving maximum results with minimal effort. Initially, the righteous, demonic, and Buddhist factions felt a sense of discomfort. How could a righteous leader command the demonic sect? How could a disciple of the Buddha heed the instructions of one who had once betrayed them? Yet, as they listened, they began to realize that his insights were surprisingly sound. Adhering to his directives yielded remarkable efficiency, minimal casualties, and exceptional enemy annihilation. Thus, an unspoken understanding emerged. The stoic disciple of the Buddha, Chinchung, maintained a serene expression yet adjusted the scope of the Buddha light without a word. Princess Yiyao scoffed, muttering her discontent, yet nevertheless gestured for her subordinates to concentrate their firepower. In this unconventional yet effective manner, Wangyou managed to amalgamate three distinctly different forces into a formidable fighting force. However, just as the tides of battle began to turn favorably, and the celestial army seemed poised for complete eradication, a sudden tremor reverberated through the skies. A low hum emanated from the rift in the heavens, signaling a new disturbance. A presence far more terrifying than that of the celestial fleet's commander surged from the crack. The emergence of this aura silenced the din of battle, overwhelming all with a palpable dread. Every cultivator, whether righteous, demonic, or Buddhist, felt an oppressive weight settle in their hearts, their spiritual energies rendered sluggish. Even Wankai ceased its playful gnawing, alertly raising its ears and emitting a low growl toward the sky. Wangyou's leisurely tea-drinking came to an abrupt halt as he slowly set down his cup, raising his gaze toward the celestial rift, a slight frown creasing his brow. Is something significant approaching? He murmured. Simultaneously, amidst the recent skirmish, not all celestial generals had fought to the bitter end. A few, displaying a modicum of cleverness, along with some mid to low-ranking celestial officers who had been captured, found themselves in the hands of Lingxiao Palace and the demonic sect. Although severely injured, Qing Shuzi remained conscious and immediately ordered the assembly of personnel for urgent interrogations. The elder of Lingxiao Palace, along with certain adept soul-searching experts from the demonic sect and several enlightened monks from the Great Bright Temple proficient in mind-reading, became embroiled in the affair. Initially, these celestial officials maintained a facade of bravado, exclaiming about the dignity of the celestial court and proclaiming that the ants among them would inevitably be reduced to ashes. However, when Wangyou, growing weary of their posturing, approached and casually seized the most vociferous celestial official, casting a cold gaze upon him for 3 seconds, the official promptly lost control of his bodily functions and, like a bamboo tube pouring forth beans, divulged all that he knew. Furthermore, the heavenly sword seemed to react to the aura emanating from behind the celestial gate, vibrating slightly as it transmitted ancient and indistinct fragments of thought to Wangyou. As various strands of information coalesced, a chilling truth began to emerge. The so-called upper realm was not the idyllic paradise of legend, nor the eternal celestial world. Rather, it too faced apocalyptic crises, with resources long depleted, spiritual veins withered, and laws collapsing. In their desperation for survival, the leaders of the upper realm had commenced a campaign of plunder and colonization of foreign domains. To those in the upper realm, lower realms like the one inhabited by Wangyou appeared as unexploited pastures, rich with the essence of the world. Their invasion was driven by a singular and ruthless intent to harvest. They sought to extract the spiritual energy, the primal essence, the minerals, and even the vitality and souls of the cultivators within this world, stripping it of all valuable resources to replenish their crumbling celestial domain. What fate awaited the ravaged worlds? No one knew. Perhaps they would wither into desolate lifelessness, or degrade into barren wastelands inhospitable even to mortals. The term pasture was not merely metaphorical, but rather literal. In the eyes of these invaders, the beings of this realm were akin to livestock awaiting slaughter. This was not a mere conflict of domains, nor a struggle between righteousness and malevolence. It was a war of survival and plunder on a civilizational scale. Chapter 161. The Truth of the Upper Realm, Part 2. Damn. Is there something even more formidable? A demon cultivator had just infused a withering bone curse into the celestial soldier's body when he felt his hand go weak, nearly losing his balance. This aura surpasses even the nascent soul stage, doesn't it? An elder of Lingxiao Palace turned pale. The chanting of the Buddhist disciple, Liao Chun, wavered slightly, and the radiant Vajra circle of exorcism dimmed a few degrees. Wang Kai completely abandoned gnawing on his helmet, bristling and baring his teeth, emitting a threatening growl from his throat, yet his small frame instinctively shrank behind Li Wangyou's legs. The only one who appeared relatively composed was perhaps Li Wangyou himself. What's all the fuss? If you have the capability, come down, he muttered towards the celestial gate. The onlookers were taken aback. Esteemed one, is this really the time for provocation? Though his words were irreverent, Li Wangyou was acutely aware of the situation. The information he had pried from the captive, combined with fragmented thoughts transmitted by the breaking heaven sword, was sufficient for him to piece together a rough outline of events. The upper realm? The celestial realm? Bah! It was merely a den of thieves on the verge of starvation, coveting their relatively fertile territory, poised to plunder them ruthlessly. Yet, certain details piqued his interest. For instance, his own outrageous cultivation level. His rate of advancement was beyond mere talent. It blatantly defied the fundamental laws of this world. He had often pondered this before, recognizing his own unparalleled intelligence and striking handsomeness, but the swiftness of his cultivation truly left little room for others to thrive. Now, he began to fathom the implications. Perhaps he was not a native product at all. Amidst the shattered thoughts transmitted by the breaking heaven sword, alongside the harrowing images of ancient battles against the upper realm's invasion, there appeared to be hints of additional information. Details regarding the internal strife, purges, and flights of certain ancient families from the upper realm, as well as some forbidden experiments. Li Wangyou's gaze turned contemplative. Could it be that he was the illegitimate offspring of a powerful figure from the upper realm, lost among the common folk? Or perhaps a failed experimental subject, carelessly discarded? In an ironic twist, this refuse had not only survived but thrived in the lower realm. Upon such reflection, the notion felt rather exhilarating. Could he perhaps spin a tale of a humble youth, wronged and underestimated, who was in fact a second-generation celestial? Yet, as soon as this thought emerged, he swiftly dismissed it. No, it fell off. His foundational strength was pure and vast, intimately aligned with the celestial laws of this realm. There was no sense of alien power. It was more akin to a seed, a meticulously chosen, possibly even modified, super seed, ideally suited for flourishing in this pasture. As for the intentions of the one who planted the seed, whether to harvest its fruits or wield it as a weapon, remained uncertain. Regardless, it appeared that the planter was either deceased or had forgotten about him. What does it matter? Li Wangyou quickly cast aside this speculation. Who he was, or whence he came, was of little consequence. What mattered was that he was now Li Wangyou of Ziwang Peak, with his master being King Suzy, and surrounded by a group of well-meaning but somewhat dim-witted companions. That was enough. His gaze fell upon the broken heaven sword in his hand. The origins of this blade seemed to be more ancient and tragic than he had ever imagined. From the shattered fragments of thought, he sensed a long-buried epic. Long ago, it appeared that the upper realm had attempted to invade this world, or perhaps many similar lower realms. The broken heaven sword was not a divine weapon birthed by this realm. It resembled more a pioneer or a fugitive. The fragments of consciousness revealed that it seemed to originate from an ancient clan or power that had long since been obliterated in the internal strife of the upper realm. A faction that opposed the rapacious plundering behavior and advocated for coexistence with the lower realms. On the eve of its annihilation, the broken heaven sword carried the last embers and will of resistance, tearing through the void and descending into this realm. Over countless years, it absorbed the primal energies of this world to nurture itself, seemingly awaiting something, or perhaps nurturing something, until it encountered Li Wangyou. Was it the sword that chose him? Or did his unique constitution attract the sword? Or perhaps it was a confluence of both. This blade was not merely a weapon of unparalleled might. It embodied a legacy and a burden. It bore the mission to combat the predators of the upper realm, as well as the final obsession of that long-extinguished faction within the annals of history. Li Wangyu's fingers gently caressed the icy blade. The sword trembled slightly, emanating a sentiment of yearning and reliance, akin to a child who has found its guardian. As he felt the sorrowful yet indomitable will emanating from the sword, Li Wangyu's usual nonchalant demeanor gradually faded. He might not care about his origins, but he was acutely aware of his current position. Behind him stood his battle-scarred master, his blood-soaked seniors, awkward yet temporary allies, and this world that nurtured him. Though it often ensnared him, he nevertheless derived a peculiar joy from it. Above him loomed a horde of ravenous marauders, intent on uprooting his home and devouring it whole. What choices remained? Indeed, Li Wangyu was indolent, often disdainful of complications, and had a penchant for mischief. Yet, he was fiercely protective of his own. Those who dared to threaten him or dismantle his home, they would find themselves facing the wrath of a tempest. He tightened his grip on the broken heaven sword, feeling the power and legacy coursing through it. A cold smirk gracing his lips. Very well, this burden is mine to bear. Chapter 162. The final descent. The sword intent emanating from Li Wangyu's fingertips had yet to dissipate when the overwhelming pressure from the heavens descended. The rift in the celestial gate began to writhe violently at this moment. The earth trembled as if the very cosmos were lamenting. A deafening sound of tearing emanated from the depths of the fissure, more terrifying than ever before. The edges of the rift began to crumble, revealing a more disquieting void behind it. Everyone felt a jolt of primal fear from the depths of their souls, as if an impending catastrophe were about to breach the final threshold and descend upon them. What is happening? This time felt different. I can scarcely breathe. Those of weaker cultivation collapsed to the ground, and even the ruthless members of the demonic sect displayed expressions of horror. The commander aboard the celestial ship, however, seemed to grasp a lifeline, his face alight with fervor as he shouted without regard for decorum, "We welcome the celestial envoy. May the envoy eradicate the defiance of this realm." Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, a massive vessel gradually emerged from the violently writhing rift. Terrifyingly, a figure stood silently upon the grotesque and fearsome celestial ship. Clad in a seemingly simple gray robe, the figure appeared somewhat gaunt. Their features were obscured, as if shrouded in a veil of flowing mist, rendering them indistinct. No radiant light emanated from them, nor did they deliberately release any oppressive aura. They simply stood there in stillness. Yet, the entire world seemed to center around their presence, growing heavy as though time itself were on the brink of freezing. Their very existence was an irresistible, absolute force. True immortal. The hearts of all involuntarily conjured these two words. Not a self-proclaimed celestial general, nor a heavenly soldier reliant on celestial armor or artifacts, but a genuine immortal who transcended the limits of this realm, having undergone a complete metamorphosis of their very essence. Their gaze slowly swept across the chaotic battlefield below. Where their eyes fell, whether upon the disciples of Lingxiao Palace, the practitioners of the demonic sect, or the eminent monks of the Buddhist order, all felt a bone-chilling cold, as if their deepest secrets were laid bare, causing their souls to tremble. Even the arrogant Wankai buried its head entirely behind Li Wangyu's legs, revealing only a quivering round bottom. Their gaze traversed the defeated celestial soldiers, the heavily battered command ship, the lingering essence of fallen celestial generals, and the temporarily allied forces. Ultimately, that indifferent gaze, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, fixed upon the summit of Ziwang Peak. It settled upon the lone figure who remained standing straight, even displaying a hint of impatience upon his face. It lingered on the ancient sword held in his hand. The gray robe fluttered gently, and from behind that indistinct visage, a sigh seemed to resonate. Then a voice, devoid of any emotional inflection, yet as authoritative as the laws of the universe, echoed in the ears of every individual present. In this tainted realm below, one could give birth to such an anomaly. To usurp the legacies of the upper realm and defy the celestial mandate, one must face retribution. As his voice faded, he slowly raised a finger, directing it towards Li Wangyu at the peak. This seemingly simple gesture, however, rendered the space around Li Wangyu utterly frozen. A terrifying force, capable of effortlessly shattering the pinnacle of divine transformation, had already locked onto him. The true immortal spoke coldly. An anomaly among the ants must be eradicated. Chapter 163. Beyond limits. Ascending to supremacy, the immortal raised a finger, and the space around him solidified, the laws of reality retreating, leaving only the essence of destruction contained within that finger, which ominously locked onto Li Wangyu. This was not sorcery, nor divine power. It resembled the immediate manifestation of intent, a direct negation of the lower dimensional world by a higher existence. It was as though his decree was absolute. Thus, Li Wangyou was destined for erasure. An undeniable decree of the heavens. In the battlefield below, everyone held their breath, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. The eldest disciple, Chu Tianhua, felt his eyes strain as he yearned to rush forward, yet he found himself unable to move even a finger. The third sister, Lu Xian, closed her eyes, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Yi Yao gripped her whip tightly, while the monk Liao Chan recited his sutras with increasing urgency, the light of the Buddha wavering under the weight of the immortal's pressure. The commander aboard the celestial vessel wore a sinister smile, as if he could already envision the loathsome anomaly from the lower realm being ground to dust. However, at the very center of this storm of destruction, Li Wanyu raised his head. Exhilaration surged within him, a thrill at finally encountering an opponent worthy of his serious attention. An immortal? Huh, such audacity. He let out a long howl, his voice resonating clearly, shattering the suffocating pressure that surrounded him. With a resounding hum, the peak of his transformation erupted without reservation. Vast spiritual energy surged forth, but this time, it seemed infused with something else, a primal power intricately linked to the very bloodline of this realm. Simultaneously, the breaking sky sword in his hand emitted an unprecedented resonance. The sword radiated a vast and profound aura, the power of this world's essence, the force of the realm. Under the deathly threat that transcended this world, and fueled by Li Wangyou's unwavering will to protect, he and the breaking sky sword achieved perfect harmony, finally awakening the long-dormant, fundamental force of this world. Man, sword, realm, an inseparable trinity. Break! Li Wanyu roared, gripping the breaking sky sword with both hands, channeling all his spirit and strength into a fierce slash directed at the immortal's distant finger. A beam of sword light erupted from the blade, seemingly embodying the veins of mountains and rivers, the cycle of life and death, and the myriad forms of existence. It was the fury and resistance of this world, coalescing into this strike. In the immortal's indifferent eyes, a flicker of disturbance finally appeared. Was it surprise? His outstretched finger collided with Li Wangyou's sword strike in midair, and at that moment, time and space seemed to lose all meaning. Only an overwhelming darkness collapsed inward, followed by a terrifying tempest of energy that erupted. The sky was torn asunder, leaving behind black fissures that would never heal. The earth split apart. The sitting forgetfulness peak trembled violently, boulders tumbling down. In the battlefield below, both celestial soldiers and cultivators were violently thrown into the air by the dreadful shockwave. The Vajra demon suppression circle set by Liao Chen shattered instantly. He grunted, blood seeping from his mouth. Yi Yao gasped, propelled backward by the force. Even Wankai let out a yelp, rolling into a ball. At that moment, everyone's senses dulled, drowned in an endless cacophony and a storm of destructive energy. Time passed, though its measure was lost. The devastating energy storm gradually subsided. The rifts in the sky slowly mended, and the dust settled. All eyes eagerly turned towards the center of the collision. There stood Li Wanyu, maintaining his stance with the sword poised for a downward strike. Yet, in this moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled. A trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, dribbling down his chin. His hands, gripping the sword, bore the marks of strain. Trembling slightly, it was evident that the preceding strike had weighed heavily upon him. Nevertheless, he stood tall, his spine erect. Opposite him, the exalted true immortal remained at the prow of the menacing celestial vessel. However, he was no longer the indifferent figure he once appeared to be. Remarkably, he had taken a step back. Although his gray robe remained immaculate, all witnesses discerned a faint white mark upon the fingertip that had seemed to embody the laws of the cosmos. It was as if the most flawless jade had been marred by a subtle flaw, while the mark was fading at a visible pace. Its mere existence was a profound signal. He had been repelled. Could it be that he had sustained an injury? Even the slightest trace of imperfection. The celestial army, the Lingxiao Palace, the demonic sect, the Buddhist order, everyone who beheld this scene was utterly astounded. A mortal cultivator had forced back a true immortal with a single strike? This notion shattered their every belief. Li Wanyu slowly straightened his posture. The overwhelming vitality within him surged, and the wounds on his hands and the blood at the corner of his mouth vanished in an instant. He lifted his hand and casually wiped his mouth with his sleeve, his movements still imbued with his characteristic nonchalance. Yet, at this moment, no one found it amusing. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the dissipating energy waves, once more landing upon the true immortal, a mocking smirk curling at his lips. Then, he raised the broadsword of heaven once more, its tip aimed directly at the true immortal. His voice echoed across the battlefield, penetrating the heavenly gates and resonating in the void beyond. Listen well. In this realm, I, Li Wangyou, reign supreme. Any unwise immortal or deity who seeks death, come forth. His proclamation thundered like the tempest of the nine heavens, cleaving through all fear and gloom, striking heavily upon the hearts of every living being. Behind the obscured visage of the true immortal, the previously placid gaze finally revealed a flicker of solemnity. He slowly withdrew that finger, standing with his hands clasped behind him. A more terrifying aura was awakening within him. The grand battle had finally entered its ultimate phase. Chapter 164. The dust settles. Li Wangyou's domineering declaration. In this realm, I am supreme. What immortal dares to come? What deity dares to approach? Still reverberated through the heavens and the earth, leaving everyone in a state of shock and confusion. They watched in disbelief as the true celestial figure, momentarily pushed back, stood with an indistinct expression, his aura radiating a palpable dissatisfaction that could be felt from 100 miles away. Just when everyone anticipated this powerful being would retaliate, unleashing some forbidden ultimate move to obliterate this realm, the celestial figure surprisingly remained still. He stood aloof at the bow of the menacing celestial ship, his gray robe fluttering gently, seemingly gazing at Li Wangyou for an extended moment, as if sensing something. Was it the apprehension of Li Wangyou's sword, imbued with the force of the realm? Or perhaps he discerned the resolute will of this world's inhabitants to resist? Or did he deem the cost too great for such a remote and insignificant place? No one could fathom the calculations in the mind of this powerful being. After a prolonged and suffocating standoff, the celestial figure let out a disdainful snort. He slowly turned away, no longer casting a glance at Li Wangyou or the chaotic battlefield below, as if everything before him had transformed into mere refuse unworthy of further attention. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from the ship's bow, presumably retreating into the vessel's interior. Soon after, the celestial ship began to turn, its glowing runes gradually dimming. It was retreating? The commander of the celestial ship, witnessing this scene, was nearly paralyzed with fear and urgently sent out a frantic message, his voice tinged with desperation. Yet, the only response he received was a cold reprimand from within the ship: silence. Without pausing, the celestial ship moved towards the rift in the heavens. Its motion sounded the retreat, akin to a clarion call. The remaining celestial soldiers, having lost all morale, witnessed their greatest ally fleeing, and thus shattered, they followed the ship in disarray, lamenting their lack of speed. In the chaotic escape, many collided and trampled one another, leaving a grim toll in their wake. The allied forces of Lingxiao Palace, the demon sect, and the Buddhist sect, seizing the opportunity, relentlessly pursued their retreating foes, claiming a bounty of spoils. Meanwhile, the vast rift in the sky began to tremble violently after the celestial ship had fully entered it, as if it were losing the energy that upheld it. The golden light rapidly faded, the edges of the rift visibly contracting. Ultimately, after a violent distortion of space, the rift vanished entirely. The sky returned to its original hue, though still permeated with the scent of smoke. The oppressive pressure from the upper realms dissipated completely. The fierce battle that had raged on for an indeterminate duration came to an abrupt end. The once scarred earth lay in ruins. The sitting forgetting peak had crumbled partially. The main hall teetered on the brink of collapse, with craters and broken walls scattered throughout. The other peaks fared little better. The spirit fields lay in ruins. Celestial birds had fled, and the former splendor of the immortal realm now lay in desolation. The immense joy of survival after the calamity, intertwined with the profound sorrow of lost comrades and the destruction of one's homeland, enveloped the hearts of every survivor. Many stood in a daze, gazing at the ruins and the bodies of their fallen companions, momentarily uncertain whether to weep or to rejoice. "Is it over?" murmured a young disciple of Lingxiao Palace, as the sword in his hand clattered to the ground. "Did we win?" Another disciple sank to the earth, overwhelmed by tears, unable to discern whether his emotions stemmed from elation or lingering dread. On the side of the demonic sect, a group of cultivators exchanged glances, then erupted into laughter and curses, reveling in their survival while unceremoniously scavenging the remnants of celestial weapons left behind. Meanwhile, the Buddhist monks clasped their hands together in prayer, reciting the mantra for the deceased, offering solace to souls regardless of their affiliations. Yao, having stowed away her whip, surveyed the chaotic battlefield before glancing at the figure atop the peak. She pursed her lips and instructed her fellow cultivators, "Enough, enough. Let us not disrespect the righteous leader. Retreat now." Yet, before departing, she deftly pilfered the most valuable ornament from a nearby celestial general. The Bodhisattva Liaochen gazed at the now tranquil sky, uttering a long, resonant chant, before quietly retreating with the monks to rest, not immediately leaving the scene. All eyes, however, were instinctively drawn to a singular direction, towards the nearly obliterated summit of Ziwang Peak, where a solitary figure remained steadfast at the pinnacle, disheveled yet upright. Li Wangyou had, at some point, sheathed the broken sky sword. His face resumed its languid expression. "What a racket! Finally some peace," he muttered. The sunlight, after a struggle, pierced through the lingering smoke and dust, cascading downwards. At that moment, a brilliant ray of sunshine fell directly upon him, enveloping him in a warm and radiant halo. This illuminated his figure, marked by a hint of fatigue and impatience, yet undeniably powerful, etching his image into the minds of all who gazed upon him. He became the singular focal point in that moment, the sole essence of the world around him. Chapter 165. The undisputed first Li Wangyou felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, making him decidedly uncomfortable. He scratched his head and muttered, "What are you all staring at? Is there something on my face? Shouldn't we be tending to our wounds, digging pits, and, cleaning the corpses? Let us not be wasteful." His words were undeniably plain, forming a stark contrast to the imposing image he had just projected when he had repelled the true immortal with a single sword strike, causing the celestial gates to slam shut. Yet, it mattered not. Nothing he said could alter the situation. He had not merely stemmed the tide. He had single-handedly lifted the heavens that were on the verge of collapse and firmly pressed them back down. Although he had not slain the true immortal, he had forced them to retreat, leaving a mark on their fingertip, a feat that, in times past, would have led to his being labeled insane. The title of the foremost person in this realm needed no further proclamation. The chilling silence of the true immortal upon their retreat, along with the resolute closure of the celestial gates, served as the most undeniable evidence, far superior to any sect competition, elder evaluations, or martial rankings. Reverence, absolutely warranted. Observing his nonchalant ear-picking, while recalling the terror of that sword light, who among them did not feel a shiver run down their spine? This calamity, no, this formidable being. Should anyone cross him on a day when he was in a foul mood, who could withstand his wrath? Adoration, indeed. Especially among the younger disciples of Lingxiao Palace, their eyes sparkled with admiration. They once considered the sixth senior brother a nuisance, a malignant tumor. Now, they recognized him as the most profound guardian of Ziwang Peak, the hidden treasure of Lingxiao Palace. Gratitude? Beyond measure. Were it not for him, every single person present would likely be queuing at the gates of Yama for a sip of soup. The weight of this life-saving grace was immense. Complex? Oh, exceedingly so. Reflecting on the past grievances he had inflicted upon others, their emotions were a tumult of contradictions. Hatred was impossible to harbor, especially since he had just saved their lives and the world. Yet, rushing forward to embrace him and shout praises for the sixth senior brother felt equally daunting. For the shadows of past traumas loomed large. Liao Chun, the Buddhist disciple, gazed at Li Wangyou with eyes that were both clear and profound, imbued with a sense of enlightenment, as if he were saying, "Ah, I see now. All is interconnected, all is part of the path of cultivation." Wang Kai, however, paid no mind to such complexities. Transforming back into a small panda, it scampered over, hugging Li Wangyou's leg and nuzzling against him, emitting cheerful sounds that seemed to convey, "Boss, you're amazing." Amidst this peculiar yet tranquil atmosphere, a sudden rush of wind broke the silence. Leading the charge was the esteemed headmaster of Lingxiao Palace, accompanied by the elders, all hastily ascending to the summit of Ziwang Peak. These old fellows had hidden themselves more deeply than anyone when the true immortal had descended, but now that the crisis had passed, they emerged with remarkable swiftness. As they descended, their gazes fell upon the desolate scene before them, particularly on the youth standing at the center of the ruins, illuminated by sunlight. The expressions on their faces were nothing short of extraordinary. The headmaster, flanked by the elders, strode purposefully towards Li Wangyou, devoid of any airs or the usual gravitas of seniority. The esteemed master even inclined his body slightly, his tone unprecedentedly gentle. "Oh, my dear disciple Wangyou, this time, you have truly endured much." The master's voice carried a hint of dryness, and he expressed profound gratitude. "Thanks to you, our Lingxiao Palace has weathered this calamity, and the lives of the people in this realm have been preserved." An elder nearby quickly chimed in, Indeed. Disciple Wangyou has turned the tide, securing a legacy for the ages. It is a blessing for our sect and for all living beings." Another elder hastily followed up, "How is your injury, dear disciple? Do you require any rare herbs for your recovery? Our sect's treasury, well, though it has suffered considerable damage, what remains is at your disposal. Please, do not hesitate." These elders, who typically held themselves in high regard, now surrounded Li Wangyou with an attitude that bordered on obsequiousness, their words imbued with an almost reverential deference. It seemed as though the individual standing before them was no longer the wayward disciple they could reprimand at will, but rather a supreme being whose opinions they felt compelled to seek. Li Wangyou found himself encircled by these venerable figures, listening to their flattery and concern, feeling more overwhelmed than he had during his recent confrontation with a true immortal. With a look of disdain, he interjected, "Enough of this. Spare me the ceremony. Let us get to the matter at hand. Master, do we need funds for rebuilding our home? What about compensation for the casualties? With so many eyes upon us, mere flowery words are of no use." The master was momentarily taken aback, his composure slightly faltering, yet he promptly nodded. "Yes, yes. You speak wisely, dear disciple. We shall convene to discuss this immediately." As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Li Wangyou's expression, resembling a subordinate awaiting directives from a superior rather than the leader of a sect. Chapter 166. Legends and Infamy. The almost sycophantic reverence exhibited by the master and the elders sent shivers down Li Wangyou's spine. He detested such superficial displays of flattery. "Enough, enough," he hastily gestured, interrupting the elders' incessant praises and concerns. "Dear uncles and aunts, could we perhaps engage in something more substantial?" His eyes darted around until they landed on Elder Mingfa, who was responsible for the sect's regulations and treasury. This elder had frequently scolded him with a fury, often punishing him with rigorous copying of scriptures and confinement as part of his routine discipline. Rubbing his hands together, Li Wangyou approached the visibly awkward Elder Mingfa with a grin. "Elder Mingfa, now that the great battle has concluded, I might argue that I, well, contributed just a smidgen, wouldn't you agree?" Elder Mingfa, beads of sweat forming on his brow, nodded vigorously. "Indeed, Master Wangyou, your contributions are monumental, truly monumental." "Then, if I may be so bold," Li Wangyou continued, "shouldn't the spiritual stones, elixirs, and those, mysteriously acquired trinkets that were confiscated from me be returned? They are, after all, my hard-earned money." Elder Mingfa's face paled at the mention. Some items had long been sequestered into the treasury, others had been preserved as evidence, and some had even been secretly divided among certain elders. To return them unscathed was akin to tearing flesh from his own body. But could he dare refuse? Stealing a glance at the stern-faced master, and then at the formidable figure before him, who could repel true immortals with a single stroke, he swallowed hard and forced a smile more grotesque than a grimace. "Of course, I shall retrieve them at once. They will be returned in full. No, double the amount." "Ah, now that is the spirit," Li Wangyou exclaimed, patting his shoulder. "Elder Mingfa, you truly understand reason." Before long, several disciples of the law enforcement hall arrived, laboriously hauling several hefty chests filled with glimmering spiritual stones, various jade vials of elixirs, and an assortment of seemingly valuable materials for crafting. Li Wangyou scarcely glanced at the resources that could make even nascent soul cultivators envious. He merely rummaged through them briefly before waving his hand dismissively at the eagerly awaiting brothers and sisters behind him. "Elder brother, wasn't half of your cave dwelling collapsed? Take this to repair it. Make it sturdy. Second elder brother, these crafting materials should serve you well. Use them sparingly. We wouldn't want another heap of scrap iron. Third elder sister, take these elixirs and distribute them among the injured junior brothers and sisters. If you need more, just ask Elder Mingfa. Fifth elder sister here. These spiritual stones are for you. Buy some new clothes and practice your voice. Next time you scold someone, do so with more authority, like a child distributing candy." He allocated the majority of the spoils and returned funds to his elder siblings, reserving only a meager portion of the least conspicuous items for himself. As his brothers and sisters beheld the sudden influx of substantial resources, they were momentarily taken aback, their hearts swelling with warmth, bittersweetness, and humor. This troublemaker remained unchanged. Yet how could one possibly harbor resentment towards him? The sect leader and the elders gazed at the scene before them, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. They had initially contemplated how to utilize resources, power, and status to win over this newly ascended figure, the foremost individual in this realm. However, the individual in question cast them aside with disdain, fixated solely on the modest expanse of Zhuowang Peak and the dilapidated abodes of his senior brothers and sisters. It seemed their efforts to ingratiate themselves had been utterly misguided. His cultivation level placed him in a realm far beyond theirs. Thus, Li Wangyou's standing in this world had transcended all expectations. To be elevated above the sect leader was a foregone conclusion. Yet, he exhibited not a shred of interest in this so-called status, spending his days meandering through the ruins of Zhuowang Peak, teasing the loyal companion, Wang Kai, and playfully tormenting his junior brother, while occasionally venturing to the still-standing Danxia Peak to sample newly produced elixirs. His existence was characterized by an unadorned simplicity. Meanwhile, legends concerning him spread like wildfire throughout the cultivation world, and even the mundane populace began to take notice. In bustling markets, tea houses, and taverns, storytellers struck their wooden blocks with fervor as they recounted tales of the celestial gate swinging open, unleashing countless golden-armored heavenly soldiers like a swarm of locusts upon the realm. Teetering on the brink of catastrophe. Amidst this dire situation, a figure stood resolutely atop Zhuowang Peak, reminiscent of a proud evergreen. Can anyone guess who it is? Who? Indeed. Speak up. It is none other than Li Wangyou, the sixth disciple of Lingxiao Palace, the revered Li Zun. As Li Zun faced the immortal with a mere gesture, his composure remained unshaken, and with a gentle flick of his divine sword, he unleashed a strike that encapsulated the very essence of the universe. The audience gasped in disbelief as they heard a resounding crack. The once mighty immortal was forced back a step, a white imprint left upon his finger. Bravo! The crowd erupted in applause, captivated and enraptured. This version of the tale, an epic of heroism, became the most widely circulated and mainstream narrative. However, soon after, an array of peculiar and fantastical versions began to emerge. In a tavern, a group of wandering cultivators, emboldened by drink, boisterously bragged, "Did you know that Li Zun was extraordinary even in his youth? At 3 years old, he could extract eggs from the cranes of Lingxiao Palace. At 5, he had the audacity to sell clay pills, posing them as celestial elixirs to outer disciples. But that is not all. I heard from my second uncle's third niece's partner that when he was 10, he stole the apron of the chief disciple of Wangyou Peak and successfully framed their senior brother for it. And there's more. At 15, he forged a love letter from his master, the revered Qingxiu, nearly igniting a war between two peaks. How impressive! In a tea house, several elderly men stroked their beards while conversing. This Li Wangyou, a figure of both virtue and vice, defies conventional understanding. It is said that he has traversed secret realms, ambushing various cultivators indiscriminately, regardless of age or gender, assuming various forms and vanishing without a trace, earning the moniker Grand Ancestor of Ambush. Yet it was he who, at the brink of annihilation for this realm, stepped forth to turn the tide. Weighing his merits against his transgressions is a challenging endeavor. Even the children playing on the streets have altered their nursery rhymes. Li Wangyou, the sixth brother, stealing pouches, planting the master brother. The immortal arrives, unafraid, a sword gleaming cold across 19 continents. You say he is wicked, yet he is also benevolent. You say he is good, yet he causes mischief atop the forgetting peak, where he reigns supreme, forcing even immortals to take detours. These legends, oscillating between righteousness and wickedness, blending truth and fiction, have rendered the image of Li Wangyou exceedingly intricate, vibrant, and relatable among the folk. He is no longer a lofty, clay statue of a deity, but rather a flesh and blood, mischievous yet utterly reliable hero. Frequently, naive children, upon hearing the storyteller recount the deeds of Li Wangyou, tug at their parents' sleeves, inquisitively asking, "Father, mother, is that Li Wangyou a good person or a bad person?" The storyteller or elder, often taken aback at first, then reveals a knowing smile, sighing softly, "A good person? A bad person? Is it truly that simple to distinguish? This gentleman is akin to the wildfires in the mountains, the stubborn stones in the river, defying convention and free from constraints. You claim he is wicked, yet he has saved countless lives. You assert he is good, yet he has engaged in thievery and deceit without hesitation. Perhaps this is what one might call a blend of righteousness and wickedness, true to one's nature." Chapter 167. The Master's Contentment Atop the Mount of Sitting Forgetfulness. After several days of rough repairs, a small patch of ground finally emerged, suitable for standing. The remnants of crumbled walls had not been entirely cleared, yet the sight was far more pleasing than the previous chaos. As the sun dipped low in the west, it cast a warm golden hue upon the ruins, imbuing them with a strangely melancholic warmth. Old Master Qing Su, draped in his outer robe, bore a pallid complexion, but his breath had stabilized. No longer resembling the frail figure on the verge of demise, he sat upon a somewhat intact stone bench, facing a crooked little wooden table. The table held little of value, only a jug of coarse spirit and 2 chipped clay cups. Li Wangyou sat cross-legged on a large stone opposite him, in a rather disheveled manner, pouring himself a cup of the inferior liquor. After taking a sip, he immediately grimaced in distaste. "TSK, old man, your stock is quite subpar. Did the battle leave you with nothing better? Consuming this might worsen the wounds." Qing Su shot him a glare, his hand instinctively rising to deliver a light admonition, only to be hindered by the ache in his innards, prompting a couple of gentle coughs before he replied, "Having something to drink is already commendable. The Sect's storeroom was devastated, and this bit was salvaged by your senior brother from some obscure corner. If you find it lacking, then do not drink." Despite his words, he lifted the jug and poured himself a cup as well. The murky liquid swirled within the broken cup. The two of them sat silently amidst their ravaged home, gazing at the sun slipping below the horizon as they sipped the inferior wine. Neither spoke first. In the distance, the faint sounds of disciples clearing debris, transporting materials, and the occasional clanging of tools could be heard. Rebuilding their home was not a task to be accomplished in a single day, yet it had finally commenced. The rays of the setting sun elongated their shadows. Ching Su drank slowly, savoring each sip as if it were a fine vintage. His gaze wandered over the collapsed halls, the ground scarred by Sword Qi, his eldest disciple. Chu Tianhua, energetically instructing the others. His third disciple, Lu Xian, cautiously nurturing a charred spiritual tree. His fifth disciple, Zhao Mingyue, bustling about with a massive timber. And the second and fourth disciples, quietly studying the new formation's foundation in a corner. Eventually, his gaze rested upon his carefree apprentice beside him. His expression was intricate. There was a disorientation from surviving the calamity, a pang of heartache for the destroyed home, concern for his disciples' injuries, but more prominently, there was a sense of contentment and pride. A hint of relief lingered, one that even he might not fully recognize. Who could fathom the immense pressure and helplessness he felt when the gates of the celestial realm opened and the overwhelming presence of true immortals descended? As the master of a peak, instinctively, he wished to shield all his disciples, only to find himself laughably insignificant before such absolute power. He had even prepared himself for the direst of outcomes, to sacrifice his life, perishing alongside the mount of sitting forgetfulness. Yet he never anticipated that, ultimately, it would be his sixth disciple, who had consistently been the source of his concern, a mischievous troublemaker, and a relentless instigator since childhood, who would rise to shoulder this burden. Even managing to repel a true immortal with a single sword, thus averting a calamity. This rascal had truly concealed his depths. Qing Shuzi could not help but chuckle inwardly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He recalled the peculiar sensation he experienced on that snowy night when he discovered the infant. The astonishing speed with which the child had drawn energy at 3, established a foundation at 5, and attained the golden core at 10. He remembered the countless times he had discreetly shielded him from extraordinary phenomena and urged him to conceal his talents, as well as the pranks that had caused him considerable vexation. It turned out that none of this was mere coincidence. The stubborn stone he had unwittingly brought back was enveloped within a gem capable of illuminating the ages. He felt no need to inquire about Li Wangyou's remarkable cultivation nor the origins of that sword, nor to question why he had remained hidden until now. Such matters had lost their significance. What truly mattered was that this child had not changed at heart. He still found fault with inferior wine, still addressed him as old man without ceremony, and still allocated most of the hard-earned resources back to his senior brothers and sisters, his heart ever fixed on the home of Zhuowang Peak. That was sufficient. Qing Shuzi exhaled a breath tinged with the scent of alcohol, as if releasing the burdens and anxieties that had accumulated over countless years. He raised his hand, not to strike or to scold, but to gently pat Li Wangyou on the shoulder. The gesture was slow, yet imbued with strength. No excessive words were necessary. Everything was conveyed in silence. All the solace, pride, emotion, trepidation, and the relief of having let go coalesced in that simple touch. Li Wangyou, momentarily pausing with his wine cup in hand, sensed the multitude of unspoken sentiments embedded in the old man's silent gesture. His habitual playful grin softened a touch, and for once, he neither dodged nor made a sarcastic remark. Instead, he slightly turned his head away from the old man's complex gaze, pretending to savor his drink, though his throat subtly moved. After a brief moment, as if unable to endure the overly sentimental atmosphere, he turned back, snatched the wine jug from the old man's hands, and, while filling the cracked ceramic cup, spoke in a tone that demanded a light-hearted reprimand. All right, old man, stop looking at me like that. It's rather unsettling." He pushed the filled cup towards Qing Shuzi. "Drink your wine." Then, he gazed into the distance at the setting sun and the bustling crowd. His voice resolute. "From now on, this Zhuowang Peak. I will take care of it. You, just enjoy your old age, tend to the birds. Take leisurely strolls, worry less, and perhaps live a few more years." Qing Shuzi held the cup filled by his disciple, listening to the audacious proclamation of this rascal. Initially, he puffed his cheeks in mock indignation, then shook his head in amusement, finally culminating in a relieved sigh. He raised his cup. That mischievous boy. The two cracked ceramic cups clinked gently in the fading glow of the sunset. Chapter 168. The responsibility of the senior disciple. A few days after the modest gathering of master and disciple atop the summit of sitting forgetfulness, the senior disciple, Chu Tianhua, found himself unable to remain idle. Though he bore considerable injuries, with internal turmoil and damaged meridians, under ordinary circumstances, he would require a year or more of seclusion for recuperation. However, with the sect in dire need of revitalization and his master, Qing Shuzi, in a more severe state requiring rest, and the capable sixth disciple exhibiting a carefree attitude, a multitude of pressing matters awaited resolution. It was imperative for someone to take charge. Without waiting for his master's directives, Chu Tianhua voluntarily shouldered the immense responsibility of reconstructing the summit of sitting forgetfulness. Following the trials of battle, he appeared to have shed some of the youthful exuberance, adopting a demeanor imbued with gravitas and a profound sense of duty, acting with newfound decisiveness. Every dawn, he could be seen at the makeshift command center he had established at the summit, diligently sketching plans and organizing logistics. The debris cleared from the eastern halls was prioritized for use in repairing the main array's foundation for his second disciple. Third sister, have you compiled the list of spiritual soil and seeds needed for the apothecary? I shall instruct the disciples responsible for procurement to exchange them at the market. Fifth sister, ensure your people handle the spiritual wood with care. That is the ironwood we painstakingly harvested from the back mountain, not mere firewood. Today, those assigned to fortify the western cliff will each receive an additional 3 low-grade spiritual stones. The task is perilous, and their compensation must reflect that. He managed the intricate affairs of reconstruction with remarkable order. Disciples skilled in earth-based spells were tasked with solidifying the foundation. Those with meticulous attention to detail were assigned to inventory, and those possessing great strength were designated to transport materials, utilizing everyone's strengths. When disputes arose between groups over resources or personnel allocation, he handled them with fairness and decisiveness, earning the respect of all. He effectively became the de facto steward of the summit of sitting forgetfulness, overseeing every detail with a calm demeanor, as if he were inherently suited for this role. His attitude towards Wangyou, however, remained unchanged. Wangyou? He was now, without a doubt, the troublesome spirit of the summit. Occasionally, he would sneak into the command center, not to offer assistance, but to create mischief. For instance, he might point to a newly designated alchemy chamber on the plans and earnestly suggest, "Senior brother, I believe the feng shui here is unfavorable, prone to explosions. Perhaps we should convert it into a bathhouse instead?" After a battle, a soothing soak would be delightful. Chu Tianhua would continue to annotate the inventory list without lifting his head, responding calmly, "Sixth brother, the alchemical furnaces from Danxiao Peak will arrive tomorrow. The proposal for a bathhouse is hereby rejected. Should you wish to bathe, there is a pool beneath the waterfall at the back mountain." At other times, he might suddenly hand Chu Tianhua a gleaming object that was clearly a standard-issue dagger from the Celestial Army, saying, "Here, senior brother, I noticed your old chopping knife is getting dull. This should suffice for now. I acquired it from a silver-shelled beetle officer. It's quite sharp." Chu Tianhua regarded the dagger. Imbued with celestial energy, his mouth twitching slightly as he silently accepted it, then promptly recorded it in the inventory, categorizing it among the spoils for the study of celestial runes. Letting him use such a treasure for chopping wood? He feared the wrath of the heavens. For instance, when he observed second brother Shijian diligently engraving the array's runes, he would approach and gesture animatedly, saying, "Second brother, your lines are all crooked and unsightly. Allow me to demonstrate a proper design." He would then snatch the carving knife and, with a few swift strokes, etch a vivid turtle motif onto the array's foundation, nearly inciting Shijian to strike him with a hammer in frustration. In such moments, Chu Tianhua would invariably appear, extricating the troublemaking Wangyou from the wrath of his irate junior disciples, exclaiming helplessly, "Sixth junior brother, if you are at leisure, perhaps you could assist seventh junior brother in feeding the celestial cranes, or simply take a nap." Wangyou would typically pout in response, remarking, "Boring," and would indeed seek a sun-drenched spot to lay down and doze off, with Wankai promptly scampering over to serve as a warm companion. In Chu Tianhua's eyes, Wangyou remained the sixth junior brother who required his watchful eye and guidance, occasionally even needing his assistance in rectifying mishaps. Undoubtedly, his strength was astonishingly formidable, yet his temperament, well, it remained fundamentally unchanged. Thus, supervision and admonishment were still necessary. The responsibilities of an elder brother would not waver simply because the other had ascended to become the foremost figure in this realm. Wangyou seemed to relish this constancy. Before his elder brother, he could still act with impudence, indulge in laziness, and evade consequences after causing trouble. This familiar sensation brought him a sense of comfort. Everything appeared to revert to the past, yet somehow felt subtly different. As the sun set, Chu Tianque finally completed the last proposal concerning the restoration of spiritual energy in the spiritual fields. Rubbing his slightly swollen brow, he let out a long sigh of relief. Rising to stretch his limbs, his gaze instinctively swept over the nascent form of Ziwang Peak. Observing the gradually erecting temple framework, the newly cultivated spiritual fields, and the weary yet hopeful faces of his junior disciples, a faint smile of satisfaction graced his resolute features. His gaze inadvertently drifted beyond the mountains, towards the distant, mist-shrouded peak of Yunnu Peak, renowned for its breathtaking scenery. It was said that Yunnu Peak had suffered considerable losses in the recent conflict and was in the midst of reconstruction. I wonder how she is faring. The moment this thought emerged, Chu Tianque's hand instinctively rose, reaching for the place where his pendant had once hung at his waist. Now it was empty. His movement halted, and the hint of satisfaction quickly faded, replaced by a bittersweet smile. Chapter 169. The tranquility of the third senior sister amidst the bustling chaos. The third senior sister, Lu Xian, represented a serene and healing sanctuary. Following the conclusion of the great battle, she became the most industrious and heart-wrenching figure on Zhuowang Peak. The makeshift infirmary was filled with wounded souls, some with severed limbs, others suffering from damaged meridians or shaken spirits. The air was perpetually filled with groans and cries of anguish. Lu Xian toiled tirelessly, relying on medicinal pills to sustain her as her spiritual energy waned. Her once vibrant face turned pale and translucent. Her body swayed as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Yet, she gritted her teeth, employing her exceptional healing skills and indomitable spirit to rescue every comrade she could from the brink of death. After tending to the last of the critically injured, she nearly succumbed herself, on the verge of becoming a patient. After a few days of well-deserved rest, she gradually regained her strength and quietly set about clearing a patch of land on the western slope of Zhuowang Peak, where the sunlight was abundant. This area had once been a small garden, home to ornamental spiritual plants, but had been nearly destroyed during the battle. Undeterred, Lu Xian personally revitalized the charred soil and made the effort to channel a faint stream of spiritual energy from a recovering spiritual vein to nourish the ground. Thus began her endeavor of sowing seeds. She did not plant high-grade spiritual herbs, as those were in short supply and prioritized for the alchemical endeavors at Danxia Peak. Instead, she focused on resilient, low-tier spiritual flowers and herbs known for their calming and restorative properties, such as the luminescent moonlight grass that glimmers at night, the soothing Ningxiao flower that emits a delicate fragrance to ease anxiety, and the vibrant, joyful rainbow bellflowers. She even transplanted some ordinary medicinal herbs from the foot of the mountain, like bloodstopper grass and bruise-resolving roots. Every morning and evening, she would carry a small wooden bucket, patiently watering the seedlings, weeding, and catching pests. She refrained from employing any growth-enhancing spells, choosing instead to watch as they slowly broke through the earth, sprouting tender shoots and unfurling leaves. This process was slow yet profoundly satisfying. The warm sunlight enveloped her, and a gentle breeze, carrying the scents of earth and nascent plants, caressed her cheeks. Listening to the distant sounds of reconstruction and observing the flourishing greenery before her, a sense of tranquility gradually replaced the weariness on Lu Xian's face. Her heart seemed to settle alongside the new garden, becoming increasingly clear and serene. The brutal memories of the battle and the sorrow of lost comrades lingered, yet they transformed from a burdensome weight into a motivation to cherish the present and strive to live on. This small medicinal garden became her new refuge and a unique landscape on Zhuowang Peak. Occasionally, disciples who were injured or burdened by their emotions would find themselves drawn to this place, where the fragrant flowers and vibrant greenery would ease their spirits. And Lu Xian remained the gentlest presence on the entire peak, especially towards a certain troublesome individual. Li Wangyou, now undoubtedly the foremost figure in this realm, held a transcendent status, commanding respect even from the sect leader. Yet, his penchant for mischief remains unchanged. In fact, with no one daring to rein him in, he has grown increasingly unruly. Each time he stirs up trouble, it is either the elder brother who, with a furrowed brow, must clean up the mess and offer apologies, or the victims who arrive at Lu Xian's doorstep, faces drawn with despair, seeking solace. Lu Xian listens with her usual patience, offering gentle reassurances, and presents her newly crafted calming incense or healing salves as recompense. However, she never truly admonishes Li Wangyou. Instead, she sighs softly, setting aside her medicinal tools, and picks up a small food box she had prepared long in advance, embarking on a precise search atop Zhuowang Peak. It seems she possesses an innate radar for Li Wangyou. No matter where he hides, be it in a dilapidated side hall experimenting with new talismans, sneaking away to the waterfall in the back mountain to fish for elusive silver-threaded fish, or disguising himself among the disciples to observe the commotion, Lu Xian can always unerringly extract him from the throngs or shadows. Upon finding him, she does not utter many words. She simply extends the food box. Inside are not exotic delicacies or miraculous elixirs, but rather the confections she has crafted with her own hands. Sometimes, they are a few slightly burnt osmanthus cakes, at other times, a couple of red bean buns, or merely a bag of fragrant roasted sunflower seeds. Such mischief. She often remarks gently, her tone devoid of reproach, imbued only with a hint of resigned affection and concern. You must be hungry, have something to eat. Li Wangyou, fearless and audacious, unafraid even to tug at the master's beard or dismiss the elder brother's reprimands, finds himself powerless against the charm of the third sister's sweet offerings. He typically scrunches his face in mock distaste, declaring, "Third sister, you've added too much sugar to this red bean bun. It's cloyingly sweet. Or the sunflower seeds are over-roasted, the timing is off." Yet, his hands are honest, accepting the treats, and he finds a spot to sit down obediently, finishing the snacks, occasionally breaking off a piece to toss to the eager Wankai, as he savors the third sister's delicacies. The habitual gleam of mischief and delight after his antics gradually fades from his face, his expression softening into tranquility, as if a wild cat, having frolicked enough outside, has finally returned to its warm nest. For him, amidst the ruins of Zhuowang Peak, the third sister and her modest herb garden represent a refuge where he can rest and find solace, the gentlest and quietest harbor from the storm. Chapter 170. The connection of the Buddhist sect. On this fine day, Li Wangyou reclined on the roof of a small courtyard, his legs crossed comfortably. Wankai the bear lay atop his belly, basking in the sun, its round form rising and falling with each breath, resembling a warm, fluffy mat. Just as this pair of companions was on the brink of slumber, a serene aura approached from a distance. A familiar figure, the Buddhist disciple, Liaochen. Clad in immaculate white monk robes, Liaochen exuded an air of tranquility and grace, his handsome visage radiating a gentle, warm light. Compared to his fierce demeanor in battle, he now bore an added depth of clarity and calmness. As he walked closer, it seemed as though he tread upon an invisible lotus platform, and even the surrounding din of construction softened in his presence. Accompanying him were merely two young acolytes, hands clasped in reverence, their demeanor obedient and docile. This spectacle drew the attention of several disciples engaged in labor. The relationship between the Buddhist sect and Lingxiao Palace had always been lukewarm, and considering Li Wangyou's previous encounter with Liaochen, they were curious about the monk's visit. Was he here to settle old scores? Yet, his expression did not suggest such an intention. Liaochen approached the base of Li Wangyou's courtyard and looked up at the figure lounging atop the roof. A person without a care for appearances. Ba, Liaochen spoke gently. "Greetings, Taoist Li. I trust you are well." Li Wangyou lazily lifted one eyelid, casting a glance at him before closing his eyes once more, muttering indistinctly, "Oh, it's the monk. All is well, eating and sleeping soundly. Just a bit noisy." He referred to the clattering construction sounds surrounding them. Wankai lifted its head to sniff the air, confirming no threat lingered, and then resumed its slumber. Liaochen, undeterred by his casual demeanor, smiled softly. "Today, I have come to bid farewell to you, Taoist Li, and to the sitting forgetting peak. The calamities in the western regions are grave. The temple has sent word that we must return promptly to restore the monastery and comfort the faithful." "Oh, you're leaving? Very well, travel safely, no need to see me off." Li Wangyou maintained his nonchalant posture, waving his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "Do remember to clear out the temporary Buddha hall you set up at the mountain gate. Leave no trace behind, or I shall send Wankai to scavenge for food and drink." The two young acolytes flushed red at his words, stifling laughter. Liaochen, however, chuckled and shook his head, seemingly immune to Li Wangyou's irreverent manner of speech. He paused, his expression growing more solemn, and fixed his gaze upon Li Wangyou. "Before I depart, I have one final word. Taoist Li, regarding past events, whether right or wrong, misunderstandings, or," he hesitated, as if recalling some painful memories, "they have all become mere wisps of smoke. In retrospect, all is but a matter of karmic connection, essential trials on the path of cultivation." His words were sincere. He had truly let go. The slanders, the ambushes that nearly ruined his reputation, these tribulations, which once shook his Buddhist heart, now seemed trivial in light of the monumental horrors and choices he had faced. Instead, they had led him to a deeper understanding, rendering his heart even more harmonious and clear. Wangyou, upon hearing these words, finally allowed himself to open both eyes. He tilted his head, scrutinizing Liaochen for a moment, seemingly searching for any trace of insincerity upon his visage. Yet, what met his gaze was nothing but a serene and tranquil Buddha-like heart. With a slight curl of his lips, Wangyou thought to himself, "A monk is indeed a monk, speaking in a manner so eloquent it makes one's head ache with notions of fate and karma." He sat up and regarded Liaochen. Their gazes intertwined in the air, devoid of words, yet seemingly communicating 1,000 sentiments. The grievances born from mischief had long dissipated in the face of their shared experience of battling the cataclysmic tribulations together. What remained was a friendship forged through adversity, one that blossomed from their encounters. Liaochen clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, stating, "Should you, my friendly, find yourself in need in the future, simply utter a word, and the Buddhist sect shall lend a helping hand." This was a solemn promise, uttered from the mouth of a disciple of the Western regions, carrying significant weight. It signified that regardless of the troubles Wangyou or the Lingxiao Palace might face in the future, the Great Bright Temple would stand by their side. Wangyou leapt down from the rooftop with grace, landing steadily. Approaching Liaochen, he maintained his carefree demeanor and playfully patted Liaochen on the shoulder. "No need for such formalities." He chuckled, "You monks are notoriously impoverished. I doubt you could assist much." However, he then leaned in, narrowing his eyes and lowering his voice conspiratorially. "But I must advise you, monk, should you encounter another opportunity for experiencing the mortal world or observing the affairs of men, be a tad more discerning. Don't be so easily lured to peculiar places. After all, not everyone is as kind-hearted as I, merely intending to knock you senseless as a joke." Liaochen, despite his enlightened heart, could not suppress a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. The solemn atmosphere he had painstakingly cultivated, one of a high monk bidding farewell and dissolving enmity with a smile, was utterly shattered by this rascal. He silently recited the heart purification mantra several times to quell the urge to strike this fellow on the head with his prayer beads. Ultimately, Liaochen could only shake his head in resignation, uttering another Buddhist invocation, "Amitabha, my friendly, take care." With that, he could no longer remain. Turning swiftly to leave with two little novices who were struggling to suppress their laughter, their retreat resembling a hasty escape. Wangyou watched Liaochen's somewhat hurried departure, chuckling to himself as he leapt back onto the rooftop and reclined once more. The sun continued to radiate warmth. Chapter 171. The Dilemma of Yi Yao. Just when the monk Liaochen had finished discussing his meager connection to Buddhism, the tranquil Mount Sitwang welcomed an entirely different group of visitors. Clad in black robes, the newcomers concealed their malevolent aura quite adeptly. Yet the sinister expressions and the lingering ferocity of those who had long roamed the demonic realm were unmistakably evident. Following closely behind were several similarly attired demonic cultivators, bearing numerous large chests sealed with restrictive spells. The leader of the demonic cultivators approached the senior disciple, Chu Tianhua, who was supervising the site, and surprisingly adopted a tone of utmost respect as he presented a pitch-black token inscribed with the emblem of the ghostly underworld sect. "We come under the orders of the demon sovereign to pay our respects to the revered forgetting worry master and to present our tokens of gratitude." Chu Tianhua frowned, scrutinizing the visitors for a moment before dispatching someone to inform Wangyou. Having learned prudence, he now refrained from involving himself in matters concerning his sixth junior, especially those related to the demonic sect. Wangyou was squatting beside the newly constructed formation of his second senior brother, attempting to correct a misaligned rune. Upon receiving the message, he lazily responded, "Gifts? Bring them over for inspection." The demonic envoy, guided by a disciple, soon stood before Wangyou, who was famously known as the foremost individual in this realm, yet was currently in an unkempt posture, playing with stones. The envoy's eyes twitched violently at the sight, but he dared not show any sign of disdain. He quickly bowed deeply, his tone growing even more reverent. "I am a steward of the ghostly underworld sect, sent by His Majesty Demon Sovereign Yi Tsangqiong to express our gratitude for the forgetting worry master's prior care for the princess on the battlefield." With a flourish of his hand, the demonic cultivators behind him promptly opened the large chests. In an instant, an array of luminous treasures and swirling demonic energy filled the air. The chests brimmed with an assortment of rare demonic materials and instruments, and there were even several ancient tomes of demonic arts that appeared to be quite venerable. This offering of gratitude was exceedingly generous, enough to make any major demonic sect envious and exhilarated. It was evident that the demon sovereign had spared no expense. The esteemed demon sovereign has conveyed that the previous misunderstandings were due to the incompetence of subordinates, which resulted in a slight against the revered master. Henceforth, that pursuit order is hereby annulled. The envoy declared, shattering a blood-red jade talisman before the assembly to signify the complete revocation. Following this, he presented a black gold token engraved with a fearsome demonic dragon, offering it with both hands in a tone of utmost solemnity. His Majesty the Demon Sovereign sincerely invites the revered master to assume the position of a guest elder in our ghostly underworld sect. This token symbolizes your identity. To possess it is akin to the Demon Sovereign's presence. Resources within the sect may be utilized at your discretion, and your status will be esteemed, second only to the Demon Sovereign himself. Such conditions were undeniably lavish. The title of a guest elder, bearing a rank nearly equivalent to that of a vice sect leader, and the ability to access demonic sect resources without cost was an extraordinary windfall. The onlooking disciples gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixed intently on Li Wangyou. Yet, Li Wangyou merely cast a fleeting glance at the dazzling gifts, showing little interest as he pursed his lips dismissively. Oh, just leave them there. As for the token that represented supreme authority and status, he couldn't even be bothered to take it, casually inquiring, "Where is your princess?" The envoy was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the indifference with which the other party regarded such lavish gifts and positions of power. His first instinct was to inquire about the princess. He hastily began, "Your Highness, she..." Yet before he could finish, a playful and somewhat languid voice interjected. "Oh, little thief, are you in such a hurry to seek me out? Have you missed me, or is there some mischief brewing?" With a flash of magical light, Yi Yao's figure appeared beside them. Clad in a provocative crimson ensemble that accentuated her breathtaking curves, she wore a beguiling smile. She waved her hand, dismissing the envoy and the other demon cultivators. Yi Yao stepped forward, kicking a few treasure-laden chests, and scoffed, "The old man is indeed generous, but alas, his flattery is misplaced. They have no regard for your meager possessions." Turning her attention to Li Wangyou, she crossed her arms and scrutinized him. Well, little thief. You seem to have gained quite the reputation, the foremost in this realm. Quite a notable title." Li Wangyou rolled his eyes. "Spare me the theatrics. What do you intend with your father showering gifts and bestowing titles?" The smile on Yi Yao's face faded slightly as she approached a broken wall, leaped atop it, and swung her long legs while observing the bustling scene of reconstruction in the distance. Her tone grew earnest. "I intend nothing. The battle has concluded, and I have seen enough of the spectacle. I wish to return." "Return?" Li Wangyou raised an eyebrow. "To that chaotic and murky realm of the underworld sect? Why not?" Yi Yao shot him a sidelong glance. "It is my family's legacy, albeit in disarray at present." With a soft huff, she continued, "Through this ordeal, I have come to a realization. Relying solely on capricious antics and my father's reputation to impose my will is rather unfulfilling. Why do those beings in the celestial realm dare to be so audacious? It is simply because we are not strong enough, and our internal affairs are a tangled mess." So, Li Wangyou seemed to grasp the essence of her thoughts. Thus, Yi Yao leaped down from the broken wall, approached Li Wangyou, and tilted her face up to meet his gaze. "I have decided. I shall return and properly reorganize my household. Those antiquated relics, who do nothing but engage in internal strife and drain resources, must be dealt with. The underworld sect requires a transformation." She licked her crimson lips, revealing a smile imbued with mischief. "Of course, in my own way." Li Wangyou observed the demoness before him, who appeared to have matured overnight, and for once, refrained from sarcasm, merely nodding. "Well, I wish you success, and try to stir up less trouble. Rest assured, trouble is inevitable." Yi Yao chuckled like a cat that has stolen cream, but that is a matter for the future. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Li Wangyou, almost pressing against him, her breath fragrant and her voice low, tinged with both intimacy and authority. "Listen well, little thief. Stay here patiently. Once I return and set matters at home in order, ensuring the underworld sect is compliant, I shall seek you out again. Do not forget, you are the one I had my eye on first. Your life, and the debt you owe me. I shall keep track of it all." Upon finishing her words, she did not wait for Li Wangyou to respond, but rather took a step back, releasing a cascade of laughter reminiscent of silver bells. She cast a deep, audacious glance at Li Wangyou, her gaze bold, direct, and imbued with an unwavering sense of determination. Then, a magnificent glow enveloped her, transforming into a streak of crimson light that vanished into the distant horizon, leaving only a faint trace of ethereal fragrance behind. Li Wangyou remained rooted in place, gazing at the direction of her disappearance, touchingly rubbing his nose, his expression somewhat peculiar. After a moment's pause, he murmured softly, there truly are many creditors. Chapter 172. The devotion of the seventh disciple at Zhuang Peak. Everything seems to be improving. Perhaps the most significant transformation is that of the seventh disciple, Lin Xiaoran. This little fellow was once as timid as a quail when he was picked up by Qing Shuzi. Even the slightest rustle would send him into a panic. Later, after undergoing a rather cruel initiation under Li Wangyou, he developed a deep psychological scar, fleeing in terror at the mere sight of him, almost abandoning his sect altogether. However, who could have anticipated that after witnessing the cataclysmic battle against the invasion of the celestial realm, where he saw his once dreaded sixth brother bravely repel a true immortal with a single sword strike, becoming a hero who saved the world, Lin Xiaoran's mindset underwent a complete metamorphosis. Fear? What is that? It has become non-existent. To him, his sixth brother, Li Wangyou, is now light, electricity, a living myth. A walking legend, an idol worthy of his lifelong admiration and devotion. The former shadows? They are but a manifestation of his sixth brother's profound love that tempered his will. Thus, Zhuang Peak has acquired an unusual sight. Wherever Li Wangyou goes, a little tail follows closely behind. Lin Xiaoran, without uttering a word, gazes adoringly at Li Wangyou's back with his large, glistening eyes, mirroring every step, never straying an inch away. When Li Wangyou dines, Lin Xiaoran stands beside him, holding a bowl, not partaking in his meal but watching intently, swallowing occasionally, as if witnessing his brother's dining was the pinnacle of enjoyment. When Li Wangyou basks in the sun, Lin Xiaoran sets up a small stool beside him, clumsily fanning away the mosquitoes with a large palm leaf fan, often dispersing dust onto Li Wangyou's face. Even when Li Wangyou retreats to the restroom, Lin Xiaoran does not follow him inside, yet he stands guard at the door, ready to confront anyone who dares disturb his brother's privacy. Initially, Li Wangyou relished this devoted admiration from his little brother, believing the foolish lad had finally come to recognize who the true master of Zhuang Peak was. However, he soon sensed something amiss. This devotion was becoming excessively clingy and unnerving. Little 7, Li Wangyou attempted to reason. Could you perhaps refrain from staring at me so intently? It makes me feel a bit uneasy. Lin Xiaoran immediately responded with a silly grin. It's all right, sixth brother. Your back is beautiful. You exude the aura of a strong warrior. Li Wangyou was left speechless. What on earth was this? Even more perplexing was that now, when Li Wangyou playfully teased Lin Xiaoran, the foolish lad no longer feared him. Instead, he seemed delighted. For instance, when Li Wangyou found his presence bothersome and whimsically cast a gentle breeze spell, lifting Lin Xiaoran and depositing him onto a branch of a crooked tree. The boy who would have once cried out in terror merely blinked in surprise. Then, he clutched the branch tightly, not frightened at all, but rather exhilarated. His cheeks flushed as he shouted down to Li Wangyou, "Sixth brother, you're incredible. This wind feels amazing. The angle is perfect. I can see even further to keep watch for you." Li Wangyou nearly toppled to the ground. For instance, when he failed in alchemy, resulting in a cauldron of charred medicinal residue, he inadvertently smeared some on his freshly washed garments. Lin Xiaoran gazed at the foul-smelling stain, and instead of crying or throwing a tantrum, it seemed as if he had received a divine gift. He carefully cradled the spot, exclaiming with excitement, This is the residue of the spiritual medicine personally crafted by Senior Brother Liu. It contains the essence of the supreme path. I shall enshrine this garment." Li Wangyou felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly performed a cleansing spell to wash it away. However, upon seeing the restored clothing, Lin Xiaoran's face fell with disappointment and regret, as if he had missed an extraordinary opportunity. Furthermore, when Li Wangyou simply uttered a casual request for a cup of water, Lin Xiaoran reacted as if he had received a royal decree, sprinting at full speed to fetch it. Yet, in his excitement, he tripped over his own feet, landing face first into the dirt, soaking himself and shattering the cup. Ignoring the pain and the wetness of his clothes, his immediate reaction was to scramble up, looking at Li Wangyou with a face full of panic and self-reproach, saying, "Senior Brother Liu, I am terribly sorry. I am utterly useless. I cannot even fetch a cup of water properly. I shall go refill it immediately, with my finest jade cup." His demeanor suggested he would rather die than face this failure. Li Wangyou was utterly exasperated. Hitting him, scolding him, playing pranks? None of it would work. This fellow had somehow transformed every one of his actions, even those that were mere bullying or mischief, into tests of character, expressions of care, or unique guidance from Senior Brother Liu. This warped adoration sent shivers down Li Wangyou's spine. He would rather have the foolish boy scream and flee at the sight of him as he used to. That would at least be somewhat normal. But this current state was far too unsettling. On one occasion, fifth sister Zhao Mingyue could no longer bear it and yanked Lin Xiaoran by the ear, scolding, Little seven, are you foolish? That rascal is clearly toying with you. Can't you see that? Lin Xiaoran, however, retorted with utmost seriousness, fifth sister, you do not understand. Senior brother Lu embodies the simplicity of the great Tao and the formlessness of profound love. He is honing my character and testing my loyalty in this unique manner. This is an opportunity that others could only dream of. Zhao Mingyue, taken aback, turned to Li Wangyou and shouted, look at what you've done. You've scared this child into losing his wits. Li Wangyou, watching Lin Xiaoran approach once more, could not help but bury his face in his hands and sigh deeply. His expression etched with despair. It's over. This child may truly be frightened senseless. There is no saving him now. Chapter 173. The power of choice atop the summit of Ziwang, beneath the crooked tree that King Suzi and Li Wangyou had claimed as their temporary refuge. A few new belongings had been added, a modestly sturdy wooden table and 2 bamboo chairs that appeared unlikely to collapse at any moment. The sunset remained the same, and the wine was still that inferior spirit. The two of them engaged in a leisurely conversation, primarily with Li Wangyou lamenting the slow pace of reconstruction, complaining that his senior brother was too meddlesome, even rejecting his wish to excavate a fish pond at the site of the collapsed side hall. King Suzi listened with half-closed eyes, occasionally responding with a nonchalant murmur or a retort of nonsense. After several rounds of wine, he set down his cup and regarded his wayward disciple in contemplative silence for a moment. Wangyou, he began, his tone imbued with a solemnity that was rare for him. Li Wangyou responded lazily, his gaze still fixed on the last glimmer of twilight. There are certain matters that I believe you should be made aware of. King Suzi continued slowly. At this, Li Wangyou turned his attention toward the old man. Curiosity piqued. It was uncommon for the elder to be so earnest. He was usually either drinking or sighing. King Suzi's gaze drifted into the distance, as if lost in memories. That year, the snow was heavy, and the wind cut like a blade. As I contemplated the path of the heavenly principles, I passed through a desolate valley and heard the cry of an infant. He recounted that snowy night, how he discovered the swaddled Li Wangyou, how he was astonished by the child's remarkably pure gaze and fearless spirit against the storm, and how he felt an inexplicable connection that compelled him to bring the child back to Ziwang Peak. The fabric of your swaddling was neither silk nor cotton, chilling to the touch yet astonishingly soft, embroidered with golden threads depicting a pattern, unlike anything I had ever seen, surely not of this world. King Suzi's tone grew grave. Although there were no tangible tokens to affirm this, anyone who beheld you would understand that your origins were far from ordinary. He paused, looking at Li Wangyou. I refrained from telling you earlier, believing you too young and your temperament still unformed. Knowing such things might only bring you distress, and I feared it could attract calamity. However, as time progressed, you have proven to be quite the troublemaker, and with your cultivation advancing in an uncanny manner, I found myself merely trailing behind to clean up your mess and conceal your anomalies, leaving little room to address this matter. Now, King Suzi sighed. You have matured, and your cultivation, well, shall we say, is passable at best. The old man had his pride. Though the immediate dangers of this realm may have been alleviated, the affairs of the higher realms will likely not cease. Your lineage may be intertwined with these events. His expression turned serious as he said earnestly, should you wish to pursue the truth of your origins and uncover your roots, I shall support you. You need not worry about the sect. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Once King Suzi concluded, he fell silent, simply observing Li Wangyou, awaiting his reaction. This was the greatest level of support and respect he could offer as a mentor. He understood that, given the current capabilities and temperament of this little rascal, he could not possibly hinder him. It was better to grant him the power of choice. Li Wangyou listened quietly, the habitual smile fading slowly from his face. He lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously toying with the wine cup, rendering his expression unreadable. His origins are nothing more than a few cliché details, the discarded scion of a grand family, a sacrificial pawn in a power struggle, an experimental subject of some prominent figure, or, more absurdly, the contingency plan of a dissenting lord from the upper realm. What difference does it make to know? Should he seek out those so-called biological parents or relatives, inquire why they abandoned him, then enact a melodrama of reunion and inheritance disputes? Or should he bear the deep-seated grudges and responsibilities of an unfamiliar family or faction, becoming embroiled in the murky depths of the upper realm? Merely contemplating it is overwhelmingly bothersome. Li Wangyou, above all, detests complications. He remained silent for a protracted period. King Suzi did not press him, merely refilling his cup with inferior wine. After a long while, Li Wangyou finally lifted his gaze. His expression returned to that languid demeanor, as if indifferent to all. He raised his cup, downing its contents in one gulp, then exhaled a breath tinged with the foulness of low-quality alcohol. TSK, this wine remains as wretched as ever. He grimaced, placing the empty cup on the table. Turning to the concerned Qing Shuzi, he flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly whites. Old man. You think too much. What does it matter where I come from? They discarded me once. That signifies my unworthiness in their eyes. He stood, stretching languidly. His gaze swept over the surrounding framework of the rebuilding palace, observing the busy figures of his senior brothers and sisters directing their disciples. The vibrant green of the medicinal garden tended by his third senior sister, and even the sight of his seventh junior brother, grinning foolishly from a distant tree branch. Finally, his eyes returned to Qing Shuzi's face, his tone light. They do not want me, but you do, master. And so do my senior brothers and sisters. He stamped his foot firmly upon the ground beneath him, declaring, this is my home. As for the mess in the upper realm, he shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Perhaps one day, when I find myself utterly bored, I may wander up there for a glance. Just to find some amusement? Qing Shuzi observed his disciple's carefree attitude, initially taken aback, then breaking into laughter, ultimately settling into a smile of contentment. He filled his own cup and replenished Li Wangyou's empty one. You rascal. The two shabby cups clinked gently in the fading light of the setting sun. Everything was understood without a word. Chapter 174 The Final Farewell. The peak of Ziwang transformed daily, its reconstruction progressing with a speed akin to the flourishing of enchanted herbs. Everything was improving, returning to the right path, bustling with hope. Yet, Li Wangyou seemed somewhat out of place amidst this fervent atmosphere. He had grown increasingly lethargic, not the kind of slothfulness characterized by cunning tricks and playful diversions, but a languor that suggested a disinterest in nearly everything. Increasingly, he cherished solitude, retreating to the highest and most tranquil precipice of Ziwang, where he would sit for hours on end. He engaged in nothing but nursing his seemingly bottomless flask of inferior wine, gazing at the churning sea of clouds below, watching the sun rise and set, and observing the moon and stars ascend to the heavens. Wankai typically lounged at his feet, gnawing on a hard fruit unearthed from some unknown source, the sound of his chewing punctuating the silence. When weary, he sprawled out, snoring contentedly, his belly rising and falling with each breath. Together, the man and the bear were as quiet as two statues perched at the edge of the cliff. Li Wangyou's gaze often appeared vacant, yet occasionally, it would take on an exceedingly distant quality, as if penetrating the layers of clouds, transcending the rivers and mountains of this realm, glimpsing a far-off and uncharted expanse. In that gaze, the usual mirth and ire had faded, replaced by a profound and delicate solitude. This world, it seemed, was a tad too small for him. The enemies had been vanquished, the home nearing completion, and his fellow disciples were preoccupied with their own endeavors. Life had become as tranquil as the waters of a mountain stream, clear to the bottom. This peace was pleasant, yet he felt an inexplicable void, as if a small cat's paw were gently scratching at his heart, urging him to venture into broader realms for some wild escapade. On this day, as was his custom, sat at the cliff's edge until the sun began its descent, then suddenly rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Let us go, Wankai. Time for a stroll. Uncharacteristically, he did not take to the skies, but meandered leisurely down the mountain, step by step. He first wandered to the command center, where his senior brother, Chu Tianqua, was intently discussing plans with several inner disciples, sweat beading on his forehead. Li Wangyou leaned in, tilting his head to examine the blueprints, and pointed to a newly proposed training ground, stating earnestly, Elder brother, this training ground is rather inadequate. It should be at least 100 feet square. Otherwise, it won't suffice for the younger disciples to stretch their limbs. Without lifting his gaze, Chu Tianqua promptly dismissed him. The budget is insufficient, and land is scarce. We shall adhere to the original plan. Sixth junior brother, when you have time, assist the third junior sister with her herbs, and refrain from causing disruption here. Li Wangyou merely pouted, choosing not to argue. He casually seized a cup of cool tea left unattended, gulping it down before returning the empty vessel to Chu Tianqua, remarking, it tastes decent, although it's cold. Without waiting for his brother's astonished reaction, he ambled away. Next, he wandered to the cave where his second and fourth brothers were engrossed in developing a new formation. Inside, the sounds of clanging echoed, and spiritual light flickered. He poked his head in, exclaiming, Oh, busy are we? Do you require my assistance in testing the strength of the new formation? I promise to provide you with the most genuine feedback. Shi Jian and Chun Mo simultaneously lifted their heads, their expressions drastically changing, and in unison declared, no need. Thank you. Farewell. They swiftly activated a temporary defensive formation, sealing the entrance. Li Wanyu, finding himself at a loss, sheepishly touched his nose, muttering, "So stingy." He then wandered into the medicinal garden of the third senior sister. Lu Xian was carefully weeding a calming flower. Her profile bathed in the gentle glow of the setting sun, radiating warmth. Li Wanyu refrained from entering, leaning against the fence, silently observing her. Sensing his presence, Lu Xian looked up and smiled softly. "You've come? Today's new treat is honey date cake. Over there on the stone table. Feel free to help yourself." Li Wanyu approached, picked up a still warm piece of cake, took a bite, and mumbled, slightly better than the red bean bun. Though the pits could be cleaned out more thoroughly. Lu Xian merely smiled, unperturbed. "I'll be mindful next time." After finishing the cake in a few bites, he brushed off the crumbs from his hands. Gazing at Lu Xian's busy figure, he suddenly remarked, "Third senior sister, you've cultivated this garden splendidly. It will surely yield many delicious medicinal herbs." Lu Xian paused briefly in her watering but did not turn around, simply responding with a soft, "MHM." Li Wanyu lingered for a moment before turning to leave. Next, he found the fifth senior sister, Zhao Mingyue, struggling with a pile of newly felled spirit wood. "Fifth sister, your strength has noticeably increased," Li Wanyu exclaimed cheerfully. "However, the positioning of this wood is rather unfavorable for feng shui. It could adversely affect your fortune. Shall I assist you in rearranging it?" Zhao Mingyue shot him a fierce glare. "Get lost. Don't touch my wood, or I'll smash you with it." Li Wanyu laughed heartily, nimbly dodging the wood chips she hurled, and made his escape. He even made a point to encounter seventh junior brother, Lingxiao, who was struggling to carry a stack of jade slips taller than himself, laboriously moving them to the library. Upon seeing Li Wanyu, his eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly causing him to drop the slips. Sixth senior brother, Li Wanyu, amused by his antics, felt a mischievous urge and flicked his fingers. A small whirlwind lifted Lingxiao, gently placing him and the jade slips onto a branch of a nearby tree. "Keep watch," Li Wanyu called, waving goodbye. Clinging tightly to the jade slips, Lingxiao beamed with joy, fervently nodding. "Yes, yes. Sixth senior brother, rest assured. I'll guard it well. Not even a fly will get through." Finally, Li Wanyu brazenly strolled towards the Jade Maiden Peak. As he stepped into the territory of the peak, he immediately attracted a flurry of curious and indignant glances, particularly from senior sister Su Wan, whom he had once stolen a pouch from and falsely accused, nearly leaping out with her sword upon hearing of his arrival. Li Wanyu committed no outrageous acts. He merely sauntered around the sword practice area, commenting that one disciple's technique was soft and lacked nourishment, while another's stance was unstable and required more practice. This incited a wave of ire from the female disciples, their angry glares and scolding voices creating a minor uproar on Jade Maiden Peak. Satisfied with the numerous disdainful looks he garnered, he patted his backside and slipped away. As I wandered through the area, his behavior appeared unchanged, as infuriating and eccentric as ever. Yet, inexplicably, a peculiar sensation stirred within the hearts of all those senior brothers and sisters he had harassed, lingering in their minds after his departure. It was the most perceptive and sensitive of them, the third senior sister, Lu Xian, who first sensed that something was amiss. She set aside her medicinal hoe, washed her hands, and meticulously wrapped a package of freshly made delicacies. Guided by an inexplicable intuition, she sought out Li Wanyu, who sat alone at the cliff's edge, gazing at the sea of clouds. Approaching him silently, she placed the treats beside him without uttering a word. Li Wanyu did not turn, as if he were aware of her presence. They sat in silence for a while, with only the sound of the wind and the gentle snoring of Wangyou accompanying them. After some time, Lu Xian turned her gaze towards Li Wanyu, whose profile was outlined by the setting sun, appearing somewhat distant. In a soft voice tinged with reluctance, she inquired, "Wanyu, are you planning to leave?" Chapter 175. The joy here. Yet yearning for afar the gentle inquiry from senior sister, Lu Xian lightly descended upon Li Wanyu's heart like a whisper, sending ripples across the still waters of his soul. He hesitated to respond, his gaze lingering on the horizon where the setting sun ignited the clouds in a fiery red hue, his expression blurred by the shifting light and shadow. After a considerable pause, he slowly turned his head, a mischievous grin reappearing on his face. "Senior sister, you overthink," he said, shaking the wine flask in his hand. "What place could a lazy person like me possibly go? Here, there is food and drink, attentive company, and you all tidying up my mess. How comfortable it is." Lu Xian remained silent, her gentle eyes quietly fixed upon him. Under her tranquil gaze, the smile on Li Wanyu's face began to falter. He clicked his tongue, raised a hand to rub his nose, and averted his eyes from her penetrating stare. Lowering his gaze, he observed the plump and slumbering Wangyou at his feet, gently prodding its soft belly with his toes. Indeed, this place is truly wonderful, he continued, his voice growing somber, shedding the jest for a more earnest tone. Though Master tends to ramble, he is fiercely protective. The eldest senior brother, while somewhat rigid, is reliable. The second and fourth brothers, though taciturn, possess commendable skills. The fifth senior sister, despite her fierceness, is quite amusing. And then there are the pastries you make. Well, there is room for improvement, yet they are enjoyable. He recounted the treasures of Sitting Forget Peak with a tone imbued with affection. This is my home. There is no doubt about it. He paused, then shifted the subject with a subtle change in tone. However, senior sister, he lifted his gaze, I seem to indeed be rather formidable. Were such words to escape the lips of another, they would surely reek of arrogance. Yet, when uttered by Wangyou, supplemented by his recent triumph in repelling a true immortal, they appeared entirely justified. Formidable to the extent that, he grimaced, feigning distress, I am left without worthy opponents in this realm. Formidable enough that even a casual yawn must be restrained, lest I bring down the mountains. Formidable enough that life has become somewhat mundane. He extended a finger towards the sky above, where the stars began to twinkle into existence. I cannot help but ponder, beyond that rift, outside the gates of heaven, in the so-called upper realms, what lies beyond? Is it more splendid than the tales suggest, or more detestable than I can envision? His gaze grew distant once more, embodying the innate longing of a true dragon trapped in shallow waters yearning for the vast ocean, a figure atop the mountain peak. Curious and driven by a desire to conquer even higher summits. I must see it with my own eyes, mustn't I? Otherwise, it feels as though I am missing out. Upon finishing, he turned back to Lu Xian, revealing a smile tinged with anticipation and a hint of apology. Lu Xian listened intently, her face devoid of surprise or opposition. She had long sensed that this junior brother, whom she had watched grow since childhood, harbored a restless wildness deep within. His previous mischief may have merely been a manifestation of that untamed spirit seeking expression in an unsuitable environment. In this moment, the cage could no longer contain him. She sighed softly, extending her hand to gently caress his head, reminiscent of their childhood. Her touch was tender, imbued with boundless acceptance and understanding. If you are weary, she murmured, her voice akin to the warmest spring breeze, just come back. There will always be a place for you here, with a little something saved for you. There were no excessive pleas, no tearful farewells, only the simplest yet most profound expressions of support and concern. A sudden pang of emotion welled up in Wangyou's nose. He quickly lowered his head, sheepishly mumbling, I know, stop nagging. Then, he sprang to his feet, as if fearing that lingering any longer might sway his resolve. Let us go, Wankai. Wake up. I'll take you for a treat. He nudged the snoring Wankai. The creature stirred, groggily awakening with a yawn, shook its fur, and excitedly followed in his footsteps. Lu Xian sat at the edge of the precipice, not turning back, merely listening to the fading footsteps of the boy and his bear, gradually merging into the twilight. Until one ordinary morning, when dawn barely broke and the morning mist had yet to dissipate, glistening dew clung to the grass and trees. The disciples had yet to commence their daily toil. The Sitting Forgetting Peak lay in serene silence. Li Wanyu's small courtyard was deserted. The bed was cold, untouched by slumber. On the table lay several items. For the senior brother, a modified celestial communication token, inscribed with an exceptionally potent defensive sword intent, capable of thwarting a lethal strike at a critical moment. For the second and fourth brothers, a collection of peculiar ores imbued with spatial fluctuations, accompanied by a rough sketch of a spatial formation. For the third sister, a diminutive pestle, engraved with the image of a yawning panda, exuding a gentle vitality. For the fifth sister, a pair of gossamer silver gloves, unmistakably feminine, with a note that read, cursing uses your voice, striking uses your hands. Wear these to conserve your energy. Even the seventh junior brother, Lingxiao, received a slender booklet titled On Correctly Understanding Senior Brother's Affection, filled with whimsical Q-version comics, instructing him on how to recognize and safely navigate Li Wanyou's brand of care. There were no farewell letters, no sentimental words, only these seemingly casually left, yet evidently thoughtful gifts. Thus, he departed from the Lingxiao Palace, accompanied by the equally vanished iron-eating beast, Wankai, without disturbing a soul. No grand send-off, no tearful parting. It felt as if he was merely stepping out for a stroll once more. Yet this time, no one knew when he would return. His destination was shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps he sought to unravel the enigma of his lineage and confront some troublesome relatives in the upper realm? Or perhaps it was simple curiosity, a desire to explore the wonders and unknowns beyond the heavenly gate and into a broader world? Or maybe There were no grand ambitions at all, merely the bliss found in this place, an endless joy. Yet, the distant horizons also held their own delights. Chapter 176. The clouds drift away. Wangyou has departed. Much like his sudden and silent arrival on that snowy night, he has quietly left on an ordinary morning. There were no grand farewells filled with drums and fanfare, nor were there tearful pleas for him to stay. Indeed, many hardly noticed his absence, as it was not uncommon for him to vanish for days on end. Yet, this time, there seemed to be a subtle difference. The little gifts he left behind were gradually discovered by his senior brothers and sisters. Upon examining the thoughtfully crafted items in their hands, they belatedly realized that the mischief maker had truly embarked on a journey far away, with no set date for his return. In the initial days, the atmosphere on Ziwang Peak felt somewhat disconcerting. The eldest brother would find himself instinctively glancing towards a corner, poised to reprimand the figure he expected to see yawning, only to find the space utterly vacant. The second and fourth brothers, while setting up formations, would habitually add an extra layer of protective barriers, only to later recall it was unnecessary. The third sister, whenever she prepared new delicacies, would automatically wrap an additional portion, halting midway in realization, before quietly putting it away. Even the seventh junior brother, Lingxiao, would unwaveringly show up outside Wangyou's courtyard each morning, patiently waiting in anticipation for sixth brother to emerge yawning, ready to bestow upon him new forms of affection. Gradually, this sense of discomfort was supplanted by a new normal. The reconstruction of Ziwang Peak was completed, now more magnificent and awe-inspiring than ever, with an even richer aura of vitality. The legend of Wangyou did not fade with his departure. Rather, it matured like fine wine, its aroma becoming increasingly intoxicating with the passage of time, growing ever more extravagant. While the world no longer received news of his mischief, tales of his past exploits and heroic epics were recounted by storytellers and wandering cultivators alike, embellished and evolving into countless versions. In the taverns and tea-houses, debates about him never ceased. I assert that Master Wangyou must have retreated into seclusion for profound cultivation. With such prowess, he is undoubtedly in pursuit of a higher path. Nay, I believe he has gone to the upper realms to settle accounts with those celestial brats. Can he truly forget the grudge from that fateful sword? You are all mistaken. My uncle's neighbor's great-uncle's granddaughter's husband is a wandering cultivator. He claims that 2 years ago, while adventuring in the Northern Sea's secret realm, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a youth clad in Lingxiao Palace attire, accompanied by a peculiar little beast, who vanished in an instant. That must be the master. Ah, how coincidental. I have heard that last year, in the southern wilderness poison marsh, someone also spotted a similar figure, who casually plucked a poisonous dragon herb, untouched for a millennium. Rumors abound in the Western Buddhist kingdom too. They say a young monk silenced a venerable monk at a debate, employing nothing but fallacious reasoning, and even stealthily pocketed the monk's relics as marbles. These rumors, a blend of truth and fiction, rendered Wangyou's image ever more enigmatic. He seemed to be everywhere yet utterly elusive. The Ziwang Peak has thus gained immense renown, becoming a revered sanctuary for countless aspiring young cultivators. Each day, individuals linger outside its gates, yearning to enter and, even from a distance, to experience the lingering aura left by the legendary sage. The elder disciples on the peak have long grown accustomed to this influx. Time flows like the undulating white clouds atop Ziwang Peak, gathering and dispersing and gathering once more. It seems as though nothing has changed, yet everything feels transformed. On this particular day, as the sun sets, the venerable Qing Suzi leisurely strolls to the edge of a precipice. This spot has been meticulously restored, adorned with an elegant pavilion. He dismisses the young acolytes who come to attend to him, opting instead to bring a jug of wine and sit within the pavilion, pouring and drinking for himself. Habitually, his gaze drifts toward the direction from which his disciple departed years ago. In the sky, the flowing clouds morph and shift, at times resembling a wandering dog, at others a mighty kunpeng, free and unrestrained. The mountain breeze sweeps by, carrying the distant sounds of disciples practicing their swordplay, the fragrant essence of the herb garden, and the rhythmic crashing of the billowing sea of clouds. Qing Suzi observes and drinks, a serene and contented smile gracing his face. That mischievous lad must be relishing his adventures outside, undoubtedly embroiled in numerous escapades, and certainly witnessing a myriad of extraordinary sights. This is quite delightful. A more vigorous gust of wind swirls into the pavilion, tousling a few strands of his white hair, bringing with it a refreshing chill, as if it carries a faint whisper that drifts into his ears before swiftly dissipating, like an illusion, or perhaps the voice of someone traversing vast distances. This matter is concluded. It is time to wander the clouds. To all of you, if fate allows, until we meet again. Qing Suzi's hand pauses momentarily as he pours the wine. Then, shaking his head with a chuckle, he downs the contents of his cup and, addressing the endless sea of clouds and the distant horizon, playfully scolds, "Rascal." The white clouds continue their languid dance. The tale seems far from over. It has merely turned a new page.